Morning sunlight filtered through the window, white curtains gently swaying in the breeze. A young man abruptly awoke in bed, the dazzling sunlight forcing him to squint. His crimson eyes opened wide, revealing a bewildered and confused expression. He looked out the window, and a magnificent fantasy city appeared before his eyes. The black-haired, ponytail-wearing young man was stunned to realize he had been thrown into the world of the game he used to grind. 3 years ago, he had woken up in the body of a game character, a game called Heroic Legends of Arhan. This game world was far from peaceful. The academy was constantly engulfed in chaotic events and dark magic. Deadly calamities continuously struck, from colossal monsters to burning forests, and finally, an apocalyptic disaster with an army of purple-eyed zombies. The scale of this storyline was clearly no joke. But the young man, unfazed, grinned and declared nonchalantly, "Those things have nothing to do with me. The main player will handle everything." It turned out he was just a minor NPC named Korin Loke, level 1, a supporting character meant to be sacrificed in the beginner's quest. Korin Loke ran swiftly through the village, marveling at how incredibly realistic everything looked, as long as the storyline stayed on track. He decided to go eavesdrop and see what the main player, Sihu Park, who was about to seize both fame and fortune, looked like. Korin spotted a black and white-haired man muttering to himself, looking extremely annoyed. Stupid stats. Hearing the word stats, Korin flinched, because there was no item by that name in this game, unless. The two-toned-haired man suddenly stood up, one eye flashing with deadly purple light, declaring that from now on he would live for himself, for efficiency. Wham! A hand had stopped the other man's action. Korin grabbed Sihu Park's hand, shouting, "Hey, me too," which stunned Sihu as he realized he wasn't the only Earthling here. The only difference between the two of them was clear. Sihu Park was single-handedly slaughtering a colossal dragon with purple energy slashes. Thud! Sihu Park stood on the dragon's corpse, staff in hand, because he was the main player and possessed the protagonist's privilege. Sihu Park stared blankly at the stats panel, completely clueless because this was his first time playing this game. Korin Loke slung an arm around Sihu, acting like an expert. "If you want to be a mage, just dump everything into intelligence. There's a good skill book in the next chapter." He confidently thumped his chest, declaring himself a hardcore gamer, no, a titanium core gamer, who had thoroughly mastered this game. Korin smirked meaningfully, knowing that his exclusive information was an incomparable advantage. Growl. A red-eyed demonic wolf lunged out of the shadows right in front of Korin. Both Sihu and Korin were startled, becoming wary of the suddenly appearing monster. Sihu didn't say much. Purple magic chains tightly bound the wolf, and he coldly stated, "You're right, Korin." Korin was no slouch either, excitedly spinning his spear. "That's right, it's all thanks to you. Let's go." Both charged into battle. Sihu used magic from the rear, while Korin delivered a powerful spear thrust to the monster's head. With Korin's knowledge and the protagonist's power in Sihu's hands, the two coordinated to neatly wipe out the pack of wolves. Korin concentrated his strength, his spear blade glowing with dazzling red light, ready for the finishing blow. Both stood atop a pile of monster corpses under the sunset, a formidable team newly formed with the goal of saving the world and returning to Earth. Korin tossed Sihu a potion, making the main protagonist exclaim, "Wow, where did you find such a good low-grade elixir?" But looking at the potion, Korin pondered. There was just one problem. In his stream of memories, he recalled being surrounded by a party full of muscular men. Originally, this game had a dozen beautiful heroines to date and fight alongside. Yet Sihu never dated, only recruiting them when necessary, turning the entire team into a veritable sausage fest. Korin sighed in exasperation, silently cursing. Why does he have to fill the team with these sweaty men? He suddenly realized the truth when he recalled the Grand Swordsman's granddaughter being killed on her way to the enrollment ceremony. And when Marie, the Chapter 1 final boss, suddenly vanished without a trace, everything began to derail. Korin reminisced about the crazy chain of events, inexplicable deaths, mysterious disappearances, and the game's plot being forcibly twisted. And above all, the problem lay in Sihu Park's very mindset. His personality, his smile, everything was problematic. Korin suddenly realized the true nature of the main protagonist, a sinister smile appearing as he held the potion. But immediately after, another horrifying truth struck, freezing Korin in place. What the hell is this? In his memory, Korin recalled Marie Dunarev, one of the heroines, had vanished before they even met, and now her staff was on display here. He growled, unable to believe that tailing Sihu every night led him to discover an underground base like this. This entire vast space looked no different from Sihu's personal item storage, and what was on display there was the demon-slaying blade, the unique weapon of the heroine Arisha, who had perished in the game. Not only unique items, but even rare ones like Jaeger's mace were present. All these items belonged to characters who had mysteriously disappeared. And then, Korin froze, speechless, when he saw a figure chained in the darkness. Before his eyes was a white-haired girl imprisoned in a glass cage filled with red liquid, her entire body tightly bound. Korin recognized her immediately. It was the missing heroine, Marie Dunareff. Korin had just cursed inwardly when he felt a murderous aura behind him. Sihu had been standing there all along. Sihu, with a mask covering half his face, coldly asked, "What are you doing down here?" Korin snapped, questioning him about Marie, but Sihu casually replied, "Oh that girl isn't human. She's a demon." He smirked, considering the waste of precious ancient vampire blood a crime. Sihu crossed his arms, morbidly explaining that he was simply using her more efficiently while the machine extracted every drop of fresh red blood. And then Sihu delivered the final blow that shattered Korin. "You drink just as much as I do," referring to the potion Korin had just consumed. Gulp. Korin recalled the scene where he gulped down the potion without hesitation. Realizing what he had just drunk was Marie's blood, Korin felt nauseous, trying to cover his mouth in disgust. Sihu calmly watched Korin writhe. "I don't see any problem. Do you know how hard it was to catch this girl? She hid in the forest for a whole month." Korin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he questioned. "Why? Why did you do that?" Sihu replied nonchalantly as if it were obvious. "To clear the game efficiently, you idiot? Your playstyle is too exhausting." He continued to criticize Korin's playstyle as trash, saving insignificant nobodies and caring about useless NPCs just to increase intimacy. Sihu declared proudly, "Trust me, I'm a more veteran gamer than you. This is the most efficient way to utilize NPCs." Korin collapsed, realizing he had been deceived from the start, that Sihu wasn't a newbie, and tremblingly asked how many people the guy had killed. Sihu's eyes flashed with a cold blue light, and he pretended to think with amusement. Let's see." Sihu revealed an unbelievable number, sending chills down the listener's spine. "Just 3 more lives, and it'll hit 100,000. Korin was utterly shocked, screaming in his mind that this bastard was absolutely not human. Unable to bear it any longer, Korin grabbed Sihu's collar and yelled, "You monster!" But Sihu merely brushed him off. "Calm down. They're just NPCs. You've killed plenty too, haven't you?" Korin roared back that he only killed irredeemable villains, those who wanted to destroy the world. His rage flared, and Korin questioned Sihu's so-called efficiency and stats. Korin exposed Sihu for taking equipment he couldn't even use, like the demon-slaying blade and elixirs, then slammed him hard against the wall. Sihu sneered, glancing at the imprisoned Marie, and calmly admitted, "I really don't find this place efficient at all." Korin realized, yelling at Sihu that he only needed punching bags to satisfy his sick bestiality, causing Sihu's eyes to flare with anger. "What did you say?" Sihu didn't say much, grabbing Korin's face with one hand, displaying absolute dominance. Crash! Sihu threw Korin like a rag doll, slamming him straight into the opposite wall without mercy. Korin bled, collapsing in despair, unable to believe what Sihu had just said and done. Sihu coldly stepped closer to Korin, who was crawling on the ground. The defeated one could only utter in despair, "After everything I've done for you, you can't treat me like this." Sihu pinned Korin down, his eyes gleaming with mad possessiveness, and growled, "You're the only one I think about. I must be your whole world." With madly glowing purple eyes, Sihu declared he would no longer hold back. Korin Loke froze, his brain unable to process Sihu's sickeningly twisted confession fast enough. Korin was utterly panicked, screaming that Sihu was breaking the script. "We've been together for 199 episodes. You can't make such a sharp turn in episode 200. Sihu emanated dark energy, declaring he had cleared all obstacles for their future, making Korin horrified and question the fate of their other companions. Sihu casually dismissed it, considering others merely decorations, and affirmed the only one he truly loved was him. Upon hearing this, Korin was scared stiff, throwing a punch straight at Sihu's face in a panic. Korin ran headlong for his life, screaming in his mind that he had never even dated before, and now had to face a lunatic like this. Sihu didn't bother to chase, simply extended his leg, and dark magic tentacles immediately slithered across the ground. With a whoosh, a chain of energy tightly wrapped around Korin's ankle, stopping his escape attempt. The dark magic yanked hard, lifting Korin into the air amidst his desperate scream. The magic chains tightened, binding Korin's entire body tightly like prey caught in a net. Pulled back, Korin struggled in vain. "Come on, stop joking. Let me go." Sihu blocked his path, his voice as cold as ice. "You can't escape. I will lock you up forever." Sihu's shadow loomed over the tightly bound Korin, and a declaration of possession echoed. "You are mine. You belong to me." Sihu explained the reason for his obsession, that in a world full of fakes, Korin was the only real one. Completely broken down, Korin screamed through tears. "What the hell are you talking about? You're insane." Sihu ignored him and began to deploy a complex magic circle, promising that everything would soon end after this battle. He flashed a chillingly satisfied smile, concluding, "We will finally be together forever." Korin floated in a void, wondering if this was a place created by Sihu, while the system announced, "The final act will begin." He hovered amidst chaotic waters, bitterly thinking that with Sihu's selfish nature, he would surely defeat the final boss. Korin desperately wondered what his fate would be after Sihu cleared this stage. Suddenly, Korin realized something unbelievable upon seeing a floating corpse. What the hell? He lost? Blinding sunlight pierced through the fluttering curtains. Korin woke up with a start, gasping for breath on an unfamiliar bed, drenched in sweat. He sprang up, rushing towards the window in utter confusion. Looking out at the familiar city view outside, Korin was stunned to realize, "I've returned to the past." He stared blankly at his hands, confirming this was the very first day he had transmigrated into this world, 3 years ago. Korin clenched his fists, and hatred flared in his chest. His eyes gleamed with a deadly glint, and a single goal was set. I must kill him. Sitting on the bed, Korin gritted his teeth and called out his enemy's name with iron resolve. Sihu Park. I must kill the main player. Memories flooded back of the Lothian River flood event, when a dam was completely shattered. In the disaster that submerged the entire village, thousands of aquatic monsters and countless villagers perished. And amidst that tragic scene, Sihu's reaction sent shivers down one's spine. He laughed maniacally, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with sick excitement. "Haha, excellent." Korin recalled his own disgusted expression at the time, completely unable to understand why Sihu could laugh like a madman. But now, he understood everything. The guy was gloating because he had plundered all the experience points from countless lives. Sihu in the past coldly calculated, "Just 3 more lives and I'll reach 100,000. Korin rushed forward, fully aware that this was the only chance to stop this cold-blooded killer while both were at rank 5, before he entered Merkava Academy and became invincible. Korin Loke gritted his teeth, thinking that Sihu would only become more overwhelmingly powerful upon entering Merkava Academy. With only 5 days left, he rushed headlong into the forest like mad. Time waited for no one. In the middle of the forest, several unusual mushrooms grew from a tree stump. Without a word, he yanked the cluster of mushrooms from the ground. Korin clenched his fist, his eyes blazing. The only chance to take down Sihu Park is now. A quest notification panel appeared. Protect the broken carriage in a monster-infested forest. At the scene, a female knight praised her male comrade after they had just finished off a monster. Not bad for a rookie. Sihu Park, with a feigned scholarly appearance, scratched his head and smiled in thanks. From the carriage, an old carriage driver joyfully shouted to inform Leon and Laura that the carriage was fixed. The entire team prepared to depart. While the 2 knights were still stretching, Sihu was already standing ready. Suddenly, a roar tore through the night, startling both knights. Whoosh! A massive, jagged rock hurtled straight towards them. Leon shouted a warning, then lunged to push Laura out of the rock's path. Crash! The rock slammed violently into the ground, crushing the spot where Laura had just stood. Leon yelled Laura's name, but she had already activated combat mode, growling, "I know," and drawing her sword. A Tier 2 demonic beast, Beowulf, slowly emerged with blazing yellow eyes full of murderous intent. The Beowulf threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, radiating pressure in all directions. Hiding in the bushes, Korin panted, realizing he had arrived too late. Too fast, too dangerous. The Beowulf swung its claws, tearing Leon apart in a single strike. Laura collapsed. Leon was reduced to a pool of blood, and the Beowulf roared in triumph before Korin's helplessness. In this dire situation, Sihu Park appeared, shouting for Laura to get on the carriage so he could buy time. Sihu Park pushed the carriage driver onto the vehicle, urged them to go ahead, and promised to catch up later. Laura stubbornly refused to leave, screaming that she couldn't abandon Leon like this. The Beowulf growled, pouncing on an unfortunate soldier who was faintly calling for everyone to run. Sihu Park landed light as a feather, face to face with the monster. Hidden in the shadows, Korin Loke squinted, muttering that he needed to confirm one thing. Is that guy Sihu Park, the protagonist who will save the world, or is he also a player from Earth like me? Korin wondered as the Beowulf's shadow enveloped Sihu. Contrary to any fear, Sihu Park smirked confidently, exclaiming, "This thing is massive. The Beowulf let out an earth-shattering roar, ready to tear its enemy apart. Suddenly, a female voice screamed, "Get down!" and a figure descended from above like a meteor. Clang! The female swordswoman delivered a powerful blow, blocking the Beowulf's attack. The swordswoman looked surprised that her attack was blocked so easily. She quickly regained her balance, taking a ready combat stance alongside Sihu Park. Sihu Park growled, acting like a senior. "Get out of the way. Let me handle this monster." Corin immediately recognized her. This was Arisha Aiden, the second daughter of the Aiden family and wielder of one of the 6 great divine swords. An extremely important character. Arisha Aiden approached Sihu, her hand gripping her sword hilt, sighing in relief. "I was so worried." Corin saw through this whole charade. There was a hidden Easter egg in the beginner's quest. "It's Arisha Aiden's death," Corin concluded, and immediately, Sihu made his move. Whoosh! Sihu Park, with a sinister smile, plunged his sword straight into Arisha while she was completely defenseless. Corin Loke was stunned, gritting his teeth as he witnessed the cruel scene, his eyes blazing with fury as he confirmed, "So it was you, Sihu." Arisha Aiden, covered in blood, turned to look at Sihu Park in utter confusion. "Huh? Why?" The wound made her stagger, her sapphire eyes reflecting horror and disbelief. Sihu Park covered his face, his voice nonchalant. "Oh, my apologies. I was just so tense that my hand slipped." The Beowulf gave no one time for theatrics. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Severely wounded, Arisha still had to face the roaring monster before her. Corin Loke analyzed from afar, fully aware of Sihu's scheme. If Arisha Auden dies, the player will receive her demon-slaying blade, and then they can recruit Swordmaster Lunia Aiden, a much better character. Sihu mused. The poison isn't enough to finish Arisha off immediately, proving she's also a formidable opponent. Despite her wound, Arisha still spectacularly dodged the Beowulf's attack. She calmed herself, her eyes becoming sharp. "Calm down." Arisha closed her eyes, focusing all her concentration on her sword, preparing to unleash her trump card. Whoosh! Her eyes snapped open, radiating a blue aura of murderous intent. This was Arisha Aiden's ultimate skill, the lightning-fast sword draw technique. Arisha channeled her energy, ready for a finishing blow against the charging Beowulf. Sihu Park watched with bloodshot eyes, realizing that, at this speed, Arisha could solo the boss herself. He smirked, a poisoned dagger appearing in his hand. "Too bad for you, but I can't let that happen." Whoosh! Sihu hurled the dagger straight at Arisha, deliberately breaking her concentration. Clang! Arisha was forced to deflect the dagger with her sword, her attack stance broken. She growled. "It was you." She finally realized the bitter truth. "I knew it." It wasn't a mistake. Seizing the golden opportunity, the Beowulf lunged, swinging its sharp claws towards the exposed Arisha. At this very moment, from the shadows, Corin Loke drew his sword, deciding he could no longer stand by and watch. Slash! Corin Loke wasted no words, lunging from the shadows and thrusting his sword straight into the Beowulf. Blood splattered. The sword plunged deep into the monster's body with a sickening thud. The Beowulf collapsed right in front of Arisha. Her savior was a strange, ponytail-haired NPC. Arisha lay in a pool of blood, weakly asking why, while Corin coldly pulled his sword from the boss's corpse. Sihu Park, however, laughed gleefully, shouting with delight, "Excellent! I've got the demon-slaying sword." He toyed with the new sword, a smirk on his face as he calculated that while it required a special skill to wield, he could worry about that later. The main player suddenly remembered something as he looked towards the dying Arisha. A twisted smile appeared on Sihu's face. He thought to himself, "Killing NPCs grants experience points too, right?" Without hesitation, Sihu advanced directly towards the collapsed swordswoman. Arisha's eyes slowly closed. She was exhausted and losing consciousness. Sihu raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow with a savage smile under the moonlight. Poof! A small pouch flew over and exploded right in front of Sihu, releasing a cloud of orange powder. The player staggered back, coughing violently as the strange powder covered him. Sihu's eyes widened. He sensed that something was wrong. The bizarre powder began to seep into his body. Sihu gritted his teeth, enduring. "What the hell is this?" He roared in the wild forest, challenging the hidden assailant. "Who's there? I know you're there. Come out and face me now." His words were met by rustling sounds, and the appearance of a pack of small, horned beasts resembling rabbits. From a distance, Corin revealed his plan. These beasts were extremely fond of tapanic mushrooms, which he had just sprinkled on Sihu. Sihu's face paled as he understood the situation. He was now nothing more than a prime steak inviting the monsters. "Get lost!" Sihu screamed in despair, as the demonic rabbits swarmed him, tearing at him. turning the hunter into prey. Korin helped Orisha up, silently grateful that she had survived the attack by the trash mobs. Another demonic beast suddenly appeared from the shadows, poised to attack the two of them. Without a moment's hesitation, Korin used his dagger to swiftly break the monster's fangs. Crack. Sensing another presence, Korin coldly spoke. Hey. Sihu Park appeared with a scowl, pointing his sword directly at Korin and growling, Who are you? Sihu clenched his fist, thinking that the demon-slaying blade was truly top-notch, as he watched Korin swiftly dispatch 3 horned rats in less than a minute. The main player was stunned, his voice betraying his surprise as he recognized the familiar face. You are. Sihu uttered the name he hadn't expected, while Korin merely stood there with an impassive expression. Korin Loke? Sihu questioned why Korin was there, while Korin thought to himself. It seems he has no memory of the past. Korin smirked, thinking it would be more convenient for him, then taunted. Hey, holding a sword like that, you'll only hurt yourself, Sihu asked blankly. Huh? Then looked down at his sword grip. With a whoosh, Korin lunged forward with incredible speed. A handful of strange powder was thrown directly into Sihu's face, catching him off guard. Sihu screamed in pain, clutching his face and cursing. You bastard! Enraged, Sihu wildly swung his sword, aiming to kill Korin. But Korin calmly assessed. His attacks are amateurish, but his speed is decent. Korin deftly dodged the attack, telling himself that Sihu's stats far surpassed his own, so he had to take a risk. He crouched low, slipping past Sihu's wide-open horizontal sword slash. Korin continued to taunt, manipulating his opponent's mind. Afraid that slash will hit your neck, aren't you? Just keep up your defensive stance. Korin launched a psychological attack, forcing Sihu to focus on the fangs of the dead monster. While Sihu was distracted, Korin closed in, pressing his dagger against Sihu's throat and thinking, Until you can only see them, Korin roared, without a shred of hesitation, plunging the dagger straight into Sihu, who could only let out a single cry. With the dagger at his throat, Sihu's eyes bulged, unable to believe that a level 1 NPC dared to play such a high-stakes game. Korin smirked, pulled out the dagger and declared, And that's when I strike. Slam. Korin used all his strength to throw Sihu onto his back, completely gaining the upper hand. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, he plunged the dagger straight into Sihu's shoulder, making him scream in agony. Tears streamed down. The once overpowered main character was now nothing but a pathetic failure. Korin raised the dagger high, preparing to deliver the final blow. Sihu could only grit his teeth in horror, watching the sharp blade hurtling towards him. Slash. The blade was pressed deeper, blood gushed out, and Korin's hand trembled from the exertion. Leaning close to Sihu's face, Korin coldly stared into the eyes of his dying enemy. In the darkness, Korin decisively ended Sihu's life. Sihu gasped his last breaths, while Korin whispered, Thank you for helping me in my previous life. You made me stronger. I have to admit that. Standing over his enemy's corpse, Korin firmly declared, But I have no regrets. Korin panted, looking down at Sihu's wide-eyed corpse and telling himself, Finally, Eve killed this monster. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Korin, with the title, Successor, Sub-Player, leaving him stunned. Korin suddenly coughed, the body of a level 1 NPC clearly reaching its limit. He turned around and saw Orisha Aden lying motionless on the ground, her entire body covered in blood. Korin rushed over to help her up and inquire. Orisha weakly replied that she wasn't well. Her eyes could no longer see anything. He calmly examined her and asked, You're dizzy, can't smell anything, and your ears are ringing, right? Which shocked Orisha as he hit the nail on the head. Korin mumbled, realizing Sihu had applied peacock frog poison to his weapon. And fortunately, his concoction skill was too amateurish. Otherwise, Orisha would have perished long ago. Korin noticed the poisonous fang still embedded in Orisha. Without a word, he yanked it out, determined to stop the bleeding and detoxify her immediately. Orisha flinched in intense pain, but Korin held her tight, reassuring her professionally. It's all right, this kind of thing is my specialty. Korin worried she might bite her tongue from the pain, so he scanned for something for her to bite down on. His gaze stopped at Sihu's corpse nearby, and a bold yet extremely effective idea flashed through his mind. It seemed he had found the perfect bite block for this procedure. Without a moment's hesitation, Korin shoved Sihu's arm straight into Orisha's mouth. Here, bite down on this. Korin ripped open his shirt, revealing his six-pack physique, and warned, It's going to hurt a lot. Just bite down hard. He pressed his hand firmly onto the wound, thinking to himself that even though he didn't understand how he had been reincarnated, the first thing he did was send the main player on his way. Rip. Korin pulled out the foreign object from Arisha, completing his second objective, saving someone who should have died in the old timeline. In the gloomy forest, Korin held Arisha, who had just narrowly escaped death. Seeing Arisha unconscious but safe, Korin told himself, "I've saved one person. That's enough." By the campfire, a pot of antidote was boiling furiously, steaming profusely. Korin sat shirtless, watching over the pot of medicine, then turned to Arisha, who was groaning in pain. "I'm making the antidote now. Try to bear with it." Arisha spoke weakly, and Korin replied confidently, "Don't worry. Famous people I know don't die so easily." She whispered to ask the name of her benefactor while delirious. Korin coldly placed a wet cloth on her forehead, stating coolly, "You don't need to know." He told her to rest, saying he would call her when the medicine was ready, all while keeping his plans secret. The fewer people who knew, the better. After finishing, Korin sat alone, using a branch to draw a circle on the ground, beginning to reanalyze the situation. He recalled the game's original storyline. The main player would resolve events within the academy, gradually becoming a world-saving hero. But a hero needs a final boss, and the reason Korin in his previous life had to obediently follow Sihu was because if the main player couldn't defeat the final boss, the entire world would be wiped out. Korin bitterly realized a harsh truth. The main player Sihu was gone, and now the question was who would shoulder that role. A brand new title appeared, the successor, Sub-Player. Korin, with his perfectly toned six-pack physique, clenched his fist and declared, "Who else could it be but me?" But he knew how stingy these game operators were. His eyes narrowed shrewdly. Are they trying to make me the new main player without giving me any privileges? And just as he expected, the system reported numerous access-denied errors, from the status window to the inventory. Korin slumped down in frustration, having received a hollow title with no actual benefits. He told himself he couldn't just rely on his future memories. It was time to use features outside the game's default system. Korin recalled how he had pushed himself to his limits over the past 3 years. He was no longer an insignificant nobody or an ordinary earthling. With a decisive swipe of his hand on the ground, he began to draw a complex magic circle. The circle erupted with brilliant light, and magical power surged from its center. A massive surge of energy rose from the circle, blowing away everything around Korin. He smirked confidently. Just as he calculated, this trick still worked perfectly. He revealed his trump card. Because he was a useless mage, the only type of magic he had learned in the past was ancient runes. The 3 most powerful runes, representing the laws of this world, appeared: duty, binding, and oath. Korin decided to go all in, carving all 3 of these runes onto his own body. He bit his finger to draw blood, preparing for the painful self-enhancement ritual. The first rune was drawn onto his bicep, named Duty. He braced himself against the pain as the inscription glowed, energy seeping deep into his flesh. The oath of duty resonated. He would not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of good people. Next, he bit his finger again to carve the second inscription, Binding. He gritted his teeth as he drew the inscription on his chest, a curse that prevented him from sensing spirits. In this world teeming with spiritual entities, that curse now transformed into a perfect shield, protecting him from all invisible attacks. The final rune carved onto Korin's chest was the Oath, a high-risk contingency system. Korin gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he recalled that even Sihu or he himself in his previous life wouldn't dare to attempt this reckless feat. A flashback appeared. Sihu Park, who had squeezed everything out of the game system, still suffered a crushing defeat in the final battle. Korin smirked, deciding to go all in. No need to think. I choose the heaviest oath. I will save this world. The oath was locked in, a colossal ambition bound his heart, and the inscription process was complete. The system announced coldly, 3 runes have been applied, and breaking the oath will result in death. Crimson energy exploded around Korin. He roared as the life-or-death contract was activated, binding him to the world's destiny. Arisha Aden blinked awake. She looked blankly at the ceiling, realizing she was lying on an unfamiliar bed. Arisha sat up abruptly, pain flared up, and a nurse quickly asked about her condition. The nurse explained that this was Merkava City's emergency hospital. Arisha immediately asked about the person who brought her here, but the nurse said he had just left. She hastily demanded her belongings back, ignoring the nurse's dissuasion. Arisha recognized her bag, and also Korin's belt. She clutched the belt tightly, shocked to see bloodstains still on it. Arisha's eyes sharpened, and she called out loudly, "Nurse!" The nurse, startled, stammered a reply. Arisha suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Is there anywhere nearby that sells honeycomb candy?" Leaving the nurse speechless. 4 days after the beginner's quest, At Merkava Academy's opening ceremony, Korin rummaged through his wallet for his student ID to enter the gate. While rummaging through his belongings, Korin discovered a strange letter that he didn't remember putting in. It turned out to be a letter from his NPC father, entrusting his pride and hope that his son would become a great guardian god. Korin sighed, recalling that the original Korin Loke was just an ordinary fellow with no outstanding talents. But he had a wonderful family, who accepted him, the transmigrator, as one of their own when he was still bewildered. It was thanks to their warmth that Korin gradually grew to love this family, and by extension, this damned game world. He smiled, realizing that was the biggest difference between himself and that main character, Sihu. The scene shifted to Merkava Academy's Grand Station, where magical trains were parked closely together. The new students, all newbies, stared with wide eyes in awe at the academy's scale. A pretty blue-haired girl waved, calling loudly for the first-year students to gather. She approached Korin, asking if he was a first year, and then complimenting his tall stature. To conserve energy, she offered him a potato, which stunned Korin for a few seconds. A magic-powered train glided forward, preparing to take the new recruits into the campus. The girl introduced the Creation Building, where magic specialists conducted their research, and her name was revealed to be Marie Dunaref. Marie, a promising second-year mage, continued to introduce the training room with its dozens of cool weapons. But by a cruel twist of fate, her destiny was a tragedy foretold. Because Marie Dunaref was the final boss of Chapter 1, an unbelievable plot twist. The tour ended, and Marie reminded the new recruits to remember the potatoes and sweet potatoes before leaving. She waved goodbye from the train, still maintaining her innocent appearance. As he stepped into the main hall, Korin looked up to see a giant spatial array on the ceiling preparing to activate. Suddenly, the space darkened, and the new recruits screamed in panic, but Korin Loke stood still like a statue. A powerful voice boomed, scolding the new recruits as a bunch of incompetents, scared out of their wits by a bit of trivial magic. Korin scratched his neck, muttering that he recognized the voice of Old Man Harmon, someone who always treated the academy like a military camp. The voice continued to introduce the history of fighting demons and Merkava Academy's role in training warriors. A figure appeared in the light, greeting the students. The dark-skinned, afro-haired man with cool sunglasses introduced himself as Professor Fermac Damon, in charge of today's entrance ceremony. Korin smirked, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he'd seen this guy, while Fermac began his intimidating speech. Fermac looked at the new recruits with sharp eyes, declaring that he detested flashy show-offs, and now was the time to see if they had real power. Each student was teleported onto a personal ability measurement platform. Korin Loke's status board appeared. Aura 680, Magic 120, Attribute 0, Total Rank 6, an unbelievably useless rank. Fermac stood above, informing everyone about the ranking test and instructing them to move to the board corresponding to their rank. Korin looked at his rank 6 board, calculating that with 400 students, he was in the bottom 1%. Professor Fermac smirked meaningfully, offering a sarcastic good luck wish. All students were teleported to their respective ranking areas. A blonde female professor commented that this year's batch of new recruits seemed to have many real talents. She announced that first and second ranked students did not need to participate in this test and could just sit back and relax. A series of second-ranked talents were named: Arisha Aiden, a swordmaster; Uel Valorn, a druid; Lork, the son of a mercenary; and Cranel Logan, a golem master. And finally, the sole first-ranked student in the entire batch of new recruits was introduced. She was Huaran, the soaring fiend, a nun with fiery red eyes filled with killing intent. The blonde female professor muttered, unable to believe the director had accepted someone like her into the academy. Another professor clicked his tongue, remarking that the 6th-ranked students were all trash, and even the 5th-ranked were useless. So why bother with the test? The female professor immediately cut him off, growling that it was the director's idea, and if he wanted to complain, he should take it up with their superior. The other professor immediately backed down, quickly changed the subject, and then snapped his fingers, officially starting the test. Crash! A gigantic weapon chest fell from the sky right in front of Korin. Korin calmly analyzed, knowing perfectly well that this test would throw players into an empty arena and gradually introduce stronger monsters. The countdown began. Korin smirked, his hand resting on the weapon chest as he calculated his next move. He knew full well that with limited time, the low-skilled 5th and 6th-ranked students would frantically grab any sword for safety. Korin recalled that he himself had acted exactly like a clueless beginner in the previous ranking test. 3, 2, 3 demonic hounds began to materialize from thin air, ready for battle. The 5th-rank hounds growled, baring their fangs, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on the prey before them. Korin muttered, admitting that swords were cool indeed, but people said it took tens of thousands of days to master one. 1. The moment the countdown hit, a red light flashed from Korin's hand. Boom! A blazing red energy beam shot straight into a hound charging at terrifying speed. The beast let out a shriek, then disintegrated into data fragments, completely wiped out. Korin raised a finger to the sky, casually saying, "My apologies." The two remaining hounds didn't have time to understand what happened, still charging forward frantically. Pop! Pop! Their heads exploded like fireworks without any physical impact. "But I already have tons of experience dealing with you guys," Korin smirked wickedly, his red eyes glowing with confidence. Korin rested his foot on the corpse of a hound, muttering as he calculated the time. "Let's see, about 12 seconds, right?" Recalling how these small fries had wiped him out in his previous life, Korin swung his spear, declaring this time would be different. He shouldered his spear, sneered defiantly, declaring he would clear everything out and summon the next wave of monsters. 5 minutes passed, and Korin stood alone in the arena, at a loss for words. He frowned in confusion, wondering, why aren't any more coming out? Is the system bugged? In the monitoring room, a silver-haired professor watched the screen, dejectedly observing the rank 5 students being toyed with by monsters like children, and muttering about their weakness. He continued to grumble that if the rank 5s were already this useless, then there was no need to even bother with the rank 6s. Then he paused. The screen displayed the name Korin Lok, rank 6, and the rookie was floating, letting out a long yawn, making the old professor gape in astonishment. Is the system bugged? Korin was equally confused, looking at the 3 hunting dogs that had just been summoned again. Why aren't they new monsters? What are these same ones doing here again? From the monitoring room, the old professor saw Korin easily handling the hunting dogs while other students were screaming for help. Another senior professor appeared, announcing that there was a first winner, and clicked his tongue. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Huh. The silver-haired professor continued to criticize, saying that the rank 3s only took 2 to 3 minutes, while the rank 5s and 6s were truly. Then he paused again. He saw Korin floating idly again, irritably thinking the equipment was broken because it wasn't summoning monsters. The senior professor immediately refuted. Broken? Impossible. Lady Josephine's magic has never failed in the past 20 years. The head professor asked directly, "Did you personally see the error?" Making the old professor awkwardly clear his throat, admitting he hadn't. Back in the arena, Korin was annoyed when the 3 familiar hunting dogs appeared once again, and he snapped, "Why do the same type of monsters keep appearing?" Korin lost his temper, the spear in his hand glowing brightly as he yelled, "Am I a dog for you to train?" Boom, boom, boom. A single strike wiped out all 3 hunting dogs in an instant, making them explode, and the clock stopped at 7.3 seconds. The 2 professors in the monitoring room were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe the number that had just appeared. The old professor frantically called Professor Fermac, who replied indifferently, "What is it?" When asked about the fastest among the rank 3s and 4s, Fermac shrugged. "That kid Jaeger took about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask?" The silver-haired professor broke into a sweat, glanced away and stammered, "Oh, nothing," he thought bitterly to himself, deciding to raise the difficulty, and summoned a rank 4 mad boar to test Korin's skill. The professor screamed in shock as the mad boar's head thumped to the floor, the clock stopping at an unbelievable number. 3.7 seconds. Losing all composure, he roared that this time it wouldn't be so easy, and summoned a gigantic rank 3 owlbear. The owlbear delivered a devastating slap, but Korin deftly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Korin clenched his fist, his eyes sharp, ready for a lightning-fast counterattack. The monster roared and swung its wings to attack again, so Korin immediately leaped back to maintain distance. Korin coldly drew a Kenaz rune in the air, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. A fierce flame erupted, incinerating the owlbear amidst its pained roars. In the control room, the other professors froze, one stammering, "That's rune magic?" Professor Fermac lowered his glasses, his eyes filled with astonishment yet also extreme interest. Rune magic? Korin noticed the flame didn't cause much damage. It was only making the monster panic. Seizing the opportunity, Korin shot forward like a whirlwind, creating a blur across the arena floor. He plunged his spear into the ground, using it as a pivot to launch himself into the air, aiming directly for the monster's weak point. The head professor muttered, cold sweat pouring down. "This kid is definitely not a rank 6, and I wish the test could raise the difficulty even further to see his performance." The head professor smiled with great interest, believing a prodigy had appeared, while the silver-haired professor tremblingly announced the next test. The system announced the rank 5 demonic spirit test had begun, and a demonic entity began to materialize before Korin. Korin stood in the middle of the arena, realizing the summoned demonic spirit was invisible, unable to be seen or heard by him. He closed his eyes to calculate, deducing that the demonic spirit also couldn't interact with him, and decided to test that hypothesis. Completely ignoring the monster, Korin began to count silently from 1 to 60, checking the time limit of the test. With a triumphant smirk, Korin confirmed everything was going according to plan after checking everything necessary. He raised his spear high and declared loudly, "I, Korin Loke, withdraw." The silver-haired professor froze as Korin bowed in thanks, stammering in disbelief. He withdrew? The professor was still in deep shock, sweat pouring down, wondering who this mysterious kid truly was. Back in the waiting hall, Korin quietly walked among the new students who were whispering about the test results. The students boasted about their achievements. The rank 4s complained bitterly, while the rank 3s swaggered, having defeated an owlbear. A burly blond man covered in tattoos, Jager Hinspeter, showed a smug expression. Korin immediately recognized this guy, a minor character who always picked fights with the main protagonist early in the game. He recalled the scene in the old timeline where Sihu had coldly stabbed Jaeger to death, simply because he found the guy too annoying. Korin secretly thought Jaeger might be a bit arrogant, but Sihu was truly an unpredictable madman. The students began to mock those ranked 5, unable to believe someone could lose to mere hunting dogs and weak demonic spirits. Korin glanced at Lark, another who shared Jaeger's fate, having been purged by Sihu for spreading baseless rumors out of jealousy. A throat-clearing sound echoed through the loudspeakers, drawing the attention of all the new students. The academy director, Ariu Kasar, appeared and began his welcoming speech, reminding them they had come to a place where the strong gathered. Ariu spoke of those who already possessed power, like Huaran, and those who had to strive, like Arisha. While both stood silently listening, he concluded that the academy could only help them with the initial steps. The rest was up to each individual, while Lark, Korin, and Jaeger all had their own thoughts. Director Ariu Kasar concluded his speech with a meaningful smile. "That's all. Have a wonderful day." The academy's main hall began to buzz as the new students dispersed after the ceremony. Jaeger Hinspeter was loudly boasting about his rank 3 knight achievement when he suddenly paused upon seeing a target. Jaeger aggressively approached to bully Lark, growling to ask his rank, making the bookworm turn pale with fear and timidly admit he was rank 5. Jaeger burst out laughing, mocking Lark as trash who lost even to a demonic spirit, while Korin observed everything from a distance. Korin suddenly appeared, friendly, putting an arm around Jaeger's shoulder, making the muscular guy dumbfounded. "Who's this?" Korin pretended to praise Jaeger's tattoos, and accurately deduced that the tattoo on the back of his neck was to record his blood type in case of injury. Jaeger beamed with delight, boasting that his mother, a professional tattoo artist, had created these designs for him. Korin continued with his feigned praise, but in his mind, he thought, "I already know everything." Korin's memories resurfaced, recalling how Jaeger went missing in the previous timeline, and his mother had desperately searched for her son at the academy in vain. Korin remembered the moment he realized the tattoos weren't for showing off, but were a testament to the love of Jaeger's parents, while Sihu merely watched on indifferently. Back in reality, Jaeger proudly flexed his biceps, showing off the flying carriage tattoo, the symbol of Merkava Academy. Korin Loke officially introduced himself and got acquainted with an extremely excited Jaeger Hinspeter. Korin turned to speak to the bookworm, startling Lark, who then hesitantly introduced his name. From behind, Arisha Aiden silently observed Korin's act of befriending both the bully and the bullied. Arisha smiled in admiration, acknowledging Korin's rescue as incredibly smooth and impressive. Korin turned away, thinking to himself that Jaeger was actually a good-natured fellow. He believed he had made a good impression on Lark, who possessed the memory trait. Korin wore a sinister smile, calculating that he now had a free skill book in his grasp. Merkava Academy, a place where most facilities are free for students. From dormitories to the cafeteria, everything is delicious, nutritious, and affordable. But the best facility is the training room. Without much thought, Korin rushed straight into the training room, where seemingly impossible training exercises could be simulated. He wielded his spear like lightning, dodging and parrying the incessant attacks of glowing green energy slashes. A few senior students noticed, "Hey look, a freshman is training with a spirit entity." The crowd began to murmur, thinking that even second-year students struggled with this exercise, so this kid must have just overheard something and was showing off. No sooner had they spoken than Korin took a full blow to the face, making the spectators sneer, believing him to be all talk and no substance. Panting after taking a beating, Korin was suddenly stopped by a muscular man. "Are you a new recruit?" Korin immediately recognized him as an instructor and greeted him. The man directly asked why he was training with a spirit entity, and Korin replied concisely, "I want to practice spear mastery." The instructor pressed, asking if he thought he would win. Korin looked him straight in the eye. Korin broke out in a cold sweat, secretly wondering what he had done wrong in the entrance exam to catch the attention of such an important figure. The instructor stared intently at Korin, his gaze full of scrutiny. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, praised Korin's spirit, and pulled out a stack of meal tickets. "Here, 10 meal tickets. When you win, come tell me first," the generous instructor said with a loud laugh, leaving Korin stunned. Korin sighed in relief. He knew this instructor was famous for using food to show affection, and this was clearly a good sign. From a distance, the blue-haired girl witnessed the entire event and smiled with great interest. With his morale boosted, Korin returned to the battle, continuing to be beaten black and blue by the spirit entities. He took a direct stab to the hip, a searing pain coursing through him. His spear flew from his hand, and Korin was sent flying by a devastating blow, sprawling onto the floor. Lying there, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, Korin's eyes showed no sign of giving up. Thump! A cold towel was placed on Korin's face as he lay there, struggling to breathe. The mysterious blue-haired girl appeared, offering a potion and remarking, "You look exhausted, freshman." She dripped a single drop of the potion into a glass of water, advising Korin to rest as he had tried hard enough. The girl handed the glass of water to Korin, comforting him that he would grow stronger, and next time would be different. Korin reached out, but his gaze was distant. "No, for me there is no next time. Perhaps 3 years ago, there was." Memories flooded back, of Sihu Park pulling Korin to his feet on a desolate battlefield, a time when they could still access the main player's system, with all sorts of potions and skill books. Returning to reality, Korin sat up, wiping away his sweat and bitterly admitting, "But Sihu is no longer here." He raised the glass of water, bluntly refusing the girl's kindness. "Thank you, but I won't give up until I've exhausted all my strength." With a bruised, defiant smile, Korin stood up, gripping his spear firmly. "I need to become stronger, no matter the cost." He took a stance, determined to find the limits of this body, and see how much of his previous life's power he could still wield. Memories of old techniques resurfaced, starting with the spear art, venomous serpent's sting, a swift and treacherous thrust. A series of supreme skills were recreated: Tiger Wind Slash, Counterattack, King Yama's Whirlwind, Whirlwind Strike, and even the Throne Mountain Shattering Strike. Korin told himself that this body lacked monstrous physique, abundant mana, or overwhelming aura, and future knowledge was useless against true monsters and geniuses. He gripped his spear tightly, recalling the harsh truth. To survive, he had to grind relentlessly, more than anyone else. "Those 3 years of arduous training won't betray me," Korin roared, a surge of fiery red aura erupting as he unleashed the ultimate venomous serpent art. Whoosh! He launched a lightning-fast attack, fiery red energy enveloping the spearhead. Immediately after, he spun the spear, creating a powerful surge of blue wind. The blue-haired girl watched from afar, exclaiming in surprise, "Did he throw his spear away? Is he giving up?" Clang! Korin's bare hand seized the spirit entity's energy blade, freezing it in place. The blue-haired girl realized with a shock, her eyes wide. No, he intentionally let the spear fly. It was a feint. It turned out that throwing the spear was merely a diversion. Also, Korin could catch it at the precise moment. He snatched the flying spear, used its momentum to spin once, and slashed directly at the spirit entity. Boom! The rank 5 spirit entity exploded in a blinding blue energy sphere, disintegrating into dust. The blue-haired girl stood frozen, the aftershocks of the attack washing over her. She was completely overwhelmed, thinking to herself, "Unbelievably astonishing." The girl's golden eyes gleamed with utmost admiration. Watching Korin land with such charisma, she could only utter one phrase. "So cool." Thud. Korin face-planted upon landing, making the blue-haired girl gasp in alarm for the freshman. He lay twitching on the floor, bitterly admitting that the ultimate move he just used was too much for this frail body. His spearhead was also shattered after the fateful impact. The scene shifted to the magnificent Merkava Academy the next day. The blue-haired girl, now acting as a guide, cheerfully greeted the new students and began the tour. Amidst the crowd, Korin munched on bread, telling himself that the first thing he needed to do was upgrade this useless physique. He was determined to find a way to become stronger without relying on Sihu's elixirs, as he had in the past. Korin smirked. He had his own plan, to use the Covenant runes. Meanwhile, Lark, the bookworm Korin had once helped, was pondering, not ignoring good people. Korin unexpectedly slung an arm around Lark's shoulder in a friendly manner, inviting him to lunch, which startled the young man. He leaned close to Lark's ear, whispering that there were many things he wanted to discuss, such as the grimoire. A grimoire, an extremely rare legendary item, is essentially a skill book that allows the reader to directly learn powerful magic or unique traits. Corin explained his strategy to Lark. If you want to hide a tree, the best way is to hide it in a forest, which made the bookworm reluctantly agree to keep his promise. Corin smirked, thinking to himself that Lark was a true bookworm, and he would only take the grimoire with special traits if the boy complied with his conditions. He recalled that in the old timeline, Lark had used the memory trait to store countless spells, but could barely utilize any of them. Lark's problem was his pathetic wizardry skill and mana pool, rendering his theoretical knowledge useless in actual combat. But things would be different with a grimoire in hand, Corin thought, touching a book and muttering an opening spell like in a fairy tale. Lark was about to complain when another book unexpectedly hit the shelf, activating a secret mechanism. Rumble. An entire bookshelf slowly shifted, revealing a pitch-black passageway that made Lark gape in astonishment. A hidden door? How did you find it? Corin nonchalantly gestured. Let's go in, then walked straight into the darkness, leaving Lark still bewildered. As Lark trembled and followed him down the eerie corridor, complaining, Corin suddenly stopped and called his name. Corin turned, extended his bandaged hand, and looked straight at Lark. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. I'm counting on you. Lark hesitantly took Corin's hand, asking for confirmation. You want me to help exorcise a demonic spirit, right? Before he could even ask what to do, wham! Corin landed a direct hook to his face, knocking Lark out cold on the spot. Lark lay sprawled on the floor, while Corin stood there with blazing eyes, grinning sinisterly. Heh, now we can begin. Corin looked at the unconscious Lark, telling himself that one reason he came here was to help him, but his main goal was to complete a special quest. He revealed his plan. If he defeated the demonic spirit here, he would receive an incredibly valuable hidden item. Unfortunately, Corin's plan had a fatal flaw. Whoosh! A surge of black energy erupted, and a special tier demonic spirit named Duke Sabancia materialized, making Corin realize he had miscalculated. Corin broke out in a cold sweat. A normal demonic spirit was already tough, but this was a special tier 1. A truly hard pill to swallow. Whoosh! The boss wasted no words, immediately unleashing a destructive magic attack, a move powerful enough to send any player back to town to recover right at the start of the quest. Swoosh! The boss attack swept past Corin, but he remained unfazed. Of course, that rule doesn't apply to me. It turned out Corin had a resistance buff, making him immune to the demonic spirit's attacks. But there was a problem. What's going on? Corin muttered, as he couldn't see the boss either. Duke Sabancia, the boss, was equally bewildered when his attacks proved utterly useless. Corin hoisted the unconscious Lark, making an enticing offer to the boss. My apologies, I can't sense demonic spirits. How about you possess this guy instead? A flashback explained. This world had people bearing the mark, which transformed them into vampires or werewolves. Duke Sabancia himself was a victim of the mark. One day, he suddenly transformed into a vampire and attacked his servants. The Duke struggled desperately to control his bloodlust but failed completely. Fearing he would harm his wife and children, he sent away his entire family and servants, then sealed off his own castle. Finally, to ensure he would never again kill humans, he used magic to seal himself within a book. Blaze! The Duke's spirit obeyed, possessing Lark's body directly, causing him to erupt in blazing red flames. The possessed Lark let out a roar and charged straight at Corin without hesitation. Corin's eyes sharpened as he revealed his plan. There's another reason why I chose Lark to come along. He explained that Duke Sabancia could only inherit the physical stats of the host it possessed, and among all characters, the bookworm Lark had the most abysmal physical strength stats. Corin coldly stepped on the writhing Lark. Now, all I need to do is kill the possessed Lark. The ultimate goal was to snatch the entire Duke's cloak set, vampire armor, and a host of other valuable items. Corin recalled that these were all favorite items that had greatly helped Sihu Park in the old timeline. But he smirked, stating confidently, "But I am not like him." Corin smirked, his red eyes blazing as he delivered a fatal psychological blow. "I bet you're curious about your wife and daughter, Luina and Cecilia Duke." He casually sat down in front of the boss, continuing to taunt. "About their lives after you sealed yourself away." Corin began his narrative, telling the Duke how his wife left the castle and passed away, and how his daughter became a great adventurer. He asserted that he didn't play rough like Sihu, but as someone who also had a family, he wanted to resolve things peacefully. Duke Sabancia, in Lark's body, couldn't hold back his tears, because Corin wanted to give this poor soul a complete resolution. The Duke's spirit choked out thanks to Corin for telling him about his family, while the protagonist grinned back. It's fine. Lark's punches are so weak, they wouldn't even scratch my skin. After their brief heart-to-heart, the Duke's spirit ascended, leaving behind a pile of delicious loot. And here was the reward. Epic-grade soul dust from the special demonic spirit, Duke Sabansia. Next were the big prizes. 2 grimoires containing the Duke's traits and spells. Jackpot! Corin received a new trait. Rebirth of the Valiant Warrior. A skill that granted infinite healing as long as he had the will to fight. Corin held the items, muttering that this was Sihu's trait. But he had never seen it activate, because that protagonist was too overpowered, never getting injured. Just then, Lark slowly got up, still bewildered after being possessed. Seeing Lark wonder why his jaw hurt, Corin nonchalantly bluffed. It's probably just a side effect of the possession. With that, he tossed a grimoire to Lark, making him freeze. Lark hesitated, unable to believe it, asking if he truly got to receive this precious item. Corin explained that his ultimate reason for choosing Lark was to ensure diligent people like him were properly rewarded, which made Lark ecstatic. System notification. Duty quest completed. Reward is 80 stat points, an insane number equivalent to 16 level-ups. While being carried out by Arisha, Corin realized he hadn't received any level-up notifications. All the bonus points came from completing the quest. The Rune of Duty had activated automatically. 40 points for helping Lark, 40 points for helping Duke Sabansia. A stat farming maneuver that couldn't be more mind-blowing. In the training room, a voice rang out, inviting everyone to eat potatoes. Marie Dunaref, a beautiful female student, was cheerfully distributing potatoes to the swarming crowd of students. Seeing Corin warming up, Marie approached and asked, "Are you going to train with demonic spirits again?" Marie smiled brightly, encouraging Corin. "I believe in you, first-year student. I'll be cheering for you." The senior students standing nearby began to whisper, believing that a first-year kid had no chance against a rank 5 demonic spirit and would surely suffer a crushing defeat. Marie heard everything. She merely smiled subtly and asked back, "Do you really think so?" The crowd started placing bets, all wagering on Corin to lose, but Marie nonchalantly tossed 2 gold coins, betting on Corin to win, leaving even a focused Corin speechless. Corin cast aside all distractions, focused on his spear, and told himself this was the time to test his new strength after completing the quest. He took his stance, unleashing his most basic technique, Poisonous Snake Thrust. Corin recalled that this was the most basic skill in the ultimate Poisonous Snake set, the move he had used to defeat the demonic spirit yesterday. He was still thinking this move probably wouldn't even scratch the target when a massive explosion of green energy erupted. All the senior students who had bet on Corin to lose gaped in astonishment, unable to believe he had one-shot the target with just a single poisonous snake thrust. Corin himself broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Perhaps I've become a little too strong." Marie casually walked over and remarked, "Yesterday, you had to thrust 3 times to create a shockwave. This time, you succeeded on the very first strike, didn't you?" Corin froze, his mind reeling as he realized that a mage like Marie could track the movements of such a high-speed skill. Her eyesight was on an entirely different level. Marie unexpectedly shoved a money pouch into Corin's face. "Oh, right. This is for you, first-year student." She explained that Corin had helped her earn a fortune, so sharing it with him was fair, while the losing bettors lay flattened on the floor. Corin's eyes gleamed with dollar signs, and he grinned slyly. As if, what kind of person would refuse money? Both burst into laughter, Corin excitedly declaring that he eagerly anticipated their next business ventures with Marie. Night fell, and the cold moonlight illuminated the academy. While munching on potatoes, Corin muttered about his previous life, when he had to train martial arts to death to survive and had mastered 5 of the 6 ultimate spear techniques. He admitted he still had a long way to go, but his spear-wielding skills were progressing faster than expected, so it wasn't a concern. The real problem was ancient rune magic. He tried to activate the Haglaz rune, but the system immediately reported insufficient mana. Corin frowned. This was the very problem that had stumped him in his previous life, as ancient rune magic consumed mana like water. He strode through the empty corridor, determined to find a solution to this problem, to become even more formidable than before. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, a voice so familiar it sent shivers down his spine. Corin froze. An image of the colossal academy flashed in his mind, along with a harsh truth. No matter how strong he became, there was one person here he could never hope to defeat. That was the only female character whom even Sihu, the overpowered main player, couldn't kill, the strongest NPC in the game. The game's balance breaker, The immortal living corpse, the soaring fiend, Hwaran, was sitting under a tree reading a book, and Korin couldn't understand why this character was here. Korin broke into a sweat, wondering why she was talking to him, and decided it was best to ignore her, as this was not an opponent he could afford to provoke. But Hwaran spoke first, looking directly at Korin. "You are a composite being, aren't you?" Her crimson eyes were sharp as knives, piercing straight through him. "That body isn't yours, is it?" Korin froze, cold sweat trickling down his back, his mind blank. What? What did she just say? He was in utter panic, a question swirling in his mind. Could she know I don't belong to this world? Korin quickly calmed himself and analyzed. Hwaran was a living corpse, a paradoxical entity bearing both human and demonic beast souls, existing on the boundary between life and death, thus possessing the ability to see the colors of souls. With such a game-breaking character, it was understandable that she would recognize his true identity. Hwaran continued to press him with a menacing question. How does it feel to devour the soul of a body that isn't your own? Expecting Korin to flinch, he instead crossed his arms, smirked defiantly, and nonchalantly replied, "Beats me, I don't know," leaving the nun-like girl dumbfounded. Korin Lok pondered a question that had haunted him since his previous life. Were he and the original Korin Lok two different individuals, or were the memories of that NPC originally his own? He recalled his previous life on Earth, a life full of men from sports schools to the military, and realized it was all meaningless, for even at death, he still couldn't ascertain his true self. Korin realized Hwaran's situation was even more complicated, as her body truly belonged to someone else, and the nun-like girl continued to press. "No matter what you say, you are not the true owner of this body." Korin's eyes turned cold as Hwaran declared chillingly, "You are merely a thief, with no rights whatsoever to the body you occupy." Korin began to bluster, telling her about a guy in his world who could turn into a green giant when enraged, named Mr. Bruce, leaving Hwaran bewildered as she asked back, "Brew what?" He acted ridiculously, explaining that the two personalities hated each other but complemented each other because each was good at different things, leaving Hwaran with a huge question mark. Korin concluded his philosophical lesson. In short, whether it's the original soul or a new soul, we can still coexist, even with differences. With a subtle smile, Korin affirmed, "Whether you like it or not, you were born into a single body, and being born is not a crime." Korin's words seemed to have struck a nerve with Hwaran, rendering her silent. Hwaran lowered her head, her voice cold as she replied, "For some beings that is precisely a crime." Korin looked at the girl with understanding eyes. He knew exactly the suffering of this 3-year-old child, but currently, he could do nothing more. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a promise to meet again, abandoning the nun-like girl to sit alone. Hwaran silently watched Korin's retreating back, lost in thought. The next day, Korin was present in the southern district of the academy, preparing for his next plan. He woke up at the crack of dawn, his sole objective being the academy's quest board. This was where players accepted quests to level up and unlock the main storyline, a mandatory step to progress in the game. However, leveling up was not his main goal at this moment. He was here to test something else. But then he paused when he saw a familiar figure also intently looking at the quest board. Arisha Aiden. Korin suddenly realized he knew very little about Arisha, because in his previous life, Sihu Park had killed her before they could even meet, meaning his knowledge of her in this timeline could be entirely inaccurate. Korin struck up a conversation with Arisha Aiden, lightly teasing that a rank 2 rookie like her didn't need to rush into grinding quests right on the first weekend. Arisha frankly replied that it was because she needed money, which left Korin dumbfounded, as he thought the academy covered all expenses for rank 2 students. The girl awkwardly explained that her family was well off, so she didn't receive any subsidies. Korin suddenly remembered the academy's rule. The wealthy had to fend for themselves. There was no handing out money to rich kids. Arisha lamented that her family forced her to be independent, and pleading was useless. She truly looked like she was short on cash. Korin feigned kindness, pointing out a few easy patrol quests that offered good money, which made Arisha's eyes light up. Arisha immediately invited Korin to form a 3-person party for the quest, but he flatly refused, stating he already had his own plans. Korin snatched a trivial Find the Lost Cat quest, declaring the weekend was for grinding stats. He smirked, revealing his true objective. Not experience points, but to activate the truth rune by doing good deeds, like saving a cat for its young owner. He envisioned himself rushing into combat with a water demon to save the cat, preventing a little girl from heartbreak. Quest complete. Korin returned the cat to a delighted Anna Macmillan, and the system panel displayed a notification. Duty fulfilled. Received 5 points, evenly distributed to all stats. Corin burst out laughing like a madman, delighted that even trivial quests now provided powerful stat buffs, scaring the little girl and the cat stiff. "Mommy, what's wrong with this man?" He began his stat-grinding frenzy, rushing into an alley and dealing with a group of thugs bullying others. Continuing his streak of good deeds, he found a lost ring for a couple, his face still bearing that insane grin. While on a high, Corin suddenly stopped, remembering a quest more important than grinding stats that he had noted down that morning. He recalled the image of a restaurant with a chicken logo and a peculiar mustache. Inside the restaurant, a muscular, white-haired, and bearded old man slammed the table, shouting that everything was completely wrong. The old chef struggled in despair. Despite using over 10 types of ingredients, he still couldn't create the perfect chicken sauce. A strange voice bluntly stated, "You're doing it wrong," stunning the muscular chef, who stammered, "What?" Corin stood in the shadows, declaring succinctly like a deity, "Corn syrup." With a sly smile, he confidently asserted that was exactly what the old chef needed. Having just given the hint, Corin slipped away like the wind, leaving the old chef bewildered, wondering, who was that crazy guy? The muscular chef was half skeptical. As he poured the syrup into the pan, he muttered, "Corn syrup, huh? What could such a simple ingredient possibly do?" Upon tasting it, he was utterly shocked. A divine flavor exploded in his mind. That's it. Corin walked along, muttering about the noble mission of a fried chicken addict, when suddenly a notification appeared. Quest complete. 5 points added to all stats. He froze, realizing his runes were also activated simply for an action entirely for personal gain. Corin went wild with joy, shouting his own logic. Of course, someone who makes delicious chicken must be a good person. From a rooftop, a mysterious nun with glowing red eyes silently observed Corin's antics. She came to a concise conclusion about him. He is truly strange. Suddenly, a blonde professor appeared right behind the nun, reminding her, "I found you. Next time you go out, remember to ask for permission." The nun turned around, but the professor only saw empty space. The nun's memories flooded back. She recalled her own words, "And being born is not a sin." In a flashback, someone screamed at her in a rage, You should never have been born." Back in reality, the nun stood alone amidst the sunset, her gaze resolute. The scene shifted to a dense forest, and the words hunting grounds appeared. The blonde professor stood on a platform, announcing to the freshmen about the survival skills test at the hunting grounds. A map was held up. The minimum objective to pass was to reach the wooden cabin in the northern part of the forest. Arisha Aiden explained the rules. Wear armbands according to your rank, and if you snatch other people's armbands, you can turn them in upon reaching the destination. A nerdy guy smirked as he explained the rules. Scores are based on time and the number of armbands snatched, which can be exchanged for valuable items. Corin Loke glanced around, calculating. Huaran isn't here, as expected. She's probably too overpowered to bother with these trivial exercises. Arisha Aiden happily boasted to Corin about the previous quest. "It was a piece of cake. Thanks to you, I've earned enough living expenses." Corin gave Arisha a honey candy. She was visibly delighted to receive the expensive gift without any suspicion. The blonde professor cracked her whip. Purple magical energy erupted as she shouted, "The hunting grounds test begins." A giant purple teleportation circle appeared beneath the students' feet, sweeping them all inside. A purple-haired student marveled at the terrifying power. "I've seen many mages, but only the great sorceress Josephine is as overwhelmingly powerful as ever." With a whoosh, Corin and the others were sucked into the teleportation gate and fell freely into the forest below. As soon as he landed, Corin heard battle cries and wondered, are they already fighting to the death? In the forest, 2 other students had already rushed to hack at each other to snatch armbands, truly a battle royale to the death. Corin ignored the small fry, slipped past them, and plunged deep into the forest. That's right, keep fighting each other. I don't care. He focused on his main target. A faint red energy ring appeared on his finger, Arisha's second-rank blue armband. Corin smirked, calculating his prey. Without Horan, I just need to deal with Arisha. The rest are just easy pickings. He recalled the moment he gave her the candy, revealing his sinister plot. You don't realize it, Arisha, but the candy I gave you was inscribed with a tracking rune. Corin revealed a crazed expression, licking his lips hungrily, as the rune on his hand glowed brightly. That rune will help us reunite very soon. He burst out laughing like a madman, dashing through the treetops, and shouting the name of his prey. Arisha, Arisha ah. At the edge of the forest, the professor reported to Director Ariu Kassar that she would go inside to supervise, even though other professors had already been assigned. The professor suddenly froze, realizing something unusual. and asking in a worried tone, "Wait, I don't seem to see that girl." "Director, don't tell me you sent her." Director Ariu Kasar calmly replied, revealing an unexpected participant. "No, it wasn't me. She volunteered to participate." The mysterious nun whispered, "All right then darted away like a ghost." Corin was frantically rushing through the forest when he sensed another surge of killing intent moving extremely fast. The nun muttered. It seems she had changed her mind and decided to join the game. Elsewhere in the forest, the clanging of metal echoed loudly amidst shouts. "Get her!" Arisha roared in anger as she was surrounded. "Are you all insane? How shameful!" She single-handedly took on the entire group of small fry, sweeping her sword to strike down each one while shouting, "Ganging up like this isn't fair!" A fallen opponent muttered that her talent was what wasn't fair. Jogger Hinspeter, a burly man, let out a yell and lunged to attack Arisha, calling her a monster and demanding her surrender. Arisha dodged the attack and easily knocked Jaeger down, making the muscular man only able to let out a cry before hitting the ground. Just then, Corin appeared like a deity, blocking an attack from another opponent, his entire body radiating a surging dark aura, leaving Arisha stunned. "Corin, did you just save me?" Arisha's eyes welled up with tears, completely fooled by the hero saving the damsel act, while Corin stared at her and uttered a compliment. "Arisha is truly beautiful." Corin swung his spear with a sinister smile, making his intentions clear. "I said your blue armband is truly beautiful." Arisha froze, screaming in utter betrayal. "I trusted you. I thought you were a good person for giving me candy." Corin coldly analyzed that Arisha was merely a physical, second-rank knight who hadn't awakened her special skills, her combat power only average. He flashed a devilish smile, making an offer. "You can be a good person too, Arisha. Just hand over that armband to me." Nevertheless, Arisha was still among the top 1%. She had just single-handedly dealt with 7 third- and 4th-rank students. She was completely confident in her victory against Corin until 30 seconds ago, when she swung her sword and was blocked by an unimaginable force. Arisha was utterly stunned by her opponent's power. How was he so strong? While Corin merely stood there, his entire body enveloped in dark aura. Sword and spear clashed continuously. Arisha had to strain to defend against both close quarters and long-range attacks, admitting she could barely keep up with his speed. Arisha noticed a small opening in Corin's attack rhythm. She decided to seize the opportunity and unleash a decisive counterattack. Corin sneered contemptuously, taunting, "It seems you've grown lazy in your training, relying too much on your talent." Corin began his practical lesson, spinning his spear shaft in a circle, sweeping away Arisha's sword strike. Immediately, he used his wrist strength to yank hard, forcing her sword down to the ground, completely breaking her guard, and finished the combo with a straight thrust, without a single wasted movement. Arisha's face went blank, her mind unable to process what the hell had just happened. The 3 basic moves, sweep, pull, thrust, combined to form one of the 6 great ultimate spear techniques. The revolving pull-thrust spear technique was complete, its terrifying force sending Arisha flying backward. Whoosh! Arisha face-planted into the ground, her sword flying far away, and she coughed violently. Arisha gasped for breath, admitting that if she hadn't managed to envelop herself in aura to block the attack, she would have been defeated long ago. She bitterly realized that this man wasn't strong in pure stats, but compensated with an absurd level of skill perfection, a technical monster. Corin stood there, exuding an overwhelming presence, forcing Arisha to admit, "Impossible. A 5th-rank knight is dominating me like this." With a swift motion, Corin snatched the armband from Arisha, smirking sinisterly. "Thanks, I'll make good use of it." Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed from afar, and Arisha cried out in despair, "Who can even compete like this?" Corin turned, also bewildered by the strange sound, wondering, "What was that?" Thud. A colossal greatsword descended from the sky, plunging right in front of Corin, making him cry out. Corin braced his arms to block, immediately realizing, "Damn heavy. This is a demon steel sword, 4 times heavier than regular steel. Only he could attack with something like this." A silver-haired man landed, his tone condescending. "I didn't expect you to block my steel sword. You're not entirely insignificant." The silver-haired man, surrounded by numerous floating swords, commanded, "It would be better if you voluntarily hand over that armband, 5th-rank knight." Corin clicked his tongue, his face grim as he recognized his opponent. "Damn it, Doran Worski. I really didn't want to run into this guy." Doran Worski stood amidst a pile of corpses. The other students were swept away like trash, yet he hadn't even lost a single strand of hair. Corin gritted his teeth, realizing he had no chance in a solo fight. It seems there's only one way. No sooner said than done, Corin ran headlong for his life, muttering that soloing this guy now would only lead to loss. Doron Worski froze, not understanding what that guy was up to. He began to walk, muttering, "If I'm not mistaken." His eyes flashed as he realized the truth. That thing in his mouth is blue. Doron roared, commanding his entire array of flying swords to shoot forth in pursuit, while Arisha also frantically clung to Corin. "I don't want to die. I don't even know the way." Corin kept a cool head, ignoring the pursuit because he knew there was no need to directly fight Doron to the death. His goal was singular. Just bring this armband to the wooden house. Upon arrival, a colossal stone golem stood towering, blocking the path, next to an orange-haired man. The orange-haired man sneered. "Sorry, but if you want to pass, cough up that armband." A nameplate appeared. Kranel Logjan, a first-year golem master. Arisha cried out in despair because the opponent was yet another boss, while Corin was speechless. The situation is getting worse and worse. A dilemma. Kranel was ahead, and Doron was charging from behind. Corin scratched his head, realizing he had been cornered while trying to avoid the two biggest bosses. Arisha gasped in astonishment as Corin took a stance, his spear ready for battle. Is he planning to take on both Kranel and Doron alone? Corin's eyes gleamed with deadly resolve. If this is an unavoidable battle, then there's no other choice but to go all out. The peaceful sunset sky over the hills. Knock knock. A knocking sound echoed, and a voice from inside called out, "Oh, it seems the first student has arrived. What is your name?" Corin Loke presented himself with a bright smile, holding 3 blue armbands, and casually asked, "May I receive my reward now?" The professor's jaw dropped in astonishment at Corin's achievement, praising him profusely for bringing back 3 blue armbands. Corin humbly replied that he was just lucky, but the actual scene was a battlefield with him standing victorious, while Doron and Kranel lay defeated. Arisha watched from afar, only 2 words echoing in her mind. Unbelievable. In Arisha's recollection, Corin had calculated the perfect moment, thrusting directly into the core of Doron's magic sword before it could accumulate full power, then pinning it to the ground to neutralize it. With the remaining swords, Corin didn't bother to block, instead using only the most minimal movements to dodge and weave, slowly herding his opponents into a trap. Seizing the opportunity, Corin slipped behind Doron, turning the white-haired man into a living shield to absorb the full force of the golem's attack. By forcing the 2 bosses to attack each other, Corin created a fatal opening, striking the golem's core and swiftly dealing with Kranel immediately afterward. Arisha was secretly terrified, realizing Corin's reflexes, judgment, and psychological tactics were as sharp as if he had experienced dozens of life-or-death battles. Corin's fighting style, which turned weaknesses into strengths, made Arisha instinctively recall her older sister. Corin cast a contemptuous smile at the 2 defeated foes. "It seems you've grown too reliant on your talent and become lazy in your training." Corin's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Arisha, leaving her utterly mortified. Arisha clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. "From now on, perhaps I should try a little harder." Doron stood frozen, his mind reeling. Who is that guy? How does he know all my moves? Kranel lay flat on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain after being thoroughly defeated. Corin calmly lectured. "Golems are just mobile meat shields. If it were me, I'd find a friend to protect myself and the golem." Kranel lay curled up, his voice small and bitter. "I don't have any friends." Stung where it hurt most, Kranel gnashed his teeth in humiliation. "You bastard." That day, Corin Loke left unforgettable impressions, though in entirely different ways, in the hearts of the 3 top freshmen. Corin smirked, targeting the last remaining freshman among the recruits. "Heh heh heh, the strongest one left among the first years." Tremble. In the middle of the forest, a surge of green energy erupted, the power of the druid priestess blessed by the deep woods. Yahello, the green-haired druid, unleashed her skill with confidence amidst the swirling tree roots. But her luck was terrible, because this forest wasn't only filled with small fry first years. The strongest individual in this hunting ground was none other than Merkava Academy's greatest mage. Marie Dunarev, with her blue hair and radiant smile, appeared with the power of the tides. Boom! A colossal pillar of water exploded, sweeping everything away. The druid priestess Yahello was drenched like a drowned rat, sobbing because she was utterly crushed by her senior without a chance to resist. Marie approached, introducing herself amiably, while Yahello stammered her own introduction in humiliation. Suddenly, Marie narrowed her eyes, her smile vanishing as she sensed another presence. A mysterious nun emerged from the forest, making Marie turn back warily. "And who are you?" The nun's crimson eyes flashed with deadly intent as Marie asked her name. The nun glanced at the students sprawled on the ground, sneering. Are you looking for someone? It seems you've gathered quite a collection. Marie merely scoffed, then darted past the nun, feigning disinterest. Crash! A colossal ice wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the nun's path. Marie turned back with a cunning smile, her golden eyes blazing. My apologies, but my role is the monster, so I can't let you leave just yet. The nun calmly replied, a faint red aura surrounding her. Very well. Back at the reward exchange area, a professor exclaimed in astonishment. A total of 117 points. It's been a long time since I've seen such a score. While Corin asked, can I choose my reward now? 3 reward options appeared. Mad Boar Fang Knife, Protective Leather Armor, and Fat Bear Gallbladder. Corin Loke smirked, calculating in his mind. Normally, the Fat Bear Gallbladder would be the best item, but I've had a different plan from the start. I'll take this. Corin decisively pointed at the mandrake seed, making the professor nod in approval, praising his keen eye. The professor then asked about the remaining 17 points, and Corin fell into thought again. Corin grinned, presenting the next 2 items, plant fertilizer and earplugs, officially spending all his points. The scene shifted to the edge of the forest, where Corin looked at the battlefield littered with eliminated students, secretly thinking how unusually smoothly things were going this time. Meanwhile, the muscular Jaeger Hinspeter and the bookworm Lark ran past, Jaeger loudly boasting about coming in second with 19 points. Jaeger swaggered up to Corin, showing off his achievement and inviting him. Easy as pie. Gym tonight? Corin casually retorted. If you still have energy for the gym, why don't you go find a golem core for me? Making Crenel, who was sitting on the ground, flinch. Crenel hastily refused in embarrassment, but Corin merely replied calmly. Of course, next time just say thank you. Corin recalled how, in his previous life, he had fought alongside Crenel Ludun, acknowledging that his golems were extremely useful in major battles. Battlefield status updated. 2nd rank mage. Crenel Ludun is happily repairing a golem core. 2nd rank knight Arisha Aden is clutching her stomach, seemingly injured. 2nd rank knight Doran Worski has lost all will to fight, sitting in a corner in self-pity. Corin was startled to find Druid Yuel lying motionless on the ground, looking as if she had perished. Are you kidding? She can't be dead. Corin quickly helped Yuel up, realizing she was only severely injured, and silently cursed Marie for being so ruthless. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently, forcing Corin, who was supporting Yuel, to stop and look ahead warily. What the hell is that? Whoosh whoosh. A herd of various forest beasts was fleeing headlong as if escaping from something utterly terrifying. Yuel regained consciousness, her voice trembling as she urged, We have to run, Marie, she. Corin frowned and asked again, What about Marie? The narration echoed, praising Marie Dunaref as a true genius, one blessed with the ability to decipher magic and an endless supply of mana. For Marie, this hunting ground was merely a game where she could adjust the difficulty for the new recruits to grow. But now, the game was over, and the genius Marie gasped for breath, trying to analyze the opponent before her. Whoosh! The mysterious nun swooped down like a phantom, giving Marie no second to breathe. Whoosh! Marie unleashed a colossal icy magic orb for defense. Clang! The shield shattered like glass, and the nun passed through it as easily as strolling. Ugh! Marie was pushed back, realizing basic magic was utterly useless against this opponent, and she needed to unleash a stronger attack. Her promise to the professor to only use intermediate magic had vanished. The truth was, Marie had to unleash even advanced techniques. Though she didn't want to admit it, the genius Marie was currently pouring all her strength into surviving against the nun's overwhelming power. Slam! Marie was slammed straight into the ground, creating an earth-shattering impact. The nun coldly approached Marie, who lay flattened on the ground. Panicked, Marie crawled away, her voice trembling. Don't come closer. The opponent before her was no longer part of the game. It was the embodiment of calamity, a disaster in human form. Marie's hands trembled, and she screamed in despair, No, no. She unleashed a final surge of magic and yelled, Get away! But a powerful voice echoed, That's enough. The voice commanded, Stop, Huaran. Marie was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Professor Josephine appeared, her magic enveloping Marie. Are you all right, Marie? Marie staggered, trying to answer weakly. Yes, I am. Fine, she tried to say. But before she could finish, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Professor Josephine silently observed, not uttering a single word. That day's training session in the hunting grounds concluded with many unexpected results. The first result, A fifth-rank nobody like Korin Loke surprisingly scored the highest in the entire academy. And the second result was the earth-shattering solo battle between first-year ace Hwaran and second-year ace Marie, who now lay knocked out in the infirmary. Korin crossed his arms, pondering, secretly thinking that Marie had almost transformed into the Chapter 1 final boss right there. But fortunately, the storyline hadn't deviated yet. Putting that aside, Korin knew he had 3 weeks to prepare before Marie officially turned demonic, and he needed to take care of himself first. He headed straight to the edge of the hunting grounds, his goal to meet a special character living there. And to begin the act, Korin first had to apply a lot of eye drops to prepare himself to cry. He ridiculously pretended to slip, shouting, "Oops, I slipped," and flew straight towards the lake. Splash! The precious seed fell into the water, and Korin wailed tragically. "No! The seed my mother left me. It's gone." A voice echoed from the lake's surface. "Why do you weep, my child?" And Korin smirked inwardly. Bingo! The fish had taken the bait. Before him was a hidden event that could only be triggered once in the entire game. The god of the forest and the golden axe. Just like in the fairy tale, this deity only reacted to dropped weapons or items of unique grade or lower. The god of the forest held up a golden seed, then a silver one, to test him. But the deity smiled, held out Korin's original seed, and asked, "I see. Then this must be your seed." Korin immediately teared up, nodding frantically. "Yes, that's it. There's no mistaking it," acting like a true simpleton. The god of the forest declared, "You are an honest child," and rewarded him with all 3 seeds. The normal mandrake seed, the silver mandrake seed, and the golden mandrake seed. As the deity submerged into the water and bid farewell, Korin bowed deeply, profusely thanking him. As soon as the deity was out of sight, he immediately changed his demeanor, grinning slyly as he held 3 seeds instead of 1. Big profit. Korin analyzed his spoils. The normal mandrake seed was good, but the golden and silver seeds provided special buffs, rare items that couldn't be farmed through conventional means. In his previous life, Sihu Park consumed the golden seed, while Korin only got the silver seed. But now it was different. Korin grinned slyly as he embraced the entire treasure. Korin stood before the academy, calculating the timing of the event that would turn Marie into the Chapter 1 final boss, a special grade vampire, only 3 weeks away. He mentally reviewed why he had to boast during the test. A trashy 5th-rank knight like him wouldn't be noticed by anyone if he didn't prove his strength. Korin was confident that the new students would recover within a week, and that would be his moment to recruit. His goal was none other than to defeat the Chapter 1 final boss, the special grade vampire, Marie Dunarev, who was sitting contemplatively by the window under the moonlight. A blonde woman wearing glasses gently approached the bedside, calling Marie's name. The blonde woman rejoiced upon seeing Marie awaken, hastily inquiring about her condition, unaware that she was facing a ticking time bomb. Korin was still contemplating, believing that with thorough preparation, unwavering conviction, and a formidable party, saving this girl from her tragic fate wouldn't be too difficult. He began listing party members in his head. First, training Arisha, then recruiting Doron, a true mercenary, convincing the nun, Yahello of Avalorn Forest to join, and finally, befriending Cranol, the golem master. Korin clapped his hands, his face full of confidence. Perfect. Now I just need to follow the plan. But then a fleeting worry crossed his mind, hoping no unexpected variables would arise. Back in the infirmary, the blonde woman's face turned pale, sweat pouring as a wave of killing intent enveloped her. Slam. Marie lunged, grabbing the woman with blazing red eyes and sharp fangs, growling, "I thirst." In her room, Hwaran placed her hand on a book, thinking to herself, "This is so boring." In her office, Professor Josephine rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She regretted letting her go, and vowed to personally educate her if necessary. Confined to her room, Hwaran looked outside through the mirror, contemplating escaping over the wall to relieve her boredom. Suddenly, Korin Loki appeared upside down outside the window, gleefully exclaiming, "Ha! I knew you'd be here," startling Hwaran. Korin hung from a tree branch like Spider-Man, reintroduced himself, and asked Hwaran to open the window. He offered a box of pastries inside, casually saying, "Sorry for the sudden intrusion. I didn't want to come empty-handed, so I brought a small gift." As he handed over the pastries, Korin slyly remarked, "I'm not breaking any rules, just climbing a tree," then glanced around to confirm Professor Josephine wasn't present. Korin mentally calculated, realizing Hwaran was grounded for the incident at the hunting grounds, but he also knew Josephine was worried about a unique demonic human like her. Snap! The branch broke, Corin lost his balance and began to freefall, much to Huaran's astonishment. Mid-air. Corin still managed to press. "She hasn't visited your room even once?" And Huaran simply replied coldly, "No." Thud. A series of impacts echoed as Corin landed in the most painful way imaginable. The valiant warrior's recovery skill activated. Corin stood up, dusted himself off, bid Huaran farewell, and promised to treat her to lunch. Corin suddenly realized something was amiss. Professor Josephine left her post? Leaving the Academy's most dangerous individual alone is an extremely unusual sign, and he took off running. Rushing through the hallway, Corin saw Professor Dana and Professor Fermac Daman frantically searching for someone, looking extremely flustered. Upon reaching the infirmary door, Corin was immediately stopped by a guard who recognized him and reminded him that visiting requests had been denied. Corin immediately switched to charm mode, offering bread and drinks with a wide grin, lying without batting an eye. "You're Crone, right? Professor Josephine asked me to bring you some food and drinks." The guard named Crone happily accepted, while Corin mentally reviewed the information. All requests to visit Marie had been denied, and the nurse caring for her was missing. Corin bit into a piece of bread, an ancient rune glowing on his hand, as he firmly stated, "The more I think about it, the more certain I am there's a problem." Thud. The ancient rune activated, and the guard Crone suddenly clutched his stomach, writhing in pain, while Corin feigned concern. "Oh, what's wrong? Are you sick? I saw a restroom over there." Crone's face turned pale, and he frantically asked Corin to guard the door before rushing into the restroom, while Corin smirked and calmly opened the infirmary door. Corin broke into a cold sweat, muttering that everything was happening too soon, weeks ahead of schedule. He crumpled the pillow, his mind only wishing he had guessed wrong. Rushing into the room, Corin called Marie's name, but the person on the bed was another girl. He froze, realizing it was Isabel, the nurse who was supposed to be missing. The bite mark on Isabel's neck was clearly visible, and Corin immediately understood this was the secret the professors were trying to hide. Corin gritted his teeth, confirming the worst. Marie Dunareff had turned into a vampire, the final boss of Chapter 1. He let out a long sigh, bitterly realizing the scenario had jumped ahead of his plan by 3 whole weeks. In Corin's mind, the strategy to confront the final boss appeared. Phase 1 was clearing a wave of small fry monsters. Phase 2 was surviving a barrage of magic. Phase 3 was confronting her summoned beast in a complete blood-soaked domain. After the summoned beast was defeated, the final phase would activate, and this would be the decisive battle to take down Marie. He calculated that even without the main protagonist here, gathering the strongest rookies might get them through Phase 3, but it didn't seem stable. The harsh truth dawned on him. Arisha Aiden had been severely injured by him. Doran Worski's weapon had been damaged by him, and Crenel's golem core had also been shattered by him. Corin clutched his head, screaming silently, realizing he had utterly crippled his own team beyond repair. It's truly over. He recalled that, according to the original game scenario, Marie only went berserk after encountering the serial killer John Doe. In the old timeline, Sihu Park's entire team had immediately subdued Marie, but it turned out Sihu had intentionally let her go. But now, it was different. He himself had ruined everything, starting by delivering a bone-breaking blow to Arisha. Next, he destroyed the golem's core, rendering Cranel useless and unable to provide much help. He considered asking Huaran for help, but immediately dismissed the idea. That girl was a cannon that couldn't aim, and might even make things worse. Scene change. Corin was in the training room, offering to hire a mercenary for a special grade mission. Find and subdue a target, without killing. Doran Worski flatly refused, citing the mercenary code against suicidal missions, and furthermore, his weapon had been broken by Corin. But Corin coldly offered 20 gold coins. Corin threw out his trump card, a real, 100% pure soul dust card, as collateral. But Doran swiftly snatched it, leaving him stunned. Doran's eyes gleamed with greed, and he changed his tune in a flash. "It's a pleasure to work with you, boss." The system announced Doran Worski had joined the party, and Corin secretly gave himself a thumbs up, praising his own brilliance. Scene changed to the library. An ancient book automatically opened, its ancient rune characters glowing brightly. The female druid Yuel Valorn was utterly shocked, unable to understand how Corin knew about her tribe's Ogham alphabet, which had been lost for ages. Corin casually replied, "Just read it in a book." Corin made an offer she couldn't refuse, promising to teach Yuel everything she wanted to know if she agreed to help him. Yuel Valorn took the bait, agreeing to join Corin's party in exchange for lost knowledge. Another member successfully recruited. In the dining hall, Corin began his recruitment pitch to Jaeger and Lark. Extremely difficult mission. Meager pay. Extremely high chance of death because you'll face a special grade demon. But glory awaits. Jaeger and Lark remained eerily silent, making Corin think his pitch had failed. Who knew these two muscle-brained guys would grin excitedly, shouting, "This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. I'm in." Corin sighed in relief. They truly were glory addicts. Corin had assembled a decent temporary team, a sub-dealer, a supporter, and enough people to get through the initial phase. This was the limit of what he could do right now. He recalled Sihu Park's words from the old timeline, saying that after being captured, Marie had cried and fled into the forest, hiding there for an entire month. Corin's gaze sharpened. He had identified the target. Sihu said Marie was hiding in the forest, and Merkava Academy only had one forest. The entire team entered the hunting grounds under the cover of night. Doran wondered if Marie was truly in such a desolate place. Doran continued to ask Corin about the search plan, but Corin casually replied, "Searching? That would take a year. Just ask, and we'll find her." Yuel Valorn looked at Corin with a gaze full of doubt, thinking to herself, "Is there really anything you don't know?" Yuel let out a sigh, then firmly plunged her staff into the ground, preparing to cast magic. A green aura erupted as she summoned nature spirits, asking them to lead the way to the person the team was searching for. Jaeger and Lark gaped in astonishment at Yuel's display of power. A dozen nature spirits were responding to her call. Corin thought to himself that even though he couldn't see anything, based on the spirits' reactions, they had found Marie. Yuel hesitantly reported the results, and then the entire team turned sharply, staring at Corin with an indescribable look. He frowned. "What is it? Why are you suddenly looking at me?" Yuel cried out right in front of us as a demonic beast charged, and Corin growled, raising his weapon to block the attack. Clang! Damn it! Corin was pushed back, his face scrunched up as he wondered what the hell was going on. Doran shouted a warning as a whole horde of demonic beasts charged like a storm. Jaeger, bewildered, asked, "Did Marie turn into a demonic beast?" Corin scoffed. "Nonsense." Lark's face turned pale, and he hastily flipped through his spellbook to chant a spell, sweat pouring down him like rain. Jaeger laughed gleefully, cracking his knuckles. "Ha ha! Want to fight this Jaeger Hinspeter? Good. I needed a warm-up." Corin shouted a loud warning to Jaeger not to get too carried away lest he get surrounded. While the tanker fought fiercely amidst the demonic beast encirclement, Corin commanded clearly, "Retreat 3 steps. No need to rush. Just pick them off one by one. Lark, cover our rear." Corin continued to coordinate. Yuel and Doran too. "Just provide support. Don't charge forward." Yuel immediately cast green light magic. Doran, having just decapitated a monster, was inwardly astonished by Corin, attacked by surprise yet completely unfazed. His commands and support are perfect. Corin spun around and unleashed a bloody sweeping attack, making Doran admit, "This guy isn't just strong, he's a true leader and strategist." Jaeger yelled, asking Yuel, "Hey, you said Marie was here, didn't you? I only see a pile of demonic beasts." Yuel stammered, "I'm not sure, but the spirits told me so." Lark hypothesized, "Perhaps Marie is controlling these monsters. Normally, they don't move in such large packs, and they're much more bloodthirsty." No. Corin made a decisive sword slash, immediately denying, "Marie isn't the type to control puppets. She cannot control so many demonic beasts." The whole team stood amidst the pile of demonic beast corpses. Doran wondered, "So why did they attack us?" Corin replied coldly, "They didn't attack." Corin explained, "Demonic beasts usually act out of habit, but in extreme circumstances, they lose all reason, and only instinct remains. For example, when they are fleeing from something." Hearing this, the whole team flinched, their faces turning pale. From the shadows, a figure emanating dense dark energy stepped out, its eyes glowing blood red. Jaeger exclaimed in horror. "Marie!" Corin roared. "Prepare for battle. Yuel, Lark, fall back." Yuel gritted her teeth. "Damn it, they won't let us rest for a second." Doran and Jaeger also retreated as ordered. Doran growled, "Because you have a plan, I'll trust you, employer." Corin's red eyes gleamed with determination. As for the front line, I'll handle it. Corin gripped his staff tightly, his mind calculating Marie's fate and its impact on this world. The whole team was in position, Corin standing at the very front, his gaze determined. "All right, let's fight." Marie, shrouded in dark energy, staggered forward, and a system quest popped up. Marie moaned as she advanced, tears streaming down her blood-stained face, her blood-red eyes filled with pain. Yuel realized Marie was crying, but Doran coldly dismissed it. "It changes nothing." Doron declared the mission was to slay the demon, then swung a massive sword, bringing it down directly onto Marie's head. Doron's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A glowing red energy shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking Doran's sword with ease. Lark tremblingly explained that it was a summoned demonic beast, born from vampire blood, at least mid-tier in rank. Corin calmly analyzed. It's just a newborn, without enough blood or magic power. Once separated from its host, it only knows how to defend itself. There's nothing to worry about. Doron worriedly reminded Corin that he was exposing the mage's fatal weakness, defense, but Corin simply replied, I told you it's all right. Marie screamed, Begone! Then unleashed a wide-area blood skill. Corin immediately recognized it as an AoE skill. Corin shouted loudly for Yahello, and the druid girl immediately responded, green magic power erupting around her. Yahello placed her hand on the ground, her eyes sharp. Too bad for you. This is a forest. My territory. The entire forest trembled as trees shot up wildly, forming a sturdy natural shield. Marie's bloodstorm violently collided with the wall of trees, creating terrifying sounds. Yahello gritted her teeth, straining to maintain the barrier against the terrifying destructive power. Jaeger cried out in alarm, fearing the barrier would break, and was immediately scolded by Lark for his foul mouth. Yahello endured with gritted teeth. One skill had consumed half her mana bar, and her magic core was still aching from the previous battle. Corin noticed Yahello was weakening. His sword scraped against the wooden wall, creating a rustling sound. Corin, his back against the wooden wall, a knife clutched in his hand, declared sharply, Hold on a little longer. Just 5 more moves, and I'll turn the tables, you'll see. Yahello panted, straining until her lungs felt like they would burst, her voice trembling as she asked if he was sure he could do it. But Corin affirmed confidently, Of course. Corin smirked, knowing Marie's hand. Not before, but with Marie as she is now, I can handle it. He analyzed that the Marie Dunaref boss battle had 4 phases, and this was only the prelude. Corin knew well that Marie wouldn't unleash her full power until the final battle. This was a golden opportunity. This scenario was all too familiar to him, both in the game and in his previous life. Corin turned to Lark, reciting that his mana bar was only enough for 2 basic spells, then subtly dismissed him. Go back to Yahello. Lark froze, stammering, asking how this guy could calculate even that, while the whole team had already retreated as ordered. Corin explained that the previous enemies were just small fry in terms of numbers, but the real deal, alchemical magic, would be unleashed right after. Corin's red eyes flashed. He was ready. It's here. Crack. Glowing red ice crystals began to freeze, and the system panel displayed the skill name, Alchemical Magic. Frost. Boom. Boom. The ground cracked open, and the wooden fragments from Yahello's barrier shattered. Whoosh! Yager, Lork, Yahello, and Lark were all flung into the deep chasm, screaming in shock from the surprise. Yahello, in midair, began to murmur a chant about Mother Earth, about the ashes that nourish all life. A series of druidic ancient runes appeared before her, emanating an ethereal green light. Rumble! A massive surge of green energy rose, and Corin smirked. Just as I thought, it's reacting, Corin confidently explained. I'm the one who carved the ancient runes, but only a pure-blooded druid can activate it. The green energy erupted fiercely. This was Yahello's ultimate skill, something only obtainable when she completed her scenario. Her final title, Sage of the Green Forest and Spokesperson of Nature itself. Lork and Jaeger could only gape in astonishment. The ultimate skill, Wickerman, was activated. A colossal wooden golem rose from the ground, ready to crush everything. Yahello panted, unable to believe she had successfully summoned this formidable being, while Corin smirked, thinking that breaking a few rules was worth it in this situation. Corin immediately ordered Jaeger. Jaeger, among the monsters I defeated earlier, there's a living owlbear. Throw it to Wickerman, quickly. Corin gave a self-satisfied thumbs up, thinking to himself, I've prepared everything while you guys were busy trying to survive. Though still trembling, Jaeger exerted all his strength to throw the owlbear towards the colossal golem. Slam! The owlbear was thrown directly into Wickerman's chest. The golem's core flared violently, devouring the owlbear as fuel, leaving Jaeger gaping in astonishment. Wickerman is a golem-type magical weapon. It will continue to move until the sacrifice within is completely incinerated. Wickerman's eyes glowed with a deadly green light as Yahello screamed, Wickerman, attack! Boom! The golem unleashed a devastating punch, creating an explosion of green energy that swept through the forest. Yahello began to exhaust herself. She gritted her teeth, enduring, because maintaining this golem for even a minute drained her mana completely. Corin shouted loudly to rally her spirits. Don't stop, Yahello. If you give up now, all of us will be wiped out. Suddenly, Wickerman was struck by a barrage of dark attacks, causing it to take continuous hits. Huaran, the soaring fiend, let out a wild roar and charged like a dark storm. Lork frantically asked Corrin if they were all right, but Corrin calmly reassured him. Rest assured. Corrin confidently explained that Wickerman was an artificial construct, and ordinary piercing attacks couldn't destroy it. And in a battle between fire and ice, fire would surely win. A colossal, chilling, dark spear formed from thin air, and Corrin began to realize he had miscalculated. Crack! The dark ice spear mercilessly pierced through Wickerman's fiery core. Corrin's confident expression vanished, replaced by extreme panic as Wickerman's life flame flickered out. Boom! The colossal golem exploded, sending Corrin's entire team flying amidst desperate screams. Corrin gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that all the game knowledge he possessed was now utterly meaningless. He horrifyingly realized the power level he was facing. This is the caliber of the special grade Marie Dunaref. Yuel braced herself in pain. Corrin shouted from afar. Retreat, Yuel. Seeing Yuel still hesitate, Corrin stated bluntly. Your role here is over. Yuel immediately ran off, while Jaeger, pale as a ghost, stammered to Corrin. Hey, are you sure we can take on this monster by ourselves? Corrin coldly explained the strategy as several spears appeared. She just used up all her area of effect skills. You get what I mean, right? With bloodthirsty red eyes, Corrin roared and led the charge. It's time for a counterattack. Jaeger and Lork frantically followed behind, shouting loudly, Hey, wait for us, will you? Huaran, with an icy expression, swung her hand, and a barrage of dark spears rained down. The three-person team had to dodge frantically, like in a bullet hell game, to evade the deadly attacks. Lork growled, his sword glowing brightly as he activated a skill. Direct acceleration link. Clang. Lork's sword was mercilessly blocked by a crimson energy shield. Lork gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, this shield is incredibly tough. Jaeger let out a wild roar, spinning like a whirlwind in midair. Take this! Clang. Jaeger's devastating overhead strike slammed directly into the shield, creating a fierce energy explosion. Corrin smirked calculatingly. He knew Jaeger's characteristics well. His strength increases with each swing of his weapon. I knew I could count on him. Jaeger grinned, smugly, triumphant, thinking he had succeeded. But Corrin yelled at him. No, don't let your guard down, you idiot. I praised you too soon. A cold system notification appeared. Phase 3 activated. Huaran's eyes flashed with a deadly light. Huaran unleashed her full power. A surge of dark energy erupted as she activated her bloodline domain. A vortex of blood and shadow began to form. Dark energy crackled, signaling that a true massacre was about to begin. Whoosh! Lork's and Jaeger's weapons flew wildly, embedding themselves in the ground after Huaran's attack. The entire team was blown away like falling leaves. Corrin also struggled to stay upright while Jaeger and Lork were flung away like rags. Corrin muttered, realizing this was the bloodline domain. An inescapable cage similar to Marie's, activated when the shield was broken. He looked up, facing Huaran, who was hovering atop a blood-formed wolf-like demonic beast, looking like a true final boss. Corrin smirked, frustrated that he was the only one still standing, when he should have kept at least 3 lives until Phase 3. But then he clicked his tongue, took a stance with his spear, declaring that no matter what, the outcome wouldn't change. He would handle this fight. The scene shifts. Under a blood moon, a chilling narration echoed. Humans instinctively differentiate between their own kind and beasts, and will turn a blind eye to the struggles of a dying animal. Inside an ancient mansion, the atmosphere became strange and deadly. A white-haired girl felt her body turn ice-cold from her spine, but her throat burned like fire. The girl's crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gaze, her instincts awakening. The girl stared at someone else's neck with a morbid craving. That neck looked so delicious. Unable to restrain herself, the white-haired girl bared her fangs and lunged at her friend like a wild beast. Gulp, gulp. Her fangs sank deep into the flesh, sucking fresh blood amidst the victim's horror. The white-haired girl held the victim tightly, drinking blood without blinking, treating her friend as prey. The victim's painful moans in her ears became as melodious as a piano. After satisfying her thirst, the girl knelt on the bed, her entire body drenched in blood. Feeling the warm blood spreading throughout her body, she no longer heard Isabel's moans or the creaking of the bed. All she heard was the frantic thumping of her heart in her chest, and the sweet scent of blood suddenly became suffocating. Her warm body suddenly turned ice-cold again, as she realized that what lay before her was not an animal, but a blood-soaked human corpse. Under the blue moonlight, a confession echoed. I have sinned. I almost devoured my friend. The white-haired girl's bloodshot eyes welled with tears as she realized she had treated her friend like prey, devoid of any emotion. Realizing she had regarded humans as mere livestock, she clutched her rumbling, empty stomach, and then she ran headlong, leaving a trail of blood on the ground, vanishing into the dark forest, until Korin Loke, spear in hand, exuding an overbearing aura, appeared to find her. But what greeted him was not the girl, but a gigantic red wolf monster roaring ferociously. The muscles on the monster's neck bulged, accumulating energy. Whoosh! It fired a volley of blazing red thorn projectiles, but Korin stood firm as a rock. Korin scoffed, "To let a dog like you," then swung his spear, preparing to unleash his fourth ultimate spear technique. Bite people, huh, he finished, unleashing the spinning heavens reversal, shattering the volley of thorn projectiles. The monster growled, preparing for its next assault. Grah! It let out a roar, summoning a pack of blazing red wolf pups that charged straight at Korin. Korin smirked. "Oh, I didn't expect to fight a pack of puppies," then charged forward to meet them. He slid across the ground, gracefully dodging the pounces of two wolf pups. He gripped his spear tightly, preparing for the next ultimate spear technique. Fifth form, Mountain Shatterer. The spear was thrown like an arrow, cleanly piercing through two wolves. Another wolf managed to clamp its jaws onto the spear shaft, but Korin merely asked, "Is that all?" He turned, his eyes full of challenge. "Looks like you're all bark, no bite, huh? Got any other tricks?" The alpha monster's eyes flashed with deadly light. It had truly gone berserk. Whoosh! A wave of red energy swept past, and the wolf biting the spear suddenly vanished. Korin turned, his expression serious. "It didn't vanish. It's moving faster than my eyes can perceive." Korin smirked, beginning to lecture the boss. "Hey, pup, let Big Brother tell you something." The red wolf demon growled as Korin explained. "Speed alone isn't enough to win a battle. What you need is knowing when to strike." Korin dodged the monster's lightning-fast pounce with perfect timing. He sneered, taunting it directly. "Think that's impressive? I know all your moves." Korin unleashed a new move. Venomous Serpent Ultimate Skill. First form, Coiling Serpent. As a gigantic energy python materialized and coiled around the boss, a sphere of dark energy formed and began to crack, signaling an impending catastrophic explosion. Boom! The surrounding space shattered into crimson pixel fragments after Korin's destructive attack. After the smoke and dust cleared, the red wolf demon was gone, leaving only Korin standing, coughing but still holding the upper hand. From the boss's pool of blood, a slimy version of it emerged, growling weakly. "Are you determined to protect your creator to the very end?" Korin coolly retorted. "Yes. You stay here and fulfill your filial duty while I go save your mother," he finished, turning his gaze towards a figure gradually emerging from the red mist. A white-haired girl with blazing red eyes, her entire body radiating terrifying dark energy, appeared. This was the true final boss. Korin muttered about the boss's mechanics. The final phase begins when Marie Dunarev pushes a party member into a critical state. Mid-air, Marie's silhouette hovered before the moon, signaling that the final life-or-death battle had begun. This battle cannot be won solo. Korin took a defensive stance, knowing this would be a tough fight. Marie, in her uncontrolled state, charged straight at Korin, who was internally narrating that in the original script, his teammates would rush in to rescue him. But his eyes gleamed with determination, for he knew clearly. Unfortunately, that option no longer exists. Crunch! Marie sank her fangs into Korin's neck, and the system panel displayed a notification that the blood siphon skill was restoring her HP and mana. Even as his life force was drained, Korin gritted his teeth and endured, clenching his fist. "It's fine. I can take it." That was why he needed this skill. Valiant warrior's regeneration. As long as his fighting will remained, he would recover endlessly. Korin reminisced about a kind Marie Dunarev, who always smiled and shared potatoes with everyone. He gently stroked the head of the girl whose fangs were still in his neck, telling himself, "Because I'm the adult here." Even while being drained of blood, Korin held Marie tightly, his voice eerily calm. "Slow down, or you'll choke." Marie Dunarev froze, releasing Korin in utter shock. She recoiled, her bloodshot eyes welling with tears as she realized what she had just done, stammering in denial. "No, no." Korin's memories rewound. Even a great general like Duke Sabancia couldn't resist the bloodlust and killed his own attendant. In the old timeline, Marie had to hunt countless demonic beasts, but it was like drinking seawater to quench her thirst. Even so, she never laid a hand on a human, not even when Sihu Park captured and exploited her as a resource. Korin looked up at the night sky, believing that if the game had created a character with such an iron will, There must surely be a different ending for her. Marie's tears dripped onto Corin's chest as she sobbed, calling his name in regret. The girl cried, apologizing, while Corin thought to himself that he didn't care if she was a vampire or a top-tier mage. He only knew she was a good person. Corin recalled that if it were his past self, he probably would have only seen her as a game character, but a mentor had completely changed his perspective. In a flashback, a female NPC stood shielding against a sea of flames, declaring to Corin that protecting the children was the duty of adults. Now, holding Marie in his arms, Corin decided that as her student and successor, he too would try to act like an adult. He looked up, as if challenging Sihu's phantom. See, Sihu? I'm not like you. I choose a different path. Marie Dunarev. Confined within Professor Josephine's confinement barrier, her eyes lit up when she saw a potato. It looks delicious. She happily held the potato, savoring the food she hadn't tasted in a very long time. Corin unexpectedly appeared outside the bars, smirking slyly as he greeted her good morning. Professor Josephine stood behind Corin, asking one last time if he was sure he wanted to go inside, and he replied succinctly, "Yes, I trust her." As soon as he stepped in, Corin saw Marie coughing violently. He immediately reminded her to eat slowly, then grumbled, unable to believe they gave her boiled potatoes without water. Corin sighed, looking at Marie, thinking, "I thought your tastes had changed, but it seems you're still obsessed with potatoes, huh?" Marie smiled brightly, affirming the truth. "Of course. Potatoes, no matter how they're cooked, are always the best." Corin unexpectedly leaned close to her face, whispering, "I see," which made Marie freeze, her face flushing crimson. She frantically punched Corin, yelping, "Get away, I smell awful." But he calmly replied, "When you bit me, I hadn't showered either, so we're even." After a struggle, Corin sat on the ground, muttering, "Honestly, you don't smell bad at all." Marie huddled in the corner of the room, her voice tiny. "I was so scared." Corin turned, looking surprised. She confessed that she had been terrified when facing Huaran, and could never possess Corin's courage. Corin recalled that it was the encounter with Huaran that had changed Marie, making her determined to participate in the practical combat training. In a flashback, Huaran unleashed her full power to fight a top-tier mage like Marie, inadvertently activating the dormant vampire mark within her. Marie remembered the day Corin single-handedly handled the entire training room, muttering, "Everyone laughed and said you'd never succeed, but in the end, you did it." Corin smirked smugly, feigning modesty. Well, it was nothing major. Marie still couldn't take her eyes off him. Only one thought remained in her mind. "I thought you were incredibly cool." Corin leaned back on the bed, his voice deepening. "I just like happy endings." He explained that they were cliché but touching stories, where the good were rewarded and the wicked punished. An image of Marie in a beautiful outfit, happily waving, appeared as Corin said, "I think you're a good person, Marie." Corin continued his flirtatious speech. "You're kind, you're beautiful. A happy ending is the best, isn't it?" He concluded with a straightforward statement. "In short, I want Marie Dunarev to be happy," which made her blush furiously. Caught off guard, Marie stammered, trying to dismiss him. You first year. I need to shower, so can you leave now?" Corin stood up, waved goodbye, and joined Professor Josephine, who was waiting. "See you later." Marie smiled in thanks, but then slumped down, agonizingly questioning herself. "But honestly, I don't know if I deserve to be happy." Corin walked away, his heart heavy as he thought about the Academy's decision to isolate Marie, believing it would be difficult for her to return to a normal life immediately. He thought, while the soaring fiend Huaran was still casually reading a book in the schoolyard as if nothing had happened, Corin continued walking, muttering that even if Marie became a half-demon like Huaran, the small fry in the school wouldn't even recognize the danger. As he walked, a voice called out, "Mr. Loke?" Corin turned, responding cautiously. The one who called him was none other than the Academy's final boss, Director Ariu Kassar. The director approached, asking casually, "This is our first time meeting privately, isn't it? Are you doing all right?" Ariu Kassar got straight to the point. "I'm here to discuss Miss Dunarev's punishment." Corin's face went pale upon hearing this. Punishment? Corin broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the happy ending he had envisioned was vanishing so quickly. He hastily raised his hand to explain. "Wait, sir, I can explain everything." But Director Kassar coldly dismissed him. "No need, the punishment has already been decided." Corin still tried to argue, his voice full of indignation. "But you have to listen to me. I was there. How can you decide so quickly?" He cried out in despair. Marie isn't a... but was cut off by a remark from the director. Aryu Kasar unexpectedly smiled. Haha, I figured you'd say that. Korin froze, his mind unable to process it. Don't worry, there won't be any punishment, the director declared, leaving Korin dumbfounded. Aryu explained, I also didn't think Miss Dunaref was dangerous, which is why I wanted to see the reaction of the person who directly fought her. Thanks to you, I no longer have any doubts about my decision. Korin breathed a sigh of relief, silently cursing for being scared out of his wits. Director Kassar continued, Now then, could you tell me the details of the incident? Korin stood with Director Kassar and Professor Josephine, recounting the story selectively, only stating what was necessary to prove Marie was not a monster. Director Kassar pondered thoughtfully. Thank you. It seems we'll have to issue an official statement, but of course, we won't reveal the whole truth. Upon hearing this, Korin realized his role was complete, and he muttered, Well, now I know more about the incident. It must be time for me to finish my mission. Unexpectedly, Director Kassar bowed 90 degrees in thanks, making Korin flinch back. What's this? Professor Josephine also adjusted her glasses, nodding in agreement. Thank you for saving the students from a danger caused by the incompetence and negligence of us adults. If there's anything you wish for, I will do everything in my power to grant it. Korin broke a sweat but secretly admired him. Truly the mark of a director, someone who always admitted shortcomings and bore responsibility. He recalled the words of his late mentor amidst a sea of flames. Though I have failed countless times, you are not one of them. Korin smiled, holding on to the belief in the kindness his mentor had left behind, and said to the director, Please, raise your head. Director Aryu Kassar smiled back, understanding that this was all the young man asked for. Meanwhile, Marie Dunaref was still huddled on her bed, consumed by torment and despair. She remembered the moment Korin held her tightly, his warm hand gently patting her trembling back. That touch was like a lifeline, pulling her from the chaotic stream of thoughts and helping her find herself again. When she regained her senses, Marie could only sob apologies in his arms, a sense of guilt overwhelming her mind. She tormented herself, believing she had no right to forgiveness after killing Isabel and nearly Korin as well. That's why she didn't resist when Professor Josephine used magic to imprison her, willingly confining herself in that cage. Although she tried to appear fine when Korin visited, she was actually dying inside. She saw herself as a savage monster, a wild beast that could attack and drain humans of their blood at any moment. But then Korin's words echoed, shattering all negative thoughts. What I mean is, I want Marie Dunaref to be happy. Those sincere words, along with the memory of him not hesitating to sacrifice himself to save her, completely overwhelmed Marie. She collapsed onto the bed, recalling the intense moment and the first-year student's unwavering devotion. Marie pulled the blanket over her face, blushing with embarrassment, and mumbled the name, that first-year student. Korin's ears twitched as he overheard a conversation while in the hall. A week after the incident, two students were gossiping about Marie, calling her the potato girl and the top student of the second-year magic department. They whispered that although there was some initial chaos, since Huaran, another demon person, also caused no trouble, everything had settled down. Korin frowned in annoyance as he heard them discussing that Marie was still isolated and might still be dangerous even after a week of confinement. On paper, Marie Dunaref's quarantine period had ended, but in reality, it had not. Marie walked through the hall, but when her friends called her name and congratulated her, she realized they weren't there. In her mind, images of her best friend Isabel and their cheerful group of friends appeared, then vanished. Even after quarantine, the girl remained isolated in her room, tormented by thoughts. He must hate me so much now. He must be terrified of me. Horrifying memories flooded back. Marie with white hair and red eyes, losing control and attacking her own best friend. Marie's golden eyes gleamed with extreme determination. She didn't want to cause any more trouble for anyone. To achieve that, she made a final decision: to leave this academy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Marie startled, wondering who would come at this hour. Click. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a familiar silhouette. Marie. A girl rushed forward, embracing Marie, who was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. It was Isabel, the friend she thought she had harmed, sobbing. Are you all right, Marie? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Marie frantically pushed her friend away, stammering questions about why she was there, while Isabel retorted, questioning why Marie had been avoiding her. Marie, cornered, blurted out a guilt-ridden question. Aren't you afraid of me? Isabel let out a soft laugh, replying with a surprising statement. She said nonchalantly, Sorry, but I saw everything before I passed out that night. Isabel revealed a shocking plot twist. I saw how shocked and horrified you were the moment you realized you had bitten me. She gently raised her hand to touch Marie's cheek, asserting firmly, "No matter what happens, you will always be my friend." Isabel looked straight into her friend's eyes, concluding, "So I hope you'll always consider me your friend too, all right?" Marie burst into tears, rushing to embrace Isabel and crying like a child. "I thought you would hate me." Isabel grinned, explaining that she had recovered long ago but was held back by the hospital. And if it weren't for a certain first-year student helping her escape, they wouldn't have met for a long time. Corin walked down the corridor, telling himself that the friendship Marie Dunarev had built couldn't crumble over such trivial matters. While Isabel comforted her, Marie buried her face, secretly thinking that he had saved her once again. She parted her hands, her gaze more resolute, finally calling his name in her mind. Corin. The clear blue sky appeared, and Corin told himself that the first chapter had closed, and he had created a happy ending for everyone. An ending that never existed in the game or his previous life, even if everything went completely off script. But Corin liked it as he thought of the director and Professor Josephine. He stood alone, asserting that this world still functioned perfectly well even without the main character, and a better ending could still exist. At that moment, he smiled confidently, certain that a new world had truly begun. Corin's schedule was now just a boring loop. Attend class, eat lunch, attend class again, go to the training room, eat dinner, then dive back into the training room. But he had to grind to get stronger at all costs, especially with an important storyline about to unfold. Corin gathered his strength, unleashing a technique called Venomous Serpent Ultimate Technique, Ascending Serpent. With a surge of vibrant purple dark energy, he abruptly stopped when he heard applause, his face showing surprise. It turned out to be Marie, who cheerfully praised him. "That's amazing, Corin. You're still training diligently as always. It seems you've recovered." She gleefully presented an entire feast of potatoes, leaving Corin speechless. Corin sat down, frankly thanking her as he was hungry, and Marie happily invited him to eat freely. As Corin reached out, a drop of blood fell from a small wound, making Marie gulp. She frantically waved her hands, vehemently denying it, screaming internally in disbelief that she had just drooled over his blood. Corin inquired about drinking blood. Marie awkwardly showed him a bag of stored blood, and he was curious about the difference between fresh blood and packaged blood. Marie accidentally blurted out that Corin's blood was exceptionally delicious, leading him to compare it to organic food versus food with pesticides. Chewing on a potato, Corin concluded with a blunt remark. "So basically, you'll have to eat frozen food for the rest of your life." Marie bashfully signaled silence, then ambiguously suggested, "I wouldn't mind doing it occasionally," leaving Corin bewildered. Marie's face flushed crimson, stammering to ask what on earth he was talking about after hearing Corin bluntly suggest, "Drink my blood." Corin turned, a smirk playing on his lips as he proposed, "I recover very quickly. Whenever you get tired of packaged blood, just come here, or want to try it now," making Marie even more flustered. Quickly changing the subject, Marie held out a vial of red blood and explained that it was vampire blood, a premium magical ingredient, which would be very good for him. Without a word, Corin chugged the entire vial in one go, while Marie shyly turned away, not daring to look directly. The system panel displayed a massive buff notification. Aura increased by 1 rank, maximum mana plus 500, 10 points to all stats. Corin's body erupted in a fierce surge of energy. Corin smirked maliciously, realizing this potion was even stronger than any he had ever consumed, and thought, "Excellent. With this, I can start that plan even sooner." Confident footsteps strode along the city's cobblestone path. Arisha Aiden, a rank 2 knight of the renowned Aiden family, was taking a stroll, but her life had changed dramatically. Ever since hitting an insurmountable wall in the form of a monstrous rank 5 knight during training, Arisha realized she needed to become stronger and began to throw herself into practice. Or rather, she had once thought so, until her true nature resurfaced. Until recently, Arisha was a genuine lazy bum, happily indulging in piles of honey candy. Arisha Aiden was inherently lazy, with no interest in wielding a sword, preferring only to shop for clothes. She was overjoyed not to have to swing her sword tens of thousands of times a day, not to fight against the disciples in her sect, and most importantly, not to see her older sister's face anymore. Just as Arisha was jumping for joy, Corin suddenly appeared and asked what she was enjoying. Corin crossed his arms, questioning why he hadn't seen Arisha in the training room lately, making her break out in a cold sweat as she quickly made excuses about being busy with quests. Corin grinned, proposing, "I just found a lucrative opportunity with generous compensation. Want to team up?" Arisha screamed internally, "Damn it! Why does he keep clinging to me?" Feeling extremely annoyed every time she encountered Corin. Every time she faced Corin, her laziness and neglected training were exposed, revealing the true face of a sword-fighting genius with a worthless will. Furthermore, his training methods were too brutal, always harping on the basics. While Orisha only wanted to learn cool ultimate moves, Korin sealed the deal. 2 gold coins each, rank 2 difficulty, making Orisha's eyes light up as she mentally calculated the number of new clothes and honey candies she could buy. Korin finalized the deal with Orisha. "So, are you in?" The money-hungry girl immediately agreed and set a departure date for next week. He added a short-term mission for today, with a reward of 20 silver. Orisha's eyes lit up at the mention of money, and she nodded vigorously. Korin smirked sinisterly, thinking to himself that this girl could indeed be lured with just money, and everything was going according to plan to trigger an important event. He had a premonition that today was the day a major variable would appear. Orisha's favorite mission was patrolling the city, an easy and high-paying job where she just had to stroll around to earn money. The demonic beasts around here were merely 4th or 5th tier small fry. Only occasionally would a mid-tier one appear. Standing atop a pile of demonic beast corpses, Orisha ordered the guards to clear the battlefield, a task too easy to earn money without risk. The guards' eyes widened in admiration, praising Orisha to the heavens for cleanly handling a dozen demonic beasts. Orisha was overjoyed internally, laughing gleefully when called the Aiden family prodigy. She recalled being looked down upon by the family elders, compared to her genius older sister, and called an incompetent, illegitimate child. Korin suddenly appeared, asking about the owlbear nearby. Orisha proudly boasted that she had dealt with it immediately. Night fell, and the patrol seemed like it would end peacefully. As usual, suddenly, an explosion rang out, and a pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky, signaling trouble from the advance team. A guard explained that it was a magic flare, only visible through special goggles, and they had to assist immediately. Orisha grimaced, cursing inwardly as her dream of going home early vanished into thin air. She was forced to participate in this reluctant battle. The guards remained confident, having the great swordmaster's granddaughter with them, while Korin merely smirked. Perfect timing. A second-tier monster den was discovered, led by a formidable Beowulf, roaring to assert dominance amidst its pack. But to Orisha, this Beowulf was just small fry. She easily sliced it into 100 pieces in an instant. However, as soon as the wolves were cleared, a demonic knight riding a skeletal warhorse suddenly appeared from the shadows, growling menacingly. Orisha froze in place, sweat pouring down like rain as she realized the enemy before her was a formidable foe far beyond her skill level. The spectral knight revealed its true form, and a notification panel appeared. Dullahan, first-tier demonic beast. Orisha broke out in a cold sweat, cursing as she realized what this formidable foe was doing here, and decided to fight to the death with an unfinished move. She sheathed her sword, preparing to unleash a killing blow. Aiden's sword style. Wide area slash. Orisha unleashed a massive sword energy slash towards the Dullahan, but she immediately froze, stiff, unable to believe her eyes. The Dullahan twisted its body like a jellyfish, easily dodging Orisha's deadly sword strike. It turned out to be using a green-haired girl as a human shield, who was screaming in despair. Orisha realized this monster was both fast and skilled in combat, definitely a first-tier demonic beast, and the only way left was, "Korin, save me!" Orisha threw away all shame, crying out for help in tears. A guard reported that Korin was busy soloing another demonic beast, making Orisha furious. Why is he never around when I need him? The Dullahan threw the green-haired girl directly towards Orisha. A tightening sound rang out as Orisha was firmly grasped by something. Crack! The Dullahan's head shattered, leaving Orisha bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The Dullahan's headless body released the hostage, extending bony tentacles to grab Orisha. Orisha fell, sprawling on the ground, and just as she was about to thank her savior, a cold voice rang out from above, taunting, "It seems you're as lazy and complacent as ever, Orisha." The voice continued to mock her noble titles. Eldest daughter of the Aiden family, most promising candidate for family head, successor to the great swordmaster. A figure stood tall before her, and a nameplate appeared. Lunia Aden. Orisha stammered her sister's name in horror. There was no mistake. The person who had just appeared was Orisha's older sister. Orisha knelt on the ground, mumbling an apology, but Lunia uttered a phrase as cold as ice. "I don't need your excuses." Lunia sternly lectured her sister about her irresponsibility that almost got the whole team killed, then turned to help a guard up. Lunia yanked Orisha's shoulder, yelling directly at her face, "You are not allowed to let your shoulders drop." Standing tall like a deity, Lunia growled, "The Aiden family's sword must always be proud and noble." As soon as she finished speaking, Lunia sharply turned to Korin, who was inadvertently wielding a spear skillfully. Lunia's eyes, sharp as knives, swept over him. She knew perfectly well that this kid wasn't simply pretending to fight to secretly protect Orisha. Facing him directly, Lunia introduced herself with an overwhelming aura. I am Lunia Aden, grand disciple of the Aden sword god, and the first swordswoman. Korin was no pushover. He rested his spear on the ground, bowing politely but showing no weakness. Korin Loke, outer disciple of the 8 trigrams spear sect. I am also Orisha's friend. Lunia's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. Is that all there is to your friendship? Korin thought to himself. I knew it. This older sister is curious about my spear technique, but he couldn't explain, because in this era, those who wield spears, there were only him and 2 other formidable individuals in the past. Lunia waved her hand to dismiss the matter, and a female swordswoman stepped forward to report. My lady, we have cleared all demonic beasts in the area. That was the Aden family's elite squad, all second-tier knights, known by the title the 5 Blades, each person's skill level equal to or greater than Orisha's. Lunia ordered an immediate retreat, stating there was no need to chase after the small fry that had fled. Before leaving, Lunia called back sharply, Orisha Aden, making her younger sister jump in surprise. Korin recalled that the swordsmen were initially just gangs of ruffians. Gradually, they gathered into gangs, then proclaimed themselves as sects, and 60 years ago, Great Sword Master Galland ushered in a new era for swordsmanship, and the current head of the Aden family began recruiting outer disciples, transforming this place into a renowned sword dojo. Merkava's Aden Dojo. Inside the dojo, Lunia ordered concisely, light the lamps, and a disciple immediately obeyed. Lunia perched on the chair, puffing on a cigarette like a boss, while the disciples sat in absolute silence, for their ruffian origins were still present, demanding absolute obedience. Orisha knelt prostrate on the floor, bowing her head to the ground, her voice trembling. Orisha Aden, direct disciple of the Aden family, a second-tier knight, presents herself to the first swordswoman. Sitting like a boss, Lunia flipped through Orisha's quest list and scoffed. All these trash quests, and what's this part-time job at a cafe? Orisha stammered, explaining it was a uniform-wearing flyer distribution quest, making Lunia retort, why did you take it? Do you know the owner? Orisha's face flushed crimson as she mumbled the real reason. Because the uniform was too cute. Lunia gave her younger sister a speechless look, utterly unable to believe her ears. Puffing out a cloud of smoke, Lunia declared coldly, truly pathetic, Orisha Aden. The elder sister continued her lecture, growling that the Aden family did not use its influence to protect its descendants doing trivial jobs, asking directly if she wanted to tarnish the family's honor. Lunia sneered, suggesting Orisha only wanted to farm low-level monsters to delude herself with power, playing a straw hero with the city guards. Struck where it hurt, Orisha flinched, her eyes wide with panic. An illusion of the great sword master Galland appeared, like a reminder from the past. Orisha, never forget that you cannot escape your true nature. The immense psychological pressure caused Orisha to collapse to the floor, completely broken. The scene shifted to a night forest, where a carriage was rattling along. Lunia and her personal guard, the 5 Blades, were on patrol, and a member remarked, Lady Orisha seems fine, even looking healthier. Lunia snorted, then changed the subject, asking for information about that boy, meaning Korin. But a guard only reported that he was a 5th-rank knight, a mere nobody. Lunia puffed on her pipe, her sharp eyes dismissing it. Impossible. It seems Merkava Academy's assessment is even less accurate than one might think. Lunia recalled the battle, analyzing that Korin's gaze had never left Orisha, the demonic beasts only occupying less than 20% of his attention. That instinct and decisiveness were clearly genuine, honed through years of real combat. The elder sister continued to murmur, realizing that Korin's way of using the spear was far from ordinary despite its appearance. With the skill level of someone who had reached the pinnacle of Aden family swordsmanship, Lunia immediately recognized the potential and developmental path of that spear art. Lunia smirked, thinking to herself that if that boy continued to stay by Orisha's side, it might not be so bad, then mentioned a request they had received from the academy. Looking up at the crescent moon, Lunia exhaled a puff of smoke, thinking to herself, this time, perhaps I will witness. The scene suddenly shifted to a table laden with potato dishes, and a voice echoed, Marie, also known as the Potato Girl, always brings a whole feast whenever she visits me. Marie gleefully showed off her spoils, saying this was freshly butchered lamb from this morning. She was interning at the slaughterhouse. Korin shivered uncontrollably upon hearing this. Korin's eyes welled up, deeply moved, thinking of how the female lead, who had to eat frozen food her whole life, still cooked such a delicious meal for him. He praised profusely. "This is the best ever, Marie." Marie's eyes shone brightly as she grabbed Corin's hand, promising to bring oxtail stew next time. Her wide vampire smile looked a bit unsettling. Corin smirked, his voice full of hidden meaning. "I like it. I absolutely love it." Marie flinched, stammering as she asked if he was talking about the food. Marie's face turned beet red, and she began to touch Corin's hand, praising his large, calloused, scarred hands, saying they looked mature and impressive. Corin merely called her name once, and she flinched as if electrocuted, her face panicked, not knowing what was happening. Isabel suddenly appeared, catching them in the act. Marie panicked, quickly denying everything, then dragged her friend away, stammering to ask if she had eaten breakfast. Corin stared blankly after them, scratching his cheek, wondering what the hell just happened, muttering that he was truly clueless about girls. He looked at the dining table, bitterly thinking of his past life, blaming someone for making him single. Now he was racking his brain, wondering how to finish all this food. Corin realized his relationships were different now, no longer as solitary as before. The druid girl, Yahello, occasionally brought rare mushrooms from the forest, and then both would bury themselves in the library, researching Ogham runes. Even Doron often dropped by, treating Corin more as a useful colleague than a friend, inviting him on difficult but lucrative ventures. The two would chill atop a pile of demonic beast corpses, and usually, he went on quests with Jaeger and Lark, two classmates who were screaming in terror. Hearing the screams, Corin flinched and spun around, his face filled with murderous intent, thinking some demonic beast had snuck in here. But no, it was Huaran. The stoic nun walked forward, her voice flat. "Lunch. You promised." Corin sighed in relief, muttering, "Ah, it's Huaran." Then he told himself this girl was no different from a demonic beast anyway. Recalling a scene from a month ago, Corinne hung upside down outside a window, offering Huaran a piece of cake and promising to treat her to a meal. He hadn't expected her to remember. Seeing Huaran, Jogger and Lark turned pale, quickly finding an excuse to flee. Corin just gave a wry smile, telling them to go do their homework. Huaran led the way, saying Corin had a cat-like aura, which was why she brought him here, a fish restaurant, then asked if she should have asked for his opinion first. Before Corin could collect himself, Huaran opened her mouth, preparing to swallow a live fish whole. He yelled, "What the hell? Are you really going to eat it like that?" Huaran coldly declared that one must show respect for food, that she only needed to chew it thoroughly, then used a mini guillotine to slice the fish. Corin sneered, slamming a beautifully arranged bowl of raw fish over rice onto the table, and lecturing, "Food is meant to be enjoyed with both eyes and nose, not just shoved into your mouth." Affected by the delicious food and Corin's righteous words, Huaran gulped, her cheeks flushing as she mumbled the word respect. Finally, Huaran agreed to eat civilly, but her speed was still like a blender, making Corin remind her to eat slowly. The scene shifted, Corin's eyes sharp. He told himself his custom weapon was almost ready, and though it was a bit early, it was time to begin Chapter 2. The setting moved to the magnificent Merkava Academy, and that Chapter 2 opened with, Yager wailed in despair, drenched in sweat. "We're doomed. I didn't study a single thing. The midterm exam." Lark calmly splashed water on the panicking Jaeger's face, taunting that he should have listened and studied. When asked, Corin flashed a sinister smile, declaring coldly, "Studying? That's for the weak." Leaving Lark stunned, Corin smirked confidently, thinking to himself that he was a returning player. He had already taken this exam. Getting a perfect score would be child's play. The proctor announced the exam had begun, and the vast examination hall fell silent as everyone received their papers. Corin gleefully opened his exam paper, brimming with confidence. Easy peasy, let's do this. What met his eyes was a convoluted, high-level physics question, leaving Corin frozen in a dark void. Corin's smile vanished, his heart plummeting into an abyss. After the exam, Jaeger yawned and asked about the situation. Lark also turned to ask Corin. The main character nonchalantly replied that the only thing a knight needed to know was how to write his own name. Lark was utterly shocked to see Corin's exam paper completely blank, while the muscular Jaeger, who had fallen asleep, had still managed to answer a few questions. Corin broke into a cold sweat, bitterly realizing a truth. In his previous life, he had only focused on analyzing skills, never learning any of this world's basic knowledge. Shaking off the failure, Corin crumpled the exam paper, his eyes blazing. To hell with the written exam. There's still a chance to make up for it. At the festival hall, the first-year students were being challenged by shouting seniors, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Corin stood amidst the crowd, Knowing that the practical exam was his golden opportunity to turn the tables after his humiliating failing grade, Korin mentally calculated the rules. Each team of 15 students had to fight a judge from the night department to be graded. He smirked wickedly, confident that being in the bottom rank would get him a weak judge, easy to defeat, and earn bonus points. But the surrounding students suddenly panicked, leaving Korin confused. Why are they so shocked? Who exactly is our judge? While Korin was still bewildered, a familiar voice rang out. I hope you're doing well. Lunia Aiden, Arisha's older sister, strode down the stairs with an overwhelming aura, calling out Korin Loke by name. Korin turned pale, cursing internally, completely stunned. Why is this hag here? Meanwhile, Team A's practical exam had begun, and the specially invited judges were none other than the elite of the Aiden family. The 5 blades of the first sword appeared. One member reminded her teammates not to be too rough, but another warned them to beware of the one using flying swords. The students shouted and charged, a silver-haired female student confidently stating that their side had 2 second-rank individuals, Arisha and herself, so this match couldn't be lost. The 5 blades simply stepped forward, entering the Aiden-style sword formation. A coordinated attack by the 5 blades created a blinding explosion of light, wiping out visibility across the entire arena. The students screamed miserably, thrown back like fallen leaves in a storm. A dark-skinned, gray-haired student realized their formation had broken. They're not just stronger, their combat experience is on a completely different level. Doron Warski growled, unleashing a powerful gust of wind magic to blow away the dust cloud, determined to regain visibility for his teammates. Instantly, Illusion Blade Milia swooped down from above like a phantom, aiming directly at Doron. Clang! Doron reacted incredibly fast, raising his arm to neatly parry the surprise attack without flinching. Arisha frantically called out Doran's name, but a dark figure lunged to block her path. Clang! Swift Blade Jenny blocked Arisha, coldly declaring, Your opponent is me, Lady Arisha. Jenny scornfully said that just 3 members of the 5 blades were enough to handle all the students, then delivered a kick to Arisha's leg. Arisha staggered from the kick, losing her balance, while Jenny uttered a disparaging remark. Your stance is far too unstable, Lady Arisha. Whoosh! Swift Blade Jenny effortlessly dodged Arisha's attack, then countered with a kick that made the young lady cry out in pain. The students watching from the sidelines could only gape in admiration. Wow, truly the elites of the Aiden family. The 5 blades are genuinely formidable. Meanwhile, the other members of the 5 blades were sweeping through the remaining students, as if on a stroll. No one stood a chance of resisting. The entire battlefield was chaotic, with only 2 people still standing, Doron Warski and Arisha Aiden, but the reality was far different. Doron, with combat experience no less than the 5 blades, coldly commanded his magical swords. Advance. Fire Dragon Sword. Heavy Steel Sword. Illusion Blade Milia was surrounded from all sides by Doron's 5 swords, crying out in alarm. 5 against 2? That's cheating. In stark contrast, Arisha was being utterly thrashed by Swift Blade Jenny, barely able to parry with her sword. Jenny pressed close, her voice full of disdain as she saw Arisha's sword trembling violently. You've neglected your training, haven't you, Lady Arisha? Is this all the skill the heir of a great swordmaster possesses? Jenny held her sword to Arisha's neck, sarcastically remarking, At this rate, what's the point of you graduating? It's a waste of effort. Why not just drop out and let us train you from scratch at home? Humiliated, Arisha roared. Never. Then swung her sword in desperation. Even after awakening the Heavenly Eye talent, which allowed her to see through domains, Arisha was still struck by a devastating punch to the face. Jenny coldly stated, You should focus more, then effortlessly slipped past, causing Arisha to lose her balance and fall flat on her face. A member of the 5 blades watched, shaking her head in disappointment. It seems she's still very green and inexperienced. Korin froze, realizing there was a change in the script. According to the original storyline, Lunia Aden was supposed to hold this role. Why is this older sister suddenly the judge for Team B? Lunia drew her sword, purple dark energy surging, and bluntly declared to the entire team, Shall we begin? Consider this a practical match against a special grade opponent. Korin's entire team was frozen stiff, not understanding what a special grade opponent even was. In Korin's memories, such beings were monsters who could single-handedly take on an entire army, like Lunia or Huaran, existences that dozens of guardians wouldn't even be able to scratch. Korin broke out in a cold sweat, because these catastrophe-level entities were so rare that anyone claiming to have met one would simply be dismissed as a braggart. But now, it wasn't just bragging. A genuine, real boss with glowing eyes, was standing tall right before them. In Corrin's recollection, Lunia Aden appeared as a monster who could single-handedly fight an entire horde of demonic beasts. As soon as she finished speaking, Lunia unleashed a gigantic energy slash that swept across the entire arena. Boom! The entire arena exploded, and the students screamed miserably. Corrin hid behind a broken stone pillar, watching the students being blown away like fallen leaves and muttering, "Wow, this older sister seems truly bloodthirsty." Jaeger panted, pale with fear. "Almost died. Is that old woman crazy? Why is she fighting so ruthlessly against students?" Corrin calmly replied that she was just holding back. Jaeger casually picked up the unconscious Lark, explaining, "I was afraid he'd disappear if I left him, so I brought him along." Corrin speechlessly replied, "I think he's already dead." Corrin had just told Jaeger not to faint, because he was too heavy to carry when, wham, a fragment flew over and knocked Jaeger away. Corrin broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "I wish I could teach you guys a thing or two, but you're all too useless." Lunia stood in the middle of the devastated arena, calling out to Corrin, "Come out, only you and I are left." Corrin stepped out, raised his spear to the sky, and asked nonchalantly, "Can I surrender?" Lunia coldly replied, "Of course, if you want the lowest score." Lunia smirked, provocatively saying that Corrin wouldn't want to waste a rare opportunity to solo a genuine opponent. Corrin also smirked, thinking to himself that Lunia Aden was exactly as he remembered her. It turned out that in his previous life, Corrin and Lunia had fought side by side in countless battles. Corrin recalled that his master taught him how to hold a spear, but it was Lunia who taught him how to use it in actual combat, though he had never managed to defeat her. Corrin took his stance, determined that if he wanted to replace the main player, he had to surpass Lunia's power. Lunia saw her opponent had taken his stance, then praised, "Good," and charged forward to attack. Wham! Lunia's blade and Corrin's spear collided, sparking flames. Clang, clang. The two clashed against each other, their weapons continuously striking, creating ear-splitting sounds. Lunia spun around and delivered a dangerous thrust. Corrin steeled himself to parry the blow. Clang! Corrin and Lunia clashed, sparking flames, leaving the Aden disciples deeply shocked, unable to believe a fifth-rank knight could hold his ground. Another disciple gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how a mere rookie could fight on equal footing with Lunia Aden. Corrin gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain as he strained to withstand the immense pressure. He panted heavily, while Lunia stood there unfazed, sneering. "Already out of breath? How disappointing." Shing! Lunia unexpectedly sheathed her sword, making Corrin briefly think she intended to spare him. But Corrin knew better. This wasn't a reprieve, but a preparatory stance for her renowned domain slash. Lunia unleashed her full aura, preparing to unleash Grand Swordmaster Galland Aiden's most powerful ultimate technique. Challenging. "Let's see what you've got." Whoosh! Lunia vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage, giving Corrin no time to react. The Aden disciples were in utter panic, shouting that she was going too far. The professors also blanched, one yelling to stop the test immediately, fearing she would kill the student. Whoosh! A sharp energy sword strike cut through space, silencing the professor's shout mid-sentence. The Aden family's domain slash ultimate technique was unleashed, reflected in Lunia's cold eyes. Everything around them seemed to freeze, yet Lunia could still move half a step within that motionless world, her blade gliding slowly like a dream. Corrin poured all his strength into unleashing his fastest spear thrust, aiming directly at Lunia's translucent blade. His spear tip trembled violently, unable to advance another inch, making him curse under his breath in bitterness. He realized he was locked down, unable to move within this domain, his entire body trembling with helplessness. He suddenly recalled his battle with the Red Wolf Demon, wondering if that victory was merely luck or coincidence. Corrin questioned if he still couldn't master the domain, but then his eyes flashed with determination. "I only need one step." The spear tip and blade were separated by an infinitesimally small distance. He told himself he didn't need to be perfect, just to accomplish one single thing. Just one more step. Clang! Corrin's spear tip finally touched Lunia's blade, shattering the silent world. Lunia was stunned, her blue eyes reflecting extreme astonishment as she saw her attack blocked. Whoosh! The two figures clashed, creating a terrifying shockwave. Boom! A massive energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, blowing away everything around them. The examining professors gaped, unable to believe their eyes at the destructive power they had just witnessed. Lunia stood firm after the explosion, muttering that mastering the domain felt like standing at the center of the world, something closer to instinct than knowledge. She looked at Corrin, her eyes sharp. "Finally, you've managed to respond." to the domain. Corin stood opposite her, his entire body emanating a golden aura, his hair turning silver, looking utterly formidable. Lunia sheathed her sword, coldly declaring, "Your test is over," then turned and walked away, casually disparaging Corin's spear as trash. She glanced in another direction, seemingly with her own agenda. Arisha, sitting in the stands, her eyes wide, trembled all over as she realized something. Corin questioned Lunia, asserting that the test was never her main objective, and that she deliberately didn't dodge his attack to show Arisha the domain. He smirked. "That's right, isn't it? I lost the battle, but I still achieved my goal." Lunia warned Corin not to meddle in her affairs, declaring that he couldn't change anything. "Because I myself will destroy Arisha," a sharp declaration of war aimed directly at her younger sister. Corin scoffed defiantly. "If it were me, I wouldn't be so confident, because now Arisha Aden has seen the domain." A voice echoed throughout the ruined arena, announcing the judge's decision. Corin Loke receives a perfect score and maximum bonus credits. The students in the stands began to murmur, unable to believe someone who soloed Lunia Aden received a perfect score, growing curious about his true identity. Even the professors were discussing it. The muscular professor and Fermac Daman were both shocked. "Is that kid really just a 5th-rank knight?" The silver-haired head professor mused, beginning to piece things together. "Isn't that kid the one training to resist demonic spirits?" Professor Fermac Daman clenched his sunglasses, muttering in shock. "No way, Corin Loke." Crack! The sunglasses shattered in the professor's hand. He growled, disbelieving. "How the hell did you use that girl's technique?" A few days later, the clang of a bell echoed before a blacksmith's forge. Corin had already decided to upgrade his weapon even before Lunia's suggestion. The muscular blacksmith questioned Corin about his identity and how he knew the family's secret technique, but the protagonist simply replied, "You don't need to know." Corin opened his inventory, revealing piles of glowing rare materials that ordinary players would have to grind endlessly to obtain. It turned out to be the real deal, backed by the Merkava Academy director himself, with an assistant even delivering the items. Corin smirked confidently. With this array of top-tier materials, he had more than enough to craft a weapon capable of matching the domain. Xing, the legendary silver spear of the Silver Knight of the Shadow Realm, also known as the Silver Spear, was officially completed. In a flashback, young Arisha was in utter panic, seeing someone bleeding profusely. Why? The weapon was already set to non-lethal mode. She recalled her first real battle, the disgusting sensation of seeing the entrails of a 5th-rank demonic beast splattered everywhere. But the smell of human blood was entirely different. She recognized it immediately as she stood amidst a pool of blood with numerous human corpses around her. The sword in Arisha's hand trembled violently. She stammered in extreme fear. "No, I didn't mean to." The girl's blood-stained face appeared in horror. That pungent smell was precisely the scent of a fading life. The current Arisha's eyes flashed, breaking free from the bloody stream of memories. Sitting in the carriage, Arisha sighed in exasperation at having to go on another mission, an extremely simple quest: capture a Beowulf alive. She flinched when the emergency quest board appeared, demanding the pursuit of a serial killer, a challenge too difficult that she absolutely wanted no part of. Arisha gripped her sword hilt. Her reason for choosing the Beowulf capture quest was far more profound. A faint memory surfaced, a shadowy figure who had saved her in the past. Arisha wondered, "Where is my savior now, I wonder?" Arisha grumbled about having to babysit, sneering that a 5th-rank knight like Corin was only fit to carry bags. Corin Loke suddenly appeared, grinning and waving at Arisha as if it were a casual stroll. The guardians in the team openly showed disdain, clearly disliking a low-rank individual like Corin disrupting their formation. Corin calmly took Arisha's hand, encouraging her with, "Let's do our best together," which left her frozen for a few seconds. Corin broke out in a cold sweat, distinctly feeling the killing intent from the guardians glaring daggers at his back. Corin pulled Arisha aside to privately ask about her eye, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. Arisha vehemently denied it, but Corin immediately exposed her, directly asking if her sister Lunia had said anything, while secretly thinking Lunia hadn't said a thing. Corin warned Arisha that her sister was not joking. She truly intended to cripple her sword arm so she could never wield a sword again. Arisha remained silent at the warning, while Corin nonchalantly declared, "I guess I'll have to give up the sword." Arisha burst out laughing, asserting that someone like Corin would never abandon the path of the sword, never in a million years. The clang of metal echoed through the gloomy forest, signaling that the hunt for the Beowulfs and the pack of hounds had begun. The mission seemed smooth. The entire team easily swept away the hounds and captured a Beowulf alive, locking it in the carriage. Suddenly, a thick fog rolled in, and a swarm of demonic beasts, numerous as ants, ambushed them, completely turning the tables. A guardian yelled during the fight, asking where the 5th-rank good-for-nothing was, but his comrades shouted back that it wasn't the time to worry about him. Orisha single-handedly carried the team, charging into the monsters and cutting them down like a whirlwind, proving her true caliber. The situation grew increasingly tense, as not only demonic beasts but also a legion of demonic spirits emerged from the fog. Orisha broke into a cold sweat, realizing the anomaly. These demonic spirits were clearly being controlled by someone. From within the mist, a colossal demonic knight with glowing red eyes strode out majestically, its presence weighing heavily on Orisha. Crash! Orisha strained to block a heaven-splitting axe blow, immediately realizing this was no mere demonic spirit, but a true knight with terrifying physical strength. Orisha confronted the demonic knight, yelling, "Why are you attacking us? Retreat or face the consequences." Unexpectedly, the demonic knight slipped past and closed in, leaving Orisha no time to react. Whoosh! Orisha was knocked back, struggling to defend herself against the armored undead's might. The demonic knight leaped over her head, raising its weapon to deliver a finishing blow from above. Orisha gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing, determined not to lose so easily. In that instant, her eyes flashed, seizing upon her opponent's opening. Slash! With a perfect diagonal strike, Orisha bisected the demonic knight in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Fresh blood splattered across her face. Orisha froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Thud! The knight's upper body fell to the ground. Orisha stunned. What? How could? The pungent smell of human blood assailed her, a heavy stench of fading life. Orisha trembled, her face drained of color, realizing a horrifying truth. Did I just kill someone? While she was still in psychological shock, another undead roared and lunged forward, swinging its weapon. Crack! A spear suddenly pierced the undead's skull, saving Orisha's life. A voice rang out. Snap out of it, Orisha. Korin appeared like a god, coldly declaring, "They are not human." He yanked the spear from the corpse's head, explaining concisely while Orisha was still bewildered. These are bodies controlled by dark magic. Korin held up the soldier's head, revealing this was the main event of early Chapter 2, eliminating the serial killer of Fog City. He muttered about the game's original script, how if players chose the Capture Beowulf Alive quest, they would encounter this killer earlier than expected. Orisha regained her composure, yelling for her Guardian League teammates and pointing towards the mist, her voice filled with panic. Look! From within the fog, a hooded shadow with glowing red eyes slowly emerged, radiating immense malevolent energy. The final boss had appeared. Korin shielded the terrified Orisha, coldly ordering, "It's fine, get ready to run," which left her dumbfounded. Without further ado, Korin mustered his strength and unleashed the 4th ultimate spear technique, Mountain Breaker. A fiery attack that shot straight towards the boss. Boom! The attack struck with immense force, and the dark mage seemed to be blown away in an instant. The mage's lifeless body fell, Orisha's eyes wide with admiration. "Korin, you're truly incredible. One hit and he's gone? That easy." Korin smirked, knowing full well that life wasn't that simple. If it were that easy, he wouldn't be the boss of early Chapter 2. I can't defeat him alone. The boss's voice echoed from thin air, mocking that Korin had only destroyed a puppet, and his true characteristic was stealth. Psh! The recently defeated corpse suddenly exploded, releasing a deadly crimson mist that enveloped everything. Korin's expression remained unchanged as he named this dark art, Crimson Mist. He explained that this was a cursed mist, automatically exploding when the HP of its activator, an undead mage, reached 0. The true boss used these decoy puppets to hide within the mist, making his capture almost impossible. Knowing they couldn't fight the mist, the entire team turned tail and fled the dangerous area. Orisha anxiously yelled, asking if Korin wasn't going to retrieve his expensive spear, but he simply replied, "It's all part of the plan." Deep within the mist, a rune glowed on the abandoned spear, the return rune. Whoosh! The spear automatically shot out of the poisonous mist like a rocket. Korin raised his hand and deftly caught the returning spear, leaving Orisha wide-eyed with astonishment at the impressive weapon once more. Orisha suddenly turned, her face panicked as she heard a scream behind her. The guy in the red cloak named Charlie had tripped face first, about to be swallowed by the mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Korin and Orisha simultaneously leaped, soaring over the ground covered by the poisonous mist. Korin grabbed Orisha's hand mid-air, yelling, "Take my hand," while she cried out for him to be careful. While Orisha was still bewildered, a massive surge of crimson energy swept past right in front of them. The idiot Charlie was caught by the vortex, screaming desperately as he was pulled away. leaving Corin to curse at the sudden turn of events. Corin grabbed Charlie, not to save him, but to command, "Give me your cloak," ignoring the other man's bewildered stammering. After stripping off the red cloak, Corin immediately plunged straight into the deadly mist, leaving Orisha stammering his name in vain. Corin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he never expected to have to pull off this reckless stunt again. He recalled his previous life, how he had also stumbled and gotten trapped in this mist, nearly dying in less than a minute. But now with his recovery ability, he was confident he could last longer. The problem now was Orisha. She was tightly bound by crimson tentacles, swinging her sword wildly and uselessly. "Let me go." Corin assessed the situation. Orisha is losing blood too quickly. If this continues, she won't last. Orisha tried to cut through the monstrous vines, telling herself that severing them would be enough, but her blade was completely useless. She panicked, not understanding why she couldn't cut them, her sword-wielding hand trembling violently as the tentacles tightened their grip. The sword slipped from her bloodied hand, and Orisha began to question herself, realizing the problem might not be her strength or stance. An illusion of Lunia Aden appeared, looking at Orisha with contempt and coldly declaring, "How pathetic you look." Clatter. Orisha's sword fell to the ground, her will to fight completely crumbled. Orisha hung her head, bitterly admitting the harsh truth. She was simply too weak. She whispered an apology to her savior, saying that she had wanted to become someone who could protect others, just as he once had. Memories of her savior resurfaced. Orisha had wanted to become someone who would make him proud. In the midst of her despair, a shout of "Orisha" rang out, startling her awake. A dark figure in a red cloak, spear in hand, descended from above like a deity amidst the sea of mist. Orisha looked up, her eyes widening as she recognized the familiar voice. The back of a savior appeared amidst the hazy mist. Corin Loke, the supporting player, had officially arrived at the scene. Orisha couldn't believe her eyes, her voice trembling as she recognized the newcomer. "Savior?" Corin plunged straight into the eye of the storm, swatting away the dark tentacles and asking directly, "Are you all right, Orisha?" While she was still stunned, Orisha burst into tears, her voice desperate. "Corin, I can't cut through them. Save me. I'm going to die." "Pat." Corin placed a hand on her head, his voice firm. "Calm down, Orisha Aden." He gripped Orisha's sword hilt, pointing out the amateur's mistake. "You're just swinging your sword wildly. You need to focus, gather your strength, and stay calm." Corin stood in front of Orisha, facing the approaching undead. "From now on, I'll cover you. You know what to do, right?" Orisha was still trembling and sniffling from exhaustion and the effects of the poisonous mist, but Corin simply replied with a short sentence. "You can do it." He held her shoulders firmly, looked her straight in the eyes and affirmed, "You have more talent for swordsmanship than anyone I've ever seen. You can do it, if you truly want to." Corin's voice was stern, conveying his full resolve. "Just one step, Orisha Aden. Just one more step forward. That's all you need to do." A tear rolled down her cheek, but in Orisha's eyes, determination had begun to rekindle. Corin shouted loudly, "The rest is up to you." Then charged alone, straight into the menacing demonic beasts ahead, leaving Orisha stunned behind him. Orisha told herself that even someone as strong as Corin couldn't last long in here, yet he dared to trust and entrust this to a low-ranked person like her. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth. "Knowing how much he trusts me, I can't give up." "Shing." She took her stance, her eyes burning with fire. "I must do it, no matter the cost." She prepared to unleash her grandfather's secret ultimate technique, a move that could cut through anything. To use that skill, she needed to awaken the Watching Eye, a cursed talent that allowed her to see the domain. Within the domain's space, Orisha gripped her sword hilt tightly, her eyes closed, concentrating her entire spirit to unleash her power. In the spiritual space, a voice echoed, urging Orisha, "Just one step. Take one more step forward." Thump! She took a decisive step forward, and a wave of blue energy erupted beneath her feet. "Aden family swordsmanship," Orisha roared, her eyes flashing, her entire body erupting with brilliant blue sword energy. Swish! A single sword stroke swept horizontally, instantly obliterating the undead in the front line. The colossal sword energy continued to sweep through, unstoppable. The ultimate technique, Domain Slash, was unleashed. A single strike that redefined the entire battlefield. The undead sorcerer was cut in half, stammering in disbelief. "How? How could you?" The entire forest within sight was felled by a single slash, creating a terrifyingly desolate landscape. Boom! A final energy explosion cleared the remnants, blowing everything away. The poisonous mist dissipated. The sorcerer's corpse fell apart, and Korin and the Guardian League members rushed over to check. A League member fearfully recognized the corpse. "This is John Doe, the serial killer of Fog City?" Everyone was deeply shocked by the sight of the entire forest being leveled, and someone exclaimed, "This is the legendary domain slash, the ultimate secret technique of a great sword master." Korin broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. "I just thought she'd use some random slashes. How are you already using this move?" Arisha turned around, her face smudged but radiant as if she'd struck gold. "Korin, I did it." While our protagonist could only scream in silent agony, the Guardian League members began to whisper, "Doesn't this mean Shell become the head of the Aiden family? It's a sure thing. No one besides a great sword master has ever used this move." Everyone cheered for Arisha as if she were a goddess descended, while she was still excitedly showing off her achievement to a dumbfounded Korin. "Why do I always feel like my plans hit a dead end?" Korin thought helplessly. Numerous newspapers ran headlines. Arisha Auden, the rising hero, true genius of the Auden family, who defeated the killer John Doe. In a dark room, Lunia crumpled the newspaper, grinding her teeth. "Insolent brats." A red-haired swordswoman from the Five Blades ordered, "Clean this mess up." Her subordinates quickly obeyed. Lunia Auden, Arisha's older sister, sat calmly drinking tea, her eyes sharp as razors, clearly plotting something. Flashback scene. Great sword master Galland Aiden stood towering, his bare back rippling with muscles, his aura overwhelming the entire family. Here, strength is law. Galland, the living legend, always yearned to find someone skilled enough to inherit his sword, someone who could reach the domain slash, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Young Lunia had toiled with sweat and tears, training day and night until her hands were calloused, defeating countless disciples, but still failed to satisfy the old man Galland. Until one day, during a training session, Lunia's sword clashed with Arisha's. Arisha at that time was just a frail child, just beginning to learn swordsmanship, and also bore the title of a bastard child, breathless after a few sword strokes. Lunia, the genius of the family, had never considered this insignificant younger sister a rival. Clang! Lunia unleashed an overwhelming strike, intending to end the dull training match. Suddenly, Arisha's eye flashed with a strange blue light, her pupil transforming into a diamond shape. The watching eye had activated. Lunia was stunned, seeing the reflection of that bizarre eye on her sword blade. Slash! Blood splattered everywhere. A panicked voice cried out, "She won't stop bleeding." Arisha stood frozen, sword still in hand, watching Lunia collapse with a blood-soaked arm, stammering, "How? How could this happen? This sword was supposed to be harmless." Lying sprawled on the floor, Lunia's eyes were wide with disbelief at what had just transpired. "I didn't even see it move. Impossible." Arisha stood there, blood staining her, her eyes still glowing, as Lunia realized the bitter truth. "I was cut down before I even registered it. This wasn't speed. This was a domain." Little Arisha had stepped into the ultimate realm of swordsmanship, a level even Lunia herself had yet to reach. Lunia gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with resentment and humiliation. How in the world? How could a lazy girl like her achieve something like this? Shock and confusion were clearly visible in the eyes of the sword genius. Arisha recoiled in fright, stammering that she didn't mean to, but Lunia suddenly came to a realization. Now I understand the kind of genius grandfather was looking for. In Lunia's flashback, Arisha's blood-stained face bore a crazed smile, a demonic talent that ordinary people could not comprehend. Grand Sword Master Galland placed a hand on little Arisha's shoulder, declaring that from now on, she was officially an heir candidate. Despite the entire family's objections, memories flooded back, of an innocent Arisha proudly showing Lunia her first sword, a pure image completely contrary to the present. Back in reality, Lunia quietly sipped her tea, her gaze sharp and cold, the sweet memories of the past now just faint echoes. A member of the Five Blades anxiously inquired, seeing their master's troubled expression. The entire Five Blades team stood behind her, each expressing concern for Lunia's condition. Lunia offered a reassuring smile to her subordinates, secretly thinking that she, too, had wished for Arisha to step into the domain. Because, if she could witness that slash once more, Lunia herself might break through to a new realm, just as Grand Sword Master Galland once did. Lunia stood up, her eyes resolute, and commanded the entire Five Blades, "Everyone, prepare for the blade breaking." The scene shifted to the Academy's infirmary, where Korin asked Arisha about her injury and learned it would heal completely in just a few days. Arisha, lying in the infirmary bed, innocently offered Korin some honeycomb candy, leaving him speechless at her carefree nature. Korin seriously pressed Arisha, asking how on earth she could unleash such a dominant domain slash, as merely possessing the heavenly eye wasn't enough. Arisha blushed shyly, muttering that she managed it because Korin had believed in her. Korin was furious at the protagonist-like answer, yelling that geniuses like Arisha made diligent grinders like him look like fools. Knock, knock, a sound of knocking echoed, and someone announced that Arisha had a visitor. Bang! The door burst open, and Marie Dunaref stormed in, loudly asking about Arisha's condition. Korin and Arisha stared blankly at the uninvited guest. Marie quickly introduced herself as a second-year magic student, while Arisha also stammered her own introduction. Korin pointed at Arisha, directly asking Marie if she had come to visit Arisha, which flustered the vampire girl. Korin poked Arisha's flushed cheek, teasing that Marie had been truly worried about her. Marie glared at Korin, sparks flying, emitting a dense dark aura as she sharply asked, "Are you two close friends?" Making him shiver and wonder why she looked so terrifying. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a knock on the door made all three jump and turn around. Suddenly, Hwaran appeared upside down outside the window, nonchalantly demanding the raw fish lunch from the other day, nearly making Korin's heart leap out of his chest. Korin was startled to see Marie visibly flinching at Hwaran, secretly thinking that anyone would be scared by such an entrance. Marie overheard the word lunch, her jealousy flaring, and she clenched her fists, pressing Korin if he had gone to eat alone with Hwaran. Korin calmly reassured her, inviting Marie to eat with him at a cool place he had just found, which made the vampire girl blush furiously. Korin suddenly realized he had inadvertently gathered all the Academy's star players, and a grand scheme began to form in his mind. The scene shifted. Korin warned Arisha that now that her domain/technique was exposed, her sister, Lunia, would surely come soon for the blade breaking. Upon hearing the words blade breaking, Arisha panicked completely, crying loudly that she was doomed, unable to even defeat the 5 blades, let alone Lunia. Korin adopted a mysterious air, declaring he had a solution, but would only tell Arisha on one condition. He laid down an ultimatum. From now on, Arisha must form a permanent party with him, and she must obey his commands immediately, whenever he called for monster hunting or training. Arisha immediately agreed without hesitation, while Marie and Hwaran stood outside the door, witnessing the oath of loyalty being accepted. Korin delivered a tragic monologue to himself, stating that he had come to understand all the joys, angers, loves, and sorrows of life through the ups and downs he had experienced. In a dark alley, the red-brown-haired swordswoman of the 5 blades strode confidently. Whoosh! A sudden flash of light streaked past, and she reacted incredibly fast, swinging her sword up to parry the blow just in time. "Who's there? Show yourself," she growled, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The challenger was none other than Hwaran, leaving the swordswoman of the 5 blades stunned as she recognized her opponent. Hwaran introduced herself with an unbelievably dominant title. "I am a warrior of Arisha's training division, master of the fruit-peeling knife technique." The swordswoman roared, "What in the world are you doing?" As Hwaran, holding a fruit knife, charged straight into attack, Hwaran coldly stated her reason. "He said he'd give me sushi if I defeated you." The swordswoman of the 5 blades froze, her voice trembling. "Sushi?" Under the moonlight, 2 figures clashed, the sharp clang of metal echoing. The swordswoman of the 5 blades was pushed back, her face pale with shock. "What the hell is this? What are you doing?" Suddenly, another figure appeared, a curved blade emitting a cold, blue aura. "I am Korin Loke, warrior of Arisha's martial arts school, master of the scimitar sword art. The best defense is a good offense." Korin Loke grinned slyly, his crimson eyes glowing as he took his stance, ready to instruct the member of the 5 blades. The red-brown-haired swordswoman was dumbfounded as Arisha's entire team appeared simultaneously, each with their own distinct aura of dominance. Hwaran, master of the fruit-peeling knife technique, displayed her sharp claws with a smug smile. Doran Warski, master of flying sword arts, hovered amidst a flurry of flying swords, his gaze as cold as ice. Marie Dunaref, master of the Gandalf technique, her face flushed but still straining, her sword ablaze with magic. And finally, Arisha Aiden, the supreme grandmaster of the nascent Arisha Martial Arts School, took her stance with sharp, resolute eyes. The result was undeniable. The entire 5 blades, subordinates of the Aiden family's first young lady, were utterly defeated by Arisha's team. The red-brown-haired swordswoman collapsed, unable to believe her defeat. "Why? Why did you do this?" Korin sneered, explaining casually. "Well, a nascent martial arts school like ours needs to become famous first if we want more members, right?" Korin's dirty media plan was a resounding success. Major newspapers simultaneously ran headlines like, "Nascent Aiden Martial Arts School defeats the 5 blades, putting the orthodox Aiden family at risk of losing face." Arisha recalled, One of the Aiden family's rules was the sword-breaking ritual, a disguised test to eliminate potential rivals before they could grow strong. She remembered Korin's words, that he wanted to change this rotten structure. Their plan was to challenge each member of the Five Blades, under the guise of a trial for their nascent dojo. But Arisha's true ultimate desire was a fair one-on-one match against her own sister, Lunia. Arisha recalled Korin's promise, that he would win this match and publicize it, preventing Lunia's subordinates from touching her for a long time, while also covering all the dojo's expenses. Arisha teared up with emotion because Marie covered all the expenses, truly a magnate who doesn't need to flaunt her wealth. Suddenly, Lunia appeared with an overwhelming aura, coldly inquiring about the fun her sister was having, leaving Arisha speechless as she called her sister's name. Lunia growled, saying the girl should have run the moment she saw her, and demanded to know who the mastermind was, making Arisha turn pale with fear. From behind the wall, Korin stealthily signaled, urging Arisha to say what needed to be said. Arisha broke into a sweat, her voice trembling, but she gathered all her courage. As the master of a new dojo in the Aiden style, I formally request a friendly match with Lunia Aiden, the first swordswoman. Lunia closed her eyes, calmly accepting the challenge. But she set a condition. This match would not use training swords or reduced damage weapons. This would be a fight to the death. The two Auden sisters faced each other. On one side Lunia, the Grand Disciple, and on the other, Arisha, a second-rank knight. The difference in rank was as clear as day. Marie secretly calculated, admitting that even if she transformed into a vampire and unleashed her full power, her chances of winning against Lunia were still extremely slim. She worriedly turned to ask Korin if Arisha would be alright, but he firmly asserted that he trusted Arisha. Marie was completely reassured, and Korin's credit limit at Marie Bank remained at its maximum. Lunia threw a pouch of money towards Korin. Korin caught the money pouch, thinking it was for the dojo's repair costs, but Lunia coldly denied it. Lunia lunged forward with terrifying speed, declaring, "This is money to rebuild from scratch." Clang! The two swords clashed, creating a blinding blue energy surge. A terrifying energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, sending both swordswomen flying. Korin and Marie gaped, their faces distorted by the shockwave from the battle. A gigantic sword slash tore through the entire dojo, demonstrating the destructive power of the battle that had just begun. Shing! Lunia's blade was pressed against Arisha's neck, her eyes as cold as ice, as if looking at a mere worm. Arisha reminisced, admitting that Lunia used to be her idol, the ideal she always yearned for. In the past, the Aiden family disciples endlessly praised Lunia, a 15-year-old genius who could solo a first-rank demonic beast, seeing her as a hero stepped out of a fairy tale. Back then, Arisha, the child of a secondary wife, would only timidly run to congratulate her sister after each successful mission. Lunia responded with an indifferent pat on the head, but it was enough to make the naive Arisha of that time blush with happiness. But then, tragedy struck. Arisha injured someone for the first time, standing frozen amidst a pool of blood with a sword in her hand. That moment shattered everything. Arisha fell into extreme panic, and from then on, everything started to go awry. Back in reality, Lunia unleashed a slash, imbued with blue magical power, a finishing blow that gave her opponent no chance. In Arisha's mind, Korin's voice echoed, calmly instructing, with Lunia's first strike, take a step back, and then veer to the side. Thwack! Arisha deflected the sword's trajectory in an unbelievable manner, making Lunia freeze in surprise for the first time. A different kind of defense? Korin calmly analyzed. Lunia fights by the book. Her skill is high, but she won't be able to keep up with a bizarre, unpredictable defense style. Clang! The two swords clashed again, but this time the dynamic was different. Lunia could no longer maintain her air of superiority. Arisha was pushed back, sliding across the ground, and Lunia uttered a sarcastic remark. "Looks like you're still as fast at running as ever, you coward." Korin continued to command, as Arisha was gasping for breath. "Use your speed, disrupt her vision, then close in immediately." Whoosh! Arisha burst forth with speed, gliding like a ghost across the arena, leaving faint blue streaks of light. She appeared right behind Lunia, unleashing the lightning strike from the three advancing forms with lightning-fast speed. Lunia spun around with the reflexes of a monster, her sharp eyes already locked onto the target. Arisha remained unfazed, unleashing her ultimate technique, breaking the momentum. A game-changing move, true to its name. She let out a determined roar, swinging her sword directly at Lunia in the nick of time. Lunia froze, her eyes revealing confusion as she realized Arisha's attack was not simple at all. Arisha used an unconventional tactic. Instead of sword fighting, she rammed her entire body straight into Lunia, stunning her sister with this street fighting style. The shoulder tackle made Lunia lose her balance, and both tumbled onto the arena floor in a chaotic mess. As soon as she stood up, Lunia growled, killing intent flaring around her. Arisha! Her enraged sister launched a retaliatory kick straight at Arisha, roaring, "Idiot!" Arisha casually blocked the kick with her hand, scoffing, "You think these petty tricks can defeat me?" Clang! The two swords clashed again, sparking. The power difference no longer as great as before. Arisha growled, preparing to unleash the next move in her combo sequence. Next is the falling seal, Arisha thought to herself. Everything is happening exactly as Korin said. Then, without a second's pause, she immediately followed up with a continuous attack, applying relentless pressure. Lunia blocked the attack, her blade reflecting Arisha's face as her sister scoffed. "Oh, just a moment ago you were about to kneel, but now you can counterattack? Looks like you can struggle a bit, after all?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lunia followed up with an extremely powerful kick, disparaging, "But your skill is still very green and immature." Arisha was kicked away, sliding across the arena floor but still maintaining her defensive stance. Giving her opponent no time to breathe, Lunia leapt high into the air, preparing to unleash a finishing blow from above. Arisha gritted her teeth and braced herself to block the descending slash, as blue sword energy exploded. Two streams of sword energy clashed fiercely, neither side willing to yield in this pure test of strength. Lunia poured all her strength, trying to crush Arisha's sword with overwhelming power. Lunia broke into a cold sweat, crying out in despair as she realized a harsh truth. Arisha was catching up to her, and that wasn't all. Arisha's eyes flashed with blue light, a new power awakening as Lunia realized in horror. The girl was seeing the domain. Lunia smirked with satisfaction, whispering, "That's more like it." Clang! Two swords clashed, sparking fire, and Lunia shouted excitedly, "You've wanted to see this side of you for a long time. This insane talent you've hidden all this time." Arisha panted, propping herself up with her sword, feeling the blade in her hand, vibrating intensely. Arisha stood up straight, her gaze sharp, making Lunia think to herself, she's realized it. The outcome of the match wouldn't be decided by 10 moves, but by a single strike. Lunia smiled confidently, declaring, "Very well, I shall reciprocate." Lunia took a stance, blue sword energy erupting around her, and growled in challenge, "Come at me." Arisha! Hearing the call, Arisha also braced herself, her sword energy surging forth, no less potent. Both rushed at each other like two flashes of lightning, preparing for the fated collision. In the moment of impact, Arisha screamed in her mind, "My ultimate goal has always been you, Lunia. Today, I truly wielded a sword for the first time." Memories flooded back of a small, innocent Arisha, innocently declaring, "Someday, I want to be like you, a brave and cool knight. But now, my goal has changed." Arisha gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with resentment, Korin's silhouette appearing behind her like a reminder. Arisha's eyes blazed brightly, her pupils flashing with strange symbols. Her latent power had fully awakened. Two sword trajectories intersected, the surrounding space seemingly cut in half by two streams of absolute power. A blinding explosion of light erupted at the point of impact, engulfing everything. Domain slash. The ultimate technique was unleashed, a perfect cut tearing through the space between the two sisters. Whoosh! Shockwaves spread in all directions, and the arena floor shattered into fragments. Standing afar, Marie gasped in astonishment at the terrifying, destructive power, turning to ask Korin with a trembling voice, Is it over?" The dust cloud gradually dispersed, revealing a pair of feet still standing firm. The battle had ended, and the victor was Arisha, standing tall over her fallen sister's body. Slash. The battle ended with a single victor. Arisha stood tall, while Lunia had fallen. Marie turned to Korin, her eyes sparkling, and cheered, "Arisha won, Korin," while our protagonist merely smirked. Korin mused, Arisha's only strength compared to Swordmaster Lunia was the domain slash technique. She absolutely had to draw the fight into her domain to stand a chance of winning. In a flashback, Korin had taught Arisha the dog run strategy, to only dodge, run, and stall for time, utilizing his past life's knowledge of Lunia's habits to create a golden opportunity. Just as calculated, what shattered after the clash within the domain was not her will, but Lunia's sword. Arisha panted, her face smudged, but her eyes wide with disbelief, whispering, I did it." Lunia stood up, turned her back coldly, and sighed. "It seems I need to train more. From now on, neither I nor my subordinates will interfere in your affairs," Lunia declared before walking away, despite Arisha calling after her. Arisha hastily grabbed her sister's hand, her voice panicked. "Lunia, wait!" Arisha's face was pale. She stammered incoherently. The girl was clearly scared out of her wits. The weak younger sister had just defeated the first sword. Arisha feared the impending hostility from her family, and especially from her own sister. But the girl didn't know that Lunia merely glanced back, with a look devoid of any anger. Lunia's hand suddenly reached out, making Arisha jump and let out a small cry. A gentle pat on the head. Arisha's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing her worries had been for naught, Korin began to reminisce about Lunia Aden, recalling his first encounter with her in his previous life, much earlier than in the original storyline. Dark memories flooded back. Sihu Park, with his insane smile, was the one who killed Arisha, driving Lunia mad with a thirst for revenge, but she never found the true culprit. On the 3rd anniversary of Arisha's death, Korin found Lunia standing before the grave in the pouring rain and asked, "You come here every anniversary, don't you?" "I thought you hated your sister," Korin said bluntly. Lunia, her tears mingling with the rain, bitterly admitted, "Yes." Korin recalled Lunia's accusations against her sister. Lazy, vain, clingy. However, the truth was not so simple. But Lunia stood before the grave, resolutely declaring to the world, "No one but me is allowed to avenge her." Korin reminisced, affirming that Lunia would never turn her back on Arisha, but would secretly smile and support her sister's growth. Lunia smiled, gently patting the disheveled Arisha's head, and said, "You've grown taller." Korin crossed his arms, a triumphant smirk on his face. "At least, that's the Lunia Aden I know." Arisha burst into sobs, tears welling up as she called her sister's name. Lunia. The scene shifted to a magnificent building, where Arisha was confiding in Korin that she was very afraid of fighting, but sometimes found herself smiling during combat. Korin peeled an apple while listening to Arisha confess that out of fear of confronting Lunia, she had always avoided it and only taken easy missions. Arisha worriedly said that now that she had won, she would become the heir and be hated by Lunia and her subordinates. She slumped down, fearing her relationship with her sister would be broken forever, but Korin curtly stated, "No." Korin held up the peeled apple, confidently asserting, "It won't happen," leaving Arisha bewildered. The veteran player explained, "The two sisters might drift apart for a while, but the bond of blood was not easily broken." Korin concluded, "After all, you two are still sisters," leaving Arisha stunned and touched. Korin believed Arisha had made the right choice, then reminisced about his past, being punched, kicked, and trampled by neighborhood bullies. In the flashback, school-age Korin clutched his head in pain, realizing that the greatest humiliation wasn't being beaten, but never daring to fight back. Returning to the present, Korin encouraged Arisha, "You are much stronger than that cowardly kid, and I want you to become someone who knows her own worth." Arisha suddenly remarked, "You're a strange guy, Korin," making the young man pause slightly. She commented that, despite being the same age, Korin acted like a seasoned old man, making him secretly calculate his true age, which was almost 50. Arisha smiled and thanked Korin for helping her with Lunia. She stretched and added, "And for saving my life in the forest," which startled Korin. A flashback appeared, showing that Korin himself had embraced the heavily wounded Arisha deep in the forest. Arisha pointed triumphantly, laying her cards on the table. "Your voice, your belt, and even the way you're talking to me right now." Korin was speechless, not expecting the girl to be so suddenly clever. Exposed, Korin had no choice but to admit it, while Arisha beamed with delight, promising a generous reward. Korin seized the opportunity immediately. "There is one thing." Korin extended his hand, casually asking to be friends, leaving Arisha dumbfounded. "Huh?" Arisha hastily grabbed Korin's hand, nodding profusely, and even blurted out that she had never had a boyfriend before. Korin smirked meaningfully, looking forward to upcoming adventures with his new friend. Arisha's eyes crinkled in a smile, delighted to have found a trustworthy friend like Korin. In Korin's mind, a vow was established. "May the wicked be punished." Lunia gently lifted Arisha's chin, an image symbolizing the second vow. "May the good have a brighter future." Young Arisha, innocently receiving a sword from an adult, representing the final vow, "And may children be given a better choice." The image of a plate of rabbit-shaped apple slices concluded Korin's train of thought. The scene shifted to a luxurious academy hall, with a magnificent chandelier. A brown-haired girl wearing glasses named Isabel Carmen furtively peeked out from behind a pillar, muttering to herself that something was bothering her. Marie turned around, smiling brightly at a male student's call. The male student knelt, holding out a small object, stammering a confession to Marie. It turned out to be a pouch of his own fresh blood, leaving Marie frozen, speechless. Isabel watched from afar, a look of disdain on her face. "Idiot." Marie hates this kind of approach. Suddenly, Corin appeared right behind Marie, making her jump. Marie turned around, her hair turning white, her face flushed, swallowing hard. She stammered, calling him senior freshman, while Isabel, from a distance, immediately recognized Corin Loke, the guy who had been loitering around her friend lately. Isabel secretly assessed, though Corin looked like a low-ranking knight. She knew he was no ordinary person because rumors said he had even confronted Lunia Aiden. While other students hastily made way, Corin calmly opened the room door, then turned to Marie and asked, "Would you like some blood?" Click! The room door slammed shut, locking Corin and Marie inside. Isabel froze stiff when she saw Corin pressing Marie against the wall, frantically wondering, what were they planning to do in there? Isabel strained her ears to eavesdrop, and was utterly shocked when Corin asked Marie if she had considered his marriage proposal. It turned out the proposal was a business deal. Corin invited Marie to invest in building an inn, promising to triple her account. Isabel fumed with rage, biting her nails as she concluded that this Corin guy was only after Marie's money. Who the heck is this guy? The scene shifts. Corin met Arisha in the training room, confirming that today would only be a light warm-up with basic exercises. While Corin and Arisha were discussing their training, Isabel secretly climbed onto the rafters to continue her surveillance. Arisha expressed her wish to train together, leaving the surrounding students dumbfounded when they recognized the second young lady of the Aiden family. Corin handed Arisha a card, praising the delicious food at the Divine Panda restaurant, which made her overjoyed. Isabel, from above, was fuming with anger, growling. He just finished flirting with Marie and now he's already moved on to this girl? Overwhelmed with rage, Isabel's hand slipped from her grip. Crash! A loud noise echoed. Corin and Arisha turned around, while he nonchalantly asked her about her savings. Lying sprawled on the ground, Isabel trembled with anger, deducing that Corin was a scumbag trying to extort money from both girls. The next afternoon, at the Academy's dining hall, Corin was once again eating with Hwaran, convincing her that fried fish was just as delicious as sushi. And then, the scenario repeated itself. Corin again tried to get Hwaran to invest in his business, right before Isabel's fiery gaze outside the window. Isabel officially reached her final conclusion. Her glasses cracked. Corin Loke was a despicable swindler and a genuine philanderer. A luxurious car drove past, text appearing to list the enormous cost of nearly 100 million won for Corin to handle everything. The car stopped. Corin thought to himself that all this money was lent by Marie, truly lucky to have a rich friend. He also didn't forget to mentally calculate the 50 gold coins Lunia had given him to rebuild the training room. Corin calculated that he had acquired 110 gold coins from sending the killer John Doe to his grave, plus a considerable amount of savings Hwaran had deposited at the church. Yuel, Lark, and Yager also invested, but the biggest contribution came from Doran. This money-crazed mercenary turned out to be a hidden tycoon with enormous savings. Stepping out of the luxurious car, Corin looked like a true boss. With a total of 550 gold coins in hand, he splurged on buying an entire vast field. Although currently just a desolate plot of land on the outskirts, in Corin's eyes, this was a gold mine. He knew all about an upcoming intercontinental festival. People would flock here, and he was confident he would earn back many times over in just 2 weeks. With information from the future and game knowledge, Corin smirked, truly a blatant game hack. In his dapper suit, he declared with a sneer, "Just you wait. I'll drain all the money from this world." Meanwhile, at the Academy Director's office, an important meeting was underway. Josephine reported to Director Ariu that old powers like the royal family and the magic tower were showing an unfriendly attitude towards them. Ariu showed no signs of wavering, while Josephine affirmed that her church would always support his decisions, believing everyone deserved a chance. Director Ariu stood up, announcing he would be absent for a while, and declined Josephine's offer to substitute for him, citing that someone named Clara disliked the old church. After instructing Josephine to look after the academy and contact him urgently if anything happened, Director Ariu left. Alone in the office, Josephine sat at her desk, adjusted her glasses, and began to deal with the mountain of paperwork. She scanned through a series of requests. Vampire regeneration experiments rejected. New dormitory construction plans postponed. Suddenly, she paused when she saw a familiar name on a form. Corin Loke? Josephine was utterly stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of mischief was this kid up to now? Corin's application for a mandrake harvesting zone left her jaw agape, completely unable to understand his intentions. The scene shifted to the Academy's laboratory complex. Arisha wondered if this was where they would start their work. Corin explained about the mandrake's deadly scream. Both put on high-quality earplugs and were ready for action. Arisha even saluted seriously. "Yes, Captain." Corin explained the strategy. Mandrake harvesting couldn't be done solo. One person pulls it out, another must immediately sever its roots and stem. He gripped the mandrake tightly, a fleeting memory of his past life. Having done this with Sihu before, made him feel a little nervous. Corin pulled the plant up with all his might, and the humanoid mandrake immediately let out a piercing scream. The root's face contorted, its mouth wide open, preparing to unleash its sonic ultimate technique. The sound waves from the mandrake's scream exploded, blowing both Corin and Orisha flying far away like two puppets. Corin braced himself and shouted loudly, "Orisha, now! Show it the power of domain slash." But his teammate was out of commission. Orisha was foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolled back because she was wearing her earplugs incorrectly. Corin was utterly furious, deciding to go solo. "Damn it, you'll have to handle this myself. You're not the only one who can scream, you damn plant." He let out a roar even more terrifying than the mandrake's, his face filled with murderous intent, making even the plant tremble in fear. Whoosh! Corin threw the mandrake straight up into the sky. Slash. A clean slash cut the plant in half mid-air. He landed, panting heavily after completing the task by himself. Corin turned around, his face still filled with murderous intent, intending to scold Orisha severely. But he only saw her looking bewildered, her face flushed red, asking a question that couldn't be more clueless. "Oh, hello, Corin. Did you sleep well?" Corin was speechless, tiredly wiping his sweat, thinking to himself that he had planned to pull out the silver mandrake too, but now he was out of breath. Just then, a voice rang out. "Hello, Corin." Corin froze. Realizing Marie was standing there, he wondered how she got into the restricted area. Marie calmly explained that she heard a noise, so she jumped out to see from the 12th floor window of the laboratory building. Marie's eye twitched. Murderous intent began to spread as she saw Corin and Orisha together. Her entire body erupted with a surge of dark energy, her voice as cold as ice. "What the hell are you two doing here?" Marie skipped closer, asking casually, "Oh, are you going to pull out the rest?" Corin could only sigh, declaring that the whole team needed a break after all that screaming. Marie didn't care, boldly announcing, "No problem, I'll pull it out." Corin frantically raised a hand to stop her, warning that it would be very difficult if one wasn't a knight. But it was too late. Marie spotted a silver mandrake and yanked it out with one hand. Corin's face went pale, screaming silently, knowing that the creature's shriek was powerful enough to kill. The silver mandrake twitched, preparing to shriek, but Marie just smiled brightly and crushed its head with a neat crunch, silencing it instantly. She tossed the mandrake's corpse aside, then turned to order Orisha to hunt for rabbits and potatoes to make soup, as if she were the team leader. Corin bewilderedly asked what he should do, while Orisha had already obediently run off to complete the task. Marie turned back, stating bluntly, "You don't need to do anything." Marie leaned in close, her face flushed, whispering seductively, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Hearing this, Corin beamed with delight, grinning widely, and giving Marie a thumbs up, completely forgetting he had just almost died. Meanwhile, Orisha was diligently brewing a potion according to a super complex recipe, requiring 28 ingredients and over 10 hours of boiling. The final product was a pot of traditional Korean herbal medicine, a detail clearly showing the game's origin. Marie brought the pot of medicine over and saw Corin sitting on the ground, drawing out of boredom. She curiously bent down and realized they were ancient runes. Corin was surprised to learn she also had knowledge of them. Corin's expression grew pensive. He revealed that his master had taught him this nearly lost language. A flashback began, showing a silver-haired female warrior wielding a spear, who had taught Corin about ancient runes and how to fight. His master possessed the primordial rune, a supreme power directly inscribed onto her body, which only one person could wield. The game's final boss aimed to seize this rune, and Corin's master had intended to pass it on to him, but she fell in battle against a ghostly shadow. That shadow, with its glowing red eyes, was the one who had taken his master's life. Back in the present, Marie asked about his master, and Corin simply bowed his head, replying that she was just a good, ordinary person. But the flashback image of his master's back standing tall amidst a burning city proved she was a true hero. Marie looked at Corin with gentle eyes, noticing the sadness in his gaze, and softly said, "You seem sad." Seeing Corin lost in thought, Marie casually asked, "Want some potatoes?" Then clapped her hands, summoning Diokgu to his bewilderment. A six-packed crimson monster appeared, its info panel clearly stating Diokgu, strongest familiar, leaving Corin gaping. Marie boasted that she had completely tamed the monster thanks to Corin's blood, and then the pet Diokgu intimately licked his face. The muscular monster panted, its tongue lolling out like a puppy's, leaving Korin speechless at Marie's cute aesthetic. Korin joked, claiming to be Dioku's father since it was created from his blood, making Marie blush shyly. Marie sealed the deal immediately. Okay, Dioku's dad, go play with him, pushing Korin into a difficult spot while he was patting the monster's head. Korin mumbled that it wasn't a real dog to play with, but Dioku bared its teeth in a malicious grin. Dioku pounced, toying with Korin and thrashing him, while Marie cheered from the sidelines, finding the two of them incredibly cute. The pot of tonic made from common mandrake was already boiling furiously, preparing for the power-up. Korin, battered after the playful session, slurped down the bowl of tonic. Orisha, who had just arrived, wondered why he was so dirty, as a system notification appeared. The system panel announced, mana resistance greatly increased, max mana plus 1,300. Korin confidently thought he was now almost on par with his teammates. Korin generously offered the two girls the medicine, but explained that the powerful buff could only be received once. The remainder would be for others. Now for the main course, the silver mandrake, with its characteristic ecstatic expression. Without further ado, Korin shoved the entire silver mandrake into his mouth and chewed it ravenously. The system panel exploded with a notification. Aura core has been formed. A blue aura erupted around Korin. He laughed gleefully, having hacked the game by acquiring an aura core early and knowing he could get another one later. Korin channeled energy into his hand, declaring he now had an aura core, leaving Orisha and Marie wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. Orisha's face flushed red, urging Korin to go big and eat the golden mandrake too, but he coldly refused. Not yet, I'm saving it for later. Korin smirked sinisterly, already having another, more formidable plan for the golden mandrake in mind. A holographic screen displayed his profile. 5th rank knight, Korin Loke. The muscular instructor stared intently at the data, his eyes sharp, then stated bluntly, "This student's rank must be upgraded." In a high-level meeting, the head professor questioned, "Korin Loke is only a first-year 5th rank student. On what grounds do you demand his rank be upgraded?" Professor Fermac played his trump card. Korin Loke dueled Swordmaster Lunia Aden for approximately 3 minutes, shocking the entire meeting room. The arrogant professor sneered, believing Lunia was merely toying with the youngsters during the midterm exam. Another professor narrowed his eyes, his voice full of doubt. "Do you really think she went easy on that boy?" The head professor scanned the room, asking loudly, "Here, including myself, does anyone believe that Lunia Aden went easy on Korin Loke?" The entire room fell silent. Not a single hand was raised, not a single word of protest was uttered. A female professor voiced her concern, stating that rules could not be broken for a single performance, no matter how impressive. The arrogant professor proposed a tricky solution. Let the Alliance conduct an official assessment, but that would mean Korin and his supervising professor would have to withdraw from their studies. Another immediately pointed the finger at the muscular instructor. "Since you started this, why don't you take on that role yourself?" The muscular instructor pondered for a moment, then decisively replied, "I am willing to accept." Fermac Daman crossed his arms, muttering Korin Loke's name, his eyes behind his sunglasses filled with contemplation. He mused, "If judged purely on paper, 5th rank is already too generous, but his skill in dueling Lunia and those spear techniques are truly authentic." Images of Korin fighting, the Phantom of Sihu Park, and his master's spear techniques flashed through Fermac's mind. No matter how I think about it, those are definitely his techniques. Fermac adjusted his glasses slightly, deciding, "Soon, I'll have to assess this kid myself." The scene shifted to the classroom. Orisha Aden cheerfully waved at Korin. Orisha asked if she could sit next to him while already taking the seat, leaving Korin speechless. Why ask when you've already sat down? Thump! Jaeger Hinspeter appeared imposingly. Korin subtly reminded her that it was his seat, making Orisha flustered and apologize. Orisha was about to stand up when Jaeger tossed something across the table, landing it neatly, and told her to stay seated if she wanted, making Korin exclaim, "Oh, Jaeger, I didn't expect you to be so chivalrous." Jaeger spun around, glaring daggers at Korin with surging killing intent, leaving the protagonist bewildered. "Huh? Why are you suddenly glaring at me?" In Jaeger's mind, an image of the blue-haired girl, the Academy's celebrity, appeared, and he growled, "You still have to ask?" First, it was that potato girl. In Jaeger's mind, he bitterly recalled Korin cozying up to the fearsome nun Hwaran, and now it was the Grand Swordmaster's granddaughter's turn. Jaeger cried out in tears, openly jealous. "Damn it, I'm so envious. How does that guy get all the girls?" Slumping his face onto the table in despair, Jaeger made Orisha worriedly ask after him, while Korin could only shrug. Bang! Professor Fermac Daman entered the classroom with an incredibly cool demeanor, asking the new students if they were ready. The professor walked straight to the podium, asked the class to settle down, and announced an upcoming group project. The students began to grumble, hating group work. But Professor Fermac dismissed their complaints, asserting that this assignment would be beneficial for their future. Exuding an overbearing aura, Fermac bluntly declared that the night department would not engage in complex calculations or plant trees like the bookworms in the magic department. With a snap of his fingers, the professor's magical power surged forth. Whoosh! The assignment papers flew swiftly around the classroom as if by magic, automatically distributing themselves to each student, much to their astonishment. Corin narrowed his eyes, listening intently as Professor Fermac prepared to announce the project's topic. Spear techniques, Professor Fermac declared loudly, leaving the entire class bewildered by the seemingly irrelevant topic. Arisha turned and nudged Corin's shoulder, delighted, believing this was his forte. But Corin was stunned, realizing history had changed. In his previous life, the topic was boxing, wasn't it? In Corin's memory, Fermac was a renowned boxer with the ability to control distance, use instant movement, and possess the shadow attribute, along with ancient runic magic carved onto his gloves. Corin realized the problem. A top knight from Berkut Academy, a boxing expert, was assigning a topic on spear mastery. This guy is truly sharp, he thought to himself. Professor Fermac's gaze seemed to pierce through everything, fixed on Corin, making him wonder, is this old man testing me? Fermac explained the rules. Each group would research a spear technique of their choice, then present it to the entire class. A student raised a hand, questioning the fairness for those not specialized in spears, but Fermac reassured them that he would grade flexibly, according to their skill level. Each group will have 4 members, Fermac announced, presenting a box of drawing sticks, and the group assignments will be entirely random. Corin slumped his face onto the table, haunted by the specter of past group project disasters. From deadweight teammates and those who copy-pasted Wikipedia, to those whose grandparents conveniently passed away. But then, Corin looked up with a sinister smile, his teeth sharp like a shark's. It seemed this time, he had a plan to deal with it. Corin looked at his newly assigned team and confidently declared, "This time will be different." He analyzed Jaeger. Top-tier physique, not the brightest, but knows how to follow orders. The muscular guy was gloating, thrilled to be on Corin's team, thinking this was an easy win. Next was Arisha, a swordplay genius, excellent physique, learning spear techniques would be trivial. Meanwhile, she was still fuming about Doron swindling her out of 20 silver. Finally, there was Huaran, the cold yet diligent nun, who seemed to have become more serious about her studies lately. Corin smirked. With a team full of such elite members, he wouldn't have to carry them anymore and quickly booked a training room. But life was not a dream. A whooshing sound echoed, signaling that Corin's plan had utterly failed. Jaeger and Corin stood side by side, sweating profusely, wondering about the super expensive, shock-proof, impact-resistant training room. Jaeger shouted the critical question, how the hell did it shatter like this? The entire arena floor was cracked open, with Arisha and Huaran each in a corner. The arena floor had a giant hole punched through it by a single blow, and Arisha lay flattened nearby, screaming in horror. Huaran stood there with an expressionless face, while Corin was speechless. I only told her to spar gently with Arisha, not to demolish the training room. Whoosh! As a result, all 4 of them were kicked out of the training room, sent flying like a bag of trash. New team meeting location, the church, on Sunday. The group began their project review meeting. Corin asked for everyone's input, but only an awkward silence enveloped them in response. Arisha mumbled an apology for losing control, but Corin praised her, saying her spear mastery had improved remarkably just by observation. Jaeger cleared his throat, admitting he still couldn't grasp Corin's heavenly spin technique. Unable to discern the spear's trajectory, Corin turned to ask Huaran, who silently approached with a tray of food and drinks. The nun simply said one concise word. Eat. She looked more like a proper maid than a nun. Corin asked if it was communion bread, and Jaeger explained it was the flesh and blood of the saintess, and that Sunday service was mandatory for Huaran. Corin realized Huaran was a novice nun of the new sect, and she coldly turned back to confirm. Not because I want to. Corin advised Huaran to try reading the Holy Scripture, because it contained many interesting things, while also explaining that the new sect differed from the old-fashioned old sect. Corin smirked, beginning to preach his philosophy of love. Love yourself. Love the person in front of you. Love your neighbor. Love and be loved in return. Arisha blushed, completely convinced by Corin's words, while Huaran merely snorted coldly in disdain. Corin turned to ask Huaran about yesterday's failure, but received only a sharp, silent gaze in return. Huaran delivered a blunt statement that froze everyone. That's because all of you are too weak. She continued to rub salt in the wound. You are all fragile and easily broken. A slight impact will shatter you. Training is useless. The weak remain weak, and the strong remain strong. Korin stood up. Arisha called his name in surprise, but he cut her off. What you said isn't entirely wrong, however. He faced Huaran, his voice full of challenge. Those words must be uttered by someone truly strong. Korin made an intense wager. A bet? 1 minute. I'll make you kneel. If I win, you treat me to dinner. Huaran accepted the bet with a cold expression. Fine, but if I win, I won't demand anything, because you'll be severely injured. Both moved to a spacious courtyard. Korin judged that this place was sufficient to determine the victor. Arisha and Jagar watched from afar, gulping nervously, unable to understand how things had escalated to this. Jagar was tasked with being the referee, stammering out the signal while Korin and Huaran had already taken their stances, ready to charge at each other. Huaran's fiery red eyes gleamed with deadly focus. Korin was no pushover either. His eyes flashed with decisive light. As Jaeger shouted start, Korin immediately charged forward like an arrow, deciding to unleash his ultimate technique from the very beginning. He channeled his strength into his spear, unleashing the serpent's deception, ultimate venomous serpent technique, a surge of purple energy thrusting straight forward. Huaran simply raised her hands and crossed them, effortlessly blocking the spear's tip, making Korin exclaim, as expected of a top-tier fighter. Immediately, she counterattacked with a devastating sweeping kick named Sweeping Tiger Wind, second form combination. Crack! Huaran's kick was so powerful it snapped Korin's spear shaft in half on the spot, leaving him stunned. Without giving her opponent time to recover, Huaran lunged forward, unleashing a bare-handed strike, determined to end the match. Korin smirked, thinking to himself that this girl truly had a talent for destruction. Korin activated his 8 trigram steps, gracefully dodging Huaran's attacks. Huaran taunted. What's wrong? It seems you can't even touch me, can you? While Korin was still frantically dancing around to evade her blows, Huaran's crimson eyes flashed with annoyance, and she growled, You will regret this. Korin narrowed his eyes, deciding to go all out. Dodge this if you don't want to die. Huaran put all her strength into it, unleashing a fiery straight punch with terrifying power. Korin was no pushover either. He channeled his power, a surge of blue energy enveloping his body, and thought to himself, taking this hit would surely land me in the hospital for a month. Normally, I'd dodge, but this time, I'll block it head-on. Korin braced himself, directly confronting Huaran's punch. Boom! The collision sparked, and Korin gritted his teeth, enduring as his muscles felt like they would shatter, despite his perfect block. Huaran froze, unable to believe this shrimp dared to block her attack. A flicker of surprise appeared on Huaran's face as she realized something was amiss. Taking advantage of the opening, Korin slipped behind her and swept her leg, sending Huaran sprawling, leaving Arisha and Jaeger agape in astonishment. Amazing. Korin sneered, taunting. Oh my, it seems you're on your knees now, aren't you? Huaran, annoyed, demanded a rematch, but Korin nonchalantly refused. A win is a win. Why fight again? She trembled with rage, growling for a rematch, but Korin only replied with a blunt, dream on. Korin continued to fan the flames, grinning widely. Wow, I can hear you trembling from here. Shaking with anger, are we? Huaran could only glare daggers before bursting into maniacal laughter. A few days later, Korin stood trembling, holding a piece of paper, telling himself that internal matters were settled, and all he needed to do was teach spear arts to the team, or so he thought. The paper Huaran sent contained only a few words. I'm injured. You all carry on. He was furious, crumpling the paper. Injured? Are you kidding me? How could you get injured in that fight? So, this is your game, huh? Korin declared it was time to use his trump card to deal with the stubborn girl. He laid out a lavish meal in front of Huaran, grinning slyly. Eat. Huaran swallowed, drooling with desire, while Korin laid down a condition. But if you eat, it means you admit you've fully recovered. The glistening golden-brown grilled fish beckoned, and Korin leisurely asked, So, what will you do? The choice is yours. Unable to resist, Huaran snatched the fish, devoured it, and declared, I'm fine now. Korin burst into triumphant laughter. While Huaran was engrossed in eating, Korin pressed her. Hey, how long do you think it takes a chef to cook a meal? Not even 30 minutes. Huaran replied curtly, without looking up. 10 years. She explained that from selecting ingredients to preparation, it takes a decade for a chef to confidently present their signature dish. Korin sneered, beginning his lecture. As for me, I took 3 years. 3 years of training to make you kneel. He compared cooking to martial arts, saying that choosing ingredients was like choosing a stance before striking. An image from the past appeared, showing Korin being taught the most basic spear techniques by his master. Hwaran remained silent, still holding the fish, while Korin clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Korin smiled, leaning close to Hwaran. Anyway, we're friends now, right? Wham! Hwaran slammed a notebook straight into Korin's face, making him see stars. Still gnawing on the fish, Hwaran flipped through the notebook, realizing it contained notes on the spear stances and principles she had asked him to research. Korin patted Hwaran's head like a child, his voice full of pride. So you're still doing your part, huh? Excellent. But she brusquely swatted his hand away. Korin was confident that with Arisha and Jaeger handling the practical training, and Hwaran taking care of the research, the team would surely score high. Time flew by, and it was the mid-May presentation week, with Korin's team being the first to step up. The entire team, consisting of Korin, Jaeger, Arisha, and Hwaran, stood at attention, ready for the test before Professor Firmak. Falaise, leader of Team 1, confidently stepped forward and announced, "Our presentation is on the 5 spear techniques." Professor Firmak ordered, "Good, demonstrate." Professor Firmak nodded, praising Falaise after the demonstration, making the student sigh in relief and stammer his thanks. But Professor Firmak wasn't finished. He declared he would personally test their formation, leaving Falaise stunned. The old professor growled, proclaiming his title as the former first-rank knight of the Kingdom of Al-Rath, a brilliant purple aura erupting around his fist. Firmak laid down a harsh challenge. If they could withstand him for 10 seconds, the entire team would get full marks. The real test was just beginning. The old professor ordered the students to block his path at all costs, their faces paling under the pressure. With a whoosh, Firmak tossed his notebook aside, preparing to charge into battle. The old professor transformed into a blur of green light, charging straight into Falaise's formation at an unseeable speed. Falaise's entire formation was wiped out in an instant, swept away by the old professor's high-speed combo. Korin and Jaeger watched, breaking out in cold sweat, terrified by their teacher's unbelievable speed. Hes not holding back at all, Firmak casually caught his gradebook, remarking that their spear formation was decent but needed more practice. With all the students sprawled behind him, the old professor coldly gave them a B and asked if anyone had objections, to which Falaise could only silently accept. Team 1 dejectedly left, while the other students turned pale, wondering how they could possibly fight back against such an overwhelming teacher. Some even talked about dropping out. A guy from another team tried to boast loudly about his team's 9 dragon annihilation spear techniques, looking extremely flashy. Firmak didn't say much, charging in and knocking them all out with a single punch, bluntly declaring, "Flashy but no practical combat. C grade." It was Team 3 Seconds' turn. Korin Lok's name was called, and he smirked confidently. It's showtime. The entire team stood before Professor Firmak, and Korin announced they would demonstrate one of the 8 great spear techniques, the thrust, pull, and crouch spear technique. Jaeger took the thrust stance, using the spear tip to deflect the opponent's attack, initiating the combo chain. Arisha followed with the pull stance, using the spear shaft to press down on the enemy's weapon, creating a fatal opening, and Hwaran finished with the crouch stance, thrusting directly into the enemy's weak point once they had lost their balance. Korin's eyes welled up with tears of pride, unable to believe how harmoniously the entire team, especially Hwaran, had coordinated. Professor Firmak nodded, praising the team's precise and fluid techniques. But he suddenly declared, "No, only you, Loke, will duel me," leaving the entire team stunned. Firmak advanced, his aura overwhelming, and growled at Korin. "Do you have any objections?" Korin smirked, thinking, so this was his plan all along, then calmly replied, "No. No objections." Firmak nodded in satisfaction, his sunglasses flashing with a deadly purple light. Then, "Let's begin." Korin immediately activated the Rito rune, and a surge of purple energy erupted around him. Whoosh! Firmak lunged like lightning, unleashing a southpaw jet boost punch straight at Korin's face. In that instant, Korin analyzed, "Theoretically, I should block the attack from the right, but Firmak's dominant leg is his left." Korin realized instantly. Clang! Korin used his springing thrust spear technique to block the punch, growling, "And I know you're left-handed, Firmak." Professor Firmak froze, unable to believe his trump card had been read by a first-year student. The students who had been previously defeated gaped, and Falaise shouted, "The professor's speed is incredible, yet that 5th-rank guy." Clang! Wham! Piercing collision sounds echoed continuously as the two clashed. The entire hall only saw 2 streams of purple and white light colliding, with young Corin fighting the professor head-on. Fermac roared, his eyes sharp. "So you think you're superior to all your classmates, do you?" He clenched his fist, challenging. "Show me what you've got." "Not these basic moves." Corin spun his spear, and Fermac yelled, "Show me that spear technique." Corin stood firm, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant purple aura, his gaze cold and full of confidence. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sent Professor Fermac flying backward. Yager, Arisha, and Huaran were stunned, simultaneously shouting Corin's name in utter horror. Whoosh! Professor Fermac's armored fist stopped right in front of Corin's face, just a hair's breadth from impact. Corin Loke's expression remained unchanged, his cold gaze fixed on the fist. Without a hint of wavering, Professor Fermac froze, speechless at the terrifying composure of the rookie student. Fermac growled through his sunglasses, full of bewilderment. "Why didn't you strike?" Corin smirked, his voice calm. "Because time's up." "Exactly 10 seconds, Corin declared confidently, leaving the formidable professor speechless. Corin continued his opponent analysis. "Yes, I bet you're very suspicious." He exposed the professor's entire strategy. "All this time, you only used your right hand and boasted about being right-handed. But my defense was built on the fact that I knew you were left-handed from the start," Corin concluded, while a flashback showed him blocking the real attack. Fermac spun around, stunned as Corin uttered a loaded and challenging question. "What do you think this means, senior brother?" Setting aside his astonishment, Fermac turned his back and announced the results concisely. Team 3. The old professor turned back to face the team, lecturing. "Rookies often crave flashy moves, but in the end, basic skills are the hardest to master." Fermac looked directly at Corin, calling out his full name. "Corin Loke," then quickly corrected himself. "I mean, Team 3. Everyone gets an A+, Fermac concluded, and Corin raised his hand in celebration, while Jagger, Arisha, and Huaran cheered joyfully behind him. The whole team jumped for joy at the score, but Fermac cut short their celebration. "Mr. Loke, could you speak with me after class?" Fermac walked away, throwing back a reassuring remark. "Don't worry. Just a little chat." In a private room, Fermac got straight to the point, without beating around the bush. "Corin Loke, are you truly a 5th-rank knight?" He pushed a stack of documents across the table, stating firmly, "I'm sure you already know, your skills are not those of a 5th-rank knight." Corin continued his act. "But because I can't sense demonic spirits, under normal circumstances, I can't defeat them." Fermac concluded, his gaze serious. "The professors of the Night Department recently met about you, Mr. Loke. We've concluded that you need to be re-evaluated." Professor Fermac announced that Corin would have to undertake several missions for re-evaluation, and the highest rank he could achieve was semi-first rank. Corin smirked, thinking, semi-first rank isn't bad, because the higher the rank, the more money, and he'll get to freely choose excellent missions. Corin immediately accepted the challenge, and Professor Fermac assigned the task. Solo a demonic beast and a demonic spirit, both of semi-first rank. Corin analyzed the situation. There were 4 semi-first rank missions from the Guardian League, 2 beasts and 2 spirits. Clearly, they wanted to see him handle one of each type. Professor Fermac's eyes flashed with purple light, and he urged Corin to make a decision, but Corin felt there was something too risky about this. The scene shifted to a gloomy forest, where a voice called out Corin Loke's name, announcing that he had arrived on time. Corin was accompanied by a muscular instructor named Harmon. He politely greeted him, but the old man merely scoffed. "This is nothing," and began recounting his past achievements. Instructor Harmon beamed when asked about his past, just as Corin had figured out. Flattering the old man's achievements always pleased him. Harmon revealed the first target, a semi-first rank twin-headed ogre on the western mountain. Slow but extremely dangerous, accompanied by a pack of hounds. Corin secretly calculated, realizing this test was harder than usual, because they typically only assigned first-rank demonic beasts. But this was semi-first rank, still immature, and came with minions. Corin addressed the issue directly, telling Instructor Harmon that he clearly didn't want him to engage in direct combat. Harmon nodded in agreement, declaring that a guardian needed brains, not just brawn, and that he would grade Corin's every action. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain range west of the city, home to the twin-headed ogre's lair. Corin knew well that the Guardian League's backup and Old Man Harmon would only watch, unless he was about to be annihilated. But if they intervened, the test would be considered a failure. Harmon began his pop quiz. "What have you analyzed so far, Corin?" Corin began to show off his intellect, using the footprints to assert that the ogre and the pack of long hounds lived symbiotically, and that there were a total of 3 dogs. Harmon wondered why he only saw 2 dog footprints, but Corin immediately pointed out That's because one of the three is pregnant. Korin continued to explain, pointing to drag marks and asserting that the pack of dogs had carried prey back to the lair, proving they were feeding one that couldn't move. Instructor Harmon and the entire backup team behind him were stunned by Korin's deductive ability. The old man could only utter one word: excellent. Harmon posed his final question. So how will you hunt the ogre and the 3 long hounds? Korin replied without hesitation. First, I will separate the ogre from its pack of dogs. Korin Loke smirked, crimson energy flaring around him as he confidently declared his weapon was his mind. No matter how much humanity expanded, this world still harbored its dark corners. Demonic beasts remained a constant threat, lurking in the shadows. Thud! A colossal bare foot stomped heavily onto the ground. The ruler of this forest was one of them. The twin-headed ogre, tyrant of the forest, stood towering with its pack of long hounds, claiming this as its own kingdom. Suddenly, 2 long hounds barked furiously. They were the first to catch an unfamiliar scent. They returned to their den and discovered the pregnant female hound had vanished without a trace. The hounds growled wildly, alerting their master. They ran along a dragging trail on the ground, realizing an intruder had entered. Their glowing yellow eyes narrowed. A stranger had dared to abduct a member of their pack. Realizing a pack member was captured, the twin-headed ogre let out an earth-shattering roar that made the entire forest tremble. The 2 remaining hounds barked angrily, darting off like arrows to urge the ogre to pursue. The entire pack charged madly, following the scent of the female and the abductor. The scent grew stronger, and they knew they were close to catching their target. The hounds surged forward, believing no one could escape them in this territory. Finally, they found the female hound whimpering pitifully on the ground, tightly bound by ropes. The 2 male hounds rushed over, nudging their mate with their noses to ensure she was safe. Just as they were about to bite through the ropes to free her, the rope suddenly tightened. Whoosh! A colossal log plummeted from above with terrifying speed, aiming directly at the hounds. Crash! The trap sprang, the log crushing one hound while the other only managed a yelp of terror. Crack! The colossal log smashed the long hound, splattering blood everywhere. Snap! Snap! A series of other wooden stakes simultaneously broke, triggering more chain traps. Swish! Swish! Spiked stakes plunged down from all directions, surrounding the surviving hound. The monster roared in terror, realizing it was no longer the hunter. It ran for its life, dodging the deadly traps that continuously fell. Ahead was a clearing, and it dashed towards it with a faint hope of survival. Upon arrival, it panted heavily, but the ground beneath its feet began to shake. A brilliant light flared, and the Kanaz runes carved into the ground exploded. The longhound only had time to feel the malice of humans, as countless runestones erupted. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire clearing, blowing away the last monster. Amidst the sea of flames, the twin-headed ogre strode out, watching its last subordinate burn to ashes. The hound's silhouette vanished in the flames before its master's eyes. Having lost all its loyal minions, the ogre gnashed its teeth, its rage erupting. It let out an earth-shattering roar, shaking the entire forest. Snap! Another rope trap was triggered, coiling tightly around the ogre. But with a mere flex of its muscles, it shattered the trap. These childish tricks weren't even enough to tickle the ruler of the forest. Its 2 heads turned, their glowing red eyes asserting its absolute dominance. But standing opposite it amidst the sea of flames was Korin Loke, spear in hand, coldly declaring, "The hunt truly begins now." The twin-headed ogre, ruler of this forest, was a born hunter. The twin-headed ogre entered hunting mode, one head sharp-eyed, the other keen-nosed, coordinating perfectly to track down the one who had slaughtered its minions. Clear footprints on the ground showed the prey was clearly an amateur who didn't know how to hide scent or tracks. Yet, the first day passed, and the ogre found absolutely nothing. Despite a plethora of tracks to follow, the prey was like air, making its 2 heads increasingly agitated. Helpless, it decided to rest, planning to resume at dawn. But as night fell, the prey struck first, throwing a Haglaz runestone. Immediately, a magical hailstorm poured down on the dozing ogre. It roared in fury, enduring several trivial but extremely annoying attacks. It was just a paltry hailstorm, not strong enough to inflict any damage on its tough hide. But the problem was, every time the ogre dozed off, the cursed hailstorm would begin again. It tried to ignore it. Then a blazing rock flew from nowhere, turning the entire area into a sea of flames. Throughout the night, the ogre frantically searched, but all it found were the prey's footprints. By the 3rd day, its legs were exhausted and covered in scratches. And then it realized a bitter truth. It was the one being hunted. Despair and rage flared in its glowing red eyes. Finally, the mastermind revealed himself. Korin yawned in exasperation. "Who knew taking you down would be so tiring? Let's finish this." The ogre let out an earth-shattering roar, its madness reaching its peak. It charged directly at Korin, pouring all its remaining strength into a deadly pounce. Facing the colossal monster, Korin's gaze remained as cold as ice. Without a moment's hesitation, he too charged forward, ready for the final solo battle. Korin decisively stomped his foot, preparing for his charge. He leaped, building momentum, as he charged straight towards the colossal monster. Korin spun in midair, his spear sweeping up to form a blazing red streak, astonishing the twin-headed ogre. The ogre roared furiously, swinging its 2-meter-long mace, determined to crush the tiny foe before it. Korin channeled his energy, gathering strength for a decisive blow, declaring, "Mountain-shattering secret art." The ultimate technique was unleashed. Unnecessary second strike, horizontal sweep. A colossal blue energy blast shot straight forward. Clang! Korin's spear clashed head-on with the ogre's mace, impossibly halting its destructive attack. An energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, blowing away everything nearby. The ogre's two heads gaped in astonishment, unable to believe its weapon had been so easily stopped. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Korin glided like a phantom, landing directly on the monster's back. He prepared to unleash the finishing blow. Muttering, 8 trigrams primordial vibration. Korin concentrated all his power into his palm, a brilliant blue energy enveloping him. Boom! A devastating blow struck the ogre's nape, the shockwave spreading throughout its entire body. The monster let out a pathetic shriek, its colossal body pierced by Korin's energy. The tyrant of the forest, once the hunter, now toppled backward, officially becoming prey at the hands of a human. Korin landed, reaching out to pick up his spear, but then stopped, looking bored. Seriously. He let out a huge yawn, complaining, "All that effort to charge my aura core, and I didn't even get a chance to use it." His task done, Korin looked up at the sky and suddenly wondered, "The ogre's dealt with. I wonder what Marie is doing." The scene shifts to 3 days prior. Korin sat opposite Marie by the window and asked directly, "How much do you trust me, Marie?" Marie, while eating, confidently affirmed her absolute trust. But when Korin continued, "Then, how far can you go with me?" she immediately blushed crimson, blood gushing from her nose like a fountain. Marie grabbed Korin's hand, her nose still bleeding but her face beaming. "All the way. I'll follow you to the end." Korin calmly replied, "I have a plan, and I can't do it without you, Marie." Korin began to explain, "Starting tomorrow, you and Arisha will." Hearing Arisha's name, Marie froze, her face turning cold, interrupting. "Korin." Looking out the window, Marie questioned with a jealous tone, "This is our plan, isn't it? Why are you bringing another girl into this?" Korin looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Marie's blood-stained dress was tossed straight into the laundry basket, ending the comedic scene. Under the shower, the narration echoed. Even as a high-ranking vampire guardian, deep down she was still just a girl, and a few thoughtless words from Korin were enough to shake her heart. Marie's hair turned white in the water, and she murmured, "This is far more serious than I thought. That girl might be naive, but she's definitely not stupid." As she washed her long hair, her thoughts flowed. She knew Korin always appeared before incidents occurred, always having a plan ready. He saved her, and he saved Arisha Aden too. It wasn't that she wasn't grateful, but doubt could not linger long in the heart of someone in love. Marie decided to cast aside all her questions, once again accepting the request from the one she secretly adored. The scene shifts to Merkava Academy, where mages flocked not only for its colossal library, but also for the formidable experimental zone in the west. The door to room B306 appeared. A voice rang out excitedly. "Wow, that's truly an overwhelming wild boar." Professor Fermac and Professor Josephine stood before a colossal demonic beast bound by energy chains. Josephine explained, "This is a special grade demonic beast. It cannot be killed, only sealed. It's the very wild boar that swallowed an entire iron mine." Professor Dana asked Fermac about his latest research concerning the alpha characteristics of special grade entities, and he confirmed he was writing an essay on it. Josephine smiled. "So you just need to carve runes onto this demonic beast, right?" She lamented that rune users were now as rare as autumn leaves. Fermac raised his hand, his face serious. "Runes are very difficult to use in actual combat," he continued, his voice self-deprecating. "And for a knight with little mana like me, it's almost." Suddenly, he paused, his finger twitching slightly as he sensed a presence. Marie appeared at the door. Josephine was surprised. "Our academy has a few other special grade individuals, doesn't it?" She quickly apologized if the term was impolite. Maria's blue hair gently swayed, and she replied softly, "Oh, it's quite all right." The narration chimed in. The encounter of two special grade entities. Marie flashed a confident and powerful smile. She was Marie Dunaref, the final boss of Chapter 1. The scene shifted to the sealed wild boar. The narration continued. And the final boss of Chapter 2, the King of the Iron Mountain. The two formidable bosses had officially met. Night fell upon a haunted mansion under the full moon. This was the Haunted House quest, a minor quest in the original game during the second semester. This Haunted House quest, though said to be simple, was actually a hardcore skill test for top-tier players. This demonic spirit didn't possess an individual, but rather the entire house, like a true poltergeist. Corin stood amidst the dilapidated house. He knew this spirit was a physical type, so he couldn't hide behind defensive runes anymore. Corin began his speedrun, muttering the guide to himself. Dodge, slash the roots with the spear, then jump again. He swung his spear, shattering the window, deftly dodging the shards of glass flying like a deadly rain. Corin slid skillfully along his spear shaft, weaving through the shower of debris and charging straight through the door. Upon entering, he immediately smashed the clock, took 3 steps, then used his spear shaft to crush the nails shooting up from the floor. Meanwhile, Corin's guide version rattled off a string of secret techniques without a single stumble, leaving the holographic audience wide-mouthed in astonishment. When the spirit ran out of things to throw and was still bewildered, Corin activated all the runes pre-carved throughout the house. Flames erupted fiercely, the entire house engulfed in a sea of fire. Corin stood amidst the ashes and calmly declared, "Now, let's go." He smirked, a true cool guy who never looks back at explosions, completing the quest in a mere 30 seconds. Instructor Harmon stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. 2 second-rank mages had been stumped, yet this kid solved it so swiftly. Harmon clapped Corin firmly on the shoulder, his voice full of admiration. "Congratulations," he laughed heartily. Certain Corin would soon become a near first-class knight, and enthusiastically invited him to eat in the port city of Sal. Hearing Sal, Corin paused, a calculating glint in his eyes. He had accepted this quest for another purpose there. Harmon slung an arm around Corin's shoulder, cheerfully leading the way to what he considered the best restaurant. From the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes watched their every move. Diogu, Marie's familiar, was hidden behind a tree, confirming the target was heading in the right direction. The scene shifts to 88 years ago, on an icy peninsula in the far north, where a resource-rich mountain called Iron Mountain stood. One day, as miners were digging, they were utterly terrified by an unbelievable sight. Flashback 88 years ago, a colossal demonic boar was gnawing at an iron mine, a monster devouring everything it saw. The King of the Iron Mountain, a special-grade monster, first revealed itself to the world, terrifying the miners. Back in the present, Arisha Aiden was running headlong, telling herself she couldn't oversleep on such an important day, her destination being the 4th floor of the research lab. She sped up, determined not to be late for the mission Corin had entrusted her with. A few days prior, on the 1st floor of the research lab, Arisha's sudden appearance startled Marie, who was busy with a cauldron. Arisha scratched her head, apologizing for the interruption, but Marie quickly waved her hand, stammering that she was just idle. Marie explained that Diogu had called Arisha here, and the reason was that Corin had asked her to explain a few things. Hearing Corin's name, Arisha immediately blushed, her heart skipping a beat. Before getting to business, Marie offered Arisha a vial of potion. "Would you like to try this?" Arisha didn't hesitate, assuming it was a body-nourishing elixir, and gulped it down in one breath, even as Marie frantically told her to slow down. Immediately after drinking, Arisha suddenly froze, making Marie anxiously ask what was wrong. "Delicious." Arisha's eyes sparkled as she praised it profusely, saying it reminded her of a dish from her hometown. It turned out Marie was using Arisha as a guinea pig, gleefully noting down the results. Taste, good. Safety, good. Toxicity, good. After the potion test, Arisha directly asked about what Corin wanted to discuss, and Marie became serious again. She revealed that Corin wanted her to tell Arisha about the events that were about to unfold. Marie looked straight at Arisha, her voice full of hidden meaning. About the King of the Iron Mountain. Back in the present, Arisha was pushing through a crowd of students, continuously apologizing. Her mind replayed the warning. The King of the Iron Mountain, a demonic boar, was sealed right beneath the research lab, and she had to get there as fast as possible. Meanwhile, on the 4th basement floor of the research lab, Professor Damon, Josephine, and Marie were already present. Professor Damon crossed his arms and asked Marie, "What do you think is the difference between a special-grade demonic beast and other small fry? Is it power?" Professor Josephine began her lecture. Demonic creatures have individuals called alphas, the ultimate leaders of their packs, who are stronger and can command their kin. An alpha can easily control an entire pack of its own species, but that power is limited to its own race. However, for a special grade like Marie, it's different. Her dominion is absolute. Marie realized with a dazed expression that a special grade could dominate all lower-grade demonic creatures, and Professor Demon confirmed she had understood correctly. Marie suddenly recalled the past. When her bloodlust erupted, she had frantically hunted and drained the blood of an owlbear in the forest. She shook her head, thinking that it wasn't dominion back then, but simply using intimidation to scare the monsters to death. Professor Demon further explained that demonic creatures are divided into 3 types: demonic beasts, demonic spirits, and demonic humans, and the alpha characteristic is also influenced by these types. Marie wondered if she could command demonic humans, but Josephine thought it was almost impossible due to their high intelligence. Putting the theories aside, Josephine clapped her hands, deciding to go straight to practical application. Bring out the fanged boars. Creak! Creak! The lab assistants pushed numerous iron cages filled with demonic beasts into the area. Josephine declared that the experiment's goal was to see how much a special grade could control demonic beasts. If successful, humanity would possess the ultimate defense tool. Marie realized the experiment's importance. If successful, humanity could protect itself from the nascent threat of demonic creatures. Suddenly, Josephine turned to ask, "Oh, right. Have you tried making the elixir tastier yet?" Marie happily replied that it was much more delicious now. Returning to the main topic, Josephine asked Marie to try taming the fanged boars growling in their cages. Marie's eyes flashed crimson, and she coldly commanded with a single word, "Come out." A leading fanged boar flinched, trembling before the terrifying pressure. The cage doors sprang open, and the entire herd of boars stumbled out, completely overwhelmed by Marie's aura. Marie raised her hand, giving a concise command, "Stop." The entire herd immediately froze, not daring to move. Swallowing, she prepared to give the next command with an extremely cool expression. "Now, face down." Upon hearing this, the boars all simultaneously rolled onto their backs, exposing their bellies, making Marie freeze. "Huh? I told you to face down," Josephine chuckled, explaining to the embarrassed Marie that low-grade demonic beasts had brains too small to understand her complex commands. To increase the difficulty, Josephine ordered Professor Fermac, "Unleash the king," and the cool-headed man simply replied, "Okay." Professor Fermac used ancient runes to dispel the golden chains that bound the colossal monster, which began to loosen. As soon as the first seal was loosened, the king of the Iron Mountain roared, shaking heaven and earth, and blue energy exploded forth. The colossal king of the Iron Mountain stood tall, its pressure making all other demonic beasts tremble, while support teams shouted to reinforce the chains. The king's crimson eyes locked onto its target, and it let out a threatening growl. Immediately, the entire herd of low-grade demonic beasts also spun around, eyes glowing, growling towards Marie. The entire horde of monsters charged wildly, but Marie didn't flinch. She stepped forward to block their path and shouted, "Stop!" A foolish small fry charged forward, and Marie only needed one clean punch to send it flying. Its head smashed to a pulp. Marie turned to Josephine, confidently stating that controlling these creatures would be easy since they were all from the pig family, and she let out a sigh of relief. Boom! Just as Marie was still feeling smug, a loud explosion echoed from behind, and alarms blared. "Emergency alert! The demonic beast in cage, a 107, has escaped." Both froze, Josephine's face turning pale as she realized how formidable the monster in cage a 107 was. A colossal, scaly serpent tail slithered out from the shadows, signaling a deadly presence. The legendary manticore appeared, let out a roar, and then charged straight at Marie with terrifying speed. Suddenly, the priestess Huaran appeared, unleashing her blood spear skill, summoning a barrage of blood lances that shot forth. The rain of blood lances rushed forward at dizzying speed, perfectly blocking the manticore's attack. Huaran's eyes were sharp. She ordered Doku, who was about to charge, "Conserve your strength." Unexpectedly, a colossal surge of purple energy struck the manticore directly. Professor Fermac lunged in from the side, unleashing a swirling punch that accumulated maximum purple energy, named Southpaw Screw Demolition, slamming it straight into the monster's jaw. Fermac's punch radiated terrifying power, showcasing the caliber of a former first-rank knight. Boom! Professor Fermac's left punch exploded, creating a massive purple energy shockwave. But Fermac immediately sensed trouble, muttering Professor Dana's name, feeling that something was amiss. Inside the containment area, a series of roars and crashes echoed. The demonic beasts were going wild. A lab assistant screamed in panic, While Professor Josephine hastily ordered the resealing of the King of the Iron Mountain, Professor Dana gritted her teeth and activated the magic circle, accepting the cost to handle the emergency. "It's over," an assistant shouted, reporting, "Team 2 here. The magic circle isn't working." Another man cried out, "The binding circle is useless too. Damn it." Josephine froze as she realized someone had sabotaged the magic circle beforehand. Shatter. The golden energy chains used to seal the boss exploded into countless fragments. Professor Josephine's face drained of color, her eyes wide with terror. Sweat poured down, and she could only curse inwardly, knowing everything was spiraling out of control. "The King of the Iron Mountain has broken loose," the colossal monster roared, shattering its chains amidst a surge of magical electricity. Fermac yelled urgently, "Damn it, we have to stop it, Miss Dunaref," and Marie immediately obeyed. Marie poured all her magical power, summoning a colossal crystal spear that illuminated the entire area. Whoosh! The icy spear shot forth with terrifying speed, carrying destructive power. Marie's eyes gleamed with determination. She had unleashed one of her most powerful techniques. Clang! The spear struck the monster's iron-hard hide and shattered into 100 pieces. Marie froze, unable to believe her attack was so utterly useless. Fermac stepped forward, his fists glowing with purple energy, his voice firm. "You did well. I'll take it from here." Thud! The professor slammed his fists together, energy exploding, preparing to solo the formidable foe. Professor Fermac frowned, realizing his punch was like a mere scratch to the monster. "I felt nothing hit my fists." The King of the Iron Mountain merely exhaled, and the terrifying pressure blew Fermac away. The professor was utterly shocked. "Impossible. It's truly unharmed?" The ancient runes, Thorisas and Fehu, flared on the monster's tusk, and brilliant golden energy began to gather. Fermac broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the ancient power that shouldn't exist. Ancient runes? But that's impossible. Wham! The colossal boar swung its tusk, a simple attack yet carrying absolute destructive power. Crack! Fermac was directly gored, sent flying like a bullet into the wall, and a lab assistant cried out with a trembling voice. "Professor!" In the control room, a black-haired female researcher panicked as the alarm system blared. "No, the wall has been destroyed. The barrier system is about to crash, crash, shatter." The cage doors were smashed from within. The demonic beasts were breaking loose. An announcement blared as an army of demonic beasts of all kinds, with glowing red eyes, poured out. "All demonic beasts sealed within the building have escaped." The female researcher yelled into the comm system amidst the chaotic scene. "Code Veronica! All personnel, evacuate immediately. Guards, activate all remaining magic circles." She gave her final order as the combat golems were activated. "And deploy the spirit golems." The golem squad charged into battle, firing projectiles, and punching apart the low-level demonic beasts with their bare hands, determined not to let them escape. A golem shrieked piercingly as it was torn apart by the formidable foes that had just appeared. 2 first-rank bosses, the colossal sacred snake and King Highland, officially joined the battle, easily crushing the golem formation. The demonic beasts roared overwhelmingly, and a guard desperately reported, "Call for reinforcements. We can't stop these high-level demonic beasts without the magic circles." Professor Josephine in the control room gritted her teeth, accepting the losses. "No. If they get outside the academy then, authorize continuous lightning strikes on the common area. I hope we have enough budget to fix all of this." Crack! Brilliant golden lightning struck down, scorching an entire area, and the manticore let out an enraged roar. Despite being struck by lightning, the manticore still charged directly towards the control room. The female researcher stood frozen, screaming in terror. Whoosh! A purple figure shot forth with incredible speed, blocking the manticore's attack right in front of the girl. Blood splattered onto her face, and the female researcher turned to look, bewildered, and starting to feel fear because the prophecies of that freshman were accurate down to every detail. While the female researcher was still stunned, Doran Worski appeared with his array of floating, flying swords, coldly declaring, "Just consider this a field trip for me." He waved his hand, giving a command, and the array of flying swords immediately shot into the growling demonic beasts. The monsters were no pushovers. They roared and simultaneously opened their mouths, gathering energy. Boom! A colossal fireball shot directly towards Doran, creating a terrifying explosion. In another corner, Cranel Logan shouted, "Combine the remnants." Mechanical fragments flew up, enveloped in green energy. "Construct golem." The fragments rapidly assembled into a colossal robot. The junk golem took shape amidst the flames, ready to confront the boss, King Highland. Cranel jumped for joy. "Amazing. I'm controlling it perfectly. The formula he gave me is truly effective. A flashback showed that a few days prior, Corin Loke had dragged Crenel into the training room, shoving a secret golem formula into his hands, and arranged to meet him at the experimental area. Back in reality, the junk golem was being punched back by King Hylant, and Crenel, sweating profusely, admitted that a first-rank opponent was indeed on a different level. Suddenly, verdant tree roots wrapped around the golem, buffing its power, which stunned Crenel. Empowered by roots, the golem was upgraded, becoming significantly larger and stronger. Yahello Valorn, the female druid, appeared with an air of grace, wondering how Corin knew this plan would succeed, while Crenel shouted, "Druid, perfect timing." Meanwhile, the colossal sacred snake was slithering up to the third floor, and the female researcher panicked once again. Oh no, the sacred snake is going up to the third floor. Whoosh! Arisha Aiden darted forward like lightning, slashing the python with a spark-flying strike. The powerful slash blocked the monster's path, and Arisha sighed in relief, while the female researcher stammered her name. The female researcher rejoiced, seeing the second-year knight and mage students appear just in time like saviors. But then she froze, realizing something was off. No, wait. Why are all of you here? The entire group of formidable freshmen, from Arisha, Yahello, Crenel, to Doron, answered in unison with a nonchalant tone. We're on a field trip. In a flashback scene, Corin Loke sat in contemplation, while the narration confirmed that this young man's plan was being executed perfectly. Suddenly, a blazing red blood barrier called Blood Domain enveloped the king of the Iron Mountain, freezing all its actions. Huaran, with white hair and fierce red eyes, smirked triumphantly. Good thing I erected the barrier, as Corin instructed. Now you're completely trapped. Crash. The king of the Iron Mountain took a direct, incredibly powerful ice spell to the face. Marie Dunaref, small yet mighty, single-handedly froze the colossal monster with her magic. The researchers standing behind could only gape, stammering in disbelief at this terrifying power. Huaran exuded an overwhelming aura, declaring bluntly, "Don't underestimate me. I'm a special-grade entity just like you." After all, another monster, King Hylant, let out an earth-shattering roar, looking as if it had stepped right out of a blockbuster movie. King Hylant charged in, wreaking havoc and sending Chronologan flying, who yelled helplessly, "Damn it, it's destroying everything. Do something." Crenel shouted from the cockpit, calling out to Yahello Valorn, "Yahello, we need more support." While the druid girl seemed skeptical. "Are you sure it'll work?" From the cores of the destroyed spirit golems, a new combat machine was reconstructed, using Corin's formula and Yahello's magic. Thud! The new golem's fist, enhanced with natural energy, delivered a sky-shattering blow. The fully buffed new golem charged into a fierce, earth-shaking battle with King Hylant. Crenel ordered Yahello, enhance the golem's fist casing, then revealed his reckless plan. I'm going to detonate 5 spirit golem cores simultaneously. The ultimate duo of the game, heroic legends of Arhan, the Golem Master, and the Druid, were showcasing a peak combat synergy. The system announced Natural Weapon, Woodfist, equipped as the Golem's fist was enveloped in vibrant green energy. Crenel roared, "Go!" pouring all his strength into the attack, while Yahello stood behind, speechless. Crack. Crenel shattered the energy crystal on the control panel to unleash its full power. A colossal green energy blast shot out from the Golem's fist, hurtling straight towards the enemy. Crenel boasted loudly, "Advance, Warrior Ludun!" While Yahello beside him was utterly dumbfounded by the cheesy name he'd just made up for the golem. Arisha Aiden froze, her eyes wide and mouth agape at the overwhelming energy blast, wondering, what the hell was that? The colossal sacred snake let out a piercing roar, and Arisha immediately took a defensive stance, realizing this was her solo fight. Facing the first-grade demonic beast, Arisha told herself she had to handle it alone. In the midst of the tension, Marie Dunaref appeared, relaying Corin's words. "Oh, Corin also asked me to tell you one more thing," Marie declared clearly. "He said you absolutely must not use domain slash," which made Arisha stiffen. Arisha found herself in a difficult position, dodging the snake's attacks while wondering why Corin had entrusted her with such a tough mission. Suddenly, Arisha sensed another energy source, a colossal blood orb pulsating from afar. The colossal blood orb, which was Huaran's barrier, began to shake violently. Crack! Blazing red fissures spread across the barrier's surface, signaling its imminent collapse. Whoosh! The blood barrier exploded, sending Huaran flying in astonishment, as she cried out, "My blood domain!" The explosion sent Huaran and her staff soaring into the air. Marie also couldn't escape the blast, falling wounded to the ground. Lying on the ground, Marie bitterly admitted. Corin was right. She sighed, knowing she couldn't possibly defeat that demonic boar. The king of the Iron Mountain roared, bearing the primal runo on its body, an enchantment that granted it damage immunity. This rune granted it 100% resistance to physical and magical damage, making it a truly immortal boss. This was why the monster could only be sealed, not killed. Countless heroes had perished because of it. Nevertheless, Marie gritted her teeth and clutched her staff, determined to see Corin's plan through to the end. Despite being covered in wounds, Marie roared, "I won't give up," and charged straight at the boss. Meanwhile, Orisha, facing the colossal sacred snake, cried out Marie's name with deep concern. Orisha swallowed hard, realizing she also had to go all in. She channeled her energy, a fierce blue aura erupting around her, preparing to unleash her ultimate skill. From the control room, Professor Dana of the magic department could only gape. Unbelievable. Back on the main battlefield, Marie unleashed her alchemy magic, Blood Snow Blossom, a full-scale attack on the King of the Iron Mountain, but her opponent was the legendary demonic beast, the King of the Iron Mountain, a truly formidable foe. And on this side was Marie Dunaref, an ancient vampire, who was also no pushover. The battle shook the entire area. This was a solo showdown between two special-grade monsters. Professor Dana trembled, realizing she was witnessing a moment that would go down in history, both terrified and awestruck. The King of the Iron Mountain lumbered forward, completely ignoring Marie's attacks. Marie swung her hand, launching a volley of sharp ice spears towards the monster. Clang! All the ice spears shattered upon hitting its diamond-hard skin, proving to be nothing more than an itch. Undeterred, Marie erected the multi-shield blood snow barrier, a final defensive wall. Thud! The boar charged and struck, shattering the defensive wall and sending Marie flying. It looked down at its prey, its eyes filled with disdain, sensing its opponent's despair. Marie's eyes widened, utterly helpless as she realized this battle was lost. Boom! Just then, a sky-shattering punch from somewhere slammed directly into the King of the Iron Mountain's face. The ground shook, and the colossal boss was punched into the earth, bewildered by what had just happened. The King of the Iron Mountain turned its head, its blazing red eyes flashing as it looked towards its attacker. A blazing red demonic foot stomped heavily onto the ground, and Marie could only stare blankly. Huh? The muscular monster Deogu had appeared, scooping up the heavily wounded Marie in his arms. Marie let out a sigh of relief, smiling. He finally arrived. The scene shifts. Orisha is struggling to dodge attacks on the body of the colossal sacred snake. Unable to use domain slash, Orisha gritted her teeth and wondered. If it were Corin, what would he do? The colossal snake turned its head extremely fast, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. It roared deafeningly, then lunged straight at Orisha, intending to swallow her whole. Orisha gripped her sword tightly, her eyes flashing with determination. For Corin, there's only one way. She shot forward, gliding over the monster's body with incredible speed. Orisha cast aside all distracting thoughts, focusing on the most basic things, dodge and slash. Forget everything else. Whoosh! Brilliant green sword slashes continuously tore through the snake's scales, blood splattering everywhere. A colossal energy explosion erupted from the monster, throwing Orisha away. Orisha staggered to her feet, panting but full of pride. I finished it without even needing domain slash. A familiar voice praised her. Well done, Orisha, making her turn around in surprise. Corin was already standing there, his spear on his shoulder and a proud smile on his face, making Orisha stammer. Corin? Meanwhile, on another front, Crenel's golem punched down King Hylant, and he shouted excitedly, We won! My golem completely annihilated the monster. Crenel boasted loudly, I don't need Corin or any friends. Yuel, standing behind him, immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. The very thing you couldn't have created without Corin and your friends, right? Back to Corin. The young man ordered a bewildered Orisha. Report the situation. Where is that demonic boar? Orisha reported anxiously. Marie is holding on. We have to go help her. But Corin calmly replied, I understand. Standing alongside Huaran, Corin smirked confidently when questioned about his plan. Your job is just to help me catch that demonic boar. Corin lightly tapped the tip of his spear on the ground, activating a colossal magic circle, declaring firmly, no need to worry about the small fry. It turned out this was Corin's prearranged plan. He had asked Marie to prioritize one task, which was to feed the demonic beasts in the experimental zone, the rune-engraved stones. Taking advantage of feeding time, Marie had stuffed the monsters' bellies full of rune stones. Whoosh! The energy from the stones suddenly erupted from within the demonic beasts, A sea of flames engulfed the entire horde of monsters. Corrin's plan was to activate a rune resonance to make them all explode simultaneously. The key lay in Corrin's silver spear. It was also crafted from runestones and served as the final detonator. "Let's go, Orisha!" Corrin shouted and charged forward. Orisha was still bewildered but quickly followed. The remaining high-level monsters, about 30 of them, along with a special boss, were gathering, ready for the final battle. Corrin merely sneered, showing no signs of wavering. "Well, there's no need to worry." Just then, Doran Worski appeared, coldly responding to the summons. "You've finally appeared, employer," Corrin called out loudly. "Dream Team, stop reveling in victory. Come over here now." Crenell argued stubbornly. "I don't need you," but was still dragged away by Yahello. As the dust settled, all the key characters of the game, the future heroes of the world, had fully gathered in one place. Corrin gently asked the injured Marie, "Are you all right?" The vampire girl nodded in confirmation. The entire most formidable lineup was in position. The colossal golem stood towering behind them, and Corrin boldly declared, "All right, round 2 begins. This time, we counterattack." Corrin's eyes were sharp. He knew the team's power was immense, but he still couldn't be careless, because their opponent was the great monster, the king of the Iron Mountain. The legendary monster, which only knew how to dominate with destruction and merciless devastation, was now facing them. Huaren shrieked, warning the entire team, "Everyone, disperse." The monster king that devoured everything had descended, its footsteps thudding loudly. Cranel roared with fierce determination, ordering his golem, "Warrior Ludin, charge." Corrin cursed, yelling at the muscle-brained idiot, "No, you fool. You can't solo it head-on." Cranel's golem charged straight at the king of the Iron Mountain like a suicide bomber. The golem master activated Forced Frenzy from 7 spirit cores, unleashing a devastating flying knee strike. Crack! The golem's devastating knee strike directly collided with the boss rock armor. Crenell was utterly panicked, screaming in despair, "No, my warrior Ludin." Corrin immediately changed his plan. "That idiot. Cranel, focus on stalling that demonic boar for as long as possible. Everyone else, disperse." Corrin ordered Yahello while Crenell was still mourning his pet. "Yahello, make your trees grow. Bind that demonic boar. Rumble." Yahello didn't say much, immediately channeled her power, and natural magic surged from her staff. Swish! Countless colossal vines sprouted from the ground, shooting straight towards the king of the Iron Mountain. "Bind!" The vines tightly wrapped around the boss, trying to restrain it, making the whole team hold their breath, waiting. "Is it working?" The boss merely glanced, an ancient rune glowing brightly on its body. Snap! With just a flex of its body, all of Yahello's vines shattered like dry branches. Yahello and Crenell froze, unable to believe their eyes. "Are you kidding? Its power is truly unbelievable." Whoosh! Corrin didn't waver, continuing to command. "Doran, attack from the flanks. Use your 2 mystic swords." Doran silently acknowledged his employer's commanding skill. A mercenary like him had no reason not to obey. He summoned 2 hot items farmed after the Marie event, the Fire Sword and the Lightning Sword, 2 swords enhanced with Tier 1 arcane stones. Doran charged forward with his twin swords blazing with fire and lightning, confidently declaring that this boss was no match. The king of the Iron Mountain roared, an ancient rune flashing brightly on its body, radiating terrifying pressure. Clang! Doran's 2 swords struck the boss' metal-hard skin, only sparking a small flash. Doran was stunned, gritting his teeth in frustration as he realized his attack was completely useless, causing not even a speck of damage. Marie, covered in blood, shouted for Corrin, and he replied decisively, "I know. Summon Dioku." Thud! As ordered, the colossal familiar Dioku delivered a devastating punch straight to the face of the king of the Iron Mountain. Dioku's punch seemed to have an effect, making the whole team's eyes light up with hope. "It worked?" Corrin smirked, explaining the mechanism. To defeat the king of the Iron Mountain, one needed to inflict balanced physical and magical damage. Its combat pattern was surprisingly simple. He recalled his knowledge of the primordial runes, the 8 letters necessary to reach paradise, a glorious place now only a memory. These very runes had bestowed unimaginable power upon the demonic boar. Corrin recalled an old boss with a similar mechanism. Red fur resisted physical attacks, blue fur resisted magic, and golden fur was the ultimate weapon. Corrin began commanding his forces. Yahello, Cranel, do everything to hold it back. Doran, mid-range attack. Orisha and I will cover the rear. Marie wondered about her role, and Corrin instructed, "Just leave all attacks to Dioku and do exactly as I say." The entire team took their positions, facing the colossal boss gathering energy, and Korin declared, "Everyone, don't think about the consequences. We only have this one chance." Korin was confident in his strategy, certain that his team would make history by defeating a legend. The King of the Iron Mountain let out a roar and charged forward like a runaway truck. Yahello and Crenel immediately coordinated. The colossal nature golem flew into the air, then plunged down to block the attack. The golem grabbed the boss tightly, vines tightening their grip, trying to restrain the ferocious monster. Boom! The King of the Iron Mountain strained itself, and red energy exploded, flinging the golem away, causing the entire team to lose sight of it for a moment. Following Korin's command, Doran unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike at Dioku to provoke it. Clang! The blade struck Dioku's tough hide, doing nothing more than a mere scratch, exactly as planned. Dioku let out a roar and charged straight towards the King of the Iron Mountain like a blazing red missile. Wham! A devastating punch from Dioku smashed directly into the face of the boss, which was still restrained by the nature golem. Crenel was overjoyed, boasting prematurely, "Nice. That hit its mark. How could a demonic boar stand a chance?" Dioku froze in shock when he saw the boss was unharmed, its red eyes still glaring defiantly. The King of the Iron Mountain still maintained its blue color, proving it had deliberately not activated its magic resistance to lure Dioku into a trap. The boss smirked mockingly. It had set a perfect trap to draw out its most dangerous foe, Dioku, for a solo fight. Boom! It opened its mouth, a destructive rune glowed, and it fired a colossal energy beam. Dioku took the full blast, blown away like a toy amidst Marie's piercing scream. Korin remained terrifyingly calm, ordering, "Marie, recall your familiar and prepare to unleash Bloodspear." Marie's hair immediately turned white as she summoned a barrage of blazing red blood spears and launched them at the boss. The King of the Iron Mountain merely scornfully tilted its head, preparing to tank all the puny damage. Clink, clink, clink. All the blood spears shattered upon impact with its diamond-hard hide. Korin smirked. All of it just a prelude. It's time to act. He shot forward with his spear in hand, so fast that Orisha could only gasp his name in astonishment. The King of the Iron Mountain turned around, finally recognizing the true orchestrator of the battle. "Hey, you." Korin channeled blue energy around his spear, provoking, "Let's see how you block this attack." He unleashed his ultimate technique, the mountain-shattering strike, a single attack concentrating immense power aimed directly at the boss. The King of the Iron Mountain roared, its blazing red eyes flashed with anger as it dodged the attack. Crenel and Yahello gaped in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. What the hell? What was that? A single spear throw flattened the entire area. Korin landed lightly, clicking his tongue at the missed mountain-shattering strike, but still admitted, impressive reflexes. Korin gripped his spear tightly, commanding decisively, "Marie!" Another wave of blood spears, making her hastily obey. Korin analyzed the strategy. If the boss switched to its blue fur to resist Marie's magic, it would take full physical damage from his spear. And conversely, if it switched to red fur to tank the spear, it would be riddled with blood spears. He taunted the boss. "So how will you defend when both attacks hit at the same time?" The King of the Iron Mountain smirked mockingly, showing defiance. Crash. Suddenly, a blazing red energy burst from the boss, flinging Korin away. Clang. At the same time, Marie was also knocked back by a repelling force as her attack was completely nullified. Crenel stammered, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Korin scrambled to his feet, bitterly realizing the boss had blocked both attacks, proving it had unleashed its trump card. The King of the Iron Mountain began to transform. Its fur turned brilliant gold, activating a state of complete resistance to both physical and magical damage. The boss let out an earth-shattering roar as its entire body turned golden, reaching the state of adamantine invincibility, an invulnerable entity. In its golden state, the boss looked like a deity, smirking with satisfaction as it was about to enjoy 5 minutes of immortality. The ground shook violently as the golden monster began to charge, its power now absolute. Korin shouted a warning to the entire team. "Damn it, run." For the next 5 minutes, all attacks are useless against it. Lork, the mercenary, looked towards Korin, his voice cold but determined. "Master, that won't happen." The entire team realized in shock that their escape route was blocked by the rubble and the colossal golem from Korin's spear throw. Orisha gritted her teeth, horrified, realizing a truth. Could he have planned all of this from the very beginning? The boss smirked, its eyes filled with the smugness of one certain of victory. The King of the Iron Mountain believed the tiny humans were cornered. What fools they were to walk right into a trap. Crenel Ludun shouted, ordering his golem to charge forward and show off. It's time to shine. Wham! But the wooden golem was nothing more than a toy, smashed to pieces by the golden boss. Yahello wouldn't stand idly by either. She unleashed her strongest magic. Alchemy magic, blood mist, clink, clink. But the attack was like a mere tickle, unable to pierce its golden armor. It was time for the king to break free from its confinement and crush everything. Corrin muttered, "This was the final phase of the King of the Iron Mountain, the 5-minute immortality state. Every player's nightmare." He sighed deeply, his shoulders slumped as if completely helpless. But immediately after, a cunning smile appeared on his face. "It seems everything is going according to plan." Shing. Corrin drew a sword, blue energy surging as he whispered, "You are free now, Arisha." He threw the divine sword straight towards the swordswoman. The King of the Iron Mountain glared at Arisha, realizing the unexpected threat. Arisha caught the sword, her entire body erupting with sword energy, ready to unleash the Aiden one-sword style. Finally, the demon-slaying sword was drawn to confront the legendary demonic beast. She charged forward, swung a magnificent sword strike, and shouted, "Domain slash!" Boom! A colossal explosion of sword energy engulfed everything, tearing through space. Arisha's eyes gleamed with absolute power, and she let out a cry of satisfaction. Corrin jumped up, cheering like a true fanboy, making Arisha blush in embarrassment. "Stop teasing," while he continued to praise her as stronger than a dozen people combined. The magic circle beneath Professor Josephine's feet erupted with golden light, signaling it was time for the real deal to show off. Josephine took her stance, her aura radiating, making a student stammer in admiration. "Professor Josephine is truly amazing." Corrin smirked confidently. He knew the boss's golden armor was a one-time use item, and once broken, it would require a cooldown. Corrin called Marie's name, and the white-haired, red-eyed vampire responded with determination. "I am ready." Immediately, Marie unleashed a storm of crimson blood crystals, charging straight forward with terrifying destructive power. While Josephine single-handedly held off the boss, the entire main party, including Doran, Lork, Crenell, and others, charged forward to attack, not missing a single second. Marie roared, "Let's end this!" Unleashing her ultimate technique, Grand Sanguine Skill, Crimson Spear. The demonic boar finally perished, its body disintegrated into light, leaving behind a pure energy core. That was the primordial rune, 8 characters leading to paradise, imperishable relics from the divine era. In the past, one of these rune stones was swallowed by a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula. The stone granted it near immortality, transforming it into the King of the Iron Mountain, terrifying the miners. None dared to approach. But today, after Arisha broke its armor, the demonic boar was defeated, and the rune stone within it finally shattered. When the vessel was destroyed, the primordial rune was released, hovering in mid-air. The answer was simple. Rune energy would automatically seek out the nearest rune stone and merge with it. And this time, the target was the stone in Fermac Damon's hand. Finally, he had achieved his goal. 10 years spent playing the role of a mediocre professor just to await this moment. Meanwhile, the other professors and students were struggling to clean up the aftermath, shouting to each other to seal off the exits to block the escaped demonic beasts. Fermac adjusted his glasses, preparing to use a secret passage to escape the academy and disappear from the city. But suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment at an unforeseen event. A golden dagger suddenly appeared, along with a voice asking, "How is our brother Balthazar?" Corrin Loke, a mere 5th-rank knight, casually sat cross-legged on a chair, holding a spear to block the path, and directly addressed his foe. "Fermac, my sect nephew?" Fermac was dumbfounded. Corrin nonchalantly explained the family tree logic. "You are my master's disciple, so I am your martial uncle. Come here for an uncle's hug." Fermac Damon broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing as he realized the true identity of the person before him. Corrin analyzed that this professor was quite clever, immediately recognizing his spear technique was identical to his master's. In the past, Fermac's master was the only one he knew who could use the 6 absolute spear technique to reach the limitless realm. Corrin guessed Fermac's strategy. Seeing him as suspicious but not daring to act rashly, he chose the safest option: to ignore him. The professor simply regarded Corrin as an unknown variable and decided to completely disregard him. He used Corrin's midterm exam results as an excuse to expel him from the city, removing an obstacle from his perfect plan. Fermac's plan was to quietly slip away after everything was done, and then ask his master, the king, about Corrin's identity. But Fermac couldn't have foreseen it. Corrin immediately used Josephine's mark, teleporting back to the battlefield, shattering his plan. Corrin smirked, admitting that the chaos caused by Professor Danis' experiment and Marius' incident had created a golden opportunity for Furmak. But your luck ends here, Korin declared firmly. Because I won't let you take the primordial rune anywhere. Furmak erupted with killing intent. Unable to believe a mere student knew his plan in such detail, he suspected Josephine's involvement, but immediately dismissed it. He equipped his combat gloves, determining that this kid using the 6 absolute spear technique was his sworn enemy. Without a word, Furmak charged straight at Korin with terrifying speed, dark energy swirling around his body. Korin smirked, revealing Furmak Damon's true identity. Not a mere first-rank knight, but a truly formidable figure. He was the mastermind behind releasing the Chapter 2 boss, and one of the 4 Grand Enforcers under the King of Paradise. Korin assessed his opponent's strength. This guy's level was at least semi-special grade, on par with Lunia Aden, and could even reach special grade if the conditions were met. Furmak hovered in the air, enveloped in dark energy, uttering sarcastically, "Consecutive successes have made you overly confident. Do you think you stand a chance against me?" Furmak didn't waste words. He growled, "Awaken, my shadow." A deep purple shadow manifestation appeared behind him, and he declared, "Let's finish this quickly." Korin smirked, knowing his opponent's trick. His special ability was an overpowered skill that doubled his attack power when in shadows. But this guy didn't know Korin had already set a trap. "But I chose this battlefield for a reason." Flash. The sun rune, Sawilo, erupted with dazzling light. Furmak's shadow manifestation began to disintegrate under the light, leaving him stunned. Furmak realized in horror. "Sawilo?" Korin sneered, exposing his fatal weakness. "You know your skill's weakness, don't you? The greatest enemy of all shadow-type abilities." Korin lectured his opponent. Shadow-type abilities can only be used where there are shadows, just as water-type needs moisture and fire-type needs oxygen. With that, Korin immediately leaped, moving at high speed. Flash, flash. Countless sun runes simultaneously lit up, transforming the entire area into a sea of light. Furmak was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. Korin revealed his trump card. "Believe me, it was a lot of work. It took me 20 days to carve sun runes onto every inch of this ground. Luckily, I still have mana left." Furmak gritted his teeth, realizing this kid had prepared a fatal counterattack aimed directly at him from the very beginning. "You cunning brat!" Korin shrugged nonchalantly. Preparation is a more accurate term. He then added a taunt, guessing the other guy was furious that his mana-draining shadow skill was blocked by a basic rune. Furmak had to admit, "I'll give you credit, you're tenacious." But then he erupted with energy again, dark energy swirling up from his feet. However, he activated the Rito rune, and in a flash, the distance between them vanished. Korin reacted with extreme speed, spinning and swinging his spear in retaliation. Clang! Korin's spear tip sliced cleanly into Furmak's shadow form. Korin activated his Southpaw Jet Boost skill, lunging straight at Furmak with a devastating shoulder charge. Furmak was sent flying. Korin gave his opponent no time to recover, immediately performing the 8 trigrams step, roaming body movement, to evade the counterattack and close in again. Furmak glared, sparks flying, furious that his attack was dodged. He realized the kid was constantly using the Rito rune to strike at his blind spots, yet he remained overly confident. Does he really think I can't dodge such a basic attack? Korin unleashed his 4th ultimate technique, Heavenly Return, his body spinning like a whirlwind as he charged straight at his opponent. Korin's spiraling attack struck Furmak's back, causing him to lose his balance. Furmak praised Korin's skill, but still spoke with a mocking tone. Korin's nonchalant reply infuriated the fake professor. "Insolent brat." Furmak threw a sky-shattering punch, which Korin blocked. Both snarled at each other, and Korin declared that the next time they met, he would surely send him to his end. Korin knew full well that Furmak wanted to flee the city as quickly as possible, to avoid revealing his deceased identity. The professor prepared to activate the Rito rune to disappear. Once he was determined to run, not even Professor Josephine could stop him. Just as Furmak intended to escape, Korin challenged him to a one-on-one duel, leaving him stunned. Korin stood blocking his path. Furmak growled, "I have no obligation to accept such a ridiculous proposal." Korin smirked meaningfully, exposing his opponent's fatal weakness. "Actually, you do. It's your binding, isn't it?" The explanation appeared. Furmak's binding was an ancient oath of great warriors, never refuse a duel. Furmak realized he had been cornered. He asked bitterly, "Is that why you came here alone?" Korin confirmed nonchalantly, "Because a duel must be a 1v1 solo fight." Both stood facing each other on a desolate battlefield. Only a one-on-one battle could activate Furmak's oath. Korin had calculated everything. Because he came alone and exposed the oath, Firmak had no retreat. Forced into a situation where he couldn't escape, Firmak had no choice but to accept, and a surging dark aura erupted around him. Following the ritual, Firmak declared his full title, Firmak Daman, foremost warrior of Tatha's Balthazar, King of Heaven. Korin was not to be outdone, responding with his own title, battle flames igniting around him. First spear of Aaron Danuar, Queen of Heaven, Korin Loke. After declaring their names, both charged at each other with terrifying speed, the ground cracking beneath their feet. On one side, a purple dark aura. On the other, blazing golden flames. Two torrents of power were about to collide, in a battle to the death, where only one victor would emerge. Boom! A terrifying explosion marked the beginning of the life-or-death battle. The battle between a spearman and a martial artist is a struggle for range. Firmak Daman activated the speed rune Rido, charging in like a purple phantom to close in on Korin. Korin remained unfazed, his blazing spear ready to unleash the ultimate technique, Venomous Serpent. The deceptive serpent strike was unleashed, 3 illusory spearheads exploding to block Firmak's charge. The martial artist narrowly dodged, determined not to give the spearman a chance to maintain distance. The moment Korin retracted his spear, Firmak saw a golden opportunity. He clung to the returning spear, determined to close the distance at all costs. Wham! Korin used the butt of his spear to block Firmak's charge, all part of his calculations. The martial artist realized he had been tricked. Korin had anticipated this move. Charging into the close combat range of a waiting spearman was akin to suicide. Korin leaped, unleashing the frenzied spear. 7 consecutive thrusts raining down on Firmak like a storm. Firmak was terrified. He hadn't expected Korin's attack speed to be so absurdly fast. The moment he landed, Korin immediately charged, giving his opponent no time to breathe. Firmak activated the Rido rune again to accelerate, but for a moment, he faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Korin spun, his spear erupting with the power of the second form, Heavenly Chaotic Dance. The Devil's Whirlwind Spear drew a deadly arc, striking directly at Firmak. Thwack! Firmak's dark energy-infused punch landed squarely on Korin's face, but the price was a sharp spearhead piercing through him, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Despite taking the hit, Firmak still charged wildly, determined to fight Korin to the death in close quarters. Severely wounded, Firmak still charged madly, deciding to go all out to close the distance. Korin gritted his teeth, realizing his opponent intended to trade blows. Damn it, is he planning an all-out attack? Both charged at each other, Firmak unleashing a flurry of dark energy-infused blows, the clang of metal echoing sharply. He roared, unleashing the meteorite strike, pouring all his strength into a single, decisive blow. Korin took a defensive stance, calculating that if he could block this attack, the tide of battle would turn. But for a moment, Korin's keen eyes caught a small, unusual movement. Firmak's charging fist suddenly splayed open into a hand. The entire charge was just a feint. Firmak grabbed Korin's spear shaft right in front of him. He used his other hand to lightly rub the Rido rune carved on his gauntlet. Crash! Firmak used Korin's own strength, and the acceleration rune, to thrust the spear straight into the ground, disarming his opponent spectacularly. Now unarmed, Korin faced Firmak, who was brandishing his dark energy-infused gauntlets. Firmak sneered, "Lost your spear, what will you do now, spearman?" Then threw a punch straight at Korin's face. Korin coughed up a mouthful of blood, taking the full force of the devastating punch. The terrifying force of the punch sent Korin flying like a ball. He slid across the ground, struggling to get back up after the critical blow. Korin reached out, trying to recall his weapon, but the spear was stuck too deep in the ground. It only vibrated faintly before going silent, showing no sign of response. Seizing the moment, Firmak closed in right behind him, giving Korin no time to breathe. He unleashed a dangerous left hook, the southpaw flicker jab, aimed directly at Korin's temple. But Korin spun to dodge, his right hand also glowing with aura, ready for a bare-handed close combat. All weapons share a common foundation. Spear mastery is no exception. Korin charged in for a bloody fight, unleashing a flurry of 8 trigrams palm strikes on Firmak, declaring, "Even you must know." Korin's eyes flashed with determination as he continued, that the basic skills every warrior possesses. He delivered an incredibly powerful straight kick, brilliant golden energy erupting from his heel. Firmak merely tilted his head back slightly to dodge, smirking. "Honestly, you almost surprised me." Korin flinched, realizing something was off about his opponent's expression. Firmak stood tall, without a single scratch, sneering. "It seems your boxing skills are far inferior to your spear mastery." Korin was utterly shocked, realizing his attack was completely useless. The professor unleashed a dark energy-infused left hook, landing squarely on Corrin's stomach. Thud. Fermac coldly analyzed. Corrin's 8 trigrams palm is indeed authentic, but he realized a harsh truth. Corrin merely knew martial arts, while Fermac was a martial arts master. He swung another devastating punch. Corrin took the full punch to the face, his mouth agape in pain. Fermac gave his opponent no time to breathe, charging in with a barrage of southpaw flicker jabs, pummeling Corrin like a punching bag. Corrin was sent flying, his feet dragging on the ground, while Fermac continued to charge. Seeing Corrin had stopped defending, Fermac spoke with a condescending tone. "Are you done fighting? Then I'll finish this quickly." He unleashed a colossal dark energy palm strike, determined to end the match. Clang! The attack was unexpectedly blocked by an unforeseen object. Fermac was stunned. Through his sunglasses, he saw Corrin holding his spear again. His spear? How can this be? "I threw it far away." Corrin smirked defiantly, his voice full of calculation. "It seems I have to admit, you're not an easy opponent." Fermac froze, his mind racing, realizing the horrifying truth. Did he intentionally take the blows to be pushed back to exactly where the spear was stuck? Corrin spun, swinging his spear to form an arc of light, ready for the second round. He gripped the spear tightly, the weapon now blazing with aura, signaling a classic comeback. Corrin said little, swinging his spear to pierce straight into Fermac's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. The heaven-shattering thrust sent the professor flying, the spear tip sparking like an energy blast. Fermac slid across the ground, struggling to maintain his stance after the surprise attack. He tore off his tattered coat, admitting bitterly, "I'm impressed. You've displayed a nearly perfect fighting style." Corrin pointed his spear, taunting. "I've gained the upper hand again. Still want to play the professor after getting schooled?" Fermac removed his sunglasses, his gaze turning deadly, deciding to drop the act. The professor role? Indeed. He began channeling his power, declaring it was time to end this charade. Fermac removed his gloves, revealing the intricate runes carved all over his arm. His true trump card, Tiwaz Othala Ingwaz. Dark energy erupted, the ground shaking violently as he activated his ultimate move. The surrounding space transformed. A world without a sun, a fragment of a forsaken paradise, began to materialize. Fermac deployed his domain, Semi-Summon, Shadow Paradise, Fortress of Shadows. His entire body enveloped in purple demonic energy. The professor growled. "The third rune of the Oath of Truth. I serve the darkness." Shadow beasts began to rise, and he smugly declared, "You'll see that this darkness cannot be eradicated by your petty tricks." Standing amidst an army of specters, Fermac proclaimed this domain was reserved only for the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise. He issued an ultimatum. "Either be torn apart by the beasts of paradise or die by my fist." Corrin smirked, completely unfazed. "I thought this was supposed to be a sacred one-on-one duel?" Fermac froze, realizing his opponent had just taunted him using his own dirty tactics. Corrin pulled out a gleaming golden item, grinning sinisterly. "I had a feeling you'd play this trump card." The item was a golden mandrake, which opened its mouth and began to let out an earth-shattering scream. A brilliant golden sound wave swept through, blowing away both Fermac and his flashy shadow domain. The shadow beasts might have been strong, but before the scream of this unique epic-grade mandrake, they were mere trash, dissolving into thin air. Fermac Damon lay sprawled, spitting blood, bitterly asking, "Did you have to resort to such a low tactic to survive?" Corrin Loke's ears were also bleeding, but he calmly replied, "No, I'm just doing exactly what I said I would." He raised the golden mandrake, his sharp gaze pronouncing judgment. "Fermac Damon, you're dead for sure today. Struggling is useless." Fermac staggered to his feet while Corrin taunted, "Your shadow minions are gone, and this mandrake won't stop screaming anytime soon. What's your next move?" Corrin smirked, revealing his trump card. "By the way, I have several recovery and pain resistance skills." Fermac gritted his teeth, sweat pouring as he realized the tide had completely turned. "You brat!" In despair, he recalled when he first deployed his domain, confidently declaring to his 12 shadow servants that victory was in his grasp. Memories flooded back of Corrin, alone with his spear, charging straight into his army of shadows like an arrow. Corrin deftly dodged a shadow soldier's attack, his speed utterly superior. Swish! A clean spear strike sliced the shadow soldier in half, without a hint of hesitation. Another unexpectedly grabbed Corrin from behind, but he only let out a faint cry. Without wasting a second, Corrin spun around and delivered a reverse slash, sending the one who grabbed him straight to the scoreboard. He activated the Rido rune, dark energy erupting from his spear, sweeping away the obstructing soldiers. Corrin unleashed a jet screw combo, transforming into a destructive whirlwind amidst the horde of monsters. A massive energy explosion engulfed all remaining minions, clearing the battlefield completely. Back in reality, Firmak roared furiously, also activating the Rito rune and charging to attack with his remaining forces. Korin clutched his chest, sighing in exasperation. How shameful. Don't you understand yet? Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Korin, blasting him into the air, leaving Firmak stunned. The sacred light swept through, and the remaining shadow servants disintegrated in an instant. Firmak could only watch helplessly as his last trump card vanished. Korin, glowing brightly, growled at Firmak. I told you, this is a sacred one-on-one duel. Firmak realized Korin's entire body was intricately carved with sun runes, a perfect bane that rendered his shadow soldiers useless. The professor thought Korin was playing foolishly, intending to sacrifice his life to win, and scoffed internally. What an idiot! Whoosh! Korin plunged from above like a meteor, his spear tip aimed directly at Firmak, who lay flattened on the ground. Korin landed, declaring bluntly, "Cut out your petty tricks. Victory will be decided by pure strength." He provoked with fiery eyes. "Don't hold back. I want you to bet your entire life on this fight." Firmak finally understood. The one before him was not a mere child, but a formidable foe who forced him to go all out. Provoked, the professor roared in fury, dark energy exploding. "Fine, if that's what you want." Firmak activated 6 spear arts, Pandemonium, a self-destructive technique that burned his aura core for unparalleled speed and power. Korin laughed maniacally, a brilliant red aura flaring up. "That's more like it. Why did you stall for so long?" It turned out that, due to their shared origin, Korin could also use Firmak's self-destructive skill, and it even seemed more potent. The two warriors, one red, one purple, poured everything they had into their final, life or death charge. Clang! Korin's spear clashed fiercely with the professor's attack. Thwack! Firmak delivered a devastating punch that made Korin spit blood. Slash! Korin immediately retaliated with a horizontal chest slash. Both took heavy blows. Firmak's enhanced arm, bulging with lines of energy, swung up for the next attack. Whoosh! Korin deftly leaned back, narrowly dodging the punch that grazed past his ear. Seizing the opening, Korin spun around and unleashed a full-power spear sweep, tearing a chunk from Firmak's side. The professor's face contorted in pain as his aura of power began to dissipate. Korin's spear tip, stained with the loser's blood, dripped onto the arena floor. Whump! Firmak Damon staggered, collapsing after the decisive blow. The wound on his chest spurted blood, a sign of one whose strength was completely depleted. The professor fell to his knees, his eyes still disbelieving of his defeat. Korin Loke, though covered in injuries, still stood firm like a statue of victory. Firmak looked up, sweat and blood streaming down, acknowledging his opponent's superior class. Crunch! Korin's spearhead cleanly finished him, piercing through the professor's head with a crisp sound. Korin let out a breath, muttering, "I won." But the victory was far from sweet. Memories of a hellish past flooded back, where comrades screamed for help in despair. A horrifying scene of slaughter appeared, where the so-called paradise was merely a blood-soaked graveyard. Korin recalled Firmak Damon, one of the enemy's 4 pillars, a loyal minion. He served the demon king Tath's Balthazar, who plotted to drag this entire world into hell. This time, Korin stood over Firmak's corpse, stopping that tragedy before it could even begin. Korin began to search the professor's corpse, a familiar action for a gamer, he muttered. Fortunately, the man didn't have Leah Fall, one of the 4 great divine artifacts. Otherwise, his win rate would have dropped by at least 40%. And then, he found what he needed. A small, glowing object in his hand, the primordial rune. Korin explained that Tath's Balthazar had been searching for 8 primordial runes to manifest the shadow world. Clutching the rune in his hand, Korin asserted that this was something absolutely not to be allowed into their hands. He gritted his teeth, thinking of the price to pay for this tiny item, the lives of countless people. Korin admitted he understood the enemy's anger, but their methods were unacceptable. Exhausted, Korin fell backward, his entire body aching after the life-or-death battle. Korin recalled the enemy's fatal blows, his liver pierced, shoulder blade shattered, internal organs crushed by a single punch. He lay convulsing on the ground, his entire body nearly paralyzed, only able to move his left arm and both legs, but even those were on the verge of losing control due to the side effects of pandemonium. Gasping for breath, Korin collapsed, admitting that even though he was accustomed to pain, this time it was beyond his endurance. As his consciousness faded, a notification appeared. Firmak Damon defeated. The reward from the rune would be granted, but Korin only worried about the rune and the golden mandrake. A familiar brown hair suddenly appeared before Korin's fading eyes. Arisha Aiden found him, carried Korin on her back, and rushed away, asking him what had happened when she saw him regain consciousness. Cronell explained the situation to Ul. Professor Dana was clearing the battlefield, while Doran had already fled, and he sarcastically called Doran an ungrateful scoundrel. Korin weakly asked Arisha if she had taken the rune and the golden mandrake. She had, of course, collected them all, making him secretly think. Strange. Arisha isn't usually this smart. Arisha snapped, warning Korin not to play tricks while she was carrying him, threatening to shake him until his guts spilled out. Korin quickly interjected, "Hey, don't. My internal organs are already shaking." Arisha then laid him down on a nearby bench. Korin thanked Arisha for saving his life, especially for her domain/technique. She simply replied, "Anytime." Arisha humbly replied that it was just a sword swing, while recalling the scene where she unleashed an earth-shattering slash against the king of the Iron Mountain. She remembered that from the moment of the backup mission until he crafted the mandrake lure, Korin had always secretly carved runes. Arisha stared intently at Korin, her eyes sharp. "You knew this battle would happen, didn't you?" Korin frankly admitted it, but before he could explain, Arisha cut him off, questioning why he had rushed into certain death alone. She pressed on, asking why he hadn't called them for help until the very last moment. Korin remained silent for a moment, unsure how to answer that difficult question. He forced a laugh. "Haha, I just wanted fewer people to die," then muttered, wondering why people could be so indifferent to the deaths of others. Korin looked at Arisha, concluding tiredly, "But this is good enough." Arisha sat beside him, watching the sunset, and gently said, "You did very well, Korin." Outside the academy hospital, his two friends, Yager and Lark, were discussing Korin's condition, hearing that he was so battered that he had broken ribs. Jaeger and Lark decided to visit, fearing Korin might be lonely, and both eagerly went inside. The hospital room door burst open, and Jaeger and Lark rushed in with a pile of snacks, loudly asking about Korin. But what met their eyes was the sight of Korin lying in bed, being meticulously cared for by an entire harem, consisting of Arisha, Marie, and a silver-haired maid. Korin was devouring food, nonchalantly greeting his two friends, and even casually remarking, "No need to buy so many snacks, I'm full." Jaeger and Lark were furious, gritting their teeth and crushing the snack boxes they had painstakingly brought, muttering curses. Bastard. On the table was a lavish feast, with cake, fruits, and all sorts of fancy desserts. All three girls surrounded Korin, one feeding him apples, another offering candy, and one insisting that flounder was the most delicious. Yager and Lark stood outside, watching the scene with eyes burning with jealousy, bitterly wondering why they had even come. Marie turned to invite Yager and Lark to play games together, and Arisha also happily invited them to join. The two resentful friends suddenly did a 180-degree turn. Jaeger, with tears in his eyes, emotionally called Korin a hero, while Lark was overjoyed that they had come. "Knock, knock." A sudden knock on the door echoed, interrupting the cheerful atmosphere. Yager went to open the door and froze when he saw Professor Josephine standing outside. Korin saw the uninvited guest, vaguely guessing in his mind, secretly thinking, "I knew they would come. Saves me the trouble of looking for them." Academy Director Ariu Kassar and Professor Josephine entered the room with an overwhelming aura, and he inquired about Korin's condition. Korin politely greeted him back, but in his thoughts, he directly called Ariu Master, seemingly knowing some shocking secret. After Korin's friends were asked to leave, Director Ariu declared that this conversation must be kept absolutely confidential. Ariu got straight to the point, stating that this incident was far more serious and could not be overlooked, making Korin realize he still hadn't gained complete trust. Korin decided to stop beating around the bush, his eyes sharpening as he dropped a bombshell. Professor Fermac was a spy. Professor Josephine merely replied calmly. Korin guessed that they already knew the truth through the runes on Fermac's corpse, but he still had another ace up his sleeve. Korin played his trump card, directly naming the final boss, Taith's Balthazar. Fermac Damon was his disciple. Josephine was startled, exclaiming that it was impossible because Balthazar had disappeared 80 years ago, but Korin coldly retorted, "6 great spear arts, infinite heavenly orbs, runes of truth sound familiar, don't they?" "So do I." Josephine channeled vibrant purple mana around her, extremely tense. "The same? Do you mean you are also Balthazar's disciple?" Korin casually swung his legs off the bed, completely unfazed by the intimidation. "No need to exert yourself like that. I know you won't act rashly without proof. Besides, you're just a backup body, aren't you?" Director Ariu Kassar froze, sweat pouring down, unable to believe his ears. How? How do you know?" Korin continued his lecture, pressuring the two influential figures. You just need to know that your disciple, Balthazar, is still alive and has grown much stronger. This time, he is not alone. Korin delved deep into the director's pain, his gaze sharp. It's all because you hesitated 80 years ago. Korin stepped forward, peeling back layers of secrets. Your disciple's betrayal scattered the primordial runes, and you only recovered 2 of them. And without me, you wouldn't have gotten them either. He continued to reveal the enemy's plan. Most of the 4 great treasures of Danu, including the Stone of Destiny Leah Fall, are now in his hands. Once crowned, Taith's Balthazar will no longer be an usurper. Korin held out a glowing object, his gaze fixed on the director, as he called him by his true name, startling him. I'm sure you know what will happen next, Aaron Danuar. All secrets were laid bare, the reason Professor Josephine never accepted the director position, and why an unknown individual like Ariu Kassar was suddenly appointed. It turned out that successive directors, Biren, Vish, and now Ariu Kassar, were all artificial bodies created from runes, and Josephine had witnessed it all. His true identity exposed, Ariu Kassar tremblingly asked, "What do you ultimately want?" Korin replied concisely, raising his hand to unbutton his shirt. "We have the same goal." Whoosh! Korin tore open his patient gown, revealing his sculpted 6-pack body and the runes of truth glowing on his chest, leaving Josephine gaping. Korin looked directly into the eyes of the director, whose true identity he knew well, and declared, "I will gladly become your first spear." Korin knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and swore, "I will do anything to protect this world. You can treat me as your hound. I don't mind." In Korin's memory, the image of his former master appeared. She stood there with a spear, telling him, "I am an adult, my son, and protecting you is my duty." Korin looked up, his eyes burning with determination, silently calling the name of the teacher who sacrificed for him, Aaron Danuar. "I will never forget your sacrifice." He looked directly at Ariu, who carried his master's soul, and declared loudly, "This time, it's my turn to protect you." In a dark, solemn grand hall, a secret meeting was taking place. Josephine called out to the one seated on the throne, "Aaron." The soul of Aaron Danuar, Korin's master, appeared with white hair, coldly declaring, "I oppose this plan." Aaron confirmed the news that her old enemy was still alive, and wondered if the young Korin could be trusted. Josephine reminded her, "The Aaron I know. We shouldn't easily trust others, not after what happened last time." Both agreed to continue monitoring Korin until they could be certain of his loyalty. Aaron slumped onto the throne, admitting she couldn't take any more risks, as Korin could very well just be deceiving them. But what Aaron couldn't understand was why Korin looked at her with such a sorrowful gaze. Too exhausted, Aaron bowed her head, her mind in turmoil. "Korin Loqua, what on earth is that kid thinking?" Scene change. At Merkava Academy, the official re-ranking ceremony was held in a large auditorium. Jaeger and his friends were munching on snacks while listening to the announcement. The new ranks would grant students authority equivalent to a true guardian. In the midst of the solemn occasion, Arisha Aiden cheerfully handed out potatoes to everyone, explaining that she needed to clear out her storage before everyone went back home. Korin, sitting nearby, his face frozen in shock. "She has an entire warehouse just for potatoes? That's insane." Cronell Logan and Uel Velorn stood up. It was their turn to be called to the stage. Next, the name called out was Marie Dunaref, the top student of the second-year magic department. She swallowed nervously. The announcer recounted Marie's unfortunate incident, praising her iron will, even though her achievements were practically zero after turning into a vampire. But that transformation boosted Marie's mana to skyrocket in an experiment, making her promotion inevitable. Furthermore, her feat of solo holding back the King of the Iron Mountain saved countless lives. The professor solemnly announced that, by order of director Ariu Kassar and the recommendation of the Guardian League, Marie Dunaref was promoted to semi-special guardian. The entire hall erupted, Jaeger sniffling with tears and snot. "Unbelievable. I'm witnessing a legend being born right before my eyes." The professor announced that they would honor the students who contributed greatly to the incident, causing the entire hall to buzz with whispers. They had no idea that the truth about the King of the Iron Mountain and Professor Fermac Damon's betrayal had been completely suppressed. A series of prominent names were called out. Kranel Ludun and Uel from the Magic Department, Arisha Aiden and Doron Worski from the Night Department. And finally, the last name called was Korin Loki, accompanied by his confident smirk. The female professor announced, "Uel, Kranel, Arisha, and Doran, with outstanding achievements, are promoted to semi-special guardian." Her eyes narrowed, shifting to the main target. Finally, regarding young Loke, a 5th-rank guardian. but with exceptionally outstanding achievements, the entire faculty board has agreed Korin stood on the stage, back perfectly straight, to directly promote him to Special Guardian. The entire hall erupted with unbelievable whispers. 2 students in the crowd were gaping. Huh? Special rank? That 5th rank guy jumped straight to 1st rank in just 1 semester? The system screen confirmed. Korin Loke, from a 5th rank Guardian, was officially boosted directly to Special Guardian, radiating a dazzling aura. Korin calculated inwardly that his skills were only part of it. The main reason was to silence him about the body of the traitorous Professor Fermac. Now, with the authority of a Special Guardian, he could form his own private army, taking orders only from him. The game has begun, Korin sneered, realizing he had seized power that Sihu had to grind until his 2nd year to obtain in his previous life. He glanced at the newly honored aces, already planning to bring them all under his command. After the ceremony, as summer had arrived, a question was posed. What are everyone's plans for this summer vacation? Arisha sniffled, telling Korin that she had to go visit her family because her grandfather wanted to see her. When asked in return, Korin replied concisely, no, inwardly recalling his previous life where he had gone all the way back home, only to meet no one. Memories flooded back. He stood in the empty house. The original Korin's family had gone on vacation without a word. Korin saw Arisha hesitate, and he wondered. Arisha, blushing furiously, shouted, Do you want to come with me? Making the excuse that she was afraid to go home alone. Korin thought Arisha was indeed the type to be easily scared, but since her storyline was safe in the game, he flatly refused. Sorry, maybe next time. A hand waved from afar and someone called out loudly. Korin, over here. It turned out to be Marie, waving goodbye as Korin, along with top freshmen like Arisha, Yuel, and Crenel, prepared to leave the academy. As night fell, Korin looked back at the academy with a sinister smile, determined to seize this opportunity to visit a special place before the next chapter began. With a thunderous rumble, a magical train sped away. The colossal train glided through the forests, continuing its journey. Inside the train car, passengers were murmuring when a figure approached. A robber opened a chest, pulled out several sharp pickaxes, and muttered that they were in the middle of the wasteland, with 9 hours left until the southern continent. The hooded robbers nodded to each other, confident that their plan was flawless. The bald leader leaped onto a seat, yelling, Everyone raise your hands, hand over all your valuables, causing the entire train car to scream in panic. 2 passengers turned pale with fear, hastily raising their hands in surrender before the robbers' threats. The leader sneered, channeling dark power around himself, and boasted, Unless you think you can outsmart a quasi-first-class knight like me. Amidst the tension, Korin and Marie casually walked past, with Korin nonchalantly saying, Oh, it seems we're in the wrong car, Marie. The leader was furious, brandishing his weapon to block their path. Who are you? Can't you see what's happening? Raise your hands or I'll kill you. A sharp blade was pressed against Korin's neck, but he merely glanced down, his voice full of sarcasm. You want me to raise my hands? Suddenly, the leader's eyes widened, his mouth gasping soundlessly, as he felt a terrifying force constricting his throat. Crack! Korin delivered a hook punch straight to the leader's stomach, the force of the blow so immense it created a blinding flash of light. The 2 remaining robbers gaped, unable to believe their eyes as they saw their boss defeated in an instant. Korin raised one hand. Marie linked her arm with his affectionately. Then he smirked and asked, You mean raise my hands like this? The status board for Korin Loke, first-class guardian, appeared. The scene shifted to the secret archives library of Merkava Academy, where 3 ancient magic books floated. Korin held a crimson grimoire, titled Demonic Grimoire, the rebirth of the determined warrior, in his hands. The story in the book began, narrating the tale of a white-haired warrior on the brink of death. That warrior stood amidst a bloody battlefield, using his own intestines to bind himself to a rock, a display of extreme willpower. A mysterious swordsman appeared, asking the warrior if he wished to be granted a peaceful death to end his suffering. The warrior ignored the offer, only asking for a little water to quench his burning thirst. Admiring such an unyielding will, the mysterious swordsman scooped water from a nearby lake and offered it to him. A miracle occurred. As soon as he drank the water, the warrior's body emitted a blue light, and all his wounds began to heal. Korin closed the book, speechless at the story's absurdity. What kind of guy ties himself to a rock with his own intestines? A superhero, I guess? Unexpectedly, the spirit of Sabancia Duke appeared, kneeling and asking Korin, Does my castle in the south still stand? Korin replied blankly that it probably did, while the Duke's spirit instructed him to visit his office if he had the chance. The Duke, with glowing eyes, revealed that in his previous life, Corrin found nothing there, but this time he must find the rune user himself. A crimson aura erupted from the Duke's spirit, transferring into Corrin as he declared, "With your courage, nothing is impossible." The Duke affirmed that Corrin was neither a hero nor a saint, just an ordinary kid who had sworn to save the world and never chose to flee. The Duke's spirit began to dissipate, transforming into a crimson stream of energy flying towards Corrin. He expressed eternal respect and offered his final thanks to Corrin for informing him about his wife and daughter. Following the Duke's guidance, Corrin decided to head south, and Marie accompanied him as it was her hometown. At the station, a train conductor beamed, profusely thanking Corrin for swiftly dealing with the robbers. Behind them, the train robbers were tied up in a chain, dejectedly being escorted away while Corrin feigned modesty. It was nothing, haha. The employee insisted on rewarding him, pressing a heavy bag of money into Corrin's hand, which Corrin accepted without hesitation. A notification appeared, adding 2 points to all stats for completing the duty. Corrin chuckled gleefully, thinking to himself, being a good person has its perks. Having just earned a hefty sum, Corrin proudly declared that lunch was on him, making the train conductor secretly praise him as a truly good young man. The two arrived at a town, the gateway to the southern plains, and the main transit point to the grand city of Ref. Corrin groaned at the thought of another 8 hours in a carriage, but Marie pointed out a transit station right ahead. It was a wyvern landing pad, where these flying beasts were used as high-class transportation, something Corrin had experienced in his previous life. Marie blurted out that renting a wyvern cost 30 silver coins, but then nonchalantly said her family had sent something else to pick them up. Corrin was dumbfounded, not understanding what something else she was talking about. Whoosh! A colossal bird of prey named Hraesvelgr tore through the wind, preparing to land like a private jet. Its nameplate clearly read Ref 1. From the watchtower, an employee frantically reported over the comms. Ref 1 has arrived. I repeat, Ref 1 has arrived. In the control room, a man in a suit ordered the landing area cleared, confirming coordinates to receive the VIP guest. On the ground, 2 suited employees looked up at the colossal beast, whispering to each other, "It seems the princess has returned home." A ground crew chief shouted loudly, ordering all personnel to prepare the grandest welcoming ceremony for young Lady Marie. Thud. The Hraesvelgr landed with immense power, creating a strong gust of wind that kicked up dust. The colossal wooden gates of a luxurious mansion slowly opened. Corrin and Marie stepped inside, facing an army of household staff lined up in 2 long rows, bowing in unison. "Welcome home, young Lady Marie." Corrin froze, his brain starting to process the information. He turned to ask Marie about the farm her family owned. Marie innocently replied that she thought it was about 2 million. Corrin was utterly shocked, thinking 2 million square feet was already immense, but she shook her head. With a bright smile, Marie corrected the figure. Not 2 million square feet, but 2 million hectares. Corrin was petrified on the spot, his mouth agape, stammering incoherently upon hearing the unit hectares, while Marie remained innocently oblivious. A vast, endless prairie landscape appeared, illustrating the scale of 2 million hectares of land. Marie Dunaref's true identity was finally revealed, the young lady of the family that absolutely dominated the entire southern region. Corrin realized that the entire town bore the Dunaref name, from the general store and post office to even the Professional Wrestling Association. He looked in the mirror, silently marveling at the family's immense wealth, but still couldn't understand the purpose of the Wrestling Association. Standing before the colossal mansion gates, Corrin questioned Marie why she hadn't mentioned her family was so incredibly rich, to which she innocently replied, "That money belongs to my parents." A butler named Paul suddenly appeared, startling Corrin while Marie exclaimed, "Mr. Paul, don't scare my guest." Paul politely inquired, and Marie introduced Corrin as her academy friend. The butler pressed his face close to Corrin's, rambling endlessly about the tradition of marrying into the family and the enormous benefits for a Dunaref son-in-law, leaving Corrin utterly dumbfounded. Corrin changed the subject to Duke's Castle, and Marie immediately confirmed, "Oh, Duke's Castle, you mean?" Paul interjected, announcing that Count Cassius had just acquired the place. Corrin suddenly remembered that in his previous life, this Cassius was a difficult merchant from the Dado Sea region. A flashback surged, revealing Count Cassius as a genuine scoundrel, yelling, "Protector? Ha! Don't even think about stepping into my castle until you've beheaded that sea serpent." In the past, Sihu Park and his master Aaron Danuar had to fight tooth and nail with the colossal sea serpent for days before gaining entry. Corrin was sighing at the thought of having to grind through that tough boss again when Marie nonchalantly declared, "You've already informed Count Cassius. Well, go together. Marie explained that she had inquired, and the Count invited them to visit any time, even inviting them to a party on Friday. Corin collapsed in despair, shedding silent tears as he realized that in his previous life, he had toiled like an ox just to enter a place that now only required a phone call. Completely subdued by the power of money, Corin now regarded Marie as a goddess, and obediently followed her instructions to go shopping for the party. The next day, Corin's jaw dropped when he found himself standing before a street named Marie Street, turned into a clothes rack. Corin was stunned by the prices of the designer outfits, and especially the blank checks used to buy watches. He broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that this amount of money could buy dozens of buildings in Seoul, and began to suspect it was a scheme to trick him into signing a slave contract. Marie ignored him, happily pulling Corin's pale, frightened hand forward. "We're here, Corin. Right there." They both stopped in front of a blacksmith shop, and Marie confirmed with the person inside that she was there to pick up a pre-ordered item. Marie handed Corin a gift and explained that this was the very mineral that made Orisha's Demon Slayer sword. The hot item was revealed: adamantine, a super rare metal that even the Academy couldn't acquire, and notably, it was indestructible within a domain. Corin was ecstatic, realizing this piece of metal was more valuable than all the gifts he had received combined, as it was specifically used to forge the divine weapons of Grand Swordsman Galland. Marie blushed, confirming that by simply coating his spear with this metal, Corin could rampage freely within a domain. She smiled brightly like a flower, utterly satisfied to see Corin pleased with this final gift. Corin looked at his crush with touched eyes, sincerely expressing his gratitude. As night fell, Corin was led to a colossal mansion, lit up like a palace. Stepping into the dining room, Corin was stunned by the endlessly long banquet table, where Marie and her family were already seated. Marie waved him over, while a noble blonde woman complimented Corin's good looks and invited him to sit down. Corin politely bowed, secretly guessing the woman was Marie's mother and the man sitting next to her. The blue-haired man suddenly spoke, stopping Corin and declaring he would ask a question, the answer to which would determine if he was worthy of sitting there. With an overwhelming aura like a final boss, the man introduced as Mar Dunarev began his interrogation. Mar Dunarev asked a blunt, shocking question. "Are you still a virgin?" Without a word of warning, Marie lunged and delivered a devastating blow to her father, sending him tumbling head over heels and yelping in pain. Marie grabbed her father by the collar and dragged him out of the room while he still yelled that he was protecting his daughter, and her mother calmly apologized to Corin. The blonde woman, Duchess Dunarev, stood up, saying she had heard about Corin through her daughter's letters and was very eager to meet him. The Duchess bowed deeply and formally to thank Corin for helping her daughter, leaving the young man frozen in place. Corin quickly waved his hand, humbly replying that he only did what he could, nothing significant. He added that, above all, he simply thought Marie deserved a happier ending, a statement that left the Duchess speechless. The Duchess smiled, about to seal the deal on Corin being the perfect son-in-law, when her father Mard poked his head in from behind the door, yelling, "Absolutely not." Despite his daughter's opposition, Father Mard Dunarev still refused to give up, but was immediately sat upon by his wife, who landed every punch without missing. Corin could only force a wry smile, secretly thinking this family was truly a central circus act. The next day at Duke's Castle, Marie called out to Count Cassius. Count Cassius rushed out to the gate to greet them, overjoyed as if he had found gold upon seeing Lady Marie. The Count bowed deeply, flattering her that the entire Blandria family welcomed her presence. Corin frowned, recalling the wretched Cassius from the old timeline, who forced the entire party to hunt the sea serpent before granting them entry. A servant formally announced Lady Marie and Knight Corin entering the banquet hall. The doors opened, and Corin and Marie stepped in, their visuals illuminating the entire party amidst the music and falling golden petals. Corin had tied his hair up, looking quite dashing, and secretly felt rather proud of himself. He looked at a happy Marie and thought that without him, this beautiful princess and the entire South would have been doomed long ago. The noble women at the party began to whisper, confirming the rumors of the Dunarev family's arrival, and suggesting that the Blandria family was rising rapidly. Corin analyzed the situation. The Dunarev family's power in the South was absolute, so Maria's presence benefited Cassius 10,000 times more than asking a few knights to hunt a boss. Corin turned to Marie and told her to enjoy the party for a bit, then they would head to the office. Both had prepared their weapons, planning to retrieve their gear and embark on their mission once the party was in full swing. Suddenly, a fop named Gali approached Marie. The strange young man knelt on one knee, inviting Marie to the first dance, much to her surprise. Immediately, a crowd of other young men also rushed forward, each vying to extend their hand and invite her. "No, choose me." Marie was surrounded by a throng of men, all shouting her name in excitement. Placed in an awkward situation, Marie could only stammer, unsure how to politely refuse. Amidst the chaos, a decisive set of footsteps echoed across the dance floor, signaling the main character's imminent intervention. In the midst of the crowd, Corin Loke suddenly knelt on one knee, calling Marie's name, which froze her in place. The fawning young nobles behind him glared, visibly annoyed at being outmaneuvered, whispering, "Who is this guy?" He gently placed a kiss on the back of Marie's hand, a perfectly gentlemanly gesture. Corin looked up, his eyes full of confidence, and asked, "Marie, will you dance the first waltz with me?" Asserting that the first dance belonged to his companion, Corin briefly recalled his previous life, where a red-haired lady had taught him that a gentleman must always kiss a lady's hand and invite her to dance. Marie blushed deeply, awkwardly covered her mouth, and mumbled her agreement in embarrassment. The orchestra began to play melodious tunes for the opening dance. Corin and Marie began to dance, and he teased her about her apparent popularity, which made Marie even more flustered. Corin secretly thought he couldn't abandon her to those wolves. He considered it repaying her for helping him on their journey, but as he held her in his arms, he suddenly realized this situation was a bit dangerous, and Marie's heart began to pound. Corin also started to feel embarrassed, his face slightly flushed due to their close proximity. Thump! Marie clumsily stepped right on Corin's foot, making him cry out in sharp pain. She frantically apologized, confessing that she wasn't good at dancing. While Corin tried to suppress his pain, his face contorted. Corin decided to take the lead, thinking, "Perhaps I should guide her instead." He whispered domineeringly into Marie's ear, "Place your left foot on my right. I will help you dance." Marie looked up, her eyes wavering at his bold proposition. Corin flashed a confident smile, telling her to just focus on him, because dancing was meant to be fun. He instructed her to look into his eyes, feeling every movement, just as he had learned in his previous life. Marie's trembling gaze met Corin's steady look, and her body gradually relaxed. They glided across the dance floor, Corin leading Marie perfectly, creating a picturesque scene. Corin and Marie were lost in the dance, both smiling happily, forgetting everything around them. The orchestra continued to play melodious tunes, embellishing the couple's moment. Under the stage lights, they continued to glide, sharing a dreamlike moment. When the music ended, the fawning young nobles immediately rushed forward, vying to invite Marie for the next dance. Marie, blushing, gracefully declined, saying she was a bit tired and wanted to rest for a while. Corin immediately seized the opportunity, offering to escort Marie to the lounge, leaving behind the furious and jealous fanboys. The gossiping ladies at the party began to whisper, one remarking, "Letting your dance partner stand on your feet. How romantic." Another agreed, stating that even if the dance was a bit clumsy, it was wonderful, and Lady Marie's smile said it all. Clunk. Corin used a key to open a private room, which appeared to be Count Cassius's office. The door creaked open, and Marie curiously asked what Corin was looking for. He replied curtly, "Anything related to Sabancia Duke." Corin quickly scanned the bookshelf and pulled out a book titled The Story of the Duke Family. He recalled his game knowledge. This was a side quest item, containing the story of Sabancia Duke, his wife, and his daughter. Corin mumbled, wondering why the Count wanted him here, as there was no part in the original game related to searching the office. Though uncertain, he decided to search further anyway. After a chaotic search that yielded nothing, both collapsed exhaustedly onto the sofa. Marie rubbed her stomach, complaining of hunger, explaining that she hadn't had time to eat anything at the banquet hall because they had left in a hurry. She rested her chin on her hand, glancing at Corin with sparkling eyes and subtly bared fangs, a very clear signal. Corin immediately understood. It was this vampire's signal for food, and she even praised his neck profusely. Without a moment's hesitation, Marie hopped up and settled neatly into Corin's lap, whispering that she might be a bit sweaty but hoped he didn't mind. Blushing, she pressed close to Corin's neck and panted, "May I enter now?" Gulp. Marie began her meal, sinking her fangs directly into Corin's neck. After she had her fill, she panted, her face flushed, and asked Corin if it hurt. Corin nonchalantly replied that thanks to the determined warrior's recovery skill, he felt nothing, which made Marie gape before quickly covering her embarrassment by saying she didn't feel anything either. Wait a minute. Corin suddenly realized the crucial point. The determined warrior's recovery meant he also received the old man's soul dust. He turned to Marie, his face expressionless, and commanded, "Summon Diogu for me." Whoosh. Marie immediately summoned her muscular familiar. Corin gave his next command, instructing Marie to summon Diogu in its spirit form, hovering before taking on a physical body. The familiar Diogu whined, showing its displeasure, as this state usually only occurred when its body was crushed. Whoosh! Diaku vanished into thin air, and Korin told himself that since he couldn't perceive spirits, he felt nothing. Suddenly, a cold surge of dark energy erupted, engulfing both of them in a dark space. Korin was dragged into the darkness, shouting Marie's name and ordering her to prepare. He floated in a crimson space, holding a bone staff, completely bewildered by what was happening. Korin finally understood, muttering curses under his breath at the old duke for not giving him a warning. It turned out that what was sealed in the grimoire was only Sabancia's soul. He had separated it from his body to curb his bloodlust. Boom! The answer to the question of where the body was appeared right before his eyes. An authoritative voice boomed, wondering why a mere boy like Korin carried traces of his soul. A colossal figure, the very body of Sabancia Duke, appeared and questioned. "Stranger, what are you doing in my castle?" Korin didn't flinch, introducing himself as a distant junior, while Sabancia Duke stepped forward, assessing him as merely an ordinary boy. Korin retorted, saying that this remark was better than what the old man's soul had said in the library, then was about to ask about the secret of separating soul and body when he was cut off. Whoosh! Sabancia Duke unleashed overwhelming killing intent, growling, "Here, I ask the questions, you merely answer." Korin held his spear, sneering. "Ha, I knew it wouldn't be this easy. So you weren't just planning to give me a gift?" Recalling 800 years ago, a legend who dominated the South. Sabancia Duke, the greatest warrior of his era. No, the greatest in history. Whoosh! Sabancia charged to attack, growling, "It seems you've met my soul, but this physical form won't be an easy opponent." Korin dodged the attack, shouting back that the old man's soul had willingly passed on, and he thought he'd get an extra reward like a grimoire. Sabancia punched Korin directly in the face, disbelieving every word. "If my soul truly guided you, then you wouldn't have brought a vampire with you." Korin was bewildered, unable to understand how a soulless corpse could move. Sabancia explained that he had left a part of his soul to seal this body, because an immortal vampire body was a threat to the world, just like the monster you brought here. Korin argued vehemently, asserting that Marie was not a monster, and had controlled her instincts. "You have to believe me." Sabancia ignored him, plunged his sword into the ground, and scoffed. "Believe you?" The old warrior raised a hand to his face, recounting 800 years of torment to escape the bloodlust. Korin was startled by the old man's confession. He pulled down the cloth covering his face, revealing a horrifying mouth stitched shut. Sabancia asserted that the taste for blood was the only thing that never disappeared, and no vampire could control that hunger. He let out a savage roar, declaring that he couldn't believe what he couldn't confirm. He raised his hand, growling, "If you intend to block my path, then you too shall taste my wrath." He then erupted with overwhelming dark energy, putting Korin in distress. Korin gritted his teeth, realizing his fatal mistake. "I shouldn't have brought Marie here." 800 years of imprisonment have turned Sabancia's hatred for vampires into an unbreakable obsession. Korin gripped his spear tightly, determining this opponent was at least a quasi-special grade boss. He channeled all his strength, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. 6 spear forms, 6th technique, Pandemonium. A colossal surge of purple energy erupted from the spearhead. Korin poured everything into a single strike to fight to the death with the ancient boss. The determined warrior's crimson eyes flashed, ready for a display of overwhelming power. Slash! Korin's dragon-shaped pandemonium technique was mercilessly torn apart by a surge of sword energy. Korin was utterly shocked, unable to believe his strongest ultimate technique was shattered like a joke. The determined warrior raised his sword to the sky, boasting loudly, "Behold, this is the power that cleaves mountains and splits seas." He swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying storm of demonic energy, a power that even a dragon couldn't withstand. Korin broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this wasn't a special grade boss. This was the real deal, with no chance of victory. In a cruel illusion, the determined warrior looked at a blood-soaked white-haired Marie and coldly declared, "You are nothing but a monster." He advanced, proclaiming Marie had no right to live as a human, causing the young girl to tremble and retort, "A monster? I'm not." The old warrior leaned in close, whispering into Marie's ear, "Then what else do you think you are?" The illusion shifted. Marie was embracing another man, her crimson eyes gleaming with desire. "Or are you certain you can suppress your own urges?" It turned out that man was Korin, and Marie was sitting in his lap, preparing to bite his neck. "Eventually, you will crave the blood of your beloved." The illusion ended with the determined warrior clutching his head, screaming in despair amidst a pool of blood, "And kill everyone who ever cherished you." Back in reality, the determined warrior lunged like lightning, declaring he would save Marie from that tragedy by ending her life right here. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword directly at Marie, who stood frozen. Marie screamed in panic, denying the disgusting vision she had just seen. No, I'm not that kind of person. At that critical moment, Korin yelled a single command. Dioku! And the colossal red summoned beast appeared, letting out a roar. Korin immediately activated the runes, his voice icy, binding spell, coffin. Whoosh! Blazing golden chains flew out from thin air, tightly coiling around Diogu, much to the determined warrior's astonishment. Diogu struggled to resist, but in vain. The chains tightened further. The old man had to admit, I acknowledge your beastly speed, even faster than mine in my prime. However, the determined warrior raised his glowing sword, saying, You don't know how to use your strength. Your mistake is relying solely on brute, idiotic, animalistic muscle. He then thrust it straight into Diogu. Marie screamed in despair upon seeing her summoned beast chained. Diogu, come back here! But immediately after, she froze, her eyes wide with astonishment at an unbelievable turn of events. The determined warrior raised the soul-slaying sword Romania high, growling that this was a weapon specialized in dealing with immortals. Whoosh! He swung his sword with terrifying speed, aiming directly at the target. Crash! But the one who took the full force of the slash was Korin. He had rushed forward to tank the blow for his pet, blood gushing like a fountain. The determined warrior coldly ordered the dying man, Stop resisting and accept death. He turned to the collapsing Marie, uttering contemptuous words. Ultimately, creatures like you and I are nothing but ignorant beasts. Marie, tears streaming down her face, weakly cried out in protest. No, that's not true. A sweet memory suddenly flooded back, an image of Korin gently embracing her and saying, You haven't changed at all, Marie. Power born from conviction surged. Marie reached out and grabbed the old man's sword blade, her eyes blazing. Korin said it would be all right, so I won't let you harm him. The determined warrior's gauntlets began to crack. He repeated his command incredulously. Let me say it again. Die! He roared. But Marie had summoned twin swords of water magic, blocking his attack with a deafening clang. The old man still tried to persuade her. Because that is the best choice for both you and him. Marie paid him no mind. She turned to look at the fallen Korin. The determined warrior gasped for breath, his sword-wielding hand trembling and covered in blood, clearly injured after the impact. Marie supported Korin's limp body, calling his name in a panic. A strange pool of darkness began to spread from beneath Korin, signaling a terrifying transformation. Korin's face was submerged in shadow, seemingly being devoured by some dark force. Marie gasped, her crimson eyes blazing with fury, murderous intent surging. She gently leaned Korin against herself, facing the determined warrior, preparing for the final battle to the death. The determined warrior boasted loudly, declaring that vampires were unworthy of existence because they couldn't control their instincts, even in the face of their loved ones' deaths. Marie gnashed her teeth, blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, her eyes burning with furious anger. The old man was deeply shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the next scene. What? Instead of sucking Korin's blood, Marie bent down and transfused her own blood back into him, an act completely contrary to a vampire's instincts. The old man couldn't believe it, wondering if she was using her blood as an elixir, an act far beyond her limits. He still didn't understand how a vampire losing control could maintain her sanity to do something so extraordinary. With tears welling up, Marie whispered in despair as she transfused blood to Korin. Korin, please. The determined warrior's expression darkened, seemingly lost in a painful memory of his own. A flashback appeared. He too had once failed, succumbed to desire, and became a slave to bloodlust, unable to save anyone. Marie still desperately begged Korin to open his eyes, while the old man realized the difference between himself and this pair. The determined warrior looked up, admitting, So that's how it is. There are things even I cannot judge. He raised his sword high, and fierce pink magical energy erupted. Whoosh! A sudden sword strike thrust straight towards Korin, and Marie could only gasp in horror. The sword pierced Korin's chest, but his eyes suddenly flared with an eerie red glow as Marie screamed his name. Marie shrieked, trying to block the deeply embedded sword blade with her bare hands. Stop! Haven't you done enough? She screamed in despair, begging him to spare Korin. Don't take Korin away from me. The determined warrior's hand flared with a dazzling light, preparing to activate something. An energy explosion swept away everything around, and a blinding white light enveloped everything. When the light dissipated, the old man stood on a magic circle, the sword still embedded in Korin, and a small black creature had just appeared beside him. A hand gently rested on Marie's head, and Corin's voice rang out calmly. "It's all right, Marie." Corin, with a composed expression, reassured the panicking Marie. "I'm right here." Marie stammered questions, while Corin looked down at the fatal wound on his chest, appearing completely unharmed. Corin turned and directly asked Marie, "Why did you save me?" which made her freeze. Swish. In an instant, the spirit of the determined warrior yanked the sword out of Corin. Clang! The longsword fell to the floor, and Corin and Marie still sat there, not understanding what had just happened. The old warrior's voice echoed in Corin's mind, declaring the bestowal of his aura core. The old man acknowledged Corin possessed the qualities of a true hero, not one who craved ordinary power, but one who bore the mark of noble pride and determination. He affirmed that Corin had achieved what he had failed to do, and now he had the right to change the world. A hazy flashback appeared, showing his family and loved ones having to leave 800 years ago. A bitter failure. The spirit of the determined warrior flared in a final red flame, dissipated, and called Corin hero. With a whoosh, his spirit completely vanished, leaving behind a silent room with tiny specks of light. Corin placed his hand on his chest, feeling Grand Commander Sabancia Duke's aura core beating within, an unexpectedly valuable item. Marie suddenly rushed to embrace Corin, making him cry out because his wound still throbbed slightly. She trembled in his arms, confessing how scared she had been, thinking he would leave her behind. With tears in her eyes, Marie commanded, "Promise me you'll never die without my permission." Corin merely smirked to himself, thinking that a happy ending was all that mattered. He agreed to her promise, secretly thinking that his efforts were well worth it. In his mind, Corin had only one wish for the recently departed soul. A vision appeared. The determined warrior in human form was finally reunited with his wife and daughter after 800 years of suffering. The old man smiled contentedly, finally finding the peace he had always longed for. Corin gasped, checking the hot item he had just received. The aura not only ranked up but also grew a second core with strange properties. He still had one lingering thought. The boss Sabancia Duke had never dropped this item for the main player in either of the previous timelines. Corin wondered why that old man didn't just give it to him from the start, instead of making him struggle so miserably. Because his clothes were covered in blood, he had no choice but to take them off to wash and wait for them to dry, in a semi-naked state. The room door suddenly opened, and a maid walked in, stammering an apology, thinking the room was empty. The maid's gaze swept down, and she froze when she saw Corin with Marie, who was sound asleep on the sofa. Corin frantically explained that the situation wasn't what she thought, while Marie still breathed steadily beside him. The maid's face flushed crimson, her mind automatically conjuring rated scenes upon seeing muscles, sweat, and heavy breathing, ignoring Corin's attempts to explain himself. Bang! The maid slammed the door shut and ran away after apologizing for disturbing them, despite Corin desperately shouting that she had gravely misunderstood. Corin turned back to look at Marie, who was still sound asleep, muttering his name in her dream, and had a premonition of an extremely dark future approaching. Immediately, an earth-shattering roar echoed from outside the mansion, demanding the life of the scoundrel who dared to lay a hand on his daughter. As a result, Corin had to hide in the forest for 20 days, both evading the Dunarev family's pursuit squad and taking the opportunity to grind levels. Looking at himself in the mirror, Corin sighed in relief, because the misunderstanding was finally resolved. He had almost become the #1 enemy of the entire South. In the luxurious carriage, Corin thought about the future. The new semester and the school's grand festival were approaching. Sitting with the silver-haired girl, Corin confidently asserted that their investment would succeed, promising to quadruple the money she had invested. He explained his cunning plan. The festival would attract a large number of tourists, driving up accommodation prices sky-high. Once land prices were inflated enough, he would sell for profit and amass a colossal fortune. Corin smirked slyly, imagining himself swimming in a dazzling mountain of gold bars. He roared with delight, considering himself invincible and the festival as the god bestowing wealth upon him. While reveling in his get-rich-quick scheme, the heavens suddenly raged, and a colossal storm with blazing red lightning suddenly struck. Corin broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "This never happened in my previous life." In the illusion, Marie patted his shoulder, comforting him that everyone makes mistakes sometimes. But the silver-haired girl grabbed him tightly, her voice full of insinuation. "But at least you should write an IOU, shouldn't you?" Blushing, she whispered suggestively, "If you can't pay, just sign a special document, and it's done." Crack! Corin's sunglasses shattered as he realized the girl's offer reeked of danger. He told himself he had to find a way to fix his mistake. Outside, rain poured down on Merkava Academy's special dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, the director's assistant greeted Corin and Marie, welcoming them home after braving the storm. Corin ruffled his hair in frustration as the assistant announced that he would officially stay here from the second semester, no longer an outsider. Corin wiped his face, silently understanding that this was clearly a way to monitor him, as Professor Josephine and Master Aaron still didn't fully trust him. He curiously asked about the storm, and outside, a massive tornado with blazing red lightning was sweeping through, making Marie worry for the city. The assistant calmly reassured them, stating that the damage wasn't extensive and the storm wouldn't move, only affecting a few suburban areas. The assistant, with a poker face, declared chillingly, "This isn't a natural storm, it's caused by a demonic beast." Corin and Marie were utterly shocked. He began to recount the story from the Igenia Strait, where lightning was fiercely striking the turbulent sea. A colossal demonic beast, the supreme ruler of the ocean, had begun to rage in its domain. That monster was the sea serpent, a gigantic sea boss emerging amidst the thunderous storm, heedless of human economics. In a magnificent castle, a worried father asked his son if he truly had to embark on this dangerous mission. The young knight Revent Blancdaria assured his father that defeating this first-rank demonic beast would help him advance to a first-rank knight. Revent gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination and jealousy as he thought of something. In Revent's distorted flashback, some fop was kneeling, successfully inviting Marie for the first dance. Marie agreed and left with the man, leaving two others seething with rage as they watched. Revent smiled morbidly, believing this was his chance to win back Lady Marie. Revent gritted his teeth, vowing in a harsh voice to reclaim Marie from that deceitful playboy and bring peace to the strait by defeating the sea serpent. With a heart ablaze with love, the young knight and his comrades battled the colossal sea boss for 6 days and 5 nights. The henchmen cheered as they saw the sea serpent flee, hailing their young master's victory, while Revent boasted loudly, "Lady Marie, I dedicate this victory to you." But in truth, they were only skilled enough to drive the monster away, not yet capable of finishing it off. The colossal sea serpent's escape created a whirlpool in the sea, inadvertently causing unexpected casualties. The victims were a pair of hurricane bats alvan, creatures that generate gales to protect themselves during mating. While peacefully minding its own business, one bat was suddenly swept away by a wave. The injured sea serpent swam past, not hesitating to devour the bat nest, as they were considered mobile elixirs. To protect the young in her womb, the female bat made a life-or-death decision. It flew north, flying endlessly, without rest, searching for a safe place until its wings were utterly exhausted, and the place it chose to give birth was Merkava Academy. Back in reality, a colossal electrostorm was devastating the land Corin had just purchased. Corin froze, unable to believe his eyes. Hurricane bats? They should be busy mating on some remote island this season. Why are they inland? He clutched his head, realizing this was yet another damned butterfly effect he had caused, and this time, that flap of wings had literally created a storm. The construction workers panicked and demanded to quit, one shouting, "The storm is getting bigger. If we keep working here, we'll all die." Corin desperately tried to hold them back but was brushed aside. The workers fled, not forgetting to throw back, "You're just unlucky. Give up and save yourself the trouble." Corin stood numbly, watching the torrential rain, his mind processing the grim prospect of the upcoming festival being completely ruined. Worse still, if this storm lasted another week, the entire inn he was building would also be wiped out. The sound of wood cracking echoed as Corin's passion project collapsed, burying 280 gold in land costs and 330 gold in materials and labor. He stood amidst the rubble, bitterly calculating that he only had 110 gold, the rest borrowed, and now it had all turned to dust. Corin Loke's face twisted in despair, his mind processing the 720 gold debt if this venture failed, muttering hopelessly, "It's over. It's truly over." A few days later, an emergency meeting was convened at Merkava Academy to discuss how to deal with the storm. Director Ariu Kassar, who presided over the meeting, began by thanking those present. Professor Harmon Welshi of the Night Department nodded, confirming the problem was caused by the hurricane bat alvan. Professor Dana Arian of the Magic Department timidly asked if they should hunt it, muttering that if caught, it would compensate for the budget deficit from the King of the Iron Mountain incident. Harmon slammed the table and roared, demanding to hunt the monster immediately, but another voice interjected, "I disagree." Professor Edgar Linton of the Magic Department calmly stroked his beard, suggesting that the storm would dissipate on its own in a month, so there was no need to take risks. Professor Larara Mass from the Alchemy Department looked intrigued, asking why Edgar was so certain. Edgar clearly explained the hurricane bat's breeding season, asserting that regardless of any variables, the storm would subside in just 1 month. Larara nodded in agreement, casting a flirtatious glance at the muscular Professor Eugen Rentry beside her before voting for the safe option. But Eugen Rentry, the new professor of the night department, raised his hand in protest, arguing that they should at least try to eliminate it. Eugen argued that this storm would affect the students' schedules and disgrace the academy, making outsiders think Merkava was too weak to even deal with a single demonic beast. The entire meeting room began to buzz with whispers, one faction wanting safety, the other wanting to fight, neither willing to yield. Amidst the deadlock, Corin, who had been silent as a shadow until now, buried his face in his hands on the table. Suddenly, Corin slammed the table and stood up, drawing everyone's attention. Esteemed professors and alumni of Merkava Academy, may I offer my humble opinion? Corin began to get fired up, shouting about the Academy's oath, to be courageous, protect justice, and do what is right. He growled, clenching his fist to his chest, reiterating the oath that they were humanity's protectors, never abandoning their beliefs even when facing death. Corin's blazing red eyes shone, and he declared firmly that there was no other option but to fight this demonic beast. Edgar maintained his cold expression, arguing that not engaging in battle would be more advantageous, but Corin slammed the table again, yelling at him, "Professor Edgar, how can you say that?" Corin cried out in despair, dramatically portraying the plight of poor homeless victims, but in his mind, he had only one thought. "Please, just hunt that damned bat. I'm on the verge of bankruptcy." Corin continued his elaborate act, shouting about the suffering citizens, the children orphaned by the storm, asserting that human lives are priceless. Professor Edgar broke out in a cold sweat, stammering that he didn't mean that, while other professors began to whisper, praising Corin as the epitome of a righteous knight. Corin clenched his fists, his voice deepening, stating that even without any oaths or chivalry, what was wrong with wanting to save those in distress? Corin squeezed out a glistening tear, almost blurting out "save my inn," but quickly redirected to "go save the people." The act was a success. The entire meeting room buzzed. One professor was moved to tears and interpreted that inns also have people, and people are precious. Professor Eugen slammed his hand on the table and stood up, rallying for an immediate attack team to uphold their oath of protection, while Professor Dana quietly calculated research funds. Director Ariu Kassar clapped his hands to conclude. It seems a decision has been made. Corin secretly gloated that his elaborate act had herded all the professors into hunting bats. An attack team was swiftly formed, charging directly into the fiercely roaring magical storm. A knight in the team patted Corin's shoulder, remarking that he had never seen anyone so dedicated to protecting others, which only made Corin sigh. Corin firmly declared that he would protect everyone, but internally, the demon of debt was screaming, "I owe 720 gold." The initial plan was for the support team to use magic to bombard the storm, creating cracks to open a path. Once an opening was made, the attack team would charge straight into the eye of the storm to deal with the hurricane bat Alvan. But life is not a dream. As soon as they stepped into the storm's core, the entire team was blocked by a pack of ravenous demonic beasts. Corin sighed wearily, guessing that these creatures probably intended to devour the bat, but got stuck in the storm, now starving and thus even more frenzied. But Corin didn't worry, as the team was full of powerhouses. Old Harmon Welshi, a quasi-first-rank knight, charged forward, pummeling the monsters with his bare fists. Professor Eugen swung his 7-inch axe as lightly as chopsticks, cutting cleanly like slicing vegetables, clearing a path. Professor Edgar, a first-rank mage, merely flicked his magic staff, which looked exactly like a cigarette, and a swarm of demonic beasts vanished. And above all, the team's ace, a berserker warrior with blazing red eyes, was roaring. That was Vyazikar, also known as the Berserker, a second-year first-rank knight, who charged in to sweep the battlefield with his bare fists. Corin dodged an attack while taunting the giant. "So tall. Are you half giant?" But Vyazikar only growled, telling him to focus on the monster behind him. Corin cleanly sliced a demonic beast, then casually taunted the giant Vyazikar. "Thought you were just brutish, but you're quite kind." Then reminded him that the main target was the hurricane bat. Corin's inner self screamed, his face grim with murderous intent, worried about his collapsing inns. "You damned bat, you'll pay for this." The entire team rushed towards the eye of the storm, determined to resolve everything swiftly. Professor Edgar held his cigarette, his expression pensive as he realized something was amiss. The entire team was stunned to see a smaller whirlwind emerge within the eye of the storm. Professor Edgar muttered that he had never seen such a trick before. Old Harmon philosophized, "It seems maternal love can make even demonic beasts achieve extraordinary feats." Edgar asked Eugen if he could charge into that whirlwind alone, and the muscular man bluntly replied, "Certainly, if I don't mind being torn to shreds." Edgar coolly stated, "No need to risk your lives," then drew a gun and fired a signal flare into the sky, calling for aid. A white beam of light shot high into the sky. The signal had been sent. Upon receiving the signal, Professor Dana chuckled gleefully, confirming that the request for support had been received. Blazing red magic power violently erupted around Professor Dana. She laughed maniacally. Heh. It seems it's finally time for me to unleash my full power after all these years. The sky rumbled with crimson thunder and lightning. A colossal surge of energy was accumulating. Professor Edgar turned pale and shouted, "What in the world is Professor Dana doing? Is she trying to kill all of us?" Edgar hastily erected a red energy shield, shouting orders for everyone to gather behind him. Edgar grumbled that they only needed a strike powerful enough to break the storm, not one that would annihilate the entire area. Ignoring the warnings, Professor Dana roared, unleashing her full power. She unleashed her crimson bolt, a colossal red lightning strike that descended directly, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The landscape was devastated after the explosion. Rocks shattered, and smoke and dust obscured everything. Old Harmon snapped, "What an inconsiderate mage," while Edgar remained calm, thinking that at least the problem was solved. But when the smoke and dust cleared, the entire team was dumbfounded. The storm remained intact, not budging an inch. Professor Harmon frowned, noting that the lightning strike was powerful enough to destroy a quasi-first-rank demonic beast. But Professor Edgar sensed an omen. Inside the storm, the hurricane bat began to crack and shatter, absorbing all the lightning energy to evolve. Its form swelled, shedding its skin right before the team's terrified eyes. While the berserker Viazeker was still bewildered, Korin coolly concluded, "It's evolution." Korin analyzed that evolution is a breakthrough of species limits, and naturally, a bat living in a storm would be lightning resistant. Korin's eyes flashed. He knew the hurricane bat had fully absorbed Professor Dana's attack, and was no longer a small fry. The monster completely transformed, becoming the Thunder King with a blazing red aura. Korin shouted to warn everyone. The furious winds threw the professor's back. Korin yelled to stop the support team. Pumping more mana into it will only feed it and make it stronger. Professor Ugen was furious that the team could only stand by and watch. But Korin smirked. "It's my time to shine." Korin wielded his spear, preparing to unleash the Viper's deadly skill, and he suddenly realized a harsh truth. Blown around like a spinning top by the wind, Korin cried out in helplessness as he couldn't swing his spear, realizing that martial arts are useless without solid ground beneath one's feet. He furiously screamed, "Damn it! How can I fight like this?" Completely helpless in mid-air. Korin called out to Vazeker for help, but the berserker was also being blown away like a dry leaf. He told himself that no matter how powerful one is, losing balance renders them useless. Determined not to give up, Korin gritted his teeth. "No way. My 720 gold depends on butchering this bat." Korin yelled Vazeker's name once more, making the annoyed berserker want to scream at him to shut up. "Lend me your head for a second," Korin shouted, then stomped directly onto Vazeker's head as a springboard. He shot into the sky like a rocket, leaving behind a thanks, and the enraged berserker, Vazeker. Without stopping, Korin continued to use Professor Ugen's head as a second stepping stone, making him jump in surprise. Professor Edgar also couldn't escape, becoming the next springboard for Korin's continuous jump. Finally, Korin stomped on Professor Harmon's head, roaring, "I refuse to kneel before a demonic beast," and charged straight towards the storm. Korin went mad, roaring to impale the damned hurricane bat for daring to obstruct his path to riches. The hurricane bat was no pushover either. It roared back, its body enveloped in crimson lightning. Both charged at each other, a deadly, all-or-nothing battle, about to erupt in the eye of the storm. But instead of colliding, Korin's foot sank into something strangely soft and cushiony. He panicked, realizing he had just been caught by a giant green slime, screaming, "Where did this slime come from?" But the game wasn't over. Korin mustered his strength, yelling that it wasn't finished yet. He unleashed a great strike, his glowing spearhead shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. The attack struck the hurricane bat's defensive whirlwind, and was mercilessly repelled. The spear flew past, completely missing its target to Korin's utter helplessness. Korin realized a harsh truth. Aerial combat was useless. Losing one's footing meant being crippled. He laughed bitterly, accepting his fate with resignation. This must be the end. Boom! An explosion rang out as he plummeted through the lightning-filled sky, his vision blurring. Korin could only regret the gold coins he had poured into this venture. He wept, wishing he had used that money for a hearty meal instead of rushing headlong into death. A tear rolled down his cheek, and Korin completely gave up. Just then, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The hurricane bat was being attacked by some unknown force. Still stuck in the slime, Korin stared up blankly, wondering who was fighting the bat. It turned out to be Hwaran, who was mercilessly beating the hurricane bat with her bare hands, punching it senseless. The demonic beast roared in pain as the mysterious girl closed in and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Hwaran delivered a powerful punch, crimson energy exploding directly into the demonic beast's face. After the devastating punch, the hurricane bat was sent flying like a toy, a trail of crimson energy tearing through the air. A blinding explosion engulfed everything, the surging energy sweeping away everything in sight. Korin was thrown back by the aftershock of the explosion, crying out in surprise as his body was enveloped in red light. The light from the explosion was too dazzling. Korin could only squint and endure it. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind swept through, dispersing the lingering magical storm. The professors were scattered everywhere, tumbling across the ground like roly-poly dolls. Professor Harmon Welsky sat up abruptly, his face utterly bewildered. The storm's gone. Who did that? A cloaked figure slowly approached, their overwhelming aura making the professors hold their breath. Korin and Professor Harmon looked up, utterly shocked to recognize the one who had solo defeated the boss. Korin lay flat on the ground, his gaze fixed on the sky, muttering, "Even though I walk through the darkest valley of death," his eyes gleamed with fanatical belief. "I will fear no evil, for the Lord and the Savior are always with me." He stretched his bloodied hand forward, asking dramatically, "What are you doing?" Korin told himself, even if he was about to be buried under a debt of 720 gold, he was still saved by the two saints, Hwaran and Josephine, who looked down radiating halos. Amen. The hurricane bat storm had completely vanished. The city suffered only minor damage, and a fresh morning returned. The next morning, the Academy organized a free breakfast distribution for the citizens. Today's menu was potatoes and onion soup. To maintain a heroic image in the public eye, the students were mobilized to volunteer. A man held out his tray, flattering. "Miss, could I please have another potato?" Hwaran glared sharply, dark aura billowing. "No. Eat what you're given." Korin stood beside her, teasing. "You truly have a heart of stone," Hwaran retorted with a history lesson, leaving Korin speechless. "All right, stop talking like a professor." Korin began his philosophical lecture. "Someone once told me the first evidence of civilization was a broken leg bone that had healed. In the illustration, a prehistoric person with a broken leg was bandaged by another, proving someone had enough leisure to protect a cripple until they recovered." Hwaran listened in silence, pondering the meaning of helping others in distress. She turned abruptly, concluding with a teasing remark. "So, you mean humanity built civilization because they were too weak?" Hwaran walked away coldly, declaring Korin's words meaningless to her, as no one has ever helped me. Korin called her back with a firm statement. "I will help you." He smirked confidently. "Then it will mean something to you, won't it?" Hwaran froze, her hand clenching for a moment, but she quickly regained her icy demeanor, dismissing him. "Stop spouting nonsense, you're just a weakling." Hwaran revealed her true identity, her eyes sharp. "I am a living zombie, a demonic beast created from a human." In a flashback, a voice echoed amidst a bloody scene, calling her a monster. She challenged Korin, wondering if he would still dare to turn his back on her so casually if he knew her true nature. Hwaran's eyes flashed crimson, another voice screaming in her head. "Give it back." A purple-haired spirit appeared, struggling with Hwaran to reclaim control of the body. "Hwa, give me back my body." But a more sinister version of Hwaran suppressed the spirit, asserting dominance. "Shut up, this is my body." The scene shifted to Merkava City at night, a place dubbed the safest in the world. But the truth was far more bitter. Every city has its dark side, and Merkava's alleys were dominated by a notorious gang called the Black Stars. Their main income came from slave trading and illegal alcohol, along with a few special tasks to maintain their territory. For example, dealing with drunken customers, one drunkard was clinging to the waitress, demanding more alcohol. The drunkard slammed the table, cursing loudly because the alcohol was terrible, and yelled to call the owner out. The Black Stars gang's thugs kicked the door open and stormed in, their leader roaring, "Who the hell is messing with our establishment?" It turned out the troublemaker was Korin, sitting alone, hiccuping, thinking to himself that this was the perfect bait to draw out the Black Stars. The leader stepped forward, lecturing Korin that minors shouldn't be hanging around here, while Korin, feigning drunkenness, asked back, "Who are you?" The leader pretended to be kind, intending to place his hand on Korin's beer glass and told him to let him pay, but Korin was one step faster. Korin suddenly stood up, with a bright smile, poured the beer directly over the leader's head and said, "Ah, you're exactly who I was looking for. You're in charge here, right?" Making the man stammer, "Yes, sir." The henchmen behind him were seething and about to charge, but the leader was still frozen by Korin's strange demeanor. The leader began to boast loudly, sarcastically remarking that he had met too many arrogant guardian brats who went around causing trouble. The leader's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates. "This brat needs a lesson in manners." The thugs immediately charged forward, exuding a fierce killing aura, determined to beat Korin to a pulp. The leader confidently boasted, proclaiming that his men were the notoriously brutal, blood-crazed hounds, specializing in hunting slaves and raiding countless villages. Korin merely glanced, his gaze as cold as ice, completely disregarding these small fry. Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on a thug's face, instantly knocking him out. Outside the tavern, a series of sharp, clashing sounds echoed incessantly, signaling a bloody purge. The leader was stunned, horrified to see his subordinates being taken down with such ease. The floor was littered with bruised bodies. Korin stood in the middle of the battlefield, and the leader was the only one still standing. The leader broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he asked, Who exactly are you?" Korin smirked, his crimson eyes glowing with a deadly glint. "Me? I'm the one who cleans up stray dogs." Wham! Korin finished off the leader with a direct punch to the face, ending his premature boasting. A final, desperate scream echoed under the moonlight, and that night, the Black Stars gang vanished without a trace. But Korin revealed his true purpose. Drawing out the Black Stars was to find and rescue the people they had enslaved. Creak. Korin pushed open the heavy door, entering a dark dungeon where demi-humans were imprisoned. He clicked his tongue in dismay, thinking to himself that even animals were sometimes treated better than the sight before his eyes. In the cramped cages, countless pairs of crimson eyes glared out with resentment. This was the fate of the demi-humans abandoned by society. Click. Korin used a specialized tool to pick the lock of one of the cages. The cage door opened, and a group of filthy, exhausted demi-human slaves stared at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. Korin coldly ordered, "Outside, a Dunaref carriage is waiting. Whoever can still walk, drag yourselves out there." A cat-eared boy staggered to his feet. Korin thought to himself that this pitiful appearance would make them less wary of him. After dealing with the small fry, Korin ventured deeper into the dungeon, declaring it was time to find his main targets, and called out loudly, "Are there any siblings named Ren and Ron here?" A green-skinned female slave sitting in the corner of a cage raised her hand and pointed in a direction. Korin nodded his thanks and went straight there. But upon arriving, Korin paused. He muttered, "Strange. Why are they so much smaller than in my memories?" In the dark corner of the cage were two werewolf children, a boy and a girl, cowering in fear. Korin frowned. He clearly remembered in his previous life meeting this pair when they were 20-year-old youths. They couldn't possibly be these two children. He knelt down before the bars and gently called out, "Hey, you two." The older werewolf girl immediately hugged her younger brother tightly, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Don't hurt my brother." Korin recalled the future image of this girl, Ren, a muscular, six-pack female warrior, burly and swearing like a sailor, a world apart from the timid child before him. In the old timeline, the siblings Ren and Ron were notorious villains, henchmen of the Old Order faction, specializing in committing heinous crimes. They were extremely tough opponents, and ultimately met their end at the hands of the protagonist, Sihu. Returning to reality, Korin looked at the cage door. Everything was vastly different from what he had imagined. He smiled, extended his hand, and declared, "Oh well, come on kids, I'll save you from the pathetic fate of becoming sub-bosses." Slap. The girl, Ren, slapped Korin's hand away, screaming in fear. "Go away! Leave us alone!" But he calmly replied, "Now, be good." Ignoring the terrified werewolf girl screaming to be let go, Korin still held her wrist tightly. "I can't leave you here. You'll get sick." He pulled both children into a tight embrace, his voice firm. "It's all right. No one will harm you anymore. You're safe now." Treated with unexpected kindness, the girl, Ren, could only sniffle in Korin's arms. He thought to himself that he wouldn't let them grow up in that cruel way. After the two children calmed down, Korin asked for their names, and they timidly replied, "Ron and Ren." Korin smiled and introduced himself properly. "I am Korin Loke." The girl, Ren, looked up and asked with a hint of hope, "Are you our guardian?" And Korin nodded in confirmation. As soon as she heard the answer, Ren's tension vanished, and she collapsed, fainting from exhaustion. Her younger brother, Ron, fared no better. He also fainted shortly after. Korin held the two unconscious children in his arms. His mind began to calculate. "I know I invited them along, but should I really add them to the team?" At a tavern, the waitress Lenya, an undercover director of the Information Guild, crossed her arms and asked Korin, "What are you planning to do next, boss?" Korin sighed heavily. His plan was to recruit the two sub-bosses, Ren and Ron, not these two little kids. So much for using their unique traits to farm monsters. He ordered Lenya, "For now, take them to my inn and make sure they eat and drink well," making her sarcastically comment on her boss's sudden kindness. Korin snapped softly, not bothering to explain his complex plan to her. He muttered to himself, his face filled with determination. "Damn it. It seems there's no other way. I'll have to go rescue Huaren myself." The scene shifts to the Flying Beast landing zone in Merkava City, an elevated village in the east. A colossal bird landed in the designated area, kicking up a cloud of dust. A security officer stepped forward, politely greeted them, and requested to check the documents of those who had just arrived from the east. A white-haired youth, along with two companions, descended from the bird, reaching into his clothes for something. He held out a golden eagle-shaped emblem, making the officer immediately realize they were from Boromai Academy. The delegation introduced themselves: Senior Professor Dyun Kang, the student Jin Hyuk, and Miss Yuhua Kang, the student council president of Boromai Academy. A guide from the Kingdom of El Rath warmly welcomed the delegation, announcing that their carriage had been prepared. The group marveled at the high-tech carriage, clearly a sign of VIP treatment. Inside the carriage, Yua Kang sharply reminded Jin Hyuk to mind his manners while their master was still standing, but he merely retorted that he was a fragile item. Professor Dyun Kang intervened to quell the commotion, demanding silence from both, as there was no time for such trivial matters. Jin Hyuk turned to ask his master, his expression turning serious. He questioned, his voice full of doubt. "Are you certain? Is she truly here?" The old professor only replied with a short but firm word. "Yes." Jin Hyuk and Yua Kang simultaneously radiated a crimson killing intent upon confirmation. "There's no doubt. The Merkava Academy director brought her here." Professor Dyun Kang clicked his tongue, ordering his two disciples to hide their hostility, reminding them to forget the past and focus on the bigger picture. Jin Hyuk repeated his master's words, his eyes sharp as razors, bloodshot veins visible in his pupils. "Forget the past?" A flashback surged. A panicked, black-haired boy peering through a crack in the door, witnessing a blazing inferno. An ancient castle was engulfed in flames, and atop a pile of rubble resembling corpses, a small figure stood tall. It was a black-haired girl, her face smeared with blood, eyes burning with hatred as she stared directly at her enemy, vowing never to forget that despicable creature. A month had passed since the Hurricane Bat incident, and Merkava Academy was now bustling with preparations for the upcoming festival. This was a large-scale competition where the 4 great academies of the world gathered in one place to compete and find the strongest. Jager Hinspeter eagerly brushed aside the introductions, urging everyone to form teams, while Lark reminded them that they had to choose the competition category first: solo, duo, or team. Korin casually declared he would participate in the duo match and drag Arisha along, despite the swordswoman fuming at being dictated to. Arisha leaned across the table, wondering if Korin would skip the team match, but he merely scoffed, saying he would pray to be on her team. Arisha pointed out that duo teams were also randomly assigned, but Korin, with the knowledge of one who knew the future, revealed that those ranked second or higher would soon have the privilege of choosing their teams. Arisha slumped her face onto the table, lamenting that she was about to be exploited like a slave during the festival, leaving Korin speechless. Jager Hinspeter wondered why Korin didn't choose Marie, the overpowered, nearly immortal one, as a teammate. Korin casually replied that Marie would probably participate in the solo category, leaving Jager dumbfounded because a mage would go solo. Just then, Korin heard whispers and turned to look, sensing something was amiss. Other students were discussing a group of strangely dressed people, guessing they were from the east, and Korin also realized it. Korin explained to Jager that those weren't traditional clothes, but merely the everyday attire of Easterners, thinking to himself, they've finally arrived. The formidable delegation from the east appeared. Dyun Kang, the Enlightened, Jin Hyuk Sa, Vicious Kicking Hound, and Yuhua Kang, Lady of the Sword. Korin immediately recognized them as the bosses of Chapter 3, especially the one connected to the Soaring Fiend. Scene change. A certain professor was vehemently protesting. "It's unacceptable to force our students to transfer to Boromai Academy." Dyun Kang, with a stone-cold expression, declared he was simply reclaiming his rights as the blood relative of that girl. The old man recounted the tragedy from a year ago, when the castle was engulfed in flames and his own granddaughter was the cause of it all. Professor Josephine faced Dyun Kang, accused by him of taking advantage of the chaos to abduct his granddaughter. Josephine narrowed her eyes, muttering that Huaran was no ordinary student, and she knew full well this old man was here for her. Dune Kang growled, saying that inside the girl's body was a monster, and he only wanted to remove it so his beloved granddaughter could return. Josephine retorted that Huaran was alive thanks to that body. But Dune Kang brushed it aside, claiming it was his family's business. Josephine asserted that Huaran had lived peacefully all semester. But Dune Kang challenged her to prove her words. A corpulent bishop named Junyan Lui burst in, calling Huaran an evil monster and questioning why Josephine was protecting her. Josephine told the bishop to shut up, but he loudly boasted, demanding proof before believing. The bishop made a cunning demand. Let that creature participate in this year's festival. Its true nature will be revealed amidst the smoke and fire of violence. Josephine fell silent, realizing they were forcing her to let Huaran participate in the bloody battle. Josephine thought to herself that logic couldn't win against a fanatic, but then she realized this could be an opportunity. Nodding in agreement with the plan, Josephine sealed the deal, declaring she would let Huaran participate in this year's solo tournament, then turned to directly address old Professor Dune Kang. Josephine raised her head, her eyes sharp, bluntly stating, "The right to decide if Huaran stays or leaves belongs to the girl herself." She added, "Here, the legal guardians are Director Eriu, myself, and the Supreme Saintess of the Zion Church, not that old man from the Eastern Continent," leaving Dune Kang speechless. Having said that, Josephine flatly dismissed them, declaring the conversation over, and Dune Kang had no choice but to accept and leave. After the two old men disappeared, Josephine sighed, took a sip of tea, and muttered that everything was unfolding exactly as that boy had said. In a flashback, Corin had warned, "This year's festival will be infiltrated by Balthazar's minions." Josephine flinched, her voice faltering as she asked how he knew such an astonishing thing. Thump! Corin slammed his hand on the table, casually replying that he didn't know the details. It was just a very strong hunch. He analyzed. The two most suspicious forces were the Old Order and Boromai Academy. It could be one of them, or both involved. Corin's eyes sharpened. He firmly asserted, "The truth is, both." He explained, the Old Order was in decline and wanted to expand its influence, and they were backed by Boromai Academy, with the trump card connecting both being Huaran, the soaring fiend. Corin emphasized, the upcoming event would determine the outcome of the main scenario, the fate of important NPCs, and the future of the Kingdom of El Wrath. Back in the present, Corin tasked Josephine to keep an eye on the Old Order, while he would handle other matters. He picked up a French fry and instructed, "Let the Boromai Academy students stay in the newly built inns on the outskirts. That way they'll be easier to monitor." Josephine was still suspicious, unable to fully trust him, thinking he might be Balthazar's disciple. Corin casually said she didn't need to believe him and should feel free to doubt. That was the correct choice. But he asserted that no matter what, his ultimate goal remained unchanged, then pulled open his shirt to reveal the rune on his chest. The system panel displayed the words, "The Oath, I will save the world," leaving Josephine stunned. Seeing the oath of the Shadow Warrior, Josephine's doubts began to waver. She suddenly remembered something, asking about the inns built with student funds. But Corin immediately denied it vehemently. "Oh, that has nothing to do with me." Josephine cornered Corin, revealing information that he was the owner of all the inns, but he calmly denied it. "There's nothing at all." Further exposed for Lady Dunaref smuggling food and drinks into that area, Corin broke out in a cold sweat, yet still vehemently denied. "It has absolutely nothing to do with me." Meanwhile, Corin was inwardly smug, having gathered hundreds of long-term lodgers and devised all sorts of exploitative business schemes for the greater good. Josephine gave a scorching glare at the boy, feigning ignorance with a silly grin, and he cheekily replied, "Come on, give me a break, won't you?" The scene shifts to the colossal arena, where the qualifying rounds of the tournament were about to begin, as two minor students trembled and discussed. Jaeger was drenched in sweat, stammering as he asked Lark, "What do you think?" Amidst the arena packed with students, a chilling announcement echoed. "Only 16 will survive this selection round." Yuel yelled because the crowd was overwhelming. Crenell was shocked that even fourth-year students were participating, while Lork was looking for Huaran and Arisha. Tiny Arisha was stuck amidst the sea of people, desperately trying to jump and wave, calling out for Corin. A prominent figure stepped onto the platform, their commanding presence silencing all the students, who looked up. Dune Kang, an old master with the demeanor of a sage, formally introduced himself as the judge of the tournament. He announced that the match would select 16 guardians, and whoever had their armband snatched would be eliminated immediately, making Jaeger and Cronell turn pale. Dune Kang declared that this match would revolve around the most important duty of a guardian, that is to rescue the citizens. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently, and energy exploded throughout the arena. The entire arena transformed in an instant. as stone walls rose from the ground, trapping all the students in a colossal formation. A complex stone labyrinth appeared, none other than the legendary 8-trigram formation, a high-level magic array. Yager was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, so Yuel immediately explained that Dune Kang was the strongest formation master in the eastern continent. The group stood before a cluster of stone mannequins, and Lork wondered about the so-called rescuing citizens. The rules board appeared. The stone mannequins were the citizens. Touching them would give commands. Bringing them to the destination would earn points, while destroying them would result in severe point deductions. Jaeger showed his delight, patting a mannequin and excitedly declaring, "Hey, this is cool. It might even be fun." Jaeger and his companions cheered excitedly, while Lork merely smirked, inwardly thinking they were truly just a bunch of kids. Suddenly, a long hound lunged out from a hidden corner, baring its fangs and growling ferociously, while a student frantically screamed a warning. Without a word, Arisha swung her sword, unleashing a blue light slash that cleaved the demonic beast in two in an instant. The members of Arisha's team burst into joyous cheers, hailing her like a goddess. "Amazing, Arisha. It's an honor to be on your team." Arisha confidently declared she would lead the entire team to victory, while behind her, the image of a summoned beast made of purple energy was forming. Arisha's entire team led a procession of stone citizens, carrying out the escort mission in this grueling test. A team member excitedly reported that they had rescued a total of 10 citizens, believing this mission was as easy as pie, and that it was time to find a safe zone. Thud, thud, thud. The ground suddenly shook violently, making Arisha's entire team stumble, not understanding what the hell was happening. The sound grew louder and louder, like a relentless war drum, and a team member, utterly pale, stammered, pointing behind Arisha. Boom! A colossal, hazy red mass was hurtling straight towards them at terrifying speed. A series of mechanical legs were marching menacingly, creating resounding thudding sounds. A figure stood atop the mobile fortress, loudly making a demand. "Hand over your citizens, and then we can discuss your weapons." Arisha froze, drenched in sweat as she saw the siege weapon before her, and stammered, "A tank?" Thud. The machine drew closer, and Arisha realized it was assembled from hundreds of stone mannequins, screaming in utter bewilderment. Jaeger appeared brazenly on the vehicle, holding a flashy golden harp and strumming it like a true rock star, making Arisha's teammates yell, "Jaeger? What the hell are you doing?" A familiar voice rang out, full of malice, explaining the overwhelming strategy. Why bother competing for each citizen with thousands of students? Arisha flinched when she recognized that voice, pointing forward with an incredulous expression. Korin, in his bandit attire and half-mask, stood proudly atop the fortress, arrogantly replying, "Address me by my proper title, you wench." With a Joker-like grin painted on his face, Korin declared his new identity. "For I am the great immortal Loke," simultaneously revealing that the easiest way to win this game was to make others lose. Korin explained the strategy. Starting with only 3 lives, Jaeger boasted loudly about his boss's infallible judgment. Afterward, the immortal team began recruiting bewildered students nearby under the pretense of cooperating through the qualifiers, their true goal being to eliminate rivals. They didn't bother looking for safe zones, instead gathering every mannequin citizen they could find to use as meat shields. A member of Arisha's team, annoyed, intended to unleash magic, but was stopped by a teammate. "You fool! You'll destroy the citizens too and lose points." The entire enemy team cursed helplessly. "Cowards! How are we supposed to fight like this?" As the mannequins kept collapsing, Korin sat on a mannequin throne, smirking provocatively. "Haha, attack already, are you scared?" Fully exploiting the rule of point deduction for destroying citizens, a member of Arisha's team gritted their teeth, realizing there was no other option but to charge in and fight to the death. Arisha's entire team decided to rush into close combat, their goal being to drag those scoundrels down from their pile of human shields. A young mage in Korin's gang asked permission to play around, and Korin patted their head with a mischievous expression. "Go ahead, have a blast." The young mage went wild, throwing a massive fireball into the middle of the enemy formation, eliminating several members amidst desperate screams. Boom! An enemy caught by the attack yelled that Korin's side also had citizens, but received a cold reply. "So what? We have more, and once we're done with you, we'll just go steal more." The force comparison screen showed. Korin's side acted swiftly, stockpiling cannon fodder from the start, while other teams, including Arisha's, dawdled, trying to form alliances and find safe zones. Korin shouted a crazy command, "Kill anyone bigger than a wheel," and his entire bandit gang cheered in unison. They weren't playing to win, they were playing for fun. After eliminating over 30 members, They finally clashed with Arisha's team, startling her when she heard a familiar voice. Arisha yelled, "Korin?" But he merely stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield and corrected her. "I told you, I am the almighty immortal Loke." With a savage, Joker-like grin, Korin pointed directly at Arisha Aiden and offered her a chance to join his Mandrake bandit gang. Arisha froze, completely bewildered by the absurd invitation to join a bandit gang. "Huh, what?" Korin set a condition. "Bring me your teammates' armbands, and I'll make you vice leader." Despite Arisha trying to refuse, he interrupted her imperiously, his eyes flashing with a mad glint. "But I need you. You see, we're aggressively expanding our forces." Korin's henchmen with bloodshot eyes surrounded Arisha, one even offering a reward. Whoever gets Arisha's armband will be allowed to join the bandit gang. Arisha's former teammates immediately betrayed her, pointing their weapons at her and bluntly admitting, "Sorry, Arisha, we're not foolish enough to pick a fight with a first-rank knight like Korin." They even delivered a crushing remark, adding that a quasi-first-rank individual like her was much easier to deal with, making Arisha scream in despair at being betrayed. Korin smirked savagely, commenting with great delight on human nature. In peaceful times, they act civilized, but when their lives are threatened, their true nature emerges, turning them into a bunch of crabs in a barrel, and they'll tear each other apart without hesitation. Arisha panted amidst the corpses of her former teammates, bitterly declaring she needed none of them. Arisha's eyes turned wild. She licked her finger and decided, "If you want to play like that, then I won't hold back either," officially accepting the position of vice leader of the Mandrake gang. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Marie Dunarev, a second-year student, was also leading her own team. Marie's team was built on the power of friendship, happily collecting stone citizens and believing they could overcome anything. Of course, that rosy belief persisted until they encountered immortal Loke and his army. Marie, stunned, called Korin's name, but Isabel immediately reassured her, confidently declaring that even though the enemy outnumbered them, their team's skill was far superior. Marie stared at Korin, with only one thought in her mind. "Korin, you wouldn't hurt me, would you?" In response, Korin, with his Joker-like face, struck a dazzling, deadly pose, causing Marie to get a nosebleed from infatuation and faint on the spot. Isabel frantically shook Marie, not understanding what was happening to her best friend. Little did she know that their 2 years of friendship meant nothing compared to a fangirl's love at first sight. As Marie jumped up, screaming Immortal Locke's name as if frenzied. Whoosh! Marie didn't hesitate to swing her weapon, attacking Isabel herself, leaving her best friend unable to react. "Marie? What the hell are you doing?" Clang, clang. Isabel could only endure the attacks and tried to call her friend's name in vain. Isabel broke out in a cold sweat, horrified to see her best friend, whom she once knew, had completely changed for the worse. Clang. Korin's Mandrake bandit gang roared with excited cheers. "That's right, rookie. Clear them out." Marie, with an ecstatic look, swung her weapon, wiping out her own team amidst the bandits' resounding shouts of, "Immortal Loke!" Korin stood with his hands on his hips, cackling gleefully as he witnessed the entire play directed by his own hands, while his henchmen continued to praise his name. Korin Loke laughed like a madman, boasting immensely, "I'll win without lifting a finger." In the monitoring room, Professor Josephine and a blindfolded judge were speechless watching Korin's performance on screen. The blindfolded judge remarked that Korin's strategy was both brilliant and despicable, perfectly in line with the style of the grand strategist Immortal Loke. Professor Josephine broke out in a cold sweat, quickly denying, "I've never seen him. Certainly not our student." Despite leaving an impression like a bunch of clowns, Korin's gang easily passed the qualifiers with a sky-high score. Round 1 began. Their opponents were the Chen siblings, 2 second-rank guards from Boromai Academy. The younger Chen sister let out a roar and unleashed a sharp sword aura. Whoosh! Korin lightly leaned to perfectly dodge the attack. It looked like a joke. Korin pointed forward, ordering Arisha, who was frozen in place behind him. "Go, Arisha. Use your movement technique." Arisha gritted her teeth, growling. "So this is why you dragged me along, huh? Just so I can do all your work for you." Clang, clang. Sword auras clashed, sparking as Arisha single-handedly charged to take on both Chen siblings. Arisha unleashed a sweeping sword strike, easily pushing back both opponents at once. Korin gave a thumbs up with a smug expression while Arisha panted from exhaustion behind him, yelling, "I'm the one fighting. What the hell are you even doing?" In the stands, Jinhyuk mocked Yua. "I thought the granddaughter of the Grand Swordmaster would be very different." Truly disappointing. Yua glanced, admitting Arisha's skills were still immature, but her gaze turned towards another target. Jinhyuk also realized, "You've noticed him too, haven't you? That spear-wielding guy. He's the real deal." Yuhua agreed, whispering that just a few months ago, Korin was still a mere 5th-rank knight. Both had thought the toughest opponents would be Vyazakar, the Berserker, and Vampire Marie Dunarev. But that spear-wielding brat dodged the Chen siblings' attacks like a walk in the park. And the Chen siblings were no small fry. They were among the top tier of Boromai Academy. Jinhyuk admitted that from his breathing, concentration, to his calm demeanor, Korin Loke showed himself to be an extremely skilled individual, worthy of being called a first-rank knight among the freshmen. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, Jinhyuk muttered that it would be very troublesome to face strategic thinkers like Korin, as they only reveal their full hand in all-out battles. While contemplating, Jinhyuk suddenly felt footsteps approaching. He immediately shifted from a relaxed state to high alert, his eyes flashing with deadly red light. Meanwhile, in another area of the academy, cheers echoed from the arena. Hwaran walked alone through the quiet campus, as everyone else had gathered at the arena. This silence suddenly reminded her of a day in the past. It was the day she became a demon, standing amidst a sea of towering flames. A command echoed in her mind: "Kill. Kill every creature you see. Kill them all." Hwaran snapped out of her dark recollection, her crimson eyes wide with vigilance. Whoosh! A dark shadow lunged at her, attacking with terrifying speed. But Hwaran immediately realized this was not a physical attack. A pure killing intent, so dense it could be seen with the naked eye, enveloped her. The one behind that killing intent was Jinhyuk. He merely stood still, yet the pressure he exuded was terrifying. Hwaran coolly remarked, "Well, that's impressive." She stated directly that most small fry would have collapsed, let alone seen through his trick. The killing intent was so strong she thought he genuinely intended to kill her. This killing intent reminded her of facing someone who truly wanted to take her life at all costs. Hwaran's eye twitched slightly. She turned and directly asked Jinhyuk, "Do you know me?" Jinhyuk nonchalantly replied to Hwaran's question, "Do I know you?" "Not at all." But then he grinned eerily, his pale eyes flashing against the red background, and uttered a single word: "Priestess." Jinhyuk withdrew his killing intent and nonchalantly apologized. "Sorry, just messing around a bit, mistook you for someone I knew." Hwaran glared at him, thinking to herself that he seemed familiar, but she couldn't place him, then clicked her tongue and let it go. Jinhyuk turned and walked away. Hwaran issued a warning: "Be more careful." Jinhyuk replied defiantly, "Certainly. Next time I'll check my target more thoroughly." Jinhyuk gnashed his teeth, and fury blazed in his eyes. Yuhua Kang stepped forward to block Jinhyuk's path, scolding him for being too reckless, and for unnecessarily revealing his hand so early. She continued, "But thanks to you, we've confirmed that the sealing formation of those elder masters works on her." In Yuhua's mind, Hwaran appeared as an invulnerable monster, a masterpiece of the spirit mages, one for whom even a massive destruction formation had to be erected for sealing. Yuhua ordered Jinhyuk to patiently wait for the right moment to provoke that demon. Jinhyuk clenched his fists, veins bulging, trying to suppress his anger. Yuhua promised, "The moment our plan is complete, once we remove that demon Hua from Ran's body, you can do whatever you want." Jinhyuk growled, his eyes burning with hatred. "Don't worry, big sister. I have no intention of being merciful. I will kill that monster." The scene shifts to Nazrea City, the center of the kingdom of El Rath, where the second round's team battles would take place. Inside a noisy eatery, Korin Loke sat with his chin propped, muttering, a bit surprising. He hadn't expected to come to this place, a location incredibly far from the academy. Josephine suddenly appeared, pushing up her glasses with an imposing air. Professor Ryun Kang abruptly changed the competition venue. "I was quite confused when I heard the news." She got straight to the point, questioning Korin. "I heard some supplies from Boromai Academy were stolen by a group of magic thieves. Was that your doing?" Korin flinched and vehemently denied it. Josephine narrowed her eyes, her glasses glinting. "But you did steal something, didn't you?" Korin broke into a sweat, mumbling an admission. Korin puffed out his chest proudly, explaining that what he stole belonged to the old order, especially items that Ryun Kang was smuggling to activate a massive sealing formation to suppress Hwaran. He concluded, the theft of Boromai Academy's official supplies was probably just a charade staged by Ryun Kang and Bishop Junyan Liu to buy time. Arisha Aiden cheerfully raised her hand to call a waiter, but Korin stopped her. "Didn't you read the warning? We're not allowed to eat anything here." Arisha asked blankly why they couldn't eat, while Professor Ryun Kang muttered to himself. Ryun Kang confirmed that all teams from both academies were present in the eatery. He narrowed his eyes, coldly announcing that 58 minutes remained, signaling something ominous. The countdown clock showed 59 minutes, then 59 minutes and 30 seconds. The crowd was still happily eating, completely unaware of the impending disaster. At 59 minutes and 50 seconds, the students began to feel something was wrong, their hands already gripping their weapons. As the clock counted down to the final seconds, Korin quickly pulled Arisha from her seat. She still didn't understand what was happening. Ryun Kang raised a brightly glowing talisman and roared, "Begin." Immediately, a student was impaled by an NPC. Arisha shrieked in horror, asking Korin what the hell he was doing. Another female student unleashed a magic blast, sending an attacker flying, but the scene was already in complete chaos. The clang of weapons and sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere. Students were mercilessly massacred. Blood splattered across the floor. A bloody massacre had just begun. The entire eatery transformed into a battlefield, with corpses strewn everywhere. Arisha's face turned pale. She tremblingly asked why everyone was. Korin glanced at her with sharp eyes, ordering, "Look closely at the corpses, Arisha." She followed his gaze, and the sight before her left her stunned. A corpse was decomposing at a dizzying speed, revealing a skull with a blue crystal embedded in its head. Arisha was deeply shocked. Korin smirked, thinking to himself that Ryun Kang had chosen the wrong place to hold the test. He explained, 300 years ago, this city was trapped in a time loop. Normal by day, but at night, 1.2 million residents turned into walking corpses. Under the eerie blue moonlight, Nazria City revealed its true form as a city of death, teeming with wandering zombies. Ryun Kang declared the team battle officially open. The mission was to collect moonlight stones from the walking corpses and survive until the dawn of the third day. The system announced the team lineup. Team D, consisting of Korin Loke, Arisha Aiden, Jager Hinspeter, and Lark Bergman, was preparing to embark on a hunt for 1.2 million undead. Korin's eyes sharpened, and he resolved, "To save Hwaran, I must reach the third round at all costs." He looked up at the eerie blue moon, accepting that he had to participate in this deadly festival. The plan was laid out. Stay away from the red central area filled with formidable threats, and only farm in the low-level outskirts. Korin was confident that his spear alone would be enough to carve a bloody path for the entire team. First objective: ascend the bell tower, the highest point in the outskirts, to gain the high ground. From above, the team looked down at the sea of undead below, and Lark wondered when he saw one that was distinctly brighter. Korin immediately confirmed, "That's a formidable one, the boss of this stage." He declared that the team would hunt the boss because the quality of its core was far superior to quantity, then ordered Lark to prepare a flight spell. Just as Lark was about to use a long-range scouting spell, a loud crash echoed, startling him. A deafening shriek reverberated, and Lark was utterly bewildered because he hadn't even had time to cast a spell. The colossal revenant titan was already closing in directly below, letting out a terrifying roar as it climbed the tower. Korin's face paled, and he yelled at Lark, "Damn it! Why is the central area boss here? Retreat now!" Korin screamed in despair, urging Lark to use the flight spell immediately. Lark collapsed, his eyes vacant, realizing a horrifying truth. He had been possessed by a poltergeist, his entire body stiff and unable to move. Wham! The spirit controlling Lark slammed his own head against the wall, and Korin frantically screamed his teammate's name. A cold notification appeared. Lark Bergman has been eliminated. Korin froze, unable to believe that the team's only mage was gone. Having lost their escape route, Korin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he turned to give orders to Jager and Arisha. The Revenant Titan let out an earth-shattering roar, swinging its colossal weapon. Wham! A devastating blow shattered the entire tower, and Korin screamed in despair as the team plummeted along with the debris. In midair, Korin yelled instructions for the team to run towards the top of the tower, against the direction it was falling, while Arisha complained, "Why do things always go wrong when I'm with you?" Crash! The clock tower exploded into 100 pieces in an earth-shattering impact. The entire colossal structure collapsed, sinking into the night and a thick cloud of dust. Everything fell silent, leaving only a colossal pile of rubble where the team had just fallen. Rumble. The pile of bricks and stones began to shake violently. Thump. Korin and Arisha used their raw strength to push away a colossal boulder. Arisha grumbled, panting, while Korin calmly replied, "Just consider me the friend who helps you hone your courage." Korin outlined a new plan. Lark was eliminated too soon. A monster had already sniffed out the team, and the mission now was to run for their lives until dawn. Suddenly, a handful of sharp claws seized Jaeger's shoulder. Whoosh! A creature of shadow, known as the Abyss Shrieker, snatched Jaeger and flew straight into the sky, Korin only managing a desperate cry. Arisha stammered, pointing at the sky in a panic. But Korin remained strangely calm. Yes, I expected you to appear at this moment. From the shadows, the White King, mounted on its skeletal steed, wreathed in blue spectral flames, slowly advanced. Korin coldly listed each enemy: the Revenant Titan, the Abyss Shrieker, and now the White King. All three boss monsters of Nazria City had gathered, each stronger than even a first-rank knight, encircling the two remaining players. Orisha desperately announced they had reached a dead end, and Korin frankly confirmed, "Yeah, we're really screwed." Without another word, all three formidable monsters simultaneously charged to attack Korin and Orisha. Korin gritted his teeth, bitter at the prospect of being eliminated from the game. Just then, a blinding flash of light erupted in the distance, drawing both their attention. An extremely powerful light explosion swept across the battlefield, temporarily repelling all three monsters. Korin squinted, immediately realizing this wasn't an attack, but a stun bomb to blind the enemies. He stared at the brilliantly glowing spear stuck in the ground, knowing for certain that only one person could possess it. A hand grasped the spear of light, and the air grew tense. A cloaked figure holding the spear coldly commanded, "This way." Orisha ran, panting, worried about Korin and Jaeger, but Korin remained silent, focusing only on running. Korin snapped, urging them both to run headlong out of there immediately. They both slipped into a safe corridor, finding temporary shelter. Korin leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh of relief after the desperate run. The mysterious figure stood with their back turned, inquiring about the situation. "Are you all right? I'm glad you're not hurt." Korin narrowed his eyes, getting straight to the point. "Thank you for the rescue, but your spear technique is what I want to ask about." The person removed their hood, revealing long silver hair, and asked in return, "How did you learn my spear technique, young one?" Korin's pupils constricted, and he froze on the spot. Orisha was also stunned, muttering that the voice sounded very familiar. In Korin's mind, the image of a woman with silent footsteps appeared. Her clear blue eyes, like a spring, were etched deep into his memory. She smiled, seeing right through him. "You are my disciple from a distant future, aren't you?" Korin, in shock, called out his deceased master's name. "Master Aaron Danuar, why are you here?" Memories flooded back. It was the second-year winter break in his previous life, and Sihu Park was grumbling, urging Korin to hurry up. Sihu Park roughly pulled Korin along, despite his yelps that it was the chairman's office. Sihu smirked. "You said you wanted to get stronger, right? I'll introduce you to a master." The door opened, revealing a luxurious office bathed in light, with a figure seated behind a desk. Aaron Danuar, in her original form, smiled in welcome. "Ah, so you're Korin, come in." Korin recalled that it was thanks to protagonist Sihu Park's special privilege that he first had the chance to meet his master. Back in reality, Aaron Danuar had erected a barrier amidst the city full of undead, coldly declaring, "This is enough." Having been saved, Orisha hesitantly offered her thanks and some chocolate, but Korin's master completely ignored her. Aaron flatly refused, warning that in this strange place, consuming items from another timeline was akin to seeking death. Orisha pocketed the advice, but in her back pocket, still innocently munching on chocolate, as the warning about being trapped in the past echoed. Korin was speechless watching his comical teammate, while Aaron continued to explain the world's violent reaction. Aaron turned to question Korin, her voice full of hidden meaning. "Why are you here? Aren't you going to call me master?" Korin remained silent, his gaze firm, not revealing a single word about their relationship. Aaron nodded slightly, appearing to understand, and asked no further questions. Orisha suddenly had a thought, deducing that Korin's master must have been present during the event 300 years ago. Korin mused. The entire city was trapped in a time loop, so why was his master completely lucid? Aaron calmly took a sip of tea, with the demeanor of someone who held all the cards. She delivered a profound answer that left the entire team dumbfounded. "I have befriended the Grim Reaper." Aaron stood up, revealing her true purpose. Nazria City was a factory for the undead, and she was here to block the Immortal King's path. Upon hearing the name Immortal King, Korin's expression immediately changed, while Orisha remained bewildered, not understanding the boss' true power level. Without a second's hesitation, Korin sprang up, demanding to hunt the boss, surprising Aaron. "What are you doing? This is my mission." Korin smirked confidently, asking his master in return. "Don't you need an assistant?" Aaron looked directly into her student's eyes, seemingly reevaluating this stubborn yet sharp young man. Korin had already calculated everything. He knew his master would never refuse a capable helper. The main quest panel appeared, requiring players to assist the Grim Reaper and the mysterious Spearmaster in preventing the birth of Nazrea's Immortal King. Orisha pointed towards the target. Korin nodded in confirmation, having already finished his calculations. Of course, There's no reason to refuse this quest. Eren explained the rules. To weaken the immortal king's power, we must defeat the trio of undead, while the colossal skeletal titan roars amidst the horde of zombies. The skeletal titan charged with terrifying speed, its blazing blue eyes signaling a merciless battle. Corrin and Eren exchanged no words, simultaneously rushing forward to confront the colossal monster head-on. Two spears, one belonging to the master and one to the student, simultaneously gathered lightning energy, preparing for a destructive combined attack. Both unleashed the ultimate technique, Grand Gale's Spear, forming a vortex of energy that tore through the air, sweeping away everything in its path. The combined attack struck the skeletal titan directly, causing it to stagger and roar in pain. Corrin continued to soar into the air, while Eren on the ground launched another attack to pin down the monster. Eren used her spear to create an extremely powerful energy explosion right beneath the titan's feet, causing it to lose its balance completely. Corrin shouted loudly, signaling his teammate. "Now, Arisha!" Arisha understood, drew her sword, and charged in like lightning, preparing to finish off the remaining remnants. She glided across the battlefield, her sharp sword cleaving the head of an obstructing zombie. Arisha landed gracefully. Behind her, the titan's colossal arm was collapsing. The skeletal titan was officially defeated, disintegrating into a shower of magical energy. Corrin stood on the boss's corpse, holding up the enormous moonlight stone that had just dropped, muttering, "With just one more person, the difficulty has decreased so much." Corrin looked at his master with admiration, acknowledging Eren Danuar's caliber, while she declared, "Well done, that's enough for today." Eren announced that dawn was approaching and ordered the team to retreat, stating they would return to grind again tomorrow night. Nasria City appeared under the morning sun, a strange battlefield, dangerous at night and safe during the day. The next morning, Arisha stretched and woke up in bed. Corrin asked if she felt anything, and she confirmed that she did. Eren sat on the stairs, teasing Corrin. "It's fine for children to sleep together, so go to bed early and wake up early." Corrin immediately retorted, "Do I look like a child to you?" Eren Danuar smiled meaningfully, declaring, "By the way, it seems I've taught you everything already." Corrin replied, admitting he had learned the 6 techniques and apathy from his master, but Eren teased that it was surprising she chose an ordinary kid like him as her successor. Corrin revealed a shocking secret. "Actually, the Grandmaster chose Balthazar as the successor even before you, Master, and regretted it for 80 years. Suddenly, Eren pressed her face close to Corrin's, making him jump. Eren's eyes gleamed sharply, seeing through his heart. "Little one, what are you afraid of?" Eren unexpectedly hugged Corrin, praising herself as a blessed woman for being loved by her student, making Corrin blush and stammer. "What in the world are you talking about, Master?" Eren's expression turned serious, and she asked directly, "My future doesn't look very bright, does it?" "Disciple, you know who I am, right?" Corrin recalled, the image of Demon King Balthazar appearing amidst a sea of flames, confirming his master was a hero who fought against ultimate evil. In his memory, Eren pushed Corrin behind her amidst the blazing battlefield, ordering him to buy time, despite Corrin's protesting shouts. "Why must it be you, Master?" Eren turned her back, a small but resolute figure amidst the sea of flames, declaring, "I am an adult, little one. An adult's duty is to protect a child first." Corrin remembered his master's kindness, the one who had guided, taught, and completely changed him. Eren's last image in his memory was a gentle, comforting smile. "Everything will be all right," before she sacrificed herself to protect him. Corrin's thoughts plunged into darkness. Sihu Park's image appeared, and he tormented himself. If I had realized Park Sihu's true nature sooner, could I have saved her? He recalled his continuous failures despite knowing the future, from witnessing the destructive power of the hurricane bat, to participating in the festival to save Huaran, only to end up entangled in another mess. Meeting his master from 300 years ago in this city was an enormous variable, completely outside his plans. Fear enveloped Corrin. He couldn't sleep due to the haunting thought. This time, I might fail again. I will fail. Just as Corrin finished his thought, Eren suddenly pinched his nose hard, making him yelp. Eren sneered, holding Corrin's nose tightly as she lectured. "One who wallows in the failures of others is a fool, but one who wallows in their own failures is wise. At least you belong to the latter, don't you?" Corrin, still steeped in despair, asked a haunting question in return. "Can you still say that even if I fail?" Eren hugged Corrin tightly from behind, her voice firm. "I am one who has failed countless times, and will continue to fail. But at least," Corrin's eyes flickered as he heard his master's words. "Choosing you as my successor doesn't seem to be a failure," Eren whispered, both reassuring and blessing him. "As the Queen of Heaven, I shall bless your path. Now sleep. Everything will be all right. Korin lowered his head, his mind still in turmoil, wondering if everything would truly be all right, if he could truly save them. The image of the priestess Hwaran appeared in his mind, one of the burdens he had to bear. The scene shifted to a flashback, at the individual event of the Merkava Boromai festival, where a crowd of students gaped at the arena. A burly fighter roared in helplessness, as all his attacks were easily blocked by Hwaran, while Professor Josephine could only sigh. Hwaran, don't be so serious. Hwaran grabbed the man's face, Josephine's voice echoing. Try to fight. Most of this world is weaker than you. Handle them as gently as a young sapling. A heaven-shattering slash descended upon Hwaran's head but only sparked, leaving her unfazed. While Josephine's advice lingered, many will try to find fault with your existence. Please cooperate to let this festival pass peacefully. The fighter collapsed, stammering his admission of defeat, while Hwaran merely uttered a cold word, boring. Hwaran recalled her martial arts training sessions with Korin and Jagger, thinking that those lessons were more enjoyable than this one-sided match. In another conversation, Josephine frankly remarked about the students. Compared to him, how weak are they? And Hwaran simply replied, indeed. Josephine continued to state a harsh truth. Compared to Korin, no one can measure up. Back to Korin in the present, he remembered the lessons, the daily exercises to never be defeated again. He clenched his fist, focusing his mind, trying to recreate a technique deeply etched into his subconscious. It must be done this way. Korin unleashed his full energy, performing the ultimate technique, 8 extremes, Dragon's Wrath cleansing dust. A colossal red energy dragon materialized. In the flashback, Jaeger stood frozen, sweat pouring as he witnessed the colossal energy dragon charging towards him. The tip of Jaeger's spear shattered into pieces as it was struck by the energy surge. Jaeger could only stand petrified, watching the destructive light engulf everything before him. Back with Hwaran in the arena, she let out a soft ah, as if she had just had an epiphany after recalling Korin's true power. The fighter knelt on the arena floor, his weapon broken, his voice trembling as he looked at Hwaran. Monster. Hwaran remained silent, thinking to herself that she had heard that phrase too many times to feel angry anymore. But this time, for some reason, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. The announcement board appeared. Round 8, final match of Group C. Hwaran stepped onto the stage, telling herself that this opponent was a student from Boromai Academy, probably no different. She coldly offered a simple greeting. Hello. Facing her, Jinhyuk appeared with a crazed smile, his entire body emanating a deadly red-black aura. We meet again. Without another word, Jinhyuk lunged to attack with a series of terrifyingly fast kicks. Heavenly Wind Kick, Instant Arrow, Battle Hound, Full Moon Strike. Jinhyuk channeled all his energy, his body enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, roaring, "Take this." The student spectators gasped in astonishment, acknowledging that this man's aura was on an entirely different level. He unleashed an incredibly powerful roundhouse kick, a blue energy surge sweeping across the entire arena. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion erupted right where Hwaran stood, but Jinhyuk could only break out in a cold sweat, realizing his attack had completely failed. Hwaran stood firm amidst the red aura, completely unharmed, and coldly asked, "Are you done?" Diamond Body, Absolute Yaksha Defense. His skill is nothing but a joke. Jinhyuk was pushed back, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it, she really is a monster. Hwaran advised him to give up, as continuing would be meaningless. She suddenly asked why he was acting kind, as it was too late for pity now, leaving Jinhyuk dumbfounded. Jinhyuk erupted, veins bulging on his face. That pity. He roared in utter fury. You should have shown it when you killed my family. His eyes bloodshot, he screamed, vowing revenge. I will kill you. In a fiery hellscape, amidst countless corpses, Jinhyuk swore to kill her, while Hwaran merely looked on with a puzzled expression. Huh? At a workshop in Nazria, some man was tearing his hair out, bitter that his plan had inexplicably gone off track. The dark sorcerer Gerorg, his face grotesque, panted as he realized the ritual was complete, but the magic circle was as stiff as a cue stick. Looking outside, the city remained strangely peaceful, with no signs of any large-scale magical explosion. Who dared to interfere? Gerorg roared in his mind, unable to accept the harsh truth. And then, he shot up, his brain finally clicking. He screamed out the only 2 words in his frenzy. Witch. Gerorg rushed out the door, muttering about that witch. A silver-haired, blue-eyed spear wielder, a rune mage. He ran barefoot on the stone path, his mind reeling with the question. How the hell did a 3-day loop stretch into centuries? In the sky, a colossal grand formation was manifesting, something he believed to be the source of everything. This was a formation carved onto the entire city, drawing pure magical power from the moon, a magic on a completely different level. And he immediately realized that an extraneous element had been inserted into his masterpiece. A primeval rune, the language of origin, an ancient artifact forgotten 300 years ago. The primeval rune, the source of power, had been carved onto a stone tablet. A cold voice echoed right behind him. "Hello, Georg," making him jump. Georg spun around, looked at the hooded figure, and burst into insane laughter. "Aha, I know now, the witch," he shrieked in triumph, believing he had exposed his enemy's secret. "It's you. You created the time loop." The hooded figure simply stood there in silence, letting Georg revel in his moment of delusion. Korin Loke, hidden beneath his cloak, coldly called out his praise name, Immortal King Georg. From Korin's shadow, the dark familiar shot out like a black arrow, aiming directly at Georg. The shadow beast clung tightly to Georg, beginning to devour him in a thick surge of dark energy. The shadow spirit beast devoured Georg, allowing him only a final gasp before he perished. On the second night in Nazrea, the team was ready for their next move. In the previous battle, Arisha spun around and unleashed an energy sword strike at the Abyss Shrieker. Korin was no less impressive, single-handedly taking on both the White King and its minions. After wiping out the first-rank bosses, Arisha excitedly raised a colossal mana stone high, while Korin casually sat atop a pile of corpses. Korin thought to himself that all these achievements were thanks to the guidance of Aaron Danuar, who was smiling contentedly in his mind. He realized her direction was so perfect that it was as if she had hunted these monsters 1,000 times already. On the third night, the team finally confronted Georg, who was roaring and unleashing a terrifying surge of dark energy. A status window appeared, introducing the title of the formidable entity, Immortal King Georg, the one who created the Immortal Army 300 years ago. Arisha gaped in astonishment, unable to believe it was Georg, while the silver-haired girl merely confirmed it casually. Georg fully revealed himself, a grotesque lich with disgusting tumors all over his body, making Arisha exclaim that he was uglier than she had imagined. The silver-haired girl observed that he had not fully transformed into a lich, his soul not yet completely separated, thus lacking the intellect of a mage. The silver-haired girl ordered the team, "Stand clear." Korin, without a word, charged straight towards Georg, despite Arisha shouting a warning that he was a special-grade boss. Korin smirked, admitting that Georg's power surpassed even Marius and deserved to be called special grade. But there was still a but. He appeared right in front of the boss and said a nonchalant hello. "Hello, George," startling Georg. Immediately, Korin unleashed a destructive lightning bolt directly at Georg's face. A colossal purple energy explosion erupted, and Arisha screamed in terror at that terrifying surge of power. Flipping upside down in midair, Korin sneered, thinking to himself, "He's no pushover." Georg let out a furious roar, proving that the previous attack was still not enough to defeat him. Georg roared, unleashing a series of apocalyptic grand spells: Time Curse, Winds of Death, and Apocalypse. Arisha, watching from afar, broke into a cold sweat, her voice trembling. "That's brutal." Hez casting terrifying magic with no delay. She shouted anxiously towards the center of the energy storm. "Korin, are you all right?" Amidst the magical storm, Georg let out a maniacal, delighted laugh. But immediately after, a surge of golden energy erupted, tearing through the night. Korin smirked. "Well now." He glided like a ghost, activating infinite return to heaven, and commented, "His firepower is quite impressive." Korin sneered, mocking the boss directly. "But with such flashy moves that obscure your entire vision, how the hell can you see anything?" Without a moment's pause, Korin unleashed the demonic technique, Neja's Kick, a fiery spinning kick tearing apart everything in its path. After landing softly, Korin casually declared, "Those who only rely on brute strength, like the Immortal King, are actually the easiest to hunt." He confidently proclaimed, "Just outskill them, and they become punching bags for me, and I've grinded this Nazrea quest 1,000 times already." Arisha froze, muttering, "Oh my, it's too easy. The gap between us is growing wider." Korin turned back, nonchalantly. "Not at all. I think you could defeat him even faster than me." Arisha suddenly realized something was amiss, and she asked in a panic, "But why are you alone? Where is she?" Korin's red eyes flashed with a cold, meaningful glint. He turned his back and walked away, ordering, "I'm going to find Aaron. If any undead appear, help me block them." Arisha could only nod blankly. Left alone, Arisha confusedly called out the name, "Aaron?" On a tall rooftop, Aaron Danuar looked down at the desolate city and remarked, "I don't think this is a pleasant sight to behold." Korin appeared right behind her. "Do you think so? There's not much left to see anyway. He walked up and stood beside her, asking directly, "This isn't Immortal King Gerorg's first reincarnation, is it?" Erin replied concisely, "You've realized it?" Erin closed her eyes, her voice calm to the point of chilling. "That's right. I wonder how many times it's been. 36,539 times. A past vision appeared. 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago, Dark Mage Gerorg used a lunar eclipse to turn this entire city into a nest of undead." Erin explained, "To prevent 1.2 million undead, along with the Immortal King, from spilling out, they have continuously appeared and disappeared, and she, Erin Danuar, had to repeat this living hell exactly 36,539 times." Corin questioned, knowing that it took him 3 days to defeat Gerorg, and this loop surely had its reason. Erin narrowed her eyes, her voice chillingly cold, admitting a horrifying truth. "It is indeed because of me. I am the one who turned this city into this state," she declared bluntly, without a hint of hesitation. She explained with cold logic. "If these 1.2 million entities escaped, the world would perish. Therefore, I used the primordial rune to interfere with Gerorg's magical loop." Corin gaped, deeply shocked by the truth. To revive 1.2 million people and do something so insane. Erin simply replied concisely, "You're quite perceptive." Corin suddenly remembered the familiar voice belonged to the Grim Reaper, who had been watching him, Corin Loke, a man who dared to challenge death itself. He wondered if the Grim Reaper knew he was a regressor. The Grim Reaper, a system entity, specialized in collecting the souls of the dead. The Grim Reaper's task was to ensure the harvested souls would continue the cycle of reincarnation. The undead in Nazrea, continuously reviving for 300 years, were a thorn in its side. Erin admitted, "That's right. I am the one who repeated those 3 days. That is why the Grim Reaper descended upon this land." The Grim Reaper's goal was to destroy the primordial rune, which was blaspheming death. But Erin played her hand openly. "I made a deal with the Grim Reaper." She clarified the problem. The undead would turn those they killed into their own kind. If these 1.2 million entities escaped, all of humanity would perish, and the cycle of reincarnation would collapse. The Grim Reaper was put in a difficult position. Accept losing 1.2 million souls from the cycle of reincarnation, or watch the entire world and itself collapse. And the Grim Reaper had to concede, accepting a contract. The contract had 3 clauses. The first clause, the Grim Reaper would turn a blind eye to the 3-day loop. The second clause, each time Erin Danuar defeated Immortal King Gerorg, his memories would be reset to 3 days prior. The third clause, the Erin Danuar who left the city and the Erin Danuar who repeated the 3 days would be separated into 2 distinct entities. Since then, the scenario repeated itself. The Revenant Titan, the Abyss Shrieker, and the White King were successively dealt with. On the 3rd night, Immortal King Gerorg would be executed, and so, the endless 3-day loop continued for a grueling 300 years. Erin Danuar admitted that the endless repetition had worn her down to exhaustion. After over 20,000 executions, the Immortal King Gerorg began to realize something was wrong with the 3-day loop. Corin snapped, questioning how long she intended to endure this hell, and how many more times she planned to kill Gerorg. He looked straight into her eyes and growled, "Are you going to keep repeating this forever?" Erin simply replied softly, "As long as I can," then added that she vaguely guessed his reason for being there. She realized Corin was trying to save someone, and through that, would save many others, just like Huaran, then urged him to act. Erin explained that saving the world always required sacrifice, and the Erin Danuar outside this city didn't even know of Corin's existence. Corin gritted his teeth, bitterly thinking of that damned sacrifice, for he knew her history well, knew a future where she was willing to risk her life for others. He admitted that was the person he respected, a lone warrior bearing everything. But this time was different. Corin suddenly called out the Grim Reaper's name directly, making this cosmic entity flinch, its voice startled. Wait, Erin was also deeply shocked, not understanding what Corin was planning. With a challenging gaze, Corin declared, "Let's make a deal." A blinding flash of light erupted, pulling the Grim Reaper into the game. Amidst the chaotic space, a scale of judgment appeared, and the Grim Reaper spoke. "Interesting, deceiver." The Grim Reaper questioned Corin. "You, who deceived death, now wish to make a deal with death itself. Speak, what do you desire?" Corin stated his price bluntly. "Cancel Erin Danuar's contract, and give me an underworld treasure, at least rank 10, up front." The Grim Reaper's eyes flashed. "Then what will you give in return?" Corin remained silent for a moment, his gaze sharp. Then he made his wager. Within half a year, I will purify all of Nazria. The Grim Reaper roared that it was impossible, but Corin retorted without hesitation. That's not your concern. You just need to place the wager on the scale. Corin asked the Grim Reaper directly, "Is this deal acceptable?" But the scale of judgment still glowed brightly, and a voice echoed, "No, still not enough." The Grim Reaper stood towering before Corin, declaring bluntly, "Purifying 12 million souls is not enough to exchange for your reward. This wager is too unbalanced." The Grim Reaper set a condition. "Choose a single number, only then will it be fair." Corin immediately understood that the single number referred to one of the top 10 most formidable items. Corin, without hesitation, said, "All right." His hand glowed with vibrant purple energy, his eyes sharp. "The treasure I desire is..." A burst of blue light erupted, pulling Corin directly out of the negotiation space, returning him to reality right before his master. Aaron Danuar was stunned. "You," Aaron stammered in horror. "What in the world did you do?" Corin turned, nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. "Oh, have you been waiting long?" He explained his wager. "Within half a year, completely purify Nazria." An image of the cursed city appeared, filled with wandering souls. Corin affirmed confidently, "If I succeed, your contract will also vanish." Aaron could only exclaim, her voice filled with panic. You're insane!" His master shouted a warning that if he failed, his soul would vanish forever, with no chance of reincarnation. Corin merely replied coldly, "That's what I've learned." He stepped closer, looking straight into his master's eyes. "From you yourself." Aaron completely failed to understand what was happening. Memories flooded back. Corin recalled his past life, when he was just a weak boy standing amidst a city engulfed in flames, facing a colossal monster. Amidst that hell, Aaron's figure appeared, alone, wielding a spear, standing against the danger. He realized that was the first true hero he had ever met, the one who sacrificed herself to save his life. In his memory, Aaron turned to look at him with a sad smile. Corin made up his mind. "This time, it's my turn to save you." Back in the present, Aaron was still deeply shocked. Corin declared confidently, "This time, I will not fail. I am no longer the good-for-nothing I once was." Corin's eyes blazed with iron will, not for some lofty ideal of saving the world. He smiled, a sincere and relieved smile. Simply to repay a debt. Night fell, and the conversation ended in silence. Sometime later in Nazria, the loop began again. Aaron stood there, while the dark sorcerer Georg was muttering, performing his ritual. The dark sorcerer let out a miserable cry of "witch," as he was swallowed by a surge of green energy from the skull at Aaron's feet. A scene that had repeated for 300 years. Boom. Georg's body exploded into pieces, and the 36,539th loop ended swiftly. As always, still the familiar scene, Aaron Danuar once again cleaned up the battlefield. A repetitive task. She sighed, her face showing utter weariness with this endless loop. Standing on a rooftop, looking down at the hellish city of Nazria, she reflected on 300 years of fighting like a machine. The reason she continued? It was simple. Because she was a hero. That was her role in this game. The past was revealed. Aaron was once the queen of the Shadow Kingdom, the last remaining divine entity. Living as a hero was the path she accepted without a moment's hesitation. Of course, that was before, until a meddling kid appeared. Corin's words echoed in her head, a promise full of weight. "This time, I want to save you." For 300 years, she only knew how to save others, forgetting herself, which was natural for a hero. But Corin's reason was different, not for some noble justice, but simply to repay a debt. That kid reminded her of what she had forgotten, promising to stand by her side. Aaron involuntarily blushed, mumbling Corin's name in embarrassment, an emotion that had become too unfamiliar. He was the first person to truly care for her after centuries of solitude. The Grim Reaper, who had witnessed everything for 300 years, showed amusement. "A hero falling in love, eh? Not bad," the old skeleton mused, admitting that even upon reconsideration, Corin's choice was still an extremely difficult move. Corin extended his hand, and a sphere of dark energy appeared. "All right. The treasure I want is this." For a human, this item was merely mediocre, but for Corin, who couldn't sense demonic spirits, it was the most useless item. However, the Grim Reaper's scale of judgment remained perfectly balanced. The Grim Reaper couldn't hide his surprise, as this proved that the reward was perfectly commensurate with the price to be paid. The scene shifted to the entrance of Nazria City, focusing on an inn named Kana Inn, lit up in the middle of the night. Professor Dune Kang sat with his arms crossed, announcing that the joint qualifiers between the two academies were nearing their end, with only 4 out of 8 teams advancing. The scoreboard at 6:50 a.m. appeared. Boromai Academy's Team 1, led by Yuwa Kang, was temporarily holding the top spot with 558 points. Merkava Academy's Team 2, Marie's team, stood second with 499 points, the entire team joyful over her overwhelming performance. The Boromai students chatted idly, mocking Korin's incompetent bandit team and claiming Merkava Academy was full of weaklings who only relied on brute force. A supervisor reported to Dyun Kang that Merkava's side had almost no chance, relying solely on Marius and Korin's teams, and Korin's team had already lost 2 members on the first day. Dyun Kang smirked, confident that Boromai would have 3 teams in the finals while Merkava would only have 1. The inn door swung open, and Korin and Arisha walked in, greeting the morning as if nothing had happened. Arisha sighed in relief, having made it just in time, with only 59 minutes left until the deadline, while a supervisor cleared his throat and reminded them, "You two are late, Korin and Arisha." Arisha and Korin began arguing about food, but the supervisor snapped, demanding they submit their item bags for scoring immediately, having already assumed this team was eliminated. Arisha placed her bag of moonlight stones onto the measuring device, and the supervisor sneered that their score would surely be low. The number 250 points appeared on the screen, leaving both Korin and the supervisor gaping in astonishment. Korin calmly declared, "That's not all," startling the supervisor. "There's more?" Korin poured out another pile of spoils, moonlight stones from the Revenant Titan, White King, and Abyss Shrieker, leaving everyone stunned, unable to comprehend how they had defeated all 3 central bosses. Korin smiled, holding up a red gemstone and saying, "Oh, and this too. This is the last one." That was the Moonlight Stone of Immortal King Gerorg, the final boss of the entire region. The scoreboard began to wildly fluctuate, the numbers blinking continuously, as if glitching. Dyun Kang and his 2 subordinates were so shocked they were speechless when the number hit 1,000. The final score settled at 1,768, an unbelievable number. Korin simply gave a thumbs up in approval while Dyun Kang stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. The scene shifted to a luxurious carriage rolling out of the city, a tumultuous journey having just concluded. Inside the carriage, Arisha rested her chin on her hand, looking at Korin, and suddenly asked, "You're leaving again, aren't you?" Which left him dumbfounded. Korin admitted to Arisha, "Yes, I have to go," secretly wondering if she had guessed his plan to rescue Eren. Arisha looked directly at the issue, declaring firmly, "This time, both Marie and I will go with you." She smiled brightly, concluding, "Whatever you're planning, we can help. Don't try to shoulder everything alone. You're making others worry sick." Korin froze, realizing he truly was a fool for letting Arisha worry so much. Both decided to rest after days of intense grinding, the blue sky signaling a brief moment of calm. Inside the carriage, Korin mused, calculating, "I must find a way to use the power from the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper's orb will be the trump card for this 3rd act." Recalling Hwaran, the girl walked silently in despair, telling herself that no one would be capable enough to help her. Korin smirked with calculating eyes. He would be the trump card to save that arrogant kid. Back in reality, Korin wondered what Hwaran was doing, when a cold voice rang out. "She has been imprisoned." Professor Josephine appeared with her arms crossed, bluntly announcing, "Student Hwaran has been arrested." The scene shifted to a flashback, a little girl named Ran, happily running to embrace her father and older sister Yuwa. But Ran was an unfortunate child, never having been able to go out alone due to a terrible chronic illness. That illness was extreme yin-chi stagnation, a legendary constitution where the yin energy within one's body was excessively abundant, self-destructing the body. Ran's father, Kang Yu, had scoured every book, searching for every method to cure his daughter, but all were futile. He sat by her sickbed, holding his weakening daughter's hand, while Ran faintly called out, "Father." The first misfortune of this family was Ran's illness. The little girl breathed with difficulty on her bed. The second misfortune was the insane determination of Kang Yu, a genius necromancer, who swore to do anything to save his daughter. When he couldn't find yang energy to balance it, he began to seek another path, draining the yin energy using a wicked method. And so, he prepared a dark ritual, using a brush to draw deadly runes onto his own daughter's arm. Kang Yu transformed his own daughter into a living undead fiend while she was still alive, all performed upon a glowing red magic array. The fated moment. The undead fiend Hua was officially born, her eyes glowing soulless red, her body covered in deadly runes. Jinhyuk gnashed his teeth, his fury blazing as he recalled the past. He roared in indignation. That pity, You should have shown it when you killed my family. Painful memories flooded back. Jin-hyuk screamed in despair and hatred. I will kill you. In the fiery past, Jin-hyuk was frantically attacking a man, while the present Hwaran could only watch the flashback in bewilderment. Kang Yu, her father, with eerie purple eyes, coldly commanded, Hwa. Slaughter all the people in that land for me. Not a single soul must survive. Back in the arena, Jin-hyuk pointed directly at Hwaran, disdainfully. You are a monster, Hwa. An inhuman monster. Seeing you pretend to be human now is truly sickening. He continued his fatal psychological attack amidst the desolate scene. Who cares if you're Ran? You're just the monster who stole that girl's body, leaving Hwaran frozen. Jin-hyuk channeled energy into his leg, preparing to unleash a merciless finishing blow. Hwaran's memories shattered, replaying the scene of her being hunted by the entire world, with everyone screaming, Die, monster, while she could only flee amidst a sea of fire. A hand seized Hwaran's neck, tightening its grip while the curse, D, monster, still echoed. Hwaran's eyes trembled violently as she heard the cruelest words. A thing like you should never have been born. Within her consciousness, the original soul of Ran appeared, screaming at Hwa. Give me back my body. Hwa frantically screamed back, desperately asserting her ownership. It's mine, this body is mine. Unable to endure any longer, Hwaran unleashed a colossal surge of crimson energy, blowing away Jin-hyuk and everything around her. Jin-hyuk was swept into the chaotic energy vortex, only able to let out a cry of pain. Suddenly, brilliant golden chains appeared from nowhere, lunging towards Hwaran. The sealing chains wrapped tightly around Hwaran's body, seemingly a self-restraining mechanism for her power. Bound by the chains, Hwaran crashed to the ground, creating a large crater, but still asserted, I have the right. I have the right to claim this body. Hwaran lay motionless in the center of the crater, surrounded by Jin-hyuk and the Boramai Academy students, in a precarious situation. Corinne Loke resolved in his mind as he approached Josephine's office. I won't lose it. That's why. As soon as he entered, Professor Josephine, with crossed arms, declared bluntly, Hwaran has been captured. Corinne Loke wasn't too shocked, he muttered, having anticipated this scenario, and immediately guessed the reason. Is it because of the seals? Josephine adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharp. It seems you already know. Exactly. She explained that Hwaran was bound by 2 seals, and during the battle with Jin-hyuk, an amulet was destroyed. Those old foxes, Bishop Junyan and Professor Dyun Kang, immediately seized the opportunity, using it as an excuse to demand Hwaran be escorted to the east. Corin stood in the office, listening to Josephine's analysis. They are determined to pin all the blame on the Academy for failing to control Hwaran. In Corin's mind, the image of his master, Ariu Kasar, appeared, asking directly, Corin, how much do you know? Corin confidently asserted that by this point, his master must have also seen through everything. He had pieced together the entire conspiracy. This incident was orchestrated by the church and the old Professor Dyun Kang of Boramai. Corin turned to Josephine, his voice full of authority. Surely you don't want to hand over Hwaran. Leave the rest to me. He looked at both Josephine and Master Iryu, declaring his ultimate goal. I need everyone to achieve the outcome I desire, not a single person missing. Corin began to explain the nature of the problem, that this heavenly Yaksha boss is unlike others, as it depends on the affinity level and how the player builds the story. The core problem was summarized in an image. A life or death choice between saving Hwa's soul or saving Ran's original soul. Corin admitted. The easiest way was to do as the old main character Sihu Park did. Choose one and abandon the other. But Corin Loke narrowed his eyes, declaring in a low, guttural voice, I don't play that way. I will save them all. In a dark cell, Hwaran was chained, huddled in a corner, muttering desperately, It's mine. She clutched her body tightly, asserting ownership in pain. This body is mine. Suddenly, Dyun Kang emerged from the shadows, with an overwhelming aura. Is that so? I am Kang Ran's uncle, the true owner of the body you are occupying. Hwaran looked up, her crimson eyes burning with hatred. No, I won't give it back. Old Dyun Kang merely sneered. Oh Hwa, I think you're misunderstanding something. The old man Dyun Kang smirked, directly probing Hwaran's weakness. Do you truly want to completely possess that body? A terrifying memory flooded back, when the man named Kang Yu ordered Hwa, kill all the people in that land. Not a single creature is allowed to exist. Dyun Kang flashed a venomous smile, extending a tempting offer. I can help you. Hwaran's crimson eyes reflected the deadly temptation, like an overly sweet poisoned apple for a child. In the spiritual space, Ran's soul desperately screamed, "Hua, you can't do that." But her voice was completely useless. Kang declared bluntly before Ran's helpless soul and a manipulated Huarun. "I had intended that body for you from the very beginning." 2 days after the team battle, the students were relaxing in a bustling festival town. Corin and Marie strolled through the streets together. He said he needed to prepare a few things before the exchange event with Boromai Academy began. Corin cheerfully asked Marie about the business situation of the grilled skewer stall they had quickly set up. Marie reported, "Ingredients supplied by the Dunarev family, sold at triple the price after adding a little sauce." Corin was ecstatic, yelling amidst a shower of illusory gold, "You damn Boromai bastards, this is the price for ripping off tourists." Marie pointed to a stall ahead. "Corin, over there, it's the magic stone throwing game," and Corin immediately recognized the familiar stall owner. The stall owner explained these were defective magic stones, considered scrap, so they were very soft and squeezable, making Marie curious enough to pick one up. He continued to boast, "Normally, magic stones absorb mana very well, but this type is different. Precisely because it's too soft, it's very easy to explode. Watch this," the stall owner said, then handed Marie a stone, telling her to try throwing it. Corin stepped forward, stopped her, and took the stone, his entire body radiating energy. "My spear throwing and stone throwing training skills make my accuracy almost 100%. Whoosh! The magic stone flew like a laser beam, embedding itself directly into the bullseye with a small explosion. The stall owner and Marie gaped in astonishment at the score of 995, unable to believe their eyes. Corin calculated inwardly. "In the game, I used all sorts of debuff equipment to bring my accuracy to 0, at which point the dispersion range could reach 100 meters. He turned to the stall owner, who was still frozen in place. "Hey, sell all your magic stones to me. I'll pay double." Corin smirked, thinking to himself, "I came to this festival for a special skill only OGs would use." Marie blushed when she saw Corin's sinister smile. He was planning to hand these stones over to a muscular blacksmith named Fergus. Corin turned to Marie and asked, "Your family owns the transportation company, right? Give me the carriage schedule." Marie wondered what trick he was planning now. Corin's entire body erupted with dark energy, and he laughed maniacally. It's time for him to return. In another carriage, Kang called Yua's name as they were moving along a deserted street. Kang grabbed Huarun's hair, pressed a wooden tag against her body, and explained, "This is Peachwood, the natural enemy of Jiangxi." Huarun let out a groan, her crimson eyes constricting from pain and hatred. Kang coldly ordered Yua and Jinhyuk, who were sitting in the same carriage, "Don't do anything foolish until we arrive." Jinhyuk asked if the wooden tag was potent enough. Yuhua replied that it would only cause a slight fever at most. But Jinhyuk asserted, "That's more than enough." Huarun, tightly bound by chains, muttered in confusion, "What are you people talking about?" Yuhua looked directly at Huarun, her voice devoid of emotion. "As I said, Hua, your uncle will remove you from Ran's body." Yuhua continued her fatal psychological attack. "You, who will lose this body, will die, or become a malevolent spirit." Yuhua leaned down, whispering into the trembling Huarun's ear, "This body is not yours. You know that well." Huarun gnashed her teeth, her eyes blazing with extreme hatred at the pronouncement. Back outside, a carriage driver who was waiting suddenly flinched. "Huh? What's that sound?" The driver heard a sound like a rapid drumbeat. He pressed his ear against the side of the carriage to hear clearly. A powerful convoy of carriages suddenly appeared, led by Corin, standing proudly on the roof of a carriage, like a general. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion hurled a carriage into the air, commencing the attack. The carriage was shattered in mid-air, fragments and fire scattering in all directions in an instant. The explosion created a colossal fireball, sweeping away everything in its vicinity, signaling that Corin's greeting had begun. A Boromai guard lay flattened amidst the rubble, muttering curses. "Which bastards?" Professor Kang landed, hastily asking about the situation. "Yuhua, Jinhyuk, are you two all right?" Amidst the smoke and dust, Yuhua and Jinhyuk had taken defensive stances. Kang growled, realizing the enemy was no small fry. A blood-red sphere of dark energy suddenly formed and vibrated violently in mid-air. The surrounding space was immediately enveloped in a blood-red hue. A grotesque formation had just been activated, terrifying the entire Boromai group. Meanwhile, the bandits hired by Corin were cheering excitedly, one of them loudly asking, "Awesome! Boss, what's next?" A bandit spotted Huarun lying on the ground and shouted gleefully, "Ooh la la, pretty girl! We hit the jackpot, brothers!" The bandit leader's grotesquely wide grin appeared, and he ordered, "You lot! Capture that girl for me. Korin, in the guise of a comical bandit, hoisted Hwaran onto his shoulder and coolly declared, "This girl is claimed by this immortal Loke." News of the incident quickly reached the academy. A panicked voice cried out, "It's a kidnapping. Who kidnapped whom?" The director's assistant breathlessly reported to Professor Josephine. 5 minutes ago, a group of bandits attacked a carriage and kidnapped a student named Hwaran. Professor Josephine, who hadn't sworn in 35 years, dropped her teacup, her face paling. What? Korin and his cronies galloped like the wind, ignoring Josephine's earth-shattering curses echoing from somewhere. "What in the world are you talking about?" Korin grabbed Hwaran, who was struggling on the horse, and calmly said, "I heard you ran into trouble while I was away, so I came to save you." Hwaran gritted her teeth and retorted, "Useless." Korin leaned close to Hwaran, whispering a warning. "If you fall off the horse, I won't be checking on your condition." She snapped. "It's none of your business." With a sly smile, Korin replied, "Living under the same roof? Of course it's my business." He secretly thought it was fortunate he arrived in time. Otherwise, her soul would have been forcibly separated by Dyun Kang. Korin knew well that if the old man's plan succeeded, one of Hua or Ran's personalities would vanish forever, leaving Hwaran only in silent dread. The team had reached the rendezvous point, Korin ordered. "According to the plan, we'll leave as many traces as possible to buy time." A bandit gleefully accepted a pouch of money from Korin, profusely thanking him. "What a sweet deal, Sir Immortal." Korin coldly instructed, "Live well, don't make me come looking for you again." Hwaran suddenly clutched her stomach in pain. When Korin pressed her, she tremblingly replied, "They made me drink something." Korin analyzed the situation, muttering that they had given Hwaran a wooden token, which would only cause her a slight fever for a few days. He suddenly dismounted, making Hwaran panic, and ask what he intended to do. Hwaran tried to demand to be let down to run herself, but Korin coolly stated, "Don't strain yourself. You can barely walk." He scooped her up princess style, calmly saying she was light as a feather, so there was no need to worry. Hwaran blushed awkwardly. Korin merely uttered a cool remark. "Just put it on my tab." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dyun Kang was checking the situation after the raid, inquiring about Yuhua and Jinyuk. The old man's face was filled with murderous intent. He admitted not knowing who had infiltrated, but asserted they were audacious fools who dared to challenge him. Suddenly, a blazing red barrier named Blood Domain enveloped the entire area, shocking Dyun Kang's group. On the rooftop, Yuel Valorn held her staff, confident she could hold them back for an hour, just as Korin had planned. But Dyun Kang was no small fry. His energy sphere swelled, ready to shatter this cage. The old man roared, summoning 2 divine beasts, a purple python and a blue-white tiger, tearing through the blood domain in an instant. Dyun Kang gave an order to Yuhua, and she immediately obeyed, ready to pursue the enemy. Yuel clicked her tongue in annoyance upon seeing one escape, determined to hold back the remaining 2. Dyun Kang and Jinhyuk were still trapped. The old man realized someone had torn through his barrier and secretly warned Korin to be careful. Rain poured down relentlessly. Korin and Hwaran were moving through the forest. Hwaran coughed continuously, her condition worsening, so Korin decided they needed to find shelter. Suddenly, Korin sensed someone following them. A dark shadow darted through the rain. Yuhua had caught up. She scoffed that Korin was too slow. He should have run further. Korin was surprised by Yuhua's speed, realizing she had broken through the barrier alone and pursued him all the way here. Swish! Yuhua's blade struck Korin as he shielded Hwaran, blood splattering. Hwaran coughed violently, worriedly asking if Korin was all right, but he merely brushed it off. "Just a minor scratch. That woman wouldn't play dirty by poisoning her dagger." "Wait here," he ordered, gently leaning Hwaran against a tree while she worriedly asked what he intended to do. Korin's eyes glowed with a deadly red light. He curtly replied, "What else is there to do?" "Time to fight," Korin charged, blocking Yuhua's sword strike with a newly formed spear. Yuhua sneered. "Oh, not running away?" Korin, his mouth bleeding, growled that he never chose to lose. Korin spun his spear, unleashing the second form of Heaven's Return, revolving demonic spear. But Yuhua merely curled her lip in disdain, deeming it a trivial trick. "You think your chances of winning a solo fight against me are high?" Yuhua pressed her attack, taunting her opponent. Swish! A terrifyingly powerful sword strike from Yuhua sent Korin flying, surprising even her with his resilience. Korin plunged his spear into the ground to steady himself, secretly acknowledging Yuhua's immense aura. The title of Boromai's Swordmaster appeared, her aura exploding so visibly that even the naked eye could perceive it, proving her superior class. "Don't hold back, go all out," Yuhua charged, guessing that Korin also possessed an aura core. Korin secretly thought this was a hot item he had acquired through trickery when helping Sabancia transcend, a trump card he had to hide until the very last moment. Recalling that moment, Korin likened his aura core to a dam filled with energy but with its floodgates jammed. Yua's eyes gleamed sharply. She provoked, "All right, if you want to conserve your strength, then I'll force you to use it." She unleashed a maximum sword energy strike. Korin only had time to widen his eyes in astonishment. Korin's expression turned wild. He tensed his body, ready to confront the incoming attack. Yua roared, unleashing dragon-slaying sword art. Second form, True Dragon Strike, summoning a colossal light dragon that lunged towards Korin. Korin was no pushover either. He retaliated with Immortal Serpent Calamity, Wandering Serpent, a blazing red energy python coiling around him. Dragon and Serpent, two ultimate techniques clashed in an earth-shattering explosion. Yuhua landed, letting out a breath after the destructive attack. As thick smoke and dust billowed, Korin panted, his shoulder bloodied, admitting he nearly perished after the earth-shattering collision. Yua lightly landed on a branch, looking down at Korin as if he were prey, while the protagonist grumbled, "Why are you being so vicious, sis?" Yua frowned, unable to believe her finishing move failed to defeat her opponent. What kind of monster is this guy? Yua questioned why he risked his life to protect that child, and Korin casually replied, "What are you talking about? I'm the kidnapper. Its cousin." Yuhua growled, revealing the truth. "That's not a human, but a monster. A cruel yaksha. Surely you've heard about the tragedy at Moonlight Castle." Korin feigned surprise, but Yuhua said that someone else was responsible, while they were just small fry tearing each other apart. Korin's eyes flashed red, and he began muttering about the brutal martial arts schools here, where everyone was obsessed with challenging others to duels. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the forest, unleashing an extremely fast blue light slash with the technique, Instant Severance, Lightless Strike. Swish! The massive tree trunk was cleanly sliced through. Yua turned around, her sharp gaze fixed on the intruder. The newcomer was none other than Arisha Aden, her entire body erupting with dark aura, her eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Yua growled, her face darkening. "Do you really dare to openly challenge me?" Arisha shouted loudly, boldly declaring her identity. Master of the Arisha Martial Arts School, Arisha Aden. Arisha solemnly declared war. "I formally challenge the swordmaster of Boromai, Kang Yua." Yua froze, speechless. Meanwhile, a swordswoman with a generous figure had caught Korin, her eyes sparkling as she commented, "Wow, these swordmasters really think differently. Choosing such a secluded spot for a duel, what passion." Arisha bowed deeply, showing extreme humility. "I have admired you for a long time. Please instruct me." Yua was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Immediately, two swordswomen from Arisha's faction rushed to attack Yua from two sides, but she easily blocked both sword strikes. The brown-haired swordswoman winked at Korin. "You nameless kidnapper, go do your job quickly, thanks a lot." Seizing the opportunity, Korin hoisted Hwaran onto his shoulder and fled immediately, leaving Yua screaming in helplessness. "Stop right there." Only Yua's furious roar echoed through the entire forest under the stormy sky. "Korin Loke." Korin wrung out the blood-soaked cloth, muttering, wondering if today was a lucky or unlucky day. Taking shelter in a cave, Korin, shirtless, bandaged his wounds, secretly thinking this rain would hinder the guard's pursuit. He turned to look at Hwaran, who was lying flat on the ground, and asked, "Are you all right? The hostage situation doesn't seem good at all." Korin placed his hand on Hwaran's forehead to check. Her face was flushed, and her breathing was ragged. "She has a high fever," he concluded, thinking to himself that there might be no other way but to use that thing. Korin helped Hwaran up, bringing a vial of medicine to her mouth. "Drink this. You'll feel better. Drink it." He carefully poured the medicine into her mouth, and a notification window appeared. High-grade elixir, crafted by Mariette. Top-tier stuff indeed. Hwaran groggily woke up, her voice weak. "Where are we?" Korin replied curtly. "Here?" He explained their shelter was a nest inside a giant tree trunk, which used to be the territory of the owlbears. Korin's gaze sharpened. He realized the situation hadn't improved. Hwaran was still panting, sweat pouring off her like rain. Korin frowned. It seemed the medicine needed time to take effect. This won't do, Korin decided, his eyes flashing with coldness. Hwaran weakly asked where he was going, and Korin stood up, declaring bluntly, "To catch a bear. Its fur will keep you warmer." A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. In that instant, Hwaran's eyes opened, shining with an unusual glint. A weak hand of Hwaran clutched Korin's pant leg, holding him back. She struggled to kneel up, looking up at Corin with a pleading expression, her entire body trembling. "Don't go," Huaran pleaded desperately. Memories flooded back. Huaran saw herself lying on the ground, and a voice echoed, "My daughter." The first person Hua saw upon waking was her master, a man tearfully looking at her. "My daughter, you're finally awake." That man, Kang Yu, called her Ran, the name given to a newly born Jiangxi. In her hazy memory, Hua uttered a word whose meaning she herself didn't understand. "Father?" That call made Kang Yu burst into happiness. He embraced the body he believed to be his daughter's. In that very moment, Hua instinctively realized she had to live as Ran. Because if the truth were revealed, he would immediately abandon her to search for Ran's true soul. The fear of a future where she had to return this body haunted her. However, that false life didn't last long before it completely collapsed due to a minor incident. Kang Yu stood before her, his eyes as cold as ice, declaring chillingly, "You are not my daughter." The first time Hua tasted blood was in the name of destroying a sea beast, attacking the city, by her father's command. A man, Kang Yu's brother, approached the blood-soaked girl, marveling at the power of a Jiangxi that could easily defeat a first-rank monster. With a sinister smile and eyes burning with greed, he praised her and bestowed upon her the name, Hua. That was when everything began. Her father's coldness upon realizing she wasn't his daughter, and her utilitarian value was first discovered. From then on, one person after another sought her out to use her. Lords, royalty, ascetic monks. She was turned into a killing machine, constantly receiving orders to slaughter monsters, demons, and even humans. The whole world regarded her as an usurper, an entity named Hua, who had devoured the original weak soul to seize the body. And that is how the heavenly Yaksha, a legend forged from blood and fire, was born. Back in reality, Corin carved the rune, Sowilo, the sun rune, onto a stone, creating a warm source of heat. He placed the stone on Huaran, startling her, then stated bluntly, "You are a child of darkness. Bathe in some sunlight, and then cover yourself." Corin tossed his red cloak over the bewildered Huaran, cutting her off. "Just take it when I tell you to. Don't complain about the cold later." He turned away, calculating whether it would rain again, leaving Huaran sitting stunned in the unfamiliar warmth. Huaran looked up, her voice full of suspicion. "What do you want from me?" Because in the past, everyone who approached her wanted something. Corin remained silent for a moment at Huaran's question. He countered, "Do you remember the first time we met?" Which stunned Huaran. Corin repeated her accusation from that day and affirmed, "My answer remains the same as it was then." He declared bluntly, "Being born is not a sin," leaving Huaran dumbfounded, her face flushing with shock. She gritted her teeth and retorted, her voice filled with anger. "That's an irresponsible thing to say." Huaran snapped that even the professors knew it was extremely dangerous to let a monster like her roam free, then challenged, "Do you think I'll stop being a monster just because of your sweet words? Will the world change?" Corin shrugged, calmly replying, "Well, who knows?" He admitted he didn't know the answers to those questions. He smirked confidently. "I simply want to save the people right before my eyes." A series of images of tragic, predetermined fates flashed through Corin's mind, Marie sobbing, Lunia comforting little Arisha. He asserted that he was the only player who could save them. Huaran was utterly speechless at his reasoning, only able to clutch her cloak tightly. She lowered her head, her voice trembling as she admitted, "I'm scared." Huaran collapsed, pouring out her heart. "This body isn't mine. Everyone tells me I have to give it back. I know I should, but if I do, then what will happen to me?" Corin remained silent, listening. She looked up, her crimson eyes filled with despair, and pressed, "Answer me. Do I have to give it back?" Corin's gaze became sharp and resolute. He answered bluntly without a hint of hesitation, "Yes." Huaran's eyes widened, filled with despair. She whispered in defeat, "So, you too." But Corin cut her off. "But before that, you need to talk." Corin suddenly did a 180, leaning closer with a mischievous grin. Something like, "Hey boss, how about we move in together if I pay the deposit?" or something. Huaran froze, stammering, "What?" She awkwardly pushed him away, snapping that such talk was for people who knew her true nature. Corin merely asked nonchalantly, "Well, does it matter?" Corin explained his philosophy through an image of a hypocrite. "There are plenty of humans more evil than monsters. What matters are your decisions and actions. It always has been." Corin lay on his back, calmly stating, "Therefore, your nature doesn't matter. You haven't decided anything yet." He glanced at Huaran, his voice firm. "Until then, I will help you." So stop worrying about trivial things and get some good sleep. Huaran stood up, still confused, while Corin was already snoring, declaring, "Anyway, I'm going to sleep now." Huaran's inner self screamed. Her argument predetermined from the start. She couldn't yield to Ran. She couldn't tell Corin the truth, because if she did, the only hand extended to save her would vanish. Huaran's heart ached as she collapsed, clutching Corin's red cloak. The next day, under a clear blue sky, Huaran asked confusedly, "Where are we going?" Corin replied simply, "I think it's around here." Corin looked around the scorched forest, muttering, "Why is it so burnt? There's probably only one usable piece left." Huaran looked bewildered. "What?" Corin pointed towards a charred tree, explaining it was a jujube tree struck by lightning. He broke off a piece of jujube wood from the trunk, saying he thought he'd need it when entering this forest. Corin turned to Huaran, his gaze serious. "Hua, you are a Jiangshi. You know that Jiangshi, with bodies overflowing with yin energy, have some weaknesses, right?" He handed her the piece of wood, explaining, "Jujube wood contains an immense amount of yang energy, often used to ward off evil." Corin sketched the yin-yang symbol. "But if you absorb it, your yin and yang energies will temporarily balance, and your Jiangshi characteristics will be neutralized for a moment." Huaran asked in astonishment what that meant, and Corin looked directly into her eyes, his voice full of hidden meaning. He delivered a fatal blow. "If you consume this, you will lose control of your body." Huaran was deeply shocked, the piece of wood in her hand like a hot potato. She stammered, asking why he gave it to her. She recoiled in panic, dropping the piece of wood to the ground. Corin picked up the piece of wood, his inner thoughts resolute. Hua needs to make her own decision. She cannot monopolize everything without taking responsibility. Corin's flashback showed an image of a corrupt, greedy person. He grabbed Huaran and stated directly, "I want you to make a decision and take responsibility for it." Huaran's crimson eyes trembled. She was utterly stunned by the pressure Corin placed on her shoulders. As Corin was carrying Huaran, an authoritative voice echoed from above. "What the hell? Are you guys also in a place like this?" Dyun Kang appeared, dark energy swirling around him, and sneered, "Oh, a monster. You've got some nerve, finding someone to cling to all this time." Corin set Huaran down and stood in front of her, ordering, "Get out of the way." Corin declared bluntly that there was no escape, because no matter where they went, Dyun Kang's faction would pursue them relentlessly. Then he charged straight into battle. Corin confronted Jinhyuk directly, stating that everything needed to be settled here and now. Jinhyuk grinned mischievously, brazenly introducing himself. "Corin Loke, I am Immortal Loke," which made Corin ask directly if he had lost his mind while in disguise. Corin wasted no words, activating a series of enhancement skills: acceleration, potent unleash, storm wheel, his entire body erupting in a blue aura. A full power attack from Corin's staff struck down, its might terrifying. Jinhyuk blocked the blow with his leg, a green alchemical prosthetic appearing, and he smirked. "Impressive, isn't it? This is also that monster's creation." Corin frowned, admitting the blow was quite painful, and simultaneously realized his opponent could use alchemy without a magic circle. Challenged, Jinhyuk unleashed a barrage of kicking techniques, forcing Corin to retreat and defend. Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, secretly astonished by Corin's attack speed, admitting it was on par with, or even faster than, his older sisters. Corin retaliated with his storm wheel skill, spinning to deliver an incredibly powerful sweeping kick with his staff. Corin seized Jinhyuk's opening, swung his staff, striking him directly in the flank, and sneered. "That attack was too reckless. You left too many openings." Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, enduring the blow, unable to believe he was being overwhelmed. Corin was no longer interested in playing around, his crimson eyes gleaming with deadly seriousness. Enough games. Suddenly, countless glowing red talismans appeared, surrounding and binding Huaran within a formation. Dyun Kang appeared, explaining that this was the 8 trigrams formation, a type of charm that could completely control the target's thoughts, muscles, and energy flow. Huaran, her hair turning fiery red, had her face grabbed by Dyun Kang. She let out a roar of indignation, but was utterly powerless against his strength. Dyun Kang mercilessly threw Huaran to the ground, snarling in order for her to run, leaving her lying there in despair. Dyun Kang affixed a talisman to Huaran's forehead, causing her to let out a terrifying scream. "No." Witnessing that scene, Corin was also stunned, muttering in despair, "No." Jinhyuk recognized the talisman, while Dyun Kang and Yuhua Kang watched Huaran, who had been incapacitated. Yuhua Kang smiled triumphantly, explaining that the talisman would seal Hua's consciousness so that Ran could return. Corin roared, erupting with blazing red energy. "Dyun Kang, "You bastard." Old man Dune Kang merely replied coldly that he would pay the price for his futile dream. Dune Kang declared that Korin would become prey for the monsters, as he was engulfed by the power of the talisman array. Trapped in the energy cage, Korin screamed in helplessness, worried about the fate of Orisha and Huaran. Ignoring Korin's screams, Dune Kang's group coldly escorted Huaran away. Korin collapsed, bound tightly within a spell circle that emitted deadly red lightning bolts. Face down on the ground, Korin remained terrifyingly silent within the energy encirclement. He began to let out eerie chuckles. Korin lifted his face with a maniacal grin, his glowing white eyes blazing. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The talismanic array was still active, holding Korin captive as he knelt in the forest. Immediately after, a pack of purple, raccoon-like demonic beasts surged out from the shadows. The raccoon-like demonic beasts surrounded Korin, growling as they prepared to tear apart their bound prey. Suddenly, a pack of firefoxes appeared, blocking the path of the raccoon-like demonic beasts. The pack of firefoxes let out a powerful roar, ready to engage in battle. Korin lifted his head, his gaze having returned to its usual calm and sharp intensity. Crack. The talismans holding Korin captive began to crack and dissipate. The firefoxes growled, surrounding and protecting the kneeling Korin, indicating they were entirely on his side. Korin looked up with a sinister smile, confirming if old man Dune Kang had disappeared. He stood up, brushed off the dust, stretched comfortably, and praised his own performance as superb. Even the foxes had to acknowledge it. Korin turned to the two firefoxes and asked, Ron, how did the task I entrusted to you two go? The two firefoxes transformed back into the werewolf twins, reporting that Lenya had taken care of everything. Korin smirked meaningfully, making a throat-slitting gesture. He casually said, "You must have heard about the corruption in the defense industry, right?" He began to reveal his plan to turn the tables. The scene shifted to an ancient stone building, where the antagonists were gathered. Inside, Yuwa Kang questioned her subordinates about still not finding the thief, or an alternative solution. The fat, Bishop Junian Louis, fawned obsequiously, saying that his faction lacked the influence of Yuwa's, but in his mind, the bishop was seething with rage, resentful at being outmaneuvered and disrespected by a bunch of outsiders. He told himself he had to endure, as he still needed their strength for now. Truly a cunning old fox. Yuwa announced that they had found a merchant guild that could provide replacement goods, and they would deliver today. She revealed the name of the merchant guild as the Mandrake Merchants, making the bishop find the name familiar. Meanwhile, the festival atmosphere was heating up with the announcement of the team tournament finals. In the waiting room, a voice asked about the item and was answered that it was right here. Dune Kang appeared with a triumphant expression, nodding in satisfaction. Good. The item was revealed. Huaran, huddled in a wooden crate, with a talisman affixed directly to her forehead, completely helpless. Dune Kang held a wooden object, likely the key to the seal, and ordered, "Let's go." The stands erupted as the announcer called for the contestants to enter the arena for the finals. Yuwa Kang's team, the Boromai Student Council president, stepped out with an overwhelming aura. Next was Team D from Merkava Academy, led by Yuel and Orisha, but the announcer stated that one of their members had been disqualified. The female announcer was about to declare that Team D might forfeit due to their captain, Korin Loke, being missing, when she suddenly paused, realizing something. A gleaming spear appeared, accompanied by a fiery rallying cry. "You shall join me in battle and shine like eternal chrome." Yuhua Kang merely smirked, muttering, "That madman, he's still alive?" Korin Loke appeared incredibly cool, raising his weapon high and shouting a rallying cry, while the minions behind him cheered, "Immortal Loke," like madmen. With a savage smile painted with blood, Korin declared all players were present and asked the professor to start the match. Old Professor Dune Kang seemed annoyed but had to acknowledge Korin's overwhelming aura, reluctantly agreeing. Old Professor Dune Kang began to activate the spell formation, declaring the test had begun. Energy emanated from the spell formation, and the ground began to tremble and transform. He explained the simple rules. 8 gates, countless paths, all contained within this spell formation. Whoever finds the correct path and obtains the golden dragon seal at the center will be the ultimate victor. The 8 gates hidden array. Annihilation was activated, and a colossal labyrinth appeared, leaving the students stunned. The ground transformed, walls rose, separating all the players and throwing them into the chaotic labyrinth. Dune Kang muttered to himself. He didn't know what Korin Loke was plotting, but he remained confident in his plan. He was confident that the completion of the elixir, referring to the sealed Huaran, was now unstoppable. Suddenly, the live broadcast screen for the audience became heavily distorted, and went black. The female announcer and her colleague panicked, realizing the immense mana from the spell formation was interfering with the broadcast signal. Truly a mess. Old man Dyun Kang muttered. It was time to begin the ritual to separate Hua from Ran. He ordered Yuhua and Jinhyuk, guard the black tortoise in the north, the rest can be utterly destroyed. Yuhua turned back, her voice full of worry, pleading with her uncle. Please take care of Ran. The old man Dyun Kang replied curtly. Don't worry. But his eyes clearly held a problem. Meanwhile, Korin Loke merely flashed a savage, truly insane smile. The accompanying brown-haired swordswoman grumbled. Korin, can you please remove that makeup? You look like a gang boss. While Korin simply ordered them to find the formation's core. The black tortoise, the spirit beast guarding the north, the protector of the emperor at the center, was the ultimate target. The Chen siblings were already waiting at the foot of the colossal black tortoise, ready for battle. The battle erupted, and the Chen siblings charged into combat. Everyone's primary target was the black tortoise. Korin appeared directly before the Chen swordsman, taunting, "Long time no see, steel-legged mage," leaving his opponent stunned. The brown-haired swordswoman worriedly asked if the two of them were strong enough, but Korin merely smirked, asserting that Yuel alone was better than an entire trash team. The Chen swordswoman realized in horror that Korin had broken through the 8 gates formation and gone straight to the north gate. An unbelievable feat. Meanwhile, the other minor students were still lost in the labyrinth of 362 variations. With no way out, Korin sneered, revealing a simple secret. I just followed the tracking rune carved onto the item you recently bought. The Chen swordsman's face paled, stammering as he asked how Korin knew that. It turned out that bandits had attacked the convoy transporting formation items, forcing them to buy new goods from the Mandrake merchant. The Chen swordsman was dumbfounded upon realizing he had been tricked, and Korin casually confirmed, "That's right." Korin charged forward, attacking, and growled, "I robbed them, and then I sold them back to you." With a maniacal grin, Korin roared, "The Mandrake bandits and the Mandrake merchants are all my people. Ha 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 ha." The Chen swordsman gritted his teeth, growling, "You bastard!" The Chen swordswoman didn't bother with words, charging to attack and shouting, "So what? Do you think someone like you can defeat me?" Korin blocked the attack with his spear, then casually turned to taunt the brown-haired swordswoman. "Arisha, it's time for revenge." She looked bewildered. "Huh?" Korin nonchalantly repeated. "You lost to Yuhua Kang last time, didn't you?" The brown-haired swordswoman cried out in exasperation. "That's because you told me to lose on purpose." The Chen swordsman scoffed. "People are saying you went easy on that girl." The Chen swordswoman snapped. "Shut up." The Chen swordswoman gripped her sword hilt tightly, her eyes blazing with killing intent. "Let's end this quickly." The swordsman agreed, and both charged with full power. "Yes, that's what I want too." Korin was unfazed, his hand glowing with a blue aura. "Sorry, but I'm quite busy myself." He turned to his teammate shouting, "Let's go all out, Arisha." The brown-haired swordswoman also erupted with energy, replying, "Understood." Korin unleashed Revolving Axis Intent, Annihilation Combat Technique, while the brown-haired swordswoman roared, Dragon-Slaying Sword Art, 7th Form, Dragon Demon Slash. On the other side, the Chen swordswoman activated Ultimate Serpent Calamity, Ascending Serpent Heaven, along with Poison Dragon Emergence, while the swordsman unleashed First Sword Form, Annihilation Domain. 2 destructive streams of yellow and blue energy collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The arena floor shook violently, and blinding light enveloped everything. After the collision, the Chen siblings were pushed back, both showing astonishment at their opponent's power. The arena was in ruins. Korin and the brown-haired swordswoman still stood firm, while the Chen siblings had fallen. The Chen swordsman's leg was shattered. The Chen swordswoman's sword also shattered. The Chen swordswoman couldn't believe her eyes, her voice trembling. "No way, we can't lose like this." But no, despite their severe injuries, both struggled back to their feet, their battle aura flaring up once more. In the Chen siblings' minds, 2 opposing ideas erupted. On one side, Hua's blazing red eyes. On the other, Ran's golden eyes. 2 conflicting killing intents clashed. The white-haired swordsman roared, "Must be destroyed," while his younger sister was determined, "Must be saved." Korin spoke, his voice nonchalant. "Let me show you my sincerity." Just as the Chen swordswoman's blade shattered, the Chen siblings froze, both deeply shocked by Korin's declaration, their fighting while suddenly halting. Korin revealed a blazing red beast head magic seal, causing his opponents to exclaim in horror, "Taoti?" The image of the Taoti, one of the 4 great fierce beasts, appeared, a symbol of chaos and destruction, completely opposite to the 4 auspicious beasts. The Chen siblings panicked, not understanding why the Tao Ti seal was on the black tortoise's shell, and began to suspect Korin was connected to the great summoner Dune Kang. Korin began to reveal his hand, exposing the truth. You think that ritual was to remove Hua from Ran's body? You're completely wrong. He asserted firmly that, from beginning to end, Dune Kang had never cared about Ran. In the flashback, Hwaran's uncle stood high above, calling down to his shackled niece. Don't hate your uncle too much, Ran. The uncle smirked savagely, deluding himself that small sacrifices were necessary for the greater good. The truth was revealed. This sinister uncle's goal from the very beginning had always been Hua, that entity of power. The uncle chuckled gleefully, revealing the entire plan. This ritual was designed to completely destroy Ran's soul, allowing Hua to take full control of the body. He recounted how he had witnessed his brother, Kang Yu, become enchanted by Hua's power over 3 years. He called his brother a fool, who only wanted to save his daughter but ultimately became a sacrificial lamb for the Moonlight Castle tragedy and was dismembered by the royal army. He gloated that Kang Yu not only died in his place but also generously gifted him an ultimate weapon, Heavenly Yaksha Hua. His plan fell apart when Kang Yu went to beg the Merkava Academy director to care for Hwaran, leading to her being sealed away beyond his reach. While Professor Dune Kang, the uncle's accomplice, was despairing over the failed plan, another individual sought him out. The final boss was revealed. Toth's Balthazar, the legendary spear art star from 80 years ago, a muscular entity shrouded in purple dark energy. Dune Kang's flashback. He was sweating profusely, recalling the sole request of the one behind it all. Just go all out. The Demon King's plan was revealed. Kill as many people as possible, and destroy the director's shell. The ultimate goal was to leave her with no other choice but to abandon the castle. Dune Kang recalled the price to pay. As long as he could obtain the other world, destroying a city was nothing. The plan began. The chains of Zion, the relic restraining Hwaran's power, would finally be broken. The only thing keeping Hwaran human, Ran's soul, would be completely crushed. And finally, when fed Balthazar's myriad blessings elixir, Hwaran will transcend. The Chen twins' uncle laughed savagely, gloating that Hwaran would awaken as a true Yaksha. As he was reveling in his triumph, a voice cut him off. I don't think that'll do. Startled, the uncle turned around. Korin Loke appeared with great swagger alongside his crew, carrying a spear on his shoulder, and smirked. If everything goes according to plan, where's the fun in that? The Chen granddaughter, after hearing Korin's exposé, turned to confront her uncle. Uncle, I heard something unbelievable from him. You must explain. The girl pointed directly at the magic circle, accusing, is this ritual meant to destroy Ran? Why use 4 fiends' items instead of 4 symbols? The Moonlight Castle tragedy was by your order, wasn't it? The uncle glared contemptuously at his nephews and niece. You fools. You couldn't even complete a simple order. It seems your uselessness ends here. He raised his fan, and crimson dark energy erupted. But don't worry, he activated the bloodline art skill, and a massive wave of blood surged towards Korin and his allies, making the Chen twins turn pale. The uncle laughed maniacally, declaring, in 10 minutes, every living creature within this magic circle will melt and merge. I will use you all to forge the Yaksha Transcendence Elixir. Korin smirked, recalling the golden bat Alvan, a rank 2 monster that, after sacrificing its life, had wiped out a group of first-rank knights. He thought to himself, if a special-grade monster like Hwaran were to transcend, she would truly be unstoppable. Korin thrust his spear into the ground, and crimson energy erupted from the earth. Remember this, Korin smirked, taunting Hwaran's uncle. The corrupt rot in the defense industry isn't something you can win against. The ground beneath the uncle's feet suddenly glowed brightly with red runes, making him panic. What in the world is this? The uncle's wave of blood completely vanished, and he screamed in horror. My bloodline art is gone? Korin continued his monologue, exposing his opponent's entire plan. Guess who stole the goods that old Dune Kang smuggled through the church? He revealed that he was the one who introduced them to an alternative supply, and also the one who provided those items. Korin looked up, smirking domineeringly, claiming to be the one who carved runes onto all those items. That was all me, you bastard. Hwaran's uncle was enraged, yelling, what good is that now, when Marie has already destroyed them all? Hwaran's transcendence will never happen. He roared furiously. No, it's not over yet. Then he swung his fan forcefully, and crimson dark energy erupted. A clang rang out, and the magical chains on the uncle shattered, surprising even him. The seal on Ran, Korin calmly narrated. He abandoned the transcendence and used all his remaining power to break the seal. Hwaran's uncle gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. As long as I kill all of you, the ritual can be redone any time. He roared an order to Huaran, who was standing on a stone pedestal. Kill them all. Huaran, with blazing red eyes, shot forth like a crimson lightning bolt, her entire body erupting with dark energy. The younger Chen brother became furious seeing Huaran being controlled, asserting that the uncle was behind the Moonlight Castle tragedy. The elder Chen sister held her brother back, advising him to calm down since his leg was broken and his sword was lost. He couldn't do anything, and should trust Korin's group. Korin glanced and signaled Doron. Both were ready for a real battle. Doron silently nodded, completely trusting Korin's plan. Korin shouted loudly, ordering Orisha to retreat, declaring he would buy time for her to prepare to unleash her domain slash. A terrifying explosion occurred immediately after, heralding the full-scale counterattack. Orisha froze, mouth agape and speechless at the sight before her. Unbelievable. Korin stomped the ground and charged forward like an arrow. He activated his aura core to its maximum, his entire body erupting in a pillar of blazing golden energy, ready for a fight to the death. Orisha broke out in a cold sweat, telling herself that if she faced Korin in this state, she wouldn't last 30 seconds, and wondered if any human could stop him. Korin and Huaran collided head-on, creating a terrifying energy explosion. But for the heavenly Yaksha Huaran, Korin's full-power attack was like a relaxing sauna. Korin gritted his teeth, frustrated that his attack was completely useless. Damn it. After just 1 minute and 20 seconds of combat, even though Korin and Doran had attacked with all their might, the monster before them remained completely unharmed. Huaran, who was likened to a natural disaster, raised her hand and gathered a sphere of deadly energy. She unleashed the demonic aura Poison Claw skill, a counterattack carrying a surge of crimson demonic energy. Korin swung his spear to block the attack, but Huaran's power was too overwhelming, forcing him to brace himself to resist. Orisha screamed in panic when she saw Korin in danger. Korin! Korin froze for a moment, surprised by an unpredictable movement. Wham! Huaran delivered a lightning-fast kick straight at Korin, making him stumble. Korin was sent flying like a ball, realizing the situation was completely disadvantageous. Damn it, this isn't good. An explosion of blood and energy erupted from Korin's position, showing how powerful the kick was. Korin gasped for breath, admitting that everything about Huaran, from her strength and aura to her physique, was on a completely different level, and trying to keep up with her was destroying his body from within. Seeing Huaran hovering in the air, gathering a sphere of destructive energy, Korin cursed as he realized he was completely exhausted, with no ability to recover. Korin desperately watched the final attack, knowing that if he took this skill, he would evaporate from the world without a trace. Orisha, her hair turning blazing red under the pressure, pushed herself to her limit, determined not to give up. Domain slash. Orisha unleashed her ultimate technique, a blazing blue slash that tore through space, shooting straight towards Huaran. Orisha's blade flashed, making the enemy exclaim in surprise. You! Doran Worski froze, staring at Orisha, who was covered in blood and panting. Orisha, I understand the plan, but I thought you were surely going to die. The burden of moving within the domain was crushing Orisha's body, even more painful than directly taking a blow from Huaran. Huaran didn't bother to dodge, directly facing Orisha and Doran, who were charging towards her. Without a word, Huaran gathered a blazing crimson demonic aura sphere, preparing to blow them all away. Orisha gritted her teeth, pouring all her remaining strength into her sword to confront the destructive attack. Doran also yelled a curse when he saw the reckless girl. Damn it, you idiot. Boom. 2 energy currents collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that ravaged the ground. Amidst the epicenter, Huaran remained calm, the mark on her forehead flashing, proving a completely different level of power. As the dust and smoke cleared, only Orisha's small figure remained, kneeling amidst the desolate battlefield. A hand rested on Orisha's shoulder, Korin muttering affectionately, Sigh, you fool. Korin supported the weakening Orisha, grumbling, You should worry about yourself. Why push yourself so hard? Orisha weakly chuckled. Hey, my body just moved on its own. Korin pulled out a glowing red elixir, commanding curtly, Open your mouth. Korin poured the elixir directly into Orisha's mouth, thinking to himself that if she wasn't treated immediately, she would be crippled or die from blood loss. Seeing Orisha was stable, Korin finally breathed a sigh of relief, sweat pouring down. I really thought I was a goner. Korin recalled his initial plan. He was supposed to wait until Marie Dunaref destroyed all the ritual items, creating a fleeting opening. He had calculated this plan long ago, but 2 variables ruined everything. First was Huaran, whose seal was broken, unleashing unimaginable power. Korin bitterly admitted that the second variable had shattered his plan. Orisha was severely injured saving him, and now she was completely incapacitated, unable to fight anymore. He exhaled sharply, utterly exhausted, wondering if he could hold out until the contingency plan was activated, then mumbled an apology. Looking at the barely breathing Orisha, he knew he couldn't blame her, for she had disrupted the plan to save his life. He recalled Hwaran's destructive energy orb, admitting that if he had taken that hit, even 10 lives wouldn't have been enough, and recovery would have been useless. Shaking off his thoughts, he scooped Orisha up and thanked her for saving his life. With a whoosh, he landed in a safer area amidst the ruins. Orisha weakly inquired, but Korin bluntly admitted, "No, I'm not fine at all." He explained that after 2 consecutive battles with Jinhyuk and Hwaran, his aura core was completely depleted, leaving his body hollow. Korin looked at Sabancia Duke's glowing red aura core within him, hesitating to use it because its power was too immense, and his body might not be able to withstand it. Orisha called his name, then whispered about the immediate threat. Hwaran's silhouette appeared amidst the sandstorm, and Orisha pointed out a terrifying truth. "That girl," Orisha continued. "She hasn't even used her right hand this entire time. I think she's hiding something." Korin gritted his teeth, bitterly realizing the immense power gap between them. He recalled the image of a small Ran receiving a wooden tag from his hand, thinking of the burden she still carried. Korin stared at Hwaran, whose face was obscured by a demonic mark, and wondered, "Hwaran, are you still in there?" His only reply was a pair of glowing red eyes, soulless and filled with killing intent. From Hwaran's perspective, Korin's figure emerged, ready for a battle to the death. Korin summoned a brilliant spear of light, the last weapon he could wield. His aura erupted, and he charged forward, roaring. "There's no other choice." In the flashback, little Ran's figure stood amidst a hazy scene. Korin smirked, recalling why he did it. "Huh?" Young Ran asked blankly, her voice trembling. "Why are you giving this to me?" Korin recalled placing a wooden card in front of the girl, stating resolutely, "Hwa needs to decide for herself. She cannot just reap benefits without bearing responsibility." He remembered those who were utterly greedy and didn't want her to become a monster like them. Korin explained to himself that he wanted Hwaran to make her own choices and take responsibility for her decisions. Young Ran's red eyes trembled as she stammered, I. Back in the present, Korin looked directly at the demon before him and growled, "Hwaran, are you still in there?" Korin swung his blazing red spear, declaring that he had memorized Duke Sabanzia's swordsmanship, and now, the hero's demonic energy had been passed on to him. He raised his head, red and black demonic energy erupting around his spear, determined to recreate the legend of Duke Sabancia, the great hero from 800 years ago. Hwaran raised a talisman, her entire body radiating blazing red demonic energy, responding to Korin's challenge. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Korin charged forward, shouting the name of his technique, Demonic Spear, First Form, Dark Arcana. Hwaran was no pushover either. She unleashed a surge of pitch-black demonic energy to counter. 2 destructive streams of energy, one red, one purple, clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. The shockwave from the collision blew everything away, shattering the ground into pieces. The explosion spread, red and purple light engulfing the entire battlefield. This was no longer a mere battle, but a clash of 2 pure sources of power. 2 living legends clashed. The heavenly Yaksha against the legacy of Duke Sabancia. The ground cracked open under the immense pressure from the clash of the 2 monsters. Professor Dun Kang stood afar, his face paling, unable to believe his eyes. "Impossible. How can someone like you contend with the heavenly Yaksha?" The entity within Hwaran roared impatiently, ordering her. "What are you waiting for? Kill it already." Hwaran channeled energy into her fist, a punch radiating 1,000-level aura, ready to crush everything. Korin didn't flinch. He retaliated with his own technique. Dark, profound demonic spear, ferocious serpent, unleashing rampant demonic power. "What I've prepared is also 1,000-level aura." Korin unleashed a blazing red energy surge to confront it directly. 2 monster-level power sources clashed, tearing the battlefield apart. Korin had calculated that merely balancing their power would allow him to hold on. But the price was extremely steep. Korin's body was shattering by the second from borrowing Duke Sabancia's power. The excruciating pain tearing through his body pushed Korin back, his tendons and bones on the verge of snapping, unable to hold on to his spear. Despite his shattering body, Korin's blazing red eyes still burned with an iron will. "But I won't stop. No, I can't stop." Korin realized a bitter truth. That monster Hwaran hadn't even bothered to use her right hand yet. Done with the spear, Korin switched to unarmed combat, channeling the dark profound, 8 extremities fist for an all-out brawl. Bang! Corrin's blazing red fist collided directly with Huaran's deep purple punch, creating a terrifying shockwave. Both plunged into a brutal close-quarters exchange of techniques, neither giving an inch. Corrin found an opening and delivered a precise strike, surprising Huaran for the first time. Betting his life on a single step, Corrin planted his right foot firmly on the ground, as stable as Mount Tai. His left arm was pulled back like a spear, channeling all his strength for the final blow. From afar, Professor Dunkang's jaw dropped, unable to believe the insane sight before his eyes. Corrin unified his consciousness, breath, and muscles, moving in a perfect moment to exploit the soul opening. Gotcha. Corrin's eyes flashed as he seized the golden opportunity. He unleashed his ultimate technique, combining 8 extremities fist with a deeper move, Primordial Chaos Palm. A surge of crimson energy pierced through Huaran's defenses, striking the target perfectly. Corrin Loke collapsed, his body utterly spent after unleashing the final punch, gasping for breath. He coughed up blood, but only one thought remained in his mind. I did it. Corrin had broken through Huaran's absolute defense, an unimaginable feat, but the price was all his strength. He could only stand there, looking at his opponent's heels. He hadn't been able to completely defeat Huaran. The monster still stood tall. Death was breathing down Corrin's neck as Huaran, radiating overwhelming killing intent, slowly advanced. From afar, Professor Dunkang burst into maniacal laughter. Of course. What could a small fry like you possibly do? He roared in triumph. Die, it's all over. Huaran, her eyes blazing, swung her fist enveloped in deep purple demonic energy, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Yet, Corrin's eyes remained unfazed, gleaming with a sharp glint. Suddenly, a blazing red seal appeared on Huaran's forehead, causing her to freeze. The heavenly Yaksha's expression clearly showed confusion, as if something was wrong. She gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend what was happening to her body. Corrin, his face covered in blood, muttered a single word. You. The ground beneath Huaran's feet suddenly shook violently, causing her to cry out in alarm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing golden chains shot up from nowhere like hunting serpents. Huaran was bound tightly, completely helpless and unable to believe her eyes. What is this? Corrin stood upright. Despite his numerous injuries, he wore a smug smile. I did it. He explained. The reason I had to stall until now was to wait for this moment. It turned out that while he was fighting tooth and nail, Marie, Yua Kang, and Jinhyuk had gone to destroy all the formation items. Swish! A sharp stream of purple energy pressed against Yun Kang's neck, silencing him. Professor Josephine appeared from behind, pressing a magic orb against the old man's temple and coldly warning, Stay still. Professor Kang Ryun. Corrin, covered in blood, smirked upon seeing his enemy captured. His game is over. He confidently declared that the game was decided, and now it was time to deal with the remaining boss. Huaran sat slumped on the ground, her entire body bound tightly by iron chains. A red talisman stuck directly onto her face, rendering her completely immobile. Amidst the devastated battlefield, Corrin took steady steps towards Huaran, who had been stripped of her fangs and claws. He exhaled sharply, his gaze complex as he looked at the sealed monster before him. Corrin muttered disdainfully, showing disgust at the hideous talisman stuck on her face. How dare they stick this cursed thing on her? He decisively ripped the talisman from Huaran's face. Corrin knelt down, facing Huaran directly, who was still tightly bound. Huaran's eyes slowly opened, still a little hazy after being suppressed. Seeing her awake, Corrin spoke calmly. Oh, you're awake. Huaran's vision gradually cleared, and the image of a blood-soaked Corrin appeared before her eyes. Huaran stared at Corrin, her eyes filled with confusion, not understanding what was happening. She stammered, her voice weak. You. Why? Corrin reiterated his promise. I already told you. I will help you until you make your own decision. He looked straight into her eyes, his voice firm. Make a decision you'll be proud of, so you won't have any regrets. Corrin's words struck Huaran's mind like lightning, making her bite her lip tightly. Huaran resolved, telling herself she had to repay him, prove she wasn't a monster, and that her fate was determined by her choices, not her origin. She placed her hand on her chest, and a stream of dark energy began to pour out from her body, astonishing her. Dark energy erupted from Huaran's hand, and the piece of jujube wood in her grasp turned to ash in an instant. She was utterly bewildered, wondering what she should do now, wanting to repay Corrin's trust, but feeling that all decisions were meaningless. Corrin smirked, his face still calm despite being covered in blood, making Huaran wonder just how strong this man truly was. He staggered, replying curtly that there were many ways to solve her problem. Huaran quickly supported the exhausted Corrin, thanking him for trusting her. She tormented herself, her voice filled with pain. I am a monster. I have killed people, injured you, and even stolen Rand's body. She desperately asked if there was any path for someone like her to be forgiven. Korin simply listened in silence, his crimson eyes holding no judgment. He tightly grasped her hand, his voice lowered. I'm not sure, but let's find the answer together. Korin's words made Hwarin burst into tears. Scene change. Dyun Kang had been thrown into prison. The old man's plan had been utterly ruined. Professor Josephine and Director Ariu Kassar stood side by side, discussing how to clean up this mess. The incident would be covered up, but Hwarin's existence would now become a target for both those who feared her and those who coveted her power. The plan was finalized. Fabricate a story that Dyun Kang returned, and unfortunately met with an accident, a perfect excuse to silence everyone. Josephine revealed she had spoken with Boromai's chairman, sarcastically remarking that he was too kind and easily manipulated. She stated firmly, "We are in a position where we cannot blindly trust anyone." Nevertheless, Josephine turned to praise Korin. "But excellent work, Korin Loke." Korin, bare-chested and bandaged, sat in the recovery room, replying humbly, "I only did what needed to be done." Josephine adjusted her glasses, saying that one day they would be able to trust each other, and told him to take care of his health. She turned and walked away, leaving a cryptic remark before leaving the room. The festival isn't over yet. Professor Josephine had just left when a hand blocked the hospital room door. The door swung open, and a blue-haired girl rushed in and hugged Korin, who was covered in bandages, shouting joyfully, "Korin, you're awake!" The girl anxiously asked about him, discovering his fingernails were all gone, and began to nag him for always risking his life and ending up in the hospital. Korin could only respond with a bewildered "ah" at his friend's overwhelming concern. Her eyes welling up with tears, the girl snapped petulantly, "I'm crying to make you feel guilty." Korin explained that he wasn't alone, recalling the scene of Marie, Yua, Kang, and Jin Hyuk sweeping through and destroying the ritual items. Korin's crimson eyes gleamed with calculation. He admitted that thanks to them, he was able to make it in time and survive. The blue-haired girl hesitantly asked why Korin was defending them, but he merely replied that they weren't bad people, just pushed to their limits. He explained that Jin Hyuk wanted revenge for his family, and Yua wanted to save her cousin. Both had valid reasons to act. Korin asserted that the true villain was Dyun Kang, the old man who had exploited their desperation, and they couldn't direct their anger at the wrong people. The blue-haired girl marveled at how mature Korin was for his age, but he played a trick, grinning slyly. "Call me Big Brother." The girl shyly said that she only wished he wouldn't get hurt anymore, but then realized that was impossible for someone like him. Korin frankly admitted, "I can't deny it. My mission is to save the world. But as a low-level supporting player, of course, this body will have to pay the price." The girl was stunned, feeling that Korin was living in a world beyond her grasp that she couldn't possibly comprehend. Without hesitation, the girl firmly declared, "I will fight alongside you too." She smiled brightly, placed her hand on her chest, and affirmed firmly, "I will always be by your side, no matter who the enemy is." Korin smiled with relief, thinking to himself how precious and valuable those words were. He looked towards the future, where formidable enemies like the Demon King and Sihu Park awaited, wondering how to fight them with his current strength. The answer appeared simple and clear. Together. Korin and the blue-haired girl clasped hands tightly, a silent promise. Korin announced he would register as a guardian soon, because the Harvest Festival and holidays were approaching, and if he didn't do it now, everyone would be on vacation. Korin finalized the deal with Marie regarding the Guardians team. "Yes, you're the captain, and I'm the vice-captain." Marie's golden eyes flashed, and she growled Korin's name as a warning. The room door opened, and a nurse pushed in Arisha, who was bandaged like a mummy. Korin immediately quipped, "Hello, Arisha. You look like an Egyptian mummy." Korin secretly admitted that Arisha had risked her life like that for him, recalling her fiercely fighting to protect him. He bowed his head and sincerely offered an apology. Then Korin looked up with a radiant smile, adding, "And, thank you." Arisha was stunned, her face flushed red, and she awkwardly accepted his thanks. Arisha's condition was quite bad. Although her bones were intact thanks to potent medicine, she still needed at least 2 weeks of rest, definitely missing the final festival bonfire. Arisha pouted about not being able to go out, and Korin comforted her that there was still the winter ball, but she insisted they were worlds apart. Korin mused, realizing that although he had experienced many things in his previous life, for Arisha, this was her first time. Korin enthusiastically declared he would buy Arisha a Jeskier designer dress for the ball, causing Marie beside him to immediately emanate a dark aura. Arisha snapped about Korin showing off his wealth, while Marie's killing intent had reached its peak, and she growled, Korin. Could it be? Arisha curiously asked about the other team members, and Korin grinned widely, pointing behind her. Korin introduced the first member, Lenya Claire, a beautiful girl specializing in intelligence. Next were the werewolf siblings, Ren and Ron. Korin, while taking notes, said he wanted to recruit Yahello, the druid girl he was quite close to. Arisha was startled when she heard Korin assert that he was so close to the druid girl that they could eat and joke together. Korin continued to add Hwaran's name to the list, asserting that she would definitely join. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up, sensing something was wrong. Mariette? Marie, or Mariette. Her face darkened, sweat pouring down. Her blazing red eyes stared at Korin as if she wanted to devour him alive. Marie, with crimson eyes and thick killing intent emanating from her, growled, "Do you want me to go berserk?" Korin and Arisha froze in place, drenched in sweat, before the vampire's wrath. In her inner world, Hwaran sank into dark memories of being abandoned by the entire world. Everyone was afraid, blaming and condemning her, screaming that she was a monster who should never have been born. She tormented herself, thinking that Korin's injury this time was also her fault, and she had almost caused another massacre. But Korin's image resurfaced, reminding her of his promise. "I told you, I'll help you until you can decide for yourself." Power was the only thing Hwa, the inner entity, had to justify her existence, so she wouldn't allow herself to be weak or rely on anyone. Yet, Korin's offer of "I will help you" kept echoing in her mind. He had told her to make a decision she would be proud of, a decision without regret. Having been suppressed for too long, Hwaran broke down, crying out in helplessness. So what am I supposed to do now? His warmth and concern were like a sharp knife piercing her already hardened heart. Sitting alone on the bed, she whispered in pain, "I hate you, Korin Loke. You hurt me too much." She was still lost in thought. But then, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Korin, who had changed and looked much better, rested his chin on his hand and asked, "You're feeling better? Aren't you? Worried about me?" Hwaran coldly denied. No. He turned away, urging her to hurry up. Suddenly, Korin turned back and asked directly, "Ran, is there a way for you to return to normal?" His eyes shone with determination. He was clearly not joking. He extended his hand, a gesture full of trust, thinking to himself that she was actually very kind-hearted. Startled, Hwaran grabbed his hand, her face flushed red as she changed the subject. "Wait, fish. I want to eat fish." Korin looked directly at Hwaran, thinking to himself, "That's right, she's definitely scared." He held her hand, reassuring her confidently, "It's all right. When this is over, I'll buy you fish." Hwaran leaped onto a bush, taking a defensive stance. Korin held his spear, declaring, "I'm starting now." Korin took a stance to throw his spear, making Hwaran gulp audibly. The weapon was introduced, the Death Orb, an item capable of separating soul and body, bypassing all defensive stats. Korin explained that this item originally belonged to the Grim Reaper. For a regular user, its accuracy was almost zero, making it useless. But for someone who cannot sense souls like Korin, the accuracy rate would be whoosh! The spear completely missed, plunging straight into the ground. The hit rate was a perfect 0. Hwaran froze in place, and Korin calmly declared, "Watch closely, I'm going to use some magic." He pulled out a flawed magic stone used in festivals, an item that looked cheap. Korin recalled the deceptive trick of some festival games. The less accurate the magic stone, the wider its dispersion range, making players automatically lose. The mechanism of this system was a maximum dispersion range of 100 meters, when the accuracy was at its lowest level of 1. Korin smirked. So what happens when someone with 0 accuracy like me uses it? The answer is an explosive jackpot. The energy from the magic stone was amplified to its limit, exploding into a colossal purple light that enveloped Hwaran. Hwaran was bound tightly by magical chains, and Korin explained that this attack was registered by the system as belonging to the stone, not him. Overwhelmed by the pure energy, Hwaran fainted and collapsed. Korin rushed forward like the wind, gently catching her in his arms. He looked at the girl in his arms, asking, "Hwaran, I've transferred some mana. How do you feel? Are you awake yet?" In her inner world, a gentle brown-haired girl softly uttered a faint HM as if she had just woken up from a long sleep. Blazing red eyes opened, but the one facing Korin was now a completely different white-haired entity. She looked at him and offered a serene greeting. "Hello." Hwaran's original soul, Ran, looked at Korin with sparkling eyes and sweetly called out, "Appa." Korin froze, his mind unable to process the shock of this form of address. He grumbled in his head, bitterly recalling the damned Appa refrain he was always called sarcastically. A flood of painful memories rushed back. Marie teasing, Appa? Were the same age, while little Anna flat out called him, Thank you, Sir Knight. Corin's eyes welled up, his inner self screaming, Success! I've finally escaped being called Uncle Ran. Your first impression is the best. The white-haired girl, Hua, casually remarked. You seem quite pleased. Corin replied, It's because I'm often called old. Hua concluded, That's right. You always wanted Hua to call you Appa. Corin paused, his sharp eyes realizing a chilling truth. So, the girl witnessed everything. It turned out that for 3 years, while Hua occupied this body, Ran had been trapped inside, observing everything as an unwilling spectator. Corin asked Ran, who had just regained her body. You lost your body for 3 years. Don't you resent that girl? Ran didn't bother to answer. She excitedly ran around. Ah, look! I'm running. For the first time since I got sick, I can walk and run. Corin watched, reminding her. Hey. You're not used to the body yet. Don't overexert yourself. Ran explained that she was using the energy Hua had accumulated. Ran began to recount, her voice calm. At first I resented her. I screamed, demanding she return my body. But my voice never reached her ears, Ran continued, her footsteps splashing in a puddle. Hua only talked to herself. But I knew, Ran said, that talking to herself wasn't her ignoring me, but her way of confronting her own guilt. Ran paused, her gaze firm. I know how difficult it was to overcome that fear and anxiety. After all, we shared the same body. She looked at her reflection in the water. Therefore, I no longer resent her. Because Hua was brave and chose to return this body to me. Corin smirked, secretly admiring the girl's maturity. That's acceptance and forgiveness. Truly mature. Ran puffed out her chest proudly. Right? My time stopped at age 14. But Hua is only 3 years old. I finally have the little sister I always wanted. Corin nodded. Yes, that's true. Now they're like sisters sharing one body. Then he asked, But you know, Ran turned back, her eyes full of trust. If I'm in danger again, will you save me like last time, Corin Appa? Corin replied concisely, without a second's hesitation. Just say the word. Anytime. Ran blushed, secretly thinking Corin's answer was incredibly cool. While Corin was still bewildered, Ran casually dropped a line. I like sushi too. The girl explained that she and Hua had the same taste in everything. From food and music to books. Even men, Ran whispered, leaning close to Corin's face, making him freeze completely. Ran started a very aggressive proposition, grabbing Corin's shirt. If you become my husband, you'll essentially have 2 legal wives. She attacked relentlessly, pressing her face close to Corin's and demanding an immediate answer. Corin's face turned beet red, sweat pouring down, stammering incoherently. He quickly pushed Ran away, yelling not to joke like that, but she casually replied, I'm not joking. Back home, people my age are already settled. Corin tried to change the subject, asking if Hua had given her opinion yet, but Ran just smiled meaningfully. Suddenly, Ran hugged the unprepared Corin tightly, happily thanking him. Thank you, Appa. Corin suffered a severe culture shock, his mind unable to process being hugged so stiffly. Suddenly, the girl's eyes sharpened, glowing crimson. Hua was online. Hua, now in control, growled at the startled Corin. Don't misunderstand. That girl is talking nonsense. Corin realized these 2 souls could switch places as easily as pie. While Hua muttered, scolding Ran to herself. Hua turned and walked away, ordering Corin, be quiet and don't misunderstand, making him wonder if she was talking to him or Ran. Seeing Corin didn't follow, Hua turned back to ask, then invited him to dinner at 7 at their usual spot. Corin smiled, realizing this was Hua's very childish way of apologizing. She truly was a kid. But then he recalled the buy one, get 2 proposition and wondered, is she really a child? Scene change. A member of a mysterious cult lay flattened on the ground, bitter that despite spending a fortune, the assassination plan for the Protestant princess still failed. He lay amidst a pile of broken weapons, muttering about the complete failure and wondering, who the hell is that guy? How did he know all our plans? The defeated assassin bitterly complained. I followed orders, gathered 100 suicide attackers, led them through this century-old tunnel, all just to lure Huaran into a trap. He gnashed his teeth as he watched Corin standing in the middle of the battlefield. But that bastard ruined everything. The leader of the assassins pointed directly at Corin, yelling, You! What kind of backing do you have to dare do this? Do you think you can cause all this trouble and still live? Corin didn't bother to say much. With a flick of his finger, an invisible air bullet flew straight into the leader's mouth. With a whoosh, The leader flew straight into the pile of scattered subordinates, falling silent. Josephine watched, coldly remarking, "I could have handled him myself." Corin slung his staff over his shoulder, smirking, "It's fine, consider it me testing a new move." Corin turned away, giving a professional order. "We'll apprehend them. Remember to remove the suicide poison capsule from their right molars first." Josephine silently observed, her mind filled with questions. How did he know about the secret infiltration route the cult established 100 years ago? And why did he tell me to keep an eye on the cult from the start? She let out a breath, temporarily setting aside her doubts. At least for now, he was still an ally. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion under the morning sun. Huaran was lying in bed. Her living undead body functioned slower than a normal person's, making her extremely lazy. Yuhua, her older sister, appeared and called out loudly, "Wake up, Hua, it's morning." Huaran groggily opened her eyes, grumbling, "Be quiet." Yuhua then chided affectionately, "Good heavens, how dare you speak to your older sister like that? Get up and eat." Huaran absently sat up, but then her eyes froze as she noticed something unusual. At the far end of the room, Corin was sound asleep on a long sofa. Huaran was fully awake, her eyes wide with surprise. "Huh? Corin Appa? Why is he sleeping here?" Yuhua excitedly suggested, "How about we wake him up?" But Huaran coldly replied, "Why should I do that?" Rand's spirit appeared, starting to tease. "You like Corin Appa too, don't you, Hua?" Hua pinched Corin's cheek while muttering, "I don't know. He always does things I don't ask for, always trying. I don't understand him." Rand continued to press. "So, do you hate him?" Hua paused, then mumbled in reply, "No." Rand then smiled meaningfully. "Then you like him, don't you?" Cornered, Huaran fell silent for a moment, her face darkening. "I hate him," Huaran said, shaking Corin's unconscious body vigorously, a classic tsundere self-contradiction. Marie suddenly appeared, smiling brightly. "Oh, you're up early today." Huaran grumbled, "It's just too noisy." Marie summoned her colossal familiar, Dogu, ordering it to carry Corin to bed, declaring that Huaran couldn't lose sleep over a man. As Marie and Diokgu prepared to leave, Huaran unexpectedly spoke up, "Leave him on the sofa." Marie turned back, unable to understand why Huaran was being so cold. Huaran uncomfortably explained that there were no blankets here, and Corin would freeze to death lying there. Clearly worried, but still putting up a tough front, Marie nonchalantly announced that she had already steamed potatoes in the kitchen. "I'll eat with my Corin," Marie declared firmly, asserting undeniable ownership. "So you can eat it all yourself." Marie turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Huaran huddled in a corner, visibly irritated. Huaran's crimson eyes glinted with sparks, and she muttered unhappily, "Us?" The scene shifted to the classroom. The festival was over, but the grind for knowledge continued, though Corin found these lectures boring as he had memorized them from his previous life. Instead of listening to the lecture, Corin opened his status window and checked his gains. Aura and mana had skyrocketed, along with 2 brand new skills, 3 cores, and demonic energy release. He calculated that his current stats had officially surpassed Orisha's starting stats in the old timeline. Corin analyzed his overpowered buffs. While other minor knights only had their first core, he already possessed 3 cores thanks to the Mandrake and the demonic power from Sabanzia Duke. He also remembered that Orisha had just acquired her core during this period. Thanks to her monster grinding session in the domain, Orisha had also leveled up half a year faster than expected, a result that pleased Corin. With 8,130 aura points, Corin could instantly unleash 1,600 points of power, a figure enough to blow everything away. But the problem was, he hadn't gotten used to it yet. He began to daydream about using this power to slay dragons, cleaving the sky in half as Sabanzia Duke had done, but just thinking about it gave him a headache. While lost in thought, the professor's voice rang out, demanding to check notes. But Corin simply closed his eyes, not caring at all. Professor Lurara suddenly demanded to check notes, startling the entire sleepy class. Corin immediately recognized the professor's friendly smile, knowing trouble was brewing because everyone had been dozing off, and the punishment was to clean the alchemy lab, which was as filthy as a dump. The other students grimaced, silently lamenting as their plans to party at the festival were ruined. Corin panicked, intending to scribble some random words into his notebook to get by. Suddenly, another hand gently rested on his. He looked up, not understanding what the hell was going on. Huaran, in her nun's attire, was staring at him, then casually said, "Oh, my hand slipped." She feigned embarrassment as she withdrew her hand. But immediately, Huaran grabbed Corin's hand again, holding it tightly so he couldn't escape. Corin's face flushed, and he stammered her name. "Ran?" Huaran smiled in confirmation. her hand still not letting go. "Do you want to see mine?" she whispered, then provocatively called him Appa. Corin, startled, asked if she was talking about her notes, and Huaran playfully told him to just turn to the next page. She invited Corin to lunch, and he immediately agreed, declaring that Appa would treat her to a proper meal. The surrounding students glared at them with dagger eyes. Since when was that bastard close to Huaran? A jealous student muttered, cursing Corin as a cunning scoundrel. Corin asked about Hua's condition, and Ran nonchalantly replied that Hua was sleeping, so she came out to play. As they left, Corin directly asked if she had met Jin Hyuk and Student Council President Yu Kang yet. Ran confirmed, stating that those two bore significant responsibility in this matter, and also revealed that Uncle Dyun Kang was about to be secretly executed by the royal family. Ran explained the situation. "Uncle is gone. Now Yua is the new head of the Kang family. Both Jin Hyuk and Yua have suffered because of me." Corin asked again, dumbfounded, and Ran confirmed that Yua now controlled everything, from household chores to important marriage matters. Ran pressed close to Corin, brazenly propositioning him. "I've already asked for permission. What do we do now, darling husband?" Corin broke into a cold sweat, silently screaming, "Hua, when will you wake up? This Appa can't handle this brat. Ran anymore." The scene shifted. Marie was interrogating someone with an extremely tense expression, demanding that they recount everything from beginning to end, without missing a single detail. It turned out she was venting her anger on the soup pot, while her familiar Dioku barked loudly as if cursing someone out. Marie muttered to herself, her face flushed with fury. "Of course Corin and I aren't dating yet, but still. In her mind, a scene appeared of her nestled comfortably in Corin's lap, an action that, though seemingly for food, held special significance. Another image was even bolder, as she leaned close to Corin's neck, proving their relationship was far from simple. Returning to Ran, she delivered the finishing blow. "If you become my husband, you'll essentially have two wives legally." Dioku, the muscular monster, translated his barks into, "Appa, husband, two wives," then thoughtfully called out Appa. Marie boiled with rage, clenched her fists, her red eyes burning with jealousy. "This cannot happen. I need to use special measures." She began to plan. Should she go farm potatoes and diamonds to become super rich, or go big, attacking more boldly? Finally, Marie radiated fierce resolve in front of Deogu, clearly having chosen her path. She hesitantly asked her massive familiar, "Dioku, do you know what it's like to like a boy?" A spark of wisdom gleamed in Dioku's eyes, and he replied with a concise, meaningful bark, "Bones." In the dining hall, Corin sat opposite Marie, wondering about the gift she had gone to such lengths to prepare for him. A bowl of crimson soup was placed on the table, and a notification appeared. Mariette's special beef blood soup. Corin's eyes shone like headlights, and he cried out in delight, "I love beef blood soup. How did you know?" Marie breathed a sigh of relief as Corin slurped it down, praising the congealed blood pieces profusely, and she shyly asked, "So, how does it taste?" Corin was enjoying his soup when the system panel popped up with shocking news. Having just consumed a special blood spirit pill, he learned the super strength skill, and his strength stat soared by 30 points. He froze, sweat pouring down as he recognized the name Mariette, and began to piece everything together. Corin stammered a question to Marie, suspecting that the ingredient for this blood dish was not ordinary pig or cow blood. Realizing he had just received a powerful buff, he rushed to embrace Marie and shouted, "Mariette, I love you," making her blush furiously. The scene shifts. Huaran was confiding in Josephine in the library, starting the conversation with, "This is about my friend." Josephine looked skeptical, as Huaran recounted that her friend's heart would pound whenever they were with a certain person. Huaran continued to describe her friend's feelings. When hugged, their heart would race wildly, feeling soft as if on clouds, but sometimes like being submerged in a swamp. Josephine covered her mouth, chuckling softly, realizing this special demi-human girl was also experiencing her first love. She deduced and concluded immediately, accompanied by an image of Corin assisting Huaran. That person must be Corin Loke. Josephine judged Corin to be a born playboy, a notorious swindler to the extent that even second-year students had to file complaints. She asserted that a novice like Huaran facing an experienced man like Corin was like playing a game on hard mode. Huaran bowed her head in admission, asking if there were other girls around him. Josephine began to lecture, advising Huaran that opportunities don't come often, and a man with many admirers would not actively approach anyone first. She spoke of an ancient romance novel, considered a textbook on love for girls of that era. The first piece of advice given, Actions must be bold, passionate, and decisive. Otherwise, don't expect to find love. The second, and fatal, piece of advice was emphasized by Josephine with sharp eyes. You must eliminate anyone who stands in your way. Hwaran and Ran, two personalities inexperienced in love, decided to follow the advice from the cheesy novel of a 117-year-old unmarried witch. Hwaran stood up, her entire body radiating purple demonic energy, asserting, "Then I'll go inside." Josephine bid her farewell with wishes for success, and Hwaran also replied with full determination. Suddenly, Hwaran froze, her crimson eyes flashing with vigilance as she sensed Deoku's lurking presence nearby. Inside a luxurious room, the shadows of Korin Loke and an unfamiliar girl were cast upon the window frame. Korin's eyes widened in shock, severely shocked as he was suddenly overwhelmed by an unexpected force. A strange, silver-haired girl suddenly appeared, pinning Korin against the chair with a cold expression. Her hand held Korin tightly, giving him no chance to resist. The girl panted excitedly, baring her sharp fangs. Without warning, she leaned down, aiming directly for Korin's neck. Crunch! A decisive bite sank deep into his flesh. Korin could only let out a groan, while the silver-haired girl enjoyed her meal. From the hallway, Hwaran stood frozen, the entire scandalous scene hitting her full on. Hwaran's inner self screamed. She had thought Korin promised to search for something with her and stay by her side. But Hwaran knew well, this troublesome guy was not only kind to her. His kindness also extended to that little vampire girl. Knowing this, her heart still ached. The image of Korin being held tightly by the silver-haired girl, biting deep into his neck, continued to torment Hwaran's mind. Each drop of Korin's sweat trickled down as his blood was drained. The scene couldn't have been more provocative. Hwaran's eyes blazed with a deadly gaze, her jealousy officially erupting. The silver-haired girl licked her lips with satisfaction after biting Korin. Her crimson eyes stared intently at Korin, a gaze of absolute possession. Hwaran gritted her teeth. This relationship had clearly gone far beyond the usual senior-junior dynamic. Just then, a blue spirit hand gently placed itself on Hwaran's shoulder from within her consciousness. The Ran personality emerged, her voice ringing out with determination. "Hwa, leave it to me from now on." Ran, in Hwaran's body, her sharp eyes declared, "I will clean up anyone who stands in the way." Arisha was deliciously enjoying a chocolate mousse, her mouth covered in chocolate. The group gathered around the dessert table. Arisha praised the mousse enthusiastically while Korin casually asked, "Don't they have this in the East?" Arisha grinned, innocently recounting that her hometown was a remote, desolate place with no bakeries, so she always had to bake herself. Korin smirked inwardly, thinking that the Eastern region had nothing to do with the main storyline, so he didn't care. He only intended to relieve stress alone. Who knew that the whole group, from Arisha, Yager to Lark, Marie, and Hwaran, would follow him. Marie hesitantly called Korin's name, making him turn back with a bewildered expression. The battle began. Hwaran and Marie simultaneously offered Korin cakes, one a crepe, the other a strawberry cake. Korin turned to ask Marie something, making her blush in embarrassment, stammering, "It's nothing." Hwaran immediately seized the opportunity, turning to taunt Marie. "Hey, can I have a piece of that strawberry cake?" leaving the Dunaref young lady stunned. Marie broke out in a cold sweat but still tried to remain calm, reluctantly agreeing. Hwaran turned to Korin, pouting playfully, pointing at the plate of cake. "Appa, I can't reach it. Can you get it for me?" Marie gritted her teeth, enduring it, watching Korin reach for the strawberry cake she was holding. Hwaran opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. Korin merely sighed, treating her like a child. Splat! Korin directly smashed the entire piece of cake into Hwaran's face, leaving her dumbfounded in astonishment. Marie grinned with delight openly, while Hwaran, her face covered in cream, still tried to act calm. "Yes, it's very delicious, you know." Korin broke into a cold sweat, completely unable to comprehend the terrifying atmosphere engulfing the dining table. Hwaran wiped her face, continuing her attack. "Oh, I heard Mariette has a potato farm, right? So, do you have potato cakes?" Marie's face darkened, killing intent radiating as she had to explain about baked potato cakes. Yager turned pale with fear, trying to signal Korin with his eyes. "Buddy, what's with this atmosphere? Did you cause trouble again, didn't you?" Korin broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in his head in response to Yager, "I don't know either. It's damn terrifying, my friend." Sensing the aura of death, Yager, Cranel, and Lork all stood up simultaneously, finding an excuse to slip away to the restroom, leaving Arisha bewildered. On their way, Lork and Yager whispered, one of them scoffing, "Are those two arguing?" The other retorted, "In my eyes, you're the most despicable one, you old fox." Back at the dining table, Huaran and Marie continued their war of words, laughing and chatting cheerfully, yet radiating an overwhelming killing intent that made Arisha, sitting between them, turn pale with fear. Marie made the first move, declaring with her arms crossed, "Humph. Either way, Corin will come to the south with me this winter. I have a few hot spring-ins for him to relax in." Huaran immediately countered, "Oh really? I'll invite Corin to the chapel. Being blessed by the saintess herself is much better than some damp hot spring." Arisha, the only one left, stammered, asking Huaran when she saw her eyes swirling, "Haven't you heard any news?" In the restroom, Corin casually declared to his two friends, "Corin will come to my place," utterly shocking Jaeger and Lork, who cried out, "What?" Corin merely turned away indifferently, not bothering to explain, his mind having already moved on to a completely different plan. A few days prior, Yahello Valorn had sought out Corin, reporting that a spirit from the distant eastern forest had arrived. She explained that druids were beloved by spirits, but for a spirit to travel such a long distance was extremely rare. Yahello confirmed what Corin was thinking. Indeed, it has been found in the domain of the druids Uskias and Findias. Findias, the land that concealed one of the four great secret treasures, Klausolas, and Uskias was the druid guarding that land. Corin recalled that in the game, the four great secret treasures were merely unobtainable story items, and according to the original scenario, all of them fell into the hands of the demon king Tathas Balthazar. He also vividly remembered the scene of the previous protagonist, Sihu Park, helplessly watching the death screen appear after failing to clear the final boss. Corin determined a new strategy. Getting stronger is mandatory, but it would be even better if I could weaken the enemies by stealing one of the four secret treasures before they can act. And now, thanks to the reward from defeating Firmak Damon, he held in his hands a map pointing to the sun of Findias. All information was directly transferred into Corin's brain. The only time to seize Klausolas was when the sun was weakest, during a solar eclipse. Yahello confirmed the location of Findias and Uskias was deep in the eastern part of the kingdom, even beyond the Beast King's territory, and Corin knew the exact time of the solar eclipse. February 8th next year, during spring break. Corin smiled confidently, clenching his fist. "Good. Everything is according to plan. I will find Findias during this break and seize Klausolas first." Corin smirked confidently, declaring that he would shatter the plans of Balthazar and his cronies. Marie questioned who Corin intended to go with. He broke out in a cold sweat, explaining that because he was unsure of Duke Sabansia's true strength, he wanted to enlist the help of the Eastern swordsman. No sooner had he finished speaking than Marie suddenly appeared, her blazing red eyes filled with killing intent, startling Corin when she asked why he was staring at her like that. Cornered, Corin could only stammer, "What?" When Marie asked if he intended to leave right after the spring break's opening ceremony, Marie held out an exquisite silver emblem and told him to take it. He was astonished to realize this was the ducal family's emblem, an immunity token that could be used to receive assistance almost anywhere. Corin hesitantly asked if it was all right to entrust this precious item to an unknown person, but Marie immediately brushed it off. "You are not," she blushed, firmly asserting. "Corin is not an unknown person." Corin explained that he might encounter dangerous enemies and would need her help. Marie immediately agreed profusely, promising to definitely come and assist. Marie lectured him like a mother, from not getting injured to eating potatoes and not following strangers who offer potatoes, leaving Corin speechless. "I'm not a child." As Corin was about to leave, Marie hurriedly grabbed his hand, her voice hesitant. Her face flushed crimson as she mumbled a suggestion. "Before you go, let's do it." Corin smirked, immediately understanding the situation. He casually replied, "Suck as much as you like," not forgetting to tease that she would have to use blood bags for a long time, leaving Marie only able to mumble her thanks. The room door closed, and Marie whispered, "Then, here I go." A day before the trip, Corin collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat and exhausted, mumbling, not understanding why he was so tired just from having his blood sucked, as he had only left Marie's room exactly at midnight. Intending to get some sleep, Corin froze when he discovered Huaran had completely taken over his bed. Huaran, with a sleepy face, casually asked Corin what he was doing there, ignoring his question about how long he had been bathing. She nonchalantly declared, "I'm sleeping here," making Corin gape in protest that she couldn't say something so unreasonable. Corin retorted, "Whatever, we already slept together last time," but Huaran immediately argued that it was unavoidable due to the rain. Corin decided to ignore it, not having the energy to argue with Huaran while tired, telling himself that as long as Professor Josephine didn't find out, it would be fine. "All right, fine. Korin smirked, playing his hand as he began to unbutton his sleep robe, revealing his entire set of firm six-pack abs. Wham! A pillow flew straight into Korin's face at incredible speed. Hwarin blushed and stammered. "Why are you undressing?" Korin nonchalantly replied. "I have a habit of sleeping nude." She angrily threw another pillow. Korin quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Just kidding, I have pajamas," Hwarin snapped back. "Then go somewhere else to change." Korin broke out in a cold sweat, retorting logically, "Why do I have to go? You can just turn your face away, can't you?" Night fell. Hwarin lay on the bed, holding out a pillow for Korin. Korin was already lying next to her, covering his face with a pillow, mumbling for her to just use it because he didn't need it. The two lay on the same bed. Hwarin hugged the pillow and grumbled that it was too hard. Korin told her she didn't need to use it, but she argued back. "I never said I wouldn't use it." Hwarin unexpectedly turned to instruct him. "Don't get hurt when you go to the east," making Korin turn to tease. "Oh, are you worried about me?" She frankly admitted. "When you get hurt, my heart hurts too." A statement that made Korin utterly freeze. Hwarin continued, recalling the scene where Korin had once fought for her in the past. She moved closer, declaring with resolute eyes, "I will protect you, so get injured less." Korin switched to troll mode, nitpicking. "Get injured less? So you still want me to get injured?" Then he forced a laugh to dismiss it. All right, thank you." Hwarin promised to come to the east soon. Her words had fully recharged Korin's spirit. The next day at a cafe, Korin called out to Arisha, who was sitting at the same table. Korin threw a newspaper onto the table with a shocking headline. "Sword Emperor Garen's granddaughter has left the 5th Sword Pavilion. The succession battle is intensifying." This made Arisha choke on her drink. Korin asserted that her attempt to hide her identity was too obvious. Arisha could only hesitantly and weakly deny it before having no choice but to accept the truth. Korin checked their belongings. Arisha confirmed she had prepared enough warm clothes and food, while Yahello confidently declared, "Nature is my protection. There's no need to prepare anything." Korin sighed, shaking his head in exasperation at his two female teammates. "You all are still very green and naive." Korin teased the two girls. "We're flying straight east on a wyvern. Do you two know what that means?" While Arisha and Yahello looked bewildered, Korin's eyes gleamed mischievously as he smirked. "It means you two are about to faceplant." The wyvern suddenly accelerated, flinging Arisha and Yahello backward, both of them screaming desperately amidst the howling wind. Arisha cried out in despair, her face contorted by the wind. "Korin, I can't even open my eyes. Help me." Yahello was no better, gritting her teeth. "Even nature can't protect my entire body. One must rely on oneself." Korin, fully equipped with a jacket and goggles, coldly lectured, "Fools, rookies. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, you need a proper jacket and goggles. Consider this a lesson." The team flew over the coastal region, heading into the eastern Taklakon region, amidst the piteous cries of the two girls. Arisha frantically pointed downwards, trying to shout a warning to Korin, but he calmly feigned deafness. What did you say?" Below, a herd of gigantic, boar-like monsters was madly charging through the forest, creating a veritable earthquake. The monsters were identified as oliphants, colossal war elephants with bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent, trampling everything in their path. Arisha shrieked in alarm as she realized their direction of movement. "There's a town over there. At this rate, the entire village will be wiped out." Korin maintained a cool expression behind his goggles, his tone extremely confident. "We're not in a hurry. There's still plenty of time to save a town." Korin began issuing orders like, "A true commander. Yahello, create routes to block their path. Arisha, you handle the rest, all right?" And both replied in unison. Yahello stomped her foot onto the wyvern's back, and a glowing green magic circle flared beneath her feet. From the ground, gigantic tree roots erupted, tightly wrapping around the legs of the charging oliphants, bringing them to a halt. Without a moment's hesitation, Arisha leaped from the wyvern's back, her sword in hand crackling with azure lightning energy, charging straight down towards the lead beast. Boom! A devastating overhead slash struck directly on the oliphant's head, creating a powerful energy explosion. The monsters were stunned when their attack was blocked, but the lead beast roared and struggled, making Yahello cry out. "The roots won't hold much longer." Korin also jumped to the ground, issuing a decisive command. "Focus on binding the lead beast's legs. Just keep them restrained. And ill." As soon as he finished speaking, Korin charged into the midst of the oliphant herd like a whirlwind, his figure flickering in and out of sight, beginning the slaughter. A fiery sword slash cut horizontally, and the monster's blood splattered everywhere. Korin was surrounded by glowing red energy threads, indicating he was activating some overwhelming skill. Suddenly, an elite cavalry unit, the Monster Hunters of Arden, appeared on the battlefield, making Corrin realize something was amiss. Arisha froze when she heard a familiar voice criticizing her for being as pathetic as ever. Lunia Aden, Arisha's older sister, appeared with an overwhelming aura, mocking her younger sister for being unable to defeat a slow boar, making Arisha tremble as she called out, "Sister." Yahello and Corrin both recognized the newcomer as Lunia Aden, a prominent individual. Lunia coldly lectured Arisha that if she insisted on fighting recklessly, she would only cause more damage, while Arisha could only stammer a weak excuse. Corrin muttered, guessing that Lunia was putting Arisha in her place because of the news in the papers about the family's succession struggle. Arisha unexpectedly shoved something into Corrin's hand, telling him to take it. Corrin also had something thrust upon him, his face clearly showing confusion. Corrin opened his hand and found a honey bomb candy, completely bewildered. Arisha sighed in relief after being intimidated, while Lunia coldly reminded her to be more careful and not to act thoughtlessly. Lunia turned to Corrin, acknowledged his promotion to first rank, and told him to keep up the good work. Corrin thought to himself that his sister was as dry as ever. Then Lunia called his name once more. Lunia took a deep breath, her eyes full of hidden meaning, preparing to say something extremely important. With the most serious expression possible, Lunia looked straight at Corrin and asked, "Will you marry me?" Arisha and Yahello were utterly shocked, screaming in silent shock at the sudden, thunderous marriage proposal. Corrin froze, his brain temporarily ceased functioning, and he could only utter a single word. What? The scene shifts to introduce the powerful Dunarev family in the south, and the contrast with the wild eastern lands, teeming with demonic beasts. The Arden family, guardians of the wildlands, was introduced as the power bearing the heavy responsibility of protecting this region, with numerous soldiers bowing to their returning master. Lunia ordered her subordinates, her face expressionless. "These are my sister's friends, arrange a room for them." Lunia turned to call Arisha to follow, making her younger sister flinch, her face pale. Meanwhile, Corrin was trouncing Yahello in a game of chess, casually checkmating her. Yahello wondered why Corrin's skill was so high, and he merely retorted playfully that it was due to his vast experience, having played for a very long time. Yahello was extremely worried for Arisha, fearing she would be dealt with, but Corrin calmly replied, "It's fine, they're family." Meanwhile, Arisha was imagining being punished by her sister for the messy handling of the Oliphants, sweating profusely. While in the middle of their chess game, a female disciple of the Aden family appeared and called Corrin's name. She announced that Lady Lunia wished to see him privately, making Corrin dumbfounded. Corrin entered the room, saw Lunia already waiting, and she turned and asked, "You're here?" Lunia invited Corrin to sit down, saying there were many things to discuss, making him slightly nervous and wondering if he was about to be punished. Lunia poured a drink, then began the conversation by asking if Corrin was almost 18, the same age as her sister. Then the older sister went straight to the point, asking a shocking question. "Are you married?" Corrin choked on his drink, stammering that he wasn't. Lunia concluded, "If not, are you interested in marrying me?" Corrin was completely stunned, asking if she was joking. Lunia asserted that she wasn't the type to joke, then began to assess Corrin, his martial arts talent, progressive mindset, and a face that suited her taste quite well. Corrin was speechless, never expecting this older sister to also care about appearance, and pressed for the real reason behind this shocking proposal. A strange blue light gleamed in Lunia's eyes, and she replied succinctly, "It's because of you." Lunia began to explain, recalling the scene where Arisha had defeated her in the previous match. Lunia recounted that after her defeat, Grand Sword Master Galland had appeared and appointed Arisha as the 5th master of the Sword Pavilion. Lunia admitted Corrin understood the political motivations when he devised that plan, because Galland's recognition of Arisha had caused her supporting faction to rise. Lunia's position was unstable. Countless swordsmen had expressed interest in a political marriage to solidify her reputation, and she concluded that an arranged marriage was not a bad move. Lunia flatly declared, "I don't like it. My skill level is too high to be treated as mere merchandise in the marriage market. And that's why." Corrin's mind raced, quickly concluding, "So, you want a fake engagement with me?" Lunia took a sip of tea, a powerful smirk gracing her lips. "Precisely," Lunia began to explain, flashing back to Arisha's past. Even as an illegitimate child, she was showered with gifts due to her status as a potential heir. In the flashback, a noblewoman informed Arisha of her father's decision, forcing the girl to accept the position of the 5th master of the Sword Pavilion. Arisha, startled, tried to refuse, her sword slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. She, Sophia, Lunia's mother, coldly declared that her father's word was law, and Orisha had no right to refuse. Lunia explained that it was all due to the will of the former family head, Garand Arden, an old man who looked formidable. Orisha was entrusted with the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity and the family's glory, and also had to personally select her subordinates. Orisha could only silently accept, her hand gripping the sword tightly, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Lunia analyzed that Orisha had been taught to obey since childhood. Even knowing she would never be truly accepted, the girl couldn't resist. Back in the present, Orisha was eavesdropping right outside the door. Orisha muttered to herself, thinking the proposal wasn't bad, then suddenly realized something. Orisha was utterly shocked as her mind processed the information. My sister and Korin? Lunia sealed the deal decisively, telling Korin to cancel all his plans for tomorrow to go on a date. Standing outside the door, Orisha mumbled, recognizing that smirk and cheerful tone. She recalled how Lunia had suddenly proposed. Indeed, only her formidable sister would do such a thing. Orisha smiled, exactly in her sister's style. Orisha finally understood. There's definitely a political motive, but at its core, Lunia genuinely likes Korin. She remembered the fierce battle. It was a swordsman's respect for a warrior, and a yearning to possess her own domain. Orisha smirked, her mind now clear. If she wasn't head over heels for Korin, she would never have proposed. In her memories, Lunia had always been like a mother figure, constantly looking after Orisha. And Korin was also special, the one who helped Orisha's talent blossom, trusted her, and saved her from her own sister's henchmen. Slumping down outside the door, Orisha accepted the truth. They really are a good match, and I cherish both of them. She smiled with relief, fully supporting this arrangement. It's fine if they get married. The scene shifted to another memory space. Snow began to fall gently. A pipe was lit, taking a long drag. Puff. In the past, Lunia, holding out a list, coldly asked her mother, Sophia, "What is this, mother?" Lunia recalled that it was a list full of pampered young masters, sons of influential figures from her mother's faction, nothing more than a political farce. She thought of Korin. Although his face was clearly bewildered at the time, objectively speaking, he was a capable man. But most importantly, what impressed Lunia was the burning desire for power emanating from him. Lunia knew well that the one with the right to choose the next family head was her grandfather, Garand Arden, a monument of power, and she was certain Korin possessed the qualities to reach that domain, enough power to silence anyone who dared to object. Returning to the present, Lunia was pensive, seemingly having made up her mind. She suddenly thought of Orisha's feelings for Korin. How deep are they? Is it just friendship? Or something more? Flicking the ash from her pipe, she extinguished that train of thought. Why should I care about a younger sister's feelings? Lunia's gaze sharpened, full of possessiveness. My little sister belongs to me. I have the right to do this. A warrior never hesitates. Jenny, one of the 5 blades, appeared and reported, "My lady." It's Jenny. A secret meeting with Korin Loke? Jenny frankly defended her master's choice. This is a proper marriage proposal. Do you have a problem with it? Compared to the riff-raff Lady Sophia presented, Jenny concluded, recalling that year's battle. Hez young, yet he surpassed you and entered the domain. He is more than qualified to be your partner. Lunia sneered. I see. Your taste in men is quite good, Jenny. However, Lunia turned, her voice full of authority, asking Korin, "Are you really going on a date looking like that?" Which left Korin dumbfounded. Is there a problem? Jenny could only remain silent, her eyes clearly showing her speechlessness at Korin's fashion sense. Korin recalled the meeting place. Let's see. I think she told me to come here. Upon arriving, Korin was about to call out but froze, his face flushing crimson as he saw a familiar yet unusually splendid figure. Lunia, in a stunning traditional outfit, turned and sharply asked, "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Which left Korin only able to stammer denials. Lunia coldly commanded, "Let's go," then turned and walked away, leaving Korin still bewildered behind her. The scene shifted. An Aiden disciple rushed in, flying like the wind, to report urgently, "5th Pavilion Master. Traces of monsters detected at the border." The brown-haired swordswoman didn't hesitate for a moment, drawing her sword and commanding, "All right, head to reinforce immediately," leading the team as they charged off. The brown-haired swordswoman exhaled sharply, her face hardening, preparing for a life-or-death battle. At the same time, on a stage, brilliant lights shone down, and golden musical notes began to resound. A masked artist appeared, fully immersed in his role like a conductor leading an entire orchestra. Parallel to the performance, a horned demon was mercilessly cleaved in two by a blue light slash. The brown-haired swordswoman panted, Blood splattered on her face after clearing a wave of monsters. Without a moment's rest, she charged back into the horde of monsters, her blue sword strokes sweeping away everything in her path. Back on stage, Lunia and Corin were seated in the audience, watching the dramatic performance. The artist on stage extended his hand, completely absorbed in his heroic role before the admiring gaze of the audience. The brown-haired swordswoman roared, unleashing a heaven-shattering sword strike amidst a sea of blood and monster corpses. The audience in the theater applauded thunderously, praising the excellent performance. The brown-haired swordswoman's face was smeared with blood and dirt, her eyes gleaming with unshakable resolve. The entire audience, including Corin and Lunia, stood up and applauded enthusiastically for the magnificent play. Arisha clapped her hands, which were covered in blood after clearing out a batch of monsters. Standing amidst a pile of corpses, she sighed in relief and declared to her team, "Well done, everyone. That's enough for today." Meanwhile, after the play, Corin profusely praised the performance, saying the singing voices were heavenly, just as advertised. Lunia brushed it aside, getting straight to the point and asking if he had fun, making Corin awkwardly reply, "Ah, well, yes. It was a wonderful experience." Lunia actively grasped Corin's hand, asserting firmly, "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Corin attempted a gentlemanly hand kiss, but to his surprise, Lunia reflexively dodged the move like a martial artist by ducking down, leaving him utterly stunned. Corin hastily explained that it was a bad habit when dealing with girls, promising to cede that honor to her next time. Just then, Arisha loomed into view from a distance, her entire body covered in fresh blood as if she had just walked out of hell. Lunia froze, her sharp gaze immediately locking onto the figure of her younger sister. Lunia spoke, her voice in a probing tone. "Arisha? You're covered in blood. Did you just return from an expedition?" Lunia got straight to the point. "Did you just meet Corin?" And Arisha admitted they had a fun day in the city. After hearing this, Arisha tightened her grip on her sword hilt, her voice slightly hesitant. "I understand." Lunia smirked meaningfully, muttering, "Quite fun, wasn't it?" While Arisha could only silently endure, Lunia suddenly called out Arisha's name, startling her younger sister with her killing intent. "Go change, and head to the training ground," Lunia ordered, with a grim smile on her lips. "Fight me in a match." Arisha froze stiff, her mind unable to process the sudden challenge from her domineering older sister. Although she would normally try to slip away quickly, this time Arisha could not refuse the direct challenge. Under the moonlight, Lunia showed surprise. "It's strange that you accepted my offer." At the training ground, the two sisters officially faced each other, Lunia in a neat suit, while Arisha was still in her combat attire. Arisha took a stance with her wooden sword, her eyes gleaming with steely resolve, and growled, "Sister." Lunia held her wooden sword and coldly declared, "No one is watching." She smirked, provoking Arisha. "Swing your sword with all your might." Lunia's gaze sharpened as she introduced her overwhelming title, Grand Disciple of Arden's, First Sword, Lunia Arden. Arisha, not to be outdone, replied with her own title, First-Rank Swordsman of Arden's First Sword, Arisha Arden. The two sisters stood facing each other on the training ground, ready for a classic one-on-one match. "Now, let's begin." As soon as she finished speaking, the two wooden swords clashed, sparking, their terrifying power cracking the ground. Lunia easily overwhelmed her. A single sword stroke from her forced Arisha to struggle to retreat amidst the flying debris of earth and stone. Arisha was completely shocked, her face pale as she realized her sister's skill was on a completely different level. The girl could only steel herself to continuously parry against Lunia's storm-like assault. Lunia unleashed a secret technique, a blazing red aura enveloping her sword. Fierce tiger, golden rooster, second form of the first style. She looked directly at her, profusely sweating younger sister, growling, "You still remember it, don't you?" Lunia continued her assault, demanding Arisha keep up with her speed. Arisha was cornered, gritting her teeth and enduring her sister's horizontal line, lightless technique. A rain of crimson-purple sword energy surged towards her. Arisha could only stand still and endure. Lunia analyzed that this attack was entirely within the sight of Arisha's domain eye. But the problem was, even if her eyes could see it, Arisha's body wasn't skilled enough to react in time, and she could only helplessly parry. However, in that moment of being overwhelmed, Arisha's eye flashed with a strange light. Lunia prepared to unleash another strike, a technique combining speed and destructive power. Arisha saw a glimmer of hope, her mind racing. "If I can read Sister Lunia's attacks," Arisha growled, determined not to just react passively anymore. She had to anticipate and counterattack. Focusing all her concentration, Arisha raised her wooden sword, her eyes gleaming, ready for a comeback. Lunia charged forward with terrifying speed, her wooden sword exuding terrifying pressure. Arisha tried to block the strike, but Lunia's power was on a completely different level. The two figures clashed. Arisha was sent flying back, completely outmatched. Lunia coldly judged as Arisha gasped for breath. "Your breathing is unstable." Thud! Lunia stomped her foot, cracking the ground, and an invisible pressure sent Arisha flying once more. Beaten and bruised, Arisha panted heavily, but her eyes remained unyielding. Lunia acknowledged, "Swordsman, you're better than before. I see you haven't been slacking off, first-rank guard." Arisha stood up, admitting her change was thanks to someone. "Yes, perhaps the change in my heart is thanks to him." Lunia narrowed her eyes, showing interest upon hearing of his existence. Lunia asked directly, "Do you know what he and I have in common?" Leaving Arisha dumbfounded. An illusion of Corin appeared behind Lunia as her sister explained. "We don't waste power. Our approach to every technique is the same." Lunia continued her lecture. "When facing humans, there's no need for flashy moves. It's just a difference smaller than a fingertip." Whoosh! Lunia unleashed a straight, swift, and deadly sword stroke, shattering Arisha's guard. Lunia warned, "You'd better dodge the next strike," implying that Arisha now had enough skill to read her movements. Arisha realized her sister's intention. If she could dodge, it would prove she had truly read Lunia's attack. But Lunia's next strike was a dense rain of blue sword energy. Arisha desperately wondered how she could dodge this. Clang! Arisha's wooden sword fell to the ground. She bitterly admitted, I lost." As images of the past flashed in her mind, the gap between the two sisters still like heaven and earth. Lunia patted Arisha's shoulder, stating bluntly, "That victory was just luck. Keep working hard. Otherwise," Lunia warned, "you'll spend your entire life looking up at my back and his." Arisha collapsed, helplessly watching her elder sister turn her back, the gap in their skill levels still an insurmountable chasm. She gritted her teeth, bitter over the vast disparity in their strength. A few days later, at the Arden family's martial arts hall, the New Year's bell chimed. Lunia's mother, Sophia, poured tea and quipped, "It seems you'll be single again this year, Lunia." Lunia took a sip of tea, coldly answering Sophia's probing question about Corin. It was just a chance encounter. Sophia lectured with a cold, pragmatic philosophy. Men are merely tools to elevate the family. Trivial romance can wait until after an engagement. A flashback revealed Sophia's past, a renowned swordswoman betrayed by her husband, which twisted her views on marriage. Sophia concluded, "You must marry whoever brings the greatest benefit." But Lunia merely smirked. "No need to worry." Lunia confidently vouched for Corin. "I assure you, he is a true warrior, far superior to those on your matchmaking list." An illusion of Corin, bursting with power, appeared as Lunia declared. He reached the domain realm at just 20 years old, his talent rivaling grandfather's. Lunia emphasized, "That is not merely pure strength, but the innate talent to win." Lunia paused, and images of her and Corin appeared side by side, piquing Sophia's curiosity. Lunia nonchalantly dropped a bombshell, "And he's handsome," leaving the noble mother utterly stunned. With a sly smile and an explosion of dark aura, Lunia concluded, "He's my type. Besides, I absolutely love taking what my sister wants." Sophia broke out in a cold sweat, speechless at her daughter's utterly indefensible reasoning. For the first time in her life, Sophia began to reconsider her pragmatic philosophy of marriage, muttering, "This is morally incorrect." 9 days after arriving in the Arden territory, the New Year's celebration officially began on the bustling streets. Amidst the distinctly Eastern festive atmosphere, Arisha excitedly waved to Corin, while the Druid girl silently observed. As the festival concluded, Ul unexpectedly tapped Corin's shoulder and seriously announced, "Corin, I found it." Corin's eyes sharpened. His initial objective in the East was one of the 4 great secret treasures. Findius. Findius, the Druid territory, appeared as a majestic wilderness, with towering mountains and wyverns soaring through the sky. The group had reached the eastern border, an area beyond the Arden family's control. A hand offered a magic-infused biscuit, a friendly gesture for the guide. Corin mused that having a druid as a guide was truly convenient, while Ul accepted the biscuit from Arisha, and Lunia observed from behind. Corin turned to thank Lunia, acknowledging that it was thanks to her that the entire team could cross the border smoothly. Lunia nonchalantly replied, declaring herself the fiancée and guardian of this entire group of underage kids. Corin calculated that, without Marie or Huaran here, Lunia was the most formidable combatant. A normal guardian would only be a burden in this valley. Arisha hastily interrupted, stammering, advising her sister not to call herself a fiancée anymore, but Lunia merely asked coldly, Why? Orisha erupted, shouting that Lunia didn't care for Korin at all, and that binding him through marriage would stifle his potential. Lunia merely smirked meaningfully, leaving Orisha frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. Yahello stepped forward, announcing they were almost there, and began to channel magic, a glowing green rune circle appearing before her. A barrier appeared, reflecting the image of another group of druids staring warily at the team. Crack! The reflection shattered, signaling that the group had fallen into a magical trap. Korin clicked his tongue, realizing he had been thoroughly tricked. Immediately, Korin found himself teleported to a desolate forest, completely separated from the others. He quickly analyzed the situation, realizing this was an enchantment barrier designed to lure intruders, similar in structure to the 8-trigram formation he had once faced. Korin Loke calmly analyzed, realizing this was merely a test of qualification, a trick too mundane. He took a stance, confidently brandishing his spear, boasting loudly, "Come on then, monsters or illusions, I'll take on all of you." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Hey," causing Korin, who was charging forward, to freeze mid-air. Korin broke into a cold sweat, his face paling as he recognized that damned voice. This voice. Could it be? A dark silhouette appeared right behind him, its voice full of sarcasm. "Hello, brother." The illusion of Sihu Park, his sworn enemy, squinted and smiled morbidly. "Long time no see." Korin erupted, swinging his spear in a fit of rage. Damn it! He lunged straight at the illusion, purple energy exploding from his devastating thrust. Korin roared, asserting firmly, "You're just a fake." The illusionary Sihu Park merely smirked, easily blocking Korin's spear tip with one hand. "Yes. But," he clenched his hand, dark energy surging, and delivered a fatal declaration, "You're also a fake." Korin froze, as his spear shattered into fragments of energy, while the Sihu illusion explained that the real Sihu was the true protagonist of this world. Sihu Park, the genuine antagonist, appeared with an aura of absolute overwhelming power, Korin recalled, admitting that Sihu Park's power was truly authentic. It was no exaggeration to call him a god, billions of times stronger than Korin currently was. The Sihu illusion continued to taunt. "You should be proud you killed me. But look," he sneered, his red eyes full of malice, piercing deep into Korin's mind. "Save the world? Are you sure you're capable enough?" Korin could only sweat profusely, his gaze wavering at the enemy's insidious question. The Sihu illusion mocked his own past failures, then turned to question Korin. "I failed despite having everything. What about you? What can a mere side character possibly achieve?" Asked if he could defeat Tath's Balthazar, Korin firmly countered with his plan, but the Sihu illusion coldly uttered a single word. "Lies." The Sihu Park illusion sneered. "If you want a happy ending, you have to choose me." Korin frantically retorted about the first time, but Sihu merely scoffed. "What does it matter? Didn't you like it?" Korin was stunned by the illusion's words, realizing it was targeting his core weakness, self-sacrifice. The Sihu illusion criticized Korin for being too quick to sacrifice himself, suggesting he wasted time on NPCs instead of grinding for strength. The Sihu illusion chuckled grimly, boasting of having sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lives to achieve power. He asserted that the truth for the strong was to step over others to advance. It invited Korin. "Just let the small fry die. Then we can leisurely save the world together." Korin sighed, admitting that he sometimes regretted missing items or events when restarting the game. A blazing red aura flared around Korin as he realized these very desires were creating this abominable illusion. Korin roared, asserting that the selfish desires lingering in his heart were the reason he had to witness this filthy illusion. Korin declared loudly, "I will save the world." He recalled the people he had saved, the silver-haired girl, Marie, Orisha, and Huaran. His goal was not efficiency, but to create a world where those people could live peacefully. Korin's eyes blazed with fire. His resolve had solidified. He channeled his energy, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The entire illusionary space shattered completely under the power of Korin's will, affirming, "I will save this world." The illusion vanished, and Korin stood firm, his hand gripping the newly reformed spear. He realized that, terrifying as this illusion was, it had helped him regain his focus. Korin firmly asserted that he had no regrets whatsoever. He stood tall, spear in hand, declaring that even if given another chance, his choice would never change. Yahello and Orisha stood beside him, bewildered, not understanding what had just happened to Korin. Orisha called Korin's name, pulling him back to reality after his intense psychological struggle. Korin wondered how Lunia had escaped the illusion so quickly, while Yahello, being a druid, was immune. Lunia calmly replied, "I saw an illusion of my grandfather rambling, so I just cut him down." leaving Korin speechless at her cold-bloodedness. In contrast, Arisha, the one most susceptible to psychological attacks, was still dazed, causing Yahello to worry. In a flash, Lunia appeared right behind Korin, giving him a meaningful compliment for having passed through the mist of illusion. A black panther unexpectedly spoke from a rocky outcrop, proclaiming the entire group to be impressive guests. The panther exuded a mystical green aura, let out a roar, and began to transform. As the aura dissipated, an old man with long white hair and beard appeared, introducing himself as Uskias, the guardian of Findius. Lunia looked at the scene before her, realizing this was the legendary sacred land of Findius. Uskias led the group to a magnificent area with unique architecture. Korin thought to himself that this was the hiding place of one of the 4 great secret treasures. Korin turned to ask Yahello about the people around them, and upon learning they were her kin, his mind started calculating about buying land. He calmly explained to the bewildered Yahello that one had to be ahead of the curve in the real estate sector. Uskias led them to the base of a colossal ancient tree, saying he had heard news of a young druid seeking this place through the spirits. Inside, Uskias sat on his throne, directly asking the purpose of their journey. Korin didn't beat around the bush, bluntly declaring, "We are here to find one of the 4 great secret treasures, the divine sword Klaus Solus." Uskias looked surprised, asking a meaningful question in return. "You are also looking for it?" Korin asserted his qualifications, recalling the image of his master Aaron Danuar and declaring himself the first spear, her legitimate successor. Korin's eyes flashed red as he realized Uskias had used the word also, while he himself was suppressing a severe headache. Uskias also caught a strong scent of blood as a mysterious figure appeared at the entrance. A voice echoed from the shadows, recognizing Korin as the child who killed Firmak, and commenting that he was even crazier than expected. A figure shrouded in darkness with an overwhelming aura appeared, introducing himself as the Beast King Dune Skies, the monster of Murias. The tall and lanky Beast King leaned down to look at Korin, mocking his loyalty and declaring that there was only one throne. Dune Skies threatened that when the Age of Darkness arrived, Korin's goddess would be torn to shreds by monsters. He ended his threat with a malicious grin, leaving the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, Korin grabbed the Beast King's hand, startling him, and snapped, "Don't call me that." Korin calmly held onto his opponent's hand, turned to everyone and said, "Excuse me, we have a rather noisy fellow here," then coldly declared they should get to the main point. Uskias, seated on his throne, decreed that both desired the divine sword, Klaus Solus, but he had no right to bestow it, only to hold a test to see who was worthy. Korin calculated inwardly, knowing that the druids maintained neutrality, but not knowing the content of the test was a huge disadvantage. The Beast King sneered, for he knew that in the original timeline, his faction had already collected all 4 great secret treasures. Uskias requested both of them to return to the waiting room, announcing that he would inform them about the test after his discussions were complete. Dune Skies appeared extremely delighted, smirking maliciously and saying that he truly enjoyed tests. Korin recalled his opponent's words, his brain starting to work at full capacity to analyze the main storyline's events. Dune Skies looked at Korin challengingly, while Korin bitterly realized a truth. According to the original plot, this guy would pass the test. Night fell, and a crescent moon hung in the star-filled sky. The scene shifted to Arisha, who was sleeping soundly in her resting room. In her sleep, Arisha was having a beautiful dream. Her dream was of a happy wedding between 2 people she deeply respected, who looked exactly like Korin and her older sister. The vision continued with her being called aunt by a dozen nieces and nephews. She believed Korin and her sister would create an unbreakable, happy family. In Arisha's dream, a version of Korin was embracing her sister while pregnant, but she felt strangely uncomfortable with this perfect ending. Back in reality, Korin saw Arisha still unconscious and told himself that she must be facing a tough illusion. Korin tiredly rubbed his forehead, hoping Arisha would wake up tomorrow because the situation urgently needed manpower. Just as he was about to shake her awake, Arisha suddenly opened her eyes, making Korin think she had fully woken up. Thud! Arisha suddenly sprang up like a spring, lunging straight towards Korin to his astonishment. She pinned Korin down on the bed, locking him tightly in an incomprehensible position. Korin's face turned pale. He put a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence, his eyes filled with danger. Arisha whispered into Korin's still-processing ear, "Brother-in-law." Korin stood frozen, while Arisha began suggestively removing his gloves. He broke out in a cold sweat, his mind short-circuiting, unable to comprehend what was happening. Arisha breathed hot air into Korin's ear, her voice full of invitation. She called Korin's name intimately, pressing her face close to his. With a mischievous smile, Arisha uttered a fatal line. "My sister isn't home today." Korin was stunned, his brain officially shutting down at the audacity of his pseudo-sister-in-law. Arisha's eyes flashed with determination. She was clearly not joking. The last scene was Korin pinned to the bed by Arisha, his face utterly panicked, not understanding what was going on. The next morning, Uskias grandly announced the second task, while Arisha stood behind him, bewildered, asking, "Second? Wasn't this the first task?" The old druid explained that everyone had completed the first task, a test to see how far they would go to protect their ideals. Uskias affirmed it was a test of their faith and steadfastness in justice, and they had all proven themselves worthy. Korin and Arisha listened, their faces showing disbelief at the declaration that they had proven themselves. Memories of last night flooded Korin's mind, shocking him to the core. He was still haunted by Arisha's fatal words. "Brother-in-law, my sister isn't home." Lunia Aiden patted Korin's shoulder, encouraging him to be confident because he had dared to challenge his own beliefs. Lunia asserted that human strength comes from the core of one's beliefs, advising Korin to steadfastly follow what he deemed right. Yuel comforted a dejected Arisha, but the swordswoman still tormented herself, believing a sinner like her had no right to rest. Yuel looked bewildered when Uskias announced that for the second task, each team would be accompanied by a druid for support. The old druid Uskias officially assigned the task: find a mistletoe oak and craft a staff, with a deadline before tomorrow's dawn. Korin thought to himself, revealing that he had specifically requested Uskias to arrange it this way to prevent the King of the Shade from directly participating in the task. A skull-masked druid named Doomnorix appeared, emanating green magical energy, allied with the King of the Shade. Korin knew this druid's background inside out. Not a neutral type, but a supporter of the final boss, Balthazar. The team began to venture into the dense forest to carry out the task. Korin analyzed the situation. Even without direct combat allowed, the opponent having a sage for support while his team only had Yuel was too great a skill disparity. Yuel reported in a panic, "It's bad, the spirits aren't answering me." And she realized they had all been subdued by Doomnorix. Lunia assessed that the situation wouldn't be easy, while Arisha called Korin's name frantically from behind. Arisha excitedly held up a golden branch, exclaiming that she had found mistletoe, but Korin merely replied dryly that it was just a common tree. Korin explained the difficulty of the task. Finding an oak tree was hard enough. Finding mistletoe growing on it was almost impossible. While Arisha carried a huge log on her shoulder, Doomnorix easily commanded the spirits, and Korin knew that without their guidance, this task would be nearly impossible to complete. Arisha proposed a naive idea of just finding two things and combining them, but Korin suddenly had another idea, when he heard Yuel say doing so would lose all meaning. Suddenly, Uskias's voice echoed throughout the forest, declaring the task over and instructing everyone to bring back their staffs. The King of the Shade held up his glowing green staff, smugly. "I thought I'd have the thickest and hardest staff." He raised his enormous staff to compare, asking why his opponents looked bigger and harder, causing his female teammate to snap at him to shut up, while the druid broke out in a cold sweat. Korin explained his rule-bending strategy. Arisha found some mistletoe branches and attached them to an oak tree. Then Yuel used magic to boost its growth. Finally, Korin used a special Eastern potion to fuse them into a complete staff, easily bypassing the system. Uskias, in his Black Panther form, observed, noting that all teams had successfully completed the second task. Uskias declared that everyone had passed and prepared to announce the final task, while the King of the Shade and Korin stood facing each other. The final task was assigned. Venture into the northern forest, find a magical crimson rowan tree with red berries, and bring it back. Korin smirked, knowing full well that a task of this magnitude couldn't simply be about picking fruit. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed, introducing itself as Sharvan, challenging those who sought the fruit. A colossal eye opened from beneath the earth, observing the insignificant students. A gigantic stone sky titan emerged from the ground, the guardian of Findius, blocking everyone's path and demanding they prove their strength. The druid Doomnorix paled at the boss's size, deeming it impossible to defeat. But the King of the Shade remained silent with a confident smile. Korin's team was also stunned, but he quickly stopped Lunia. "Don't try it. Even if we win, we won't get the divine sword." Korin analyzed rapidly, realizing the test's rules weren't about pure combat. The Titan confirmed Korin's speculation. It wouldn't fight, but instead test their knowledge with a riddle. Korin chuckled, explaining to the team, legendary monsters usually love riddles, leaving Arisha bewildered, while Yuel was extremely excited. Korin further explained the game's lore. Sky Titans love treasures and riddles because their power is too overwhelming. Everything else is fragile. Then accepted the challenge on behalf of the team. The Titan laid out the rules. A battle of wits. The side that solves 5 riddles first wins, with each team sending 2 representatives. Korin and Arisha were chosen for the main lineup, facing the King of the Shade and a hooded teammate. But the Titan added a critical rule. Druids were forbidden from competing. The King of the Shade laughed heartily, declaring his extreme fondness for riddles, and confidently stating his side would win this round. While Lunia showed disinterest, Arisha confessed she used to solve magazine riddles, so Korin sealed the deal. Then Arisha and I will step up. The 2 teams took their positions, and the Sky Titan declared the Battle of Wits officially begun. The Sky Titan posed the first riddle. What grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows again in the afternoon, and disappears at night? Korin frowned, muttering the riddle to himself. Seemingly stumped, Korin's eyes flashed red. He mumbled that he just needed a little more time to figure it out. But the King of the Shade was one step faster, raising his hand. He loudly declared the answer was the shadow. The Sky Titan confirmed the correct answer. The King of the Shade looked over with a triumphant gaze. Korin and Arisha froze, unable to believe their opponent solved it so quickly. Korin broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the King of the Shade possessed some special ability. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, the King of Shadows solved the next 2 riddles consecutively, the answers being time and life. The King of Shadows began to act comically, dramatically, quoting even Shakespeare. Korin realized a horrifying truth. He wasn't fighting one person, but millions of brains simultaneously. While the King of Shadows laughed arrogantly, finding this challenge too easy, Korin turned to question Arisha about her strange magazines, and Arisha quickly clarified that she only read magazines for young women. The Sky Titan read the 4th riddle, something that was both violence to one person and an escape for another. Korin broke out in a cold sweat, finding his own brain too simple to understand this abstract riddle. Suddenly, Arisha timidly spoke up, asking if she could answer, which stunned Korin. The Sky Titan's gaze sharpened, awaiting the answer. Arisha hesitated, her 2 index fingers shyly touching. In her mind, a romantic wedding appeared, something she considered beautiful, but to others was violence, an escape. Arisha, with a cheerful expression, blurted out a shocking statement. Adultery? Korin's team, the King of Shadows team, and the traitorous druid all froze collectively, their brains unable to process. Both Korin's team and the King of Shadows team simultaneously turned to look at each other, completely speechless at Arisha's logic. The Sky Titan pondered for a moment before declaring, "Interesting. I accept your answer as correct," which made Arisha stammer in disbelief. Korin grabbed Arisha, yelling to ask what on earth she usually thought about, while Arisha frantically clarified that it wasn't what she meant. As a result, the King of Shadows easily took the next 2 riddles, and Korin's team officially suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Wits. The King of Shadows laughed gleefully, holding up a strawberry as his prize, boasting of his victory while his subordinates hastily cheered. Arisha hung her head, bitterly admitting complete defeat and wondering if everything was truly over. Yahello comforted Arisha, asserting that the mission was not over and that the Druid tribe would not easily give up just because of one failure. Suddenly, Yahello narrowed her eyes, sensing something extremely wrong in the air. Lunia and Arisha vigilantly asked if there were enemies, but Yahello, after focusing her senses, firmly denied it. Yahello stood within a magic circle, announcing a shocking piece of news. She couldn't sense any spirits nearby. Korin also noticed the anomaly. Both monsters and spirits in this area had completely vanished. The entire team looked at the silent forest, and Korin analyzed that the disappearance of both species could only be because someone had wiped them out, or something utterly terrifying had scared them away, and from a distance, the King of Shadows burst into arrogant laughter. The King of Shadows turned to the skull-masked druid, sarcastically asking if they had gone too far, which made the other man break out in a cold sweat. The traitorous druid began to chant. A pillar of green energy shot straight down to the ground, activating a mysterious ritual. A colossal green magic circle erupted, engulfing both Korin's team and the King of Shadows faction. Natural energy gathered, erecting a colossal fortress of trees, looking like a living prison. Suddenly, the green fortress exploded, replaced by a destructive storm of red and black demonic energy. Korin yelled a warning to his teammates, "Stay back!" A brilliant white, cross-shaped pillar of holy light shot straight from Korin's position, tearing through the demonic darkness. The sacred light directly confronted the dark storm, a terrifying clash of powers. A blonde druid girl stood frozen in fear, trapped right in the eye of the storm. Korin rushed forward like a phantom, embracing the girl and turning to take the full brunt of the attack. He gritted his teeth, enduring the aftershocks, while a terrified voice cried out, "That's a humanoid monster!" In midair, a dual-wielding demon with a long tail appeared. its entire body radiating a blazing red killing intent. Corin shielded the druid girl, growling, "Step back," while she trembled in thanks, as he broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding why this formidable creature had appeared here. Another monster, resembling a multi-headed purple snake, was also summoned, and it let out a savage roar. The demonic swordsman charged into battle, its speed so great that it only left behind streaks of red light. It unleashed a rain of sword energy, a deadly dance that swept away everything in its path. Lunia Aden froze, her eyes widening as she recognized this terrifyingly familiar fighting style. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that the renowned swordsmanship of the Arden family?" The scene shifted to the past. A lone swordsman stood upon a mountain of demonic beast corpses, guarding the border between the Arden domain and the demon realm. The one who broke that fragile balance was a single old man, alone with his sword, his aura like that of a god. Garand Arden, the former head of the Arden family, stared directly at the demon with sharp eyes. "Monster, that sword is mine." Monsters usually only knew to follow their bestial instincts. But sometimes, a few special individuals evolved differently. A humanoid monster, its entire body enveloped in black and red aura, its eyes blazing, a being born to fight. Once upon a time, a sword emperor found this creature, clutching a sword as if it were its sole reason for existence. Garand Arden, the former head of the Arden family, burst into gleeful laughter at the bizarre sight. A monster that knows how to use a sword? Thus began an unconventional master-disciple relationship, though only one side claimed to be the master, while the other only knew how to swing a sword. 8 days later, Garand unleashed a heaven-shattering slash, completely overwhelming the monster. Standing at the pinnacle of power, he decided to bestow a name upon the monster. Returning to the present, that monster was performing a dance of blazing red sword energy, frenzied and deadly. The King of Shadows froze, not understanding what was happening as the very monster he had just summoned turned to attack him. Corin Loke immediately recognized that legendary name, the Sword Demon. He muttered, "Only I and that crazy old man Garand know this name. Why is it here?" In the future, the Sword Demon would become the strongest swordsman in the game, a living legend who would eventually join the final boss's faction. But currently, it was frantically attacking both the traitorous druid Doomnorix and the King of Shadows. Corin realized the situation. So it hasn't joined their side yet? Although he temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, he still felt something was amiss. The Sword Demon changed targets, charging straight towards Corin's team, making everyone break out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, it's coming for us." Lunia Aden remained unfazed, her voice firm, "Just a monster." Her eyes flashed with blue light. Her entire body erupted with sword energy, preparing to unleash a counterattack. Arden style, swift sever. Lunia charged forward, her sword strike directly clashing with the Sword Demon's blazing red slash. 2 streams of sword energy clashed, Lunia successfully blocking the monster's attack with her family's own sword art. Lunia slid across the ground, the impact force immense, yet she stood firm like a statue. With sharp eyes, she took a stance, her sword radiating blue sword energy, ready for the second round. "You." The Sword Demon also froze, recognizing the familiar fighting style and roaring. "Where did you learn that sword art?" Without a word, the 2 swordsmen lunged at each other, the distance between life and death measured in mere millimeters. The Sword Demon swung a sky-rending vertical slash, its overwhelming crimson energy completely dominating. Lunia gritted her teeth, parrying the blow, realizing the monster's power was no joke. Her eyes gleamed with astonishment as she realized a crazy truth. Growling with fury, she shrieked, "How dare you!" The monster didn't just use swords. It also transformed its limbs into deadly weapons. Lunia was forced to leap back, realizing this foe not only wielded dual swords but also used all 4 limbs like daggers. The Sword Demon's red eyes flashed with a deadly glint, giving its opponent no time to breathe. It spun, creating a storm of blazing red sword energy, appearing to wield countless blades simultaneously. Lunia was caught in the midst of the death dance, completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks. Facing an opponent who could control distance with just a single sword, Lunia was at a disadvantage. But this was when experience spoke, Lunia's eyes flashing with a red light. Mind's eye. Whoosh! Lunia's countless blue sword strikes intertwined with the Sword Demon's blazing red slashes, forming a complex battle array. The one who would decide victory or defeat in the battle between the 2 monsters was Lunia's seasoned battlefield experience. She found an opening, her cold eyes commanding herself. Finish it. Corin and Arisha unleashed a combined attack, Dragon Blood Strike and Triple Iron Break, aimed directly at the Sword Demon. But the boss dodged effortlessly, as if it were a joke, muttering, "It dodged? What kind of cheap trick is this?" It landed firmly, its imposing aura undiminished. 3 streams of yellow, blue, and black sword energy clashed, sparking, but the team's offensive was halted. The sword demon counterattacked, Corrin gritting his teeth, determined not to miss this opportunity. Corrin froze, a development completely outside his expectations. The sword demon unleashed its ultimate technique, Domain Slash, 8-armed Beast King, a blazing red pillar of energy tearing through space. Corrin gritted his teeth, enduring the assault, bitterly admitting that merely moving within this domain was difficult, let alone facing 8 attacks. Corrin's eyes flashed with golden light, as he poured all his strength into defending. Corrin and Orisha combined to unleash their 2 strongest techniques, Arden Sword Art First Form, Domain Slash, and Poison Dragon Head Impact. Despite giving their all, Corrin still had to grudgingly admit they only managed to block 5 attacks. The remaining 3 streams of sword energy shot straight towards Lunia, who was completely exhausted and too slow to react. Corrin frantically realized that at this speed, Lunia would surely be annihilated. Corrin's eyes gleamed with a red light, determined not to let the tragedy unfold. Suddenly, Orisha gripped her sword hilt tightly, and blue lightning erupted fiercely. Corrin immediately recognized it. That was a skill Orisha only learned in the late game. Orisha roared, activating a swordsman's ultimate defensive skill, Protective Aura. The sword demon narrowed its eyes, also taking a stance, revealing that it too knew the Arden Sword Art First Form. It unleashed a false Domain Slash, a ghostly blue stream of sword energy clashing directly with Orisha's defensive barrier. Boom! A critical blow tore through the sword demon's shoulder, black blood splattering, leaving it stunned. Lunia clicked her tongue, annoyed that the previous slash hadn't hit the monster's vital spot. Corrin and Lunia took their stances, ready for round 2. Corrin assessing, "This one is dangerous, we must finish it now." Corrin knew well that even if this sword demon hadn't reached its final form, it would eventually learn the ultimate technique, Peerless Thousand Hands. The sword demon let out a frenzied roar, determined to fight to the death. Just as it was about to go berserk, a colossal shadow with a wide grin appeared right behind it, casually greeting, "Hello, darling." Whoosh! The shadow swung its hand, and a blazing red stream of energy tore the sword demon apart in an instant. The monster's body disintegrated into charred fragments of flesh, emitting thick smoke. Those fragments quickly transformed into a slimy pool of darkness, shimmering with purple eyes. From the mire, hundreds of ghostly purple snakes emerged, lunging straight towards the entire team. The sword demon, now transformed, gaped in astonishment at the changes in its own body. Immediately, green vines sprouted from nowhere, tightly binding its mutated body. The King of the Shade and a suspicious-looking old druid appeared, claiming to be the king's subordinates. The sword demon roared, struggling against the transformation and control. The King of the Shade's power was too overwhelming. The swarm of ghostly snakes easily tore through all of the sword demon's resistance efforts. The King of the Shade glided forward, forcing the sword demon to retreat in helplessness. The King of the Shade's purple eyes gleamed as he remarked on his new subordinates, creatures with nearly immortal life force. Corrin immediately recognized the 2 newcomers, the Beast King Dune Skies and the Legislator Doom Norix. Corrin looked at his team, his face hardening, confirming these were the monsters they had to face. A small spirit apologized from within the tree hollow. "I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything." Inside the room, Orisha was comforting Yuel, who was recovering from injuries on the bed, while Lunia believed that nothing else could have been done in that situation. Lunia stated with certainty that the monster had used the Arden family's swordsmanship. Orisha asked in bewilderment if it had read a manual, but Lunia dismissed the idea, stating that the only possibility was that it had learned through thousands of battles. Lunia's eyes sharpened, and she muttered that only one person could do something so insane. An aged voice rang out sarcastically. "It seems my granddaughter has realized." The Sword Emperor Garand, the sister's great-grandfather, appeared majestically, making Orisha exclaim in surprise. "Great-grandfather?" Lunia glared fiercely, growling, "Are you insane, old man? Teaching a monster to use a sword?" Garand merely smirked, casually replying that he only showed it, never taught it. It was all just to pass the time in his old age. The old man stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him rippled like water as a terrifying surge of energy began to spread. The entire space transformed into a blue cosmic domain, trapping the 2 sisters in the old boss's playground. Garand coldly declared, "This is a domain," while Lunia could only look up with a tense expression. Lunia gritted her teeth and cursed him as a madman, but Garand merely asked back gleefully, "Using a monster's sword to step into a human's domain, isn't that quite interesting?" The old man's eyes shone brightly as he revealed his true purpose. "Who knows, I might just witness the next realm of swordsmanship." Lunia was utterly speechless at her great-grandfather's madness. Orisha recalled her moments of powerlessness. She had grown tired of having to stand by in weakness. With eyes burning with determination, Orisha raised her head to face the living legend. "Please teach me swordsmanship." Garand smirked, his voice full of power. "Very well. I will teach you." Orisha and Garand faced each other. An agreement struck, marking the beginning of a new swordsmanship talent's insane awakening. The King of the Shade and his companions reported to high-ranking druid Uskias. "We failed to obtain the fruit, but we can still participate in the final challenge, right?" The King of the Shade smirked confidently, knowing well that the final challenge would surely benefit his side and the traitorous druid Doomnerix. Korin Loke spoke up irritably, claiming his side lost only due to mid-challenge interference and demanding a slight advantage, but Uskias ignored him and began to announce the challenge. Uskias commanded both factions, "Nurture the staff you have created during the challenges." The old druid pointed to the sky, solemnly declaring the mission, "Until it reaches the heavens," and confront the sky titan guarding the sun. The countdown began. 3 weeks remained until the eclipse, and during that time, both teams had to toil to nurture a tree that would reach the blue sky. The scene shifted to Orisha Aiden, who was questioning her own nature, a nature stirred by sharp things like swords. The image of the 6-armed sword demon appeared in Orisha's mind. She realized she understood its madness and genius, and because of that understanding, Orisha began to feel fear, sweat pouring down her like rain. She gritted her teeth and admitted a harsh truth. Both her great-grandfather and that monster were far stronger than her. Garand Arden stood there, sighing disapprovingly. "Your fundamentals are as terrible as ever, my granddaughter," the old man continued, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "Your begging me to teach you swordsmanship makes my efforts in teaching my disciple seem worthwhile." Orisha questioned. "Disciple? Do you mean that monster?" Garand calmly admitted. "I couldn't kill it. That monster is a genius destined to achieve Sky Sword." Orisha bewilderedly asked about this strange concept. Garand smirked, uttering a chilling remark that left Orisha speechless. "Of course you haven't heard of it. Because I created it." Orisha furiously charged to attack, yelling, "Don't mess with me." Garand easily parried the blow, his muscles bulging as blue lightning energy enveloped his sword, and he began to lecture. "Those who reach this level." The old man's eyes blazed with madness. "They will be able to cleave the sky and cleave into this very world. That is the kind of swordsman I yearn to witness." Whoosh! Garand unleashed an overwhelming sword strike, blowing Orisha and the surrounding rocks away. She only managed to scream, "Crazy old man." Garand closed in, held his sword to Orisha's neck, and laughed gleefully. "Haha, you're becoming more and more like your older sister." The scene shifted to a magnificent and splendid castle, signaling a new location, the southern castle of the Kingdom of El Las. Marie frantically asked her mother hesitantly, "Mother, can I leave now?" While Duchess Dunaref only looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. It turned out, Korin had already claimed Marie, and she was calculating the time to escape before the social event ended. Marie had changed into a more practical outfit, telling herself she had to meet Korin before the eclipse. Even traveling by Wyvern, there was still plenty of time. But horrifying memories of her parents with their eerie smiles resurfaced, showing how terrifying the family pressure she endured was. Marie blushed, admitting she was extremely anxious, clearly eager to meet someone. Mar Dunaref suddenly burst in, blocking his daughter's path. "Wait, where are you going, Mariette? Holidays are for spending time with family." Marie bluntly pushed her father's face aside, retorting sharply, "I can make a family there." The Duchess grabbed her comical husband from behind, smiling sinisterly. "It's time for our Mariette to find a man." Held tightly by her mother, Marie struggled and shouted loudly, "I'm borrowing Hreisvelger." Ignoring her mother's teasing about having more siblings for Diogu, Marie declared resolutely, "Come on, Diogu, let's go find your father." And the legendary mount Hreisvelger appeared, ready for takeoff. As Hreisvelger soared into the sky, the instincts of a high-ranking vampire told Marie that a new rival had just appeared. Scene shift, a voice echoed in the clear blue sky, reporting to the saintess that the novice nun Huaran had arrived. Zeruem Cathedral appeared, magnificent and splendid, and the saintess's voice echoed, "Is that her? Tell her to come in." Huaran, accompanied by Professor Josephine, entered the vast grand hall, advancing towards the podium where the saintess was waiting. The saintess's wavy pink hair fluttered in the holy light, signaling a formidable figure was about to be revealed. Saintess Estelle Hadassaha El Ras officially appeared, radiating an overwhelming divine aura. Estelle only uttered one word. "Wow," her gaze seeming indifferent but hiding deep interest. Contrary to her calm demeanor, Estelle rushed to embrace Huaran, making her visibly uncomfortable. Let go. Estelle pinched Huaran's cheek, asking about the incident at the festival, and subtly reminding her, the seal. Huaran looked directly into Estelle's eyes, seriously requesting, remove my restrictions. Estelle was surprised, leaning close to Huaran's face, making her blush and stammer. Huaran blushed awkwardly, trying to push the Saintess away. It's too uncomfortable, do it yourself. The Saintess's eyes flashed sharply, as if she had realized something. You. A completely different, confident voice emanated from Huaran, directly questioning, is that Ran? And introduced herself. Hello, Saintess. I think so too, we need power. When asked for the reason, Huaran's second personality smiled and gave a shocking answer. I want to become a proper wife for my husband. The Saintess was utterly speechless, remaining silent for a moment to process the information she had just received. Without further questions, the Saintess immediately cast a spell, and a radiant golden magic circle enveloped Huaran. Huaran confirmed. The seal has been removed, right? And the Saintess replied concisely. To the first lock. Both prepared to depart. Professor Josephine anxiously suggested using a wyvern for the 24,000 kilometers journey to the eastern border. Huaran brushed it off, declaring firmly, I'm even faster than that. Her eyes blazed, and she added through gritted teeth. And I absolutely cannot arrive after that woman. The Saintess explained to Professor Josephine that those were Ran's words, and the girl would take 3 weeks, but when she saw Huaran jump straight out the window, she immediately corrected herself. 2 days. The Saintess smiled meaningfully, clearly very interested in the upcoming drama. She murmured about the prominent female figures recently, Vampire Dunaref, the Aiden sisters, and Huaran's transformation from a wild beast. And at the center of all events, the one behind everything, was none other than Corin Loke. 4 days later, Corin Loke appeared with a bruised but smug face, muttering curses under his breath about the Sword Emperor's cruel actions. Arisha, pale as a ghost, was grabbed by Corin as she screamed, fearing death from blood loss before she could climb the tree. Though scared out of her wits, Arisha still tried to regain her composure, but she didn't look much better. Their target was a gigantic, deformed tree with a staff embedded at its peak, and Arisha told herself she could climb it. But the harsh reality was, the tree was sky-high, and behind it was an even larger tree. Arisha was utterly despairing, while Corin only smirked, reassuring her mockingly, Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Arisha secretly thought of Corin, recalling the times he single-handedly defeated formidable bosses, from Firmak, the Mad Boar, to the Undying Demon. She couldn't comprehend why his will was so strong, always looking towards a distant goal even when facing impossible challenges. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows, recognizing that both of them were still grinding even at this late hour. A hooded figure emerged from the forest, exuding a dark aura, directly calling Corin the Queen's Spear. The stranger revealed himself to be an aged druid named Doomnorix, declaring his wish to speak with Corin alone. Corin and Arisha took defensive stances, as the druid directly asked why humans were trying to hinder their promised land. Corin replied without hesitation. It's simple. Because a whole lot of people would die. He smirked, taunting the druid, questioning why someone who revered nature would choose the villainous side. Doomnorix growled, stating that after hundreds of years of life, he had come to a single conclusion. With eyes burning with hatred, he declared, to protect nature, humanity must perish. Arisha was deeply shocked, sensing a cold, inhuman aura from the druid, a gaze as dry as withered plants. A crimson killing intent, overflowing with malice towards the entire world, erupted from behind the druid. Corin grabbed Arisha's shoulder, ordering her to look closely. He boldly declared his goal. What I want to do is eradicate every scoundrel in this world. Doomnorix sneered, acknowledging Corin's progress but firmly asserting that he would fail. He pointed at the colossal tree, boasting about the growth disparity that no magic could bridge, stating it was the law of nature. Corin burst out laughing, scoffing that the problem with people like him was always thinking they knew everything. He began to reveal his hand, recalling the incident of throwing the golden mandrake into the lake, which the entire server believed was the standard way to build items. But for someone who detested conventional gameplay like Corin, he had used golden mandrake seeds for experimentation. Corin smirked smugly, holding a growth potion and declaring, I bet I'm the only one who uses golden mandrakes for farming. Corin began to explain, recalling how just a few drops of his potion had transformed a sapling into a colossal staff, shocking the two girls standing nearby. He pulled out a vial of shimmering golden liquid, a unique item crafted by his own hands. With an arrogant smile, Corin poured the golden mandrake fertilizer onto the ground, a one-of-a-kind hidden item. The system interface displayed the fertilizer's overpowered stats, while Corin taunted the old druid, calling him a rookie to his face. The old druid Doomnorix frowned, openly showing his displeasure at the brat's attitude. Corin smirked, lecturing the old man. You've lived many lives, yet you're still so green, rookie. Open your eyes and watch this. Finishing his words, Corin declared he would perform a little magic, and a brilliant golden pillar of energy erupted from the ground. Orisha's jaw dropped, speechless at the display of power beyond her comprehension. The shimmering golden energy converged, swirling into a colossal magic circle, signaling the imminent appearance of something immense. A gigantic tree trunk grew at an insane speed, piercing straight into the blue sky, breaking all laws of nature. Corin looked up at the result, satisfied, declaring the speed was at least 3 times faster, while Orisha behind him could only marvel. Uskias, a benevolent druid, appeared and gave Corin a crucial piece of advice. To obtain Clyum Soli, do not miss the moment the sun weakens. The old druid clasped Corin's hand, delivering his final farewell as the protector of this land. With an earnest gaze, Uskias entrusted Corin with the task of stopping the villains, calling him a young hero. Corin merely responded with a confident smile, tacitly accepting the heavy responsibility. Orisha excitedly demanded to call her sister, and set off immediately, but Corin poured cold water on her plans. No, he explained that this climb was not something to be done overnight. The entire team needed thorough preparation for a week. Corin looked up at the magnificent tree trunk, his eyes sharp. The final battlefield to claim one of the 4 great secret treasures lies in the sky above. At the same time, Doomnorix gnashed his teeth upon hearing Corin's implicit challenge. You have 1 week, so prepare well. A bird soared past the colossal tree trunk. Below, Corin had begun his rigorous training, dashing with terrifying speed. Orisha Aiden, her golden eyes gleaming with iron determination, was ready for the final challenge. Horon was no less formidable, her fiery red eyes exuding an overwhelming killing intent. A week passed, and Yuel's staff glowed. She remarked, "It seems like no one else has shown up." The team, consisting of Corin Loke, Orisha, and Yuel, was climbing the colossal tree trunk. Yuel wondered, what in the world are they doing? Corin stood on a branch, looking down and muttering. Could it be that no one else can climb up? Elsewhere, within a sacred forest, a voice echoed, asking about a girl found near the barrier. 2 girls, one Orisha, and the other her blue-haired companion, were in a coma, with red and blue demonic energy violently erupting around them. A masked sage observed, concluding that if this continued, the entire domain would be in danger, and decided to personally infiltrate their illusions. The sage declared firmly, "No, I will split my consciousness in 2 and lead both of them out." The old sage's face split in 2, one side erupting with blue energy, the other blazing with red, preparing for a supreme mind-bending feat. The old sage's eyes, one blue and one red, widened in astonishment as he witnessed what was unfolding within the dream. Inside Orisha's illusion, a voice exclaimed in surprise, "You had children even before graduating from the academy?" Her blue-haired companion stood watching 3 children identical to Corin running around and helplessly blurted out, "I can't believe they're spitting images of their father." The blue-haired companion smiled contentedly, confirming, "Yes, this is a wedding." She glanced towards the aisle as the announcer declared, "The groom is making his entrance." Corin Loke appeared in a dashing black suit, exuding an extraordinary aura, making his companion exclaim, "He's truly dazzlingly handsome." The blue-haired companion called Corin's name as he walked past, and immediately after, the ceremony continued with the announcement, "The bride is making her entrance." Orisha was stunned, wondering if the bride was the person she was thinking of. Orisha Aiden, in a pristine white wedding dress, walked down the aisle, so beautiful that everyone gasped in admiration. Bride Orisha looked directly at Corin, smiled, and called out, "Brother." Corin embraced Orisha, ignoring Marie, who stood frozen stiff behind them, unable to believe her eyes. A year had passed in the dream, and Marie was still stuck in this nightmare, her face pale with shock. In the illusion, Corin and Orisha had a son, a perfect replica of him, which made Marie even more resentful. That child was the proof of her failure. Corin was adjusting his attire, still wearing the wedding suit, to prepare for their anniversary. Marie stood in the shadows, muttering that if it were her, Corin would have everything: houses, land, gold mines, power, anything he desired. She gritted her teeth, her eyes darkening, declaring that Corin wouldn't need to do anything at all, just stay home and greet her with a smile. But then, a thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly realized something. The phantom of Sihu Park appeared in her mind, representing Marie's competitive spirit. "No, I will never accept this defeat. She thought of the future, when Korin would be just a mortal old man, lying, waiting to die after a short century. Meanwhile, she was an ancient vampire, one granted immortality. The plan was laid out. She would turn Korin into a vampire, binding him to her forever, regardless of whether their relationship became mother and child or master and servant. Marie shed tears, but her eyes were filled with determination. He will belong only to me. She decided to let Korin live out his 100 years with that woman. Then she would come and claim him. Marie would wait until every trace of Orisha completely vanished into oblivion. Suddenly, Korin in the dream opened his eyes wide, as if sensing the dark intention aimed at him. In another vision, Marie, with silver-white hair and vampire fangs, cried, swearing she would make Korin happy. But then the scene changed again. Korin was dancing with Marie in a wedding dress, and she bitterly admitted defeat in this mental battle. Elsewhere, Hwaran and another nun, who were meditating, were also utterly shocked by what was happening in the main characters' minds. Marie told herself this was the first time she had given her heart, while an image of grilled fish appeared, symbolizing her innocence. In a virtual space, Korin was smiling brightly, feeding the blue-haired girl, while Hwaran peeked from outside the window, watching with an expressionless face. Hwaran was still lurking outside, wondering what she was doing, and answered concisely, "Just watching." The red-haired Hwa entity appeared behind Hwaran, questioning what she intended to do, and Hwaran coldly replied that she never had a plan to lose. The blue-haired girl dreamily thought of a normal life, calling Korin her husband, and building a family together. The Hwa entity continued to provoke Hwaran, asking why she couldn't do what she wanted, and offered to lend a hand. Hwa's eyes glowed, declaring she would help Hwaran achieve what Ran truly yearned for. The scene changed. Korin suddenly appeared in a luxurious room, greeting Hwaran as if it had been a long time. Korin grabbed Hwaran's wrist, pulling her close unexpectedly. Without much talk, Korin threw Hwaran straight onto the bed, leaving her no time to react. The situation reversed. Hwaran turned the tables, pinning Korin down, growling her accusation. "It's your fault, Korin." Hwaran's eyes gleamed with mad possessiveness. She accused him of looking at another woman besides her. Hwaran roared that all of this was Korin's fault, then bit savagely into his shoulder. Korin could only grit his teeth and endure her fury. Hwaran, in a seductive nightgown, once again asserted that it was all Korin's doing. She declared that since she had given him all of her firsts, then his firsts must also belong to her. A domineeringly possessive logic. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Korin and Hwaran were sleeping peacefully in bed, a scene completely contrasting the chaos from before. Their hands were tightly intertwined, a testament to the happy ending in Hwaran's dream. In the rosy dream, Orisha Aden contentedly held her firstborn son, the crystallization of her and Korin's love. She shed tears of happiness, telling herself with certainty, "I won." But her joy was short-lived. Orisha sensed something was wrong in her dream world. Marie Dunaref unexpectedly cut in, baring her fangs and sneering, shattering her rival's rosy dream. Both Hwaran and Marie woke up abruptly, looking at each other bewildered on the floor, realizing they had just been kicked out of the dream space. An old man in a hooded druid robe cleared his throat, introducing himself as Uskias, the guardian of Findius. The old man delivered a thunderous statement. "If you're looking for Korin Loke, it's too late. He departed 4 days ago." Marie questioned how the old man knew they were looking for Korin, and Uskias merely looked down in silence. Uskias awkwardly explained that as a sage, he just knew, swearing internally never to secretly read these ladies' minds again. Meanwhile, Korin's team was climbing a colossal tree trunk reaching into the blue sky, and Yahello grumbled about not seeing any monsters blocking their way. Korin reassured the team, his hand touching the tree and activating a rune, secretly calculating the enemy's moves. Suddenly, Orisha screamed as she saw figures descending from the clouds, alerting the team that a confrontation was imminent. Korin calmly dismissed it. "It's not falling clouds. It's just that this tree hasn't finished growing yet." Whoosh! The colossal tree trunk suddenly accelerated, shooting straight up into the sky like a rocket. Korin looked up, unable to hide his astonishment at the magnificent sight before him. A colossal floating castle hovered amidst the clouds, appearing as their final destination. The group stepped onto the threshold, facing the 50-meter-high city gate, and Korin assessed the situation. Lunia crossed her arms and commented professionally, "Small. This isn't the Sky Titan's castle. It's probably just some minor giants." Yahello anxiously repeated Uskias's words about the sun-guarding giant, and Korin concluded that the main gate was not an option. At the same time, elsewhere, the King of the Shade resentfully looked at the berry in his hand, muttering that it was originally the key to infiltrate the castle. Korin smirked confidently, casually declaring, "Well, just knock on the door, and we'll see what interesting things await," leaving Yuel behind him bewildered. He took a deep breath, preparing for a far-from-gentle knock. Without further ado, Korin unleashed a sky-shattering kick directly at the colossal gate, shouting, "Come out now." The entire team stood before the magnificent city gate, awaiting a reaction from within. Creak! The heavy gate creaked open, and a blinding stream of light poured out from the gap. Orisha stammered Korin's name upon seeing what was inside, while he merely smirked and declared, "From now on, well, improvise." A colossal eye with a glowing blue iris stared out, a powerful voice resounding, "Who goes there?" A giant stone hand pushed the gate wide open, revealing a massive entity, which mumbled, "Humans?" Behind the gate, there wasn't just one, but an entire army of stone giants staring intently at the tiny group. Orisha shrieked as she realized these monsters were at least first rank, while Lunia grabbed her sister and asked Korin if he truly intended to fight. The giant leader roared, commanding, "Speak, human." He bent down to look at Korin, questioning, "Do you have the key?" Korin looked up, answering concisely and without a hint of fear, "No." The giant's golden eye narrowed menacingly. "You don't have it? If that's the case," he roared, raising a fist enveloped in blue energy, ready to turn the entire team into stew. "Then become stew for me." "Wait!" Korin raised his hand, halting the impending attack. He boldly declared, beginning his deceptive act, "We are pioneers approved by the great hero Uskias." The giant remained suspicious, retorting, "Is that so? Then tell me, what is your master's name?" Korin smiled meaningfully, beginning his charade. "My master's name, the great hero, if I don't have the fruit." With a cunning smile and glowing red eyes, Korin enunciated each word, impersonating his sworn enemy. "It is Dune Skies." Korin continued his deception, pointing at Yuel and declaring, "I even brought a druid to convey the sage's message," making the druid girl panic and wonder. "A druid? Me?" The gate-guarding giant mumbled about Sharvan and Uskias's approval, while Yuel stood behind Korin, sweating profusely. The giant growled, "Prove it." And Korin responded with an utterly insane smile, making Orisha beside him scared out of her wits. Forced into action, Yuel had no choice but to display her skill, summoning verdant magical vines that twisted in the air, activating the Walkerman skill. The giant nodded. You know about the fruit of the red rowan tree, and there's a druid who can use Walkerman. I'm not surprised she's here in Uskias' stead." He changed the subject. "However, the key." Korin quickly replied, "I understand. One cannot obtain the sun without the red fruit, correct?" Korin added another layer of deception. "But our hero instructed us to be courteous, to greet you great giants first." And it seemed this flattery had an effect. The gate-guarding giant was finally convinced. "Very well, minions of Dune Skies, I accept you as guests." And the colossal gate began to open. He mumbled about the sun, then turned and walked away, leaving Korin's entire team to proceed inside. As soon as they passed through, Korin turned back with a chillingly smug smile, boasting, "See? Easy, wasn't it?" Leaving Yuel and Orisha speechless. Orisha, still stunned, asked, "So this was your plan?" But Korin merely smirked dangerously. "No, my plan is only just beginning now." With glowing red eyes and the smile of a demon, Korin declared his true objective. "We're going to plunder this place clean." Korin recounted that he had left Lunia and Yuel to stand guard, while he and Orisha headed straight for the giant's treasure vault. He reminisced about his past life, admitting that theft was part of his plan. And Sihu Park, the former main character, possessed a cheat skill called inventory. Orisha wondered how Korin could pinpoint the treasure's location, and he casually explained that such places usually followed certain rules. But the real challenge still lay ahead. They both stepped into a colossal room, overflowing with a sea of gold. Orisha could only gape in astonishment, while Korin declared their main objective. "We need to find the sun sword here." Korin explained the mechanism of the Klausolas. It needed to absorb sunlight, so it could only be obtained during a solar eclipse when its power was weakened. Orisha innocently asked, "Why not just take it at night?" While rummaging, Orisha excitedly held up a sword and a crown, but Korin seemed annoyed, muttering, "I didn't think there would be guards." Korin was speechless, realizing the reason there were no guards was because finding the sword in this mountain of gold was impossible. And Orisha nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a white chicken appeared right on top of the golden mountain, making Orisha comment in bewilderment. "A chicken? A bit small to be food for giants, isn't it?" Korin suddenly yelled that someone was coming, hastily pulling Orisha to hide while she was still panicking, unsure where to hide amidst a sea of gold. A gruesome voice echoed from the shadows, grinning widely. "Oh, my lovely darling. There you are." A stone giant stepped into the treasure vault, taking heavy strides towards the white chicken standing on the pile of gold. Corin and Arisha held their breath, hiding behind a mountain of coins, silently praying the giant wouldn't discover them. The damned chicken suddenly turned its head and looked directly at their hiding spot, making Corin realize they had been exposed. The chicken tilted its head and let out an innocent cluck, while Arisha quickly covered Corin's mouth as he muttered curses. The chicken gave them a disdainful look, then turned away. It puffed out its chest, strained for a moment, then laid a colossal, dazzling golden egg. Both Corin and Arisha gaped, Arisha whispering that perhaps all the gold in this vault was produced by this chicken. The stone giant affectionately picked up the chicken. Corin was filled with regret for missing out on the golden egg-laying chicken, while Arisha, exasperated, reminded him their goal was the sword, not the gold. After the giant left, both sighed in relief at their escape, with Arisha still lying on top of Corin. Arisha suddenly froze, her face flushing red as she realized their intimate position. She suddenly recalled her haunting dream of a wedding, whispering to Corin that her sister wasn't here. Arisha looked directly at Corin, her voice hesitant as she asked what he thought of her sister. Corin answered frankly and naively that he was attracted to Lunia. Arisha was stunned by the answer. Corin continued to praise Lunia as skilled, kind, and beautiful, asserting that any man would think the same. Arisha's disappointment was evident, while Corin casually urged her to get up and continue searching, reminding them they only had 2 days before the solar eclipse. Arisha stood up, understanding that if they couldn't obtain the sword within that time frame, the King of the Shade would be the one to get it. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she turned to look at Corin. Arisha said that something about his plan didn't make sense, causing Corin, who was still sprawled on the ground, to look up in confusion. Arisha questioned Corin, explaining that the sun could absorb light during the day, but at night, it was out of reach. Corin's mind raced, his crimson eyes flashing as he realized a crucial detail. The sun would weaken on the day of the eclipse. The entire team looked up at the night sky, where a perfectly full moon hung, even though it should have been a crescent moon today. The truth was revealed. The so-called moon was actually the sun Clau Solus, hovering above a floating island and perfectly disguised. Corin sat on the ground, muttering as he analyzed the situation. By day it was the sun, by night it was the moon, hovering right above their heads. Lunia, with a serious expression, confirmed that the floating island wasn't as far as the real moon, but was protected by a barrier, then asked directly, "Is there any way to get up there?" Corin admitted it was currently impossible, but they had 2 days before the eclipse and had to secretly find a way. Time passed, and the floating island continued its day-night cycle, a taunt to those below. The entire team looked up at the sky in despair, realizing that finding a way up there in 2 days was an unsolvable problem. Corin bitterly admitted their 2-day advantage had vanished, as the King of Shadows and the traitorous druid Doomnorix were about to arrive with their forces. Meanwhile, inside the Sky Castle, a stone giant greedily asked his comrades, "Besides the little druid girl, can we devour the rest?" The other giant stopped him, remarking that these people had restrained themselves unusually compared to the standards of mere mortals. The explanation appeared. The Sky Titan Sharvan had carved a command into their bloodline, not to attack druids, and to hand over the sun to whoever brought the fruit of the red yew tree. A symbolic image showed 2 colossal stone hands offering up the orb of light, representing the handover of the Sunday. The giants continued chatting, one eagerly awaiting freedom to descend to the mortal realm and devour everything, while the other anticipated the gift the King of Shadows had prepared. Hidden behind the door, Corin smirked victoriously, thinking that arriving early had certainly paid off. He had overheard all the secrets. In the night sky, the fake moon still shone brightly. Finally, the fated moment arrived, the eclipse began, and a shadow slowly obscured the orb of light. The King of Shadows appeared with a savage grin, mocking the cramped state of the Sky Castle without Sharvan present. Standing before the colossal gate with his minions, the King of Shadows spread his arms wide, growling, "I am thrilled." The King of Shadows flung open the treasury door, declaring it was time to claim the Sun Sword. He paused as a voice commanded his arrest, but the King of Shadows calmly said, "Wait." A colossal golem named Walkerman appeared, making the King of Shadows look up. Walkerman unexpectedly bowed, calling the King of Shadows his glorious master, leaving him utterly stunned. At that very moment, Corin, with a clownish face, and Yahello rushed out, holding up the chicken from the treasury and shouting, "Master, we have obeyed your command." The King of Shadows was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while the chicken merely let out a confused cluck. The stone giants roared in fury upon realizing they had been tricked. Thieves, an entire army of giants, weapons in hand, charged forward, determined to devour those who dared to steal their treasure. Their leader let out an earth-shattering roar. "I will kill you." The King of Shadows merely glanced, showing disdain for the small fry. Corrin knelt on one knee, acting to the fullest. "Great hero Skies, I have stolen these fools' treasure at your command," leaving the King of Shadows speechless. With a savage, Joker-like grin, Corrin whispered, "Come on, now let's slaughter all these idiots together." The druid Doomnorix stood afar, realizing the entire insidious plan. "We've been tricked." The stone giants erupted in rage, charging at the King of Shadows and his companions, roaring, "Kill them all. We will devour every single one." A burst of blue energy erupted as the two sides officially clashed. The King of Shadows' companions were snatched up like toys, screaming desperately, while one giant even demanded to make Dune sukiyaki out of them. A giant suddenly froze, his face ashen as if about to vomit. A swarm of black spectral snakes burst from the giant's mouth, transforming him into a hideous, moving nest. Doomnorix could only grind his teeth, helplessly watching the King of Shadows act. "Damn it." Corrin laughed maniacally, declaring that whether it was Dune Skies or Balthazar, no one could stop him from claiming Claw Solus. Corrin led the team forward, grinning sinisterly with the intention of letting the two enemy factions destroy each other, while Lunia Aden grumbled, asking if he had no shame. The team continued climbing the colossal tree trunk, Corrin boastfully declaring that immortal Loke knew no shame, causing Arisha Aden to awkwardly explain to her sister. Lunia used a tissue to wipe off Corrin's clown makeup, sighing in exasperation at having to accept her fiancé's eccentric personality. Arisha anxiously tugged Corrin's arm, asking about the scenario where the King of Shadows defeated all the giants and claimed the divine artifact, but he merely replied coldly, "No problem." With a mad grin, Corrin revealed his cruel plan was to chop down the entire tree once they reached the top, making Uel Valorn scream in horror at his wickedness. Corrin ran, telling himself that only the victor gets to write history, and the best way to claim Claw Solus was to descend first and then fell this tree. He smirked victoriously, calculating that chopping down the tree would leave the King of Shadows' two minions trapped in the sky forever. That was his plan. Suddenly, Corrin froze with a look of astonishment, and the entire team also stopped, sensing something unusual. A spatial net barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire area, making Corrin realize there was an unforeseen variable. A humanoid monster appeared, wielding a blazing red energy sword, signaling that a deathmatch was about to begin. The entire team looked up at the top of the tree trunk, where a new enemy awaited in its domain. The boss fully revealed itself, a formidable sword demon, with a pair of blazing twin swords, exuding an overwhelming aura. The sword demon stood tall, facing Corrin's entire team, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Lunia stepped forward, the sword in her hand flaring with a blue aura, declaring boldly, "I'll handle it." She unleashed a protective aura, a powerful surge of blue energy enveloping the entire team, ready for battle. The sword demon completely ignored Lunia, dashing past her with incredible speed, leaving the swordswoman stunned. Lunia realized with a shock the monster's intention. It was prioritizing those capable of deploying domains first. Information about the boss appeared. Sword Demon, the strongest swordsman in the game, later recruited by the Demon King. The monster bared its teeth in a savage grin, described as currently just a minor boss not heavily involved in the apocalypse. Corrin gritted his teeth, his eyes sparking with fire, realizing that in this battle, his opponent was no mindless boss. The text appeared, "Solitary Dragon's Escape." Corrin was trapped in a private space, declaring he could not receive assistance from the system's command. The sword demon said little, unleashing a blazing red sword stroke that tore through space with unseen speed. Slash. A clean cut sliced across Corrin's body, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The force of the slash was immense. Corrin was sent flying like a ragdoll, completely out of control. Before he could recover, the sword demon had closed in and launched another attack directly at Corrin. Corrin took the full force of the blow, his body nearly pulverized, and was slammed straight into the ground. Arisha watched the scene from afar, frantically screaming Corrin's name. She was about to rush to his aid, but Corrin shouted, his voice filled with horror, "Don't come here." Despite being overwhelmed, Corrin gritted his teeth and ordered, "When we fight." He struggled to his feet, his face covered in blood, but his gaze remained sharp. "Just look straight ahead." The sword demon ignored the dying Corrin, turned to Arisha, and commanded, "Get out of the way." Immediately, Lunia appeared, grabbing the monster's arm tightly, and growled, "You dare." Lunia roared, "Ignore me?" then unleashed a massive surge of green sword energy, performing the Arden family's false domain of severances technique. Power analysis showed that, outside of a domain, Lunia's skill level far surpassed Corrin's and Orisha's combined, making even the sword demon wary. However, the sword demon's blazing red eyes flashed with a deadly glint. It turned out that Lunia's technique was merely a replica, imitating the true domain of severances. Lunia broke into a sweat, realizing she could only barely enter the domain state twice in a row. The sword demon gave her opponent no time to breathe, activating the 8-armed peerless skill, sprouting 6 additional blazing red energy arms. Lunia was stunned, realizing the monster's intention. It was targeting the domain users behind her back again. Lunia's eyes became resolute as she calculated. When this domain ends, I will use that permitted half-step and surely cleave off the sword demon's head. Orisha realized the situation was dire. But my sister can only block 3 of that sword demon's attacks. If this domain collapses, then, Lunia clicked her tongue in annoyance, knowing full well she was at a disadvantage. Corrin's eyes flashed with blue light. It seemed the young man was calculating some kind of comeback plan. The sword demon was not to be underestimated either. Its blazing red eyes locked onto its target, preparing to strike. Swish! A sword flew through the air, blood splattered. Orisha froze in shock, her pupils constricted as she witnessed the horrifying scene before her. Corrin could only gape, sweat pouring down him like rain in helplessness. Lunia! Corrin shouted as the sword demon used its twin swords to slash directly at the female swordswoman. Lunia steeled herself to block the attack, gritted her teeth, and cursed, "Damn this domain." Lunia's sword-wielding hand trembled violently. She was about to collapse under the monster's overwhelming power. Crash! Lunia was sent flying by a devastating blow, blood splattering everywhere. The sword demon let out a savage roar, asserting its dominance after defeating its strongest opponent. Orisha rushed in, but was also overwhelmed by the monster. She could only scream in pain. Lunia lay sprawled on the ground. Orisha rushed to help her, but her sister pushed her hand away. "Cough. Let go," Lunia panted. "Once you've entered the battle, don't look back, you fool." Orisha frantically called her sister's name again and again, unable to believe what was happening. Orisha's eyes were filled with extreme fear. She realized the skill gap was too vast. Looking at the sword demon standing tall like an insurmountable mountain, Orisha thought in despair, "How can I possibly defeat it?" Suddenly, another aura surged forth. Corrin's eyes glowed blazing red as the Uath rune was activated. The second rune, Strafe, continued to appear, signaling that the protagonist had officially activated a cheat. In the heat of the moment, Yahello played her trump card, summoning the colossal golem walkerman onto the field. The female druid panted, shouting for Orisha to run immediately, wondering in her mind how Corrin could use something similar twice without a sacrifice. At the same time, from Corrin's body, a surge of blazing red dark energy erupted, forming a grotesque phantom. The demonic entity created by Corrin confronted the sword demon directly, its aura no less imposing. The phantom's bloodshot eyes glowed, ready for a bloody, winner-take-all battle. The sword demon said little, assuming a stance to unleash the Arden second form sword technique. An earth-shattering slash, carrying the power of 2 roaring dragons, swept away everything in its path. Yahello was thrown back by the aftershock of the attack, clutching her chest and groaning in pain. Orisha also staggered, standing in front of her unconscious sister. The situation was hanging by a thread. Fear enveloped the minds of Yahello and Corrin, a feeling of utter helplessness. Orisha also trembled, her mind only wanting to abandon everything and flee. But then, the young girl stomped her foot down, gathering all her courage. "But even so, I cannot run," Orisha roared, charging straight towards the monster. The young girl used all her might to block the sword demon's attack, while behind her lay her fallen comrades. Corrin lay flat on the ground, holding a recovery potion in his hand, and growled to a worried Yahello, "I'm fine. Save Lunia first." Yahello still tried to hand the potion to Corrin, but he knew that with his current speed and strength, drinking the potion would only prolong the inevitable. As Corrin was in despair, a strange voice echoed right beside his ear. "Hello. You seem to be gravely injured." A shadowy figure in a cloak and fedora appeared with a sinister smile, exuding the aura of a true boss. The King of the Shade looked at Corrin, sprawled on the ground, with a mocking gaze. Hey, you're not in a position to worry about others." Before Yahello could even comprehend what was happening, the King of the Shade made his move. A surge of dark energy shot straight towards her, amidst a piercing scream. The moment the King of Shadows made his move, a colossal tree sprouted from thin air, blocking his attack amidst his sinister laughter. The King of Shadows turned to Corrin, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The boy who killed Furmak. Let's see what tricks you have. Korin gritted his teeth, his voice filled with gratitude yet equally exasperated. Thanks. Instantly, the King of Shadows struck, a pure white spear shooting forth with terrifying speed, impaling the helpless Korin. The skill, Chaos Spear, tore through the air, aimed directly at the target. Thud! The spear plunged deep into the solid rock face. Korin was pinned to the cliff face, able only to watch as the King of Shadows taunted. Wow, putting on a show, are we? He hovered in the air, holding a twig, wondering. I thought we couldn't attack each other because of the oath, right? The King of Shadows sneered, his face grotesquely bloated and distorted. That's right. That's why if you break the rules, your head will explode. Boom! He blew up a decoy head to illustrate, casually saying, something like that. I don't give a damn who solves the riddle or gets the divine sword first. With the smile of a true demon, he bluntly declared, I just need to kill you and steal it, then I'm done. Korin, despite being pinned, remained terrifyingly calm. I know. Then he curled his lips into a mad grin, raised a hand, and growled. I was thinking the exact same thing. Whoosh! A volley of blood spears unexpectedly shot out from Korin, piercing through the King of Shadows. Yahello and Huaran, having just arrived, froze in shock at the sight. Yahello frantically asked, Korin, are you all right? What's going on? Yahello's eyes widened, reflecting an unbelievable sight. The King of Shadows had silently appeared behind the two girls without them noticing, asking chillingly, Are these your friends? Making Yahello scream in terror. Korin tensed his body, a dark aura flaring around him, as he tried to pull the spear out of the rock face to save his comrades. Yahello shouted loudly, her voice filled with worry. Korin, don't worry about us, climb up quickly. The King of Shadows chuckled gleefully, dark tentacles extending. Heh. You want to save your friends? But now I'm curious. The King of Shadows leaned close to Korin, whispering enticingly. As the Queen's spear, my master will grant you any divinity you desire. Why do you resist us? A vision flashed. The brilliant golden light of destiny enveloped Korin Loke, the chosen hero. His destiny was predetermined. Defeat the demons and save the world. The King of Shadows, servant of the Beast King, Dune Skies, grinned sinisterly as he watched Korin chained. In the illusion, Korin, despite his injuries, growled with determination. I will be the one to witness my own victory. The scene shifted to a flashback. A purple humanoid monster drew its twin blades, exuding a chilling killing intent. Under the moonlight, the sword demon faced a figure on the mountaintop. Its master, Garand Arden, the great sword master, frowned at his monstrous disciple, growling. That sword is mine. This old man cannot comprehend its thoughts. The night was silent. Only a crescent moon hung in the sky. The sword demon, with its blazing twin blades, looked up at the sky, questioning its master's silhouette. Why did you teach me swordsmanship? Its crimson eyes flashed with deadly intent, ready for a fight to the death. Back in reality, Arisha gritted her teeth and tensed her body, blocking the sword demon's twin blades. The destructive power was too immense. The sword demon fought and reminisced, easily shattering a stone giant with a single slash, and muttered to itself, Does that old man know? I didn't just learn swordsmanship alone. Its bloodshot eyes gleamed with understanding. The feeling each time I face an enemy. The limits of the blade, the capabilities of my body. I understand it all. Countless red energy blades appeared, surrounding the sword demon like a hail of bullets. It became aware of its terrifying power, but when compared to Garand, it could only bitterly admit, compared to him, I am nothing. Its eyes flared with rage and helplessness. I can never reach him. The sword demon erupted, unleashing its ultimate skill, thousands of blood-red slashes tearing through space. Arisha was engulfed by the storm of sword energy, her body torn apart by countless slashes in an instant. A pinkish-red energy explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, an absolute destructive power. Amidst the storm of sword energy, the sword demon roared bitterly. I should have been able to ascend to the heavens, so why am I here? A figure slowly emerged from the red smoke. A cold voice echoed, You think that? Arisha, covered in injuries, but her blue eyes glowing brightly, curled her lips into a defiant smirk. I can't cut you down? The sword demon furiously charged forward, unleashing a series of crimson slashes, but Arisha had completely transformed, easily dodging. Arisha's sword blocked the monster's attack, leaving it stunned. I cannot comprehend this situation. I cannot comprehend this feeling. Both sides clashed, sword energy colliding and sparking. The sword demon considered itself the predator, its opponent merely prey that could be torn apart at any moment. A slash grazed Arisha's hair, but the monster still couldn't believe its eyes. But why? The sword demon screamed in its mind as it saw Orisha use countless illusions to block all its attacks. Why can't I hit it? Why is it still intact? Seeing Orisha's confident and mad smile, the monster completely lost control. Why is it smiling? Orisha launched a counterattack. A white-blue sword streak flashed with unimaginable speed, the swift severance skill. The sword grazed the sword demon's face, leaving a deep gash in its utter astonishment. Orisha coldly declared, "You're slower now," while the monster stubbornly denied. "My energy is still full. I didn't even approach it." The prey of yesterday had now transformed. Orisha took a stance, her aura erupting, preparing to unleash Arden's second sword form. A storm of swordsmanship was unleashed. From Twin Dragon Sky Strike to Arden's first form, Orisha completely overwhelmed the sword demon with superior skill. Cornered, the sword demon could only let out a roar of helplessness before Orisha's display of power. Orisha deployed a Domain of Light net, using the enemy's own skill to retaliate. Domain of Severance, 8-handed Peerless Strike. 1, 2, 3 consecutive crimson slashes tore through the sword demon's body. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 destructive sword strikes simultaneously descended. The monster had no chance to defend itself. The sword demon stood frozen, utterly bewildered. This is the first time I felt nothing after using the Domain of Severance. Its movements were as if it knew beforehand where I would attack. Orisha's blue eyes gleamed with the light of insight. Her true ability was revealed. Mind's Eye. Orisha's swordsmanship now faintly mirrored Lunia's, the older sister she had surpassed. Inside Orisha's domain, the sword demon realized he was cornered. He roared, unleashing a severing false domain slash, attempting to shatter the space. But the attack was useless, and he suddenly awakened. "Ah, now I understand why I came here." In his mind, Lunia's image appeared, unleashing her domineering venomous dragon head slash, and he muttered, "That girl is just like me, a sword genius obsessed with the blade, and I am here to cut her down. If I can defeat that girl, I'll be able to reach that old monster, Garand." Clang! 2 streams of sword energy, one blue and one red, clashed fiercely within the illusion. Elsewhere, a silver-haired female mage yawned, holding a dark staff. How boring. Everything is too dull, except for her. Lunia's gaze in the illusion remained sharp and cold, without a hint of wavering. The sword demon growled, dark energy erupting. "Your birth, your life, your efforts all were prepared for me, and in this very moment, I am certain of it." Dark energy condensed, forming a terrifying pressure. "Nothing remains but the resolve to cut you down. I have risen. To reach my peak. Activate." Sword demon form, Arden Awakening. He unleashed his full power, performing the ultimate technique. Sky Sword. A storm of sword energy named Peerless Thousand Blades swept away everything in its path. Countless crimson slashes wove into a deathly net, leaving no gaps. After the sword storm passed, the sword demon stood tall, confident in his absolute victory. But then, he froze, his pupils contracting in shock. Before him, Lunia still stood, without a single scratch, looking at him as if he were an insect. A wave of blue light swept away the minions within the sword demon's illusion. Before the sword demon, a new army of light warriors appeared, their aura soaring to the heavens. He suddenly paused, wondering, is there truly something higher than the mere desire to kill? Orisha Aden stood there, her entire body enveloped in lightning, for she was the one controlling this mental battlefield. Memories flooded back. Orisha, with a blood-smeared face but unwavering eyes, growled, "Once you're in the fight, don't look back." Even when battered, she still screamed, "If you're going to fight, then look straight ahead." Facing Lunia's back, Orisha gritted her teeth and swore, "I definitely will." The young girl's face now showed only iron-hard determination. She took a decisive step forward, declaring, "Move." Energy erupted as Orisha activated the Arden family's ultimate technique, Sky Sword, but in an entirely new style. Because what was greater than any ultimate technique was the miracle created by a single step forward. The Endless Domain Destroyer technique was unleashed, crushing the entire illusory space. Struck by the pure light, the sword demon awakened. "Ah, so that's it. I learned swordsmanship precisely for this moment." He finally understood that his entire existence was merely to witness this girl's single step forward. The mental domain began to crumble, floating rocks cracking apart. The illusory space completely disintegrated, returning everything to reality. Back on the ruined battlefield, Korin Loke struggled to climb, muttering, "Just going up is this damn hard." He clung on, yelling in frustration, "Aish, come on." Suddenly, the King of Shadows appeared right behind Korin, sneering, "Heh heh, you look quite tired." A terrifying truth was revealed. The King of Shadows was not a single entity. Killing him once meant nothing, for he was an endless abyss of shadows. The King of Shadows explained his nature. An entity formed from countless snakes, toads, and 3 dragons, one of the 4 great secret treasures. He unleashed his power, and countless shadowy snakes with glowing purple eyes surged out from a dark vortex. Corrin was surrounded by the demonic snakes but managed to grab one, growling. "Got you." Corrin's bruised face twisted into a confident smirk. "A mere beast spirit will never defeat me." A notification appeared, introducing the Death Orb, an auto-hit weapon that separates soul and body, bypassing all defensive stats. Corrin held the spear, radiating dark lightning, realizing the enemy's true nature. "So you're a Grim Reaper." The King of Shadows sneered, taunting. "But hey, I can keep playing. Do you still have mana?" Corrin leaped into the air, dodging the swarming dark snakes writhing below. The King of Shadows was stunned, unable to believe his eyes as the ground below began to emit a brilliant golden light. A colossal oak tree shot straight into the sky, nourished by the world's most unique fertilizer. Its roots spread, endlessly draining mana from its surroundings. Corrin landed, stepping onto his own sword, declaring, "This vast land was created by my own hands. This is my domain." Standing amidst the golden energy, Corrin asserted confidently, "It provides me with an endless supply of mana." The King of Shadows recognized his opponent as Corrin Loke, the Queen's first spear, which even made Corrin freeze. With a toothy grin, the King of Shadows admitted, I'll concede that. In my current state, I can't defeat you." He began the fusion process, wondering how long it had been since his army had merged into one. Countless shadowy entities intertwined, forming a single colossal monster. Corrin broke into a sweat, looking at the terrifying sight before him and muttering, "This is a bit much." A colossal fused serpent with rock-hard scales and sharp horns appeared, glaring at Corrin. The monster roared, recounting an ancient grudge. "The Queen imprisoned me in a dark place. She shoved me into a cramped jar." The King of the Shade ranted with hatred, mentioning a white-haired queen on an empty throne who had been sealed away. "Now I will devour what she swore to protect." The monster roared, calling Corrin by his title, the first spear of the Queen, and threatened to devour him, along with the flesh of the last goddess, Erin Danuar. Corrin smirked with supreme arrogance. "How long do you plan to monologue?" With that, he stomped his foot onto the tree trunk, activating the resonating rune magic, and reminded, "I told you this is my home turf, didn't I?" Energy erupted from the tree trunk, blazing streams of light like shackles tightly wrapped around the colossal body of the serpent monster. The King of the Shade looked down in horror, realizing the deadly trap it had stepped into, stuttering. What is this? Damn it, are you insane?" Corrin recalled his plan, to activate all the runes secretly carved along the tree-climbing path using an endless mana source. The Kenaz and Sewilo runes flared to life, signaling an impending, terrifying thermal energy explosion. The Birkanon rune completed the formation, transforming the entire tree trunk into a colossal incinerator, engulfing the King of the Shade in a sea of flames, making it shriek miserably. Amidst the fiery hell, Corrin calmly dashed away, while the King of the Shade roared, "Do you think you'll be safe in this sea of flames?" Corrin sneered. His goal was never combat. "Do you think I came here to fight? I came to loot." The King of the Shade looked up at the sky with a panicked expression, seemingly realizing a momentous event was unfolding. High above, Corrin soared upwards. With a total solar eclipse behind him, he was aiming for something in mid-air. The system announced one of the 4 great secret treasures, obtainable only during a solar eclipse, the Sun Sword, Clau Solus. In this gamble, whoever obtains it wins. Corrin snatched the hilt of the mythical weapon, uttering a challenge. And whoever doesn't get it will fall to their death, right? With blazing eyes, he firmly gripped the new weapon and commanded the burning monster below, "If you want to live, fly up here." The King of the Shade roared with extreme fury, realizing it had just been tricked and brazenly robbed. With no other choice, the colossal monster spread its wings, trying to escape the sea of flames and fly up to reclaim the weapon. Corrin, now hovering in the air with the Clau Solus radiating a brilliant aura, prepared for the finishing dive. The two forces clashed in a magnificent scene. The King of the Shade roared Corrin's name as it ascended, while Corrin plunged down like a meteor. A vision of a legendary battle unfolded. Ancient warriors riding dragons charged into a chaotic sea of flames. A blue energy dragon soared above a dark fortress, signaling an earth-shattering power. Corrin sighed in relief after defeating a colossal enemy, while Marier stood behind him amidst a field of red spears stuck in the ground. Marier startled and turned around, calling Corrin's name in surprise as a new threat emerged. The King of the Shade appeared in the form of a black-haired man. He sneered contemptuously. Quite persistent, for a mere human. Let's end this. He began to transform, metamorphosing into his second ultimate form, the legendary mythical dragon, a colossal monster radiating purple demonic energy. Corrin remained unfazed, channeling blazing red energy at his chest and roared, "Activate the third core." Corrin's entire body erupted in dark energy and red lightning, his eyes blazing, ready to unleash his full power to confront a legend. He unleashed his ultimate technique. First demonic spear, dark profundity, a destructive surge of energy hurtling straight towards the enemy. The colossal eye of the mythical dragon merely observed coldly, without a hint of fear. With a whoosh, the King of the Shade in human form gracefully dodged the attack, letting the demonic spear pierce through his dragon shadow, and confidently declared, "You fell into my trap." Corrin was stunned, realizing his opponent had used the transformation itself to unbelievably evade the attack. "Stay still," the King of the Shade roared, waving his hand to unleash countless purple energy tentacles to bind Corrin tightly. Corrin frantically swung his weapon, creating red energy slashes to sever the surrounding tentacles. Overwhelmed, Corrin gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. My full power attack was dodged so easily?" But then he smirked, revealing his trump card. "What do you think is the condition for the Crimson Rowan fruit to sprout?" The image of the Crimson Rowan fruit appeared, a magical fruit that only grows by absorbing negative energy. The sky darkened. A total solar eclipse enveloped the entire battlefield. The King of the Shade, holding a cluster of fruits, looked up at the eclipse and finally understood, it's the solar eclipse. Immediately, colossal, thorny branches sprouted from thin air, entwining the dragon and the entire sky, activating Corrin's final trap. Inside the thorny sphere, the branches tightened their grip, trying to crush the trapped prey. But the King of the Shade merely sneered, his body dissolving into a stream of dark energy, easily escaping the botanical prison. He roared madly, summoning countless snakes, toads, and 3 demonic dragons to merge with himself. This was his true form, the beast of shadowed darkness, king of reptiles, an entity formed from monsters sealed beneath hell. The colossal, muscular hybrid monster manifested before Corrin, its pressure crushing the very space around it. Not stopping there, dark energy condensed in its hand, forming a new weapon. A blazing, brilliant golden divine sword appeared, radiating terrifying heat. The monster roared, swung the sun sword, and unleashed a wave of destructive energy. Corrin clicked his tongue, sweat pouring down. What bad luck, having to face the sun for a second time. Suddenly, a nearby fortress shook violently, preparing for a preset trap. Boom! The entire structure exploded in a sea of flames, engulfing the entire battlefield. The destructive force of the explosion flung Corrin away, sending him tumbling across the ground. He slowly got back up, his entire body bruised, but his eyes still filled with determination. The Kinaz rune symbol of the torch appeared, revealing it was a colossal fire formation set by Corrin. The King of the Shade stood amidst the sea of flames, looking amused. "Did you wake up early to prepare this?" He continued to mock. "You must have spent all day setting up this formation, huh?" The monster roared, charging straight into the heart of the fiery vortex. But instead of being incinerated, it raised the sun sword and declared arrogantly, "It's useless. All flames must bow before the sun." The sword absorbed the entire formation. Corrin gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, I can't even buy time?" The King of the Shade swung his sword, unleashing a massive fireball towards Corrin. The fireball exploded. Its destructive power ravaged the ground, blowing away everything nearby. The entire area was devastated, leaving only ruins and smoldering flames. Corrin was thrown back by the shockwave, struggling to hold his ground. "Die!" the King of the Shade roared, charging forward with his blazing sun sword. Corrin raised his weapon to block the attack, but the boss's power was too immense, pushing him back. The King of the Shade sneered contemptuously. "Do you think you can keep running forever?" Corrin retorted, mocking that a monster wielding a weapon was just a joke, as the true sword demon was not so simple. The King of the Shade laughed loudly, believing Corrin was all talk, then charged to attack again while Corrin was also ready to counterattack. "Die, and get out of my sight!" The King of the Shade furiously slashed down. Corrin gritted his teeth and braced himself to defend. Corrin shouted domain, and the space around them both transformed into a starry universe. The 2 swords clashed, sparking, creating a terrifying energy explosion at the point of impact. Corrin unleashed a series of consecutive moves, the Rising Serpent Strike and Poisonous Dragon Head Slash, trying to turn the tide. But it was all futile. The King of the Shade shattered the attack and destroyed Corrin's weapon in an instant. Korin clutched his chest, realizing both his energy cores were depleted, completely out of options. The King of the Shade paused, seemingly sensing a new surge of power. Korin gathered his remaining strength, preparing to unleash a self-destructive technique, a short spear capable of piercing even an indestructible body. A blazing red dark aura enveloped Korin. He braced himself for the final strike. Dark, profound, 8 trigrams, ultimate fist. Korin unleashed his full power punch, pouring his entire life into it. A blazing red explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, its destructive power leveling a corner of the castle. Boom! Korin's self-destructive punch blew off one of the King of the Shade's arms, but in the blink of an eye, the severed arm regenerated as if nothing had happened. The King of the Shade roared, rising from the rubble, his injuries completely vanished. He burst into insane laughter, completely disregarding the desperate attack. Korin Loke broke out in a cold sweat, realizing a harsh truth. This monster was invincible. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a colossal giant of the Sky Castle burst through the stone floor and emerged. These beings, when fully grown, possessed power at least equivalent to a semi-first-rank entity. The stone monster stood towering, a massive club in its hand, exuding terrifying pressure. But the King of the Shade didn't bother with words. A fiery punch sent the giant flying. Marie, along with Dioku and Hwaran, had just arrived. She frantically shouted, "Hwaran, we have to help Korin." Hwaran narrowed her eyes and nodded. Yes, but... Before she could finish, Hwaran charged forward and delivered a devastating punch to the head of another giant. The giant merely tilted its head slightly. Hwaran clicked her tongue, admitting, "Not easy at all." Both Hwaran and Marie froze, sensing an even greater threat. Before them was not just one, but an entire army of 50 giants of the Sky Castle, with a chieftain seated on a throne. Hwaran recalled that even Orisha back then could only clear out the weakest of these soldiers when they pursued the King of the Shade. But now, the semi-special rank captain giants, who were supposed to remain on the Sky Island, had also appeared. The captain's blazing yellow eyes swept across the battlefield, locking onto their target. In a situation where survival was a luxury, Hwaran and the silver-haired witch stood shoulder to shoulder, realizing there was no escape. And now, memories of the final battle flooded back. In that moment, there was no hope for assistance. Crash! Korin Loke was slammed to the ground by an invisible force like a cockroach, lying sprawled in a pool of blood, his body shattered. He had reached his limit. The renowned regeneration of the immortal warrior had shut down. He coughed up blood, his aura core completely depleted. In his delirium, he saw again the scene of himself being miserably impaled to death. "I'm going to die," Korin thought desperately, as a dark figure stood towering before him. Taith's Balthazar, the Demon King, looked down at the defeated opponent and spoke bitterly. "I warned you. A player's strength is measured by the lives they've taken." He contemptuously watched his subordinates slaughtering the survivors. "What have you accomplished? Now you're about to be wiped out by my mere pawns." The Demon King sneered, grabbing Korin by the hair. "Understand? Everything you've done until now has been meaningless." Korin's eyes flashed with a final purple light. He whispered, "You're wrong." Even while dying, Korin still managed to ask, "Why don't you understand? Even though you've played this game more than me, perhaps you've never truly looked at yourself." He remembered the silver-haired witch. Even after becoming a vampire, her smile still lit up hope for everyone. He remembered the children who had begun to accept themselves and move forward. He remembered Marie, who was carrying her comrade on her back, overcoming her own limits step by step. Taiths sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. "Ha! Had enough fun? Now give up. You've done everything you could," Taiths said, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Korin's energy core. Korin struggled to stand, panting. "If you knew that, you wouldn't be living so carefree." The Demon King froze, unable to believe his eyes as he saw Korin still resisting. "You still have regenerative power?" A final rune was activated. An energy spike formed. The Rune of Regression, the ultimate trump card. Taith's Balthazar roared, annoyed to see Korin still resisting. "This trick again?" The Demon King sneered contemptuously, challenging. "You want that spear so badly? Then take it." He hurled the energy spear straight at Korin like a toy. The spear pierced Korin's chest, blood splattering as he screamed in extreme agony. The Demon King unleashed a destructive energy palm strike, roaring, "This is the end for you." Korin was completely engulfed by the brilliant golden energy, with no way to resist. He cried out desperately, his hand reaching out in vain against the absolute power. Korin's entire body was incinerated by the Demon King's attack, his flesh seemingly melting away. The energy explosion enveloped everything. its terrifying destructive power leveling all in its path. Corrin lay slumped amidst the rubble, his body charred, seemingly erased from existence. Taths sighed in relief, thinking he had finally finished off the persistent cockroach. He held a blazing sword, preparing to neatly clean up the aftermath. But the Demon King suddenly froze, his purple eyes revealing extreme astonishment. Amidst the sea of flames, Corrin staggered to his feet, his body riddled with injuries, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Taths couldn't believe this guy's tenacity, growling. What? Not dead yet? The Demon King delivered a heaven-shattering punch, sending Corrin flying like a tattered doll. Corrin soared straight into the air, utterly helpless against the overwhelming power. Taths channeled purple dark energy, deciding to use a finishing blow. If I burn you to ashes, then you won't be able to revive, right? A colossal wave of purple energy was unleashed. Sihu Park, the main player, appeared with his distinctive two-toned hair, holding a spear, and spoke. Are you really going to cling to that spear until death? Stop it. Corrin was submerged in a sea of hellfire, about to be annihilated by the dragon's breath. The flames suddenly converged into a dazzling orb of light. Something was happening. The King of Shadows, in his dragon form, also froze, roaring in astonishment. What? My flames are being absorbed? Another colossal red dragon emerged from the void, devouring all the flames. The brilliant golden greatsword, one of the 4 great secret treasures, radiated an overwhelming aura. On the sword's blade, the rune of reversion glowed brightly, signaling a classic reversal. Corrin recalled the fated moment, his hand touching the light of the divine artifact. He panted, muttering about the bosses he had faced. A snake, a toad, an ox, and now a dragon. Corrin smirked maniacally, his eyes full of challenge. You are Dune Skies, the king's minion. So who do you think I am? The King of Shadows roared in anger at being provoked, spitting out a destructive fireball. You clown. Die and get out of my sight. Corrin recalled his previous life, when he and Sihu Park had reached the final boss's door, proving that all those who possessed the 4 great secret treasures had fallen. He wondered about the fate of those 4 divine artifacts. Corrin's hand clenched a brilliant orb of light, the sun Clausolus itself. He declared himself the first spear of the queen, and the only one who knew the true power of this treasure. With a gaping hole in his chest, Corrin unhesitatingly shoved the orb of light into his mouth, the name Corrin Locke echoing like an oath. He swallowed the sun, the energy orb flowing straight into the empty power core within his body. The system panel displayed a notification that Corrin had successfully absorbed Clausolus, gaining the power of the aspect of the sun, and his hair turned silver white. An earth-shattering explosion of light erupted from Corrin's body, blowing away everything around him. The blinding light swallowed even the King of Shadows dragon. The King of Shadows only managed to realize his purple energy core was being completely overwhelmed before he was engulfed by the light. Amidst the sea of destructive flames, Corrin, with his silver-white hair, stood facing the Demon King. He smirked, his eyes sharp. So, this is the second time I've used the sun. The Demon King let out a furious roar, dark energy exploding. Damn it. The final boss charged with terrifying speed. But Corrin had already revealed his hand. Corrin growled, activating 2 runes of power. Kinaz, Sowilo. The runes blazed on the ground, signaling an attack of an entirely different caliber. A colossal pillar of fire engulfed Corrin, transforming him into the eye of an energy storm, ready to sweep away everything. The Demon King was swept by the flames, screaming in rage. You bastard! That thing is mine! The light sword Clausolus materialized, with the overwhelming ability to gather all heat and fire in the area into a single point. Corrin, the embodiment of the convergence of the sun, drew all the flames from the runic magic into his power core. Power erupted, and the Clausolus was reformed into a dazzling light spear. A blinding white explosion engulfed everything, completely erasing the Demon King from the map. The Demon King only managed to let out his final desperate screams as his body disintegrated. The screams faded, as his body vanished into dust under the absolute power. After the explosion, only a colossal crater remained, and Corrin stood tall with the light spear. The flashback ended. Corrin returned with his familiar black hair, his aura soaring to the heavens. He challenged the world. Feel free to increase your numbers and challenge me. With the spear in hand, he declared his ultimate goal. I will not stop until I save this world. The scene shifted. Huaran was fighting frantically, unleashing a red energy strike at a sky castle giant. She watched in horror as her comrades were slaughtered, screaming in despair. Damn it. My comrades. Huaran unleashed her blood skill. Crimson Bow, an arrow of energy formed from blood, shooting straight towards the enemy. A giant of the Sky Castle could only widen its eyes in terror before taking the full force of the attack. A barrage of crimson fragments embedded themselves all over the giant's body, pushing it back in agony. A silver-haired mage shouted Huaran's name, the monster Doku growling right behind her. The silver-haired mage turned to Huaran, her expression serious. Huaran, you feel it too, don't you? Something is happening with Corin. The mage's eyes gleamed with determination but also worry, as she admitted the situation was very troublesome. The captain giant sat regally on his throne, below him an army of giants as numerous as ants, all exuding a chilling killing intent. But the problem is, there are too many of them. The silver-haired mage was about to order Dioku to clear a path when she suddenly froze, sensing an unusual surge of energy. The giants of the Sky Castle, and even their captain, snapped their heads up, their expressions shifting from confident to horrified. Captain! Wait. Is that? A blinding orb of light, like the sun itself, appeared in the middle of the battlefield, radiating terrifying heat. A foot landed on the ground, creating a swirling vortex of golden flames, its aura overwhelming the entire space. Corin Loke appeared with white hair, his bare upper body covered in glowing patterns, the very embodiment of the aspect of the Sunday. The power of the sun in Corin's hands forced the monsters to instinctively submit. The giants of the Sky Castle froze, realizing that the power before them was the very authority that had sealed them in this place. The power of the sun. Huaran's jaw dropped, stammering incoherently as she recognized the newcomer. Corin was holding Marie Dunaref, who looked exhausted, while his entire body was covered in countless wounds, as if on the verge of shattering. He worriedly asked Marie, "You're an ancient vampire. The sun at this distance must be uncomfortable. Are you all right?" But she snapped back, more concerned about his wounds. Huaran also noticed Corin's condition, her face filled with panic. "You're injured." Corin gently placed his blood-stained hand on Huaran's head, reassuring her. With a confident smile despite his numerous injuries, Corin said, "Yes, but I'm fine now," while Marie leaned her head against his chest, feeling relieved. Corin was still in sun god mode, holding Marie and Huaran, while the giants of the Sky Castle and their captain stood frozen in place. The aura faded, Corin's hair returned to black, his entire body was covered in blood and he staggered, clearly out of mana. The giants saw easy prey, their eyes gleaming, realizing their target was out of power. Corin forced a wry smile, sweat pouring down, secretly thinking his bluffing plan seemed to have fallen apart. The captain giant roared, "Kill him! Now is the time to finish him." The entire horde of monsters charged madly, while Huaran and the silver-haired witch had to flee headlong. Huaran and the silver-haired witch had to drag Corin along by his arms. He yelped, "Oh dear, I didn't expect it to turn off so quickly," while Huaran cursed through gritted teeth. "These bastards." The captain giant took long strides, closing in rapidly on all three of them. He leaped into the air, raising his colossal fist, roaring, "I will kill you, and descend upon this land." The captain continued his monologue, "And devour all the humans on the surface." Corin looked back, his face pale as he saw the fist about to strike. "I'm caught." Suddenly, a colossal blue energy blast flew from nowhere, slamming into the captain giant's hip. The captain was sent flying by the surprise attack, purple blood splattering, his face clearly showing astonishment. Corin smirked, teasing the newcomer. "Old man, don't you think you're a bit late?" A voice replied. "Ho-ho, unfortunately, this old man seems to have arrived late indeed." Sword Emperor Garand Arden appeared, a massive great blade slung over his shoulder, his entire body radiating a blue aura, complaining that climbing a tree with his old body was quite tiring. A brief flashback showed Orisha's battle, the Sword Emperor's voice echoing, "It resonates very well, their battle." Garan turned to Corin with a powerful gaze. "Go, young man. I'll entertain these minions." The Sword Emperor alone charged into the horde of giants, unleashing a storm of energy that swept everything away. Corin could only call back, "Yes, good luck." Garand laughed heartily, regretting having missed the Sword Demon's fight, an interesting spectacle he didn't get to see. The Sword Emperor's eyes blazed, he thought to himself. "But finally, a swordsman who can rival me has been born." Sword Emperor Garand mused about finding worthy opponents in a world even higher than the tallest mountain, the Sky Castle floating in the heavens. The old man laughed maniacally as he single-handedly slaughtered the horde of giants, his blue sword aura tearing everything apart. While sliding down the colossal tree trunk, Corin called out to Huaran and the mysterious silver-haired girl, "Hey, on your way down, can you do me a favor?" Garand thought to himself, without this old man, those kids would have a hard time escaping, and this debt must be repaid. Corin gave a blunt order, cut down the tree, startling Huaran, while the silver-haired girl remained calm. Korin recalled the moment he almost died at the hands of the sword demon, the very individual trained by Garand himself, and hatred surged within him. With a malicious grin, Korin decided today was the day for revenge, asserting that Garand was no good person, and resolving to abandon him on this floating island for a year out of spite. The silver-haired girl didn't hesitate for a moment, raising her staff and decisively saying, "All right, if you say so, Korin." Hwaran also quickly got to work, her eyes sharp. She replied succinctly, "Understood." The silver-haired girl summoned a colossal red crystal, while Hwaran unleashed a blazing red dark energy from her body. The two terrifying streams of power merged, hurtling straight into the tree trunk and causing an earth-shattering explosion. Engaged in combat, Garand suddenly froze, sensing the tremor and looking up with a face full of killing intent. The entire base of the floating island was completely destroyed by the explosion, shattering into pieces. Garand stood alone on the ground, staring blankly as the sky castle drifted further away, only managing to utter a silent question. "That kid?" The scene shifted to an Eastern-style room, quiet under the moonlight. Orisha let out a soft groan, slowly opening her eyes and waking up in the unfamiliar room. Footsteps approached, and a voice came from the doorway. "You're awake?" Orisha looked outside, seeing Korin casually perched on a colossal ancient tree branch. Korin, now clean and in new clothes, smirked meaningfully as he asked, "How's your body?" Orisha admitted her body still ached, but she could move, though her mind was in a complete mess. She sighed, wishing only for a normal school life like everyone else, to have fun, doze off in class, and worry about what to eat for lunch. Yet, fate played a cruel trick. She realized she was far from ordinary, her instincts always tempted by the sword. A vision of frenzied combat appeared in Orisha's mind, as she admitted she couldn't resist the urge to kill. Korin coolly stated, "There's nothing wrong with that feeling," leaving Orisha dumbfounded. He explained that what mattered were her ethics and choices, not her instincts, as she wouldn't recklessly wield her sword merely because she was enchanted by it. He pointed out that this world was full of eccentrics like the sword demon, and even the old sword emperor, yet they still chose their own way of life. "You have every right to be prouder of yourself," Korin concluded, completely convincing Orisha. She leaned her head on Korin's shoulder and softly whispered a request. "Promise me." Orisha shyly said, "Since I'm a strange person, please stay by my side and take care of me." She listed a series of ordinary things she wanted to do with him. Go out on weekends, eat, watch plays, shop, sit at a cafe, and take walks. Korin smiled contentedly, accepting her offer. "I'll play along with you," he replied simply, and the two sat together under the moonlight, officially closing the chapter on the floating island. But not everything ended smoothly. The scene shifted to a beautiful sunny day. The scene transitioned to a magnificent mansion, where Korin nonchalantly announced shocking news. "Oh, by the way, it's a bit late to mention, but I'm getting engaged." He grinned, dropping a bombshell in the middle of the room. Marie and Hwaran, who had been enjoying their meal, froze, dropping their food upon hearing the thunderous news. Marie was deeply shocked, her voice trembling as she asked, "What did you just say, Korin? Engaged? To whom?" A powerful female voice echoed from behind. "So, you ladies are friends with my man?" Lunia Arden appeared and declared her claim. "I am Lunia Arden. I plan to get engaged to my fiancé in 1 week." Lunia boasted fiercely, even inviting Marie and Hwaran to be bridesmaids for her soon-to-be husband, leaving the two women stunned on the spot. Both Marie and Hwaran were so shocked their faces darkened, while Korin secretly thought to himself that he'd troll them for another 5 minutes for fun. Lunia continued to self-aggrandize, gushing about her burning love for Korin, praising his demeanor since childhood that had captivated her. Unable to bear the cheesy drama, Marie slammed the table, stood up, and declared, "I'm leaving," interrupting Lunia's monologue. Painful memories flooded back as Marie recalled a bloody scene from the past. Marie's eyes glowed crimson with hatred as she muttered about 100 years of suffering before leaving for good. Korin stared blankly, not understanding what was happening with Marie, his face pale because the joke had gone too far. Hwaran, however, reacted completely differently. She whimpered, crying and sniffling as she wished Korin well. Korin frantically tried to explain that it was just a joke, but it was too late. Hwaran let out a desperate wail, then bolted out of the mansion, leaving a blurry trail of dust. Korin helplessly slumped to the ground, wondering how to clean up this battlefield, while Lunia merely stood by, laughing gleefully. Lunia covered her mouth, smiling with utter satisfaction, proudly calling Korin my fiancé. As night fell, Korin stood alone, tormented, deciding he had to find both of them and apologize immediately. He sighed heavily, worried that if he found them, they would run away again. especially Hwaran, whose yaksha speed meant he couldn't possibly catch her even in a dream. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark figure loomed behind Korin, its blue eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. Hwaran had returned and didn't look like she wanted to talk nicely. Korin flinched, turned around, and stammered Hwaran's name, trying to explain. Hwaran coldly cut him off. "I don't want to talk to you," then lunged forward. Korin froze, not yet understanding what was happening. Without another word, Hwaran pushed Korin straight onto the bed, her eyes filled with determination. Hwaran, her eyes glowing brightly in the dark, flatly declared, "I'm sleeping here tonight." Korin was speechless, secretly thinking that despite her bold words, she was actually just a child who wanted to hold his hand while sleeping to feel less scared. Lying beside her, Korin breathed a sigh of relief as the night sky became quiet once more. The next morning, the dazzling sunlight signaled the start of a new day. Korin let out a big yawn, then turned to see Hwaran already awake and staring intently at him. Hwaran, poker-faced, asked an utterly unrelated question. "It didn't come," she continued with an extremely serious expression. "The crane. Why aren't there any cranes here?" Korin froze, hastily explaining that there were no cranes here. To see them, one had to go all the way to the Northern Kingdom. Hearing that the engagement news was just a joke, Hwaran seemed to have calmed down. Korin showed off his cooking skills, picked up a hot piece of fish for Hwaran, and said he would explain everything to Ran again. Hwaran looked at the fish, muttering praise that Korin was more skilled now, no longer someone who was always busy. She picked up a piece of tofu and ordered curtly, "Eat." Hwaran unexpectedly picked up food for Korin, coolly stating, "If something like this happens again, travel with me." Korin froze, not expecting such a straightforward offer. He smiled in relief, replying sincerely, "Yes, thank you." Having dealt with one, Korin moved on to his next task, finding Marie, and he knew exactly who to call for help. The familiar doggo was summoned, and surprisingly, it was a popular figure surrounded by a pack of dogs. While Korin was trying to entice it with a premium black beef, Korin was deeply shocked to see Diogu present a check for 2,956 gold, wondering why a familiar was richer than its master, who had risked his life grinding. After being teased by the familiar Diogu for a while, Korin finally learned that Marie was at the Arden family mansion and yelled, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Korin recounted that when Marie found out everything, she was so embarrassed that she kept kicking her blankets and pillows around. Still completely covered by her blanket, Marie called Korin's name, and he immediately answered. Marie's voice from beneath the blanket asserted that she trusted him absolutely, even if he said a comet would fall tomorrow. Marie sat up, looking directly at Korin with a serious yet slightly petulant expression, demanding that he never lie to her. Her eyes suddenly darkened, exuding a terrifying possessive aura, as she whispered, "Of course, no matter what, 100 years from now, you will still be mine." After that incident, all the girls pursuing Korin knew that the engagement with Lunia was merely a charade. Thanks to this, Korin, Hwaran, and Orisha could calmly sit together at an outdoor cafe. However, there was one exception. Orisha, awkwardly hiding behind the menu, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She wondered in a panic, "Why am I here?" Orisha began to recall the moments that made her heart race, starting from the beginning of the semester. She remembered the sword-breaking incident, when Korin had stepped forward to protect her, or during the serial murder case, the image of him covered in blood yet still full of valor, and that night he promised to stay by her side. A tranquil yet meaningful scene. Orisha was startled to realize how much her relationship with Korin had progressed. Just then, Lunia suddenly appeared right behind Korin, leaving Orisha frozen in shock. Lunia pressed close to Korin, lifted his chin, and provocatively whispered, "Everyone's watching. Why don't we put on a sweet little show?" Without waiting for an answer, Lunia pulled Korin closer, commenting on his rough hands, suggesting they weren't suitable for a woman. Then she intertwined her fingers with Korin's, smiling suggestively. "But why? I find them quite cool." Lunia whispered into Korin's ear, teasing him for being slow in matters of the heart, leaving Korin bewildered and wondering what he had missed. Hwaran abruptly stood up, insisting on leaving first, prompting Korin to ask in confusion, "Don't you like our last date?" Lunia turned back with a knowing smile, whispering, "Well," she concluded with a bold statement, saying Korin was so sweet that she wanted him all to herself. "My fiancé." The scene abruptly shifted to the engagement day, with elegant guests gathering before a grand cathedral. The crowd of guests, especially the ladies in hanbok, all marveled at the momentous occasion. Lunia appeared in a splendid wedding gown, and Korin stood beside her, praising her beauty. Lunia smiled contentedly at Korin's compliment, while he affirmed that he was completely sincere. The officiant solemnly declared, The engagement ceremony of Corin Locke and Lunia Arden shall now begin. Corin finally snapped back to reality, his face paling as he realized where he was and with whom, while Lunia merely chuckled with delight. From behind, Arisha rushed forward, shouting that she would not accept this engagement. Arisha's face was drenched in tears as she vehemently protested. Lunia's flashback showed her holding a newborn Arisha, calling her sister a beautiful creation even as some called her a filthy bastard child. Young Lunia boldly declared that this beautiful baby was indeed her sister. Little Arisha greatly admired her older sister, eagerly showing off that she had grown taller and dreaming of becoming a cool knight like her. But as she grew up, Arisha became shy, always looking down at the floor instead of meeting her sister's gaze. Back in reality, Lunia smiled, seeing that Arisha had finally grown up and dared to make her own decisions. Arisha wasted no words, grabbed Corin's hand and yelled, "Follow me," pulling him away from the altar amidst everyone's astonishment. A red-haired female guest frantically screamed, urging everyone to give chase, while others were still in deep shock at the unprecedented groom napping. Amidst the chaos, Lunia put on a dramatic act, feigning shock to the point of fainting, while her mother, Sophia, frantically inquired about her. The mother hastily caught her fainting daughter, screaming Corin's name in despair. Suddenly, a colossal bird swooped down from the sky, throwing the entire ceremony into disarray. Huaran, looking incredibly cool, appeared riding the bird and extended her hand, calling, "Get on." Arisha looked up, utterly speechless at the intervention that couldn't be any cooler. It turned out Lunia was just putting on an act. She was secretly smirking triumphantly in her mother's arms. Arisha gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination, having no intention of letting go of Corin's hand. Huaran said nothing more, directly grabbing Corin's hand, leaving him dumbfounded. Without a second's hesitation, Huaran pulled Corin soaring into the sky, declaring, "We're off." Lunia sat up, feigning annoyance that this shock had made her lose interest in meeting men for a while. She sneered, commenting that the small wedding of the prestigious Arden family had officially fallen apart. The illusory scene vanished, and Corin woke up in his room, still bewildered by the call. He hadn't yet processed what was happening when he discovered something in his jacket pocket. It was a piece of paper with a concise message. "I will officially come to pick up my fiancé." Arisha stood right behind him, smiling triumphantly, and Corin realized she had known everything from the start. Corin had now gathered his full harem. Arisha, Huaran, and a green-haired female druid asked him about his next plan. Corin clutched the pendant around his neck, his eyes sharp. "We'll just keep going like this." He smirked confidently, declaring that there was still a mountain of work ahead. The entire team flew through the sky, officially ending their vacation in the eastern region and embarking on a new journey. The clock tower stood tall amidst the night, and a question echoed. How many times has it repeated? On the fourth night, Erin Danuar single-handedly fought off hordes of night demons, her glowing green scythe slashes clearing everything like cutting grass. A minion asked why she was smiling, and Erin smirked defiantly. "Do I need a reason to smile?" She activated the Kenna's rune, a magical fire explosion incinerating the entire battlefield amidst the monster's screams. The Grim Reaper materialized, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "The Demon King's army grows stronger, while you are nearing your limit. If this place isn't purified, that boy's life will be over." The Grim Reaper continued to taunt, suggesting Erin must be frantic as the deadline approached. Facing the entity that governed life and death, Erin remained unfazed, casually confirming, "That's right." She smiled with deep satisfaction, for the deadline was also when Corin was about to return. A flashback to 3 years ago, when Corin was still a rookie, being thoroughly beaten by his master. Young Corin panted, drenched in sweat, admitting his defeat in the training session. Erin Danuar held the spear tip to her disciple's neck, but still acknowledged the boy's relentless training and solid foundation. Erin wondered why Corin focused on the 8-trigram spear, asking for his reasons while they maintained their distance. Corin scratched his head, confessing it was the first thing that caught his eye in the library, and he heard spears were easier to use than swords. Erin looked at her student, sharply remarking that he was too pragmatic and only wanted shortcuts. She turned her back, intending to suggest Corin learn something else, but then stopped, saying it would consume him, and ordered him to continue practicing the 8-trigram spear. Corin was stunned, only able to watch his master leave after being ordered to train for another 6 months. Corin's memories overlapped. He recalled the 6 Harmonies spear, the ultimate technique of the final boss, Balthazar, which Sihu had introduced to him. But learning it was too difficult. Corin trained for a whole month with no progress, while Sihu was different. He gripped his spear tightly, bitter with envy over the main player's privileges like Sihu's. who could simply open his skill panel and use high-level magic. Corrin gripped his spear tightly, his eyes filled with determination, realizing that mere wishing would solve nothing. Day after day, he diligently practiced on the training ground, little by little. Night after night, he continued to train under the moonlight, step by step. That was the way to advance. He repeated the spear techniques amidst a flow of blue energy. He mastered the 7 basic forms: thrust, block, entangle, sweep, suppress, and sacrifice. From these basic moves, he comprehended secret techniques and even more profound arts, his spear blazing with a brilliant golden light. Night fell, the full moon shining brightly. Finally, after all his efforts, he panted, muttering, "I did it." Eren suddenly appeared, taking his calloused hand, acknowledging, "You succeeded in 2 months." She seemed surprised, as she thought even half a year would be too fast for him. Eren looked him straight in the eyes, asking why he wanted to become stronger, believing Sihu alone was enough to carry the team. Corrin replied, "Even heroes need someone by their side. At the very least, I should be his carriage driver," he continued. "But most importantly, if I'm stronger, fewer people will have to die." Eren Danuar was stunned, her cheeks flushed, and she praised him as a good boy. He merely shrugged, calmly replying, "I'm just doing what's normal." The queen merely smiled meaningfully. "I understand." Memories of the original scenario flooded back, the event of the Magic Tower's rebellion, where mages allied with Firmak Daman to destroy Arius Shell, who was Eren Danuar herself. When the shell disappeared, the true Eren Danuar would appear and die, exactly as per the game's scenario. Before she perished, Eren left behind a will to protect the world and unlock a hidden treasure, an event that players couldn't change with their power, or at least that's what he used to think, as he walked with his master. In Corrin's memory, his master Eren Danuar's warm hand tightly clasped his. He knew well that this woman would die, and when he saw her smile, he couldn't smile back. Corrin stood beside Eren, his expression hardening as he foresaw the impending tragedy. A figure landed in the cobblestone alley, beginning a new act. Corrin recounted the story of Eren and the Demon King Taths, who was once her grand disciple. The image of the Demon King appeared, a muscular man engulfed in dark aura, with the sole goal of bringing this world to an end. Eren had refused to pass on the final stage of her legacy to Taths, and Corrin believed that was her fatal mistake. Beneath a sky of shooting stars, Eren Danuar admitted she had hesitated and made too many mistakes. She suddenly turned back, calling his true name seriously, Corrin Locke. Amidst the glowing rune circle, Eren Danuar formally made her offer. "Do you accept me, Eren Danuar, as your master?" Corrin's eyes gleamed. He immediately realized this was a hidden event exclusively for players. Without a moment's hesitation, Corrin knelt and solemnly swore, "Yes, I accept you as my master." He recalled that when he was still a player, information like this in the game no longer mattered. In another memory, Corrin's old character was embraced and comforted by his master. "It's okay to fall. Success will come next time." She continued to encourage him to follow his own path and beliefs. Eren Danuar placed a kiss on her disciple's forehead, bestowing upon him the goddess grace, a warmth Corrin would never forget. Beneath the star-filled night sky, the silhouettes of master and disciple atop the tower became an eternal memory. Night fell upon the city of Nazrea, known as the City of the Dead, trapped in a Night of the Dead loop for 300 years. The immortal king descended, his army growing stronger by the day, and the fragile balance of 3 centuries was about to collapse. A fragment of Eren Danuar's soul was being relentlessly pursued by the Night Wraiths, her endurance pushed to its limit. She gritted her teeth, realizing it was already the 3rd night, and the immortal King Gerorg was about to evolve into a lich, the situation as tense as a stretched bowstring. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Corrin had arrived. "I've dealt with Gerorg." He rushed towards her like a whirlwind, reassuring her there was no need to rush. There was still plenty of time. Corrin flashed a confident smile, declaring bluntly, "Eren, I've come to save you." The explanation of the loop's mechanism began. Once the immortal King Gerorg died, the city's time would rewind 3 days, and the undead would vanish with it. The city of Nazrea, with its 1.2 million inhabitants, returned to its original peaceful state, as if no battle had ever occurred. To prevent the undead catastrophe from spreading, his master had to make a pact with the Grim Reaper, sealing the entire city. This created a hellish loop. By day, it was a normal city, but by night, it transformed into the domain of the dead. The mission for 3 days was to clear out the undead bosses and defeat the immortal King Gerorg. To maintain the loop, his master had to tear her soul in 2, and 1 fragment was trapped here, forgotten by her true self. For 300 years, this soul fragment had endured the loop, But now Georg had begun to realize the truth of the matter. That was when Corin stepped in. He had signed a pact with the Grim Reaper, promising to completely purify Nazrea within half a year. Throughout that time, they had repeated the loop 3 times. At night, they hunted the undead. And during the day, they made time for dates. The two read books together, looking no different from a couple enjoying a peaceful time. They even watched plays and circuses, experiencing moments that Aaron had never had in 300 years. Standing on the balcony, watching the sunset, Aaron admitted that even though she had seen this view for 300 years, being with Corin felt completely different. Corin smiled, regretting not having visited a fancy restaurant, but Aaron affirmed that just being with her future disciple was enough joy. Corin looked straight into his master's eyes, his gaze full of determination. Aaron, tonight, and you also understand that the final battle is about to begin. Aaron smiled confidently, confirming, tonight we will purify Nazrea and end this endless night, won't we? Corin took his master's hand, reassuring her. That's right. If my theory is correct, it's entirely possible. I've already tried it with Park Sihu before, so rest assured. He smirked domineeringly. I told you. I'm just returning what I owe. But when this is done, grant me another wish. Aaron was stunned, her cheeks flushing slightly at the unexpected proposal. A wish? Standing on the windy balcony, Aaron looked straight at Corin, hesitantly asking, Disciple, are you perhaps saying we? Meanwhile, after 300 years of reincarnation and dying countless times, the sorcerer Georg had finally attained enlightenment of the primal runes. He had found the answer. If 2 runes were combined, heaven would continue. Georg decided to defile the primal runes. Transforming them into heaven of the dead will continue. Nazrea's loop was finally broken. The moon in the sky turned blood red, and the city's decay multiplied exponentially. Georg laughed maniacally amidst the dark smoke. He had succeeded. A massive surge of purple demonic energy erupted as Georg began his transformation process. He rose in the form of a cloaked skeleton, officially evolving into the immortal King Lich, letting out an arrogant laugh. The Lich roared, pointing directly at his unseen enemy. I will kill you, you witch. This time I will destroy your body, desecrate your corpse, and defile your soul. In another corner of the city, Cruz, a combat priest of the garrison, looked up at the sky in horror, not understanding what the hell was happening. Cruz froze as he saw all the hordes of undead in his patrol area flocking to one spot, an unprecedented sight. The true immortal king was summoning all the undead in the city, initiating an endless wave, a parade of hungry demons. Returning to the master and disciple pair, Corin quickly caught a large falling rock, shielding Aaron and asking if she was all right. Aaron admitted that while she had encountered all sorts of strange things, this was the first time she had seen such a sight. Corin immediately pulled her closer, asserting, We need to take cover and plan right away. Before they could act, a massive, purple, destructive lightning bolt struck directly at their position, a doom bolt attack engulfing everything in an explosion. Amidst the purple smoke, Corin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. It's not over yet. The Lich unleashed a skill, bubbling purple dark magic spreading across the ground, transforming the area into a defiled land of death. Corin dodged attacks, muttering irritably, as lightning struck from above and poison overflowed below. An endless barrage of skills. Corin shouted, pulling his master to glide through the magical projectiles. Georg has fully transformed into a Lich. His mana in this city is nearly infinite. Don't stop. Dodge in 3-dimensional space. A group of undead hunters, mid-tier monsters, suddenly rushed out from the shadows to attack the master and disciple. Corin unleashed 6 harmonies, a wave of blue sword energy sweeping across the ground. Immediately after, he followed up with Asura, his body erupting in blazing red light, slicing through the minions in an instant. Master Aaron frantically shouted a warning. Don't fly into the air. If you stop moving then. Ignoring the warning, Corin activated the rune of enhancement on his arms and the rune of swiftness on his legs, preparing for an aerial battle. He shot up into the sky, skillfully weaving through a forest of the Lich's purple destructive lightning bolts. Aaron looked up after him, unable to hide her admiring smile at her disciple's display of power. In the distance, the immortal King Lich roared in fury, seeing his prey was too slippery. He began to activate a massive magic circle. You damn slippery bugs. He unleashed his trump card, a volley of 10 doom bolts compressed into a massive energy stream, firing straight towards Corin. The Lich burst into a savage laugh, certain that nothing could survive this attack. But then his laughter died down, and the skeleton's fiery eyes gleamed with confusion. He froze as he watched his destructive lightning dissipate into thin air, a voice echoing from the light. Have you forgotten? After 300 years, you've only been active for 1 night. Look closely. The lich stammered in utter horror, unable to believe his eyes. No, no way. From Corin's body, a radiant aura like the sun began to emanate. Corin smirked defiantly, releasing the full power of Clausolus. It is the sun. Immortal King Lich Gerorg shouted bitterly. Ridiculo! How can you generate such powers effortlessly? He gathered all his demonic power, roaring, apocalyptic lightning, maximum output, and fired a colossal surge of dark energy toward Corin Loke. Gerorg laughed maniacally, seeing evident that his opponent s no chance. He arrogantly declared that he was possessed by the Mon's infinite magi, while the undead horde below served as his shield. Instantly, a brilliant wave of holy light swept through, incinerating the entire undead horde. Gerorg was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend what had happened. A series of sun runes and fire runes appear, enveloping the entire city in a brilliant golden lie. Gerorg panique rune? How can you pose many rune? Corin Loke, holding a dazzling orb of holy light in his hand, calmly admitted. You are right. This kind of power doesn't CME naturally. He recalled his last 10 days with his mazer, Aaron Danuar. That was the only time he truly felt like a disciple. It was thanks to her, the hero who accepted oblivion, the one who even faced the Grim Reaper. Every trace of pause bottles had been silently accumulated by Aaron. Throughout 300 years of solitude, Aaron had fought ceaselessly. She had carved sun runes all over the city. Through Kuntal's battle, Corin's mazer had transformed the entire city into Cloel rune array. Corin Loki activated solar accumulation, releasing all the shred power, whispering, I'm a little saw, but this is the final nigh. With his white hair flowing, Corin Siemamande, begone, immortal king, and activated his trump card, Cleome Solai, incarnation of the Sunday. The undead melta, ignite, and were purified in a sea of holy lie, a power no prize cold ever math. A purification on a Cloel sail, transforming the entire city into miniature sun. Gerorg was incinerated by the holy lie, screaming in despair. Impossible. How can a mere human pose such power? While 1.2 million lives and 300 years of darkness were being purified, all the darkness of the undead horde was swallowed by the sun, evaporating simply. Corin's on the balcony, looking down at the purified city, as a voice echo, You really did I. The Grim Reaper appeared behind Corin, unable to believe Smione dared to use Danuar's treasure for Thai, while Corin merely shrugged, claiming it was his power. The Grim Reaper sealedly acknowledged, You have fully completed the CNTRA. The Grim Reaper declared he would keep his promise to the Queen, and instantly, Aaron Danuar's soul appeared beside Corin, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Aaron looked at Corin, hesitantly saying that when this CN track yen, she will. But Corin interrupted. I know. He asserted that he had already experienced Thai, and the guardian of this land for 300 years was about to vanish. Corin asked about his mazer's 300 years of solitude, about her stumbles and tear, then promised he would never forget her. In Corin's memory, Aaron had once advised his in-game avatar to always be himself and walk the path of a king. Aaron said that even if the memories were different, the current him, who had been CM-forted by the exact same war, should back me a her. Back in the present, Aaron leaned her head on Corin's shoulder, whispering that she would bestow upon him the ghost's blessing. Corin froze, his eyes widening as he realized smething. This moment was precious, Jews like in the paw, when Aaron gave his red-haired avatar a key. Aaron kissed Corin's cheek, calling his name with deep reverence. Her soul began to fade into Nohingna, leaving her final wish. I sincerely hope you find happiness. Aaron's pause was revealed. She sat alone on the throne. No one visited her except the disciple she loved dearly. However, she was betrayed by the very successor she trusted Balthazar, who stabbed her in the back. Queen Aaron Danuar had been sealed away for over 80 years. What awakened her from her long slumber and solitude was a sudden rush of memory. Memories from 300 years ago surface, when Aaron asked before the Grim Reaper and requested a CNTRA. But for Esame Riazen, she had completely foregone everything about the city of Nazarea. Aaron's memories flowed back. She realized this was the 3,784th time she had woken up in this cursed lop. For 300 years, her past self had fight ceaselessly against the Dark Mage, an endlessly boring battle. In the stream of memory, Corin sighed out the Grim Reaper, who was still bewildered, thinking Balthazar's disciple had CMET betray his mazer. Corin held his spear and boldly declared T. Aaron in the paw. This time, I want to save you. The lost memory before Aaron awakened was the moment Corin firmly asserted, I TLD you. I came to save you, Aaron. In the present, Erin's face flushed crimson. Floozer. No knowing where to hide her face as she recalled that unexpected key. In the paw, Corin's gamer avatar had given Erin a key, calling it the Ghost Favor. A magical teleportation circle appear, signaling a visitor for Erin in her prison chamber. A silver-haired female mage wearing glazes sept O, carrying a new box for Erin, completely unaware of what she was about to witness. Erin was writhing on the floor, screaming in a frenzy, causing her mage friend to T-freeze and ask, "What in the world are you doing?" No matter how hard she try, the memory of that kiss cold no fade, and Erin helplessly touched her lip. The image of Corin appearing in her mind made her blush. It was her first key, an unforgettable memory. At the Holy Land of Zion, the news that 1.2 million undead in Nasria were wiped out in a single night caused an earthquake. A prize reported T. Saintess Azel that this purifying power was like the sun, a blessing, yet als an enigma. Santis Azel, who posed the great's power in Hisri, had also tried to purify Nasria, but only lazed 3 days before it revert. Nasria was originally a threat under Cientrol, but the emergence of an overwhelming force that could clear it in an instant was a different matter. Azel realized that such a terrifying unknown power was even more frightening than a known enemy. She pushed back her her eyes sharp, determined to find the one who purified Nasria, the one who could shake the entire Cientinan. The news spread the far north, the frigid Dingle Peninsula of the northern Kingdom. In this land of death teeming with monster, the Srong reigned supreme, and a new Sry was about to begin. In a dark sanctuary, an old man in a robe recunti, 80 years ag, a warrior appeared and quickly rode a prominence. But now an O'Hare subordinate was kneeling, begging for his life. A stream of dark energy show from the Grosk subordinate's eye, a display of brutal punishment. The subordinate was tormented by dark magi, screaming in agony before the eyes of the crowd, and a figure seated on a throne. The figure on the throne Cieldeli asked about the Slen son, while the subordinate was still convulsing on the floor. He raised his chin on his han, ordering his subordinate T report the culprit's identity, and the identity of this ruler of shadows was, reveal. Taths Balthazar. The subordinate, grossly disrooted in horror, stammered Corin Lowe's name, claiming he was the one who killed Firmak, and declared himself the fierce spear of Erin Danuar. Taths Balthazar smirk, muttering the name Corin Lowe, clearly taking notice of this new prey. The white-haired old man beside him was asked if he knew the name. He affirmed with certainty, declaring that his opponent had changed from the boy Sihu Park T. This man. The old man clenched his thigh, veins bulging, enraged that Corin had appeared less than a year after Sihu's demise. In a flashback, the old man was straining against Smee power, sweat pouring down him. He grinded his teeth, calling out the name of the mazer he loved and hate. Tufts. Balthazar growled Erin Danuar's name, exuding intense killing intent upon hearing of the one who had sealed him. He rose from his throne, declaring that if Corin dared to claim himself Erin's soldier, he would personally pay him a visit. The Senechef, Corin Loke had returned at the academy, standing before a magnificent building, beginning his CCND year. Corin smirked evidently, muttering his own name, marking the return of a legend. A sign appear, integrated dormitory, a place built to manage special entities within the shoal, frankly, an isolation zone for Huaran and Marie. Professor Jophine, the Dr. Mitri manager, appeared with a panicked expression as she checked the information, no understanding what on earth was happening. It turned what shocked her was a gigantic supersized bluefin tuna. Huaran, with an expressionless face, was holding up the fish, casually stating, "I heard fish eyes are go for IQ." The entire Dr. Mitri hall was in an uproar. Yuel Valorn and the O'Hare student were all dumbfounded by the incredibly overbearing entrance of Corin and his companion. Corin chuckled, claiming to be the assistant Dr. Mitri manager, and demanded an explanation for the me. It turned out Marie was moving in large furniture, because many guests were expese, almo flattening the student mover. Meanwhile, Huaran clung tightly to the tuna, dismissing Corin's explanation, and firmly stating, it's mine. Arisha Als joined in, showcasing the Arden family's sword skill with the ultra-thin sashimi slice technique on the unfortunate tuna. Jophine was speechless, waving Corin and Arisha act like they were running a restaurant, growling for them to clean up and arrange ROMs for the new student. Corin nonchalantly accepted, casually mentioning that the werewolf siblings Ren and Ron would share a ROM. Jophine brushed him off, saying she would handle the ROMs, and emphasized that 2 more ROMs needed to be prepared. She assigned Corin a task. Quote, "Give the new student a tour of the academy tomorrow." Corin flashed a cunning, villainous smile, agreeing on the condition that Jophine fulfill one of his recce. The narration explained that every year this new student orientation task belonged to Marie, but now she was a third-year student. An antique-style electric car sped through the academy ground, signaling the start of the tour. And the tour guide was none other than Corin in a dashing white sui, while Huaran C played as a nun holding a welcome me to the family sign. The new student, especially the boy, were going wild over Corin's clee appearance. While Huaran's face remained sneakla, Corin ended the CMDK, declaring the tour over and released the new student in the building where the professors were waiting. Huaran suddenly spept Corin, saying she would go ahead because Smee troubles me individual was seeming to find her. Before Corin could even ask who it was, Huaran ignored him and shows right in the sky like a deity. He could only stand there waving, muttering helplessly that flying was forbidden in the academy. Corin smiled, clearly feeling that the atmosphere of the new shoal year had truly begun. Ren and Ron approached Corin to greet him, saying they would alls go inside and wished him go luck. Corin turned around, his eyes glowing red as he looked toward the new student, judging the werewolf twins to be the most notable figures this year. An upperclassman named Alicia called out T. Corinne, confirming she was in charge of the west gate, and asked him to get off the vehicle carefully. Suddenly, Anna her voice rang asking if he was Corin, making Corin jump. A staff tapped the ground, and a female voice greeted Corin with authority. A girl with fiery red hair, dark skin, and an overwhelming aura appear, introducing herself as Miruam Elizabeth L. Rath, making Corin realize he had underestimated this year's bath of new Sudan. Corin didn't hesitate for a second, immediately kneeling on one knee to Alicia's Asnishman, as he knew well that the El Rath surname belonged to royalty. He gently lifted Miruam's hand and keysed eye, affirming in his mind that this was the second prince's, and als the most formidable female villain in the game. Miruam Elizabeth L. Rath seemed impressed by Corin's etiquette, and asked him where he learned I. Corin replied that he learned it from an acquaintance, his gaze suddenly deson. He recalled a scene where an O'Hare red-haired woman was teaching him that a gentleman must kiss a lady's hand and invite her to dance. In the memory, that woman tightly embraced Corin from behind, their boys bare and intimate. She whispered into his ear, asking if their child would be beautiful, but Corin quickly pushed that memory aside. Back in reality, Corin wiped away sway, realizing that in the old timeline, he met Miruam elsewhere, no in the academy. Corin was still kneeling when Miruam called his name, startling him as the game's script had begun deviate. An O'Hare formidable character appear, a pink-haired girl in Sainte's attire, intruding herself as Asela Hadasaha El Ras, and extended her han. Corin's up and shock Saint Asel's han. She told him to relax as they were friend, no need for formality. Asel turned to tease her younger sister Miruam, criticizing her for being small tc, making Miruam glare fiercely. Asel smiled brightly, telling Miruam she could call her sister or senior, and announced that she had officially returned to Shoal after a 2-year leave. Miruam retorted sharply, saying that honorific were only for superior, and the only thing Asel had over her was that stupid lump of flesh. Asel and Miruam departe. Asel even looked back to greet the junior, promising to see them again later. Alicia finally regained her CM pure, stammering, speechful, as she realized she had juiced first with 2 princesses, while Corin merely observed in silence. Corin held his mind struggling to prose the current situation, and cursed silently. This is a disaster. Meanwhile, on the magnificent shoal ground, the werewolf younger broer, Ron, gaped in awe. Caesar, are we really going to live here? Ren reminded her younger broer, no tac, like a country bumpkin, but Ron couldn't hide his overwhelming astonishment at a residence that was no different from a palace. While still dazed, Ren unexpectedly bumped into Smiona. That person was Princess Miruam Elizabeth L. Rath. She turned around and directly stated her identity, startling the werewolf sibling. Miruam extended her han, feigning friendline. We're in the same year, let's shake hand and get acquaint, shall we? This made Ren hesitantly reach out her han. Suddenly, Miruam squeezed Ren's wrist tightly, her sharp eyes filled with interesse. She leaned close at Ren's ear, her voice full of scent. I thought I had hunted down all you bees folk. Why are there still a few filthy strays left? An O'Hare voice rang Professor Edgar Lint warned Miruam. Touch my specimen one more time, and I'll turn you into a living specimen under? Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, Ren collapsed to the ground in fear, while Miruam merely glanced with annoyance. Corin observed from a distance, his mind analyzing rapidly. Miruam and Asel, 2 formidable figures who should have appeared at the end of the game, were now present at the academy. He realized that his cleansing of Nazrea had caused a butterfly tracing attention T early. In their claw, Corin ruffled his hair in frustration, silently cursing the damned butterfly effect that had turned everything into chaotic me. Edgar Linton's at the poem, directly calling Corin Loke's name. You've already lo foos on the very first day, causing Corin to startle, stand up, and apologize. The professor pressed him. Can you explain the concept of a magistrate? Corin Sumer, unable to answer, and Edgar Linton sealedly declare. 1 point deduce. After Claire, Corin complained about the boring cella. He mutered as he walked, believing that the first day should only be an orientation followed by an early dismissal, which was the golden rule. Corin looked around, searching for his teammate, wondering why the Ohers hadn't arrived yet. Meanwhile, Professor Jophine was disusing a simulation arrangement. The special Dr. Mitri needed 2 more ROMs for Corin's group. Corin froze, his eyes wide as he realized who he was facing. It can't be. A powerful female voice rang welcoming Corin condescendingly. Second Princess Mirwam Elizabeth L. Roth sat perched on a chair, ordering Corin to show proper etiquette by kissing her. Corin flatly refused, replying with his superior noble knowledge. Your High, a gentleman only kisses a lady's hand once a day, causing Mirwam to laugh in amusement at a seamoner who unders etiquette. Mirwam spept beating around the bush and goes right to the point. Assist me in the Succession War that begins next year. Corin feigned ignorance, claiming T. Bijous a lowly guar, and wondered why Smiona Versacher would need his help. Mirwam retrotted sharply, exposing Corin's true identity. A knight recognized by Bo, the new church, and the old church, and who else posed a holy reli. She directly named his holy reli, Cleom Soli, with a meaningful smile. Seeing Corin still deep in thought and suspicion, Mirwam approached him and assumed he was being caught to you. If that's the case, Mirwam unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Corin's neck, and a surge of crimson aura enveloped Bo of them. She whispered into his ear that an advance payment might put him at ease. Finishing her Mirwam used her overwhelming power, pinning Corin on the floor amid a sea of dark red energy. She loked him down with her leg, making a deadly offer. Tell me what you desire from this noble Satis that no one has dared to touch. Mirwam lay back, with her arms spread wide, provoking Corin to demand anything he wisha. Corin remained silent for a moment, his crimson eyes gleaming with an unusual gaze. He unexpectedly grabbed Mirwam's claw, his voice firm. Yea, my her. Mirwam blushed, her eyes shining brightly with extreme excitement, yelling, My destiny, devour me and make me your. Without a moment's hesitation, Corin leaned on and gave her a deep key. A blinding flash of light erupted as Corin absorbed power from the second prince, throwing both of them apart. Corin's drenched in sway, but a triumphant smirk played on his lip. He had successfully turned the tables and gained the upper hand. Corin sneer, exposing the second prince. You desired me's much that you had to use an enchanting sen? Nobles playing dirty like this right before the succession? Mirwam didn't flinch, retreating provocatively. Marrying the champion of the Sun Go is an extremely advantageous political move. Marriage and procreation are the oldest CN track in history, Sir Corin. Corin sealedly dismissed her. What you mean by destiny? Anyway, drop I. Mirwam still tried to salvage the situation. Next time we should be in a beater shouldn't we? But Corin ruthlessly cut her off. There won't be a next time. Before leaving, Corin threw back a meaningful remark, recalling Smione's teaching. Beware of beautiful women. Slam! Corin slammed the doctor's shoe, ending everything. Inside, Mirwam licked her finger in a bewithing manner, muttering tea herself. Hehe, it seems I'll have tea try harder. As soon as he go, Corin Ponte, leaning against the doctor, sweat pouring down. That was Chloe. Lately strange things keep happening one after her. Corin's flashback began with a scene of a silver-haired girl blushing and thanking him for smithing. Next was a scene of Alicia hugging him tightly, calling him bro her-in-law with affection. Corin silently screamed, questioning Alicia why she chose a play about an infidelity sandal to perform. But she only saw it as a beautiful scry. And then, it was Huaron's turn, to hold his hand tightly. No letting G. Corin loked helpels as Huaron clung to him during break time, thinking to himself, does she like it that much? Huaron, her face slightly flusha. Cien firma, Ever since you absorbed the sun, your entire boy has been filled with yang energy. Corin explained that because Huaron's energy meridians were disrupted and yin energy seancently flowed. Oh, his boy felt extremely comfortable, to her. He told Huaron that the break was over, but she seemingly, the round personality, whine, hee, Zhu a little bit more. Korin thought T himself, his voice full of sympathy. I understand. You must have had a very hard time. Back in the present, Korin was siding with Yager and Lar, including the mater. In short, my problem is that many girls are clinging me. Lark slowly raised his CFFE cup, looking directly at Korin with an extremely serious expression. Korin, as your friend, I'm telling you this sincerely. Go die. Jews die already. Lark said with a friendly smile, his hand raising his middle finger artfully. Jaeger yelled at Korin Jews pick one girl, while Lark suggested outright eliminating this gigolo simplify thing. The argument was interrupted by a sweet voice. Go morning, Senior Korin. Which made all three turn around in surprise. Second Princess Miruam appeared with a smug smile, looking down at Korin, who was sweating profusely. Miruam invited Korin take her for a stroll, and he reluctantly agreed, much the uter astonishment of Yager and Lar. Yager and Lark Wathy, and Lark remarked that Korin was probably about to be trend to Shrey, his jealousy having turned int scientific curiosity. Lark began to hypothesize that Korin's boy might be emitting esme pheromone which they were bo immune, then gestured for Yager Tulok. Dirakur Ariu Kasar suddenly appear, cheerfully taking Korin's hand and greeting him warmly. Yager cried out in alarm, Don't tell me he attract men? While Lark firmly asserted that their friend was truly problematic. Scene change. Ariu's on the poem, announcing the annual field training for all first-year student. Ariu explained the rule. Elite, Sec and D and third-year student would act as Monser, and the Roki's mission was use any means defeat them and snath their ipal. With a meaningful smile, Ariu declared the training officially open. At the hunting ground, a voice rang out in surprise upon discovering a new character. Oh, you're level 2? Two O'Hare student expressed admiration for a purple-haired man, and eagerly asked to form a temporary team. The purple-haired man, Jermaine Luther, haughtily agreed, and TKC man, telling the group to gather and then split up to find their way. But in his Jermaine sneer. What a nuisance. Only level 2. I can't believe Princess Miruam, a level 1 mage, TK first place. He grew even more resentful, thinking he was ranked alongside Though Filthy B's kin twin, muttering that if it weren't for his divine mission, he would have left this academy long ag. Germain's flashback revealed that La Semezer, a dark special forces team from the Order, was captured while hunting monsters in the academy. His name was Jermaine Luther, sent T resu them, and now he had T play the role of an exemplary student to conceal his identity. Back in reality, his two teammates called Jermaine when they found track. He replay, secretly thinking he should use these level 3 and 4 small fry TC complete the assignment. Meanwhile, a crowd of nearly 400 Rokis was brimming with excitement, realizing the true objective was T-fight. Each O'Her TC who would be the first T-take done, the senior. Jermaine Luther smirk, calculating inwardly. I'll lead these cluels Roki, play the go-friend for a while, then use them as cannon for when the time CME. Suddenly, a sharp surge of killing intent caught the attention of an upper-class woman. Bomb! A cloal pillar of green energy erupted in the middle of the four, signaling the appearance of smithing formidable. The blonde upper-class woman leaned against a tree, muttering, I know it's the senior's job every year to play Monser, boo. In the flashback, Jermaine had made a dubious wreck, I'll take care of leading the first year. In return, let a few of my seniors int the hunting ground. The blonde student now sighed, wondering if accepting that favor had been the right decision. The Rokis looked up, their faces ashen, their mouths stammering incoherently. They had no idea that the second-year student of Merkava Academy were the true monsters in this te. First was Yuel Valorn, the genius druid, who only TK half a year T-mazer her ultimate skill. Wicker Man, one of the sage bow. Oroki cried out in Pawnee, What the hell is the? Upon seeing Doran Warski, the mercenary swordmacer, appear. Doran, who had acquired a set of super expensive magic sword thanks to successful investment, was brandishing his arsenal wildly. Next was Kranel Ludin, the golem Mazer, what, thanks to shrewd investment and Smioni's tech buff, was now riding a super golem, boasting loudly. Invincible. Fourth, needing no intrusion, was the heavenly Yaksha Huaran, cracking her knuckles and muttering, It's truly hard to restrain myself. At Huaran's feet lay a pile of first-year student she had knocked down, proving her worth. And finally, Anohair female swordwoman placed her hand on her sword hill, preparing to join the fray. Alicia Arden, a candidate for the Arden family head portion, drew her swar, and a vivid blue electric current enveloped her boy, making the Rokis scream. Run! That girl is smiling. Alicia merely looked bewildered, innocently wondering, huh? I was just smiling? Germain and his companions were running for their life. The haughty Siamander from earlier, now gasping for breath. What the hell is going on? Spare me. Amid the chaotic scene, a figure walked leisurely, spear in hand, whistling cheerfully. Germain suddenly froze, his face filled with bewilderment, as he sensed the unusual presence of the stranger. Germain Luther fell flat on his back, staring in horror at the approaching stranger, the one he had Jews called a clown, and the reason they were all running for their life. Corin Loque's blazing red eyes gleamed behind his mask, and he stared at Germain with a sinister amusement. Corin activated the fire rune Kanaz, and an explosive surge of energy was ready to incinerate everything. Bomb! An earth-shattering explosion blew away a corner of the four, demonstrating Corin's overwhelming power. Germain couldn't believe his eye. He had no idea that the one who had turned all the CNDR elites into final bows, making them mercilessly slaughter the Rokis, was the clown standing right in front of him. Amid the sea of flame, Corin casually rewrapped his grip on the spear, seemingly unaffected by the hellish scene he himself had created. He looked at the trembling Germain and asked sarcastically, "Why's tense?" Germain was sweating profusely, his entire body stiff from the terrifying pressure emanating from Corin. Corin pressed his face close to Germain, baring his teeth in a savage grin, and Siamanda, smile for me. Germain's terrified scream echoed throughout the burning four. Germain ran headlong, his entire ascetic life flashing before his eye. Who? Corin's spear swept horizontally, tripping Germain and sending him sprawling. The knight flew in a circle through the air, desperately wondering if Go truly exists. Lying flat on the ground, Germain looked up at the crimson sky, his eyes filled with despair. He gritted his teeth and concluded. There might be no G, but devils are definitely real. Corin hoisted the spear onto his shoulder, standing tall like a true devil, and declared, "Now, it's over." Germain clothed his hay, weeping in pain and fear, but Corin unexpectedly placed a hand on his hay, his ten changing. No ba, braver than I though. Corin extended his hand, formally introducing himself. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Corin Lowe. Germain's eyes widened, sweat pouring down as he realized the true identity of the person before him. An unbelievable scene flashed through his mind. This was the man who had fought Lunia Arden, one of the Sronge's swordmen, T.A. Sandil. Corin slung his staff over his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lip. I'm looking for Smion capable. Besides the prince, you're the mo promising one here. D. You want tea work for me? Germain, transitioning from fear to fanaticism, hastily grabbed Corin's hand, his voice trembling but resolute. Yea, I accept. Corin chuckled inwardly, tightening his grip on Germain's hand. He had already calculated everything in his min. Corin's plan was clear. The first thing T'd in this hunting ground was to recruit Germain, the spy from the Order. He patted Germain's shoulder, who was ecstatic with happing, mentally reciting the familiar mantra, "Keep your friend clo, but your enemies cloer." An hour after the test began, a student roar, "Diu monster," then swung their weapon and charged into the chaotic battle. Ren let out a roar, unleashing a wave of pink energy that swept away the surrounding minion. She turned and yelled at her teammate, "Ron, you!" Rennis with hand on hip, ordering Ron, who was stripping a defeated foe. ITLDUT search the back poke. Take everything. Armband and all. The two S, back to back. Ron wondering why they were sensibly being attacked. Ren growl. Because we're secta, rank nigh, though small fry crave our armband. They knew well that obtaining the armband of the seniors was incredibly difficult, as this year's freshmen were all formidable, from the Golem Mazar, the magic sword wielder, to the heavenly Yakshanun. Therefore, everyone's target was the small house, where armband could be exchanged for reward at the end of the tea. Ren and Ron finally approached the location, but smithing felt wrong. The entire house was engulfed in flame, a horrifying sight that struck the two Sizer. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing both of them to stumble. A colossal pillar of green light shows right in the sky, and Ba looked up in horror. What the hell is that? A wound sign appeared from thin air, clearly stating, "The reward is at the TP." Before them, a colossal tore row from the ground. Ren and Ron immediately realize, what in the world are Thosek and your seniors ding? A red-haired figure smirked with keen interior. How interesting. I. Second Princess Miram Elizabeth L. Roth led her minion, showing disdain. Except for the smell of fur. Mirwam's minion, brimming with fighting spirit, cheered and charged into passageway. What are we waiting for? Follow the prince. Meanwhile, Ren and Ron's before Anohair entrance, hesitant about what T. Ren decisively pointed T her own path. Let's take a different way. I don't want T clash with that prince. The two werewolf Sicers immediately turned onto a separate path, wanting no involvement with Miroam's group. But as soon as they stepped in, Ren sensed killing intent. She roared and swung her weapon T block the attack. A surprise attack from above struck Dwan, forcing both Ren and Ron D cry out in defense. Doron Worski, the magic sword wielder, hovered in midair, blocking the Sicer's path. Isn't this a bit much? Doron sealedly declared that these were the conditions of his employer, and the order was, T show no mercy T anyone. At the same time, elsewhere in the Twer, Lork had successfully infiltrated inside. Lork, the mercenary, analyzed the situation. Infiltration successful, simple Leo. The Twer's map appear. 3 entrances on the first floor, guarded by Arisha, Lork, and Uel, while the second floor was Krenel and Huaron. Lork had sneaked past everyone, heading straight to the 3rd floor, where Corin Loke was waiting. Corin Turna, surprised that Smiona had ascended quickly, and TK Assance, there's no way you could have gone here. He muted about hearing that there was a freshman skilled in stealth, then swung his spear T attack. Who? Corin unleashed an incredibly swift horizontal sweep, aimed directly at Lork. Lork DGD'd the direct. High, but he was utterly choked when he noiced smething unusual. I thought it high, but it missed by a large margin. Lork fearfully wondered why the spear curved S impoably, while a swirling stream of dark purple energy twice. A system wind W appear, intrusing the overpowered item. Death Orb. Always hit it Targe. Separates boy and soul. Ignores all defense. A feast by the Death Orb, the assassin felt his stealth ability fading. Corin read his opponent like an open book. First year, 2nd rank Nai, Rashid Adin Musali. Assassin clan technique, huh? Rashid Adin Musali, also known as Lork, froze when his identity was Expo, while Corin uttered a sarcastic, my apology. His weakness Expo. Rashid furiously charged at Corin. You shouldn't have mentioned the. Who? Corin lightly parried Rashid's attack with his spear shaft, leaving him dumbfound. Rashid staggered back, utterly choked by Corin's reflexy. With his hand reveal, Rashid no longer held back, taking a stance ready for an all-out fight. Corin merely uttered a nonchalant, wow, as if waving a cheap circus A. Rashid unleashed a series of attacks with his whip blade, but Corin dodged them effortlessly, even offering a CM Plyman. No ba. Finishing his whir, Corin caught Rashid's whip blade with his bare hand, sping the attack and continuing to taunt him about his assassin clan. Completely overwhelmed, Rashid called only helplessly. Wath Corin provoke him. S. What are you going to do now? In his though, Rashid recalled the pa. He had grown tired of the blow-it and fled to the academy to seek a different life. But now, with his identity Expo, he was forced to make a decision. Corin sensed his opponent's killing intent. Rashid had decided that if his exposed identity endangered his clan, the only way to silence him was to send Corin to his grave. Rashid unleashed an extremely powerful exploive talisman. A blinding explosion engulfed the entire area. Rashid believed he had succeeded. Bomb. The disruptive power of the explosion created a colossal fireball. But through the smoke, Corin's eyes remained calm. Phew. You're playing with Smee dangerous tie. Corinus amid the sea of flame, skillfully manipulating the fire and sneering. Lucky for you, fire and heat are my specialty. Rashid collapsed to the floor, utterly defeat, while Corin nonchalantly let him paw. You deserve a reward for trying this hard. Go on up and get your point. Corin said to Rashi, his voice full of hidden meaning. It doesn't matter if you learn assassination, swordsmanship, or magi. That stealth skill of yours might be needed very soon. Corin's sneer, revealing his CCD objective. In this hunting ground, I need your help with smithing. We need to test the skills of Tho formidable first year. At the same time, on the first floor, Doron Worski had given the Golden Wolf twins a taste of defeat with his magic sword. On the CCND floor, Huaran casually eliminated 2 small fry, having accidentally used a bit too much power. The Golden Wolf twin, Ren and Ron, suddenly froze, cathing a familiar sen. A silver spear flasha, and a mocking voice rang Oh, you two are here? Corin appear, carrying his spear on his shoulder with a challenging expression. It's Corin! Ren panicked upon seeing the spear pointed directly at her, muttering that this year's test was incredibly difficult. Who? Ren barely dodged a lightning fast through. Ren's eyes widen, sweat pouring down, as she yelled. What in the world is thee? Corin spun in midair, delivering a sweeping attack with his spear, sending Ren and Ron flying at the same time. Ron screamed miserably as the spear shaft struck him directly in the che. Corinne Lande. elderly looking at the fallen Ron. Once you're in a fee, don't let your guard down. You might die before you even realize Ren froze, completely overwhelmed by Corrin's aura. Didn't you hear me? Corrin roared, unleashing his tiger's gale sweep, creating a vortex of purple energy. A terrifying energy explosion engulfed Bo Werewolf, blowing them away like dry leaf. Corrin landed gracefully, doozing off his Han. It doesn't feel Gria, but I have no choice. He let out a breath, his gaze sharp. There's one last thing, Tita, in this hunting ground. Crash. He slammed the butt of his spear hard on the ground. The impact created a powerful shockwave, cracking the ground. Corrin in the middle of the battlefield, facing the two growling werewolves, thinking T himself. The goal is to ensure these kids are strong enough. T carry the team by forcing them to level up. He TK a Sans, his spear radiating dark aura, his sharp eyes declaring, Alright, let's finish thee. The crescent moon appeared in the night sky, and Corrin analyzed, as long as it's no a full moon knee, suppressing their Beasley insync is quite easy. However, a werewolf roar, droll dripping. A complete transformation is a different Sry altogether. Corrin swung his spear, CN fronting the bees head-on in an explosion of crimson energy, a truly 100% violent display. Despite his minor injury, Corrin smirk. When they reach their final form, they still retain their human shape, but because they're no old enough, they're suck in this bee's form, making them even more troubles me. He recalled that Ron was usually as gentle as a lamb, but once transforma, he became a blowhersey mad DG. That's no all. Now he had to face charging bees alone. Corrin knew well that the bees cold communicate non-verbally T-cridinate, attack. And with this pair of siblings who had faced life and death together their entire life, there was no opening. Ren let out a roar and charged T-attack Corrin. Corrin gritted his teeth, pouring strength into his move, his eyes flashing He unexpectedly dodged Ren's attack and slipped past her, his true target being Ron, who was behind her. Ron roar, using bow hand T-block Corrin's attack, wondering, are you trying to save your Sizer? Corrin continued his liqueur amid the battle. Even, you must know Spee. While your Sizer is being attacked, instead of trying to save her, you should attack your enemy. Corrin sigh, sweeping his spear horizontally. Corrin's attack sent Ren flying backward. Ren let out a miserable cry of pain and helplessness. Corrin grabbed Ren's face, sealedly judging. Ano hair error in judgment. Rage must be kept clow. He unleashed an incredibly powerful purple energy punch directly to Ren's face, sending the girl flying. Ren lay sprawled on the ground, and Corrin's there liqueuring. If you have time to cry, at least lock at your opponent. Every second you hesitate is a second you give to your enemy. Ron charged in a frenzy, but Corrin merely observed old lie. Gee, it seems the younger Sizer is beater than the younger Brower. He smirked, continuing his liqueur. But your attacks must be precise. Don't you go wild and swing haphazardly. Corrin swung his spear, purple energy erupting, blocking Ron's attack and teaching, you need to aim precisely at the weak point. A perfect horizontal spear sweep sent Ron flying, making him roar in pain. Corrin's between the two battered werewolf sibling. His aura absolutely overwhelming. Ron and Ren Ponte, exhausted and lying on the ground. But Corrin merely emanded sealed lie. Get up. Carrying his spear on his shoulder, Corrin declared chillingly. Fighting until your limbs are broken, and your boy is TRN apart. That's what real life Ren struggled to get up, sweat and blow pouring her entire boy trembling from exhaustion and fear. Standing before Corrin, who was radiating a dense dark aura, Ren suddenly realized, could it be that my broher had go through such terrifying battle? Thu. Corrin plunged the tip of his spear directly into the ground, right next to Ren's face, making the girl jump and scream. Ren looked up with tear-filled eye, completely bewildered by what was happening. Suddenly, Corrin helped Ren up, his teen changing 180 degrees. But I guess this is enough, isn't I? It's really a bit hard. Keep being cruel. Too. He smiled gently, hugged Ren, and pated her You were really Sare, weren't you? Imsrai. I might have been a bit hazy. Startled by the hug, Ren was Sune, stammering, wah, who I? Ren struggled in Corrin's arm, crying and whimpering. Who are you? To be my older broer. You're a cruel bee. Treating us like children. Corrin admit, yay. I was too cruel. But Bo, of your situational judgment and physical abilities are to P no. He hugged Bo siblings tightly and declare, even though you couldn't defeat me, you Bo pays. Get up now. The twins were Bo, overjoyed and choked up, breaking Duan in Korin's embrace, but vowing never need this teaching hug again. After the two siblings left, Korin's alone in the arena, then applause echoed from the shadow. A red-haired woman with a white snake design on her chest sept oh, smiling as she asked, "They left a long time ag, why are you still standing there?" Second Princess Mirawam smile, praising Korin for his formidable strength, handling two werewolves as if he were merely strolling. Korin nonchalantly reply, declaring himself the examiner, and stating that if the princes wished to paw, she would have to defeat him. But this time, he wouldn't go easy on her like he did with Thoki. He looked directly at Mirawam's face, warning that if she pulled out what she was hiding in her dray, he would be forced to fight to the death, which only made her smile meaningfully. Mirawam turned and walked away, ting back a ribbon and taunting, "Last time I TK off my dray, you didn't fall for me either." The blue ribbon, an item symbolizing surrender, clattered onto the arena floor. Mirawam glanced back with a fiendent smile, declaring that she would fail here, indicating her deliberate withdrawal from Korin's TE. Korin waved her retreating figure, analyzing in his mind that Mirawam's secret weapon was a magical snake. Yet she remained unfazed despite being expo. He sighed in exasperation, knowing that dealing with an unpredictable opponent like Mirawam would once again be an extremely difficult challenge. Jews like last time. Meanwhile, her group of freshmen had strenuously climbed the teepee of the tour, curiously looking at a sign. The Woan sign appeared with the blunt massage. Returned to the gate. Accompanied by a smirking face. The entire group of students shouted in frustration, realizing they had been painfully trolled after all their effort climbing. The Twerres majestically amid the night for, where the harsh and trap-filled test was still ongoing, a group of students, severed in injury, dragged themselves through the four, cursing the wretched clown who had tortured them. One of them recognized the clown's identity as Korin Loke, and began recounting shocking rumors about his engagement to Bo, the Dunaref and Arden family. After hearing Korin's terrifying reputation, the entire group turned pale, realizing they had encountered a true monster. Suddenly, they saw Korin sitting regally on a throne made of weapons and item, holding a glass of wine, welcoming the freshmen. He had painted his face like a mad clown, laughing as he poured wine on his face and morbidly asked, "Enjoying the practical session?" Korin pointed the pile of items at his feet, explaining that these were the reward they should have received throughout the tea. He suddenly leapt down from the throne, exuding a dark aura, and asked the student what they had in Simon with this pile of item. With a savage grin, Korin included with a chilling statement, "Bo are highly flammable." Amid the sea of flame, Korin Loke laughed maniacally like a clown, declaring that the freshmen's academic achievement were burning Asha. The student screamed in helplessness. Smee wanted to charge in and fight Korin to the death, while Owers cried because their magic sneeze were gone. One of them froze, unable to believe his eyes as he saw a clol dark shadow appear in the sky. Marie Dunaref descended on a wyvern, carrying a cloal che, leaving the entire group bewildered, no understanding what was happening. The ches sprang open, emitting a dazzling blue light that made one student stammer in terror. Inside was a mountain of Tier 2 and Tier 3 magic snee, a fortune they wouldn't dare dream of in their entire life. Korin continued the intrusion, summoning 2 TP tier blacksmiths from the capital, who would craft weapons for the entire group free of charge. He clapped, thanking Marie and Huaron, 2 senior students who had taken charge of transporting all the materials and personnel for this welcome. Arisha Aiden pulled back the curtain, revealing a sumptuous banquet table sufficient for 100 people, with everything from lobster tea desert. Korin shout, telling everyone tea eat and drink, tea their hearts C10. As this was the way tea beck me stronger, flares were show in the sky. The student loked up, beginning to realize they might have smultily misunders that mad clown. Fireworks explode acro the sky. Korin, still wearing his clown makeup, smirked and declared that Tay was their day. Marie, in an unusually gentle demeanor, smiled, and offered Poats a junior student who was blushing from the beautiful senior's attention. Huaranal's friendly distributed magic sness to the female student, surprising them because she had looked terrifyingly sari before. Amid the lavish fia, Korin and Orishas from afar, observing their juniors eating and drinking heartily. Orisha grabbed Korin, anxiously asking if he was all right after spending all his asset on this magic snay bonk. Korin casually replied that money wasn't important, making Orisha shiver at his smudged clown face. Shedding his mad facade, Korin became unusually serio, his eyes sharp and CLD as he asserted that smething was more precious than money. A horrifying memory resurfaced, a battlefield littered with student CRPs, one of them crying out for Korin's help in despair, and he seems clued, though were there live. The flashback showed Korin using his pause life, knowledge to amass wealth. All T prepare for this moment. T provide magic snes and blacksmiths for his junior, preventing the tragedy from recurring. Korin muse. High-quality equipment only increased survival rates, and wouldn't turn novices iant warrior. While his juniors were caxing a shy Arisha T joined the fun. Arisha looked at Korin worriedly, calling his name, while the protagonist was low in though, realizing that despite his best effort, the sense of unease had no vanishe. Korin recalled his entire preparation keeping Germain by his side, recruiting the werewolf pair Ren and Ron, exposing Rashid all were calculated move. Arisha turned around with a sar. Korin had vanished without a trace, leaving her bewildered and wondering where he had gone. Night fell upon Merkava Academy, signaling that a major event was about to erupt. Elsewhere, a hand in a black glove held a lantern, illuminating the dark night. An old man in a red robe appeared, named Elder Admalek, leader of the Red Magic Facion. He muttered that the experimental subject must be retrieved. Anohair old man, Elder Morshutan of the Dark Magic Facion, smirked mockingly, confident that all preparations were complete, and the prey was about to fall in the trap. Their target was reveal. Marie Dunaref, the ancient vampire, must be captured by the magic tower. A vision of Marie Loing Kentrol appear, signaling the imminent start of the magic tower incident. Korin recounted the original scenario. The mages would use the excuse of researching the library, kidnap Marie, and CN Duke experiment in the basement, but Korin declared that history would be rewritten, while the shadows of cloaked figures advanced toward the academy. Korin, in his new CM-Bat attire, defiantly on the Roft P, ready to face the UP seeming crisis. The Sene shifted to the special dormitory, reserved for the mo important student. Korin knowed that it was now packed with people. A scene of daily life. Korin and Huaran bickering like cat and DGS every morning. After showering, Korin, with his perfect six-pack physique, hazily donned his robe and ascended the CCND floor. The residence of the unexpected student, he walked down the luxurious hallway, heading toward the where the two princesses' roms were lote. Korin sweat, thinking to himself that Bo Princess SL and Mirawam enrolling was a huge variable. The original Shry line, making him NCU. He stepped before Anoher Ditar at the end of the hallway. Flung open the DR, Korin flashed a radiant smile and shout, "Hey, you twin, time wake up." Inside, the werewolf pair Ron and Ren were sleeping like log, lazily asking for a few more minutes of sleep, making Korin lament that in the game, these two cute kid would beck me villain. Korin carried Ren on his shoulder while brushing Ron's teeth, thinking these twins were truly two mischievous kid when Ron's plained that the pace was spicy. In the old timeline, these twins were originally extremely classable, and Korin hoped they would quickly grow up to reach that final form. But currently, Korin only saw two cute kid being pated on the head by him. Completely, CNT rari, the villainous fate they were supposed to endure. Seeing this scena, Korin smile. All hesitation about altering fate vanished, and he was determined to proact them. The scena shift at the principal's office, with news that mages from the Tower of Magic had visited the academy. Inside, Korin asked before Director Ariu Kassar and Professor Jophine, reporting that their purpo was to aces the library and recruit magic faculty student. Jophine cemented that the Tower of Magic always lacked talent, as recruiting people was reasonable, then turned to Korin, noising he knew too much about the tower. Korin began explain the dark history of the Tower of Magi, an organization that once monopolized magic and was infamous for exploiting young mage. But ever since Merkava Academy Row, the tower had lowered monopolistic position and became an irreconcilable rival. At the same time, the old church launched with Hun, and the Tower of Magi, which had always looked down on the academy and viewed demi-humans as experimental subj, became their offensive henchmen. But then the academy's hero, including Jophine, Ariu and his old boy, and even Tothas Balthazar, row up to suppress the hunt in a historical event called the With's Revolution. Korin looked directly at Jophine, calmly saying how cold he know more about the tower than her. One of the heroes of the revolution 80 years ag, whose name was recorded in textbook. Jophine blushed, awkwardly brushed it off, claiming it was Jew ancient history. Ariu als bowed his head, admitting he was als present at that even, no Jew Jophine. Ariu bitterly added that Tothas Balthazar was als there, and the image of the demon king appear, full of darkness. Korin thought to himself, even though he knew mentioning the name of the traitorous disciple Balthazar would displease his Mazer, he had taken advantage of their misconception that he was Balthazar's disciple. He decided to play his trump card, using Balthazar's name to reveal future information. The Tower of Magic was nested to Balthazar. Ariu and Jophine were son. Jophine realized in horror that Corin was talking about information from the future. Corin CN Fermi. Their main purpose for CMing here was no TAces the library or recruit people. He pointed directly at Ariu, C including with a sark statement. They probably came here for you, senior. Ariu froze, stammering back. For me? Jophine was equally bewildered. Corin explained CN Sisley. Because of the vampire Blowleen, the senior poes, smething the Tower of Magi, though demi-human research fanati, crave. Marie, while munching on a poa, CN evidently declared that provoking the Dunaref family, the poet empire ruling the south, was a huge mistake. Corin curtly stated that the Tower of Magic cared nothing for family background or worldly power. He included with the fatal Rians, because they were followers of Tatha's Balthazar, which stunned Marie when she heard that name. Corin decided it was time to lay his card on the table, demanding that the two keep absolute secrecy about what he was about to say regarding Balthazar's goal. Marie listened intently, summarizing the information. So the Direcur's fallen disciple is plowing to execute a plan called the Descent of Paradise? If Balthazar gathered all 4 great primordial runes and divine weapon, he would have the power to wipe out current civilization. And after destroying everything, the Demon King would personally build a new world according to his will. Corinne confirmed. That was why the Old Order and the Tower of Magi, Balthazar's follower, considered all the strong individuals in this world. To be mere we. A lineup of Balthazar's high-ranking subordinates appear, all of them looking like bad new. They believed everything would eventually be a race. Marie gasped at the earth-shattering conspiracy. Corin asserted that even if it sounded ridiculous, Balthazar truly had the capability, TDI. Corin looked directly at Marie, asking for a favor. Even though I know it's a bit much. There's smithing I'd like to ask of you, senior. Marie blushé, clothing the pote tightly, her heart swelling with joy. I'm's happy. I thought you cold did everything yourself. I didn't expect I cold help. She immediately agreed without hesitation, her eyes burning with fervor. You need ask Corin. Je say the were. And Ilda, anything you want. Corin smiled in relief, including. Then we have smething TD nigh. He's up, setting the place and time. Meet me at the Happy Inn at midnight. I need to prepare a few thing. See you later. Marie stared blankly as Corin left, the pot in her hand falling to the ground. She blushed crimson. Her mind began to wander with scenario of midnight at the inn with Corin, ready for any challenge. Meanwhile, at a hole in the city, a group of mysterious red-robed figures were entering. Corin mused himself. The trash from the Tower of Magic are at the academy during the day, then hide in a hole at night? From above, Corin observed the mages of the Tower of Magi, muttering that there were 50 of them, but only 3 were significant figure. Fears was Elder Admalek of the Red Magic Facion, a grumpy old man yelling at his subordinate over a Duman. Next was Elder Morshutin of the Dark Magic Facion, a gloomy fellow demanding an experimental subject immediately. And finally, Golden Adrian, ally of the Demon King Tath's Balthazar, and the final bow of the UP-seeming Tower of Magic even. Corin squinted through his binocular. The problem was that among these 50 small fry, he didn't know what the final bow looked like. Suddenly, Corin recognized Lar, his old classmate, being ordered around like a DG by a mage, who threatened de-drain his mana cray if he dropped the luggage. Seeing Lark's miserable state, Corin could only curse inwardly. Lar, change your future plans immediately. Suddenly, a hoed figure furtively loped around, separating from the rank. He quickly slipped into small alley, completely separated from the crow. Corin smirk, lowering his binocular, bing, because the Tower of Magic is about to be wiped. That nigh, at a tavern, curses echoed as a gambler, low badly again. In a basement cassin, a hoed man was raking in money from Oher players with a triumphant expression. This man was named Munroji, a dark mage of the Tower of Magi, muttering that he wasn't fond of alcohol but loved these cassin. It turned out Munroji was cheating with a floating demonic eye, peeking at everyone's car. With the cheating eye, Munroji was confident. This round was too easy, thinking to himself that at least one of them would appear sen. Juice, then a SFT hand rested on Munroji's shoulder, and a female voice spoke up. May I join? A brown-haired beauty appear, which sunned Munroji, his eyes shining brightly, drolling because he was infatuated with her. Munroji hastily agreed, without any suspicion, thinking his luck had arrived. A moment later, from an upstairs room of the inn, a girl's piercing scream echo. The girl from earlier was lying on the bee, her voice trembling as she asked, "With thee, can I really get my money back?" It was clearly a pre-arranged Manroji grinned morbidly, approached the girl lying on the bee, and ordered her tea say sill. Suddenly, a Shadwu with a gruzma smile appeared behind Manroji, sending shivers down his spine. Startled, Manroji turned around, frantically yell, "Who's there?" and cast a low-level curse. Korin Lok appear, effortlessly bloking Manroji's trashy magic with one han, sneering, "This level of cursing is knowing." Giving his opponent no time to rea, Korin grabbed Manroji's head and slammed his face directly on the floor. Korin, now wearing a mask with a savage grin, raised his suiting eye and warned, "Don't move." He explained that cheaters usually only get their wrist cut off, but since Manroji intended TCM emit, depraved ak against a girl, he deserved a much harsher punishment. Choked by Korin, Manroji frantically samurai, claiming that the girl herself had approached him fur. The girl from before, now with her attire adjuse, spoke up. "T clarify. That woman is Lenya, the owner of this place. No jusme random girl." Korin Godon to Bizan, asking Manroji if he knew Marie Dunaref, which made the mage gasp in horror. Korin growl, praising his face close to Manroji. "You sewer rat are sniffing around for the vampire Marie Dunaref, an elite demi-human. You want T kidnap her, didn't you?" He muttered that the old order and the magic tower didn't see insider demi-humans as people. See, he had prepared himself and called O, senior. A beautiful blue-haired girl sept O, responding T Korin's call awkwardly, yet with full true. "Yay! I mean, immortal core. Im cunting on you." Manroji saw this sene, his face turning pale, sensing that smething bad was about to happen. Korin sealedly ordered the blue-haired girl, "Turn this sum into vampire for me." The girl immediately agreed, ready to do anything he wisha. The sene shifted the Merkaba Academy library, where Elder Morshutan was asking his subordinate, "Where is Manroji? I haven't seen him since yesterday." A green-haired female subordinate reported that he was probably gambling again, as it was keen for him, pee drunk for days at the Cassin. Elder Morshutan was furious, muttering that he had emphasized the importance of this operation, and feared what Tower Mazar Idrin would think of the dark magic Phasion's irresponsibility. The old man suddenly broke out in a CLD sway, a terrifying thought flashing through his min. Perhaps Idrin. A vision appeared in his heya. Idrin had disguised himself as Manroji from the Sar, and he was wondering if Idrin was plowing, smething behind the red magic Phasion's back. Elder Morshutan roared in the library, ordering his subordinate, "Relin, find Manroji immediately." The old man narrowed his eye, sensing that smething was Ami. Suddenly, he heard whispers and turned T.C. Ren carrying Ron, telling the boy no T sulk anymore because silence must be maintained in the library. Ren signaled Ron T be quiet while the boy was still pouting, leaving Elder Morshutan dumbfounded. The old man muter, realizing Tho two kid were demi-human. In a bar, Relin grumbled irritably, "Where did that bald Manroji disappear? I'm a third-tier member. Why am I running errand like thee?" Relin, a third-tier disciple of the dark magic Phasion, was annoyed at being sent on errand and considered swithing to the red magic Phasion for an easier life. Suddenly, a strange voice rang asking the bartender for 2 martini, which puzzled Relin. Korin Loke appear, looking incredibly claw, raising a martini glass and asking Relin if she was alone. Relin replied disdainfully, mocking Korin for learning flirt at such a young age, thinking the magic tower was full of bockworm. Korin continued his cheesy flirting, likening young bees knowing how to find fragrant flower. He TK a sip of martini, his eyes full of hidden meaning. A brief flashback showed Korin and Arisha acing, with Arisha complaining about a melodramatic affair script that Korin praised as perfect. Relin slammed the table and sup, snapping, "What's an underage kid ding in a bar like thigh? Go home." She continued TCM plain that she had already dealt with the old man from the red magic Phasion, and now a no-hair brat was trying to flirt with her. Relin screamed, telling Korin to get low and scolding the bar owner for letting minors drink alcohol. Relin angrily chugged her drink, while Anno, her girl nearby, was surprised that Korin's flirting technique had no effect. Korin unexpectedly raised a hand to ver Relin's mouth, gently reminding her, "Don't say such unpleasant thing." A beautiful pink-haired girl suddenly appeared beside him, smiling and adeeing, "Especially when your lips are such a lovely chlor." The graceful pink-haired girl asked Korin if she could buy him a drink, leaving Relin stunned when she realized it was the saint. Korin Lok's face turned pale, unable to believe his eye. Why is she here? It turned out that the character who had Ju appeared was Asel Hadassaha El Ra, the Grand Princess, and Als the Sainties beloved by G. Corinne began, T recall memories of this formidable figure. Her only problem is her personality. Estelle was seducing Relin. Oh, you're 26. The same age as me. Want Nye? Which made the female mage hesitantly agree. Estelle was no only narcissistic, but also hedony, chugging alcohol like water. She continued to flirt with Relin, lifting her chin and declaring, You're no as pretty as me, but you're quite cute. But the fatal problem was Relin's terrible alcohol tolerance. She collapsed at the table while still mumbling, I swear I'm no drunk. Back in the present, Relin was uncnco. Corin stared at Estelle, thinking, Why is she here? Corin's up, flatly declaring to Estelle, We're taking Relin with you, and TLD himself, that the acing class he TK was T. Prepare for missions like the. Estelle sneer, narcissistically claiming the mission's success was due to her beauty. Then blocked their path. I saved your mission. And your Zhu going to run off? She raised a finger, signaling that there was still unfinished cuisine. Suddenly, the entire bar was surrounded by a group of people in black cloak, who whisper, We've been planning this for a long time. Alicia, Corin's teammate, was restrained but still strained her neck, yelling, We're all first rank Nye, get out of the way. But Corin signaled her, be silent. Corin glanced around, his eyes sharp. He had recognized the identity of these people. He stated bluntly, These are the church's secret special force, specializing in punishing those who harm demi-human, which startled one of them. While Estelle warned him no to knowledgeable, Corin smirked defiantly. I think you're mistaken. You're the ones in danger. Then unleashed a golden lightning aura, declaring he could handle everyone without Alicia's help. Vice Captain Mordecai flew into rage, roaring, You insolent bra, then charged T-attack but was spepped by Estelle's raised Han. Estelle's eyes flashed with a crow symbol, and she muter. Ju's eye though. Estelle cien firme. He definitely poses the sun, this Corin Loque. While Corin was still flexing his aura, proposing, Let's make a deal. I have 2 cien dition. Estelle glanced at the sleeping Relin, immediately guessing. Alri, the first edition is this girl, isn't I? How do you plan to compensate you? Corin began te negoia, throwing out his first trump card. Elder Morshutan, leader of the dark magic Facion. If your goal is to capture Tho harming demi-human, then he is your primary target. Corinad, promising to provide evidence of the illegal experiment, the old man was conducing, making Sainties Estelle ponder. Estelle looked surprise. You're giving me as much information without any cien. Corin looked straight at her, his voice firm. What do you want? My cien. With a cunning smile and glowing red eye, Corin declared, is to capture every single mage from the magic tower involved in this mission. The church's special forces gape, Vice Captain Mordecai yell, Absur, there's no way we can capture that many people. Corin clearly explained that the entire magic tower was Roan, and would sell Itelft Demon King Tothas Balthazar, then include. You only need to apprehend Elder Morshutan, leave the res to you. Estella immediately agree, despite Mordecai still grumbling. She seemed quite excited, thinking she had go in a bargain. Estelle's eyes flashed with a crow symbol, and she you. What is your CCNDC edition? Corin proposed a long-term partnership. From now on, let's separate. As long as it's no political matter, I will help you. Estelle asked what he wanted in return, and Corin only requested one simple thing. Pray for me. She smirked, realizing he knew about her power. Estelle happily accepted, extending her hand and explaining that the Sainties' prayer was an extremely powerful buff only available in the late game. The two shook hand to seal the deal, but Estelle unexpectedly threw out an outrageous call me Big Sizer. Corin froze, completely unable to handle this sudden turn, while Estelle giggled, repeating, I want you to call me Big Sizer. Corin stammered a refusal, but Estelle lunged and put her arm around his shoulder, forcing him, while the special forces behind them glared with murderous intent. Estelle leaned close to Corin, whispering that they would be working together for a long time, making him break out in a CLD sway, feeling things were going too far. Bang! The Dr. Tiano Heram was violently slammed by Smione. Inside, Elder Morshutan was trembling with rage. He had received news that he had completely low CN tack with Relin. Anohair's subordinate was weeping miserably, holding a slave claw he had prepared for Relin, yelling, Who did this cruel thing to my precious Relin? Suddenly, there was a knock at the DR and a voice announcing, Special delivery here, causing the distraught subordinate to snap. Jews leave it at the DR. The fanatical subordinate disfaired a strange snee lying idly before the doctor muttering, What the hell is thigh? He picked up the snee, realized it was a recriding Chrysal, and immediately activated I. A scene flashed before his eye. Relin being captured by a muscular blonde man. The subordinate froze, stammering in horror as he waved the scene. In the vide, the muscular man laughed gleefully, while the subordinate outside let out a desperate cry. Relin! Relin and the recriding screamed for help from the outkier, sending the subordinate into extreme pani, yelling that he would CME immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed off like a madman, completely unaware of a shadowy figure observing from a hidden corner. Corin adjusted his ha, a smirk playing on his lip. His target was never these small fry, but the leader, Golden Idrin. The problem was, among the 50 mages who had entered the academy, Corin didn't know what Golden Idrin looked like. However, he could certainly use the method of elimination, starting with those who had fallen in the trap. The subordinate finally arrived. Only T find Relin. Claps. A side quest named Dark Love appeared in Corin's analysis. Corin recalled that there was a side quest about the old mage Jolin, who had fallen in love with the young female mage Relin of the dark magic Facion. Since Relin and Jolin were key characters in a side scenario, Corin could be certain neither of them was the golden mage. The subordinate was struck down by Corin with a devastating blow, and the next target on the elimination list was Monroji. In the paw, Monroji had been a swindler in the casino and was captured alive by Corin. Corin include Relin, Jolin, Monroji. Anyone with their own side case cano be the golden mage. Monroji woke up. T find himself tied in a dark room, facing Corin, a muscular man, and a mysterious blue-haired girl. Corin approach, shoving a gag directly in Monroji's mouth, despite the man screaming that he would CNFS everything. Corin CL'd Lee declare, "But you can lie." His plan was, T capture all characters with side K. Corin smirked with a gross smile, pouring a flask of concentrated blow in Monroji's mouth, declaring he would turn each one into vampire. Corin looked at the sack of empty bowl, smirking. This guy is too. It T10 bowls of blow T turn him in a vampire. Nevertheless, Corin all seemed a bit tired after the forced blow drinking session. Monroji had officially transformed into ghoul, and Corin muttered about the rule, virgins beck me Dracul, while used go only beck me ghoul. Corin was utterly shook, wondering if he was the only virgin in this world, when the blue-haired girl beside him eagerly raised her hand. Me. I've only ever held my dad's hand. Hearing the blue-haired girl smiled meaningfully, realizing an interesting truth about Corin. Her eyes flashed ray, whispering that Corin would beck me a true Dracul. Before Corin ordery. Bring this guy's ciencisness back here. Now Monroji was a true servant, completely unable to lie. Corin began his disguise, painting a gross red smile on his lip. With a deranged clown face, Corin bared his teeth in a grin, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Now, my friend. He grabbed Monroji's face, his voice growling. Spill everything you know. The scene shifted to an O'Hare muscular man named Jolin, with a bag over his head, being interrogated, and Corin questioned why he had CMET this city. Jolin Samir, revealing the Magic Tower's objective, T capture Marie Dunaref and assassinate Diraker Ariu Kassar. Corin roar, speak, which terrified Jolin to his cray, making him scream miserably. He fezed that only the Tower Mazer, Golden Idrin, knew the true Rians, while they, the small fry, only knew how to obey order. Jolin further revealed that Golden Adrian had personally joined this mission, and was disguised as one of the red or black Facion mage. Corin smirked with satisfaction. He had enough information and was preparing for the next act of his grand shem. He grabbed Jolin's hay, beginning to recruit a blackmail feed, announcing that he had kidnapped a professor and a bunch of Usule's mage. Corin made his demand, prepare enough gold to fill a ship within 1 week, if they wanted to save though Usel's people. He laughed grossly, uttering a threa. Otherwise, every night I'll chop off a finger, and I'll start with this guy. The 2 elders of the Magic Tower, Admalek and Morshutan, Sune. Waithing the live brought us video of Corin brutally truttering Jolin. Elder Admalek's face was grim, silently cursing his subordinate Jolin as an idiot. If he weren't his favorite Sudan, the elder would have abandoned him long ag. A subordinate from the Dark Facion spoke up mockingly, and Admalek snapped back angrily. Shut your mouth, you punk. Who gave you permission to speak? Elder Morshutan, leader of the Dark Facion, CLDLE interjects, declaring that neither Facion cold AC alone now. She explained that with the presence of Jofine, the space with, even if they captured their targe, that with cold, teleport everyone away. Their original plan was to cause KO during the midterm exam, T forced Jofine TX house, her magic power saving the Sudan. But that clown Korin ruined everything. The two elders agreed that the magic tower would never negotiate with a clown. The only way was capture him. But the question was how. Morshitan revealed that they had planted an insider within the academy and would use him at Don Korin. Admalek Noed, in agreement, a feasible plan. They turned to second Princess Mirawam, convinced that she, as the largest sponsor, must know the clown's identity. Meanwhile, Korin was calculating T himself. Mirawam had seen his outfit in the hunting ground. She would surely inform the magic tower of his identity. His plan A was T lure the magic tower in CN trading. All it forces T attack the special dog Dmitri T, capture him. Then, Korin and his entire team would ambush them, capturing the whole Lo in one go, a perfect plan. Back in reality, on the screen, Korin was still, laughing maniacally, while Jolin's desperate screams echo. The two elders' faces were drained of chlor. Admalek, his voice trembling, asked Mirawam if she recognized that clown. Mirawam feigned innocence, criticizing the kidnapping as T crude, and asserting that she had no idea who that clown was. Scene change, Korin was sitting in a bakery. He was astonished. T. Hear Rashid report that Princess Mirawam had no uttered a single word about him. Rashi, while drinking water, CN affirmed that Korin's name had never been mentioned. Korin was deeply shocked, unable to believe Mirawam would side with him, but this meant his plan A had completely fallen apart. He's up, intending to leave, when Rashid suddenly called, "Oh, Korin." Rashid anxiously asked Korin if he needed but Korin merely smirked, "I'm fine." He sprang to his feet, confidently declaring that he still had plan B, while Rashid sat stunned behind him. Korin's eyes were sharp and close. He silently vowed no lo his Maser S easily this time. Scene change, Saint Isacel led a formidable squad of Holy Nai, surrounding Elder Morshutan and his subordinate, declaring his eras for human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and illegal imprisonment. Morshutan was Sune, growling as he asked Acel if she intended to humiliate the magic tower. The old man recognized Acel, but she sadly replied that she respected the tower's prestige. However, a knight presented a chest full of evidence. Acel affirmed that they had received report and the evidence was undeniable. Morshutan's face changed chlor. He shrieked in horror upon seeing his recra. How are my files here? Acel was secretly asnishe, as Morshutan's laboratory moved constantly, and even her Mo elite squad couldn't track it whereabu. She recalled Korin's smile, though she didn't think he was a liar. She hadn't expected him to gather evidence quickly. Acel realized that all the files Korin provided were brand new. If the academy had aced earlier, Morshutan would surely have fled with his laboratory. She crowed her arm, her eyes filled with respect and dub. All this in Jews a few days? Are you really planning to take on the entire magic tower by yourself? Korin Loke? The narration revealed the academy's dark paw, where with hunt and racial discrimination against demi-humans were semen on place, all in the name of progress. But the old church and the magic tower had been defeated by three heroes, ushering in the with revolution and causing them to gradually low influence. Currently, they had allied with Demon King Balthazar, plowing to overthrow the academy, and everything had gone smoothly. Until now, Elder Admalek was going mad in Anohair building, streaming, unable to understand how the Holy Knight found the secret laboratory, suspecting it was all that clown's ding. His subordinates panic. One demanded T burn, the academy T resume their mazer, but, an O'Hare, more rational one, dismised I, ordering everyone T retreat, T the tower immediately. A powerful voice, Siamund. Silence. And a bow stepped into the blazing magic circle, quashing all argument. A colossal fire phoenix erupted from the circle, engulfing the entire ROM in a sea of flame. The two magic tower subordinates cold only widened their eyes in horror at the overwhelming power. Elder Admalek, his face filled with murderous intent, amid the phoenix-shaped sea of flame, clearly seething with resentment. A subordinate frantically shrieked the name of the newcomer, Lord Idrin. The magic tower's lackeys pleaded for help from the tower Mazer, lamenting that Elder Morshutan had been captured, and they were no capable enough to anything. The leader, Golden Adrian, silently listened to the small fries seem plain, his overwhelming aura silencing them all. Elder Admalek suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment as a stream of golden energy began to envelop him. That energy stream was no ordinary magi, but a golden data stream being transmitted directly into his Hia. Admalek received the information, his expression shifting from surprise to intense concentration. Golden text materialized in the air, CNVing an entirely new plan. Admalek Muterer, we're going to capture that with? But how? The golden text, continued T appear, meticulously explaining the method of execution. After fully comprehending the entire plan, Admalek smirked confidently. I understand. Admalek led an army of mages in red robe, boldly declaring, Let's G. In a secluded house in northwest Merkaba, a trap had already been set. A secret snee pillar was carved with runes from the With War era, a foregoing reli, the snee pillar glow, the signal activate, and only 2 people knew of its existence, Aaron Danuar and Jophine. Jophine immediately teleported there, thinking it was a signal from her old CM raid. Upon appearing, Jophine sensed Smithing was Ami. She was stunned to see that the one waiting for her was Noah Frin. Elder Admalek and his henchmen had already set up their formation. He sneer, pleasure to meet you again, without a wazed whir, Admalek unleashed a cloal fireball, a disruptive attack aimed directly at Jophine. Jophine shriek, hazily erasing a hexagonal magic shield, withstand the terrifying explosion. Jophine braced herself, shouting and asking why the old man knew the signal beacon's location. Elder Admalek sneer, revealing that the Tower Mazer had an extremely powerful ally, Ano her, who als knew this location. A flashback showed the 3 heroes of the With War. Jophine, Aaron Danuar, and the Demon King Taths Balthazar. Jophine froze, realizing the traitor was none other than Taths Balthazar. She furiously questioned Admalek about allying with a demon, but he merely brushed it off, claiming Tho rules were now obsolete. Admalek's eyes blazed with fire, and he growled that mages should never have abide by such hypercritical rule. He suffed that the Academy had defiled magic by teaching it te useless student and demi-human. Jophine grinded her teeth, her rage on the verge of erupting. She roared, unleashing a counterattack. You lo are still the same, from hunting demon, hunting demi-human, hunting with. The paw resurfaced, showing a young Jophine trapped in an iron cage like an animal. She recalled the black-robed mages disusing how they would dissect her. Crash! A loud sound echoey, shadering the barbaric delusion. Little Jophine could only sever her head and cry in despair. Just then, Aaron Danuar appeared like a go, her spear piercing through the sum to save her. Back in reality, Jophine snarled, exposing them as foals who only lived by hatred and cared knowing for magi. Jophine's magic shield began to crack under the terrifying pressure of the fireball. Admalek smirka, admitting that the lead acres of the With Revolution was indeed no joke, but even high skill was useless. Admalek's flames completely overwhelmed her, causing Jophine to queue up blah. The old man evidently declared he could easily seal her away in 3 days. Meanwhile, the black magic Facion had gathered, ready to execute their grand plan. Kill the Director, capture the vampire alive, and bring her to the tower. Elder Admalek laughed like a madman, boasting that in 3 days, the Academy would be wiped and only the chosen ones could enter the new paradise. Suddenly, a CLD voice crest him. 3 days? More like 3 minutes. Sunning Admalek. Admalek roar, who's there? Summoning a pack of firehound, and Corin Loke slowly emerged from the sea of flame. A gigantic firehound lunge, pinning Corin to the ground for a moment. Jophine cried out in Pawnee, urging Corin to flee immediately, because his opponent was an elder. Corin calmly asked Jophine in return, Do you know why these guys never change? He answered himself, his eyes sharp and clear. Because they haven't tased true pain ye. Then Ace evaded Plan B. Admalek and his subordinates were stunned, T.C. Corin, wielding a blazing weapon, wondering why he had arrived surly. Corin smirked, declaring he would start with a thorough beating. Jophine was dumbfounded, unable to understand why Corin was here. He casually explained that the magic tower targeting her was T obvio. Therefore, he had prepared Plan B by attaching a tracking rune to her. Corin stepped forward, his voice full of sarcasm, telling Admalek directly that he had CMET the wrong place. He taunted that the old man should have been with his adorable disciples in C. Admalek froze, then roared in fury as he recognized this face and voice as belonging to the clown who had trolled him earlier. He SFFE, believing Corin was merely relying on Smee trivial mid-tier fire-resistance spell. Admalek roar, asking Corin if he thought the leader of the red magic Facion was an easy opponent, then began to gather his power. His subordinates als raised their hand in unison, channeling fire magi, capable of burning everything Tiash. Admalek and his cronies unleashed the red magic Facion's ultimate technique, Muspelheim Sky, a gigantic fireball. The old man cackled, evidently declaring that there was knowing the red magic Facion's flames, couldn't incinerate. The gigantic fireball roared as it hurtled toward Corin, Admalek screaming, Perish! Corin still, enduring the attack, his entire body engulfed in a sea of flame, yet his expression remained unfazed. He smirked, looking like a demon go bathing in lava. The fireball explode, engulfing everything in a terrifying blah. Admalek was utterly shook, his mouth agape, unable to believe the sight before his eye. From within the sea of flame, Corrin emerged without a wrath, his dark aura erupting, proving this was no mere fire resistance. His eyes blaze, his voice full of challenge. "Hey old man, you're a fire type. What makes you think you can defeat me?" Corrin charged directly into the fireball, absorbing all of its energy. His hair turned silver, and the spear in his hand glowed with the power of Klaus Solus, the condensed Sunday. Corrin declared that he couldn't it alone, but with this much borrowed firepower, it was a different Srai. He unleashed all the energy, activating the ultimate technique Klaus Solus, Genesis Sunday. A blinding white light explosion swallowed the entire battlefield, completely overwhelming the fire magi. Admalek and his subordinates were swept away by the surge of sacred energy, unable to rea. The old man called only Uter, impoible, before being spleetly incinerated by the lie. As the smoke and dust clear, the ground was littered with the charred corpses of the mage. Corrin leaned on his spear, panting, standing tall amid the devastated battlefield. He muttered with satisfaction. Impressive. The 4 great secret treasures of Danon are indeed smething else. Jophine approached, remarking that it wasn't the weapon, but Corrin himself, who was astonishing. Corrin casually explained that sun power was the bane of Bo, the red magic, Fascion fire, and the black magic Fascion, demonic magic. Jophine secretly thought that Corrin Loke was full of misery, and being wary of him was only natural. Jophine thought to herself, even though Corrin Loke bears the responsibility of prosing the world, the shadow of this young man reminded her of Sihu Park, the hero of yesteryear. But at the same time, that image all coincided with Aaron Danuar, the symbol of Jusich. Jophine decided to support Corrin wholeheartedly, then leaned close to him and asked, "What's the next plan?" Corrin rested his head on Jophine's shoulder, his voice exhausted but still sharp. "The next target is Mariette. I've already prepared everything." He explained that the Magic Tower's objectives were twofold. Fear, to eliminate Dirikur Ariu Kassar, and second, to capture Marie Dunaref alive. Corrin revealed that he initially intended to be the bait himself, but Princess Mirawam's unpredictable Asians ruined Plan A. Fortunately, there was still Plan B, a Dunaref family go distribution even, publicly organized as by. While Corrin helped Jophine, Marie would participate in this even, intentionally revealing her location to everyone. After war, she would slowly move to a less crowded place. A small alley, an ideal location for an ambush. Corrin mused. Will they take the buy? There are still too many eyes and ears here. Marie was also aware of the situation. If there was no movement, she would see Antinu walking as if waiting for a carriage. But if they made a move, this would be the perfect place. Marie thought to herself, just as Corrin had sighed. If they wanted to capture her, they could snath her into carriage and flee immediately. She summoned her power, ready to fly, calling her familiar's name. Dioku. Everything is perfectly prepared. As XP say, 2 dark figures enveloped in dark aura emerged from the alley, rushing straight toward Marie. Marie froze, completely moyon, but the 2 who appeared were Huaran and Arisha Aden. No, the mages Corrin had warned Abu. Marie was bewildered, no understanding what was happening as her 2 teammates blocking her path. At the same time, deep within a forest in the West Valley, a mad boar let out a wild roar. Ron boasted about his achievement of taking down a giant wild boar, but Ren had taken down an even bigger one. Ron felt smething was wrong, wondering why the forest was desert. He recalled the information that there should have been an entire herd of wild boar, but last year they had all been bought up by SME Professor T, be used as experimental subject. Ren agreed, finding it T unusual, T only encounter a few satyred creatures deep in the fore. Then her sense of smell suddenly detected a strange scent. Ren's eyes gleamed with vigilance. She immediately recognized the scent of danger, the smell of rowing, corpse. Ren mutir, then growled toward the shadow. Who's there? A sinister voice echoed from within the tree shadow, cementing on the value of an ancient vampire. A man in a black cloak sept O, named Arkai, a disciple of Professor Morshitan, and he was targeting the werewolf Du. Arkai smugly stated that these 2 youngsters were still, green, and naive, easy to capture alive. Truly the treasure his mazer had found. He revealed a horrifying truth. All the wild boars on this mountain had been slaughtered by him. Arkai raised his Han. Dark aura erupted from the boar creps, calling the werewolf duo his precious experimental subject. Ron shouted Ren's name. and Bo immediately turned their backs to each her, assuming a defensive stance, ready to fee. Arkai smirk, showing pity for their foolish decision to resi. He ordered the horde of undead T attack but T go easy, as Maser Morshutan would be furious if the specimens were damaged. The undead wild boars with eyes glowing red like headlight charge, surrounding Ren and Ron tightly. A massive explosion of dark energy erupted from deep within the four. At the same time, at the entrance to the West Valley, Jager Hinspeter was straining T fend off an attack, loudly ordering the student T form a defensive formation. The fanged boar, 4th grade demonic Bia, were originally Zhu target for regular culling due to their weed-like repulsive capability. Jager roar, annoyed that he had led the student here, to deal with them, but who knew the boar, once killa, would Zhu get back up, as if nothing had happened. He glared at the 3 dark mages standing in the descents, growling curses at them for daring to violate the treaty and attack Sudan. A dark mage spoke, his voice full of superiority, declaring they weren't interested in the small fry student and wouldn't harm them if they spept resizing. Jaeger roar, questioning their true objective. The dark mage smirk, his eyes sharp and claws, revealing their target was Tho-Tu Monster Wolf. The leader of the dark mages loked annoy, muttering that he hated repeating himself. He remarked that the werewolf duo didn't seem very skilled, while Ren and Ron were surrounded by the undead demonic Bia. However, a surge of golden energy suddenly erupt, binding the undead wild boars tightly. The dazzling golden light explode, sweeping away the low-grade demonic bees in an instant, showing that the werewolf duo's power was still in it developing sage. Their claws transform, becking sharper and tuger. Ren and Ron roar, their boys evolving in true Siambat werewolf form, exuding an overwhelming aura. Jaeger saw this and made a decision. Jager roar, declaring unequivocally, regardless of whether they are demi-humans or werewolf, as long as they are student of this academy, they are my disciple. Then charged straight into the enemy formation. A dark mage asked with a trembling voice, unable to believe he dared to see in front the magic tower. A crimson energy explosion erupted as Jager swung his weapon. He growled back. Confronting you? He pointed directly at the dark mages, retreating in terror. It's you who dared to lay a hand on my disciple. Jager roar, his eyes blow, the aura of a Furs rank knight exploding. The Sene shift to the special dormitory, where Marie was calling Corin's name in Apani. She frantically reported that she had followed the plan but there was no ambush, fearing the enemy had caught wind of smething. As Corin was pondering, a strange voice echo, asking if they were curious about the whereabout of the Ohir mages from the magic tower. From the Shadwa, a female figure in a red and black dress sept O. Corin and Marie were Bo Sune. The face of the uninvited guest was revealed. Second Princess Miroam, the game's main antagonist, was smiling meaningfully. Back in the fore, the leading dark mage was observing the annihilated horde of undead demonic Bia, loking utterly shock. He acknowledged the power of the golden wolf dew, remarking that their value was no less than that of a Furs rank vampire. However, the Ohir dark mages began muter prayer, declaring that they had quarred even death, preparing to unleash Esme Trump Car. Dark mage Arkai unleashed his formidable creation, Halcyander, a monster formed by CM Beaning Searpses and dark magi. CN fittent that these bees no chance. Ron called out Ren's name. Bo, realizing this challenge would be incredibly too. The monster Halcyander roared and charged. Ren screamed, telling her bro her run. The Werbias twins fled desperately, shrieking loudly as the monster pursued them. With Ju a single sweeping blow, Halcyander sent Bo of them flying. The physical power difference was Tava. Ren and Ron fell sprawling, panting heavily after taking the full force of the devastating blow. Towering before them was Halcyander, a true engine of disruption. Arkai smirked morbidly, boasting that this was the essence of life magi. Undeterred, Ren and Ron once again charged forward to attack. Bo unleashed a coordinated strike, but Arkai continued to ramble about having researched life synthesis to its peak, enhancing strength by increasing muzzle density. Ren realized smething was wrong when her attack seemed ineffective. As expected, Halcyander was completely unharmed. Because Arkai's magic no only increased its strength, but als doubled its durability. Bo retreat, Ron admitting. That guy is Bo fast and strong. Ren bared her fang, her gaze sharp, seemingly with a plan in min. The Sene shift to flashback, Corin sanding with younger versions of Ren and Ron, saying that the academy was full of people stronger and phaser than them. Corin smirked CNFidently. But if I have T-Fi, I'll still win every time. The twins looked bewildered, with wide eye, asking how that was possible. Back in reality, Corin's voice echo, fear, and Ron charged straight toward Halcyander. Ron roar, his eyes burning with determination, ready to confront the monster directly. Attract their attention and deceive them, Corin instructs. Ron served as a perfect desi, yelling for Ren to attack as soon as the opportunity arose. Corin's voice still echo, and then attack their weak point, while Ren faust her strength into her claw, preparing to strike. Ron frantically bit and tray at the monster. Determined to where done, it defenses Zhu, as he was taught. If claws aren't enough, use your jaw. Zhu repeat patiently, Dean be greedy. Beaten painfully, Halcyon roared in CN fusion. Ron successfully held it back, creating an opportunity for Ren Tsar over the monster's heya, a perfectly coordinated move that made Corin exclaim, nice. Ren roared CN thinking the battle was decided. It's over. We're short win like thee. Suddenly, Halcyon spat out a mouthful of black blell, an unexpected turn of even. Ren suddenly claps, her werbious form dissipating as she returned her half-human state. Clothing her chest in pain and wondering what in the world was happening, Ron spun around, his eyes wide with horror, calling his sizer's name. Ren? Seizing the opportunity, Halcyon roar, gathering a gigantic sphere of dark energy in it aiming directly at the helpless Ren. A Cloel dark energy claw was launched at terrifying speed. The fatal attack struck Ren directly, blow splattering everywhere. Ron coved up blow, screaming in despair as he witnessed his sizer being struck Duen. Arkai emerged from the shadow, laughing morbidly as he explained, heh, you fool. The flesh of a chimera is inherently poisonous. You kept biting without knowing. He then snapped at his subordinate. Why? Why kill it before we cold experiment? Itld ute foos on the chimera's intelligence. No, Zhu it musel. Ron up, his entire boy erupting with a brilliant golden aura, and growled at Arkai, shut up. His aura exploded even more fiercely, and Ron charged straight forward, surprising Arkai. Wham! A devastating punch enveloped in furious flames sent Halcyon flying, stunning Arkai. Seeing his pet monster getting thrashed, Arkai screamed in Pawnee. What is thee? This is truly unexpected. Capture it alive, dean't kill I. Breaking a leg or two is fine. The final lesson was reveal. Among the wolf sibling, there is a profound bond. If you take Dawn one, the O'Hare will surely go berserk. Halcyon was bound tightly by Ron's brilliant golden energy stream, roaring in pain. The monster's entire boy was shred within the disruptive energy Yi. Arkai froze, speechless, waving his trump card turned T-do. His eyes were wide open, utterly choked by the unbelievable power of a mere key. Ron had fully awakening, his boy rippling with muscle, his entire boy blazing with a fiery red aura like a demon. He roared, his eyes burning with hatred. I'll kill every single one of you. Arkai was utterly terrified, screaming at his subordinate. Kill him. Forget the experiment. Kill him now. The Tower of Magic's henchmen obediently followed order, gathering their strength, preparing T-Kas Magi. But before they called anything, Ron unleashed a sweeping wave of fire that engulfed everything. The thugs vanished in an instant, their boys disintegrating int fragment amid the sea of flame. Arkai claps, his face pale as he witnessed all his disciples annihilated in a single blow. Impossible, my disciple! Ron roared, die, and charged straight toward Arkai at terrifying speed. Suddenly, the chaotic battlefield vanished, replaced by a tranquil four. Corin appear, gently blocking Ron's devastating punch, making him freeze. Corin, Ron Losine troll, grabbing Corin and streaming through tear. Ren! They killed Ren! Why weren't you here? He frantically punched Corin's che, screaming in despair. Why? While the narration explained the life and death bond of the Werbius twin, the narration continue. If one of them die, the O'Hare will go mad, and lo all re-ans. Corin still, taking the blow, his spear firmly planted in the ground. Corin pulled the distraught Ron into his embrace, gently hugging him and saying, Imsri, you must have felt like an eternity pass, didn't you? Corin looked directly at the stunned Ron, stating firmly, Ren is still alive. The blue-haired girl was healing the fatal wound on Ren's K, warning that Zhu a moment slower and it would have been fatal, while Ron streamed his Sicer's name in despair. The chrysal fragment on Ren's chest dissipate, and the blue-haired girl Cien firma, chez Zhu un ciencia. She's fine now. Ron collapsed in Corin's arm, being like a chill, completely broken after the shock. Corin gently patted Ron, CM fording him that everything would be alri. Corin's eyes gleamed with a CLD sharpney, exuding the aura of Smioni, who controlled the entire situation. Second Princess Mirwam appeared with a sinister smile, casually revealing, the magic tower has set out, T-Hunt Tho werewolf. Corin immediately grew wary, his mind racing. Why is this girl telling me Thee? She's clearly with the magic tower. Miram smirka, declaring that she had paid a heavy price for this information and there wouldn't be a CCND chance. Corin turned and walked away, admitting he owed her a great favor, while Miram writhed with a smug expression. Heh, I knew I. Miram's eyes flashed with danger. She secretly calculated that Corin would send pay for this deb. Corin shouldered his spear, growling orders T the magic tower's subordinate. Black Facian, or Red Facian. IDNT care. Line up and kneel before me. Corin turned T speak with Professor Ugin, praising him for risking his life T proact the Sudan. Ugin humbly denied the credit, claiming he hadn't DNE much. Alicia and Anoher student joined in, remarking that this year's freshman equipment was far superior to last year, thanks to expensive gear. Alicia explained that it was all thanks to a senior who had spent a fortune to equip them, as images of Corin paying blacksmiths and Huaran enchanting their gear appear. Called Ooh. Corin cold only strath his head and give an awkward laugh, trying to sever up. No, all of I, juice about half. Haha. Suddenly, Jophine appear, shouting to interrupt. Mom, we're almodini, it's an emergency. Jophine was utterly panic, yelling. The Director's unique mark is reacing. Corin froze, his face paling as he realized the terrifying implication behind Thowar. No way. Princes Meruam, the Mazerman, smirked with a malicious smile. You'll all pay sen enough. Their plan had been activate. The red magic Facion ambushed Jophine, while the black magic Facion crennered the twins Ren and Ron. But in Bo attacking group, no one found any trace of the final B, the Golden Mage. Corin grinded his teeth, realizing this was a meticulously orchestrated simultaneous attack. Damn I. Jophine hastily activated teleportation magi, urging, we must go now. The black magic Facion is completely different. They're your nemesis. Corin's eyes sharpeny. He knowed decisively. I know. Let's go. This time he's quite strong, no longer the useless guy from the previous life. Marie Samire, incising on seeming along, while Arisha and Huaran als ready, their aura surging. A terrifying lineup, a special grade vampire, a domain swordman, and an indisrusible Jiangshi. Corin S before the entire team, Cien Fident in his current strength. And then there's me, Corin Loke, wielder of the triple cores and poesser of the sun. This force is enough TCN tend with the golden mage, Idrin. Jophine opened the teleportation gate, and the entire team charged S right into the eye of the SRM. The moment they arrive, Corin and Jophine froze. Jophine exclaimed in horror. Director Ariu lay slumped on the ground, his boy Almo completely destroyed. Corin grinded his teeth, realizing that only a special grade Archmage Cold have inflicted such damage on his mazer. He looked up in the dark hall, where shadowy figures await, muttering the enemy's name. Idrin? The CSEM announced that the 4 great secret treasures had gathered, and the array of villains revealed themselves. The King of Shadu, Dune Sky, wielder of the Endel's Cauldron, and Sage Domnorix. Dune Skies recognized Corin. Long time no see. Fierce Spear of the Queen. Anohair musular blonde-haired figure appear, intruding himself as the enchanting monarch. Ohard Bray. He seffed at the ironic situation. The system notification board flashed wildly, unlocking the Fallen Paradise scenario and displaying the danger levels of the entire final bow lineup. Domnorix, Dunesky, and Ohard Brez were all Z+, while Demon King Taths Balthazar reached EX. The final quests appear. Save the world by destroying the demon. Corin's face was drained of chlor, utterly panic. How? Why are you all here? The entire final bow lineup Tathis Balthazar, Dunesky, Domnorix, and Ohard Brez esappoint Corin's team. The Demon King declare, fate has bound us together. Taths Balthazar, the final bow of the entire game, growled with a savage smile, his dark spear glowing brightly in his hand. Little one, are you ready? Demon King Taths. Balthazar faced Corin, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I've come to see the face of the one who dared to disrupt my game and steal my belongings. Corin glanced over, seeing his master Iriu Kassar lying gravely wounded, covered in blood, with Professor Josephine beside him. Memories flooded back. In his previous life, he had helplessly watched his master Erin Danuar, in her female form, perish at the hands of the Demon King. This time, despite having delivered a secret warning, Iriu was still barely clinging to life, only managing to whisper an apology before collapsing. Taths, Balthazar smirked, clearly having anticipated every move. Corin ran his hands through his hair in frustration. The script had gone completely awry. A massive, unforeseen variable had just appeared. But Corrin was no ordinary man. He growled, "It's fine," and tightened his grip on his spear. Golden energy erupted as he charged straight at the Demon King with the technique. Venomous Dragon Head Sever. Corrin's eyes flashed. He had activated his domain, a realm every warrior yearned for. A lightning-fast sneak attack was unleashed immediately, aimed directly at the opponent's weak point. But the Demon King merely raised his weapon, his purple dark energy effortlessly neutralizing the entire attack. He smirked arrogantly. "Oh, so you can use a domain now? This is a clash of top-tier martial arts skills." Corrin was pushed back, realizing his attack was utterly useless against the Demon King's prowess. Tathe's Balthazar gave him no time to breathe, immediately unleashing his second domain, a vortex of dark energy. The Demon King unleashed an identical technique, Venomous Dragon Head Sever, but at an entirely different level, calling it the essence of the calamitous serpent. Corrin was utterly shocked, realizing this final boss could continuously use multiple domains, just like the Sword Demon. The system panel suddenly appeared, announcing that his support stats had surged by 740%. Corrin roared, "My turn." Without further ado, Corrin unleashed his full power, his third domain erupting in brilliant purple lightning. He continued to press on, unleashing his fourth, then fifth domains in rapid succession. Tathe's Balthazar roared with excitement. Good foundation, speed it up, then charged in, retaliating with a destructive Asura strike. Corrin strained with all his might, unleashing his sixth Asura domain, with a blazing red aura. Two streams of energy, one red and one purple, clashed, sparking violently within the domain's space. Corrin plunged into a desperate fight, his blazing spear directly confronting the Demon King. An earth-shattering explosion occurred as the two ultimate techniques collided, shaking the entire space. The Demon King proved utterly superior. A casual slash forced Corrin to brace himself and defend. Corrin gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the violently vibrating spear. Hiding nothing, Corrin unleashed his trump card, the ultimate calamitous serpent technique, Infinite Return to Heaven. The Demon King smirked, retaliating with a move identical in every detail. The ultimate Neja technique, Infinite Return to Heaven. Two identical destructive energy waves crashed into each other, creating a blinding white explosion in just the first second of the battle. Outside, Hwaran and Marie could only watch, their faces drained of color from the terrifying pressure that prevented them from entering. Corrin was pushed back, his solitary figure appearing tiny before the enemy's overwhelming power. Marie and Hwaran screamed in panic, calling Corrin's name in despair. The two girls were completely trapped outside the domain, helplessly watching their comrade fight for his life. But Arisha, a true swordswoman, successfully infiltrated the domain, her body flaring with blue energy, ready to counterattack. Arisha's eyes gleamed with a deadly light. She took her stance, preparing to unleash Arden First Form, domain-shattering slash. Ohard Bress, one of the final bosses, spoke with delight. "That's no ordinary domain. You have talent." Arisha concentrated her entire spirit, her diamond-shaped eyes glowing, pouring all her strength into the upcoming slash. The Demon King sneered, grabbing a nun by the head as a hostage right inside the domain, and warning, "Don't think a domain is impenetrable," causing the girl to scream in terror. Seeing her comrade in danger, Hwaran didn't hesitate, charging straight into the battle and unleashing a sky-shattering punch. Hwaran growled, her eyes blazing. "Stop acting so tough." Hwaran wasted no words, charging straight in and landing a devastating left hook to the Demon King's face. But the Demon King blocked her punch with just one hand, leaving Hwaran stunned by the power disparity. He easily flung both Hwaran and the nun he was holding by the neck, completely in control of the fight. Hwaran flew like a broken kite, blood splattering as she took the full force of the countershock. She gritted her teeth, struggling to get back up after the overwhelming attack. The Demon King smirked, showing amusement at Hwaran's resilience. "Quite sturdy, aren't you?" Giving his opponent no time to recover, he clasped his hands together and unleashed a hammer-like downward strike. Crash! Hwaran took the full force of the blow, the ground shaking violently under the terrifying power. Pinned to the ground by the Demon King, Hwaran coughed up blood, completely physically overpowered. "Stop!" Hwaran roared, unleashing blazing red chains from her body to turn the tide. The magical chains tightly wrapped around the Demon King's arm, locking his movements. The Demon King was bound, but his expression showed no hint of wavering or fear. Hwaran, though also bound by chains, her eyes sparking with fire, declared a death sentence upon her enemy. "You're dead for sure." But she froze when she saw the Demon King remain calm, her voice filled with panic. "No. What is this?" The Demon King growled, his dark power rendering the chains useless. That is not my fate. This can't be. Hwaran screamed in despair, pouring all her strength into tightening the shackles. The Demon King yanked the chains, pulling Hwaran towards him, then unleashed a thunderous kick to her stomach. Hwaran's eyes widened. She had completely failed to anticipate this lightning-fast counterattack. Thud. Hwaran was sent flying, crashing headfirst into the ground, creating a deep crater. Kneeling on the ground, Hwaran heard the Demon King's judgment on her inexperience. You lack experience. No matter how strong your body is, it cannot withstand a concussion to the brain. The Demon King gripped his staff tightly, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to his prey. He swung his weapon, dark energy erupting, and growled, "Now die." Boom! A colossal ice wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the fatal attack. The Demon King's face reflected through the cracking ice shards. Someone dared to interfere. Marie Dunaref appeared, coldly declaring, "So you're that vampire," then unleashed Snow Blossom alchemy magic. She gasped for breath. Clearly, the high-level defensive spell had consumed a significant amount of mana. Wasting no time, Marie roared, calling her trump card, Diogu. The blood-red beast Diogu charged like a mad animal, ready to tear the Demon King apart. But the Demon King needed only one hand to crush the ice wall. His power was on an entirely different level. From a distant location, Corrin's voice echoed, activating his rune weapon, Arkad Bawir Light Spear. A colossal purple energy spear connected, creating a terrifying suction force that pulled both Diogu and Hwaran into the vortex. The spearhead aimed directly at Marie, leaving her stunned as she realized she was the target. She let out a piercing scream as the spear hurtled towards her with unavoidable speed. But just before being impaled, Marie squeezed her eyes shut, as if everything had been calculated. She shouted loudly, commanding space. Close! A teleportation magic circle opened directly in front of her, completely swallowing the light spear. The portal's energy flashed, then vanished, leaving behind a deadly silence. The Demon King smirked. He knew this trick. So you sent the light spear to another dimension. Only one person has that ability. He called out his former comrade's name. Josephine, my old friend. Immediately, Professor Josephine appeared with explosive magical power. Josephine snarled with fury. Shut up, traitor. At the same time, Corrin, at the other end of the teleportation gate, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Primordial Sun, Klaus Solus, at maximum power. Corrin strained with all his might, channeling his entire 740% amplified power into the Primordial Sun attack. The Demon King, though injured, remained unfazed, realizing Corrin's super-fast regeneration wasn't natural. He concluded it was an ancient rune command, and Corrin had likely inscribed runes opposing him. The Demon King sneered, believing Corrin wasn't skilled enough to use this technique, but Corrin gritted his teeth and endured, declaring that a single moment was all he needed. Just then, Marie sprang into action, unleashing her special multi-portal teleportation magic to open an escape route. The Demon King's minions appeared a blonde woman, a hooded figure, and a hat-wearing man mocking. Trying to run? Did you think we'd just stand by and watch? No sooner had they spoken than all three were engulfed in a sea of flames from Corrin's attack. Corrin roared, extending his hands to control the destructive energy flow. Everyone, hurry! Professor Josephine and Marie wasted no time, rushing straight into the teleportation gate to escape. The terrifying heat from Corrin's attack scorched even the Demon King's hair. A strange, blue-haired youth appeared in the teleportation gate, smirking and waving. See you next time. The Demon King only managed to see a middle finger pointed directly at his face before the teleportation gate slammed shut, followed by an expletive. The teleportation gate vanished in a blinding flash of light, taking the entire group with it. The hat-wearing minion asked the Demon King if they should pursue. The Demon King smirked, confidently declaring it unnecessary. He asserted, "My spear always hits its mark." At the same time, in another location, the light spear suddenly appeared right in front of Corrin and Marie. The purple spear hurtled forward with terrifying speed, aiming directly at the Demon King's original target. Corrin screamed Marie's name, without a second's hesitation, pushed her away and took the full impact of the spear to his chest. A gaping hole appeared in Corrin's body. He thought to himself about his ironic fate. One soul possession, and another regression. Corrin's pupils constricted, sweat pouring as he realized some horrifying truth. Corrin thought he could always bend the script for a better outcome, but that was just his delusion. In his dying throes, he saw an illusion of his master smiling peacefully before vanishing, making him cry out in despair. Director! Corrin fell into an endless void, his hand reaching out desperately, unable to believe the cruel truth. Impossible. Corrin's hand and his master's spirit hand nearly touched in the space of memories. The spirit hand began to dissolve into particles of light, departing forever. Korin tightly grasped the blue energy orb that had just formed in his hand. He fell silent, lowering his head to look at his body. The gaping hole in Korin's chest no longer bled. Instead, there was a strange magical energy vortex. A narrative voice echoed, revealing the world's history. The first beings to walk this earth were the Sky Titans. From their corpses, new life sprouted, creating a fertile world with sun, light, land, and sea. And then the Danan appeared, entities called gods who governed the elements. They built a paradise called Tir Na Nog, ushering in an era of absolute peace. But then new guests appeared. A small and weak race. They were called the Goidel, or humans. Beloved by the Danan for their curiosity and passion, the Danan bestowed civilization and magic upon humanity, helping them develop ceaselessly. However, humanity's greed was boundless. They gathered into mighty armies. The humans began to invade the lands of other races and attack the Danan themselves. Though far inferior in power, humanity used overwhelming numbers to end the age of the Danan, betraying the very gods who had nurtured them. A Danan goddess vanished, leaving behind a crystal containing her final wish for a peaceful world. Inside the crystal, a silver-haired girl declared, "The last remaining Danan on this land is me." Introducing a formidable figure, Erin Danwar, the Danan of Justice. In the past, she was the teacher who guided humanity, training legendary heroes. But no matter how many disciples she had, she always felt lonely, being the last of her kind. Thus, Erin roamed far and wide, searching for remnants of her kin in a place called Gorius. And then, she found something unexpected. Another Danan was left behind, sealed within a giant crystal, Tatez Valtazar. Erin adopted the child. Her loneliness vanished, and he became her joy. She gave him everything: love, spearmanship, treasures. He was her child, her friend, and her lover. But Erin had no idea why only 2 Danan were left behind in this world. The Danan faction that sought peaceful coexistence left behind the Danan of Justice, while the faction that wished to annihilate humanity left behind the Danan of Vengeance. After learning the truth, Valtazar erupted with dark energy, determined to wipe out humanity to create a paradise solely for the gods. Erin recounted, "That is why, 80 years ago, we stopped him and killed the traitor Valtazar. In return, she was gravely wounded and sealed right here in this shadow castle." Erin had believed Valtazar was truly dead, until now. Korin listened, his mind reeling. He knew this scenario. These lines were all too familiar. After Erin Danuar's avatar was destroyed, this cutscene would play out. He knew perfectly well that after this scene, Erin would leave the Shadow Castle and perish at Valtazar's hands. Korin clenched his fists. He didn't want to witness that scene again. But something was strange. In this life, he hadn't built any relationship with Erin. Why was she telling him this when he wasn't even her disciple? Korin questioned, "Don't. You know I'm Valtazar's disciple? Why did you call me here?" Erin simply replied softly, "Child, my disciple." Erin looked straight at Korin and declared bluntly, "The child from the future, the one trying to bear all the burdens of the world." Korin froze, his eyes wide. Korin stood in the rain, his mind reeling as he recalled Erin Danuar's words. How on earth did she know about Nazria? No, now is not the time for such thoughts. He realized the core issue. She knew he was from the future. In that case, there was no need for lengthy explanations. Korin snapped at Erin, his voice filled with helplessness. "You are the queen. You should be protected." Erin replied calmly, her gaze serene. "I was never a king or a queen. I was once a teacher." She stood up, a heroic aura emanating from her lonely back amidst the battlefield of old. And forever, a hero. Korin knelt down, grabbed her hand and pleaded, "Please don't do anything. Don't step out of this castle." Erin smiled faintly, her eyes resolute as if she had decided, "Not this time. I will not repeat the mistakes of my previous life." Korin shouted in despair, "I can change everything. I have control. I will prepare in advance and bend history as I always do." Erin gently placed her hand over Korin's mouth, stopping him from speaking further. She pulled him into her embrace, her voice serene. "We have met again, but we cannot deny destiny. I will trust and support you in the present." Korin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. "I will protect you. That is my mission and my choice." But even knowing everything in advance, Korin was still helpless, only able to embrace his master who was fading into nothingness. A few days later, at the training ground, Korin furiously swung his sword, purple energy streaks tearing through the air. Jaeger, Hinspeter, and Lark sat in the stands, eating popcorn and watching. Jaeger remarked, "He's doing all right now." Lark nodded in agreement. Yeah, I've never seen him so devastated. Recalling the scene of the director's funeral, Lark remembered Corin's pathetic state under the heavy downpour. He continued, "At that time, I was worried he wouldn't make it through with that dispirited look." Back in the present, Lark looked at Corin, covered in blood and sweat, still furiously training, and concluded, "But seeing him throw himself into training like this, he's truly a monster, not a human." Jaeger suddenly realized, "Hey, have you noticed the girls around him are also devastated?" Mariette went back to the south, and Arisha was hospitalized. Lark looked down at the training ground, where a figure was approaching. The only normal one is her. Hwaran appeared in mysterious nun's attire. Hwaran frowned at Corin, muttering, perhaps not." She firmly grabbed Corin's training spear, ignoring his bleeding hand. Hwaran forcefully stopped the spear, directly facing a bewildered Corin. Her small hand clenched the spear, completely overpowering Corin's strength. Corin growled, trying to pull back his weapon. "Let go. I'm not done." Hwaran ignored him, her sharp gaze fixed on him. "Hey." Without another word, she threw a fiery punch straight at Corin's face. Wham! A devastating blow sent Corin flying instantly. The force of the punch was so great that the ground beneath Hwaran's feet cracked. She grabbed him and dragged him along, coldly ordering, "Follow me." In a dark, rainy space, Corin stood up and asked, "What do you want?" Hwaran replied concisely, "There isn't enough space inside." A crimson killing intent erupted from Hwaran, like a declaration of war. She growled, her eyes blazing. "Let's fight." Corin was still bewildered by the sudden proposition. What? Out of nowhere? He immediately swung his spear, creating a powerful purple energy sweep. Hwaran didn't bother to dodge, blocking the sharp spear thrust with her bare hand. The impact sparked, revealing her insane physical strength. Corin was stunned, his eyes wide. She dodged it. Huh? That. He recalled the time training Hwaran after Professor Fermack's incident, realizing that due to her special physique, she couldn't practice martial arts. Corin analyzed. Normally, she could only use her body to block spear attacks, but this time, she dodged it. Corin froze, completely unprepared for Hwaran's attack. A single question flashing through his mind. When did she learn this trick? He braced himself to defend, his face contorting from the tremendous pressure of her punch. Corin's eyes shone with extreme astonishment as he realized Hwaran's skill level had far exceeded his expectations. Hwaran scowled, gathering blazing red energy into her fist, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Boom! Her punch slammed straight into the ground, creating a terrifying energy explosion that shook the entire arena, sending dirt and rocks flying. Quick as lightning, Hwaran had pinned Corin to the ground, one hand gripping his throat tightly. She leaned down and delivered a chilling remark to the defeated man. "You are too weak." Corin was dumbfounded, and before he could process the situation, Hwaran added, "So don't try to act strong." Hwaran continued her cold lecture. "You just need to become strong enough not to die." She embraced Corin, but he stared at the ancient runes on his chest, his voice filled with determination. "Then give it to me," he declared. "I will become stronger." Hwaran gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, and lightly punched Corin's chest, growling, "So I can protect you." Corin could only remain silent, his gaze complex as he looked at the girl embracing him in the rain. He firmly refused. No. An illusion of a solitary past appeared, and Corin asserted his stance. "I'm an adult, kid. It's an adult's duty to prioritize children." He explained that this power wasn't for a talented child like her, as the risks were too great, unlike for an incompetent person like him. Corin suddenly smiled, correcting himself. "No, to be precise. Yes. You're not a child." Then he affirmed firmly, his eyes sharp. "And I am not incompetent either." Corin was bewildered, not understanding Hwaran's meaning. Hwaran hugged Corin tightly, her voice chiding. "What the hell are you doing, Corin Locke? You act like you can handle everything yourself, but just now you almost dumped your burden on a child." Corin smirked, realizing he couldn't stay down forever, and whispered, "Thank you." Helped up by Hwaran, Corin was determined to stand up, his muscles rippling in the rain. Hwaran smiled. While Corin had regained his composure, his gaze firm, there's still much to be done. 2 weeks after the Mage Tower incident, Merkava Academy still stood tall, but undercurrents had begun to stir. In an emergency meeting, senior professors discussed the Admalek faction's ambush on Josephine and the Dark faction's kidnapping of new recruits, declaring they could not ignore it. Professor Harmon roared, exposing the Mage Tower's dirty tricks when they blamed a few minority elements, while in reality, 2 elder-level mages, along with 50 others, had participated. The female professor wearing a witch's hat worried that even complaining would be useless when Adrian covered for them, and they needed a new chairman to lead. The entire meeting room fell silent. Everyone understood that the new chairman position was the key to this life and death game. A red-haired professor spoke up, suggesting that traditionally, the chairman's seat should belong to the Iryu family, but Professor Lorara interrupted, declaring firmly, "The next chairman has already been chosen," leaving the entire room stunned. Josephine appeared in a virtual space, denying rumors that the Iryu family would succeed. She explained that the academy was in chaos after the chairman's assassination, and that was just the prelude. Josephine declared sternly that this was humanity's war for survival, and the academy's sole goal now was to train heroes. To achieve that, Aaron Danuar, the symbol of justice and master of heroes, would assume the position of chairman. Aaron Danuar, in the form of a silver-haired warrior goddess, appeared with her azure eyes filled with authority, officially accepting the heavy responsibility. On an academy balcony, Josephine protested this decision, warning Aaron that the Demon King Balthazar was actively targeting her. Josephine anxiously explained that unlike 80 years ago, he no longer acted alone. The shadow of the Demon King appeared along with major powers like the Church, the Mage Tower, and the Northern Kingdom. His forces were much stronger than before. Aaron merely turned to look at Josephine, her expression unwavering in the face of the deadly warning. On the contrary, she showed excitement, jumping up and cheering that returning to the academy after a long time made her feel truly thrilled. At Merkava City Emergency Hospital, a voice rang out, warning, "You are not allowed to move yet." Arisha Aiden, her arm in a cast on the hospital bed, growled, demanding her sword while the nurse tried to dissuade her. She gritted her teeth, resentful that things had turned out this way. In a flashback, Grand Sword Master Garand Arden had warned Arisha not to rely on her domain, but she had been too excited when she first used it. Arisha bitterly realized that Huaran was the one who took the blows, but she was the one who ended up in the hospital. She compared herself to Korin. That guy was impaled with his guts spilling out, yet the next day, he was at the gym as if nothing had happened. A feeling of helplessness surged, and Arisha tormented herself, calling herself useless, a good-for-nothing. She crumpled the bedsheet in anger and helplessness. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of her, making Arisha jump. It turned out to be Korin, who grinned and said, "Yo," leaving Arisha stunned and blushing. He gently rolled an egg over her swollen cheek, acting extremely professional. Arisha yelped in pain, while Korin calmly remarked that her cheek was still swollen. Arisha sadly admitted that she didn't have absolute defense or overpowered recovery, so she had to rely on Korin. Korin replied curtly, "That's good," leaving Arisha bewildered, not understanding what he was planning. He explained that he had a vampire, an indestructible girl, and a swordsman who used domain, then wondered if he was worthy of their help. He continued rolling the egg, mumbling, "But if I can help you guys in any way." Korin smiled, saying that being able to rely on everyone made him feel more at ease, and he still really needed her. Arisha blushed at Korin's frank confession. A thought appeared. Going alone might be faster. But she looked up, smiling shyly as the concluding thought, "But going together will go further," appeared, then mumbled, asking for honey bomb candy. Korin unwrapped the candy, proving the team's philosophy, learning together through hardship and helping each other grow. Korin fed Arisha a candy, her face flushed crimson, mouth agape in anticipation. He played a trick on her, snatching the candy away, leaving Arisha frozen stiff in shock. Korin chuckled at his prank, while Arisha remained bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. In another corner, Huaran puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, her face red with jealousy. The soul of Ran within teased Hua about her obvious jealousy, but she only grumbled in response, "Be quiet." From a distance, Josephine and Aaron Danuar observed the chaotic scene of the youngsters, remarking that they were recovering well despite being a bit hyperactive. Aaron Danuar reassured Josephine, admitting that humanity was facing an unprecedented major crisis. She smiled confidently, declaring that even if she lost her power to her student, her mission was not yet over. Meanwhile, the trio of Korin, Arisha, and Huaran were squabbling over something, creating a truly comical scene. Aaron continued her monologue, asserting that among the seeds of heroes the Academy had sown, one might become the greatest. She looked up at the sky, resolute. "His forces may be stronger than 80 years ago, but we can still win." A full view of Merkava Academy appeared, showcasing its legacy and purpose. A few days later, Marie showcased her cooking skills, stir-frying a giant, flaming pan of fried rice in preparation for the feast. Arisha, fully recovered, cheerfully arrived with 2 baskets of fish and ingredients, proudly telling Korin she had bought them. She happily held up 2 fingers, proudly boasting that she had spent 2 gold coins, making Corin shout that she had been thoroughly scammed. Corin muttered about Orisha's extravagant spending habits, but she paid him no mind. Yahello, Crenel, and Lork suddenly appeared, along with a golem carrying a pile of mushrooms, eagerly joining the party at the special dormitory. Orisha was still engrossed in sucking her candy, completely unaware that a new variable was about to arrive. The door burst open, and the 5 blades of the Aiden family entered with an overwhelming aura, led by a black-haired swordswoman. Illusion Blade Milia placed her hand on her sword hilt, her sharp gaze fixed forward. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my fiancé." Lunia Aden, Orisha's older sister, entered with an overwhelming executive aura, coldly declaring, "Welcome, Lunia. You look well. Bring out the wine." Corin awkwardly explained that they were all underage and thus had no wine, while Lunia coldly retorted that the emotional debt from the previous incident would come with exorbitant interest. Desperate, Corin shouted, to change the subject. "But we have food. Everyone, bring out the food quickly." All the uninvited guests, including Yahello, Crenel, Lork, and the 5 blades, were astonished by the unexpectedly lavish feast laid out. Fresh fish slices were perfectly cut and presented, proving the chef's exceptional knife skills. Orisha, in her chef's outfit, smiled proudly, as she was praised for her skill in keeping the fish fresh. Next were Huaran's grilled dishes, making full use of her fire control abilities, emitting a rich aroma. 2 members of the 5 blades tasted them and had to admit it was truly top-tier cooking, beyond reproach. Lark and Jaeger ate while teasing Corin, saying he was too lucky to have 2 excellent chefs helping him, then pointedly asked, "So, which dish do you like best?" Corin, who was stuffing his face, froze, his brain beginning to process the deadly question that had just been posed. He turned pale, sweat pouring down him as he realized he was standing on the line between life and death. In Corin's illusion, Orisha and Huaran transformed into demons, pressing knives and pans to his neck, growling for him to choose whose dish was better. Corin swallowed hard, secretly thinking that if he chose incorrectly, he himself might become the next dish on the table. His eyes darted frantically, searching for an escape, some kind of savior. "What do I do, boss?" Just then, the werewolf duo Ron and Ren entered, carrying a fragrant bag of fried chicken, innocently asking, "We bought some things because we thought coming empty-handed would be a bit strange." Corin seized the opportunity, rushing to embrace Ron, crying out in tears, "Thank you for saving my life, guys." Yager and Lark watched the comical scene unfold, Lark commenting that they should just leave Corin be, as he would surely be dealt with soon anyway. Illusion Blade, Milia spoke, her expression cold. "Those matters are fine, but I'd prefer we start discussing business." Lunia crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on Milia and Corin, saying, "Agreed. I don't believe you brought so many people here just to congratulate Orisha on her recovery." Everyone sat at the table, the party atmosphere gone. Corin concluded, "All right then, let's get to the main topic." Corin got straight to the point, declaring the reason for summoning everyone was to explain the purpose of Corin's guard. He began to recount all the information he knew to the group, including Lork, Crenel, and Yahello. He summarized the assassination attempt, and more importantly, the goal of the final boss Balthazar and his faction of subordinates. The Demon King's ambition was revealed: to raise everything and build a new paradise for the gods, a mad and brutal plan. Initially, Jaeger and Lark still thought this was nonsense, unbelievable. But as Corin delved into the details, Crenel and Yahello's expressions began to turn serious, losing their playful demeanor. Corin revealed a shocking piece of news. The church and the Mage Tower had allied with Balthazar, and the Pope of the new church was a traitor. A member of the 5 Blades, clearly a devout believer, slammed the table in vehement protest, unable to believe her ears. Lunia immediately put her in her place, asserting that Corin was not joking and this was 100% reliable information. Lunia questioned Corin about his plan to confront such a formidable enemy, admitting that even though they were all top tier, it still wasn't enough. Corin sneered, activated his magic, and declared that the guard's goal was to make everyone stronger, while also revealing he had invited a special guest. A teleportation gate opened, and a dignified female figure stepped out, greeting them, "Welcome, new heroes." She introduced herself as Erin Danuar, Corin's master, appearing in her original, powerful form. Erin explained that although Huaran and Corin were considered strong both inside and outside the academy, the skill gap between them and Balthazar was still immense. She emphasized that compared to the Demon King, Corin's guard was currently nothing more than a bunch of small fries. The enemy was already an expert in using ancient runes and possessed formidable subordinates, while their side was still too green. Corin concluded the plan. "To acquire weapons of that caliber, we will raid the gods' treasure vaults. The target was identified, the Trial Catacombs, a place where legendary and epic-grade items could be farmed, and they had to infiltrate it before the end of the summer break. Erin winked, saying she would tell them the location of the catacombs, an event that usually only unlocked after her death or the Academy's destruction. She leaned in close, teasing Corin, and making him blush awkwardly, while explaining that he had unlocked the event a year early thanks to his master's absolute trust. Arisha and Milia were dumbfounded as Erin cleared her throat, preparing to announce the second condition. Erin concluded, "We need an army," prompting Lunia Aden to ask, "Do you mean to organize them into a proper army?" Doran Worski, the mercenary, directly asked about the reward system, and Corin replied that it was the god's treasure, making Doran nod in obedience to his employer. Lunia smirked, telling Corin she was willing to lend a hand to repay him for the act, and that the entire 5 blades would also be tempted by the reward. Corin immediately became serious, flatly declaring that wagering the lives of her subordinates was an entirely different matter. Lunia asserted that the Sword Pavilion had a duty to protect the North, and she would not accept sacrificing her people for the mercenaries to grow stronger at any cost. Corin merely thought to himself, "Just as I thought." He had anticipated the reaction of a true leader. Corin continued his presentation, listing the necessary elements: weapons, an army, and finally, suddenly, Erin appeared right behind Lunia, took her hand, and said, "Decide after hearing about the combat power." Lunia broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe someone had approached her undetected, while Erin merely gently praised her for trying very hard. With the reflexes of a master, Lunia immediately sprang back, maintaining a safe distance from the overwhelming entity that had just appeared. Lunia took a defensive stance, growling that they still trained every day, and questioned Erin about the so-called path to becoming stronger. Erin made a bold statement to the astonishment of the entire group. "I will teach all of you." With the aura of a deity, Erin stood in the middle of the room, declaring loudly, "I will be your guide." Lunia gripped her sword hilt tightly, asking again uncertainly if she was included, and Erin confirmed that she was. Erin looked directly at Corin, firmly asserting that she would teach anyone willing to help him. Lunia remained silent for a moment, then suddenly stomped her foot, and a surge of crimson aura flared around her. Clang! She drew her sword from its sheath, a decisive action showing that a decision had been made. Lunia sheathed her sword, turned her back and walked away, declaring, "We're leaving," despite Corin calling her name in surprise. She stopped, turned her head to look, and delivered a final line that silenced the entire hall. "My fiancé," Lunia muttered, finally realizing that the secret to Corin's strength was having an incredibly powerful master. She spun around, summoned the 5 blades, and gave orders. The entire group obeyed instantly, with soaring morale. Meanwhile, Corin also assigned tasks to his team: maintain their equipment and be ready to serve as reinforcements for Lunia's faction when needed. The meeting room door closed, and Lunia's faction left to carry out their mission. A member of the 5 blades, Illusion Blade Milia, showed concern, questioning Lunia about trusting the director too easily. Lunia recalled the moment the director dared to arrogantly declare she would become her master, a top-tier swordswoman. Erin's image appeared in Lunia's recollection, possessing the aura of an absolute superior. Immediately, Lunia drew her sword, ready for a fight to the death. She activated her mind's eye to scan for any possible sword paths, but found no openings from her opponent. Illusion Blade Milia asked again, jaw agape in disbelief, "Is she skilled enough to fight you?" Lunia smirked meaningfully, replying curtly, "That's not it." Meanwhile, Erin was ready, declaring that the lesson would begin after everyone had eaten their fill. Corin stood with his arms crossed, watching, and asked who would be the first to step up. Erin merely smiled faintly, a confident and somewhat dangerous smile. Then she made a bold declaration, gripping her spear firmly. "All of you, come at me at once." Crash! In just an instant, everyone's weapons were destroyed, shattered into pieces on the arena floor. Even Crenell's high-tech equipment was no exception, completely shattered. Erin stood there, dusted her hands, and declared today's lesson over, leaving behind a battlefield with all her students lying scattered. Lork, the 2 werewolf siblings, and Crenell were all defeated. Unable to believe what had just happened, Erin gently walked away, leaving an entire elite squad in utter shock at the display of absolute power. After being utterly defeated, the 2 werewolf siblings, Ron and Ren, could only hug each other, trembling before their master's power. Erin smiled, pointing out their weakness. "You 2 are too savage. You have the theory, but your bodies can't keep up." She continued to analyze. "You act before you think. Your physical abilities don't match your judgment," leaving both werewolf siblings speechless. Shifting her focus to Doran, Aaron coldly remarked, "Good balance, but you always reveal openings when using techniques, especially when increasing the number of swords." Korin stood watching, thinking to himself, "This lady is truly the real deal. She gives feedback and makes corrections incredibly fast, and she seems happiest when teaching others." Aaron laughed heartily, clearly enjoying her overwhelming moment. She turned to Korin with sparkling eyes, asking, "So, you want to as well?" Aaron leaned close to Korin's face, making a bold statement. "You're the last one, warm up." Korin blushed, awkwardly saying. Before that, though, as soon as he finished speaking, Korin activated a gigantic teleportation magic circle right beneath his feet. From within the gate, Hwaran and Arisha stepped out, and Korin declared, "I want to test these two first." The entire group was teleported to a special training room, where Aaron stood in the middle of the arena, declaring, "Welcome, feel free to unleash your full power here." Arisha didn't say much. Her eyes flashed with light, and she growled. "The first to attack wins." She immediately activated her inherited ultimate technique, Arden-style domain. Arisha drew her sword, charged forward with terrifying speed, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Whoosh! Aaron was right behind her, gently placed a hand on Arisha's shoulder, and concluded, "You have a habit of rushing into a domain immediately, don't you?" Arisha was stunned, realizing this scenario was incredibly familiar. "Is it like last time again?" An illusion appeared, showing that Korin had once used this exact method to suppress her, completely reading her moves. Aaron continued the lesson. "We should start with basic swordsmanship because you haven't mastered it yet," her hand moving slightly. Clang. Aaron used one hand to sweep away Arisha's sword, correcting her posture and making Arisha cry out in pain. Aaron Danuar, in her original female form, smiled confidently. Next, Hwaran roared, erupting with a crimson demonic energy blazing with killing intent. Boom! Hwaran's power exploded, shattering the ground around her. Aaron calmly remarked, "It seems Korin has already trained you, but you should practice 8 extremities and 8 trigrams." Aaron easily brushed aside Hwaran's attack, instructing, "What you need isn't power, but familiarity with the correct posture." Aaron leaned close to the fuming Hwaran, asking directly, "And why are you so angry?" An illusion appeared, showing Aaron gently placing her hand on Korin's cheek and advising, "Open your chest, don't worry too much." Hwaran screamed in fury, experiencing the sensation of jealousy for the first time in her life. From afar, Professor Josephine frantically yelled upon seeing the situation. "That idiot!" Aaron stomped her foot, and a wave of blue energy spread across the ground. The blue energy enveloped Hwaran, locking her movements completely. Aaron delivered a precise pressure point strike, completely neutralizing Hwaran's erupting power. Hwaran froze, utterly suppressed. She lost her balance, falling backward. Aaron gently caught Hwaran, advising, "Don't rush." She looked at Hwaran and said that she was already strong enough. Hwaran blushed, feeling flustered in Aaron's arms. Hwaran's inner self screamed. This feeling was strangely familiar, as if it belonged to Korin Loke. Korin Loke emerged from a magic circle, spear in hand, radiating an overwhelming aura. "Well, is it my turn now?" Aaron faced Korin, declaring, "I have been observing you, Korin. I told you to stay to help you unlock another kind of power within yourself." Aaron pointed out the power Korin couldn't yet control. Sabancia Duke's core. Aaron smirked, showing familiarity with the name Sabancia Duke, and admitted that Korin possessing his core was something she hadn't expected. A shocking truth was revealed. Duke was my disciple 800 years ago. He was exceptional. Korin was utterly stunned. Korin didn't flinch, declaring firmly, "Of course." He erupted with dark energy, ready to tame the new power. Aaron also took a stance, asserting that despite fate's unpredictability, she had never been so certain about a disciple as she was now. Both charged at each other, Aaron vowing to impart everything she knew to perfect Korin. Clang! 2 spears clashed, sparking, as Aaron declared Korin would become the strongest hero to save the world. She called his name, her last disciple, Korin. A future vision appeared, with Demon King Tathas Balthazar breaking a barrier, sneering. "For a warrior, assassination instead of combat is a disgraceful act. Don't you think so?" In the illusion, the Demon King easily overwhelmed and defeated Aaron with a dark lightning strike. Aaron lay collapsed on the ground, calling out her beloved master's name in despair. The Demon King stood superior, looking down at Aaron and realizing Korin was his true opponent, which astonished him. He mocked Aaron, finding it ridiculous that his opponent would be her inexperienced disciple. The Demon King asserted that fate had decided that boy would be his adversary in the final battle. He erupted with power, declaring his ambition would never change and the world's fate would be decided by that battle. The vision ended, and Aaron Danuar's eyes gleamed with terrifying power, proving her true caliber. Corin fell silent, lost in thought after witnessing the vision of the fated battle. Aaron smiled with satisfaction, praising Corin for doing well, as both his basic and advanced skills had been honed. Corin, bruised all over, propped himself up with his spear, growling, "I'm still too weak." He surged with fighting spirit, veins bulging, demanding another try. Truly a grinding monster. Corin gritted his teeth, trying to control the surging, dark, demonic energy from the spear. He realized Sabancia Duke's demonic nature had been passed on, but the only skill he could use was the first one, demonic spear, dark abyss. Aaron easily blocked Corin's attack, sending him reeling while she stood firm as a rock. His master bluntly criticized, "That's a sign of extremely poor aura control. Most importantly, you don't understand the nature of Sabancia's aura yet." Aaron recalled her glorious past, declaring, "Watch this. This is the power to crush heaven and earth, the power I used to behead the 5 great evil dragons." Aaron, in her original youthful form, silver hair flowing, channeled energy into her spear, declaring she had honed this power for that very purpose. She unleashed her ultimate technique, demonic spear second form / 5 dragon skyfall. A crimson energy explosion engulfed the entire space, an absolutely overwhelming power, proving the caliber of a legend. Corin's face turned pale, completely overwhelmed by the display of power. Aaron said, "I don't expect you to master it immediately, but if you continue to practice." Aaron affirmed that was the true power of Duke's core when used correctly, and believed Corin could achieve it too. Corin thoughtfully asked a critical question, like Master, or like Tatha's Balthazar? The question made Aaron pause. She turned away with a heavy expression. Aaron admitted, "He is undeniably strong, but do not aim to become him. He was my greatest mistake and my deepest regret." She asserted she would personally rectify that mistake, asking Corin if he understood, but the disciple interrupted. "So, in the end, Master is saying you will directly step in to fight?" Aaron gripped her spear tightly, declaring that an adult cannot hide behind children. No matter what happens, she would be the one to bear the burden. Corin unexpectedly called his master's name, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. He began recounting the past. "In the future, I lost too many people." Corin's flashback showed a chaotic scene. From Firmak, Dune Skies, to Doom Norix and Ohard, a battlefield filled with death. Countless comrades had fallen, and the image of a woman dying in despair appeared, haunting him. "I couldn't even save those I could have saved." Corin gripped his glowing spear, declaring resolutely, "To say I have no regrets would be a lie. But I am not betting this life out of regret. The reason I came back." Corin channeled his dark demonic energy, declaring his reason for shouldering the burden of saving the world. "In the world I save, everyone must be present. You can call me arrogant if you wish," he growled, his eyes blazing as he stared directly at his master. "Even if it's my own selfishness, I won't leave you behind." Then, he unleashed the second form demonic spear, 5 dragons ascending to heaven. A colossal surge of energy exploded, shattering the arena floor and sending both Corin and Aaron flying, showcasing the disciples' insane resolve. Aaron was completely stunned by Corin's declaration, while he repeated her own words, "Trust your disciple. Didn't Master say I have the makings of a hero?" Corin looked directly at his master, his gaze as firm as steel. "This time, you won't die, because I will save you." Aaron bowed slightly, a satisfied and moved smile gracing her lips. "Ha! I am truly fortunate to receive such a blessing in my twilight years." Whack! Corin unceremoniously delivered a chop to his master's head, shattering the atmosphere. "Old age, you say?" Corin began to lecture his bewildered master. "How long you live doesn't matter. If you keep believing that everything will be fine, then no matter your age, you're still plenty young." Aaron blushed, smiled gently, and was completely convinced by her disciple's outrageous logic. Scene change. Hwaran was kneeling, panting during a grueling training session with her older sister, Yuwa, but still growled, demanding, "One more time." Yuwa gripped Hwaran's wrist, but her younger sister didn't flinch, her eyes burning with a plea. "Please, teach me one more time." Elsewhere, a purple-haired priest was trying to recruit Jaeger and Lark, but was flatly rejected. "Sorry, I only go to the church with Saintess Estelle." Jaeger and Lark cruelly walked away, leaving the priest standing alone in the hallway. The priest muttered a correction, his face showing clear annoyance. His identity was revealed. Germain Luther, a first-year student, a spy for the old Jeruim cult. Suddenly, Corin appeared and asked Germain directly, his image reflected in the spy's eyes, "Zion?" or Jeruim? Corin, standing beside the unconscious Hwaran, answered his own question as he looked at Germain. Jeruim, huh. I see. That bronze rosary. I guess I just asked a redundant question. Corin continued to display his extensive knowledge, surprising Germain. I'm not religious, but the bronze rosary symbolizing Jeruim's purity and humility is quite cool. Germain began to analyze his new target, Corin Loke, a rare first-rank knight. The Zion faction is flashy, but Jeruim has a long-standing tradition, and now they've even formed a guardian group. He told himself he had to approach key figures like Corin under the orders of Bishop Juanian Lui, even though he disliked the man's tone. Corin took a step forward, making a blunt offer that left Germain dumbfounded. Okay, then let's do a quest together. Corin led Germain to a cave, explaining the mission. There's been a series of disappearances near the village, 70 kilometers away. I suspect goblins are behind it. Corin explained that the other guardians were all busy with their own quests, as the notice board displayed the achievements of Doran, Cranel, and Uel, clearing other bosses. Inside the cave, Corin reassured Germain. I'll be back before evening prayers, don't worry. Germain secretly thought that this guy named Corin had a strange charm. As he followed, Germain pondered. If I weren't bound by the church, I could have trusted him and followed him like an older brother. But then Corin suddenly turned to face him, making Germain jump. Suddenly, Hwaran shot past, launching an attack deep into the cave, startling Germain. Hwaran, what the hell are you doing? Hwaran coldly replied, bugs, while Germain contemptuously thought, a Jiangshi? Isn't that just a filthy demonic race? Germain muttered about his doctrine, believing that demons were still entirely demons, while Corin merely observed in silence. Corin suddenly shouted loudly, warning, Germain, look ahead. A colossal worm emerged from the ground, its mouth full of sharp teeth lunging straight towards the frozen Germain. The monster's slimy maw was about to swallow the priest whole. Germain let out a desperate scream as death loomed. Thwack! Hwaran's punch tore through the monster, causing it to explode into a shower of blood and gore. Germain froze, his entire body covered in the monster's purple blood, his eyes wide with horror. Hwaran stood amidst the wreckage, her red eyes burning with killing intent, coldly declared, all you bugs, die. Before the monster's corpse, Hwaran turned to ask the bewildered Germain, are you all right? Germain trembled, stammering his thanks. Thank you, Senior. Corin watched from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. How strange. Standing over the monster's corpse, Corin pointed out the absurdity. This worm is unusually large, but more importantly, this is a goblin cave. Predator and prey never share a nest. Corin narrowed his eyes, his intuition telling him there was a conspiracy afoot. He stated firmly, something is definitely hidden here. The entire team ventured deeper inside, passing through the pile of monster corpses. It turned out the goblin cave was just a cover for a secret laboratory, with numerous glowing test tubes filled with grotesque things. Corin pointed at a test tube, explaining that the colossal worm outside was a failed experiment by these mages. And even more horrifying, the ingredients they used to fuse with monsters were humans. Germain was utterly shocked, unable to believe the cruelty before his eyes. Impossible. Who would do such a thing? He found a letter on the table, the content being an order to stop kidnapping civilians under 13 years old, addressed to the mage Gur-Am. Germain froze when he recognized the familiar seal and signature on the letter. In his mind, an image of Bishop Juanian Lui appeared, his superior, giving a blessing in a completely hypocritical manner. Corin turned to order Hwaran, watch Germain carefully, bring all the evidence outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Corin shot off, declaring, I'm going to catch Gur-Am. The mage Gur-Am was in the midst of escaping when he felt a terrifying surge of killing intent closing in from behind. He frantically turned around, unable to comprehend who could have caught up to him. Gur-Am screamed in despair, who the hell are you? Then unleashed a dark magic attack. Corin simply plunged the tip of his spear into the ground, and a crimson energy erupted from beneath his feet. An energy explosion swept through, easily tearing Gur-Am's magic to shreds. Corin's entire body was enveloped in a crimson aura, his power utterly overwhelming. He smirked confidently. Now then, all preparations are complete. Returning to Hwaran, guarding Germain, Corin explained the first step of his plan. First, show the spy Germain the true face of the old cult, as they collude with the magic tower. Corin continued to list his third preparation step. That was Mata's head, the four-headed centipede monster. As dark aura violently erupted, Corin smirked with a mad grin. Now, all preparations for raiding the Danan's treasure have been completed. He began to compare forces. On one side were Corin's guardians, including Arisha, Huaran, Crenel, Yuel, and Jaeger, powerful and reliable allies. In contrast, Demon King Balthazar's minions possessed formidable mythical weapons, such as the Spear of Light, Aradawa, and the Stone of Destiny, Lia Fal. To balance this disparity, Corrin, in his new combat attire, declared decisively, "Today, I will raid the god's treasure on the treasure island of Magmel." Corrin explained that his master, Queen Erin Danuar, despite being the last Danon, did not know everything about her own race. Even discovering Demon King Balthazar and the hidden domains was her own doing. They were fragments of paradise that could only be unlocked through special events. "This place is similar," Corrin said, "and the initial condition to reach here is my master's death." Corrin recalled the scene of Erin and Josephine in the office, when she instructed him to wait there. Erin, in her spirit form, anxiously asked, "Are you sure you can do this without my help?" Corrin smiled confidently, clenching his fist. "Leave it to me. I'll enter a year earlier. Though I won't go alone," he said, as images of Arisha and Huaran, who had been trained by Erin, appeared behind him. Corrin's eyes also gleamed with determination, as he sensed another presence. "Corrin!" Marie, with her blazing red energy wings, flew swiftly towards him, calling his name. Nothing around. "I think it's safe now," Marie, also known as Mariette, who had just returned from the south, grinned widely after clearing the area. Corrin assembled his most formidable team, Marie, Arisha, and Huaran, ready for the raid. With the three of them, there's nothing to fear, Corrin confidently thought to himself, but then paused. "Huh?" Arisha suddenly clung tightly to Corrin, trembling. "Ugh, Corrin, it's too spooky here. I've never liked this kind of atmosphere since I was little." Marie also quickly clung to him, her voice hesitant. "Me too," which startled Corrin. The scene became chaotic as Arisha also clung tightly to Corrin, while Huaran stood behind him, glaring with an emotionless gaze. Huaran remained silent, observing, not bothering to utter a single word. Unexpectedly, Huaran also embraced Corrin from behind, her face flushed, and whispered, "Rand says she's scared too." Corrin immediately clasped Huaran's hand to reassure her. All three girls now clung to Corrin, forming a circle that left him completely frozen. A mysterious silver-haired witch suddenly appeared, also grabbing Corrin's hand and grumbling, "Then let's all hold hands. Hurry up, I have a feeling ghosts are about to appear." Corrin brushed her off, calmly explaining, "This isn't where ghosts appear, but rather the dwelling of gods, or more precisely, the remnants of the Danon race." Corrin's eyes gleamed with deadly confidence as he asserted, "Of course I know. I've been here in the game before, with Sihu Park." He explained the dungeon's mechanics. This was the dwelling of dead gods. Overcoming their trials would grant treasures, and the trials were divided into multiple stages. A diagram appeared, showing that the team had to clear the first two stages, as the final stage was unbelievably difficult. The problem was that the difficulty of the first two stages was random, potentially a simple puzzle or a life-or-death quest. The team stepped into a thick fog. Arisha cried out in panic, "Corrin, I can't see anything," but he calmly replied, "It's all right, just relax." Corrin revealed his trick. They say the choice of god is random, but in reality, the gods are attracted to players carrying items related to them. He pulled out an incredibly formidable loot from his bag, the 4 heads of the Mada monster, which had been defeated by the earth god Dagda. Corrin flashed a sly grin, confident that the first task would be cooking for Dagda, an incredibly sweet deal since he was the dormitory's head chef. As the team delved deeper into the fog, a strange melody began to resonate. A team member flinched at the unusual sound. The fog dissipated, and the team suddenly found themselves standing in the middle of clear blue water, all bewildered by the abrupt change in scenery. A hand was gripping the bars of a cage, indicating that the first trial had begun. A muscular man with pink blonde hair, holding a lyre, appeared flamboyantly and welcomed the heroes to the trial. Corrin looked up, realizing this was a god he had never seen before. While the god commented on the monster heads the team was carrying, Corrin froze, guessing this was Dagda's son, and admitted to himself that bringing gifts for the father was just a pretext. The god sneered, saying he was more interested in something else Corrin was carrying, and a heart-shaped energy surge emanated. Corrin's entire harem, from Huaran, Arisha, to Marie, unexpectedly fell into a state of enchantment as if struck by a love spell. The god introduced himself as Angus, the god of love, while still artfully strumming his lyre. Marie, Huaran, and Arisha completely lost consciousness, dragged away by some invisible force. Corrin rushed forward in a panic, desperately shouting their names as they were pulled into another dimension. His hand slipped through theirs, all vanished into the darkness, leaving Corrin alone. In a vision, a beautiful woman said goodbye and demanded a kiss from Corrin. Korin in the vision responded with a passionate kiss, the scene incredibly romantic. It turned out that the secret observer of this scene was Hwaran. She was deeply shocked to realize the woman was her older sister, and Korin had become her brother-in-law. The vision continued. Hwaran's sister said goodbye to go to work while Korin stayed home, holding a newborn, further confusing Hwaran. Shifting to Arisha's vision, a mysterious blindfolded blonde man appeared behind her and remarked, "What a beautiful sight." Arisha flinched, turned around, and stammered, asking the stranger how long he had been there. The blindfolded man sneered, exposing Arisha's secret surveillance of her older sister and her husband, leaving her utterly stunned. Arisha was completely speechless, unable to deny it, as the stranger advised her to find love for herself. Angus revealed his true form in the vision, smiling sinisterly and declaring that if Arisha still harbored feelings for her brother-in-law Korin, then this was a trial of love. Back in reality, Korin growled, questioning Angus, asking what he had done to his companions. Angus merely smiled, extended 3 orbs of light, and explained that the 3 girls were being tempted within them by the one they loved. Korin Loke broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the person the girls loved in their illusions was himself. The god of love explained that the trials were created from their shared memories with Korin, but these were all forbidden, unfulfilled loves. The god continued to ramble about these being terrible forms of love that could harm others, and he only wished to preserve pure loves. Arisha Aiden was engulfed in a pink light, as the god of love set a condition. If she could control her desires, she would be rewarded. Otherwise, she would be trapped in the illusion forever. Korin snapped, asking what he had to do to help them overcome the trial, but the god of love merely sneered, replying that it was very simple. They just need to give you up. The god's answer left Korin speechless. The god of love smiled meaningfully, hypocritically stating that he truly wished for their success. He closed his eyes, a look of delight on his face as he prepared to watch the good show. Let's see. In the illusion, Arisha secretly called the soundly sleeping Korin brother-in-law and wondered if her sister had given him too strong a drink. She raised her hand to stroke Korin's hair, who was lying motionless on the bed. Arisha wondered what this feeling was as her finger lightly touched her brother-in-law's lips. The god of love commented from outside with disdain. She has no intention of resisting. How vulgar. Her sister isn't even home. Crack. The orb representing Arisha's trial shattered, announcing an undeniable failure. The scene shifted to another illusion, where Korin's wrist was gripped tightly by a smaller hand, which commanded, "Stay still." Hwaran was pinning Korin down, making him ask, "Hwa, what are you doing? You said I was getting married." Korin, bewildered, asked if this was her way of congratulating him, but then he sighed in relief for some reason. Hwaran, with teary eyes, whispered that this was the north, where the cranes are, and it wasn't too late to have a child, she finished. While outside the window, a white crane perched on the windowsill, a symbol of childbirth. The god of love roared in disgust, his face contorted with rage. How vulgar, and Hwaran's orb also shattered. The god turned to Korin, reluctantly admitting, In a way, Korin Locke, you truly are astonishing," making Korin merely growl. "Is that a compliment?" The god of love snapped at Korin. "No, you damned degenerate," while Korin, bewildered, wondered, "What did I even do?" The god clutched the remaining orbs, his face contorted in a grimace, muttering curses. "Damn it, women these days are too shameless. They don't even think about the one they love." Holding up the last glowing orb, he wondered if the final woman could display a purer, more mature love. The scene shifted to another illusion. Isabel's face flushed red as she shyly confessed, "I like you, Korin," to which the Korin in the dream merely replied, "I understand." Marie appeared right behind her, and the god of love commented that this was a classic scenario, where a best friend steals the one you like. The god decided he had to revise the script because the previous scene was too disgusting to be repeated. Suddenly, Isabel's eyes glowed with pink hearts, and she coldly told Marie, "I'm leaving. Let me give you a piece of advice. Give up on Korin Locke." Marie was startled, stammering in denial. "What do you mean? I don't like Korin Locke." But the god of love knew full well that to extinguish this love, a more formidable rival was needed. The god decided to search Korin's memories, and an image of Marie approaching appeared before him. Marie, or Mariette, beamed a radiant smile, joyfully calling out Korin's name. The god of love narrated that at this moment, the one who loved Korin the most, and was also the strongest, was the girl standing before him. Korin merely let out a frustrated ha. A surge of dark energy enveloped Korin as he growled in his thoughts. These women truly have no end. The god of love began to tell a fairy tale, about thousands of years ago, a god who fell in love with a dream woman. That woman haunted his dreams every day, making him pine away to the point of being bedridden. After a long search, he finally found his paradise, where his dream woman was among a flock of swans. The woman was startled, quickly transformed into a swan to flee. But the god used his divine power to find her. He boastfully declared, "Yes, it is I, Angus, the great god of love, who turned that story into a myth." He looked down at the panting Corin, judging. "However, you are different. Even if you are a demi-human, you are still human. That is impossible." The god of love Angus hovered before the moon, judging. Giving up like this is truly the love of mortals. While Marie Dunaref ran for her life, breathless. Marie panicked, not understanding what the hell was happening to her. In a flashback, she recalled casually meeting Corin on the street, feeling guilty towards Isabel. She invited Corin on a date, and he happily agreed. But immediately after, a red-eyed dark manifestation of Corin grabbed him from behind. Marie screamed in despair, unable to believe that merely an invitation for a date could lead to this. A series of dark energy pillars descended from the sky. Marie could only raise her hands to block in vain. She muttered that she could handle other small fry, but this opponent was in a completely different league. Sihu Park appeared, with an arrogant expression, declaring that this kid who loved Corin kept annoying him. He summoned a colossal spatial transformation triangle formation, asserting that in Corin's world of memories, he was the strongest. Marie was trapped in an energy cage. Her memories of Corin were erased, and her vampire awakening ability was also sealed. Sihu Park looked down from above at the fallen Marie, coldly declaring that she had no chance of winning. The cruel man announced his plan. "From now on, I'll put you in a tank, turning you into a blood bag to extract elixirs." He bent down, smirked, and said he would give her one last chance. Sihu grabbed Marie, brought his face close to hers, and set a condition. "Forget Corin and leave the academy. That's also what's best for him." Marie, covered in wounds, her voice trembling, asked, "What are you?" Sihu explained that the enemy Corin must face is the strongest Danan, and if she keeps clinging to him, she will only perish together. He laughed morbidly, claiming to be the strongest mage, and that only by his side could Corin find happiness. "So get out of my sight," Sihu growled, his eyes gleaming with mad possessiveness. Marie completely collapsed under the psychological pressure and absolute power. She bowed her head in submission, accepting defeat. Yes, for Corin's sake. Just when she seemed to have yielded, Marie suddenly raised her head and muttered, "No, that's not it." She snarled, flatly declaring that it wasn't Corin's subordinate but simply Corin, and at the same time, a blazing red beast manifested behind Sihu. The monster lunged, sinking its fangs directly into Sihu's shoulder to his astonishment, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Blood flew everywhere, a fatal and utterly unexpected attack. Sihu clutched his blood-soaked shoulder, snarling bitterly. "Damn it, how can she use vampire power? Have her memories returned?" Marie gasped, retorting fiercely, "You talk too much nonsense, so I realize this world is a sham." Her hair turned silver, a dark aura surged forth, and she snarled back, "Leave Corin? What the hell are you talking about?" A sweet memory resurfaced. Corin was embracing her, and gently said, "I hope you, Mariette Dunaref, can be happy." Spiritually boosted, Marie exploded with power. Her blazing red eyes widened fiercely. "Corin wants me to be happy." System notification. Mariette Dunaref has fully awakened as an ancient vampire. She flew into the air amidst a forest of blazing red crystal spears. The rain of crystal spears shot swiftly towards Sihu, an all-out attack with no room to dodge. Sihu was pierced by countless spears, unable to react in time against the overwhelming power. Marie continued her logic. "For me to be happy, Corin must also be happy." Her eyes glowed with an obsessive heart shape. "Then the person who can make Corin the happiest in this world." She flashed a smile that was both alluring and insane, firmly declaring, "It's not Isabel, nor is it you, but me." The illusion shattered, and the god of love, standing outside, watched in astonishment as the 3 black orbs in his hands cracked open. How? How could this be? Corin appeared right beside him, nonchalantly quipping, "Things didn't go as you predicted, did they?" The god of love furiously yelled, claiming that the feelings of those girls were just the immature obsessions of undeveloped youngsters. Corin looked directly at the god, his eyes sharp. "All right, I understand, Corin Locke." The god of love flew into a rage, 3 blazing pink energy orbs glowing in his hands, and he roared, "If you think carefully, the reason those girls became like that is all your fault, you bastard." The god of love snarled, his face filled with murderous intent. "This is the final trial, Corin Locke." He began to recount the past 1,000 years ago, when he had to run amidst a flock of swans to find his beloved. He boasted that this trial helped him understand what true love is. With a smug expression, he recounted finding the woman of his dreams and singing love songs to her all night. Then challenged, "Can you do the same?" Corin merely glared at him in silence, his eyes as sharp as knives. The god of love explained the rules of the game. Among these 150 swans, those 3 girls have also been transformed into swans. He laid down the terms. You have 3 minutes. Find the real ones. Corin merely smirked, appearing to disdain this childish game. The god of love was stunned by Corin's attitude, stammering, "You." Corin didn't say much, raising his spear to the sky, preparing to unleash his power. He activated the Orb of Death, an item capable of separating body and soul, but useless against those with strong wills. A surge of purple energy exploded from the spear, sweeping away the entire flock of insignificant swans. Countless illusory swans vanished, leaving behind an empty lake. After the purification, only 3 swans remained, with gazes distinctly different from the rest. Corin calmly declared, "No need for 3 minutes. Not even 1 minute has passed. Now release them." The god of love trembled violently, not from shock, but from furious rage. He snarled, shamelessly changing the terms. "I remember telling you to find the real ones, didn't I?" He laid down a despicable condition. "You can only choose one of them. The other 2 will sleep here forever." The god of love laughed maniacally, screaming, "Try to overcome this trial of true love." Corin sighed, then smirked again. "I think you're greatly mistaken." The god of love snarled, challenging Corin. "Even if you can't pass this trial?" Corin gripped his spear tightly, flatly declaring, "From the very beginning, my goal was to save everyone." He exuded a surging dark aura, pointing the spear directly at the god. "If someone has to be chosen and eliminated, it's you." The sharp spear tip was pressed against his throat, and the god of love froze, speechless. The god of love sighed, beginning to recount his past. "I overcame the swan trial and won that woman. It turned out that was only the ending in mythology, but in reality, he had failed to win her heart." He recalled the scene where the woman of his dreams transformed into an angel and flew away, leaving him floundering because she was afraid of him. After being rejected, the god of love could only hug his lyre and cry all night, singing tearful love songs to himself. Corin smirked, indicating he was well aware. He lectured the god on a fundamental lesson: love is not possession, but respect. The 3 pure white swans flew to Corin and nestled around him, and the god of love declared, "All right, Corin Locke, you passed." The god of love smiled, finally admitting, "Now I understand why these girls won't give up on you. Leave this place and go." He swiftly reversed his stance, declaring there would be no eternal sleep and allowing all 3 to return together. Corin demanded their release immediately, but the god of love refused. "No, let them stay with me, because your next trial will be very dangerous." Suddenly, the holy relic Clau Solas on Corin's chest erupted with brilliant light, activating itself uncontrollably. The god of love also became serious, affirming this was not his doing. "Only one entity can make Clau Solas activate against my will." A majestic figure, exuding a dazzling aura like the sun, descended from above, and the god of love could only bow his head. Corin looked up at the newcomer, the one who would grant him the final trial, the king of all gods. The supreme god, the heir of the sun, manifested in a blazing halo, Nuada Erjetlam. Corin gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down him, confirming the final boss had appeared, and recalling that his plan to use the Mada monster's head to lure a more easily defeated god had utterly collapsed. Corin bitterly thought that instead of that comedic god of love, someone else had appeared. He calculated that this final test would be easy to predict, as he was holding Clau Solas, the real deal from Nuada himself. But what good was predicting it, since in the game there was no way to obtain Clau Solas, rendering all his preparations useless. In a flashback, Corin had planned to bring along the 3 strongest warriors he could recruit to clear the trial. Recalling the face of that clown Angus, Corin grew more resentful with each thought. Raising his middle finger into the air, Nuada, the king of all gods, warned with imposing authority, "Don't let your guard down. Where are you looking?" As soon as he finished speaking, a giant demon with a stream of deep purple demonic energy materialized right behind Corin, and Nuada declared, "The trial has begun." The demon wasted no words, swinging its blazing weapon directly at Corin, forcing him to struggle in defense. Nuada began to recount the history of the world, his voice filled with an air of superiority. He explained that the first beings were the giants, followed by his divine Danan race. Next came the demons, creatures of shadow and night, and finally, the Goidal humans, the 4th race. Nuada pointed directly at the demon. "The enemy you must defeat is the great warrior Sreng." Sreng let out an earth-shattering roar, confirming his identity as a formidable demon. Nuada revealed that the plains of Moitura was where he had fought Sreng and lost an arm. The god raised his golden left arm and declared, "You brought Clausolus here. Surely you're aiming for my arm." He affirmed that this was the necessary item for Corrin to fully utilize the power of the sun. Nuada commanded, "Now face the great warrior Sreng and feel your helplessness." Two streams of energy clashed fiercely. Corrin charged into combat, while the demon Sreng roared, calling him a Goidel, a human. A life-or-death battle erupted, with Corrin soloing the ancient demon Sreng amidst the blazing battlefield. Corrin gritted his teeth and braced himself for the trial at Mag Mel, a divine test designed to grant experience to players. These trials were created from the god's own experiences, just as Angus, the god of love, once struggled with a flock of swans. Corrin realized this was the first time Nuada's test had appeared, simply because no player before him had ever possessed Clausolus. Facing the great warrior Sreng, Corrin was stunned by the power of the demon who had once severed an arm of the king of all gods. Sliding across the ground after the impact, Corrin began to analyze the true purpose of this harsh test. He realized Nuada didn't want to test physical strength, but rather the comprehensive power he had diligently cultivated all this time. Without hesitation, Corrin activated a series of enhancing runes. Kenaz, Hagalaz, Birkanen, Sowilo, and energy exploded around his hand. Enveloped in runic magic, Corrin was confident in his speed, ready to confront the giant demon head-on. He unleashed a high-level fire spell, the result of mastering rune combos. Corrin smirked, confident that his runic magic had now reached advanced fire magic levels, making it hard for the demon to dodge. But his eyes widened in surprise as he realized something was wrong. Sreng let out an earth-shattering roar, emerging from the sea of flames completely unharmed. Corrin's attack was utterly useless. Corrin leaped to dodge the attack, commenting that the demon's skills, though simple, were extremely effective and resilient. He switched to another tactic, summoning the ominous serpent skill. A giant purple energy serpent coiled around his spear. Corrin charged forward, thrusting the serpent spear directly into Sreng's chest with terrifying force. Shockingly, the spear only embedded itself in the demon's muscles and got stuck there, unable to pierce through. Corrin landed, his face showing annoyance as his weapon had been neutralized. Weaponless, Corrin stood alone facing Sreng, who was slowly staring at him with deadly eyes. The demon charged like a storm of fire, but Corrin revealed that using runes from the start was merely to buy time for another purpose. A memory surfaced. Master Aaron Danuar had once trained him, the goal being to extend the duration of his sun power, even if only for a few seconds. Corrin calculated that the runes he had carved in the Druid territory and Nazrea were the foundation for his upcoming trump card. He was confident he could use the sun's power because the Shadow Paradise had been fully charged with mana. In the flashback, Master Aaron Danuar smiled, telling him to remember carefully because she had seen everything clearly through Eriu's eyes. She revealed that to save everyone, in the past Corrin had once used the power of the sun himself. In the present, Corrin roared, his hair turning silver-white as his magical power violently erupted. Activating Clausolus, Corrin summoned a dazzling sphere of solar energy, ready to turn the tide. He braced himself, trying to gather the sun's power into his palm. Suddenly, all the energy vanished, and Corrin was stunned as his hair returned to black. He was utterly bewildered. The sun disappeared? The activation time hadn't even started yet? Then he realized the only one who could control the sun besides him. Corrin's eyes widened as an unbelievable hypothesis flashed in his mind. He roared the name Nuada Ergetlam. And as expected, the king of all gods appeared, seizing control of the energy. Nuada Ergetlam looked down with a condescending air, holding the solar energy sphere in his hand, and said, "I told you already." The final boss reminded him, "Don't let your guard down," while Sreng seized the opportunity, charging with a destructive attack. Corrin froze, unable to react in time as the demon closed in, only knowing to follow the destiny of a great warrior. Crack. Corrin's left arm was brutally torn off. The demon had achieved its objective at all costs. Corrin collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the wound, and he could only groan in pain. Gritting his teeth in endurance, he summoned the fire rune Kenaz, trying to cauterize the wound to stop the bleeding. But the flame had no effect, and a sarcastic voice echoed, "You think you can stop the bleeding by burning it? How regrettable." Nuada Ergetlam tightened his grip on the solar energy sphere and declared, "The sun does not permit that." Corrin Loke, even on the verge of death, still rasped, asking, "Was this your plan from the very beginning?" The God King explained the rules. The Danon throne is only for those with a perfect body, without a single scratch. He recounted losing his arm to Sreng and having to relinquish the throne. He reminisced about the golden age of the gods, a peaceful era he had ushered in after eradicating the demons, and felt at peace despite losing his kingship. But then the flashback shifted to a bloody scene, as the Goidel, ancestors of humanity, rose up to slaughter and end the age of the gods. Nuada gritted his teeth, clutching the orb of energy, his rage flaring as he thought of his achievements and ambitions being turned to dust by mere mortals. He revealed that this trial was orchestrated by Aaron Danuar, the Danon of Justice, and most of the gods here agreed with her, but not all. Corrin, amidst the sea of flames, growled a defiant, "No." Nuada confirmed, "Indeed, I despise the era that you Goidel have created." The solar energy in his hand transformed into a blazing greatsword, the divine sword Kla Solas. He declared grandly, "I, Nuada Ergetlem, have awaited this era," he roared, his sharp gaze fixed on the demon Sreng, who stood awaiting orders. Corrin gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood, struggling to rise. Nuada continued his speech, stating his target was not the hideous demons, nor the weak Goidel, but Tatha's Balthazar. He roared the title of that individual, the true last Danon, his entire body erupting with an aura of power. An explanation appeared. The Danan tribe are embodiments of concepts. Aaron Danuar is justice, while Angus is love. Nuada sat upon the throne of power, proclaiming himself, "I, Nuada Ergetlam, am the Danon of kings." He recounted his glorious past, as the protector of the throne, revered by all gods, like the sun shining upon all creation, until the day he lost his arm to the great demon warrior Sreng, a fated defeat. God King Nuada lamented that the Danon throne is only for those with a perfect body, so after losing his arm, he had to abdicate. He believed he was still fine, still saving the world through wars against giants and demons, but the God King gritted his teeth, admitting he still had one regret. That was not being able to personally wipe out the treacherous Goidel. He bitterly recounted that the Danon tribe had bestowed fire and civilization upon the Goidel, but those ungrateful wretches used the very steel forged from that fire to turn back and slaughter the gods. Even when betrayed, the naive Danon gods still left behind one who embodied justice, hoping to guide the world in the right direction. The God King roared, swinging his flaming sword, questioning, "But was that truly the right path?" Meanwhile, Corrin was bleeding profusely, realizing he didn't have much time left. He tensed his body, trying to shout back defiantly that current humans were different from the ancient Goidel. Corrin charged with all his might, unleashing the awakened serpent demon technique directly at the God King's face. But the God King simply raised a hand to effortlessly block it. The difference in their power was like heaven and earth. He coldly uttered a single sentence, "I disagree." A gentle counterattack from the God King sent Corrin flying like a fly, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Blown away like trash, Corrin lay flattened on the ground, struggling to rise and retort that humanity only knew how to slaughter each other over meaningless things like race, religion, and money. He asserted that a world ruled by humans would inevitably become a hell even more brutal than the era dominated by giants. The God King hovered in the air, raising his blazing sword high, looking down at the dying Corrin. He concluded that to prevent such a hell, he must bring peace to this world once more. The God King declared his plan with an iron will, with absolute overwhelming power. Whoosh! The God King unleashed his finishing blow. A colossal pillar of solar flame struck directly down upon Corrin. In Corrin's pupils, the deathly flame reflected, and he remembered. Memories flooded back. The Rotion River, flood disaster, a nightmare that engulfed everything. A man screamed in the rushing current, desperately begging for his life to be saved. Hundreds of thousands had perished due to Sihu Park's actions, their bodies torn apart by water monsters in the open sea. Corrin recalled the helpless scene, only able to watch the protagonist Sihu Park with a smug expression as the tragedy unfolded. Back in reality, blood streamed down Corrin's face, but his eyes were sharp and cold as memories continued to resurface. A faint voice from the past echoed, calling his name in its dying moments. Another flashback. A younger Corrin was being desperately called for help by a comrade. He remembered the screams of his comrades as they were slaughtered, pleading that they didn't want to die. The God King's sword was still descending, carrying the destructive heat of a star, a pool of blood in his memory. And once again, someone called his name before dying. A past comrade looked at him, whispering that he was her destiny, but she had realized it too late. The red-haired woman gasped, blood gushing from the corner of her mouth as she lay in Corrin's arms. He remembered the feeling of helplessness as he held her cooling body, another person he couldn't protect. Corrin's blood-soaked hand clenched tightly, his veins bulging. The divine pillar of flame finally reached him, ready to incinerate everything. The God King suddenly froze, his face filled with astonishment. What? Amidst the heart of the firestorm, Corrin had blocked the attack, roaring that he couldn't die in a place like this. The God King, blazing with solar aura, growled. You still haven't given up? Corrin braced himself with all his strength, roaring. If I give up, what will happen to the people I have to protect? He used his spear to sweep away the God King's sword of light, declaring, There's still too much to do before I die. The God King fell silent, his eyes flashing with a complex expression as he looked at the incredibly stubborn enemy. Nuada revealed, When the Danon god of justice sent you here, I saw all of your memories. In those memories, the bloody scene of Corrin finishing off Sihu Park, the Demon King's original rival, appeared. The God King remarked, For a Goidel, you have experienced extraordinary things. However, he bluntly scoffed, compared to that Sihu Park, who never stood a chance against the Demon King, your skill is still too green. The God King roared, pushing Corrin back with an overwhelming surge of solar energy. The divine sword Clausolas in Nuada's hand flared fiercely. He explained, this was its final state, maximizing the sun's power. This power far surpassed previous levels. A flashback showed Corrin, with his silver-white hair, also once wielding solar energy with overwhelming might. The ultimate skill activated, Clausolas, solar compression, as all solar energy was concentrated into the God King's left arm, Ergetlum. Gasping, covered in blood, Corrin still stood firm against the terrifying power, listening to the God King bestow his final mercy. Give up, you brat. Corrin smirked, blood streaming down his face. Yes, I am weak. He stared directly at the God King, who was accumulating destructive energy. But even if I were strong, I wouldn't use that power to create a perfect world. Corrin gathered all his remaining strength, taking a steady step forward. He enunciated each word, his eyes burning with iron will. I only want a world where ordinary people can live their own lives. The God King raged, his fists ablaze. If you won't kneel, I will force you to kneel. Goidel. Corrin roared back, charging straight ahead with red lightning enveloping his body. Give it your all. Corrin, with only one arm, lunged directly at God King Nuada. The clash of their two powers created an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave erupted, sweeping away everything around them, demonstrating the caliber of a divine battle. God King Nuada was furious, unable to believe that a mere boy, battered and broken, could block his full power attack. How can this be? With such a tattered body, Corrin, his face covered in blood, growled back, Because I don't fight with my own strength alone. He recalled the precept etched deep into his flesh, the rule he set for himself to grow stronger. First precept, duty. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of others. Memories flooded back, showing the faces he had met in this world, tears and smiles he had never seen before. The image of his master, Erin Danuar, taking her last breath appeared, her dying words echoing, I'm counting on you, hero. Back in reality, countless ethereal hands of those he had saved reached out, channeling power to Corrin. Standing amidst the supporting spirits, Corrin declared, This power is granted by the very people I protect. Corrin asserted that as long as the God King sided with Demon King Taths, he had no other choice, and simultaneously activated Sabancia Duke's core. Blood and crimson demonic energy flared around Corrin as he reiterated his vow. Because I swore that I cannot turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of others. Corrin unleashed the full power from Sabancia Duke's core, and dark demonic energy violently erupted. The colossal demonic energy engulfed the God King, and Corrin roared his promise, I will save. Corrin's entire body was submerged in a chaotic energy storm, a combination of Sabancia's crimson demonic energy and his own purple power. With blazing eyes and unyielding will, he shouted the rest of his declaration. This world. Corrin stood firm on the shattered ground, pouring everything he had left into his final attack. This was the price. His body began to disintegrate into fragments of black ash due to the power overload. Corrin completely vanished, leaving only his weapon stuck in the ground while the God King stood stunned in the distance. God King Nuada was speechless, utterly surprised by the sacrifice and determination of an ordinary human. God King Nuada stood aghast, muttering Corrin's audacious declaration, You will save it. A colossal storm of dark purple demonic energy from Corrin's self-detonation engulfed the God King. Amidst the rubble, a white gold metallic prosthetic arm lay isolated on the ground. Suddenly, another hand grabbed the prosthetic arm, lifting it from the ground. The God King commanded a green-haired man, Dion checked, heal him. and the god of medicine immediately obeyed, emitting a green healing aura. Nuada affirmed his unyielding stance. My thoughts have not changed. This world operates solely on power. He looked at Korin, who was being healed, and declared, and with your current skill, you stand no chance against Demon King Balthazar. The God King began to feel intrigued, wondering how many lives Korin would save, and how overwhelmingly powerful he would become by that fated day. I'm starting to get curious, the God King muttered, then turned and walked away. Looking at the unconscious Korin, the God King declared, You have passed the trial. He roared the name he acknowledged, Korin Locke. Korin slowly regained consciousness, and a voice echoed, You're finally awake. The god of medicine introduced himself as Dian Checked, the Danan god of healing, and even teased that Master Aaron must have been very worried about Korin's reckless nature. Korin looked around in a daze, realizing he was in an unfamiliar place, a lush green field amidst ancient stones. He ran a hand through his hair, incredulously checking his completely healed body. His last memory rushed back, his body disintegrating into ash right before the God King, even though he knew the old man sided with the Demon King. Korin didn't understand why he was still alive, and Dian Checked explained that the God King had ordered him to monitor Korin's outcome. The god of medicine solemnly presented Korin with the trial's reward, declaring that he had passed the test. A system notification appeared, confirming it was the epic-grade divine artifact Getlam, a formidable item capable of containing infinite power and granting a 200% mana boost when paired with Claw Solas. Korin recalled that in the game, this formidable item originally belonged to Ohard Bress, Demon King Balthazar's most loyal subordinate, but it wasn't a hidden item because, frankly, no player was skilled enough to acquire it. He smirked with satisfaction. This self-destruction was truly worth it. Not only snatching the item from Ohard Bress, but also boosting his own power. Satisfied with his new toy, Korin demanded the god of medicine return his comrades, but the old man calmly replied, Not yet. Korin froze, not understanding what was happening. He recalled the game's mechanics. In the land of Magmel, players would encounter different gods depending on the items they carried, but there was no precedent for meeting all of them at once. Usually, the treasure received was also limited to a single item. Suddenly, an entire pantheon of Danan gods appeared, hovering in the sky, a sight Korin had never witnessed in the game, or even in his previous life. The god of medicine introduced Dagda, the god of earth, declaring that since the king of gods had recognized Korin, the entire assembly would also bestow gifts upon him. He also teased that Angus, the god of love, had run off somewhere to bestow rewards upon those three girls, leaving Korin utterly speechless. A goddess introduced herself as Manannan, the god of the sea, the wealthiest among the Danan, and the master of this treasure island. She declared that she would bestow a precious item upon the hero who had overcome the king's trial. Korin's jaw dropped when he received not just one, but 3 treasure orbs from the gods. Then the leader appeared, Luglamfada, the god of light, the strongest of the Danan tribe, acknowledging Korin as an exception. He bluntly declared that he had given everything to Balthazar, and thus had nothing left to give Korin. But Lug offered a new deal. If you defeat my successor, whatever he leaves behind will be yours. Korin was completely shocked, as in the game, Lug's treasure had originally belonged to Balthazar from the start, and was unobtainable. He questioned why someone who had once sided with the Demon King would do such a thing. Lug coolly stated, You are the successor of Aaron Danuar, the Danan of justice, and now you possess the power of the sun. The battle between you and Balthazar will be an honorable duel. From now on, the gods will watch from the sidelines, favoring neither side. Regardless of who wins, their deepest wish will be fulfilled, as a beam of light enveloped Korin and teleported him away. Korin was still processing everything after the god's trial concluded in such a perplexing manner. New acquisitions in hand. The Spear Gay Diarg, the Kirch River Serpent Venom, and the Harp Uathni, all legendary grade items, bringing the total to 4 with Ergetlam. The gods in the heavens were still discussing whether Aaron's dowry was sufficient, demanding to give a whole basket more if Korin brought their grandchild to meet them. A few weeks later, the girls gathered, discussing the rewards they had received from Angus, the god of love. Marie recounted that she was afflicted by Maha's curse, and wondered why the god was so kind to them, even though they all failed the test. Arisha and Huaron asked in confusion, What test? Making Huaron furious and demand a retest to find out what it was all about. It turned out that during the test, Angus, the god of love, had peered into the minds of all 3, and only seen one name, Korin. The old god was delighted by this beautiful love, declaring he would reward all 3 so their love would blossom and bear fruit. Returning to reality, Korin was enjoying the feeling of resting his head on Marie's lap. He intended to sit up and write his mission report, but Marie gently held him back, telling him to rest a little longer. She felt guilty because this time Corin had to carry the team by himself, while they couldn't help at all. Corin blushed and stammered, but still couldn't escape the soft and comfortable pillow. He thought to himself, deciding to indulge her, that resting a little longer wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, a black cat with bristling fur leaped out from somewhere, startling Corin. Marie recognized this butterfly, realizing it was a stray cat that had been lingering around the Guardian's office recently. Corin picked up the cat, asking Marie if there was any fish left in the kitchen, as this boss seemed to like braised mackerel. Marie's face darkened, and she growled Corin's name in a threatening tone. He casually asked back if she had heard what gift Warren received at Magmel, because the girl had kept it completely secret. Marie glared at the cat, sparks flying, while the cat also growled back, an unspoken battle erupting between the two main contenders. Marie was openly jealous, holding a stick to tease the black cat. "Butterfly, do you want to play with me?" While the animal bristled its fur and growled back, leaving Corin to merely watch. At Merkava Academy, where practical combat was more important than theory, students flocked to the notice board to grind Guardian League quests. Corin's team was no slouch either. Uel Valorn unleashed wide-area magic, while Chronologian used his golems to smash the monsters to pieces. Doran Worski and Chronologian appeared to report, "Boss, everything here has been cleared," making Corin acknowledge that Doran's flying sword control was getting better and better. Doran proudly showed off his achievement, the legendary Giant's Fury Moraltalk magic sword, received from Manannan, the god of the sea, a true wide-area destruction weapon. Corin calculated that thanks to the excellent items from Magmel, the entire team swept through quests as if no one was there, helping him almost complete his promotion quota in just 2 months. He also admitted to having the support of Marie's Wyvern, a private jet that shortened travel time by at least 2 days. Corin was satisfied that everyone was getting stronger, but suddenly realized Germain hadn't been seen lately. Crenel immediately interjected, saying that fellow was busy. Corin subtly adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening. He knew full well that Germain had disappeared since yesterday, and thought to himself, perhaps the time has come. The scene shifted to an ancient church, where the sound of bells rang out, signaling a secret meeting. Inside, the corpulent Bishop Junian Louis asked Germain Luther about joining Corin's Guardian team, and Germain confirmed that it had helped him gather information as instructed. Germain knelt on one knee before the bishop, but his demeanor seemed hesitant, signaling an instability. He reported that during a mission, he had discovered a dark mage's laboratory. Even more horrifying, Germain also found a letter written by a higher-ranking bishop, Lusignan himself, ordering a halt to the kidnapping and sacrifice of children. Germain questioned Junian Louis, his voice trembling. "Is it true that you have captured and sacrificed children?" The corpulent bishop showed clear annoyance, growling, "You are truly troublesome, my brother." Junian Louis's face was obscured by a black mask as he began his brainwashing sermon. "On the path of serving God, sometimes we must accept defilement." He grabbed Germain, reminding him of the witch hunts of the past, justifying that sacrificing a few innocents to cleanse hundreds of witches was necessary for the greater good. Germain, completely convinced by the extreme rhetoric, bowed his head in acceptance. "I understand." Bang! The door burst open, and Bishop Junian Louis stepped in, holding a scroll, his face filled with murderous intent. Junian Louis muttered bitterly, believing Corin was an arrogant brat and vowing to teach him a lesson once everything was over. The summary screen appeared. The plan to use Huaran to trigger a massacre had completely collapsed, and 2 of the 7 factions of the Magic Tower were also wiped out. The images rewound to Corin fighting, the Saintess worried, and cult members defeated, highlighting the villain faction's disastrous failure. The bishop hung his head low, seething with rage, unable to believe a top-tier mage from the east could be defeated so foolishly. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, his fury almost erupting. Suddenly, Junian Louis's face darkened, and a sinister smile spread across his face amidst a surge of dark energy. However, even exploiting these failures is the will of God. The scene shifted, and Saintess Estelle appeared in the street, her divine aura making the surrounding crowd blush. She asked a subordinate about the prisoner transport plan. Estelle glanced at the crowd, her tone filled with disdain, declaring that these heretics were defiled and needed to be judged. She held a communication crystal, inside which was the image of a cleric reporting that the prisoners must be taken to the Holy Land of Zion to atone for their sins. The crystal displayed images of high-ranking prisoners, including Dyun Kang, while the cleric reported that the number of prisoners was too large for ground transport. As the cleric began to question her revealing attire, the saintess merely smiled and gestured for silence, showing complete control. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, a cross symbol flashing in her pupils as she detected something amiss. Her eyes focused on a figure in a hooded red cloak, walking through the crowd, leaning on a staff. The figure pulled down their hood, revealing the red hair and crimson eyes of second Princess Mirawam, causing the Saintess to utter her name. As night fell, a massive prisoner transport convoy began to move, escorted by an army of church knights. The knights of the new church formed strict ranks, beginning their journey to the Holy Land to judge the heretics. Saintess Estelle, in more modest attire, sat atop the carriage, hands clasped in prayer, personally overseeing this crucial journey. But then, she opened her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a blade, silently thinking she had anticipated trouble. In the middle of the night, the escort convoy was ambushed by a crowd. The knights cried out, "Ambush! Protect the Saintess!" While the Saintess bitterly thought to herself that these mages were growing increasingly brazen. The red-robed mages began chanting spells. The Saintess wondered if they had someone backing them. Inside the carriage, Saintess Estelle rested her chin on her hand in exasperation, telling herself that perhaps the power of her prayers was a bit weak because it had to cover too many people. A knight rushed to the carriage door, shouting, "Saintess, flee quickly, it's too dangerous here." Estelle ignored the warning, pushing open the carriage door herself to the knight's astonishment. The prison carriage door swung wide open, signaling that the real show was about to begin. Inside, Dunkang grabbed the hand of a bald old prisoner, sneering, "Look who it is, coming to offer yourself up. Are you mad?" Estelle stepped out, her figure prominent against the dazzling light, making the two prisoners look up. The bald prisoner panicked upon seeing Estelle break the magic seal binding them. Does this foolish brat not know what she just did? A burst of purple dark magic erupted from the magic circle beneath the two prisoners' feet. Dunkang and the bald old man stood amidst the demonic energy. Dunkang scoffed. "Haha, this is the Saintess? Is she really this weak?" The old prisoner, still stunned, stammered. How could she dare defy procedure and commit such a serious prison break? Amidst the purple smoke, Estelle's feet were enveloped in brilliant golden flames of judgment, and she declared, "Let us repent." A divine aura erupted from Estelle, easily blocking the dark magic to the astonishment of the two prisoners. Estelle clasped her hands in prayer, firmly declaring that God would protect her from all dangers. The two prisoners turned deathly pale as Estelle walked towards them, her entire body radiating holy fire, and Dunkang trembled and cursed. "This madwoman! Don't come over here!" Estelle smiled powerfully, raising her golden scepter high, praying that God would watch over her. And then, she commanded the iron scepter to crush her enemies, causing the two prisoners to let out a desperate scream. With a wicked smile, Estelle unleashed her full power, proving that with faith, a saintess can become invincible. Amidst the sea of flames, the knights of the new church were locked in a life-and-death struggle with a pack of ferocious werewolf monsters. A commander roared while fending off a colossal beast. "The saintess is gone. Find her quickly." A knight, pushed into the ground by the monster, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Hold your ground. We must protect the saintess." A knight's eyes flashed. He had spotted the target amidst the chaotic battlefield. He found the Saintess standing encircled by enemies and shouted, "Saintess, you are here." The scene was desolate. The corpses of two red-robed mages lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. The Saintess, covered in blood but with an icy expression, inquired about the situation and was informed that their side was on the verge of being wiped out. She calmly declared that she had executed the two criminals on the spot, leaving the knight beside her gaping in astonishment. Despite her subordinates' warning that the corpses might be fakes, the Saintess turned her back and walked away, revealing her ruthless resolve. A sudden voice rang out, interrupting her actions. "Wait." The Saintess spun around, her gaze as sharp as a dagger, questioning, "Who are you? I have never seen your face before." A hooded figure, dressed as a cultist, stood tall, facing the Saintess, exuding a completely different aura. The hooded man exclaimed, "Oh my," and the truth was revealed. An archmage had infiltrated their ranks. He pulled down his hood, revealing his true identity as the golden archmage Idrin, who smirked, "I have made a mistake." The Saintess was utterly shocked, her face paling, unable to utter a word. "What?" Idrin gave his opponent no second to react. He activated his magic, and countless glowing golden chains erupted from the ground, declaring, "Retreat is not permitted." The Saintess was tightly bound by the magical chains, trapped within a colossal pillar of energy light. The scene shifted. A ship with strange, net-covered sails appeared, making the guards wonder if it belonged to Corrin's guardians. A high-ranking officer of the Northern Army crossed his arms, letting out a sigh full of disdain and weariness. The officer grumbled, "Since when do they send mere youngsters on such important missions?" just as Korin and a blue-haired girl disembarked from the ship. An announcement rang out, introducing Captain Korin and Vice Captain Mariette, leaving the Northern Army guards dumbfounded. What? Those kids are the same rank as us? Korin smirked while Mariette smiled confidently, ignoring the astonishment of the low-ranking soldiers. Korin explained that his team was full of powerhouses like Mariette, Huaran, and Alicia, individuals with overwhelming strength. So becoming elite guardians was a trivial matter. He also revealed that the reason for their frantic grinding was to accelerate the promotion process for the entire group, preparing for a larger mission. The leader of the Guardians Association stood on the podium, announcing shocking news. The Mage Tower has kidnapped the Saintess, and 7 elite guardians have been dispatched for the rescue. A female knight showed dissatisfaction, while the warrior from the Red Brotherhood growled. We're not volunteers. The reward better be substantial. The leader replied concisely and firmly. Of course. The leader of the Guardians Association solemnly declared that the king had promised an extremely generous reward for the heroes participating in the tower conquest. He concluded with a statement that ignited the crowd. Those who participate will have the right to unlimited looting, from material resources to manpower. The crowd of elite guardians cheered excitedly, one of them asking eagerly, "You mean we can plunder all the treasures and magical tools in the tower?" While another cackled, "Ha ha ha, this is no different from handing over the mages as slaves to us." Korin merely observed silently with sharp, cold eyes. The Red Brotherhood warrior radiated killing intent, turning to confront Korin. "Weaklings should just disappear. Let me be clear, if you dare to claim our share, you're done for, rookie." Mariette nervously tugged at Korin's arm, but he remained unfazed, signaling her to calm down. Korin watched the elite guardians glaring at each other, with sparks flying, secretly thinking this group was no different from a school club. The battle for rewards had begun even before the mission. He nonchalantly remarked that in this situation, they should actually thank the tower for kidnapping the Saintess, creating an opportunity for all of them. Mariette angrily cursed. "Those bastards, they don't care about the Saintess at all," then turned to ask Korin with a worried expression. Korin replied curtly, "I'm fine. We should focus on the mission," his sharp gaze showing he paid no mind to the petty threats. He knew well that if things continued like this, the entire fleet of elite guardians boldly advancing out to sea would all perish. A ship proudly cut through the waves towards the sunset, beginning a major part of the game's main storyline. The Tower Conquest. The campaign map appeared. To advance to the main island where the Mage Tower stood, they first had to clear dozens of surrounding satellite islands. A flashback to the old timeline. The mages of the Mage Tower were ready, grinning sinisterly as they saw the elite Guardian fleet fall into their trap. The result was a tragedy. The Vanguard was wiped out, and 60% of the elite Guardian forces were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The most humiliating defeat in Guardian history. The mages only needed to erect a massive magic formation to send the entire formidable fleet to the bottom of the sea. The mage leader roared arrogantly, challenging the Guardians to come and offer their lives as food for the fish. Back in the present, the Guardian fleet was entering firing range, the distance gradually shortening from 500 to 400 meters. The mage leader chuckled gleefully, counting down each meter as his prey was about to enter his control range. But then the leader's smile suddenly vanished, his face turning blank due to an unforeseen development. Suddenly, an electromagnetic storm descended from the heavens, wild lightning engulfing the entire Guardian fleet. On board the ships, the Guardians were in extreme panic, thinking this was an ambush by the Mage Tower and shouting that they were about to be annihilated. Meanwhile, the mages on shore also stared blankly at the sky, not understanding what in the world was happening. The mage leader stammered in confusion. We didn't do anything, did we?" A Guardian on the ship also gaped, completely bewildered as to why they were being attacked by an invisible force. At the heart of the storm, a skilled hand was gliding over the strings of a harp, the origin of all the chaos. Korin Loke, the mastermind, stood on the ship's deck like a deity, controlling the lightning with his music. He played the harp and sang a children's nursery rhyme maniacally, transforming the battlefield into his personal solo stage. The system screen displayed information about the legendary weapon, the Wadna harp, specialized in slaughtering giants with 200% bonus damage. The effect of the performance was confirmed. Natural disaster. Korin had just summoned a destructive level storm. The Guardian captain yelled in despair. What in the world is this madman doing in this situation? A colossal wave crashed down, drowning someone's desperate screams. Doron Worski, standing on another ship, could only stare dumbfounded at Korin with glowing purple eyes, utterly shocked by his comrade's audacity. Amidst the furious storm, Doron Worski shouted in helplessness, Was this also part of your plan, boss? A blazing sword clashed fiercely with another. A purple magic attack was blocked, sparking violently. The storm swept through the fleet, tossing the ships around like toys, accompanied by a bitter comment that 60% of the forces were wiped out as soon as they arrived. The Guardians struggled amidst the fierce waves, trying to cling to the wreckage of the ship. Corrin closed his eyes, savoring the moment, thinking to himself that instead of letting them die in vain, he continued his insane performance, growling out the lyrics to Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, while declaring he would crush the fleet and sink them all into the sea. Blazing yellow lightning struck down with each musical note, a symphony of destruction. At the Royal Army's land command post, a blonde commander slammed the table and cursed, furious at being hit by a wide-area magic attack from the Mage Tower's mages. The commander angrily roared, asking about the damage after 50 ships were forced to retreat before even reaching shore. Officers reported the disastrous situation on the tactical map. 13 ships sunk, 21 heavily damaged, with hulls completely shattered beyond repair. An officer hesitantly spoke up to report an unbelievable detail. The commander froze, shouting in disbelief upon hearing the report. Half the fleet is destroyed, yet not a single soul died? What the hell is going on? The sea was now calm, and the surviving Guardians struggled on lifeboats, some vomiting rainbows, others utterly exhausted. An exhausted Guardian cursed the Mage Tower's mages, but secretly thanked Corrin's Guardians for bringing so many lifeboats. Another Guardian, eyes still wide with horror, denied, "No, what saved us was music." His gaze turned towards Corrin, who stood on the mast like a god. He used music to quell the storm. Corrin, exhausted but still cool, mumbled philosophically after causing the disaster. Music isn't meant to kill people. His voice, of course, was hoarse. He raised his hand in a peace sign with a satisfied smile, while the Guardians below cheered like rabid fans after an explosive rock concert. Corrin extended his hand to help a Guardian, thinking to himself that in the original timeline, these elite Guardians wouldn't even have had a chance to shine. Corrin looked at an exhausted Guardian, thinking that even if they were foolish due to greed, they didn't deserve to die. He firmly grasped the Guardian's hand and decisively pulled him onto the lifeboat. The emotional Guardian hugged Corrin tightly, while Corrin only thought about finally saving those he had helplessly watched die in his previous life. Corrin paused in thought, admitting that this scenario of attacking the Mage Tower was a necessary evil. News of the disaster spread everywhere. Messenger wyverns filled the sky, signaling a continent-shaking event. Even rookies like Lark, Geiger, and another student caught wind of the news. The Mage Tower kidnapped the Saintess. My future workplace is self-destructing. Jaeger frantically grabbed a weeping Lark. But she's still alive, right? While Lark was already covered in tears and snot, Corrin smiled confidently, because he knew the script well. Everything was still under control. Meanwhile, at the Mage Tower, Saintess Estelle was haughtily ordering the jailers. I told you to bring red wine. The Guardians on the lifeboats were still high, partying wildly as if they had just returned from a concert. Corrin stood on the mast, raised his hand in a peace sign with an arrogant smile, concluding his performance. He smirked confidently, thinking, "Save everyone, I'll handle it all." The scene shifted to the Mage Tower, a dark tower emanating deadly purple demonic energy. Inside, a pool of blood stained the wooden floor, signaling something ominous. Saintess Estelle, horrified, looked down at the stab wound on her chest, blood gushing out relentlessly. She couldn't believe what had just happened. An assassin in black, with a savage smile, emerged from the shadows, the dagger in his hand still stained with blood. Do you think a Saintess doesn't feel pain? The King of Shadows, Dune Skies, and the Golden Mage, Idrin, strode in grandly, Dune still carrying the head of a jailer mage in his hand. Dune approached the Saintess, who was trembling in fear, his voice full of sarcasm. Do you recognize this fellow too? He held out a glowing purple energy orb, making Estelle freeze in shock. The Holy Grail? How does a terrorist have it? The Golden Mage grabbed the Saintess from behind and ordered coldly. Enough talk. Pour the divine blood into that cursed thing. The Saintess tremblingly asked what they intended to do, while the Golden Mage coldly pressed her hand into the Holy Grail. The hooded assassin sneered. Your blood has many uses. The Golden Mage revealed their dark purpose, his eyes flashing with madness, such as resurrecting an ancient giant that has long vanished. Far offshore, a terrifying artificial storm roared, tsunamis and lightning swirling around the island where the Mage Tower stood. In a room, the subordinate mages cheered excitedly as they watched the storm scene through a magic screen, completely overwhelmed. The subordinate mages hailed the masked commander, Elder Blaine. Your magic is truly overwhelming. The commander named Blaine broke out in a cold sweat, speechlessly thinking to himself, I didn't do anything. I missed the chance to say so. Meanwhile, in the association's field operations room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. High-ranking commanders of the Royal Army and the Guardian Association were holding an emergency meeting, gazing at the magic orb, displaying the storm with solemn expressions. Josephine stood with a silver-haired witch, who offered her assessment. Magic of this magnitude definitely requires a magic formation. We just need to destroy it. The silver-haired witch smiled, confirming, "Indeed, I saw something similar during the Mage Revolution." Josephine cleared her throat, seemingly a bit flustered by her colleague's words. Josephine broke into a sweat, thinking to herself that she was bluffing. But due to her reputation as a historical figure, no one dared to doubt her words. A muscular guardian spoke up, questioning, "But how do we destroy it? Who would undertake such a dangerous mission?" The hooded guardian next to him declared, "I have an idea." The silver-haired witch gave a meaningful smile, her eyes sharp. "A select few will carry out this mission." Jaeger Hinspeter also smiled back confidently, his eyes blazing. "Right?" Corin explained the plan to his team, consisting of Arisha, Yuel, and Huaran. "We will go rescue the Saintess. Only an elite team infiltrating from within is needed." Huaran clutched her head, grumbling as she recalled Corin's plan. "Aha, so that's why you created that natural disaster. I don't even want to think about that noisy music anymore." The silver-haired witch teased Josephine. "You're afraid of getting caught for deceiving the royalty, aren't you? But this plan has a problem." The main problem was that the Mage Tower's security was extremely strict, with all sorts of heavy-class demonic beasts guarding it. Yuel waved her hand confidently, while Huaran crossed her arms, feigning indifference. "No big deal. Why don't we just teleport in?" Professor Josephine pointed out the core problem. "I'm not boasting, but the Mage Tower they lost is protected by spatial magic," she said, also revealing that the entire island was enveloped by an extremely powerful anti-teleportation barrier. She warned that teleporting directly into the Mage Tower would be suicide, as they would be scattered everywhere, leaving Yuel and the silver-haired witch dumbfounded. Yuel quickly spotted a marker outside the barrier, and Josephine admitted it was a weak point, but prayed to the heavens that no one would ever approach it. Josephine pushed up her glasses, her face pale, admitting there was a reason why that area had no guards whatsoever. That reason was a colossal, glowing red demonic beast, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust, the most dangerous place on the entire island. While the group was still hesitant, Corin Loke coldly declared, "I'm going," leaving everyone stunned. Josephine, Huaran, and Yuel all turned around simultaneously, unable to believe their ears at Corin's reckless decision. He frankly admitted he was too weak, but immediately retorted, "No, it's because you are too strong." Corin sighed, acknowledging that he was certainly the weakest member of the team, without the aid of the laws. But then he opened his eyes wide, his sharp gaze returning, signaling that everything was still under control. The silver-haired witch suddenly appeared beside him, smiling confidently. "My disciple, you can do it, can't you?" Corin was speechless, staring at the person who had just spoken. Immediately after, he smirked arrogantly and defiantly. Of course, a bright blue teleportation magic circle lit up beneath the team's feet. The silver-haired witch commanded, "Is everyone ready? We'll be inside in 30 seconds. Don't worry about things here. Just be careful." Just before teleporting, Huaran unexpectedly tugged at Corin's sleeve. The Jiangxi girl blushed, timidly instructing, "Don't get hurt." Seeing Corin bewildered, Huaran stammered even more flusteredly while the silver-haired witch's voice counted down. 10 seconds. Get ready." Huaran's face flushed crimson, and she stammered incoherently, I'll." Yuel waved, calling after him, "See you at the Mage Tower, Corin. Did you bring the potatoes?" And Corin laughed loudly in response. "I did. See you later." Corin gently placed a hand on Huaran's head, reassuring her. "It'll be fine." He smirked confidently, declaring firmly, "I won't get hurt. Thanks for worrying about me." Frozen by Corin's unexpected action, Huaran could only blush, shyly. Whoosh! The light from the teleportation circle flared, engulfing the entire team. Corin appeared alone in the forbidden forest, a gloomy land steeped in purple demonic energy. He muttered that this was a demonic realm created by the Green Magic faction, guarded by countless demonic spirits. Corin knew well that even max-level parties would struggle in this place, but he would not. A beautiful female demonic spirit appeared, giggling. "You're handsome, but a bit foolish, aren't you?" The Huldra demonic spirit, specialized in luring intruders, gracefully approached Corin, inviting, "Come closer." She pressed close, reaching out to touch Corin's cheek, but he merely let out a slight sound of surprise. Other Huldra demonic spirits also appeared, surrounding Corin with the intention of tearing him apart like all the other unfortunate souls. But Corin completely ignored them, his gaze passing through the female demonic spirit as if she were thin air. He even commented as if on a picnic. "Wow, what a beautiful view. It's been a long time since I went hiking." The Huldra demonic spirit's jaw dropped, utterly shocked by Corin's dismissive attitude. Corin glanced around, his mind calculating. Let's see. The Mage Tower is where the most magical research and development takes place. He spotted his target, a mandrake shimmering in the bushes. Oh, a mandrake. Corin knew well the reason for the many demonic spirits here. They were guardians of rare medicinal herbs. The guardian demonic spirits roared, unleashing a barrage of mental attack skills like the Banshee's Scream and the Baobhan Sith's Allure. All the magical attacks merely brushed past Corin like a fleeting breeze, completely useless. He merely uttered a cold pass, and the high-level guardian demonic spirits could only watch in silence as he continued. Corin walked on nonchalantly, ignoring the surrounding demonic spirits, simply because he didn't consider them a threat. He glided past the raging demonic spirits like a deity, because he was inherently unable to detect them. The system panel appeared, explaining the cost of self-imposed restriction. Inability to detect demonic spirits, in exchange for a 50% damage increase. A debuff that was actually a disguised buff. Memories of the battle with the demonic spirit, Sabancia Duke, resurfaced, proving that his lack of affinity with these spirits had long made him immune to their damage. In short, Corin reached into his pocket, preparing for a true high-end item hunt. Amidst the helplessly screaming demonic spirits, he let out a savage laugh, realizing this place was a farming paradise made just for him. He chugged a bottle of azurite sparkling water and chewed a piece of imprisonment honey, as notifications for increased aura, mana, and poison resistance popped up continuously. Swallowing another piece of artificial bird's nest, Corin gained the new skill Swallow's Perception, his stats soaring, his power now on par with Lunia's before she transformed into a demon. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of killing intent washed over him, and Corin's eyes gleamed with extreme astonishment. A special-grade boss, the Spirit King, materialized from the shadows, towering like a mountain, its blood-red eyes glaring at the intruder. The colossal boss eyes blazed. It couldn't believe that a mere mortal dared to trespass into its domain. Corin took a stance, roaring in frustration because the boss had appeared at this very moment, ruining his item farming plan. But then he smirked, because defeating this monster meant the drop rate for rare items would increase by 1.5 times. Corin's spear plunged into the ground, right where one of the 3 great divine herbs was growing. He dug up a rare Goryo ginseng root, his face beaming as if he had struck gold. "I'll take this," Corin declared, his hand clutching the shimmering ginseng root. "Consider this a gift," he said, then pressed a green energy orb into the ground as a replacement. Corin bolted, laughing heartily amidst the bewildered demonic spirits, his philosophy of fair exchange applied with extreme audacity. Elsewhere, Yuel stared blankly as a pile of glowing green potatoes fell from the sky, stammering, unable to comprehend what was happening. The druid girl smiled gratefully, completely unaware that she had just received Maha's curse, an item that would make all men in the area feel a special sensation for the next 9 days. Corin Lok smirked, holding a green energy orb, praising the quality of the gift he left behind. Amidst the panicked demonic spirits, he yelled like a madman. "Grow big and strong, all of you." With a sinister smile, Corin told himself to escape immediately before the cursed potatoes could sprout. He landed in the Mage Tower's sewers, chosen as the rendezvous point for infiltration, as a direct assault on the main entrance would only lead to defeat. Corin activated the Dawn Rune to see in the dark, confirming that an attack from below was the most proper strategy. After only a few steps, he startled and turned back upon hearing a voice, wondering, "When did you get here?" Huaran, her face slightly flushed, explained that she had transformed into a crow and flown straight there, leaving Corin speechless. Corin asked if the path was clear, while the scene showed an entire horde of disgusting sewer monsters had been wiped out. The two advanced together on the unusually clean stone path. They arrived at an old control room, where Corin decided the entire team would wait for about 2 days for the others to arrive. Corin looked around the filthy room, then turned to Huaran, teasing, "Looks like we need to clean up, but Hua doesn't like cleaning, does she? Do you want to switch with Ran?" Huaran froze, her face flushing crimson as she realized the implication of just the 2 of us for 2 days. She suddenly grabbed Corin's collar, her face crimson red. Huaran stammered, "I'll help clean." After some cleaning, the room door closed, plunging the interior into darkness, making it impossible to distinguish day from night. Corin sat on a chair, watching Huaran, who had fallen asleep on the bed, still wearing her apron, silently thanking her for helping. He sat in contemplation, muttering about the plan for only himself, Marie, and Master Aaron to enter the tower, while the others had to remain in this temporary shelter. Suddenly, Huaren sat up, rubbing her eyes, the blue eyes of Ran's personality appearing as she called out, "Appa?" Corin was startled, realizing Ran had awakened, and immediately asked if he had woken her, but Ran shook her head, saying Hua was still asleep. Ran looked directly at Corin with serious eyes, hesitatingly saying, "Then." Ran suddenly hugged Corin tightly, her voice tiny. "I just want to stay like this for a moment." She snuggled into his embrace, blushing as she whispered that his arms were so warm and comforting. Caught off guard, young Corin stiffened, his face also flushing crimson with embarrassment. Both sat silently on the bed in an awkward, quiet space. Just then, footsteps echoed, breaking the atmosphere. Marie appeared with her enormous familiar Diokgu, happily thanking it for bringing her there so quickly. Seeing Corin already there, Marie asked in surprise, making him visibly flustered. Master Aaron and Josephine also just arrived, the elder woman looking at her favorite student with proud eyes. "Truly my disciple. I suspected you had a plan ever since you chose the Forbidden Forest." She revealed that she had seen ancient runes meticulously and precisely carved by Corin throughout the sewer system. Corin merely gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, "What I planted isn't just potatoes." It turned out he had packed a pile of elixirs and rare items into a bundle, and hidden them deep within the Forbidden Forest. The most formidable item among them was the legendary harp Wadna, a divine weapon capable of automatically returning to its owner's hand. And to ensure no one would approach, he had left a whole host of spirits to guard the treasure. Corin chuckled to himself, imagining the Spirit King and his minions cowering and weeping, not daring to touch his belongings. He flashed a cunning smile, declaring that now that everyone had gathered, it was time to begin. Josephine took on the task of staying behind to prepare for teleportation, while Hua stood guard over the base. Corin, Marie, and Arisha donned their cloaks, preparing for the raid. The operation to rescue the Saintess was officially launched. As the team arrived before the Mage Tower, Arisha frantically screamed, her voice trembling, "Corin, look in front of you!" Corin turned, spotting a group of cloaked figures waiting. Their leader, wearing glasses, staring intently at him. Corin patted the bookish mage on the head, praising him. "Well done." Marie also joined in, playfully ruffling the young man's hair. The bookish mage's face was blank, showing no expression, but inside, he was overjoyed, his cheeks flushing crimson from being praised by his idol. As the team rejoiced, having passed through the entrance with ease, Corin immediately poured cold water on their enthusiasm, explaining that this was only the beginning. Corin warned, from the 5th floor onwards, they use high-grade iris scanners. Only professors or high-ranking mages can enter. Marie scoffed, declaring it was time for Mariette to summon a familiar to solve the problem. A surge of purple demonic energy swirled from the summoning circle, signaling the imminent appearance of a formidable entity. An old man with white hair and horns, his face filled with murderous intent, appeared. Elder Admalek, the former leader of the Red faction. Corin recalled, the leader of the Black faction was captured by the Saintess, while this leader of the Red faction was caught and turned into a vampire. The vampire roared amidst the purple demonic energy, hatefully screaming directly at Corin, "I will never forgive you." Marie coldly gave a sharp command. "Sit, Chunsik." The vampire immediately knelt, now merely a ghoul named Chunsik. Marie scolded him fiercely. "Are you baring your fangs again without your master's permission? Do you want to go back to the pottery kiln to make salt?" The mages of the Red and Black factions who had conspired to kidnap Marie were captured by the Dunaref family, known for their most brutal executions. But thanks to Marie's generosity, they were only sentenced to hard labor, toiling relentlessly in the pottery kiln, inadvertently boosting the South's production by 10%. Chunsik's iris was scanned and authenticated, bypassing the high-level security system with ease. The entire team calmly proceeded, Marie ordering the ghoul Chunsik back into the summoning circle. The door leading to the 6th floor stood majestically before them, the next challenge awaiting. Corin led the team up the stairs, warning that from now on, not only the Tower Master but also the King of the Shade could be lurking around. Corin's eyes gleamed with extreme vigilance, when suddenly, barking sounds echoed from ahead. Corin quickly stopped Marie, saying, "Tell Deoku to stay quiet. If we're discovered, we're done for." But Marie brushed him off, asserting that her familiar had sniffed out danger. Diaga's glowing red spirit appeared, trembling and whimpering in fear, making Marie immediately realize, it's scared. The whole team stood before a colossal stone door, and Corin wondered what could make such a formidable familiar so terrified. The group entered a colossal, dark laboratory filled with strange pipes, and Corin immediately recognized it as the Mage Tower's experimental zone. Arisha, surprised, asked Korin if he had been there before. He denied it, saying that even as the Academy's president, he had never been allowed near this top-secret area. Marie suddenly froze, her walking feet abruptly stopping as she sensed an extraordinary presence. Marie and Arisha looked up, their faces pale, unable to believe what was happening. Korin's eyes reflected something colossal. He mumbled about an entity that once dominated this world in the past. A colossal eye, as large as the sun, chained and suspended from the ceiling, stared down at the team. Korin confirmed, "It's a sky titan, even if only its eye remains." Marie and Arisha gaped, realizing that the giants on the sky castle were mere small fry compared to the size of this single eye. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and Korin whirled around with sharp eyes, on high alert. The King of the Shade and the Golden Mage appeared from a dazzling doorway, the boss declaring, "Heh, just a little longer, and we'll see it." The King of the Shade spread his arms arrogantly, declaring their purpose: the resurrection of the colossal demon King Balor. Korin's entire team hid behind the rubble, horrified witnesses to the villain's earth-shattering conspiracy. A flashback appeared, showing the colossal demon King Balor towering in a sea of flames, an entity that once defeated the king of all gods, Nuada, and was the strongest demon king in history. Korin gritted his teeth, realizing the bastards in the tower were obsessed with resurrection. But this time they had gone too far. The flashback continued as Korin recalled the king of all gods. Nuada, whom he had once faced, had also been utterly defeated by Balor. The only one who could defeat Balor was the Danon of Light, Lug. But ironically, the one who claimed to be Lug's descendant was now trying to resurrect his ancestor's sworn enemy. The King of the Shade and the Golden Mage stood before the colossal eye, and Korin couldn't understand why they dared to resurrect such a catastrophe. The King of the Shade transformed his arm into a mass of purple spectral snakes, grinning sinisterly. "If the resurrection succeeds, remember, it's all thanks to me." The King of the Shade raised a white cauldron emitting dense purple demonic energy, introducing the formidable item, Undri, one of the 4 great secret treasures of the Danon tribe, an endless source of life. His purple eyes gleamed with triumph, clearly absorbing power from the treasure. A series of spectral snake tentacles extended from the King of the Shade's body, coiling around the Undri cauldron amidst an enchanting purple smoke. He gazed thoughtfully down at the rubble, while Korin's entire team hid directly beneath, watching with bated breath. Marie whispered, asking what was happening, but Korin immediately signaled for everyone to shut up, as the situation was extremely tense. The King of the Shade began to suspect, his dark demonic energy spreading in all directions to search. "Are they here or not?" Korin broke out in a cold sweat, muttering curses as he felt the energy sweep past, knowing they were about to be discovered. The King of the Shade roared, "Filthy rats!" Then his body transformed, turning into a colossal demonic dragon engulfed in a sea of flames. The fire dragon snarled contemptuously, challenging, "Hide well, you little mice, or your fur will be scorched." Korin's entire team turned deathly pale, frozen in place by the terrifying entity that had just appeared. The dragon's glowing purple eye swept around, then stopped directly at the team's hiding spot. It roared triumphantly. "Found them!" The dragon opened its mouth, spewing out a colossal torrent of hellfire, completely incinerating the hiding area. An entire corner of the ruins was engulfed in flames, as if everything had been obliterated. But from within the blaze, a swarm of tiny lab rats squeaked frantically, scattering out. The King of the Shade reverted to his human form, his face bewildered, while the Golden Mage declared, "It must just be lab rats. It seems someone broke into the containment area." The Golden Mage suggested, "We should head back. The confrontation with the Royal Army is still ongoing." After the 2 bosses left, a thin string emerged from beneath the rubble. The string was connected to a small device, clearly a trap set by Korin. From another safe location, Korin let out a sigh of relief. His plan to use rats as bait had been a complete success. Korin sighed in relief, telling himself that a direct confrontation with the Golden Mage and the King of the Shade right inside the Mage Tower would only lead to certain death. Suddenly, a voice spoke right next to him, complimenting Korin's broad chest, making the protagonist jump in surprise. It turned out all 3 were crammed into a narrow space. Korin blushed, explaining it was to reduce their contact area, while the silver-haired girl and Marie stared at him. The silver-haired girl asked directly, "Now we just need to take care of that eye, right?" While the entire team looked up at the grotesque eye suspended from the ceiling, Korin waved it off, declaring their top priority was to rescue the Saintess, and they shouldn't get sidetracked by trivial combat. He admitted he also wanted to use ancient runes to quickly obliterate the entire tower, but that grotesque eye was no pushover. Corrin explained that the Mage Tower had installed tons of anti-space and anti-rune defenses after the battle with the witches, so they couldn't employ long-range guerrilla tactics. Meanwhile, at the base, Professor Josephine was completing the teleportation magic circle, with Huaran standing guard beside her. Corrin ordered on the 10th floor, "There's not much time. Split up and search." Corrin instructed that if they were discovered, they should cause a ruckus and then regroup, and Marie confirmed that she and Daku would go in a separate direction. Corrin nodded decisively, then gave the final command. Then, the entire team immediately shot off like arrows, their ultimate goal to rescue the Saintess and make a clean getaway. Corrin walked while carrying the weakened Marie, grumbling about how many more rooms they had to search. Suddenly, a wine bottle flew past Corrin's face and shattered, making him jump. What the hell was that? Saintess Estelle appeared, hands on her hips, grumbling. "I told you this is 17-year Duna wine, not the 35-year kind." She stared at Corrin, realizing something was off. "You still look healthy, huh? Nothing bad happened while you were locked up, did it?" Corrin pulled down his hood, gave a smirk, and Saintess Estelle was stunned as she recognized him. "Corrin?" He glanced around the luxurious prison cell, which looked like a 5-star hotel, sarcastically remarking, "I guess the treatment isn't too bad. Is this a prison or a hotel?" Corrin signaled for the Saintess to step back from the bars, but she hesitated. "Wait a moment." Corrin placed his hand on the bars, muttering that breaking them without triggering an alarm wouldn't be easy. Corrin placed his hand on the bars, a smirk playing on his lips. The old geezers in the tower reinforced the enchantments here quite thoroughly. But don't worry. A blazing red energy orb formed in his palm, ancient runes beginning to swirl. In a divine vision, the sea god Manannan bestowed upon Corrin a red spear capable of dispersing magic. He summoned the legendary divine spear Gay Dirg, a weapon capable of nullifying all magical effects and dealing immense bonus damage. Corrin growled, "This is Gay Dirg, the magic nullifying spear," then swung it in a sweep that cleared the bars. Saintess Estelle gasped, unable to believe her eyes. "Huh? That's impossible." Corrin turned back, calmly suggesting, "Now we can escape. Saintess, could you offer a prayer to buff the whole team? It would be much easier." Estelle clutched her chest in confusion, confessing, "For some reason, my divine power won't activate." Corrin thought to himself. Just like in the original storyline, Estelle couldn't use her divine power at this time, and he knew why. Both stepped out of the cell, Corrin declaring, "Now we need to regroup with the others first." Suddenly, a deadly chill swept over them, making Corrin halt. This cold aura? Looking down the long, desolate corridor, he saw a figure radiating a terrifying cold aura. Corrin recalled that, according to the original storyline, the strongest ice mage was Elder Slarion of the Blue faction. The old mage Slarion appeared in his mind, frozen within a colossal block of ice. But Corrin knew well that in this timeline, the strongest ice mage was someone entirely different. Marie Dunaref appeared, full of presence, a cold aura emanating from her every step, demonstrating her superior class. She flinched, her face flushing red upon seeing Corrin. Marie awkwardly explained, "Corrin, I wanted to handle things quietly, but it didn't go so well." Corrin simply replied, "No, it was absolutely perfect." Orisha suddenly rushed forward from behind, calling out, "Master, the mages will soon hear the commotion and come here. We must hurry." Just then, a massive explosion shook the entire tower from outside. The diversion plan had begun. The entire team plunged straight down from the top of the tower, the Saintess screaming hysterically, while Corrin calmly declared, "This is all part of the plan." Corrin called Marie's name, and she immediately responded, ready to unleash her skill. Marie activated frost wings, creating icy wings for the entire team, allowing them to glide safely through the air. Corrin smirked, giving a clear command. "Good, just glide down." After landing, head straight for the underground magic circle. Suddenly, a terrifying dark aura appeared, an enigmatic enemy with blazing orange eyes laughing maniacally. The King of Shadows, Dune Skies, appeared, roaring with excitement. "Woo-hoo! There you are, you little rats." Corrin could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. That disgusting bastard. Corrin recalled the battle on Sky Island. Although he had defeated the King of Shadows, those were only 2 of his countless forms, a demonic ox and a dragon. He muttered, calculating the boss's remaining forms. 2 more dragon forms, and 2 more demonic ox forms. Is he planning to transform into a dragon again? Corrin froze, realizing something incredible. Did he just fly past us? Instead of attacking directly, the King of Shadows summoned a colossal purple energy explosion, unleashing countless creatures. From within the explosion, A writhing sea of disgusting purple demonic toads surged forth. Corrin shouted for the team to regroup as a shadow dragon, one of the King of Shadows' forms, glided past the swarm of toads. Orisha shrieked in disgust. What the hell is this? Kill it, then unleashed a rain of 200 blood spears. Hundreds of blood spears tore through the swarm of demonic toads, causing them to explode into pieces amidst agonizing screams. Orisha, with her powerful silver hair, declared that the puny toads couldn't withstand grand magic, and offered them a fiery farewell. Corrin responded by activating Silver Spear Resonance, summoning a colossal silver spear from thin air. He calculated his next move. Inside, the watchtower is too heavily guarded, but if we can get down to the sewers, then he can activate the pre-arranged rune magic, golden characters blazing throughout the tunnel. At the same time, the diversion plan took effect, a world-shaking explosion engulfing the entire area around the tower. Amidst the sea of flames, 2 archers from the diversion team were fighting, one hand waving, signaling to their comrades, "Over here." The entire team landed on the magic teleportation circle, Corrin giving a concise order, "Prepare to jump." 10 seconds. The whole team sprinted headlong towards the circle, only 100 meters away. That was enough. Orisha, with her silver hair and determined face, led the team forward like an arrow. Marie was no less impressive, her eyes sharp as she accelerated, determined not to be left behind. Huaran, enveloped in a fiery aura, followed closely behind. The entire team had successfully reached their objective. Corrin's eyes flashed with a deadly light, and he whispered, "My friend." Immediately, a colossal monster, its entire body wreathed in purple lightning, materialized right behind Corrin, who was carrying the pink-haired saintess in his arms. The colossal demon king roared a world-shaking cry, purple demonic energy engulfing Corrin and the saintess. "Are you in such a hurry?" Corrin clicked his tongue, his face clearly showing annoyance at being blocked by this formidable foe. Elsewhere, Josephine and a blue-haired nun gasped in horror, screaming, "Corrin!" A dazzling pillar of light shot straight from the sea surface into the sky, signaling the escape had begun. From within the pillar of light, a warship surfed out, ready to pick up the team. On the ship's deck, Orisha raised her hand in celebration. "Wow, well done, mission accomplished." But she immediately froze, realizing something was wrong. Wait a minute. Josephine and Orisha exchanged glances, a bad premonition settling in. Where is he? The entire team gathered on the ship's deck, Marie collapsing to her knees, desperately searching. Where is Corrin? The Saintess rescue mission was complete, but the price was the protagonist's demise. In the darkness, Marie recalled the horrifying moment Corrin was left behind. She burst into sobs, screaming Corrin's name and demanding to go back, even if she had to go alone. Josephine quickly held her back, her voice serious. "Mariette, calm down. Going back now is suicide." Marie sobbed in despair, refusing to accept the truth that Corrin had been left behind. Josephine gripped Marie's hand, trying to reassure her. "It'll be all right. Trust Corrin. He always comes back alive." But Marie remained inconsolable, her eyes welling up with tears. There must be some way, right? Will the 2 of them really be okay? Orisha coldly corrected. No, it's 3 people. Everyone was stunned, looking around the empty ship before realizing Huaran was also gone. Back at the enemy's lair, the magic circle on the ground was shattered, a sign of a successful escape. Balor, the colossal boss, let out an earth-shattering roar, and purple demonic energy erupted violently. He roared in extreme fury. "The Saintess has escaped," a hooded mage frantically reported, speculating that the target had been swept into the sewers and might be dead. Before the mage could finish speaking, a surge of dark energy seized him by the throat, choking him in Balor's rage. Balor roared, ordering his minions. "Without holy blood, we cannot revive the giant. Find that girl immediately." Balor's glowing purple eye flashed with deadly intent, and he growled, "How dare you ruin the master's plan, you fools." The mage, enveloped in dark energy, transformed into a hideous monster, vowing to tear apart the disruptor. Meanwhile, in the dark underground, Corrin was not dead, but hurtling through the sewer waters. He landed safely, still tightly cradling the unconscious Saintess in his arms. Corrin gently shook the girl, checking her condition. "Saintess, are you all right?" He let out a sigh of relief. "Whoa, we're still alive." But then a wave of pain hit him. The Saintess, startled, pointed at his abdomen, where Corrin's hand was tightly pressed against a bloody wound. Corrin ignored the wound, his gaze sharp. "Let's go. Staying here will only lead to us being hunted by the Mage Tower." The 2 continued to move through the dark tunnel. Their escape had only just begun. Marie, the No sooner had they escaped the sewers than they found themselves in a frozen land. The saintess shivered uncontrollably from the cold, while Corin calmly remarked, "We might freeze to death here." The scene shifted to a desolate, snow-covered mountain region in the north, where winter was eternal. In a warm cave lit by a flickering fire, the saintess anxiously asked Corin if he was sure he was all right. Corin, shirtless, bandaged the deep wound on his abdomen, while the saintess fretted, but he merely brushed it off. "It'll heal quickly. What's important is to prepare for a swift departure." The saintess naively asked why they couldn't hide there. Corin scoffed. "If you're confident you can last long, then go ahead." She asked how long they would have to last. Corin casually replied, 20 days, leaving the saintess completely dumbfounded. Corin outlined the situation on a map. The entire island was blockaded, reinforcements wouldn't arrive for another 20 days, and the mages were relentlessly searching. He let out a cold breath, asserting firmly that he himself didn't want to be stuck in this corner either. The plan was laid out: cross the frozen sea to the north, heading straight for the Dingle Peninsula of the Northern Kingdom. The saintess frantically protested the insane plan, but Corin explained that the sea was frozen year-round, making it entirely possible to walk across. He analyzed, "The port is sealed off, and you can't use your powers. This is the only way to shake off the mage tower." The saintess pondered thoughtfully, seemingly convinced by Corin's logic, but she suddenly retorted, asserting that her powers would soon recover since she had escaped the magic prison. Corin poured cold water on her hopes, stating that her powers wouldn't return so soon. He honed in on a fatal weakness. "Think about it. Did you truly lose your powers because of the magic prison?" The saintess recalled the moment she was captured, when she was completely powerless against the enemy even before being imprisoned. Corin continued his analysis, suggesting that the mastermind behind everything had been revealed long ago. He asked directly, "Before you were kidnapped, did you notice any suspicious signs from your allies? What I mean is, there's a traitor among your ranks." The saintess immediately regained her composure, her eyes sharp as she warned Corin. "Watch your mouth, Corin Locke. Speaking carelessly elsewhere would have cost you your head." Corin didn't flinch. He looked directly into her eyes and asked a fatal question that shook even the saintess' faith. "Really? Have you never doubted the existence of God?" Provoked by Corin's question, the saintess grabbed him, growling. She was so angry she nearly cried, shouting, "How dare you utter such blasphemous words?" Corin coldly gripped his silver spear, declaring, "Because it is the truth." He looked straight into her eyes, asserting firmly, "The truth of this world, which you will have to accept one day." The saintess suddenly did a complete 180, her cheeks flushing pink upon seeing a cute white rabbit. She doted on the rabbit, calling it her little angel. The saintess happily invited the rabbit to live with her in her garden. Thwack! Corin's spear pierced straight through the rabbit, fresh blood splattering. Corin calmly picked up the dead rabbit, nonchalantly telling the petrified saintess, "Lucky us, the meat looks quite plump, it'll taste good." The saintess was utterly horrified, stammering and calling Corin a demon, while he merely cleared his throat and announced their plan to head north. Several rabbits were skewered and roasted golden brown over the fire. The saintess screamed in disgust that this was barbarian food. Corin offered a skewer of roasted rabbit to the saintess, ignoring her, turning away and stating, "Eat up, I have another skewer here." The two struggled to cross a terrifying blizzard. The saintess complained bitterly about the freezing cold. Despite having protective magic, the enemy's scouting demonic beasts flew overhead, sweeping beams of crimson energy across the ground to hunt them down. To avoid detection, Corin used his spear to dig a hole in the snow as a temporary shelter. They repeatedly followed this routine, moving during the day, digging snow caves to hide at night. After a grueling week, the saintess held a sharp object, realizing they didn't have much time left. In the snow cave, Corin panted from exhaustion, his wound flaring up again, causing the saintess to ask anxiously. The saintess bowed her head, her voice full of guilt, admitting that she realized how much of a burden she was. Corin tried to reassure her, but the saintess still asked with a sad expression, "You don't regret this, do you? You're suffering like this to save me." The saintess blushed, whispering, "I have no regrets." Corin panted, delivering a profound line. "Knowing you were about to face disaster, and that I had the ability to resolve it, I came. If I hadn't, I would truly regret it." The saintess was completely captivated, admitting that if he weren't a heretic, she would have truly. While still looking cool, Corin suddenly clutched his chest, the pain from his old wound flaring up and making him collapse. The saintess panicked, thinking his wet clothes were the cause, and hastily wanted to dry them for him. But the moment she touched him, her hand was covered in fresh blood, filling her with extreme horror. "What is this?" Korin's chest wound had burst open, blood soaking through the bandages, a horrifying sight. She realized in shock that this was the wound from the previous battle, afflicted by the incurable Panbahana curse. Korin explained through gritted teeth that he had tried to cauterize the wound, but the sun's power within his body prevented it. His body was ice cold. The saintess desperately screamed for him to wake up and thrust a holy cross into his hand. She gritted her teeth, realizing the meager power from the holy relic was utterly insufficient for this fatal injury. She was speechless when she understood the truth. This man had carried this deadly injury, marching for 7 grueling days. Powerless due to her sealed abilities, the saintess gritted her teeth in self-reproach. All I can do is... She looked at the dying Korin and decided, I must ensure he doesn't freeze to death. The saintess declared with a flushed but determined face. Therefore, I, the princess, the saintess, will go this far to warm your body. Without a moment's hesitation, she decided to use her own body heat to save Korin's life. A warm light erupted, enveloping the entire cold, snowy area. Korin groggily opened his eyes, feeling a strangely familiar warmth. He mumbled in his daze, so warm. Just like... He woke up to find a strange red-haired woman lying next to him, gently asking, Are you awake? Korin groggily woke up, his eyes meeting the face of the saintess, whispering right next to him. Are you awake? An awkward scene unfolded. Both were naked, sharing a single fur cloak in the snowy weather. Korin's brain processed the situation, his face turning beet red as he stammered, Saintess? The saintess was equally startled, screaming, Ah, look away. She hastily dressed Korin, then hugged him tightly, saying in a relieved voice, Thank goodness. At least you're still alive. Korin was still dazed, wondering what the hell had just happened to his seemingly incurable curse. He checked his body, realizing his mana was gradually recovering, and his wound was miraculously healing itself. A familiar surge of power rose within him. Korin was stunned as he recognized its origin. Suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful killing intent, and growled, The Mage Tower? How could they have found their way here so quickly? A colossal hand descended from the sky, aiming directly at both of them. Korin reacted with lightning speed, pushing the saintess away and raising his hand to block the attack alone. Although he blocked it, his body not having fully recovered, he was sent flying by the impact, groaning in pain. The collision sent Korin soaring like a broken kite, crashing directly into an ice wall. A group of colossal warriors, towering like mountains, emerged from the blizzard. Korin immediately realized, these guys are stronger than even second-ranked knights. These are half-giants, minions of Tatez Balthazar. The leader of the half-giants growled, his golden eyes glowing with savagery. Thinking a fierce battle was about to erupt, who would have thought the giants were carrying the saintess in their arms like a princess? Laughing heartily, the saintess, grinning, explained, These people are from a tribe I know. I met them when Berjacker came to the academy. When Korin heard the name Berjacker, something immediately clicked in his mind. Memories flooded back. Berjacker, the bald guy who was top of the third-year night department, a true monster. Korin came to a realization, his mind racing. Half-giants, berserker Berjacker, so that's how it is. He analyzed that the core difference between the old church and the new church was their attitude towards demi-humans. One side considered them monsters, while the other was friendly. After the Witch Revolution, the new church had completely changed its stance, no longer considering demi-humans as demons. Instead, they advocated for protecting and coexisting with these races, an extremely clever political move. Korin recalled that the clearest proof was the Academy starting to accept demi-humans, with Huaran in his class being a prime example. As for the upperclassmen, there were 2 formidable examples, the vampire Marie Dunarev and the half-giant Berjacker. The saintess leaned on Korin, explaining that, thanks to her support, as a representative of the new church, people like Berjacker were able to enter the Academy. Korin looked at the map, wondering why the half-giants had crossed the strait to come all the way here. Clearly, something was amiss. Suddenly, an army of half-giants riding wolves and mammoths roared from a distance. There they are, over there. The entire group charged like a blizzard. Korin was bewildered, not understanding who they were targeting. At the same time, a group of mages in purple robes were hastily using fire magic to attack a colossal block of ice. They yelled, "Hurry! We must ensure the half-giants don't notice." But the ice layer was too thick. Just as the magic circle was about to be completed, a sky-shattering roar echoed. The half-giant leader roared with indignation. "You scum of the Mage Tower, how dare you disturb the sleep of our ancestors? Prepare to die." The mages paled when they saw the enemy, hastily yelling, "Oh no! Raise the magic shields quickly!" Seeing the chaotic situation, Corrin didn't just stand by. He hurled the spear Gay Durg, tearing through the air. The legendary spear Gay Durg flashed, with the effect of nullifying all magic effects and increasing damage to demonic beasts by 350%. Corrin gritted his teeth. His body was still aching, clearly not fully recovered. But he suddenly realized he was worrying for nothing. The half-giants were already sweeping away the petty mages themselves. A half-giant leaped into the middle of the enemy formation, roaring, "Crush them!" Corrin could only watch, speechless. A half-giant riding a mammoth unleashed an incredibly devastating area of effect ice attack. The low-level mages could only scream in despair as they were instantly frozen solid. A half-giant warrior patted Corrin's shoulder, praising, "Not bad. Quite strong, aren't you?" Corrin gave a wry smile, replying that he would have frozen to death without them. Corrin was baffled. According to the script, these half-giants should have been the Demon King's minions, so why were they fighting the mages now? Inside the chieftain's tent, the saintess greeted, "Hello, Chieftain Karim. It's been 3 years, hasn't it?" Indicating a good relationship between them. Chieftain Karim, a grizzled old man, inquired about his son, Burjacker, who was studying at the academy. The saintess confirmed that Burjacker was a top third-year student, making Chieftain Karim chuckle with delight at his son's excellence. However, Karim turned to glare at Corrin, his eyes full of vigilance. "But we usually don't welcome outsiders. Who is this boy accompanying you?" Corrin, without a word, suddenly bowed deeply, his head almost touching the ground, leaving both the chieftain and the saintess dumbfounded. He began his elaborate act, eyes sparkling as he declared his unwavering belief that giants were the true creators of the world. Corrin continued to flatter, saying his heart always stirred when he heard of their history, leaving the saintess behind him speechless at his smooth talk. Chieftain Karim narrowed his eyes, showing suspicion. "I heard that the people of the South consider our history mere mythology. What about you?" Corrin knelt on one knee, his voice solemn. "To the great giant king." He played his trump card. "I have truly seen the remains of Lord Balor." This statement deeply shocked Karim, and his aura erupted. Corrin asserted firmly, "I haven't lied a single word." He recalled the sight of the Demon King Balor's colossal eye imprisoned within the Mage Tower. Karim roared, shaking the entire tent. "Is that true? Those bastards dared to desecrate the remains of our ancestors, and now they blaspheme the remains of our king." The old man furiously cursed the mages, while Corrin stood beside him, adding fuel to the fire, saying that the mages were numerous and powerful. Karim gnashed his teeth, his killing intent surging as he asked, "So, what should we do?" A giant half-giant hand and a small human hand met, signaling a new alliance about to be formed. Corrin sealed the deal with Chieftain Karim, his gaze resolute. "I wish to fight alongside you." Karim roared a command, ordering the entire tribe to take up arms so their ancestors could rest in peace. Saintess Estelle looked at Corrin with a meaningful gaze. "You seem to be enjoying this, don't you? Is all of this part of your plan?" Corrin nonchalantly replied, "No," but Estelle remained unconvinced. "Then why are you smiling like that?" He remained silent as they both left, recalling that in the game, this place could only be reached after grinding enough affinity with Burjacker. In the old timeline, when players arrived here, the entire half-giant village had been massacred, leaving only ruins. Later, the half-giants appeared as minions of Demon King Balthazar, but this tribe, the guardians of their ancestors' tombs, was the only faction that refused to yield. Corrin smirked, chuckling inwardly with satisfaction. Because everyone is still alive. He looked up at the night sky, satisfied that he had changed a tragic scenario. And so, an alliance with the half-giant tribe was established, the entire village glowing brightly in the night. On the map, Corrin explained that he and Estelle had survived for a week with the half-giant's help before boarding a ship to sea. 2 weeks later, a decisive boot stepped onto the wooden ship's deck. Corrin had returned, standing on the ship, looking towards the harbor at sunset, where Arisha was waiting. He rushed forward, grabbing Arisha in a sudden hug that left her no time to react. Marie and Yuel also rushed over, tears welling up as they embraced Corrin, crying out because they thought he had perished. Corrin, despite being squeezed between the 3 girls, maintained a cool demeanor. "I had faith in you, my disciples." Professor Josephine smiled in relief. "Welcome back safely. You, the Saintess, and Huaron too." Corrin grinned widely, smugly thinking about his achievements. "Everyone will be shocked when they find out what I've accomplished." He paused, his smile fading. "Huh? Huaron? What do you mean?" Josephine asked back, bewildered. "Didn't you all go together?" The entire group froze at the harbor, realizing Huaron was gone. In a vast, snow-covered mountain region in the north, the wind howled fiercely. It turned out that during the week, Corin and the Saintess were on the run. They hadn't encountered any pursuing mages, because all of them had been intercepted and lay scattered across the snow. A solitary figure stood amidst the blizzard, black hair fluttering. The heavenly Yaksha needed no food, no sleep, no rest. Huaran, with blazing red eyes and a smudged face, single-handedly guarded the path leading into the north, truly a steel wall. She looked up at the sky, sensing something approaching. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the Mage Tower, the atmosphere remained very peaceful. Elder Volane of the Blue faction yawned in boredom, while Elder Drarian of the Green faction wondered why the royal army hadn't shown up yet, or if they had been scared witless. Old Drarian flattered that perhaps they had been terrified by Elder Volane's high-level natural disaster magic, recalling the scene of storms and lightning sinking an entire fleet. Bang! A subordinate mage, pale-faced, burst into the room, shattering the tranquility. The mage shouted the news. "The royal army, the royal fleet is coming." Elder Volane scoffed, disdainfully viewing the enemy forces as moths drawn to a flame, then ordered preparations for battle. But her subordinate stammered that things weren't so simple. He frantically reported that there were also flying demonic beasts in the sky, but the two elders smugly believed that the wyverns would freeze to death before they could do anything. The mage shrieked, "Not ordinary demonic beasts, it's Hrasvelgur." A colossal divine bird soared past, spreading its wings. An entire squadron of over 30 Hrasvelgur appeared, a display of wealth that utterly shocked the mage as he mentally calculated their value. Elder Drarian finally changed expression, hastily using a magic communication device to shout, "Don't panic, engage immediately." Inside the tower, numerous mages took their positions, and blue icy magic circles glowed brightly. They simultaneously chanted spells, preparing for an all-out attack with thousands of ice spears. Arisha Aiden, enveloped in an energy shield, plunged directly from the back of a Hrasvelgur, initiating the assault. Countless ice spears were shot into the sky, forming a deadly rain aimed directly at the aerial fleet. The entire sky was filled with icy magic, and a large-scale battle officially erupted. Amidst the intense battle, the mages of the tower suddenly froze, bewildered by what was happening. Lunia Aden drew her sword, coldly declaring, "You have made me wait long enough, my fiancé." Her black hair fluttering, she growled with powerful authority. "The Aiden family's swords are ready for battle." At the signal, the Arden family's monster hunters, riding their beasts, roared into battle. "Cut them all down. We obey your command." The mages in the tower panicked intensely upon seeing the Aiden family's first sword division appear, hastily erecting defensive shields and screaming for reinforcements. Not only that, the Warski mercenary corps also descended from the sky, joining the full-scale assault that shattered the tower's defenses. Elder Drarian was furious, roaring orders for his troops to open fire, cursing the invading force as a bunch of reckless fools. Suddenly, a mage preparing to cast a spell clutched his stomach and collapsed to the floor, leaving Elder Drarian stunned. It turned out that a mysterious masked figure had secretly sown countless curse seeds across the archipelago without anyone knowing. In a flashback, the god of love Angus bestowed a cursed item, the Kriniuke seed, upon a girl. Angus revealed his evil nature. The treasure from the land of the gods carried a horrific curse. The Maha curse began to activate. Once the seed sprouted on the invaded land, all men living there would suffer horrific childbirth pains. The mages simultaneously screamed in agony. Mid-air, Corin was also clutching his stomach in agony, but it was clearly a pretense to deceive. He flashed a sinister smile, hissing through gritted teeth. "Angus, you wicked bastard, it's time for revenge." A young mage crawled at his superior's feet, stammering to ask what was happening, and received the answer that it was an extremely powerful curse. Elsewhere, the King of Shadows and a blonde commander calmly observed, the blonde man reporting that the mage tower had been wiped out, losing half its forces. The blonde commander regretted not having enough time to revive all the sky giants in the tanks. He sneered, holding up a vial of fresh red blood and declaring, "But it's fine. We've discovered we can replicate the Saintess's blood." The King of Shadows confirmed that the mage tower was merely a pawn. He had a laboratory in the north, and could conveniently kill a few more half-giants for materials along the way. The King of Shadows sneered, declaring that transporting the sky giants' corpses was a trivial matter. Clearing out the minions outside was the real problem. The blonde commander held a box containing blood, confidently boasting that they had enough of the Saintess and the giant's blood for mass replication. He asked the King of Shadows, his voice full of sarcasm, if that meant they no longer needed Balor's gigantic eye, which was chained high above. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the mage tower, the situation was utterly chaotic. The mages, both male and female, were writhing on the floor, clutching their stomachs in agony from the mass childbirth curse. Elder Drarian gasped for breath. Fortunately, still standing thanks to his magic resistance, though his face was pale. He shivered, watching his subordinates cry out for their mothers in pain, not daring to imagine if he were in their place. A female mage, seeing Elder Drarian suddenly bolt, frantically asked where he was going amidst such a critical situation. He roared, ignoring the battle, that he had to go into the forest immediately because the Goryeo ginseng root, which his faction had exhausted 10 years of budget to cultivate, was there. Losing all reason, Elder Drarian charged straight out of the tower, determined to retrieve the precious ginseng root at all costs. But he had miscalculated a fatal move. The forbidden forest had already been raided. Elder Drarian was stunned to see his precious herb garden completely ransacked, not a single stalk remaining. And worse, because the curse had weakened their forces, the mage tower had lost control of its guarding demonic beasts. A giant red demon had broken free and was staring intently at him. Elder Drarian's desperate scream echoed everywhere, signaling a tragic end. At the same time, in a command room, a hand was placed on a map, beginning to report the situation on various fronts. East of the Steel Archipelago, an army led by a silver-haired mage and a green-haired druid successfully landed, thanks to the curse weakening the enemy's defensive forces. Inside the mage tower, the Warski mercenary squad, led by a white-haired female commander, had seized control, ruthlessly plundering all valuable resources. To the west, the Arden sisters, Lunia and Arisha, were sweeping across the battlefield, proving the prowess of the top sword-fighting family. To the south, a soldier reported to the Royal Army commander that they had surrounded the enemy on 3 sides, but the mages were fleeing north through an ice ridge. The blonde commander merely smirked meaningfully. "I heard we have reinforcements there." A mage in a blue robe stumbled, muttering about the newly recruited guardian captain. Corin Loke stood there, radiating an overwhelming aura, with an entire army of half-giants, weapons at the ready, behind him. The fleeing mages were terrified, their voices trembling as they recognized their interceptor. Why? Why is he here? Chieftain Karim stood beside Corin, confirming his prediction. Just as you said. Corin Locke. They stop at nothing. Corin's eyes sharpened, and he warned. They are here. The formidable half-giant army advanced, freezing the petty mages in terror. Chieftain Karim looked up at the sky in horror, muttering in despair. Ah, is it true? My ancestor, who should have rested in peace. Corin also looked up, his gaze chilling. So they really did revive him. A colossal shadow, scarred and stitched, slowly emerged. The king of the giant demons. The one who had slain Nuada, king of all gods. The monster's title was proclaimed. Balor of the Demonic Eye, a colossal dark entity towering on the battlefield. The mages burst into insane laughter, boastfully proclaiming, "See? This is the pinnacle of the Mage Tower's research, the ultimate weapon that transcends even death." Balor's eye flashed a deadly red light, staring directly at the mages who had just summoned him. The mages fell silent, not understanding what was happening as Balor's colossal foot obscured the entire sky. Crash! Balor didn't bother with words, stomping directly onto the minions who had just awakened him. The mages screamed desperately, running for their lives and yelling, "Damn it! Why is it attacking us too? Chieftain! Evacuate quickly!" Chieftain Karim stood frozen, his face pale with guilt. "This is my sin." He closed his eyes, his voice trembling. "My ancestor, forced to awaken from eternal slumber, has come to punish me." Balor reached out and seized the entire half-giant army, including Chieftain Karim. A fiery red energy explosion engulfed everything. The power of the king of giant demons was truly overwhelming. Amidst the chaos, a purple energy orb appeared, and a voice echoed, stunning Chieftain Karim. "This is not a sin you must bear." Corin stood in front of the half-giant tribe, declaring clearly, "The culprits are the Mage Tower, the ones who made your kin fight among yourselves." Professor Josephine, looking haggard, reported urgently, "Corin, Balor's corpse is just a mindless puppet, but its destructive power is immense. I can't block the next attack." Corin smirked confidently, saying something straight out of a movie. "Don't worry, we have the power of friendship and courage, enough to contend with that monster." He snapped his fingers, channeling blue energy, and shouted, "Corin's Guardians, I authorize ultimate fusion." Crenel grinned widely, while Yuel blushed crimson, but they still replied in unison. "Understood." 2 colossal golems appeared, Yuel's Walkerman and Crenel's Scrap Golem, ready for the fusion of the century. Crenel went wild, pulling out a pile of equipment and yelling, "This isn't the end yet. Prepare for an on-the-fly battlefield upgrade." A completely new combat robot frame appeared in midair, its parts hovering, awaiting assembly. The fusion process began, mechanical parts combining with Yuel's natural energy, forming a perfect war machine. The super robot was complete, its mechanical eyes glowing bright green, and the system announced, "System stable. Control transferred to you." Balor let out an earth-shattering roar as he faced the newly fused combat robot. The robot, with the epic name Nature Walker Golem Warrior, wasted no words and delivered a steel punch straight to Balor's face. Balor swung a blazing red fist in retaliation, while the system comically displayed the message, "Romantic party members are difficult to complete." The robot activated its thrusters, gracefully dodging Balor's heaven-shattering punch, and Crenell's voice rang out, full of challenge. "Ha ha ha! Too slow." The robot's fist flared with dazzling yellow energy, preparing to unleash its ultimate technique. A colossal sword of light was summoned, ready to cleave through everything. Advance. Brave sword of the Nature Walker, Golem Warrior. The half-giants on the ground could only gape in awe, roaring in extreme excitement. "Nature Walker, ooh!" Crenell shouted loudly about the flame of friendship and courage while Yuel shyly hid behind him, and Corrin had to snap through the comms. "Shut up and focus." Crash. The sword of light fiercely collided with Balor's arm, and the battle between the two giants officially began. The half-giants, along with the two pilots Crenell and Yuel, cheered joyfully inside the protective shield as the robot gained the upper hand. As expected, the sword of light pierced Balor's purple golem core, revealing the monster's critical weakness. But before they could celebrate, Balor counterattacked, its colossal hand seizing the robot's arm. The monster squeezed tightly, its terrifying physical strength causing the robot's metal armor to begin deforming. Balor stared intently at his opponent, a condescending voice echoing, "Resistance is futile." From the cockpit, Corrin screamed, his face pale. "Watch out." The colossal eye on Balor's chest flared brightly, activating its destructive ultimate technique, Death Eye. A blazing orange energy beam shot straight out, tearing through the air and hurtling towards the robot. Crenell and Yuel could only gape in astonishment before the beam completely engulfed the cockpit. Inside Balor, Archmage Idrin sneered, scoffing that even though this golem was impressive, it was still just mere scrap. Idrin revealed that the Demon King himself had shown him a new horizon, combining the body of a giant and the mind of a mage. He smugly declared that he had merged the body of the legendary Giant King with his own genius brain. Idrin strained within a magic circle, roaring in ecstasy. "This is the perfect creature I have always yearned for." Now, Balor stood towering before a colossal clock tower, letting out the mad laughter of a victor. He looked up at the tower, commenting smugly, "The top floor of the magic tower is quite magnificent, isn't it?" Suddenly, red streaks of light like laser beams sliced across the sky, aimed directly at the tower behind Balor. Swish! The top of the tower was cleanly severed and began to collapse. The robot still stood firm after the attack, and the colossal structure fell directly onto Balor's bewildered head. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, dust and debris engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. From the rubble, Corrin Loke emerged, with silver-white hair, coldly provoking. "This is the top floor, isn't it? Giant King or whatever you are, bring it on." All allied forces, including Arisha, Lunia, the half-giants, and other commanders, had taken their positions, with soaring morale. Inside the core, the Golden Mage smirked, mocking, "You're being crushed to pieces." He continued to scoff. "Such touching friendship, bringing all your friends here to die together, huh?" Balor roared, unleashing an extremely powerful dark energy attack towards Corrin's army. Crenell Logan shouted from the cockpit, "Corrin, go quickly. We blocked it once, but the next Death Eye will blow this entire island away." Corrin growled his command. "Understood, Yuel. Get me to the core." Balor's core won't be harmed without firepower equivalent to a golem. The plant golem was enveloped in green energy, preparing to execute the plan, while Corrin declared the only way was to use the final stage of solar power. Corrin's arm flared with divine flames, solar energy amplified to its limit. He unleashed his ultimate technique, compressed solar energy, creating a destructive fireball on his fist. The plant golem used its energy roots to launch Corrin like a living bullet, hurtling straight into Balor. Corrin landed forcefully, using the rebound force to accelerate, his entire body enveloped in a solar aura. He roared, "The objective clear. In the 10 seconds I can maintain this power, I must stab this into its core." Balor showed surprise at Corrin's audacity, but still smugly declared, "How audacious! I am Balor, the Giant King, who slew Nuada, the king of all gods." Balor summoned a colossal ice wall from the ground, blocking Corrin's charge. The silver-haired mage appeared, shattering the ice block with blazing red magic, and shouted, "Korin, hurry! We can't hold out much longer." Korin gritted his teeth, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, and growled his thanks for the timely support. Balor furiously roared, "You damned sewer rat!" and swung his colossal hand, intending to crush Korin. Korin, unfazed, raised his solar spear and charged straight into the monster's hand. Boom! Korin's solar spear directly collided with Balor's colossal hand, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Orisha descended from the sky like an arrow, shouting, "Get your filthy hand off him! Don't stop, Korin!" Elsewhere, Archmage Idrin snarled in frustration upon seeing his minions motionless. "Damn it! What are those mages waiting for? Attack it now!" The silver-haired mage stood amidst a battlefield littered with mage corpses, coldly declaring, "Give up, Tower Master Idrin." She raised her head high, an overbearing presence about her. The tower's history will end here and now. In another battle, Korin, with his white-blue hair, was facing a colossal dark monster. Somewhere in the shadows, a mysterious figure with flashing purple eyes revealed a sinister smile. Korin faced the dark dragon, the Beast King, and growled, "My friend, did you forget something? I was wondering when you'd finally show up." The colossal dragon opened its gaping maw, intending to swallow Korin in a single strike. Trapped inside the monster's mouth, Korin merely smirked with disdain. "Beast King? Just a beast." A system window displayed information about the divine spear, Gay Diarg. Deals an additional 350% damage to beast-type enemies. Target cannot escape. Hunter's accuracy increased. This is the real deal. Korin unleashed the limitless heavenly return, Chaotic Spear, as thousands of blazing red energy spears shattered the dragon's head. Boom! The Beast King's head exploded from within, with Korin standing at the epicenter, radiating an overwhelming aura. Without stopping, Korin activated the Sabancia Duke's core, and a furious vortex of red and black energy formed. He channeled all his power into his weapon, roaring, "Dark Demon Spear, 5th form." Suddenly, a black-clad, hooded figure appeared, grabbed Korin's arm, and sneered. "Looks like you have too much free time, my friend." Korin was completely taken by surprise, his eyes showing clear astonishment at the unexpected intervention. The stranger declared, "This is the return of a legend, Neil, heir of the sun." Just as Korin unleashed a brilliant solar attack, Korin coughed out a pained sound. It seemed his attack had been blocked or reflected, leaving him injured. A terrifying explosion of light engulfed the giant demon king Balor, while a black raven swiftly flew away from the epicenter. Huaran suddenly appeared amidst a storm of red energy, along with her black cat Familiar and her raven. She plunged straight down from the sky, just as another fierce explosion erupted from the ground. Balor was trapped in a sea of flames, his colossal body cracking under immense pressure. Korin shouted from afar to warn, "Huaran, dodge!" and she immediately replied, "Understood." Balor roared in pain and fury, "You damn lowlifes, it's not over yet. I'll use the Eye of Death once more." He suddenly froze, his eyes wide with astonishment as he realized a deadly danger was right before him. Korin, with his white hair and blazing aura, had already closed in, poised to deliver the finishing blow. He coldly counted down. 3 seconds. The hooded figure refused to give up, summoned a colossal spirit beast, and shrieked, "Korin Locke, my master's enemy, don't you dare stand in the way." Korin completely ignored him, channeled red energy into his hand, and retorted with disdain, "Do you still not understand?" He unleashed the ultimate technique, 5 Dragons' Heavenly Descent, as 5 colossal black-red energy dragons roared and charged towards the enemy. The hooded figure's spirit beast, before it could even show off its might, was punched directly in the face by an energy dragon, shattering it. Korin looked at his gasping opponent, his voice full of sarcasm. "Now do you see the difference in our levels?" Enraged, the hooded figure transformed into a dark demon and furiously charged to attack. "Impossible. Die." But the demon was immediately torn apart, and he shrieked in despair, "I am the pinnacle of magic. I refuse to accept this outcome." Korin casually finished the countdown. 1 second. He unleashed his full power, activating the ultimate skill, Claw Solus, Solar Genesis, as a miniature sun engulfed the battlefield in destructive light. From above, Saintess Estelle, riding a giant eagle, witnessed the entire scene and calmly said to her companion, "I am fine." Shielded by the knights, Saintess Estelle remained resolute. "I need to witness the battle of those who saved me." The aftershocks from Korin's explosion arrived, causing the knight's energy shield to tremble violently. The entire battlefield was submerged in destructive white light, an undeniable, absolute power. Amidst the storm of energy, the saintess clasped her hands, her face stunned by a sight beyond imagination. In that moment, she realized, this girl is closer to God than anyone, one connected to God. A tear rolled down her cheek. The girl had awakened her bloodline, comprehending God's power. The saintess's emerald eyes shone brightly as she realized the truth. She had awakened. Her cross necklace shattered, and a new truth was revealed. God does not reside in churches or chapels. She knelt amidst the ruined battlefield, her old faith completely shattered. Before Corrin's figure, radiating power like a deity, she understood that this was where she could pray, where a true God existed. Amidst the ashes, the hooded minion was flung away, lying sprawled on the scorched earth. He coughed violently, trying to get up, while another of his monsters had turned to dust right beside him. He desperately clawed at the ground, muttering, "I cannot die here." The minion collapsed face down, unable to accept defeat in a place like this. He reached out towards a purple magic cauldron, yelling, "As long as I connect to this vessel of life, I can be reborn infinitely." A cold hand grabbed the cauldron. Corrin appeared with a sarcastic tone. "Unbelievable that you're still alive. But that ends here," Corrin said, his other hand holding a vial of poison, ready to pour it into the cauldron. The minion was utterly terrified as he saw the deadly purple liquid being poured into the cauldron, and he shrieked tremblingly, No, you mustn't." A system window appeared, introducing a unique item. Vergang's boiling serpent venom, legendary grade item, eradicates all living organisms within the vessel it is poured into. Corrin coldly declared, "In my previous life, countless people died because you released this into the sea," while the Shadow King's minion shrieked as his body was corroded by the venom. Amidst extreme agony, he reached his disintegrating dark hand towards the sky, stammering his master's name in despair. His body began to liquefy, melting into a puddle of black sludge under the sun. With the death of the Shadow King Dune Skies, his dark entity completely vanished from the world. A month later, events unfolded rapidly. A silver-haired mage fighting, Corrin accompanying the Saintess, a cataclysmic naval battle, and Corrin with a mysterious blue-haired girl. The story continued with the Saintess being kidnapped by the Mage Tower, leading to a fierce battle against the giants of the Sky Castle. After a long battle, the entire team finally reunited. Huaran and the blue-haired girl stood on the front lines, while Arisha, Crenel, and Yuel cheered in celebration from behind. Corrin sat down on the ground, sighing in relief after finishing clearing the battlefield. The blue-haired girl rushed over to question Corrin. "Where did you disappear to by yourself?" While Huaran merely watched in silence. Huaran shot a sharp glare, thinking to herself that no one would ever know the truth of what had happened. It turned out, for over 2 weeks, Huaran had single-handedly held back the entire forces of the Mage Tower, without food or drink, a feat legendary enough to be sung in the north. She grabbed Corrin's wrist, because without this girl, Corrin and Saintess Estelle would have perished long ago. Corrin asked blankly, "What?" As Huaran affirmed that he was safe, Huaran smiled gently, held Corrin's hand tightly, and said, "You don't need to know. Nothing happened at all," erasing her own legendary achievement with her own words. Instead, news spread throughout the world. Corrin's Guardian team had conquered the Mage Tower in an overwhelming, divine victory. A system window appeared, announcing that Corrin had defeated the world enemy, Dune Skies, gaining a huge amount of points and 2 incredibly powerful new skills, Ether Comprehension and Standard Bearer. Corrin's aura and mana levels simultaneously skyrocketed from high intermediate straight to highest rank, just 1 step away from the Supreme Realm. The system explained, "Aura is life energy that enhances physical abilities, and Huaran is the perfect example of a Supreme Tier aura user. Mana is the power to control magic from the environment, and none other than Senior Marie is a prime example of the Supreme Tier." The system continued to explain, "In this world, there are only 3 beings who have reached the Supreme Realm, in both aura and mana, namely Park Sihu and the Enchanting Monarch, Ohard Bress. And the last one, the ultimate boss of all bosses, is none other than the Demon King Tath's Balthazar, an existence completely beyond the rest of the world." Corrin told himself that the road was still long, but in just 1 year since his reincarnation, he had leveled the Mage Tower and saved countless lives. He sat down, confidently adjusted his collar, thinking to himself that there was no need to rush. Just getting stronger when necessary was enough. The blue-haired companion happily ran in to report to Corrin that everything had been settled smoothly. Corrin explained the strategy. The Saintess rescue mission inherently allowed unlimited looting, whether it be material resources or human resources. The team had ignored material wealth, knowing that Senior Marie would take care of it. Instead, They aimed for human resources, capturing all 457 mages, 2 elders, and 6 professors alive. The blue-haired girl clung to Corrin's arm, whining that because she now had to manage more ghouls, she needed. She pressed her face close to Corrin's, her face flushed, whispering for fresh blood to replenish herself, but Corrin coldly refused. Rejected. She furiously roared, intending to bite Corrin out of spite. Corrin easily raised his hand to block her punch, his expression unchanged. Just then, Huaran appeared like a deity, grabbing the blue-haired girl's attacking arm and twisting it back, causing her immense pain. Huaran glanced at Corrin and coldly announced, "You have a visitor." Saintess Estelle entered, her aura radiating brilliantly like a goddess descended to earth. She smiled gently, asking Corrin if he could spare her a moment. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the blue-haired girl and Huaran were glaring daggers at each other, blocking each other's path with their weapons, full of tension. Inside, the Saintess bowed her head and thanked Corrin for saving her life. Corrin smirked teasingly. "Are you planning to repay me with just words?" Then added that the royal family would compensate him, but the church's reward would be delayed. Hearing about the church's busyness, Corrin's eyes sharpened, clearly having caught the scent of a conspiracy. The Saintess's face flushed slightly, declaring that she wanted to give Corrin a gift first. She pressed her face close to his, whispering that this was her reward for saving her. Without waiting for Corrin to react, the Saintess closed her eyes and proactively kissed him. Corrin felt a familiar peach scent waft past his nose as their lips met. He was slightly startled, realizing this feeling was very familiar. In that moment, Corrin felt a strange object being pushed through his lips, soft on the bottom but hard on top. He realized something was wrong. A hard object was in his mouth. The Saintess pulled back slightly, smiling meaningfully. She burst out teasing, "You cheeky brat. Turns out you're a man after all, aren't you? Look at your flushed face. Do you want to look in a mirror?" She turned on her heel and left, ordering Corrin to call her sister next time, and other matters could be settled later. Corrin was left speechless, muttering that this sister was truly impossible to deal with. The Saintess walked out of the tent, her demeanor calm, but in reality, hiding her embarrassment. She recalled the moment she kissed Corrin. Once she was alone, the Saintess finally sighed in relief, her hand clutching her chest as her heart still pounded wildly. She told herself this was the first time, but this feeling of her heart pounding as if it would explode was exactly like that time. The overwhelming feeling, like the first time she faced the power of the sun. It was the moment her false faith shattered, and she trembled as she finally confronted the truth. She recalled how Corrin had been right about everything, from warning her about suspicious individuals to saving her life. The Saintess clutched the holy cross in her hand, bitterly realizing the reason her divine power wasn't recovering was because the real one had been swapped for a fake by someone. The Saintess stared at the fake holy cross, a counterfeit that only the top brass within the church could have swapped. A knight ran up to report, his voice urgent. "Saintess, His Holiness the Pope wishes to see you." The Saintess pondered, wondering if she could meet Corrin again during the summer break. She wanted to properly face the sun once more. Her eyes sharpened, a glint of hatred flashing as she thought of the traitors within the church. Crimson-killing intent erupted. The Saintess gritted her teeth and swore to stand before the sun after tearing apart every single one of those maggots. The scene shifted to a true place of exile, the Duna potato farm in the south. A powerful loudspeaker blared the morning's wake-up call. "Wake up, you filthy sewer rats." In the dilapidated prison block, the prisoners groggily awoke. Another day of hell was about to begin. The entire group was herded out to the military-style morning exercise yard, every single one of them looking as if they were attending a funeral. Professor Jolin and another prisoner saluted the flag of the golden potato listlessly, their breakfast menu still consisting of boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, and dried potatoes. A prisoner who had just complained was struck on the head with a rifle butt by the guard. No talking. The prisoners were forced to till the land like oxen, toiling while listening to a song about the farmer's sweat and tears and the precious potatoes. Professor Jolin gnashed his teeth, blaming all his misfortunes on that potato-crazed woman and the bird-faced scoundrel, vowing that he would have his revenge one day. Suddenly, his crimson eyes widened, and sweat poured down as he noticed a familiar face had arrived. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was Professor Ronald, and the others from the Mage Tower. The old prisoners rejoiced as if they had struck gold, shouting, Finally, everyone has come to rescue us." But the newcomer, a blindfolded and shackled mage, coldly poured a bucket of cold water on their hopes. "No." The mage burst into tears, his voice full of bitterness. "We've been captured too." Their last hope shattered. A prisoner collapsed, laughing maniacally in utter despair. 1 month later, the scene shifted to a seemingly peaceful inn. Inside, Korin's father grumbled about his unfilial son, Korin Loke, as he wiped the floor, annoyed that he didn't even bother to read his family's letters. The father continued to lament, blaming himself for raising his son incorrectly, who now only cared about the academy and forgot his parents. He openly showed his envy as he recalled his son traveling everywhere, from the south to the east, accompanied by all sorts of beautiful girls. Korin's mother happily held up a letter, boasting that their son had become famous recently, and was even rumored to have been promoted. The mother mentioned that Korin and his friends had formed a group called the Guardians, along with an image of the entire team engaged in fierce combat. She excitedly recounted Korin's achievements in the Saintess's kidnapping incident, beaming with pride. Upon hearing this, the father puffed out his chest, claiming his brave son took after him, but then he turned to worry about his son's love life. The father muttered, concerned that his handsome son was shy around girls, then concluded that a man his age needed a girlfriend to truly mature. The scene shifted to a giant eagle landing in the plaza, where Korin and Marie were waiting. The father was certain Korin was only traveling with a few male friends, completely unaware that his son's companions were an entire hand-picked harem. A muscular, brown-haired young man, seemingly a new team member, enthusiastically raised his hand and cheered on the group. The giant eagle took flight, carrying Korin's guardian team straight to the capital, to the astonishment of the populace. Returning to the couple, the mother innocently suggested cooking a chicken to treat their guests, completely unaware that she was about to host an entire platoon. The flashback abruptly cut in, as Sihu Park woke up in an unfamiliar room, cursing when he realized he had transmigrated into the game. Sihu tore at his hair, recalling that he used to be a veteran gamer, knowing every nook and cranny of this damned game by heart. But now, it was all in the past. He buried his face in his pillow, despairingly admitting that the current situation was utterly ruined. Sihu remembered this game world, his own body, and the crazy system forcing him to save the world, even though he utterly despised idle heroes. But the most certain thing was that this world would be destroyed by the Demon King, Taith's Balthazar, and only a few would survive the catastrophe. Amidst the crowd, Sihu Park bitterly admitted, "I am a player of this world, and whether I like it or not, I bear the responsibility of saving it." He mused thoughtfully. Fortunately, this game, he walked decisively, has an extremely high degree of basic freedom. Dark purple energy flared around Sihu as he decided to take the most efficient path, learning to exploit the system and snatching all hidden items from the start. Sihu's eyes flashed with cruelty. Since it's come to this, I'll do as I please. As long as the world is saved in the end, I don't care about the plot. Sihu plopped down, declaring, "I refuse to feel annoyed. I want to feel refreshed." He sprang up, covering his face with his hand, his crimson eye glowing, and growled, "I will live for myself." Suddenly, a brown-haired man rushed over and grabbed Sihu's arm, shouting, "Hey, me too," making Sihu wonder who this crazy guy was. The brown-haired man rattled off a string of Korean, asking Sihu if he knew kimchi, and then claiming to be Korean, leaving Sihu dumbfounded. The brown-haired man beamed, pointing with a sparkle in his eye. "You know what? Could it be that you're also?" Sihu coldly cut him off, leaving the brown-haired man stiff with embarrassment. "I'm not at the level to hear such words yet." Sihu sighed, thinking to himself, "It's good to meet a fellow countryman here. How old are you?" And received the answer, 26, though he was actually only 22. The brown-haired man slung an arm around Sihu's shoulder, claiming to be a year older and demanding to be called Big Brother, making Sihu want to curse himself for not lying about being even older. The brown-haired man asked Sihu if he had ever played this game before, and Sihu bluffed. "No, I just joined right when it was about to start," secretly thinking he didn't need to show his hand. Sihu glanced at the other man, analyzing in his mind, "I still don't know what kind of person possessed Korin Locke." The brown-haired man casually put his arm around Sihu's neck. "Don't worry. I know everything about this game, just trust me. Now, open your status window," leaving Sihu to simply shrug it off, considering he had found a useful subordinate. The system information appeared. Korin Locke, formerly a 28-year-old physical education student at a prestigious university. Currently, Korin was just a minor spear-wielding NPC in the game Heroic Legend of Arhan. Sihu questioned why a physical education student would become a coach, and Korin bitterly recounted how the association president played dirty, rigged the scores, and then expelled him. Sihu crossed his arms, his gaze sharp and cold as he scrutinized the brown-haired man. "You fool, this matter doesn't even concern you. Do you really not regret it?" Sihu questioned, as an image of a sharp spear flashed by. Korin twirled his spear, calmly replying, "If I hadn't confronted him, I probably would have earned more money and even become a national athlete in Brazil." But then he smiled confidently, his eyes shining brightly. Even so, I would definitely regret it. Sihu clicked his tongue, his mind filled with contempt. Ha, I can't stand this guy. These fake types, living with this air of superiority. He irritably recalled. Those bastards who tried to get my number in college were exactly like this, pretending to be good, pretending to be decent. Sihu conceived a dark plan, his eyes flashing with malice. I should use him as a meat shield against the bosses and then discard him. 1 month later, night fell upon an ancient castle, signaling a new turning point. The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield, shattered earth and rocks, with glowing red crystals sprouting like spikes, littered with broken weapons. Sihu sat on the ground, covered in injuries, panting and letting out a curse. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Realizing his fatal mistake, I let my guard down. Sihu's flashback showed a chaotic scene. I killed Alicia Arden, quickly joined Lunia Arden's faction, then nurtured Doran Warski and Kranil Luden. But now I'm being wiped out by Part 1's final boss, the vampire Mariette Dunaref. The image of a gigantic red wolf monster, and Marie in her awakened state appeared, overwhelmingly powerful. Kranil Logan lay slumped on the ground, and Sihu bitterly admitted. Even after sweeping through every hidden fragment since the start of the Academy, including the Golden Mandrake, I still couldn't control my magic, and accidentally shot Kranil's golem. Sihu shouted, "Damn it!" recalling the moment he narrowly missed his target, ruining the entire situation. A gigantic surge of dark energy sent Sihu flying backward like a toy. The red werewolf monster let out an earth-shattering roar, charging straight at Sihu. Sihu tried to erect complex defensive magic circles, his face pale from exhaustion and pressure. His dark magic surged forth, clashing with the blazing red monster. But Sihu realized in despair. How can I possibly fight against all these bastards? Sihu bitterly admitted. I chose magic because I'm lazy to move, and theoretically, I could solo that starving Mariette. Damn it, he was blown backward, slamming his back against a wall. With no escape route left, Sihu's expression changed. He realized that games and real life were two entirely different things. The red wolf monster roared, firing a destructive beam of energy. A terrifying explosion engulfed everything, its destructive power sweeping clean the entire area. Lying flattened on the ground, covered in blood, Sihu screamed in despair. It hurts like hell. Is this game over? No. I'm going to die. Sihu's consciousness faded, and he mumbled, I'm going to go. A drop of blood fell onto his face, and Sihu was bewildered. Huh? His eyes widened as he saw a figure standing before him. Corin, covered in wounds, stood shielding him and asked, Hey, are you all right? Sihu stammered in shock. Corin? Corin coughed, looked down at Sihu, and said, If you can still talk, you're fine. Damn it, that really hurts. Sihu screamed, unable to understand. Why? You and I have nothing to do with each other. Why go to such lengths? Corin replied coldly, Do I need a reason to save you? I don't need that. I like happy endings. While enduring the pain, Corin said, If possible, it's best if everyone is happy. It's not good if someone dies. Sihu frantically shook him. Corin, wake up. Do you want to die? Despite his exhaustion, Corin still managed a smile, asserting, You have to be happy. You can't die in a place like this. After speaking, Corin collapsed, falling onto Sihu. Sihu was stunned, tears streaming down his face, and he cursed silently. You idiot. You blockhead. You crazy bastard. He whispered in despair. Don't die, brother. Sihu's tears welled up. He desperately looked at the dying Corin, and a faint voice echoed in his head. No, Appa. Sihu Park stood watching Corin Loke, who was bedridden, muttering curses at his friend, calling him an idiot who went around wielding his spear and performing fire dances everywhere, only to end up flattened for a month, still not recovered. Corin was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his breathing heavy, showing that despite his severe injuries, the limits of this weak NPC body still remained. Sihu put on his coat and left, his eyes filled with determination. Never mind, now I know what I have to do. Sihu Park's memories resurfaced. Beside him was the faint silhouette of a long-haired girl. The flashback shifted to Earth, showing an exceptional female student named Park Siren, 22 years old, top student in mathematics, confidently striding across the campus. Park Siren recalled her glorious past, a promising future with countless suitors. Currently, that soul had entered the body of Sihu Park, a player in the world of heroic legend of Arhan. After a month of grinding, Sihu had buffed his power beyond that of most first-rank mages, standing beside Yuel Valorn with an overwhelming aura. He recalled the scene where Yuel was surrounded by a pack of demonic wolves, a fatal mistake from the past. Yuel was severely wounded, covered in blood, screaming in pain as dark energy invaded her. Sihu went berserk, his purple demonic energy exploding, and he roared, "You bastard! Are you still alive and well after harming 2 people? This bitch made Korin injure himself." Sihu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He only cared about one thing. What about Korin? The dying Ul still tried to look up, her voice trembling with worry as she asked, "Did I injure Korin? Is Korin all right?" Another memory flashed. Ul happily waved at Korin, and Sihu immediately realized, this bitch liked Korin from the start. Sihu gnashed his teeth, jealousy flaring in his mind. "You too?" He lunged and grabbed Ul by the neck, roaring, "Damn it, you trashy NPC, don't you know your place?" Choked, Ul still screamed in despair. "He's mine. The only truth in this fake world. You NPCs have no right to dream of him." Sihu's face was shrouded in mad darkness. He decided to take the most efficient path to clear the game and return to the real world. A twisted smile spread across Sihu's and Yul's lips, and he ended his train of thought. Together with Korin Appa, Korin praised the delicious cake made by a blonde girl, even asking for another piece because it perfectly suited his taste. Korin gallantly helped a senior female mage carry her belongings, teasing her for being too weak to even tie a chicken, yet trying to carry heavy loads. What's more, another senior student handed Korin a sandwich, which he happily accepted. Sihu watched from afar, his face darkening, veins throbbing with resentment. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? Sihu bitterly admitted that Korin was handsome, kind, and spoke skillfully. Everyone in the academy was charmed by him. After the training session, Korin casually recounted stories about his ex-girlfriends from the real world, wondering how they were doing now. A flashback showed Korin receiving a massage from one girl, then intimately spending time with another. Korin sighed, lamenting, "What a pity. I wish I had dated at least once before coming here. They were all just friends." Sihu, hearing this, just wanted to punch his pretentious face. Sihu's jealousy boiled over. He hissed through gritted teeth, "Absolutely no self-awareness. Why is my first love this damn gigolo?" Korin innocently touched Sihu's shoulder, complimenting his muscles. Sihu's face flushed crimson, stammering a denial. "I'm a player. My appearance isn't easily changed." As Korin wiped Sihu's sweat, he thought to himself, quite handsome indeed. Sihu, meanwhile, froze in embarrassment. Korin nonchalantly invited Sihu to participate in a cross-dressing contest, asserting that with his face, he would surely win big. Tempted, Sihu agreed on the condition that Korin help him. Korin promised to buy all the outfits, while Sihu inwardly cursed himself for being a fool out of joy. Korin suddenly declined the dinner invitation, stating he already had plans with a junior named Yuna. Sihu, hearing this, lost his smile, and a fierce rage erupted within him. Sihu clutched his head and collapsed, helplessly accepting the truth. Let's just consider this gigolos, flirting a natural phenomenon. He regained his composure, his eyes sharp and cold. I just need to prepare thoroughly and stop everything. Sihu's female self appeared with a determined expression. Absolutely cannot let Korin Loke realize how popular he is. The plan was laid out. Fill the party with only male members, leaving no room for any romantic entanglements. For this reason, even the strongest combatant, Lunia Aden, was excluded. Sihu changed the entire game-clearing route, from the most efficient path to the one least likely to encounter female characters. However, he admitted that to defeat the final boss Balthazar, Saintess Estelle still had to be in the party, and he didn't forget to curse that bitch under his breath. Sihu's plan was devised. Create a scandal to pit the Saintess and the Pope against each other, then use the Saintess faction merely to draw buffs before the final battle. With a twisted smile, he smugly thought that this way, he wouldn't need to meet the Saintess, and the next scenario unfolded. Sihu drained his glass, bitterly admitting, I've had to endure for 2 years just to control this gigolo. Korin, his face flushed from drunkenness, slumped onto the table, stammering pathetic apologies to Sihu. Korin buried his head in Sihu's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, making Sihu curse inwardly about why his emotional dam broke at this very moment. Then he remembered. Ah, right, today is Lotion River Day. I was the one who broke that dam. In his drunken state, Korin mumbled the names of the dead. Marie, Quarren, Crenel, Ul. Sihu coldly realized this fool was always tormented by those he couldn't save. Korin sobbed, blaming himself for being too weak, but then he suddenly realized there was still a way to become stronger. Sihu's flashback showed Master Erin Danuar training her disciples. He knew well that this woman would definitely buff Korin to a new level. Korin gripped Sihu's hand tightly, his eyes filled with determination. You can become stronger. The two held hands, Korin promising, let's walk this path together, until the end. Korin smiled meaningfully, delivering a fatal flirt. And if possible, even after it's over, it'll just be you and me, brother. Sihu flinched, his mind racing. Wait, won't this make you go and charm Aaron Danuar too? Sihu clicked his tongue in acceptance, telling himself that one more person was fine, as long as he could monitor Korin 24/7 and manage all his female relationships. A few months later, in a magnificent city, Korin called Sihu over, seriously suggesting they go to the Sacred Bear District to discuss important matters. Korin looked Sihu straight in the eye and dropped a bombshell. I'm going to have a child. An illusion of second Princess Mirawam appeared behind Korin. He scratched his head, explaining that his partner was a boss, which was a bit awkward, but they had grown close after the royal ball. Korin puffed out his chest proudly, shouting, Congratulate me, I'm going to be a father, while Sihu stood frozen. Seeing Sihu's terrifying silence, Korin called out, bewildered. Sihu? Sihu ground his teeth, veins bulging in his neck as if about to burst. He erupted in silent fury, his face darkening. Damn it. In a flashback, the royal palace appeared, guarded by an elite army, top tier in the game. The magnificent doors led into the second princess's palace, an impregnable place. Sihu burst in, one hand gripping second Princess Mirawam's throat, pushing her against the wall. The second princess, though gasping for breath, recognized Sihu and sneered. Indeed, the kingdom's hero. I knew the way you looked at Korin was strange. She smirked, challenging. Do you think you can hide this from him? Where are you hiding Marie Dunaref? Mirawam laid her cards on the table, threatening that if she died, a letter would be sent to Korin, so Sihu dared not strike. Sihu, cornered, had no choice but to propose a deal. Mirawam sat up, adopting a superior air. I know where what you're looking for is. She smirked triumphantly. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to act. Congratulations, checkmate. Sihu retorted with sharp eyes, dark energy radiating. I know you. I know what you will never forgive. You will have no choice but to do as I say. The outcome was predetermined. The second princess lay slumped on the blood-soaked ground. Korin rushed over, embracing the dying Mirawam, shouting, You foolish woman. I told you to wait. Mirawam whispered her dying words, saying she wanted to have their child, and apologizing for confessing her love too late. Sihu watched the cheesy scene with a look of disdain. This bitch should have died in silence. Mirawam, in Korin's arms, turned to look at Sihu with a ghostly smile. Her eyes flashed with hatred, uttering a final curse. You will fail. The memory ended. Sihu stood there, bitterly cursing as he realized he had been trapped at the very last moment. Sihu Park, eyes blazing with purple fire, growled, I won't hold back anymore. In his mind, an image of Korin Loke chained by dark magic appeared. Sihu possessively declared, Your will doesn't matter. You are mine, the only reality in this fake world. She smirked confidently, promising, So, just you wait. I will end this scenario and claim you for myself. The flashback shifts to the fated battle. Demon King Tath's Balthazar exerted his full power, his aura blazing like a god of light. His opponent, demon god Park Sihu, was no pushover, unleashing countless dark magic circles, ready to face him in battle. Two streams of power, one golden, one purple, clashed against each other in an earth-shattering, heaven-rending duel. The collision created a colossal energy explosion, powerful enough to tear apart an entire planet, a battle worthy of myth. The light from the explosion engulfed everything, destructive power spreading throughout space. As a result, Sihu lay flattened on the ground, covered in blood, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, clearly the loser. The Demon King stood superior, judging coldly. You are strong. Strong enough to stand alongside the previous God Kings, but you are still incomplete. He continued to rub salt into the wound, asserting that fate had been sealed and Sihu had no chance of winning. The Demon King sneered. What a pity. We've ended up back at the starting line. And truthfully, Korin Loke, the one your master chose, was the better option. Without hesitation, the Demon King raised his divine sword, energy erupting, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He declared firmly, There's no need for regret. No matter how many times you replay, I will still be the victor. Sihu burst into tears, but not because of defeat or impending death, but due to a deep regret. She whispered in despair, I never got to tell you. If I had known it would end like this, I would have told you I loved you. Even if you are a boy, I should have said it sooner. The scene faded. Sihu jolted awake, an unconscious hand reaching up. Park Siren, Sihu's true self, sat up abruptly in bed, dazed, realizing she was in her bedroom. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have failed. All play logs will be reset, just as her mother's voice echoed in. Siren, stop playing, come eat, dear. Park Siren hugged her mother tightly, shouting joyfully, Mom, long time no see, leaving her mother bewildered. But immediately, the girl whispered with determination, But I have to go. Ignoring her mother's calls to come eat, Park Siren rushed out of the house like a whirlwind. The girl hailed a taxi, heading straight for a nearby gym. At the reception desk, she asked about her brother, but the gray-haired female receptionist looked suspicious. Your brother? He's not working today. And who are you? Park Siren didn't bother to explain, barging straight inside while the panicked receptionist screamed for a manager and to call the police. Rushing like an arrow, she told herself that place was only a 10-minute walk away. There he is. Park Siren gritted her teeth, putting all her strength into her legs. The girl sprinted up a building, her mind racing. Should I have bought new clothes first? Or put on makeup? No, I can't wait another second. Park Siren cast aside all thoughts, rushing up the stairs. I've waited for over 3 years. Finally, she stood before a door, gasping for breath from exhaustion. A faint light from the crack in the door made her realize. Light? It's him, my brother. That's right, I've also returned. She pounded on the door loudly, shouting loudly in the darkness. Appa, it's me, Sihu. Open the door. Park Siren realized a harsh truth. Hez just a normal supporting character in this world? Hez returned. She twisted the doorknob, burst into the room and shouted, Appa, it's Sihu. I'll explain everything slowly. The thing is, Park Siren froze, stunned by the sight inside. No. Her eyes reflected an empty, bright white computer screen. She collapsed to the floor. The room was empty. Only the computer screen was still on. Nothing was as she thought. Park Siren burst into sobs, her world completely shattered as a desperate scream echoed. No. The system coldly announced. Sub-player Corin Loke. Inheritance initiated. The computer screen lit up. A new journey activated. The werewolf girl Ren went to the city for the first time, her eyes shining brightly, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, truly amazing. Ren dashed like an arrow, pointing forward and shouting at Corin. Big brother, that one. I want to eat that. The scene revealed the royal capital, the most developed city in the kingdom of El-Las, a center of power and commerce. Arisha wondered, seeing Corin's unhappy expression. What's wrong? Isn't this your hometown, Corin? He replied coldly. I have no particular fondness for returning here. Corin avoided her gaze, muttering, Well, let's just say I have some painful memories here. He fell silent, his eyes sharpening, clearly recalling a complicated past. Marie suddenly appeared, carrying a pile of shopping bags, asking cheerfully, Why are you carrying so many things? I don't know what your parents like. What kind of family do you have, Corin? Corin replied casually, They're just ordinary. My parents run a restaurant, and my sister studies at the Royal Academy. He mused. Family, huh? For me, family. In Corin's thoughts, the image of the original Loke family appeared during an awkward meal. He told himself, Since coming to this world, home has been an awkward place. I am just someone from Earth who took over Corin Locke's memories and body. An image of Corin and Sihu Park from the old timeline appeared. 2 lost souls standing back to back. He thought. In reality, Park Sihu denied this ending until the very last moment, and perhaps I did too. Corin looked at a family photo, wondering, what if Corin Locke didn't have a family? He recalled that even in his previous life, he had been confused about this. A flashback to a warm meal, where the Loke family had naturally accepted him on the day he suddenly became a different person. He wasn't sure if he had overwritten Corin Locke's soul, or if the two had merged. Corin clenched his fist, his gaze firm. Since then, I have accepted it. For me, the family I have here is. He smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The people who made me who I am today. The whole team advanced towards a European-style building, Corin thought as he walked. It's been a long time since I saw them. I feel a little guilty and anxious. Standing before the door, Corin took a deep breath, clutching his fist for courage. He told himself, Actually, in this regression, this is the first time I've met them. Bang! Corin kicked the door open and burst in, shouting emotionally, Mom! Dad! Your good-for-nothing son has returned. I don't know why I feel like crying. Whack! No sooner had Corin finished speaking than he took a ladle to the head, falling backward in pain. He looked up to see his entire family, including his father, mother, and sister, brandishing weapons, looking at him like an enemy. His father's eyes were wide with fury. He roared, You're not my son. Get out of my son's body right now, you demon. Corin was utterly bewildered, stuttering in reply. Dad? I know it's been a long time since I came home, but what are you saying to your son? His father didn't bother to explain, angrily pointing at a pile of items covered with a white cloth. Look here, Corin bewilderedly asked how he was supposed to know what that was, making his father even more furious. You rascal! His father ripped off the covering cloth. Flashback 1 hour earlier. The entire Lok family was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. The two uninvited guests were formidable figures, Professor Josephine and Principal Aaron Danuar of Merkava Academy. Marie Dunarev was also present, confidently boasting that Corin was the best second-year student, then blushing as she declared, Personally, my dear Corin and I also have a private relationship. With that, she opened a spatial gate, leaving behind a mountain of gifts, gold, and dazzling jewels that lit up the entire room. The Loke couple began to whisper. The father thought age was not an issue, but the mother felt something was off, as her prospective daughter-in-law was even older than herself. As both stood bewildered, another voice rang out, interrupting their thoughts. A female swordswoman with an overwhelming aura appeared, introducing herself. I am Lunia Aiden, your son's fiancé. Lunia explained that she stopped by to greet them on her way to the capital, offering a small gift to show the Arden family's sincerity. She ordered her subordinate Jenny to bring in the gifts, leaving the Loke couple utterly dumbfounded once more. Both gaped, stunned by the wealth and power of the women surrounding their son. Back to the present, the father pointed at the piled-up mountain of treasures, yelling, I sent you to school, and seducing your teachers wasn't enough? Now you're even engaged? He grabbed a mop, his face filled with murderous intent. You're a two-timing scoundrel, and you're bringing money home too? Is my son a philanderer? Corin stammered, calling out to his parents, while both parents' eyes and mouths formed perfect O's, completely shocked. Lady Marie Dunarev greeted them gracefully, while Arisha Aiden shyly introduced herself as Corin's friend. Huaran merely stated her name coldly, while the little werewolf girl Ren grinned widely, reporting that she was being looked after by the boss by their son. Corin sat amidst the array of beauties, laughing gleefully like a true playboy under his parents' horrified gazes. The two parents were frozen, their minds unable to process. He brought two more girls home? The father erupted with murderous intent, yelling in despair, believing his son was possessed by a demon, while Corin frantically protested that he had never even dated before. His younger sister Sia stepped forward to intervene, asserting that her brother wasn't a playboy, which touched Corin but also made him wonder where she got all the gold she was wearing. Lunia Aden, the recently appeared fiancé, spoke with authority, stating that Corin surely had his own reasons. She cornered Corin, declaring that a responsible man must choose only one person as his true love. Immediately, the entire harem turned to glare at Corin, their eyes shining like headlights, the pressure escalating to the maximum, making him break out in a cold sweat. Marie quickly broke the tense atmosphere, pulling out a pile of gift bags to show off. Aunt and uncle, I brought some gifts from the south, which made the mother realize she was Lady Dunarev and panic even more. Arisha was not to be outdone, offering a basket of honey candies to Sia, who happily accepted them at once. Sia mumbled while eating candy that if Corin married Arisha's sister, Arisha would become his sister-in-law, to which Arisha only smiled and replied, Perhaps? Arisha further explained the mind-bending logic that from her sister's perspective, Corin would be her brother-in-law, leaving Sia dumbfounded and utterly confused. While everyone was busy socializing, Huaran quietly turned and walked out the door. Huaran's solitary figure gradually disappeared behind the slightly ajar door. As soon as she stepped outside, the purple-haired spirit appeared, nagging in Huaran's ear. Why did you suddenly run off? Those girls are scoring points. We need to do something too. The purple-haired spirit whispered cunningly, pointing at Huaran. Just grit your teeth, close your eyes, and listen to me just this once. She chuckled mischievously, leaning close to Huaran's ear and asserting, Corin will love it too. The purple-haired spirit was trying hard to entice Huaran. This outfit is the best. You'll look absolutely adorable. Huaran blushed crimson, hugging herself in the new dress and stammering in protest. This is too revealing. While the spirit quoted a romance novel, Men are weak before exposed skin. The purple-haired spirit continued her persuasive speech, citing Marie and Arisha as examples, claiming this dress was still quite modest, which made Huaran helplessly declare, You're all crazy. I'm going to change. Suddenly, Corin's crimson eyes appeared right behind her. He asked curtly, Did you buy new clothes? Corin casually stroked Huaran's hair, delivering a hurtful remark. You were already pretty, but dressed up, you look completely different. You should have worn this from the start. Huaran turned her face away, awkwardly admitting, "It's not convenient for me to go home right now either." Seizing the opportunity, Corin extended his hand, inviting, "Want to take a stroll around the capital with me?" Which made the purple-haired spirit floating behind him ecstatic. Huaran shyly took Corin's hand, softly agreeing, and even decided to borrow Professor Josephine's novel to learn from. The two officially began their date, walking hand in hand down the bustling street. Corin led Huaran everywhere, pointing to an eatery and confidently asserting, "This place has the best food." Next, he pointed towards the giant Ferris wheel and asked if she had ever ridden it, to which Huaran could only shake her head. Under the sunset, Corin continued to lead the way, and Huaran obediently followed. As night fell, Huaran was still immersed in their date. Her cheeks flushed pink. She was startled to realize it was already dark, unable to believe how quickly time had passed. Corin turned back with a mysterious expression, announcing, "This is our final stop." He led her to a hidden cave, explaining that he had once lived there for a while and wanted to show her something. The two lay down close together in the cramped space, Huaran softly complaining, "It's too tight." Corin simply replied, "Yes, but this is the clearest view." Before Huaran's eyes was a spectacular sight. An entire sparkling galaxy appeared through the cave entrance, making her utter a single, astonished, "Wow." Lying beside Huaran, Corin philosophized about sometimes needing to keep beautiful things to oneself. While she blushed shyly, Huaran suddenly spoke up, admitting that she was just as possessive. She confessed bluntly, "When you're with other girls, I get annoyed." Huaran continued to confide, recalling moments when she felt safe and her heart raced while with Corin. Sitting under the starry sky, Huaran hesitated. "I think," she pursed her lips, gathering all her courage to say the most important thing. Huaran, her eyes glowing crimson, suddenly turned and concluded with a concise statement. "I like you." Corin froze, utterly shocked by the completely sincere confession. Corin broke out in a cold sweat, a scene flashing in his mind of his harem. Marie, Arisha, Huaran, and even Ren, glaring daggers at him, making him think he truly deserved a beating. He admitted to himself that he was well aware of the feelings Marie, Arisha, and Huaran held for him, and this had been the issue plaguing him for a long time. The core issue was the outcome. As he questioned himself about the future, if one day he were to clear the game and return to Earth, how would he have to choose? Corin clenched his fists, tormented by the question of whether he could truly live well after leaving someone behind in this world. After a moment of hesitation, Corin bowed his head, preparing to utter his refusal. "I'm sorry, but..." He stepped closer to Huaran, and the atmosphere grew incredibly tense. But instead of refusing, Corin unexpectedly leaned in, boldly locking lips with Huaran. Beneath a sky filled with shooting stars, their silhouettes merged into one in a deep kiss. The kiss ended, but they remained incredibly close. Huaran, her face flushed crimson and her eyes a little bewildered, softly asked, "Did you hate it?" Corin blushed furiously, hastily denying, stammering, "No, not at all." Corin was about to refuse, but Huaran cut him off. He realized he still couldn't accept her feelings. Corin's eyes flashed with confusion. He composed himself. "Wait a moment." Huaran smiled charmingly, her face still flushed. "Right now, I am Ran." Corin understood the situation. This girl had mustered all her courage to confess, but didn't have the strength to hear the answer. He stood up, extended his hand, and changed the subject. "Did you enjoy our date today?" Huaran nodded profusely, saying she was always happy to share memories with Hua. Corin smiled with relief, hoping this would be a beautiful memory for her. He turned to leave when Huaran called out to him, "Wait a moment." She tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with determination. "You only have memories with Hua." Huaran stood on tiptoe, asserting that today was Ran's day, and she wanted to create their own memories. Under the starry sky, she looked directly into Corin's eyes and made her final plea, "Please, dream a dream with both of us." Corin froze, his inner self screaming that he was merely an outsider, unworthy of this love. Painful memories flooded back. The image of a red-haired woman dying in his arms appeared. "I love you. I'm sorry I said it too late." Returning to reality, the cold moonlight shone through the window. Corin lay in bed, tossing and turning, with the question of whether he was truly allowed to choose anyone. The scene shifted. A magnificent royal castle appeared under the brilliant sunlight. Inside, a lavish banquet table overflowing with delicacies was laid out, sparkling and opulent. In another setting, Corin and his harem were enjoying the feast, while the werewolf girl Ren's eyes gleamed, as if she was about to devour the entire table. Marie turned to ask Corin if this was his first time too, making the young man awkwardly reply, "Yes, in this regression." Corin suppressed his confusion, wearing a mysterious smile, as if he had something planned in his mind. Corin stood in the magnificent royal banquet hall, thinking to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen a sight like this." The nobles whispered about the Merkava Academy students, who had just achieved victory at the Mage Tower, while Crenel and Yuel clinked glasses with a silver-haired female mage. Arisha was focused on devouring a piece of chocolate cake when she was stopped by an enthusiastic fan asking for an autograph, making her blush and stammer. Me? Corin sat in a corner, arms crossed, a smirk on his face, watching Arisha fluster because she had no autograph for her fan, looking openly amused. While a female guest was still bewildered, the werewolf girl Ren had transformed into a whirlwind of food, clutching a giant plate of meat and running around the banquet table. Corin gave a thumbs up as a group of beastkin and mages departed. He knew he still had work to do. An announcement echoed through the grand hall. His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen are entering. All the guests immediately turned their gaze towards the balcony. A crimson royal cloak swept past, signaling the arrival of the most powerful figures. The red-haired king and the majestic queen appeared on the balcony, gazing down upon the entire grand hall. The king declared that today's feast was to celebrate his beloved daughter, the saintess, who had just been rescued from the clutches of evil mages. He also did not forget to mention the guardians who had dedicated themselves to this cause. His gaze fixed directly on Corin. "Heroes, raise your heads," the king commanded grandly with an overwhelming aura. Corin and his entire team knelt on one knee before the throne. The king promised to grant them anything they desired, from treasures, elixirs, to lands and titles. Corin raised his head, his eyes sharp, declaring that what he wanted was not money, items, or power. The king frowned, looking puzzled by the unexpected answer. "A pardon? I request a pardon, a one-time use type that can forgive any crime," Corin stated plainly, leaving the saintess and the queen standing beside him stunned. All the nobles below gaped in astonishment. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly froze at the knight's outrageous demand. The king's expression hardened. He decisively declared, "The feast ends here." A golden-eyed man stepped forward, looked at Corin with a serious expression, and said, "Let us go to another place." Corin recalled the regrets of his previous life, mistakenly trusting Sihu Park, powerlessly watching his master be impaled, and allowing his comrades to perish. His hands trembled amidst a fiery hellscape, a memory of extreme pain. He could not prevent that incident, a sea of blood with countless corpses strewn about, and if the scenario repeated, this tragedy would soon recur. But this time would be different. Corin clenched his fist, determined to break fate, and what he needed to do that was. Back in reality, the king questioned, "A pardon? A one-time use, yet it can forgive any crime." The king's eyes narrowed, his aura overwhelming. "It sounds as if you are declaring you are about to commit a crime." After dismissing the minor nobles, the king directly asked Corin in his private chambers, "What is your plan?" Corin still bowed his head, replying curtly, with a hint of defiance, "I cannot say." The king offered a compromise, granting a pardon excluding treason and regicide, asking Corin directly if he accepted. Corin flatly refused, his voice resolute. "Forgive me, but..." He slammed his head to the floor, growling, "I want a pardon that can forgive all crimes." The king's hands gripped the throne tightly, veins bulging, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire room. Killing intent surged forth, and the king roared, "Do you understand what in the world you are saying?" Corin lay prostrate on the floor, sweat pouring out, thinking to himself that his gamble had probably failed. The king exploded, roaring that whether Corin was a hero or an executioner, once a blade was pointed at the royal family, there was only one path: death. Just as the king was about to call the guards to dispose of Corin's body, Saintess Estelle unexpectedly spoke from the doorway. "Father cannot personally kill the hero." Estelle stepped in, her aura sacred yet full of dignity, causing the king to freeze. "Estelle?" She recounted Corin's achievements in quelling the Mage Tower's chaos and saving her life, but the king merely replied curtly, "I know." Estelle delivered the finishing blow. "And I have also spent the night with him a few times." Corin froze stiff, stammering in his mind that it wasn't entirely wrong. The king exploded, shouting, "Spent the night together?" While Corin could only remain silent, secretly cursing the saintess for such a scandalous way of helping. The saintess dealt another critical blow, declaring that she trusted Corin Locke more than her own father, leaving the king speechless. The king was utterly shocked, sweat pouring out, upon hearing his own daughter utter a thunderous statement. More than anything in the world. Estelle stood upright, asserting that this was not a princess's advice, but the judgment of a saintess. The king growled, asking his daughter if she knew what she was saying, but Estelle replied, "Of course," without a hint of hesitation. Corin noticed Estelle's hands trembling. The blatant lie that she trusted him more than anything in the world was truly a blasphemy. Corin analyzed the situation. Although it was a bit early, Estelle had discovered the cult's secret and needed his help. He told himself that with Estelle's support, this gamble still had a chance to win. Amidst the tension, a sarcastic voice echoed from the doorway, remarking that this was an interesting sight. A female figure stepped in, sarcastically stating that Sir Corin was always so entertaining. Second, Princess Miram appeared with a sneer, taunting Corin that she never expected him to have to beg for mercy one day. Corin broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was the worst possible timing. The saintess of the old church, a sworn enemy of the Mage Tower he had just destroyed. He knew full well the second princess considered Estelle a thorn in her side and would surely find every way to sabotage things. Contrary to expectations, the second princess ordered him to be pardoned, astonishing both Corin and Estelle. Miram sneered, declaring she would not kneel and that the sight of looking down on Estelle wasn't bad at all. She leaned on her staff, asserting that pardoning Corin would not be easy at all. The king could only utter his daughter's name helplessly. Mir. Estelle let out a sigh. The situation had become more complicated than ever. The king helplessly watched his two daughters, the two saintesses of the kingdom, both siding with a traitor. Sitting on the throne, King Elroth exploded in bitterness. Raising children is truly useless. Cornered by his two daughters, the king grudgingly issued the order, "Corin Locke, as you wish, I shall grant you a single pardon, absolving all your sins." Corin Locke immediately bowed deeply, seizing the golden opportunity. "Thank you, your majesty." Although he had successfully escaped danger, Corin still felt something was off, an inexplicable sense of unease. He recalled that the second princess's actions this time were as unpredictable as when the Mage Tower demanded to hunt wolves. What in the world was she planning? As night fell, Corin still couldn't understand. Why did Miram help me? In a dark room, the second princess sat perched, letting out a sarcastic sneer. She caressed a magical snake, her eyes sharp and cold. That hypocritical old man. He's only afraid of how far my wrath will spread. Suddenly, a figure intruded into the room, causing the second princess to show disappointment. "By the way, I'm quite disappointed. Bursting into a latest room without permission. You are truly impolite." A colossal shadow with bulging muscles descended from the window, its aura overwhelming the entire room. Demon King Tath's Balthazar materialized, radiating a crimson killing intent, growling, "I don't like noise." The second princess stood up, showing dissatisfaction. "I hear a lot of your assets have been confiscated recently, which is quite disappointing. At this rate, will you still be of any use for me to support?" The Demon King merely sneered, holding a sparkling crystal in his hand. "Don't say that. It's always been this way. There's nothing to be done about it." He looked at the crystal, sighing to himself. "This damned world hates me too much," leaving the second princess speechless. The Demon King held out the crystal, ordering, "Anyway, here. Everything is according to the contract. Read my destiny." The second princess took the crystal, her eyes gleaming with desire. "A secret treasure of this world that can read the destiny awaiting me." The crystal shone brightly, revealing its name, Rhea Fall. In a flashback, a younger Demon King approached the second princess when she was a child, and made an offer. "If you promise to sponsor me, I will lend you Rhea Fall once a year." Returning to the present, the Demon King sneered confidently, as if everything was still going according to his plan. The second princess turned and walked away, throwing a cryptic remark back at the Demon King. "I hope you get the results you want." Night fell upon a luxurious mansion, where a secret meeting was about to take place. Corin opened the door slightly, his face bewildered upon seeing an uninvited guest. "Huh?" Saintess Estelle, in a fully concealed cloak, stood waiting. "Estelle?" "Corin, I have something important to tell you." Inside the lavish room, Estelle admitted Corin was extremely perceptive for realizing she had arranged this accommodation for him right after the banquet. Estelle pulled out an item, getting straight to the point. "Remember how my divine power was sealed? Have you found the cause yet?" In a flashback, she recounted that even after leaving the Steel Archipelago, her divine power still hadn't recovered, even though she believed time would heal everything. A blinding light flashed in her memory, marking the moment everything changed. Estelle's face at that time was filled with astonishment and pain upon witnessing that light. From that day on, a strange object had been placed on her. It was a rosary in the shape of a cross, radiating a gloomy purple demonic aura. But when it was given to her, it had the appearance of an ordinary gold ornament. She had worn it close to her body, completely unaware of the horrifying truth hidden within. Returning to the present, Estelle held up the rosary, explaining that the mages at the Mage Tower had confiscated all weapons, but had overlooked it, thinking it was just a cheap, gold-plated trinket. Corin crossed his arms, his mind racing, as he pointed out an absurdity. How strange, for power bestowed by God to be blocked by a mere chunk of metal. Estelle looked straight at him, proposing a shocking hypothesis. Perhaps holy power has nothing to do with faith in God at all? Corin listened in silence, while Estelle proved her point by uttering a blasphemous statement. Yet her holy power remained undiminished. He suddenly recalled that he himself had once worn an identical rosary, and that was why the divine power of Clausolus was constantly drained. Estelle looked at Corin with eyes as sharp as knives, concluding, "Corin, you already knew, didn't you?" Corin looked directly at the Saintess, questioning, "Really? You never truly doubted the existence of God?" The Saintess frowned, her gaze piercing, and retorted, "About the truth of this world." Corin remembered that in the original game, the Saintess was merely a support NPC, a minor character who couldn't get deeply involved in the main storyline. Thus, she lived and died without ever knowing there was a traitor within the church, and the secret of the fake rosary faded into oblivion, becoming a plot hole that frustrated gamers. But history had changed from the moment the Saintess returned to the academy. Corin knew full well this day would come sooner or later. He turned his back and walked away decisively, ordering, "Follow me." Corin led her to a special place, activating an illusion of the legendary treasure island of Mag-Mel. The Saintess froze stiff, stammering in panic. "Impossible, this cannot be." Before her eyes appeared the true gods of this world, and she unconsciously uttered a name. The Danan tribe? So shocked she couldn't stand firm, the Saintess knelt down on the grass. She awoke from the illusion, drenched in sweat, panting in the darkness. "It can't be real." Corin stood there, arms crossed, watching her struggle with the truth, silently waiting. The Saintess recalled the past. Since birth, she had carried within her formidable holy power, recognized by the entire royal family as an unparalleled talent. Even before she knew what desire was, people had offered everything to her. A fanatical noblewoman shouted, "Saintess, please bless me too." A knight swore to protect her with his life, while the crowd only wished to speak with her once. Two female students whispered in extreme admiration, "Oh my goodness, it's the Saintess. She's so beautiful." Amidst a sea of cheering people during a parade, she wondered if faith gave birth to power, or if power created faith. But one thing she believed with absolute certainty: clearly, I have been chosen by God. All that unwavering faith was forged at the second Holy Land of Xi'an, inside the magnificent Grand Cathedral. Inside the Grand Cathedral, Pope Sakari welcomed the newly arrived Saintess, feigning surprise as he asked why she was there. The Saintess didn't beat around the bush, her cold, sharp gaze fixed on the Pope as she questioned him directly. The pointed question was posed. "Pope, do you believe in God?" The Pope feigned piety, asserting that their holy power was undeniable proof of God's protection. The Saintess merely curled her lips slightly, her attitude clearly showing she didn't believe a word. She revealed her hand, holding up a strange rosary, and stating directly that someone had swapped it with hers. The Saintess's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. She declared the culprit was a wretched rat. She turned to question the Pope, wanting to see how long he would keep up the act. Pope Sakari no longer bothered to pretend. A sinister smile appeared clearly on his face. He sneered triumphantly. "So you finally know the truth, do you? But nothing will change." He began to expose. The reason we can use holy power is not due to some worthless faith. The shocking truth was revealed. Their power came from inheriting the bloodline of the ancient Danan tribe and giants. He laughed maniacally, declaring that the true gods were the Danan tribe, and among them was the great Balthazar. He rambled on about the coming paradise when the world of the Danan tribe returned, leaving the Saintess stunned. She was deeply shocked, realizing she was merely a pawn in a mad scheme, while the Pope smugly declared they were the chosen ones. The Pope snapped his fingers, showing clear contempt for those of the Mage Tower and the Catholic Church for daring to interfere. He roared, cursing them for daring to ruin everything. A group of other acolytes rushed out to surround her, questioning the Saintess why she didn't use her blood to revive the giants, exposing this entire sect as a nest of traitors. The Saintess was struck silent, realizing that all the scriptures, faith, and the supreme being she had worshipped until now were nothing but a deception. The Saintess grabbed the Pope's hand, in a chilling voice. "You are not fit to be Pope, and Balthazar is not worthy of being a god." The red-eyed acolyte minions roared, and the enraged Pope commanded, "Seize the Saintess, no. Seize that wretch for me." Surrounded by the petty minions, the Saintess let out a scream, and a burst of brilliant golden holy light erupted from her body. A dazzling aura enveloped the saintess. Her demeanor completely changed, no longer showing any weakness. The Pope froze, his face contorted in utter disbelief. In her mind, the image of Dagda, god of earth, appeared, acknowledging the saintess as his descendant, and challenging her to use her bloodline power. The saintess realized she had a more important mission than blind faith. A gleaming golden mace began to form in her hand. Corin's silhouette appeared, reminding her of the responsibility that came with power, of the duty to lead and protect everyone. She fully summoned Dagda's mace, a heavy divine artifact. Her eyes filled with determination. I will be the one to decide. The god I believe in. With that said, she swung the colossal mace with all her might. A heaven-shattering sweep flattened everything. The church's stained glass windows shattered, officially commencing a violent religious reformation. Scene change. Second Princess Miriam was writhing in pain. It seemed a memory or some power was awakening. Demon King Balthazar stood there, asking coldly, "You've seen the future and returned, have you?" Miriam began to cackle eerily, as if she had just realized a mad truth. Her laughter grew louder, transforming into a maniacal and utterly satisfied laugh. She stood up, her eyes shining brightly. "I understand now. Finally, the one destined to grant my wish." Under the blood moon, she whispered, "It is you, my hero, my prince." She turned her back towards the window, her voice filled with haunting obsession. My destiny, my destiny." Her face shone with extreme fanaticism as she uttered the final name, Corin Locke.